Chapter 1, Crossing Over. Warning, warning, spacecraft malfunction detected. Please prepare for an emergency landing tilde. Warning, warning tilde. Shit. Chuyi couldn't help but curse. Who could be as unlucky as her? She had perfectly completed her mission but encountered an attack from space pirates on the way back. Despite her exceptional piloting skills, she couldn't withstand their relentless pursuit. As she saw that her ship was already more than half destroyed and red warning lights in the cabin were constantly flashing while alarms kept repeating themselves, Chuyi knew that the only option left was to abandon the ship if she wanted to leave alive. Touching the spatial button around her neck, Chuyi felt a trace of relief. This contained all her belongings. In the age of interstellar technology with its rapid development, Chuyi's invisible button on her neck was the latest version of a spatial button, covering an area of over 200 square meters. It only required the owner's blood implantation to become invisible. No one could discover its existence unless using the latest spatial detector. It was rumored this kind of spatial button even had hidden functions waiting to be discovered. This kind of spatial button had almost drained all of Chuyi's savings up until now, because it was limited to a release of only 100 units across the entire galaxy. Chuyi managed to secure one through connections. Chuyi originally planned to relax after this mission, perhaps travel to another planet. She had sold all her valuables to buy nutritional fluid and repair medicine of 3 different grades, thinking that once this task was complete, she'd get a large sum of bonus money. And since she lived alone, feeding herself meant the whole family was fed. She hadn't expected an attack by space pirates. However, since it wasn't her first mission, she did have all safety equipment prepared. Looking out at the vast universe outside, Chuyi pulled out the prepared escape pod, planning to leave the spaceship in it. But judging from the trajectory outside, there seemed to be no developed planets nearby anymore. Who knows which primitive planet she would end up drifting to? Still, within her space storage, she had nutritional fluid and medicines. As long as she could escape, even if she landed on a primitive planet, she would still survive safely. Unfortunately, though, she had just heard some time ago that on the XX planet, there was a restaurant whose ancient cuisine was especially good, and she had intended to visit it. After all, given how fast interstellar civilization had advanced, most traditional delicacies were nowhere to be found now that nutritional fluid was widely used throughout all planets. Only a few gourmet dynasties carried on traditions in this field. Even though they were expensive, Chuyi still wanted to taste them. Sighing, Chuyi pushed away these thoughts. If she didn't, the ship would explode any moment now. Pulling the escape pod out, she arrived at the emergency exit and took one last look around the spaceship, ensuring everything was packed up. She set the spaceship to auto-drive towards the pirates' direction, then got into the escape pod. When the pirates' current wave of attacks ended and under the cover of smoke-filled air, she drove the escape pod out rapidly. The ship behind her quickly moved toward where the pirates were spotted. Upon hearing a boom, Chuyi smirked inside. Even if the ship was damaged, she had to make it perform its last service. Although it couldn't kill those pirates, it could cause them considerable chaos. Looking at the fiery blaze indicated on the control panel showing from behind, Chuyi smiled faintly at the corner of her mouth. Damn space pirates, sooner or later, she, Chuyi, would return. Just as Chuyi began to calm down, a missile suddenly shot out from somewhere unknown, passing closely by her right side of the escape pod, instantly cutting off the right wing. Before Chuyi could react, she lost consciousness amidst an explosion. Hihi, who would have thought this little bitch without her glasses actually isn't bad looking? Don't you dare fight me for her. I go first, Tilda. Yes, we'll take our turn once the boss has his fun, haha Tilda. Don't worry, once I'm satisfied, you won't miss out Tilda. Disordered voices sounded around Chuyi. Her head felt heavy and dazed, flashes of scenes appearing in her mind. It was the story of a young girl who had been abandoned at the door of an orphanage since childhood. Growing up in a dilapidated orphanage, she juggled part-time work and study. Perhaps due to the environment she grew up in, it shaped the girl's timid and self-deprecating psychology. Wearing big black frame glasses and wearing outdated clothes every day, she had no friends around her. Relying solely on scholarships and the money earned from doing odd jobs, she managed to enroll in university and is now a third-year student. Having neither family nor friends, she spent her days studying and working part-time. Throughout her 3 years in university, she remained a virtually invisible presence, so much so that even the 3 roommates ignored her completely. On this evening, the girl was intercepted by a group of hoodlums on her way back to school after finishing her part-time job. Threatened and intimidated, she received a few slaps before being drugged. The orphanage background made the girl used to saving every penny from food, looking as if she were only 17 or 18 years old despite being over 20. Her body was weak due to severe malnutrition. The dosage of drugs given to her by the hoodlums was out of control, causing her fragile body to give in, leading to her untimely death. As she left, the girl felt no pain but just relief. Feeling the girl's departure, Chuyi sincerely hoped that in her next life, the girl would be born into a better family with loving parents and good friends, experiencing familial warmth and friendship she never got to experience in this life. At this moment, Chuyi roughly understood that she had become the girl in the pictures of her mind. Before she could reflect more, a wave of heat surged through her body, forcing her to stay awake by biting her tongue. Opening her eyes, she found herself surrounded by 3 men with dyed short hair in different colors, dressed messily, leering at her sprawled form on the ground. This was a secluded alleyway, completely devoid of other people, with distant shouting barely audible. Judging by the distance, calling for help wouldn't reach anyone. The alley was too remote, and it was unclear why the girl chose this path. Fortunately, Chuyi had excellent martial arts skills. In her last bit of strength, she took advantage of their lack of preparedness, quickly flipping and kicking, defeating the 3 hooligans who turned out to be all bark and no bite, leaving them groaning on the ground saying oh oh. Chuyi swiftly left the alley without further ado, ignoring the hoodlums. Given the frail condition of this body, taking down 3 hooligans was already commendable. Had they had any reinforcements, Chuyi might not have survived today. Walking out of the alley, Chuyi was momentarily stunned by the lively scene around her. In the era of interstellar technology where everything is replaced by high-tech, transportation revolves around spaceships. Chuyi hadn't seen anything move on land like this. Though from the girl's memory, Chuyi knew it was the 21st century, a relatively underdeveloped time period. Despite understanding this intellectually, the reality still gave Chuyi quite a shock. All around were things that seemed both strange yet familiar, with wafting aromas of food filling the air. The main star in the interstellar age didn't support cultivation, so only a few colonial planets could grow real plants, while plants on other planets were high-tech replicas. Chuyi, who loved ancient culture very much, unfortunately lacked the conditions to experience these. In the interstellar world, food was always nutritional supplements, nothing like the smells her nose picked up now. These fragrances were entirely new experiences for her. The crowds moved busily around her, voices hawking goods and calls for sale blending together as various people passed by her. All around, Chuyi found everything refreshing. Chuyi couldn't resist letting out a quiet moan. The heat inside her was continuously rising, and she needed to leave immediately. Not having time to think clearly, Chuyi simply walked along one of the streets. She didn't know how long she had walked, but the crowds around her grew fewer. By now, Chuyi's face was flushed red, struggling to move each step as her mind seemed to get increasingly muddled. The glasses which had been taken by the hoodlums were long forgotten when she fled, leaving her wide eyes misty as she looked around. Just as Chuyi reached a car, a hand suddenly extended from the half-open backseat door and dragged her inside. Feeling the high temperature radiating from the person beside her added to her confusion. Chuyi realized with her current weakened state she wouldn't be able to resist the drug's effects, and having not fully adapted to this body yet, there wasn't much else she could do. Now pulled into this era's version of a car, the man beside her showed abnormal signs indicating he had also been drugged by someone. Before she could react further, waves of kisses landed on her face, eyes, and mouth. Due to the drug's effect, Chuyi's vision was blurry, though what remained clear were the deep-set eyes of the man glowing with a red tinge, filled with madness. His actions weren't gentle either, his thin lips fiercely tore at hers, overwhelming Chuyi with hot sensations until her sight blurred even further, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Time passed slowly, and Chuyi eventually felt tired and drifted off to sleep, unaware as her sleeping body emitted a faint silvery white light, suggesting subtle changes occurring within her weakened frame. As for the man nearby, he fell asleep deeply due to the heavy influence of the drug. No one could anticipate that at this moment, the destinies of the 2 individuals would forever intertwine. Looking at the bruises on her body, Chuyi imagined how rough the man must have acted. Looking around this small space, the backseat had been reclined, just like a single bed. The man was sleeping with his back to Chuyi, so she couldn't see his current expression. Something rang in a pocket. Chuyi took it out and saw that it was a box-like item. From the messy memories, Chuyi learned that this was what they called a cell phone in this era, with many functions, of course not comparable to the light computers of the interstellar age. Upon opening it, she saw that the cell phone alarm had gone off. Chuyi thought for a moment. The girl whose body she inhabited was still a student, and in her memories, there was an early morning study session scheduled. Seeing that dawn was approaching, this must have been her own reminder to attend the early study session. Chuyi moved her body with difficulty. She had to return to school as soon as possible, take a shower, and change into clean clothes. After tidying up neatly, Chuyi resolutely opened the car door, got out, closed the door, and left. Half an hour after she departed, the man was woken up by a phone call. Chapter 2, Roommates. Following the direction indicated by the memory of her previous self, Chuyi arrived at the university her former self had attended, N University. There was no time to explore the campus as Chuyi headed straight back to the dormitory. By this time, dawn was breaking, and students were beginning to appear on the paths. The original body's dorm room was on the 6th floor, room 521. After a difficult climb to the 6th floor, Chuyi's face was slightly pale from the effort. This body was indeed very weak. Just as she slowly approached the dorm door, it opened from the inside, and 3 girls stepped out one by one. "Hey, Chuyi, you're back," said one of the girls, who wore glasses, looking at Chuyi standing outside the door. Chuyi did not have myopia but enjoyed wearing an oversized, old-fashioned black-rimmed pair of glasses, which she only removed when sleeping. Therefore, the roommates had all seen Chuyi's actual appearance before. Chuyi nodded faintly, acknowledging that the 3 women in front of her were her former self's roommates for 3 years of university. She then stepped aside to let them pass. Used to Chuyi's cold indifference, the 3 didn't say anything more and walked away directly. Among them, the long-haired and attractive girl muttered a quiet TCH, and followed the other 2 without further comment. Only after they left did Chuyi enter the dorm, closing the door carefully behind her. This was a 4-person dorm room, with bunk beds above and study desks closets below. In front was a small balcony, with a wash basin on the right side of the balcony and a bathroom on the left. Relying on her memory, Chuyi located her bed, rummaged through her wardrobe for clean clothes, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. The hot water soothed Chuyi's tired body from the day but made her head feel a bit dizzy. She decided that going to class today wouldn't be a good idea and that she'd better stay in the dormitory to recuperate. In her memory, skipping classes required taking leave. Chuyi pulled out her phone from her pocket, found her teacher's number, and made the call. A few minutes later, Chuyi successfully got herself excused for the day. As Chuyi lay down in bed, she began sorting through her thoughts. The memories had already been received yesterday, but she hadn't had the chance to reflect deeply then. Now, there was plenty of time to review them carefully. After reviewing all the memories of her previous self, Chuyi felt that the original self was a contradictory being. While craving family love and friendship, she also feared investing in them and chose instead to close herself off carefully, staying within her own world. It was both pitiable and tragic. If death has become liberation for her, Chuyi couldn't help but wonder what to say. Fortunately, her former self shared her name, Chuyi. Otherwise, dealing with a completely unfamiliar name might cause confusion when others addressed her. Instinctively touching her empty neck, Chuyi expected to feel nothing, yet surprisingly, she touched something. Upon closer examination, it was her space button. The interstellar Chuyi had perished in a missile explosion, and she believed the bonded space button would destroy itself, but it had unexpectedly followed her over here. Closing her eyes, she released her mental power and probed inside the button. To her relief, her nutrient solutions and repair serums were still intact. Reflecting on this, Chuyi felt reassured. Even though this era was different, having these advanced items would still give her some leverage in this time. Sighing, Chuyi reflected that both lives as Chuyi ended up orphaned and alone, unburdened by any ties. But Chuyi had long surpassed the stage where she yearned for familial connections. Sometimes, a solitary life could ensure that as long as one ate enough, no one else had to worry about hunger. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. And as Chuyi, who had died once and was given another chance in a changed era, she shrugged indifferently. She had no attachments either way. Lost in thought, Chuyi gradually drifted to sleep, leaving everything to wait until she woke up. As she slept, Chuyi failed to notice her body emitting a faint glow, indicating that the integration between her soul and physical form was slowly progressing, subtly strengthening her body. When the other three roommates returned after their afternoon classes, they saw Chuyi still sleeping. Recalling her pale face earlier in the morning and noting her absence from class, they assumed that Chuyi must not be feeling well. Thus, upon entering the dorm, they moved more quietly than usual. Though the three of them weren't particularly close to Chuyi after all, they had lived together for 3 years, there was still a modicum of camaraderie among them. Initially, they tried to engage with Chuyi, but her frigid responses discouraged them. Why try to force a connection when the other party hardly spoke? So naturally, their relationship became more distant over time. By the end of their afternoon classes, the trio returned to the dorm again, finding Chuyi still sound asleep. Instinctively, they entered more quietly, but Jiyu Maimai soon became aware of her own caution and stamped her foot in dissatisfaction, making a thud noise in the quiet dorm room. Chen Qin and Wang Shui were startled. Maimai, keep it down, Chuyi is still sleeping, Chen Qin whispered, tugging lightly on Jiyu Maimai's arm. Jiyu Maimai wanted to say something loudly but ended up muttering softly, what? Just because Chuyi is sick, I'm not allowed to talk. After mumbling, she didn't make another sound. Chen Qin and Wang Shui exchanged an exasperated glance. They knew their good friend had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Even though their relationship with Chuyi wasn't great, they still cared for her since she was now unwell. The three quietly put down their belongings, tidied up briefly, and then left to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Lying in bed, Chuyi slowly opened her eyes and thought that her roommates weren't bad at all. It was just that the original body had been so withdrawn, insecure, and introverted. Otherwise, they could have easily become friends long ago, even without familial ties. At least there could have been some solid friendship between them. On their way back to the dormitory, Jiyu Maimai glanced at the dinner Chen Qin had prepared for Chuyi and complained incessantly, why are we bringing her food? She's not dying or anything. Chuyi has never been nice to us. Chen Qin sighed and glanced at the takeout box in her hand, remembering how just moments ago someone had said that the patient might not have much of an appetite. That's why she packed several dishes to give Chuyi options. Now, she said, Chuyi is an orphan with no family or close friends around. When she gets sick, there's no one to care for her except herself. Look how thin she is, could you possibly let her be on her own? Chuyi's life before consisted solely of attending classes during school hours and working odd jobs during her free time. She never took any breaks for herself, and the girls rarely interacted with her. They often wouldn't see her around. Back when they were freshmen and sophomores, the university enforced strict check-ins each night, so Chuyi would always come back late to the dorm. Since they became juniors and check-ins stopped, Chuyi often returned after midnight, or sometimes not at all. Their interactions diminished further as a result. They had never seen Chuyi appear so frail. In the past, whenever she fell ill, she toughed it out without taking leave or skipping work. A few times, they noticed her pale complexion and reminded her to see a doctor, but she dismissed them casually and walked away. It was the first time they'd seen her take a sick day. Wang Shui chimed in, of course, don't you know what Chuyi is like? She endured illnesses before and never took leave. Now, she's taken a full day off to rest. Maybe she really is very sick, and her body couldn't handle it anymore. Let's just show her some compassion. Seeing both of her close friends speaking up for Chuyi and recalling her fragile state, Jiyu Maimai immediately quieted down. At that moment inside the dormitory, Chuyi also got up. After sleeping all day, she felt significantly refreshed. Strangely enough, the physical fatigue seemed to have vanished completely. Looking into the bathroom mirror, she observed herself, confirming again what she'd already seen while showering. This body looked exactly like hers. Still, she couldn't help but marvel at the resemblance. In the starfaring age, humans generally had stronger constitutions, and Chuyi was among the elite. She was a stellar mercenary under partial affiliation with the state, enjoying relative freedom instead of constant standby duty. Her role involved completing missions assigned by the state to earn commissions. Chuyi was also a food enthusiast. Every commission she earned, apart from saving part of it, mostly went toward trying natural foods from other planets. Unfortunately, due to interstellar land hardening, most planets couldn't support agriculture, leading traditional delicacies to be replaced by nutrient liquids. Only a few prestigious culinary families maintained natural food restaurants, which served extremely rare and prohibitively expensive dishes. Through the memories of her previous self, Chuyi learned that this planet, though not highly developed technologically, possessed what interstellar citizens longed for: natural food capable of being mass-cultivated. Foods so expensive even Chuyi could only afford a few tastes occasionally here cost next to nothing and were abundant everywhere. This discovery made Chuyi feel that living again on this planet wasn't such a bad idea. The sound of the door opening interrupted Chuyi's musings. She looked over and saw the other 3 roommates returning. Chuyi's lips curled upward, and she greeted them with a friendly smile. The trio was startled by her amicable demeanor. This was the first time Chuyi had smiled at them. Could she be sicker than they thought? Perhaps she had lost her mind. Why are you feeling better? Jiyu Maimai stammered nervously, inwardly scolding herself for sounding so awkward in front of Chuyi. Much better. Thanks for your concern, Chuyi replied with a faint smile. We didn't care about you. I just didn't want you to spread your sickness to us. As soon as Chuyi smiled again, Jiyu Maimai quickly reacted defensively, her tone sharp like a little hedgehog. Maimai. Chen Qin disapprovingly glanced at Jiyu Maimai, then lifted the takeout box in her hand. Chuyi, since you've slept all day, we brought back some food for you. Most of it was actually selected by Maimai. Saying this, she placed the takeout box on the desk under Chuyi's bed. Jiyu Maimai, silently accused by Chen Qin, pouted quietly, muttering a soft hum out of frustration. When she heard that Chen Qin had mentioned her choosing the food for Chuyi, her face turned red instantly. She quickly ran to her own desk and sat down, pretending to take a book from the shelf to cover her flushed cheeks. Looking at the food on the table, it emitted a rich aroma, more enticing than the high-grade dishes Chuyi ate at the Interstellar XX restaurant. Chuyi suddenly felt even better. After looking at her 3 roommates, Chuyi hurriedly said, "Thank you all so much. There's nothing serious with my illness, I just got really tired lately. Sleeping all day made me feel much better. And since I haven't eaten anything for a whole day, I'm extremely hungry now. The food you brought has literally saved my life." Chuyi joked. Wang Shui exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you haven't eaten for a whole day? Then you should start eating right away." Even Jiyu Maimai, who pretended to be reading a book, put it down. Not eating for a whole day? Looking at Chuyi's frail figure, although she was about the same age as the others in their dormitory, her thin body made her look severely malnourished, even younger and weaker. Chapter 3, Saving Someone. After expressing her thanks again, Chuyi slowly opened the bag of food under the gaze of the 3 people. Though it only contained a bowl of seafood porridge and some buns and steamed buns, Chuyi, who had never tasted such delicious food before, ate everything by herself, stunning the 3 people watching from the side. They couldn't believe that the seemingly frail Chuyi could eat so much. With a satisfied look after eating her fill, Chuyi licked her fingers greedily. It was truly delicious, something she had never enjoyed before. "Thank you so much for the food you brought. It's really delicious." Chuyi turned to thank the 3 of them. No problem." Jiyu Maimai looked at Chuyi with a sense of helplessness. These were just ordinary foods, yet Chuyi's expression while eating it was as if she was having a grand feast. This made Jiyu Maimai, who had grown up in wealth, feel a tinge of pity for Chuyi. She thought about how Chuyi lived without parents, enduring hardships alone, while they, as roommates, remained indifferent and even gave her cold stares frequently. From now on, she decided to be kinder to Chuyi. From this day forward, Chuyi blended into this era, becoming a new Chuyi, and her relationship with her roommates gradually improved. Of course, the part-time jobs that the original person took also underwent Chuyi selection. 4 jobs with high difficulty but low wages, she quit after collecting her salary. 4 average ones, she continued working for the time being. Chuyi felt she had better integrated with this body, so she started to pick up her old training routines to regain her former combat skills. After continuous practice, though full recovery might be hard to achieve, she managed to regain at least 70 or 80% of her former abilities. A month passed. On this day, Chuyi walked back along the road after finishing her night part-time job, not the secluded alleyway she used to take. The original person had filled her schedule densely, except for class hours, the rest of the time was spent working various jobs, resulting in poor academic performance, barely scraping past the pass mark. Most third-year courses were fixed, and when there were classes all day, the original person would work part-time serving meals in the school cafeteria. After classes ended in the afternoon, she rushed to work the night shift in a hotel. Sometimes she would work in an all-night snack shop until dawn, and weekends were entirely spent working. With such a packed schedule, her body eventually broke down and she succumbed to the drug's effects. When Chuyi examined the original person's savings, she found only one card, with over 10,000 RMB in it. Over the years, apart from tuition fees, she saved on food, clothing, and daily necessities. The scholarship funds for impoverished students provided by the school had been carefully accumulated into this sum of 10,000 RMB. Chuyi never thought about touching the hard-earned money left by the original person. The orphanage where the original person once lived had been demolished due to its long history. Chuyi donated more than 50,000 RMB to another well-regarded, old orphanage with outdated facilities. These kinds of orphanages often receive less state subsidies, naturally leading to fewer donations. Chuyi decided to donate the money to the orphanage, hoping it would provide some comfort for the soul of the original person and help the children in the orphanage in some way. All of Chuyi's current expenses came from her recent part-time work earnings. Although she has to start over, she is enjoying every bit of it. Just as Chuyi was walking down a road, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Let go, let me go, you bastards!" A sharp female voice sounded. "You bitch, just stay still. It's your luck I want you. If you dare move again, I'll beat you till you can't stand," the coarse male voice rang wickedly. "Hold on to these girls, let's have some fun." Though Chuyi usually didn't like to meddle in other people's affairs, these two voices sounded familiar to her. Therefore, she headed towards the source of the sound. It was an alley, and when Chuyi approached, she saw 5 men surrounding 3 young girls. At the sight of the 5 men, Chuyi immediately recognized them. 3 out of the 5 were familiar figures. They were the same 3 little hooligans who harmed the original person before. Due to the urgency of the situation back then, Chuyi only managed to kick them down. Later, when things calmed down, she had no idea where to find these people. However, Chuyi had never forgotten them. Considering the life they took, for both personal and public reasons, Chuyi wouldn't let them go. However, upon seeing the 3 girls being held captive, Chuyi recognized them even more. Weren't they her roommates she had recently improved relations with? How did they end up encountering these little hooligans? Judging by the looks of these hoodlums, kidnapping and molesting young girls probably wasn't their first offense. Such human scum didn't deserve to live. With that thought, Chuyi strode forward. The gangsters inside heard the noise and looked over. Seeing another girl arrive, they immediately became interested, leering faces appearing. "Hey, who's this little sister? She's quite pretty." Indeed, since Chuyi arrived in this body, she discarded the black-rimmed glasses and revealed her natural features, big, round eyes and a thin face that gained a bit of weight due to Chuyi's recent good-eating habits. This made Chuyi appear far better looking than her previously skeletal self, causing the 3 small hooligans not to recognize her as the girl they failed to capture a month ago. Chen Qin quickly identified the suddenly appeared girl and urgently shouted, "Run, don't worry about us, go call the police." Seeing Chuyi's arrival, the 3 girls were not relieved. Instead, they grew even more panicked. They didn't expect Chuyi to save them. Knowing Chuyi was also just a girl, how could she possibly compare to these large men? All they hoped for was Chuyi to escape and help alert the authorities. "You, shut up." One of the gangsters hearing Chen Qin's words quickly slapped her. Instantly, several finger marks appeared on Chen Qin's white cheeks. The other 2 girls also startled, tightly huddled together trembling with fear. "Blackie, grab her for me." A gangster stepped forward in response, raising his hand to grab Chuyi's arm. Chuyi swiftly kicked toward Blackie's abdomen with her foot. With an R of agony, Blackie flew back 7 or 8 meters, landing precisely beside the remaining 4 gangsters. Blackie clutched his stomach in pain, unable to rise or move for a moment. "Fuck, damn bitch, you dare to hit my buddy. Watch how I deal with you. Brothers, attack her." Though surprised that one girl could kick his henchman so far away, given there was only one of her against 4 of them, the leader regained confidence. He gave the order and led the charge toward Chuyi. Chen Qin and the others watched in shock as all the gangsters rushed toward Chuyi, terrified screams erupting. In no time at all the small gangsters lay nearby, spitting blood and unable to move. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, the gang leader quickly shielded his broken right leg while pleading loudly, I'm sorry, please forgive us." His cry mixed with pain. Who would have guessed that such a seemingly frail girl possessed such high combat ability, taking down 5 grown men within minutes? Observing his increasingly swollen right leg, the gang leader flashed a look of sinister resolve. He'd make her regret wounding him someday. Looking at the gangsters sprawled around writhing in pain, Chen Qin and the other 2 experienced an overwhelming sense of relief after their ordeal. Who knew how desperate they felt when these hoodlums grabbed them, leading them into this secluded alley where cries for help went unheard. Wang Shui pulled the other 2 and hurriedly ran behind Chuyi, looking at the knocked-out gangsters scattered across the ground and the frail frame before them, feeling unprecedented peace. Thank you, Chuyi, woo-woo." It was only at this moment that Jiyu Maimai finally let herself cry out loud. Only heaven knew how frightened she was. "Are you alright?" Chuyi turned, seeing the 3 girls quietly sobbing, unsure for a moment how to comfort them. Chen Qin wiped her tears, shaking her head as she spoke. "No, we're fine. Fortunately, you saved us." Upon realizing the girls knew each other, the gangsters sensed impending doom and quickly pleaded for mercy. "Oh, we haven't done anything to them, nothing has happened. Please let us go. We will never do this again." Jiyu Maimai hiccuped through her sobs, softly saying, "Chuyi, don't let them go." Before Jiyu Maimai could finish her sentence, a malevolent glare from the gang leader silenced her further. Noticing Jiyu Maimai's change in demeanor, Chuyi said nothing but turned and delivered a swift kick, accurately striking the gang leader in the chest. "Spit." The gang leader coughed up a mouthful of blood, crying out as the force sent him sliding along the road until colliding with another thug. The collision reduced his momentum, and the two moved less than a meter before stopping to moan in agony. Wow! Chen Qin and the other two looked at Chu Yi with admiration, never imagining that Chu Yi could be so powerful. Spare our lives, we will never dare to do this again. The hoodlums, seeing their boss had been beaten so severely, were instantly frightened. Ignoring the pain in their bodies, they began begging for mercy. If they weren't too weak to move, they would have knelt down and kowtowed. HMPH. Chu Yi smirked at the corner of her mouth. Do you still remember the girl who escaped from your hands after being beaten by you on a night 1 month ago? Chu Yi didn't mention the drugging incident or that a girl died that day. These were secrets she couldn't reveal. Why you, it's you? One of the 3 hooligans from that night clearly remembered the event. Looking at Chu Yi's transformation now, despite the significant changes in just a month, he could still see traces of the frail girl from that night. Even though the girl hadn't inflicted serious injuries due to her lack of strength that night, it was still the first time any of them, as gangsters, had been hit back by their intended prey. Their anger had led their boss to mobilize his underlings to search around for that girl afterward, but they never saw her again. Chapter 4, Alarm. At this moment, the gang leader had already been beaten to the point of feeling pain everywhere, and he recognized the girl who was beating him as the one they failed to deal with a month ago. Realizing there would be no peaceful resolution today, he suddenly disregarded his pain and began threatening, "Bitch, if you dare to move against me again, I will find you even if it means turning heaven and earth upside down, treating your family and friends properly so that you regret provoking me." Chu Yi looked coldly at the gang leader, her eyes icy. "We'll see if you even have the chance to cause me trouble." Chu Yi then proceeded to beat up several gang members, hitting them hard with punches and kicks. The 3 gang members from before, including their leader, were hit the hardest. These people had undoubtedly harmed countless innocent girls, and might have even taken a few lives. Thus, it would be best for her to end their sinful lives. Oh, ouch. Oh no, please spare my life. For a moment, cries of agony filled the narrow alleyway, accompanied by the faint sound of breaking bones. Seeing Chu Yi becoming more and more aggressive, seemingly showing no intention of stopping, Chen Qin and 2 others quickly pulled on Chu Yi's arm just as she was about to strike again. Chen Qin hurriedly said, "Chu Yi, that's enough. Don't kill them. Just report it to the police and let them handle these bastards." Wang Shui also tightly held onto Chu Yi, afraid that she might strike again. Though with Chu Yi's skills, Wang Shui knew she couldn't actually stop her, but still clung to her hand tightly. Yes, Chu Yi. Whatever happened is in the past. We live in a rule of law society. Killing someone comes with a heavy price. Let's wait for the police. Jiyu Maimai nodded vigorously beside them. Yeah, don't ruin yourself over these gangsters. Looking at the groaning gangsters sprawled out on the ground, now bruised and battered, several of them clutching their broken legs, it was clear that some of them might have fractured limbs. Just as Chu Yi was about to continue the assault, the thought of retribution crossed her mind, but realizing the original owner of her body had lost everything, perhaps forever unacknowledged because of her presence, made her desire to harm them diminish. Did any of you call the police? Chu Yi calmly withdrew her hand, asking indifferently. I'll do it right away. Reacting quickly, Jiyu Maimai pulled out her phone and began making the call, providing details of the situation along with a specific address. As they waited for the police to arrive, none of the severely injured men lying on the ground could cause any trouble anyway, especially since Chu Yi was still there. They weren't worried. After the danger passed, Jiyu Maimai relaxed, but couldn't help staring at Chu Yi curiously. She was truly puzzled. How could Chu Yi have such amazing martial arts skills, capable of taking down a thug with just one kick? It was too impressive. Faced with the occasional stares from her 3 roommates, Chu Yi couldn't ignore them anymore. What? Do I have something on my face? Jiyu Maimai chuckled. Nope, we're just curious. Haha. Wang Shui chimed in. Yeah, really curious how Chu Yi can be so skilled, yet we've never noticed before. Indeed, the previous Chu Yi was so frail that even the slightest breeze seemed able to knock her over. But this month, Chu Yi had gained some weight, though it still baffled them how such a small person could become so powerful. Hence, they were extremely intrigued. Chu Yi realized she'd unintentionally revealed too much but already had a way to explain herself. I worked part-time jobs at a taekwondo club and a gym, learning a few moves from the coaches. You all know I often come home late at night after working part-time jobs alone. Knowing some self-defense skills helps ensure my safety. Indeed, the real Chu Yi used to work part-time, but under those circumstances, never considered learning any self-defense techniques. However, this explanation could justify Chu Yi's exceptional fighting ability now. Who could argue that she wasn't naturally talented, quickly mastering what she learned? They all thought this was plausible. Chu Yi didn't take a single break, so having some skills made sense. For example, today's incident, if they could match Chu Yi's abilities, they wouldn't have to worry about encountering gang members like these. Jiyu Maimai originally wanted to kick those gangsters a few times for revenge before the police arrived and deprived her of the chance. But seeing the dirty, bloody state of the criminals lying on the ground, her interest waned. Let the police deal with these despicable men. Woo! 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 The sound of police sirens approached from the direction of the alley entrance. Soon afterward, a group of officers in uniform emerged into view. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a square face. Following closely behind, the police approached the direction where Chu Yi and the others stood. As soon as they walked in, a male police officer emerged at the head. The other officers quickly ran toward the gang members, pulling out handcuffs and locking them onto the gang members' wrists. Oh. Gently, you're going to break something. At the slightest touch by the police, the gang members began to wail even louder. The square-faced police officer looked strangely at the pitiful gangsters sprawled on the ground, then turned to the 4 seemingly delicate girls standing in front of him. He immediately pulled out his ID card, unfolded it, and handed it to Chu Yi and her friends. Hello, I'm Wu Guohua, the captain of the local precinct. This is my badge. Did any of you report this? Jiu Maimai stepped forward promptly. Yes, it was me. My name is Jiu Maimai. I'm a student at N University. These 3 over here are my roommates. While returning to school with 2 of my roommates from the nearby intersection, we were forced into this alley by these hooligans who had sinister intentions. Luckily, Chu Yi arrived just in time, beat them up, and saved us. Jiu Maimai gestured toward the other 3 as she spoke. What? You mean all these guys were beaten by her? A young police officer, who had just been supporting a thug nearby, stopped and looked surprised at the person Jiu Maimai pointed to. Chu Yi looked like the smallest and most frail among the 4, not at all like someone capable of physically overpowering others. Upon hearing the young officer's words, the surrounding police also cast curious glances at Chu Yi. Of course, our Chu Yi knows how to handle herself, Jiu Maimai hastened to explain upon seeing the skepticism in the police's eyes. Alright, then would you mind accompanying us back to the station for a statement? Wu Guohua said while holding his ID, looking at Chu Yi and the group. Hey, Captain Wu, I think these guys should be taken to the hospital first. They seem pretty bad off. It was still the young police officer who spoke earlier. Originally, the intention was to simply put on the handcuffs, but as soon as the policeman moved the gang members, the latter cried out uncontrollably. Observing their faces full of injuries, some hands and legs were clearly swollen severely, it was clear that they were badly hurt. After the young police officer finished speaking, he glanced furtively at Chu Yi, who wore an emotionless face. Not knowing what to say, he honestly couldn't believe such a gentle girl could have beaten 5 big men so severely. Wu Guohua took another look at the gang members, noticing their pained expressions. Clearly, they weren't faking it. He nodded in agreement. Xiao Li, take a few people and send them to the hospital. I'll bring these girls back to the station for statements. After Wu Guohua gave the order, one officer responded, understood, Captain Wu, and led several others, helping the gang members walk towards the alley entrance. Captain Wu turned to Chu Yi and the others. Let's go. In a police car, the group headed to the police station to file their statements. Since Chu Yi was the last to appear, Jiu Maimai and the others went to give their testimonies first. In the hall of the police station, only a few officers working and Chu Yi waiting outside remained. Feeling rather bored, Chu Yi was startled when a hand unexpectedly fell on her shoulder. She turned around to see the young policeman. Is it my turn to make a statement? The young policeman chuckled. No, not yet. Hi, I'm Zhao Qing, a police officer. He extended his hand in introduction. Seeing the outstretched hand in front of her, Chu Yi slowly extended her own hand, shook it briefly, and let go. Hi, I'm Chu Yi. Then she fixed her gaze on the young officer, Zhao Qing. Since Chu Yi didn't speak, Zhao Qing leaned closer, whispering curiously, Did you really beat up those gang members? His eyes were filled with curiosity. Chu Yi nodded. Yes, I did. Is there a problem? Do I have to pay medical fees? Zhao Qing hurriedly waved his hands. No. I'm just wondering where you learned these skills. How can you be so good? As a policeman, Zhao Qing naturally knew some combat techniques. He could tell that the injuries sustained by the gang members were quite severe. Out of curiosity, he wanted to know how a girl like Chu Yi developed such formidable martial arts skills. From the statements of others that he had just heard, this girl managed to knock down all the gang members in a few minutes. That was 5 grown men. Even in their police station, fewer than 5 people could so swiftly deal with 5 strong men. Understanding Zhao Qing's intent, Chu Yi recounted the well-thought-out explanation she'd prepared earlier. Talent plus hard work. Any other questions? In the era of interstellar exploration, everyone served in military capacities, let alone Chu Yi, who was a mercenary. Chu Yi was a top graduate of a military academy and qualified to join the army if she wished, but she preferred the freedom of being a freelance mercenary instead of adhering to military regulations. Zhao Qing hadn't expected such a response from Chu Yi and instantly felt speechless. Just at this moment, it was Chu Yi's turn to go inside for the statement, which conveniently broke the awkward atmosphere. After entering, Chu Yi recounted the situation at the time. When asked why she had been so brutal with the gang members, Chu Yi briefly mentioned an incident from a month ago involving drugging. Of course, she omitted the part about her original self disappearing due to the effects of the drug. After all, she was still alive. How could she possibly explain the death of someone or a case of reincarnation? So, she simply didn't mention it. Chu Yi also inquired about the final outcome for the thugs. The police officer taking the statement only replied that they would check the investigation results for any additional criminal records before publicly trying the case, and the results wouldn't be available so quickly. Chu Yi felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this response, but then thought that without all the high-tech tools available in interstellar exploration, relying solely on manpower to investigate cases would naturally make things slower and the process more difficult. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 5, Conception. Chu Yi couldn't help rushing to the toilet and immediately began vomiting violently. Since her return from the police station a month ago, she didn't know what was wrong with her lately, always feeling nauseous, feeling completely drained after working part-time for only a short time, and even eating several bowls of rice at once, making her face rounder and more plump. The three roommates looked worriedly at Chuyi and gathered around her. Chen Qin said, "Chuyi, what's wrong with you? Should we take you to the medical room?" Chuyi waved her hand dismissively and replied, "No need, I'll be fine in a bit." Chuyi planned to use the intermediate restoration potion from her space later. Since this condition started, Chuyi took a basic restoration potion every week to adjust her body. Basic restoration potions in the interstellar era can cure most external injuries and minor illnesses, while intermediate restoration potions heal serious injuries and diseases. Advanced restoration potions are rare but offer the best effects. They can instantly restore a person's bodily functions to their peak state. Chuyi had originally prepared 30 basic restoration potions, 10 intermediate ones, and only 3 advanced restoration potions because they were too hard to purchase. She also prepared 300 nutrient doses since they can be purchased easily anywhere in the interstellar world, each one lasting for a day. Now that she had come to this timeline, the nutrient doses were useless, but luckily, items from the interstellar age never expired. In just 1 month, Chuyi had already used 4 basic restoration potions, but her condition did not improve, it worsened. Therefore, Chuyi decided to use an intermediate restoration potion. These restoration potions do not exist in this timeline, so each use meant 1 less dose, and there was no way to buy more. Chuyi cherished these potions immensely and would not use them unless absolutely necessary due to the discomfort she felt in her body. She figured that these restorative potions might save her life someday. If it weren't for these, Chuyi would have suspected she had some kind of incurable disease. Wang Shui, watching Chuyi vomit uncontrollably, suddenly thought of something and softly said, "Chuyi, could you be pregnant?" Upon hearing this, everyone else's expressions changed rapidly. Jiu Maimai quickly intervened, "Wang Shui, don't say nonsense. Chuyi is neither married nor has a boyfriend. How could she possibly be pregnant? All her time is spent working." Since learning about Chuyi's explosive martial prowess, the 3 roommates had become much more appreciative of her. They regarded her as someone with righteous heart and determination. They no longer minded being turned away and often chatted with her enthusiastically, resulting in an unprecedented harmony among the 4 of them. Pregnant. Chuyi thought about these 2 words and naturally recalled the night 2 months ago when she unknowingly engaged in intimacy with someone. It struck her as odd, but as her nausea subsided, she quietly placed her hand on her abdomen, finding it hard to imagine there could be a child inside her. Children were not uncommon in the interstellar era, but Chuyi, being an orphan, had long accepted that whether or not she had children mattered little as long as she lived freely and happily. Besides, she herself was an orphan and did not feel ready to take on the role of motherhood. Until then, she did not want any plans regarding having children. A child is a precious life, and she hoped all children were welcomed into the world with anticipation, that pregnancies happened intentionally and resulted in cherished offspring. Life deserved respect, and if a child wasn't wanted, it was better not to conceive at all to avoid harming another life by creating a child one wouldn't raise. Now, however, an unexpected child might have appeared here, breaking through her original plans. For a moment, Chuyi didn't know how to handle it. Chuyi's subtle actions were naturally noticed by the other 3 girls. Jiu Meimei's expression became complicated, cautiously asking, "Chuyi, could you really be pregnant like Wang Shui suggested?" They weren't concerned about Chuyi being pregnant per se but worried that something had happened to her. After all, there had never been any men around Chuyi, and with her impressive fighting skills, they knew she was not one to act recklessly. The thought crossed their minds that perhaps she had been tricked in some way. Even tigers can nod off sometimes. Chuyi lowered her gaze, saying, "I'm not sure if I'm pregnant or not." Hearing this, the 3 knew that something must have happened to Chuyi, though they still weren't sure whether or not she was pregnant. Chen Qin paused for a moment before speaking. "Chuyi, perhaps we should accompany you to the hospital to check. If it is true, and you're pregnant, you can plan accordingly early." Chuyi nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern. I'll go check myself tomorrow." Jiu Maimai glanced at the others and then at Chuyi. "Chuyi, do you have enough money? If not, I still have some." Chuyi shook her head. "I do. Recently, I found several good jobs and saved a bit of money. It's more than enough." "Thank you, Maimai." This was true. The original personality was introverted, and the part-time jobs chosen were mostly monotonous tasks that didn't require much thought, just doing the same work every day. However, these jobs were not only exhausting but also poorly paid. Chuyi quit most of her part-time jobs upon arriving and switched to easier ones with better pay. She even started teaching martial arts and sparring with high school students, charging by the hour. 1 class cost 200 yuan. On weekdays, she would only teach 1 or 2 classes, but during weekends and holidays, she could give 4 to 5 classes per day. Chuyi received education in an ultra-scientific way from the interstellar era, so her teaching methods for martial arts differed significantly from current practices, which made many students willing to learn from her. In just 2 months, with the help of various other easy yet well-paying part-time gigs, Chuyi managed to save about 30,000 yuan, quite a nice sum. But Chuyi thought that if she truly were pregnant, no matter what happened next, this amount wouldn't be enough. She'd still need to figure out how to make more money. The next day, Chuyi, who politely declined the company of the 3 girls, headed towards the nearest hospital, her mood fraught with anxiety along the way. She kept pondering over whether she was ready for pregnancy and what would happen if she were pregnant. It's life after all, and the only blood-related family member she might ever have. At the same time, she thought it wasn't necessarily pregnancy, it could be that she was sick. With such conflicting thoughts, she entered the gynecology department of the hospital. After registering, she waited outside, looking at couples coming together or expectant mothers alone with swollen bellies. Chuyi felt lost. Next, Chuyi. Is Chuyi here? Hearing the nurse's voice, Chuyi came to her senses and quickly responded, "Hello, I'm Chuyi." The nurse glanced at Chuyi and pushed open the door of the examination room. "Go in." Inside the office, a female doctor in a white coat was looking at something on the computer. Upon hearing the noise, she looked up at Chuyi. "Are you Chuyi?" Chuyi nodded. "Hello, doctor, I am Chuyi." Then she handed over the registration slip. After taking the registration slip, the doctor glanced at it briefly and placed it aside. "What's wrong with you?" Chuyi opened her mouth. "Doctor, recently I've been very tired, often feeling nauseous, and always sleepy. I want to see if I'm pregnant." After understanding the situation, the doctor typed something into the computer. Soon, a sheet of paper printed out from the adjacent printer. The doctor handed the paper to Chuyi. "Go get this test done first. Come back when you have the results." Chuyi took the examination form, nodded, and left. Chuyi underwent a blood test and waited for the report. Usually, morning tests yield afternoon results, so Chuyi waited until the afternoon. With the report in hand, she returned to the gynecology doctor's office. After receiving the report, the doctor carefully examined it for a moment. You're pregnant. The child is already 2 months old. The reactions you had before are all normal pregnancy symptoms." Chuyi was shocked and immediately stood up from her seat. "What? I've been pregnant for 2 months. So the child was from that night. I'm pregnant. Already 2 months." Seeing Chuyi's astonished face, and judging by her age, the doctor presumed this was likely another student who accidentally got pregnant, so she asked, "Is anyone from your family here?" The doctor planned to discuss this with Chuyi's family. Chuyi shook her head. "I'm an orphan. I don't have any family." Family, what a warm word. Unfortunately, both lives of Chuyi did not include having family. No. Perhaps now she did. The doctor looked at Chuyi sympathetically, sighed, and said, "Since the fetus is still small, if you don't want to keep it, we can arrange a surgery now to terminate the pregnancy. You're young, losing this child won't significantly impact your future ability to have more children." As the doctor spoke, thinking about aborting this child caused Chuyi an inexplicable dull pain, as though the child refused to leave, or maybe it was her own unwillingness to let go. Chuyi didn't know if she'd have more children in the future, but even if she did, they wouldn't be this child. In merely 2 months since arriving in this timeline, she already had a blood-connected relative. Chuyi thought to herself that no matter what the future held, she should keep this child, who would be the most important person in her life in this timeline. She would rely on him as much as he relied on her. They would live in this timeline, and she would strive to be a good mother and take care of this unexpected but eagerly awaited baby. After having made up her mind, Chuyi said, "Doctor, thank you for your kindness, but I still want to keep this child. No matter what, it is a life, and I will do my best to raise him." The doctor sighed, "It's your choice, but remember to have regular prenatal checkups so that any issues with the baby can be discovered early." Chuyi nodded. "Thank you, doctor." As Chuyi left the examination room, she felt much more relaxed. In her possession was the restorative elixir, so childbirth wouldn't be an issue. A single dose of the basic elixir could ensure the safety of the child. No wonder she had taken 4 doses of the basic restorative elixir but saw no improvement. It turned out those symptoms were all normal reactions. Still, there was some benefit from taking the elixir. Her body was improving. As she touched the gradually plumper flesh on her face, Chuyi smiled quietly to herself. Chapter 5, Arrest. What's going on? As soon as Chuyi returned to the dormitory, she was surrounded by her 3 roommates. Seeing their concerned eyes, Chuyi could not bear to hide the truth from them. "I'm pregnant." "What?" Jiyu Maimai urgently asked. "Then, will you keep the child? And what about the father?" Chuyi smiled and said, "The child doesn't have a father. He's mine alone." Chen Qin looked at Chuyi's condition and knew that Chuyi had decided to keep the baby. However, there were still some words that she must say. "Chuyi, you're still a student. It's very hard work to raise a child. Moreover, you don't have the help of your family. The hardships involved are really unimaginable." This was a fact. Chuyi was an orphan without family support. Moreover, being a student herself, how much ability did she have to give birth to a child? If this child had a father, it would be better. But judging by Chuyi's situation, it was clear that she didn't want the child to have a father. Thus, she'd have to raise the child on her own. Chuyi smiled again and said, "Don't worry. Since I've decided to keep this child, I will find a way to take care of him." "Thanks for your concern." Chuyi knew that her roommates meant well, but she wasn't the original person. She had the space and advanced medicine in the space as backup. Not mentioning other things, in this time period, there were so many difficult diseases. As long as Chuyi released one intermediate repair medicine, she could cure the so-called incurable diseases of this era. The function of the repair medicine was to restore and restructure tissues within the body, removing harmful cells, and clearing various internal damages. The higher the level, the faster the healing. If Chuyi could find a wealthy family afflicted with illness and gave up one of her intermediate repair medicines, then presumably the other party wouldn't mind spending a large sum of money to save their life. With money, raising a child and taking care of herself would be much easier. However, choosing the right person should be done carefully since these technologies surpassed the capabilities of this time period. Seeing Chuyi had already made up her mind, Chen Qin could only say, "If there's anything you need help with, just let us know." Gu Mai nodded beside her. I can't guarantee everything, but if you're short of money, I still have several 10,000s available. All of it is yours. Gu Mai gestured with her hand. Her family was in business and quite affluent. Just her allowance every month was in the tens of thousands. At worst, she could save for a few months, put the money aside, and thus provide plenty for Chuyi. Wang Shui, seeing the other two speak up as well, added, yes, just say if you need any help. Thank you. Chuyi didn't know what else to say apart from thank you. In the coming days, it would be busy for Chuyi. In school, Chuyi was only in her third year, next semester was her senior year. Although the courses had relatively decreased, Chuyi's pregnancy couldn't wait. By the end of the classes, Chuyi would likely give birth. Therefore, Chuyi planned to take a 1-year leave from school. This semester only had 1 more month left. Chuyi intended to complete this term first. Fortunately, her part-time jobs were relatively easy. To save some money first, she could only continue working for now. Hold it. On this day, Chuyi was preparing to go back to school after finishing her evening part-time job as usual when she saw many people gathering ahead, looking at something. Before Chuyi could react, someone quickly ran over, pushing her harshly out of the way while yelling, "Get out of the way." Chuyi stumbled, but luckily managed to steady herself with the nearby power pole just in time. Otherwise, she might have fallen flat on her behind, breaking her head or causing significant injuries, though that wasn't the most critical part. What mattered was whether the child inside her might suffer any harm. Even though she had recovery medicine, she still didn't dare to subject the child to unnecessary suffering. Thinking about it, Chuyi glared coldly at the man still running ahead. Excuse me. A voice rang out from behind. This time, Chuyi turned around calmly. Whoever dared to push her again recklessly, she would definitely make them pay. As the figure approached her, Chuyi narrowed her eyes slightly. She felt like she'd seen this person somewhere before. The person approaching was also a man. Upon reaching Chuyi and noticing that she hadn't stepped aside, he stopped abruptly. Hey, why aren't you moving? Lifting his gaze, the man immediately recognized Chuyi, pointing at her and saying, aren't you that girl who's associated with adamantium? Oh no, it's Chuyi, right? Quickly correcting himself as his words slipped. Chuyi took a look. Oh ho, she really had seen this person before. It's you, Officer Zhao. Yes, indeed, this was Zhao Qing, a policeman Chuyi had met not too long ago. Before Zhao Qing could say anything else, he suddenly remembered that he was in the middle of arresting someone and hastily said, Chuyi, sorry, I'm on duty now. Let's talk another time. Then Zhao rushed off after the man who had already gone quite far ahead. Chuyi turned to look. There was still a considerable distance between Zhao Qing and the man who had pushed her. It seemed Zhao wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Chuyi considered this for a moment and decided to help Zhao Qing. After all, just before Zhao Qing almost crashed into her, he stopped in time, while the guy who fled was much worse. Thinking about it, Chuyi quickly moved forward. Since her soul and body had blended better, Chuyi exercised every day. Working as a coach trainer also helped her regain her former martial prowess. By now, she far surpassed the people of this era in terms of strength. As Chuyi's figure flew past Zhao Qing who was running nearby, leaving nothing but a blur, Zhao Qing stopped abruptly in shock and dumbfoundedly stared at Chuyi's retreating back. Coming to his senses, he gritted his teeth and continued running forward. Even if his martial skills were not as good as the girl's, it was embarrassing enough that he couldn't even outrun her. He'd run a significant distance, yet she had already caught up. Despite this, remembering his duty, he ran even harder towards the suspect. Chuyi sprinted rapidly. Soon, she was about to catch up with the man ahead. Perhaps sensing someone was close behind, the man slipped into a narrow alleyway filled with clutter. When Chuyi caught up, she only glimpsed his fleeting shadow disappearing down the alleyway. She stepped inside immediately. It was likely a rear exit, with both sides of the alleyway piled high with junk, some of them stacked precariously. Chuyi stood still, listening intently to the sounds around the alley, then glanced at a corner as if discovering something. With a slight smirk, she took light, leisurely steps deeper into the alley. Oh dear, I thought I saw a rat come in here, but now it's nowhere to be seen. That's strange. I'd better search carefully for this rat. The person hiding in the dark let out a sigh of relief upon realizing the visitor was a girl. Their restless hand slowly rose. Chuyi acted as though she noticed nothing and continued walking forward. Suddenly, a stack of bamboo sticks from one corner fell toward her back. The person hiding believed Chuyi would surely be unable to dodge, planning to grab the girl when she got knocked down. However, Chuyi reacted as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Not only did she swiftly dodge the falling bamboo, but she also quickly grabbed one of the bamboo poles and lashed it toward the hiding individual. Oh, you damn girl, how dare you hit me? I won't let you off. The man, ignoring his injury, raised his fists with a ferocious expression, attacking Chuyi, thinking a mere girl couldn't possibly fight back. Instantly, the two began to exchange blows. Clearly, the man was also an experienced fighter, but there was no helping the fact that he was dealing with Chuyi. To Chuyi, fighting him was like playing with a kitten, making him spin around several times before finally kicking him away with a foot strike. As the man fell, Chuyi sprang up, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, pinning him down with her slender leg. You'd better release me, or I'll make you pay, the man growled, seething over being beaten by a woman. Chuyi smiled coldly and picked up a bamboo pole from the ground, striking the man's jaw with it. After stirring a few moments, she pulled it out. PFT. Immediately, Blood streaked from the man's mouth as he spat out a tooth stained with blood. His swollen cheek puffed up instantly. Ah, NNG, NNG. The man screamed in agony, barely managing to speak anymore. Chuyi sneered, you have a loose mouth. If you dare to say another word, I'll swell your other side as well. Upon seeing the man terrified into silence, Chuyi threw the bamboo stick to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. I've arrived, Chuyi. Are you all right? Detective Zhao showed up late, panting heavily and gasping for breath as he leaned against the wall. But once he observed the scene, he got startled again. The very suspect he had been frantically chasing earlier now lay under Chuyi's feet. On closer inspection, the man's jaw was swollen, and a bloody tooth lying not too far away suggested that something violent had just happened. Chuyi, seeing Zhao Qing fixated on the bloody tooth, feigned innocence and replied, it might have fallen out when he tripped and hit his mouth. Her face exuded utmost innocence. Zhao Qing looked at Chuyi with a mix of emotions. Is that so? Then he glanced at the man lying on the ground, who was glaring accusingly at Chuyi. Chuyi lowered her gaze slightly, causing the man to instantly avert his eyes in fear, not wanting to risk another blow. Only then did Chuyi turn back to Zhao Qing. Are you going to arrest him? She tilted her chin toward the man sprawled on the floor. Zhao Qing quickly nodded. He's a fugitive wanted by the police station. I happened to spot him and tried to apprehend him. Zhao Qing chuckled awkwardly. Was this somewhat embarrassing? Catching criminals was supposed to be part of his duty as a policeman, yet not only had he failed to catch the suspect, but the person who managed to do so was actually a young girl. It felt like he couldn't even match up to a girl, QAQ. Chuyi nodded. Well, now that we've caught him, would you be able to take him away? Do you need help? What Chuyi meant by help was to incapacitate the man so thoroughly that he wouldn't have the strength to run anymore. But clearly Officer Zhao misunderstood. No, thank you. My phone can track him, and I've already contacted my colleagues when I first spotted him. Reinforcements should arrive soon. Chapter 7 Zhao Qing. Di-woo. Once again, Chuyi heard the familiar alarm sound. She knew that the reinforcements mentioned by Zhao Qing must have arrived. Then she stepped aside. Zhao Qing moved forward and pulled out the handcuffs to lock both hands of the man. Fortunately, Chuyi had a sense of measure this time and did not render the person unable to move. Zhao Qing led the man outside, while Chuyi followed suit. As soon as they came out, several policemen approached and took away the man. Looking at his swollen cheeks, they were all puzzled and looked towards Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing quickly waved her hands. This wasn't done by me. After saying that, she cautiously glanced at Chuyi. Chuyi met someone she knew again. It was the same Wu captain from last time. Zhao Qing recounted the incident briefly to Wu Guohua. Wu Guohua still remembered the girl in front of him. At her age, it's rare to have such impressive martial skills, so the impression Chuyi left on Wu Guohua was hard to forget. Last time, after being escorted back, the few ruffians spent a week in the hospital before they could move freely. The doctor said that it was due to multiple soft tissue bruises and broken bones in their limbs, and some even had 2 broken ribs in their chest cavity. Girls who used such merciless force are indeed uncommon. Seeing her again now, Wu Guohua approached and said, this time, I thank the young lady for your help. Chuyi waved her hand. It's nothing. This guy almost made me fall just now, so I considered this as my revenge. Anyway, I lightly beat him up a little. It was truly too light. Zhao Qing watched Chuyi with a twitching corner of her mouth. Considering the man's sorry state, she couldn't agree more. What an incredible powerhouse, and one with exceptionally high combat skills. Upon hearing what Chuyi said, Zhao Qing secretly thought to herself, never offend anyone, but especially not this one. You'll end up getting severely beaten, and you wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. Her life would be very miserable otherwise. Wu Guohua also chuckled and said, we should thank the young lady anyway, this is considered helping our police station. Chuyi, seeing that the other party kept talking about this, no longer declined, then thought of something. Do I need to make a statement? Wu Guohua replied, that won't be necessary since you're unrelated to this case. Chuyi, seeing there were no other matters, said, oh, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and leave then. As Chuyi said that, she turned to leave. Upon seeing the person leaving, Zhao Qing hastily pursued her and said, hey, Chuyi, how about exchanging WeChat contacts? Haha, maybe someday you can teach me a few moves. Thinking about the person's identity as a police officer, there might come a time when her help would be needed. She thought for a moment and pulled out her phone, sure. Seeing the other person respond so readily, Zhao Qing happily added her on WeChat, if you ever need any help, don't hesitate to contact me. Thinking further, she added, except for illegal activities or anything against principle, I will help you with everything else. Ha ha ha. By the end of that statement, considering the other skills, there weren't many things where she would actually need help. Chuyi nodded, alright, I'll go home first. I have class early tomorrow morning. Zhao Qing promptly stepped aside to let the other person leave. She originally wanted to say she would see her off, but remembering that she still had to return to the bureau and thinking about the other person's skills, whoever has ideas on her probably won't end well, so she remained silent. Ever since she got pregnant, Chuyi's mood has been good every day. Her only thoughts right now revolve around making money, more money to buy everything needed for the baby. The semester ended amidst Chuyi's busy schedule. Chuyi tidied up her study suspension materials and bid farewell to her caring dorm mates. With the money she saved these months, Chuyi rented a 1-bedroom apartment in a relatively high-end property management residential area. It's not located in the city center but rather on the edge leading into the city center. This place belongs to a newly delivered high-end residential area. Delivery didn't occur more than a year ago. There are only 3 residential complexes in total in the vicinity, and the occupancy rates aren't particularly high. Chuyi's complex lies in a triangular formation with the others. Next to the most peripheral area, there are under-construction properties still being built. Choosing this place is also because the community's greening is quite nice, and the property management is proper. Although the occupancy rate isn't very high, the surroundings are pleasant. Even though construction sites operate during the day, they are far enough from Chuyi's neighborhood to ensure quietude. Stroking her belly that hadn't yet shown at over 3 months, Chuyi's eyes shone with gentleness. Baby, be good, stay in mom's tummy and wait until I make money to buy you delicious food. Ding dong. A message alert sounded from her phone. Chuyi looked and found it was a message sent to her on WeChat. Opening it, she saw the name Zhao Qing annotated as Zhao Officer, and a message appeared. Hi, Chuyi. After adding Chuyi on WeChat, Zhao Qing learned that Chuyi was working as a martial arts coach and had booked a few sessions for guidance. Over time, the two slowly became familiar with each other. In the past half-month, Zhao Qing said she was busy and hadn't contacted Chuyi since then. Chuyi replied, Officer Zhao. Zhao Qing, oh, I've told you so many times, stop calling me Officer Zhao. I'm only a few years older than you, just call me Qing Zhao. Seeing the message sent on WeChat, Chuyi smoothly replied, Qing Zhao. Zhao Qing, that's better. Hey, I've been pretty busy lately, so it's been a while since I've been in touch with you. Do you blame me? Chuyi, no, what have you been up to recently? Are there many cases in your jurisdiction? Zhao Qing, not exactly, haha, just one case that's kept me a bit busier. Actually, an internationally wanted fugitive escaped to the suburban forest area of their city. The national bounty was 200,000 yuan but they couldn't catch the guy yet. Due to the tip-off from an informant, it was said that he had fled into the mountain forests around their city. Superiors sent people to track him down, and her bureau mobilized many police officers to assist in searching the mountains to capture the fugitive. At that moment, Zhao Qing was at the foot of the mountain preparing to head uphill. Several batches of teammates had already gone up, but the forest was too large, requiring more manpower. This matter was classified information. Apart from the police team, no one else should be informed to prevent leaks. So, Zhao Qing didn't tell Chuyi anything about it. The fugitive was very skilled at hiding, and catching him wasn't easy for the time being. Zhao Qing took advantage of his meal break to greet Chuyi. Since attending Chuyi's classes, Zhao Qing had benefited immensely. He originally planned to continue the lessons, but unfortunately this incident happened, so he could only handle it first. Now he was contacting Chuyi again wanting to schedule another class. Chuyi, millimeter him. Zhao Qing, well, I've been quite busy lately, unable to book classes. Once things are less hectic, I will definitely book a few more classes. When the time comes, you'll need to give me priority for class scheduling, okay? Chuyi, no problem, I'm on summer vacation now, I have a lot of free time recently. Whenever you're available, we can schedule a session anytime. Most of Chuyi's part-time students who were martial arts learners were high school or university students. Now, with the start of the summer vacation, many students paused their courses, leaving Chuyi with only 1 or 2 students. Even these few reduced their classes significantly, leaving Chuyi with even more spare time. Chuyi had originally planned to use an intermediate restoration potion to treat a wealthy man who was sick and trade it for some money. However, finding the right person was extremely difficult. After all, an intermediate restoration potion shouldn't exist in this timeline, meaning both not exposing herself and finding suitable candidates were nearly impossible. Zhao Qing, really? That's great. As soon as I finish here, I'll book you immediately. Zhao Qing jumped with joy 3 feet high, making nearby police colleagues look at him strangely. Zhao Qing touched his nose and composed himself. Chuyi, no problem. Zhao Qing, alright, I need to get back to work now, we'll talk later. Zhao Qing was preparing to enter the mountain. Chuyi, millimeter him. Zhao Qing was a policeman, and Chuyi also intended to stay friendly with him. Therefore, she guided him with extra care. Fortunately, Zhao Qing had some foundation, making him relatively easy to teach. Looking at the black screen of her phone, Chuyi rarely spaced out like this. With the arrival of summer vacation, many of Chuyi's part-time jobs could no longer be done. Those jobs that could still be done also saw a significant reduction in wages due to the influx of student workers during the summer vacation. Naturally, Chuyi wouldn't settle for lower pay, thus losing several part-time opportunities. Nowadays, Chuyi spent most of her time idling at home. She still needed to find a way to make money before the child grew too much. Seeing the day getting late, Chuyi prepared to rest. Any issues could wait until tomorrow. The next day, Chuyi tidied up her small backpack and went out job hunting. After asking several places, none fit well, so she returned home with her backpack, deciding to relax for a few days since finding work seemed challenging. She might take a little trip out. Perhaps when she met Zhao Qing again, she could ask if there were any part-time job leads. After resting for a few days and not hearing from Zhao Qing, Chuyi decided to go to the outskirts to unwind. Anyway, she didn't have any work at the moment. Chuyi set off early in the morning and headed to the scenic area within the city. It had excellent surrounding scenery, perfect for hiking and enjoying spring. In interstellar times, Chuyi had never seen so many trees before, and now seeing them made her truly marvel. Perhaps because of the summer vacation, coupled with the hot weather, there weren't many people in the scenic area. Chuyi walked along the quiet path, looking here and there with curiosity. After all, besides studying and working part-time, the original host had never been to any other place. Since coming here, Chuyi chose part-time work due to financial constraints. Unconsciously, Chuyi followed the surrounding trees and entered an undeveloped area without realizing it. Too busy appreciating the scenery, Chuyi also missed the sign that said no entry for tourists. She continued walking ahead. When Chuyi realized it, it was almost noon. Fortunately, she had prepared some food in her backpack. Chuyi looked around. The cement-paved small path had already disappeared, replaced by pebbles and mud, overgrown with moss and wild grass, as if no one had stepped there for a long time. However, Chuyi didn't mind at all. She found a large rock, brushed off the fine pebbles on it, sat down directly, untied her backpack, took out the prepared food, and started eating slowly. Ever since coming to this timeline, Chuyi particularly liked the food here, including the snacks. Oh, right, there were also various kinds of chili sauces here which went perfectly with rice. Especially during the hot summer weather when Chuyi had little appetite, mixing rice with chili sauce was incredibly refreshing. Chuyi even secretly stocked up quite a bit of chili sauce in her storage space, so whenever she wanted some, she could have it without worrying about running out. Chapter 8, Fugitives. As Chuyi was about to finish eating, she suddenly sensed something unusual nearby. Carefully, she put the things in her hand into her backpack, zipped it up, and stepped with an extremely light gait towards the source of the sound. All day, what do we do now? Those damn cops are chasing us too closely. Don't worry. It's not that easy for them to catch us. Let's rest here for a while. The two subtle voices were hard to hear if you didn't get closer. Chuyi stood behind a massive tree and peeked carefully. She saw two middle-aged men, one tall and one short, sitting randomly on the ground, each carrying a bag, drinking mineral water. There was no one else around, indicating that it was indeed the two who had been talking earlier. The short man, seemingly thinking of something, threw the empty mineral water bottle on the ground in anger, stomping on it. With a squeak, the bottle made a sound and was immediately crushed by the short man. Seeing this, the tall man Olde growled softly, "Are you crazy? We're still running away. Any sound might attract the police. Do you even want to live?" After checking his surroundings cautiously and confirming there was no abnormality, he relaxed slightly. The short man realized he had acted impulsively and quickly retreated a few steps, whispering, "Olde, it's just that I can't help being upset. When have we ever been chased by the police like stray dogs hiding from place to place?" Olde gave him a contemptuous look. "Skinny monkey, since the day you started in this line of work, you should have known this day would come eventually. Danger comes with wealth, but whether or not the police can catch us is still uncertain. Just don't mess yourself up and drag me down. I won't care about you anymore if you do." The short man, Skinny Monkey, quickly put on a grin. "Olde, I was just confused for a moment. Please forgive me. Don't leave me behind." Olde said expressionlessly, "I hope so." Then he stopped speaking. Chuyi standing behind the tree heard their conversation clearly. Taking out her phone, she first turned all sounds off. From their words, Chuyi deduced a fact. These two were wanted fugitives being chased by the police. The mention of the cautious actions of the man named Old A suggests that the police could be very close. Skinny Monkey cursed the pursuing police officers, indicating there were many of them. They might even conduct a mountain search to catch these two. Encountering such a situation, Chuyi knew she couldn't ignore it. Although she could easily subdue the two, she couldn't possibly take these two big men down the mountain herself in the middle of nowhere. They wouldn't submit willingly either, and even if she injured them, her petite frame certainly couldn't carry both of them. She then thought of Zhao Qing, the only policeman she had contact with. Since those two were fugitives and had escaped to this city, Zhao Qing, as a local policeman, may receive some news regarding this matter even if she didn't directly participate in the case. "Chuyi, Zhao Qing, are you there? I need to urgently contact you." She sent a WeChat message but waited a long time without any reply from Zhao Qing. Chuyi then sent another message. "Today, while enjoying nature, I met two people claiming to be fugitives. One is called Old A, the other is called Skinny Monkey. If you receive this information, please contact me. I'll follow them for now." After sending the message, Chuyi put her phone away. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing was busy and hadn't even noticed the vibration of her phone. The whereabouts of the fugitives were difficult to track, so the group intensified their efforts to find the criminals. This time, they finally had some clues on these two fugitives, and they mustn't let them go free again. On this side, the two fugitives continued their journey after resting for a while. Chuyi didn't know where they were going and decided to follow them, waiting for Zhao Qing's response before deciding what to do next. An hour later, it was noon, and the sun was especially scorching. Fortunately, they were in the jungle with numerous trees providing shade. Even so, it still caused sweat to flow freely. Skinny Monkey complained impatiently, "How much longer do we have to walk? I'm dying of heat." Having heard the endless complaints from the other side, Old A finally looked at Skinny Monkey with a darkened face. "Would you rather die from getting shot? If you prefer getting shot, then stand there and don't move. If you don't want to get shot, shut up and stop talking nonsense, or we'll split ways." Skinny Monkey was scared by Old A's glare, or perhaps feared that Old A really would abandon him and flee alone. He mumbled silently and stopped talking. When Old A saw that Skinny Monkey finally kept quiet, he glared harshly at Skinny Monkey and turned around to continue walking forward. At this moment, Chuyi's phone finally received a reply. Because she had been following the two fugitives, her phone was not only on silent mode but also vibration-free. Fortunately, she occasionally took it out to check for new messages, Otherwise, she might have directly approached the two and beaten them down herself, saving the extra walking. Chuyi checked her phone and saw that it was Zhao Qing's message, several in fact, and there were even attempts at voice or video calls, which were cancelled immediately, likely because Zhao Qing thought of her current situation. Zhao Qing, recognized. Where are you now? Zhao Qing, these two individuals are internationally wanted fugitives, and I am currently working with colleagues to capture them in the mountains. They're very dangerous, and they might have weapons. Be careful and don't let them discover you. If they do, run quickly. Call not answered. Zhao Qing, seen? Reply fast. Chuyi directly turned on her location sharing and replied, I haven't been discovered yet, but I'm not sure where I am right now. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing kept looking at her phone, checking any incoming messages urgently. Upon receiving Chuyi's reply, she immediately tapped it open and exclaimed, Chuyi has responded. The surrounding policemen immediately gathered around. Where? Where? Zhao Qing forwarded Chuyi's shared location into their group chat for the investigation, and within moments, dozens of points appeared in Chuyi's shared location area. Watching these newly added dots, Chuyi realized that Zhao Qing indeed participated in the mountain search operation. With an exact location now available, the police could pursue the fugitives more efficiently. They swiftly organized the team and rushed toward the location Chuyi shared. On Chuyi's side, the two fugitives unknowingly seemed lost, and their path grew increasingly remote, surrounded by growing trees and bushes. After an unknown period of walking, they stopped again for rest. Chuyi watched Zhao Qing and her team's positions getting closer on her phone. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Whether due to Skinny Monkey's incessant complaints or accumulated resentment, when Skinny Monkey complained once again, Old A made a move. Old A listened to Skinny Monkey's complaints while secretly retrieving something from his pocket. When he turned back, a gun was already in his hand. Seeing the gun pointed at him, Skinny Monkey was shocked. You, what are you going to do? Old A expressionlessly stated, it's your fault for being too talkative. Go and tell King Yang what you want further. As he spoke, he aimed to pull the trigger. Realizing Old A was serious, Skinny Monkey dropped to his knees pleading, Old A, we've faced life and death together. Brother, my mouth gets loose sometimes, and I tend to chatter a lot. But I swear I'll keep quiet from now on. Please forgive me this time, brother. Old A showed no mercy. His expression remained cold as his fingers slowly pressed the trigger. Skinny Monkey grew increasingly terrified. Old A, no, we're brothers. You can't treat your brother like this. Chuyi glanced at her phone. Zhao Qing was less than a kilometer away now. Seeing the situation developing before her, Chuyi promptly decided to gently place her backpack down, putting her phone atop it, then picked up a stick from the ground as she cautiously approached the two men. Old A was ready to shoot, and Skinny Monkey, seeing his partner's merciless heart, continued begging with words but dared not make any moves. Bang! There is a gunshot. It's Chuyi's direction. Hurry, we must go quickly. Zhao Qing naturally heard the sound as well. Though Chuyi had high fighting skills, obviously a gun would be much faster than any human action. Upon hearing the gunshot coming from Chuyi's direction, Zhao Qing had no choice but to accelerate her pace. Previously, they avoided alarming the suspects, moving quickly yet mindful of noise levels. Now hearing the gunshot, they couldn't afford caution anymore. Regarding Chuyi, however skilled she may be, it was impossible to defend against a bullet. But Chuyi knew how to take advantage, knowing how to ambush. If she could knock the gun out of the other party's hands, the two men would be no match for her. By the time Zhao Qing hurriedly arrived with her team, Chuyi had already taken down both fugitives. The short man, Skinny Monkey, didn't even put up a fight. Compared to certain death, capture by the police seemed far better. As Zhao Qing approached, Chuyi was picking up her backpack she had discarded. Zhao Qing ordered her colleagues to seize the two first, then asked, Chuyi, are you okay? We just heard gunshots. Chuyi explained, just now, Old A tried to shoot Skinny Monkey, but he failed. Zhao Qing said, thankfully you're all right. This time, we owe it all to you. We've been up here capturing people for days. These two are too good at hiding. Without you, we wouldn't know when we'd finally capture them. Chuyi thought for a moment and joked, if you want to thank me, how about introducing me to a suitable job? Zhao Qing looked at Chuyi in surprise. Aren't you a student? Why are you in such a hurry to find work? Chuyi smiled. Even students have to eat, drink, and live, don't they? Zhao Qing remembered reading Chuyi's report. Chuyi was an orphan and naturally had to support herself. Then she remembered something else. Don't rush to find a job yet. These criminals aren't ordinary ones. They're internationally wanted fugitives with a bounty of 200,000. This time, since you've helped capture them, I will immediately apply for the bounty for you once I return to the bureau. That way, you won't need to rush into working. Chuyi didn't expect this extra reward and felt bashful. Then I really appreciate it. Zhao Qing shook her head quickly. It's me who should thank you for your help, which allowed us to catch them sooner. Chapter 9, Police Station. Chuyi didn't have to wait long. Zhao Qing soon informed Chuyi that she could go to the police station to handle the procedures for collecting the bonus. Chuyi was overjoyed, thinking that with this money, she could buy more things for her child. After tidying herself up, she headed to the police station. As soon as Chuyi entered the police station, Zhao Qing greeted her. Chuyi, you're here. This way. Zhao Qing then led Chuyi towards a room on the side. With a warm smile, Zhao Qing gestured for Chuyi to sit down first. You don't know how much manpower our police station deployed just for these two escapees. For confidentiality reasons, all those involved in this plan couldn't rest during this period, and even their phone calls had to be monitored. Thanks to you, we were able to solve the case early. Here, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of all our officers. At this point, Zhao Qing stood up and gave a standard salute with his right hand. Chu Yi also stood up and waved. No need to thank me. It was a stroke of luck. Zhao Qing hurriedly asked Chu Yi to sit down again. With your combat skills, did you ever think about becoming a police officer after graduation? Even though it's not your major, your skills are much better than most of us who graduated from police schools, and you're a good person too. How about it? Are you interested in joining us? I can write you a recommendation letter. As long as you pass the recruitment exam of the police station, you'll become a righteous public security officer. The more Zhao Qing thought about it, the better he liked this suggestion. Although they usually only hire people who match their professional requirements or those who have served in the military, there have been special recruits as well. Besides, Chu Yi's skills already outshine the majority of the police officers. Nowadays, society is relatively stable, and the skills of police officers aren't what they used to be, except for soldiers with military backgrounds whose abilities are still decent. However, very few soldiers want to come back and work as police officers after retirement. People like Chu Yi, with such excellent skills, are exactly the type of talent their police station lacks. Chu Yi shook her head. No thanks, I haven't thought about it yet. Chu Yi didn't completely reject the idea. Being a police officer isn't much different from being a mercenary in her past. The main difference is that being a police officer is less flexible than being a mercenary. But now, it seems like there isn't a career as a mercenary anymore. Seeing that Chu Yi hadn't agreed, Zhao Qing felt slightly disappointed but quickly regained his spirit. Since she didn't outright refuse, there's still a chance. Alright, feel free to reach out when you have any interest in this. The reason I called you today mainly pertains to the bonus. Approval has already come through from above. You just need to follow the process to complete the formalities to collect the money. After finishing, Zhao Qing took out several documents and taught Chu Yi how to fill them out. Chu Yi carefully checked the content, and once everything was done, Chu Yi just had to wait for Zhao Qing to submit the materials. After the higher-ups reviewed them, 200,000 yuan would be issued. With many policemen testifying to Chu Yi's success in capturing the suspects and Zhao Qing actively helping to apply for the bonus, the 200,000 yuan bonus was approved quickly. With this money, Chu Yi finally felt at ease. Before leaving, Chu Yi suddenly remembered something. By the way, what was the verdict on the 5 hoodlums we caught last time? It had been so long since the incident, and Chu Yi thought there should already be results by now. It seemed like a perfect opportunity to ask while she was at the police station. Zhao Qing looked up and said, based on our investigation, they indeed repeatedly molested young women, but no homicides were committed. We found many female victims, but once the victims heard about this, they all became emotionally agitated, and none of them were willing to testify in court. We cannot force the victims, so their sentences weren't very severe. The gang leader was sentenced to 1 year in prison due to insufficient evidence, while the other hooligans were sentenced to between 3 and 9 months depending on their individual records. Regarding this case, Zhao Qing also felt helpless. Most of the victims were young women, with college students making up the majority. After being harmed, these girls didn't report it promptly but rather pretended it didn't happen. When the police traced the evidence from the hooligans' testimonies, the majority of these girls refused to recall the event and were unwilling to cooperate with the police, let alone testify in court. They only wanted to forget it happened. In response to this, Zhao Qing had no other choice. The hoodlums had already caused serious harm to these girls, and if they forced them to testify again, it might cause secondary trauma. All Zhao Qing and the police could do was to step up urban management, strictly investigate small streets without surveillance cameras, install cameras, and strictly control these hoodlums. Upon hearing the sentencing result, Chu Yi wasn't satisfied. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her hands subconsciously clenched into fists. It was too lenient, too light. Not to mention others, just the fact that Chu Yi's previous life was taken by these hoodlums, yet she couldn't tell anyone about this. The actions of those girls were also within Chu Yi's expectations. These people were considering their own well-being. Only the hoodlums knew about this matter, and since they encountered countless people every day, they wouldn't dwell too much on the girls they hurt. So, apart from the victims themselves, no one else would know what happened. Many might treat it as a nightmare that passed when they woke up. Since no one would know, life could go on as usual. If they testified in court, their families, friends, and even many strangers would find out they had been assaulted by hoodlums. Although they were the victims, there's always no shortage of gossipy onlookers who point fingers and cast disdainful looks. Such unwanted attention and odd glances could disrupt their lives, leaving them anything but at peace ever again. Zhao Qing noticed Chu Yi's dissatisfaction and helplessly said, "This is human nature. Laws need evidence too. However, rest assured, once they get out, they will still be our police department's top priority for surveillance. During their time in prison, I'll make sure my colleagues among the prison guards educate them properly to strictly discipline them. Hopefully, this will teach them a lesson and lead to their reform." Chu Yi understood this was already decided. On the surface, she and her 3 dorm mates hadn't suffered substantial harm, so they couldn't testify in court anyway. They could only claim attempted assault, which wouldn't have much effect in legal terms. Chu Yi, thank you. I just hope there are fewer people like this in society and more righteous ones. It would be ideal if it turned out that way. But hidden in the shadows of society, there are many still suffering hardships. Under the condition of ensuring their own safety, they could certainly try helping others as much as possible. However, this wasn't some starfaring era with a militarized populace where even a common passerby on the street was skilled. This era, unfortunately, had too many people without the ability to defend themselves. As Chu Yi prepared to leave, Zhao Qing asked for a few classes. Ever since receiving pointers from Chu Yi, Zhao Qing's martial skills improved greatly, something his colleagues at the police station all recognized. Teed learned from Zhao Qing how he had made such rapid progress taking lessons from Chu Yi and thus urged Zhao Qing to request Chu Yi to come to the police station during these idle days following the major case break, to teach some young officers. Chu Yi agreed and scheduled the session 3 days later. Before long, the 3 days passed, and Chu Yi arrived at the police station, following Zhao Qing to the back where a large playground stood, equipped with various training apparatuses already being used by some individuals. Do you train here regularly? Chu Yi pointed at the equipment. Zhao Qing nodded furiously. Of course. We are subject to regular evaluations. Physical fitness is a crucial component. Chu Yi, oh. Regular use of these apparatuses can indeed improve stamina. However, good martial skills aren't solely developed through such training exercises. After Zhao Qing explained, he stepped forward and called out, "Attention, gather here quickly." Upon hearing the call, the youngsters using the training apparatuses promptly assembled in a line. Zhao Qing said, "Chu Yi, these are the younger officers from our bureau." Hee, older ones couldn't take a beating. Zhao Qing remembered those days vividly, feeling both exhilarated and agonized while under Chu Yi's guidance. Chu Yi conducted the classes based on real combat, direct sparring between the two parties. Due to Zhao Qing's inferior martial arts compared to Chu Yi, he almost got pounded every time. Yet, during these sessions, Chu Yi would analyze his weaknesses when attacking and propose countermeasures, helping Zhao Qing understand from practical combat experience. Despite his understanding and adjustments, Zhao Qing was still mercilessly overpowered by Chu Yi, leading to him tearing up at the memory. Nevertheless, Zhao Qing's skills greatly improved due to this. Although he still struggled against Chu Yi, he surpassed most of his colleagues at the station. Officers he previously couldn't match now faced evenly contested battles, and it wouldn't be long before he surpassed them. Chu Yi looked across to see approximately 12 people. Although all were young, their ages were actually greater than Chu Yi's. Those who had witnessed Chu Yi's prowess knew how formidable she was, but most were unfamiliar with her. Being suddenly summoned by an elder colleague in the bureau to be taught by this girl, their youthful pride naturally felt affronted by someone younger than them. Fortunately, Chu Yi's pregnancy wasn't showing yet, allowing her the opportunity to physically demonstrate her capabilities to subdue the unyielding ones. For anyone who didn't respect her authority, Chu Yi firmly believed in delivering a punch or 2 punches if necessary until they submit entirely. Without further ado, Chu Yi instructed them to go through the training equipment around the playground first, wanting to evaluate their physical fitness levels. It has to be said that although their combat abilities might not be swift enough, police candidates wouldn't pass without decent endurance. Their physical fitness wouldn't be too far off, even if they lacked skillfulness. Chu Yi didn't waste words and directly picked out one man and one woman. These two were the most lax individuals in the group, evident by their sluggish pace and distracted gazes, clear signs of their defiance towards Chu Yi. Chu Yi immediately engaged in combat with both of them until they were on the ground wailing, at which point all the officers looked at Chu Yi with shock evident on their faces. At this moment, Zhao Qing stepped forward. All right, the warm-up session has ended. I'm sure everyone has seen Chu Yi's skills. From now on, you'll need to pay close attention. Yes. The originally lax group straightened up instantly, each one standing tall like elementary students waiting for the teacher to call their names. Chu Yi was quite satisfied with the group's demeanor. Only when students respect and are willing to learn will she have the motivation to teach. On the contrary, if students lack interest, Chu Yi wouldn't be inclined to push them. Next, Chu Yi had everyone spar in pairs, explaining each other's weaknesses and corresponding attack methods, greatly benefiting everyone. Some even managed to apply what they learned to similar situations. Of course, after several days of consecutive teaching, her compensation wasn't insignificant either. Chapter 10, Heavy Rain. Ever since Chu Yi received the 200,000 yuan, she planned to go on a shopping spree at the mall. Naturally, her first stop was the maternity and infant store. She bought dozens of sets of baby clothes. Fortunately, most baby clothes aren't gender-specific, and buying larger sizes can last until the baby is 1 year old. Then she stocked up several large boxes of diapers. Chu Yi was worried about overusing disposable diapers, so she even purchased hundreds of washable cloth diapers. Next came the crucial item, formula. She chose a well-known brand and stocked up with around 20 cases. Chu Yi had seen online that some babies could consume an entire case in just 1 month, so she prepared a few cases for each stage of formula, planning to stock up beforehand just in case. She also bought some foods intended for pregnant women. Now that she had money, Chu Yi wanted to take good care of herself at home. If it weren't for the regenerative medicine, this body would have suffered a lot. She directly prepared food for a whole month, and because she bought so much, the mall offered free delivery, so there was no need to worry about carrying everything back. This trip almost drained half of her bonus, mainly due to the high cost of formula. Most of the money Chu Yi earned herself went towards nearly a year's rent and deposit, leaving only about 10,000 yuan behind, meaning she still needed to find suitable work. After finishing shopping in the morning, the mall delivered her items at noon. It was exactly the lunch break time when the sun was blazing outside. Chu Yi marveled at how attentive the service was these days. On such a scorching day, they still delivered the goods in the middle of the afternoon. After receiving them, Chu Yi simply waved her hand and stored everything into her space button. Her current rental unit was a one-bedroom apartment, and with all the items placed inside, the living room was completely filled up. Not storing them in the space button would have taken up too much room. Fortunately, the space button was spacious enough, so these items fit in easily without overcrowding. However, before Chuyi could start looking for a job, the city experienced continuous rainfall for several days. Chuyi initially thought she'd wait for the rain to stop before going out, but the downpour continued non-stop for an entire month. Many areas began to flood as the rain showed no signs of letting up. A flash of unease crossed Chuyi's mind. The food she had prepared was nearly depleted, and she had no choice but to brave the heavy rain and head out. Because her residence was relatively remote, there was only a small supermarket nearby. To get a full range of groceries, she had to go to a big supermarket downtown. Chuyi boarded a bus to do so. There weren't many people on the bus. The view outside the window passed by rapidly. There were only a few hurried pedestrians on the road and a few speeding taxis. In some low-lying areas, water levels had already risen, causing splashes of water as vehicles drove through. After about 30 minutes, she arrived at the nearest big supermarket. What used to be crowded and bustling was now deserted, with only a few lonely customers left. Chuyi rushed to the rice and flour section and bought 20 bags of rice and 20 bags of flour, all weighing 20 pounds each. She then moved to the seasoning area and bought several crates of salt and cleared the shelves of all kinds of sauces. Since coming here, her cooking skills were merely average, but her favorite thing was all kinds of sauces. They were convenient both for meals and cooking. Then she bought several crates of instant noodles, rice noodles, and even self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice, though not too much, as she heard it wasn't good for pregnant women to eat too much of this. However, Chuyi occasionally liked to change flavors. Of course, she also bought plenty of fruits and vegetables. Since they could be stored in the space button without spoiling, she also bought a significant amount of water and drinks. With this spending, her funds were now down to only 10,000 from her initial amount, but thankfully, the supermarket provided delivery services. Only because of the heavy rain might delay the delivery time. Back at home, Chuyi waited for the supermarket's delivery to arrive. As evening approached, the delivery workers finally showed up, and 2 workers helped Chuyi move the items into her living room. Chuyi rented a place where there were 3 apartments per staircase, hers being in a 12-story building, classified as a small skyscraper. She lived on the 10th floor, and this level only had her as a resident. She hadn't seen anyone from the other 2 units since moving in, suggesting they might not yet be occupied. Seeing the living room filled with food and seasonings, Chuyi felt slightly more at ease mentally, storing everything into the space button and finally putting her mind at rest. After this purchase, Chuyi didn't have much money left, but her space was full of food, enough to sustain her for quite some time. The continuous rain made Chuyi feel uneasy, but thinking of the food stored in the space, she felt somewhat reassured again. Unable to go out and look for a job during the heavy rain, Chuyi could only stay at home watching TV and surfing the internet to learn about situations elsewhere. The prolonged rainy weather had already caused floods in some places. Rivers' water levels were dangerously high, and everywhere it was raining incessantly, accumulating more and more water. The government was actively seeking ways to lower water levels and drain the water. Another half-month passed, and the rain showed no signs of stopping. Even the air was saturated with moisture. Chuyi felt helpless as the dampness at home grew worse. Even though she mopped the floor every day with a water-absorbing mop, it would return to its damp state by the next morning. Fortunately, there wasn't much furniture in her place, but even so, a few cabinets had already started to mold on the bottom. Looking out at the gloomy sky outside the window and the relentless downpour, an increasingly strong sense of unease began to well up in Chuyi's heart. Suddenly, a sound came from outside her door. Peering through the peephole, Chuyi saw that someone had arrived. When Chuyi first rented this apartment, it happened to be in the middle unit of a building where each staircase housed 3 units. Her own front door faced the elevator, which was right beside the stairwell, so whenever there was any noise, she could hear it clearly. A tall man emerged from the stairwell, wearing a thick cap and carrying 2 suitcases in his hands. His face wasn't visible. He walked straight toward the unit to Chuyi's right, took out a key, opened the door, and went inside. Seeing that it was just the new resident, Chuyi didn't pay much attention. Due to prolonged rainfall, the Yangtze River basin has risen excessively, causing embankment collapses. The floodwaters have rushed downstream, with no way to drain them properly. Several cities downstream of the Yangtze River are already more than half submerged. Emergency rescues organized by the government have been deployed, and personnel have been sent to provide relief for the affected people. Here is the report. As Chuyi watched the television, she saw images of rivers overflowing due to high water levels, their flows overwhelming urban drainage systems. Large amounts of accumulated water remained on the streets, with many ground floors of buildings already flooded. The government couldn't keep up with the situation fast enough, as the waters gushing from the Yangtze River rapidly inundated large parts of the city. City, where Chuyi lived, was located at a lower altitude and had a river connected directly to the Yangtze, right near the city center. There were many buildings nearby, and many people had purchased apartments along the riverbanks to enjoy the river views. Now, with the Yangtze collapsing, the same must be true here, with water levels likely not low at all. Just as Chuyi became increasingly worried, she received a WeChat message from their 4-person dorm group chat. Ding dong. Gu mai, girls, are you okay? Chen Chin, I'm fine. My building's ground floor is already flooded, but luckily I'm on the 3rd floor. Although things are fine now, I'm still afraid the water level will rise further and flood my home too. Wang Shui, I'm already at a relief station. My house is on the ground floor. After days of heavy rain and street flooding, I feared water might flow into my home. In the middle of the night, water really did come in, and now most of our furniture is soaked. Luckily, my family reacted quickly and stayed safe on top of the furniture until rescue personnel arrived. Gu mai. Wang Shui, is your family okay? Wang Shui, they're all uninjured. All of us who are affected are currently staying in an emergency relief station opened by the government. We're completely reliant on government assistance. There's no electricity, so we need to go to designated areas to charge our devices. We can only drink water provided by the relief station, and our daily meals consist of bread. We've managed to save some valuable items, but for now, we can only wait for the rain to stop before we can figure out what to do. Chen Qin, take good care of yourself. Gu mai. Chu Yi, how about you? Is the baby alright? Chu Yi, thank you all, I'm doing well, and the baby is fine too. Gu mai, that's good. I heard that downstream areas along the Yangtze River have been flooded. It's terrifying. Thankfully, the city I live in, B City, doesn't have any major rivers nearby, otherwise, I'd be terrified too. Chen Qin, when you mention that, I get even more scared. Chu Yi and I both live in N City, where there's a big river connecting to the Yangtze. What if it overflows? Wang Shui, that's hard to say. You should definitely prepare in advance. Once a river breaks its banks, there'll be a catastrophic flood way worse than just flooding the ground floor. Chu Yi, we need to be prepared, no matter how unlikely. If possible, buy more food because who knows when this rain will end. Gu mai, talking about food, under this rainy weather, the furniture at my house isn't just molding, but several bags of rice and flour have also gone bad due to excessive humidity. Chu Yi hadn't thought of that. Having the space button meant she didn't have to worry about such problems. If these items were left outside, they'd likely spoil like everything else affected by dampness. Chu Yi, then make sure to stock up on food that can be stored easily. Otherwise, one day the supermarkets might close, and then there'll be nowhere to buy food. Chen Qin, Chu Yi makes sense, but I can't even leave my building right now, so I'll need to figure out something else. Sigh. Wang Shui, didn't the government send anyone to help evacuate you? Chen Qin, right now, they're prioritizing rescuing families on the first floor that are underwater. There's quite a number of them. Every day, government boats are out searching and rescuing. I'm on the second floor, so by the time they reach me, who knows when that will be. Luckily, my family did a big shopping spree not long ago, so we can hold out for another month or so. We just hope the weather clears up soon. Gu mai, girls, you need to take good care of yourselves. Gu mai came from the best financial situation among the group, plus she was in the capital city. No matter what major events happened elsewhere, the capital was always safer. After exchanging the information they had heard, the four women ended their chat. Chu Yi thought about what would happen if N City really got flooded. Wouldn't there be problems with electricity and water supply then? Thinking this, Chu Yi didn't mind the rain anymore. With the remaining 50,000 yuan, she hurried to the supermarket and bought a lot of bottled water, solar-powered flashlights, candles, and plenty of other daily necessities. Finally, she kept a little over 5,000 yuan as savings for childbirth expenses later. Chapter 11 Evacuation. Chu Yi was now nearly 5 months pregnant, her little belly already bulging. She gently patted her stomach and sat quietly in thought, noticing that ever since she became pregnant, she tended to daydream frequently. She no longer wanted to watch TV either, as all the channels were broadcasting news about floods across different regions. Due to the weather, Chu Yi had not gone to the hospital for prenatal checkups yet. Fortunately, she had a supply of restorative agents. Aside from taking 4 vials of basic restorative agent during the early stage of her pregnancy, she later consumed 1 intermediate level vial over the next few months, which helped improve and strengthen her body to its optimal state. At this moment, a ding-dong sound indicated a message on her WeChat phone. It was a group chat among 4 people. Chen Qin, Chu Yi, quickly check the local news. They say the river near our city has risen sharply, and the levee can't hold much longer. Residents around the area are being evacuated urgently. I'm not sure if the water will flood into the city. Gu mai, oh no, what will you do? Wang Shui, yes, what can we do? Upon hearing this, Chu Yi hurriedly checked the news. As Chen Qin said, the largest river in N City was indeed experiencing these issues. Many drainage systems were connected to that river, and the rain hadn't stopped. Water levels continued to rise due to the inability to drain properly. If the levee collapsed, the water would surge like a flood, likely submerging nearby neighborhoods. The situation could worsen with serious flooding even reaching the city. Chen Qin, I've been informed to evacuate too. Living on the 3rd floor isn't safe anymore. Thankfully, the government is helping us evacuate. Wang Shui, I don't know when this cursed rain will stop. My home's already flooded, unable to return, unsure of what's going to happen. Wang Shui couldn't help but cry. Gu mai, sister, be strong. Our country won't abandon us. Disasters are inevitable, but we must face them bravely. There will come a day when this disaster ends. Chu Yi, mai is right. Think about cities downstream of the Yangtze River, they have been submerged already and might need evacuation to other cities. Rebuilding homes will be more than just restoration, it may involve rebuilding entire cities. At least your family is still together in the same city. Don't lose hope, like Mai says, disasters will eventually pass. Chen Qin, that's true. Look at Chu Yi, she's carrying a baby, without any friends or family to assist her, and she remains so strong. At least your family is intact. Hihi, Chu Yi, it's not personal. I'm just using you as an example to encourage Wang Shui ha. Chu Yi, no problem. Wang Shui, thank you all. I'm fine, I just needed a vent earlier. Now I feel much better. Chen Qin, where are you planning to evacuate to? Chen Qin, apparently, we are supposed to first move to the 2 tallest skyscrapers in the city. Gu Mai, I know where you mean, the landmark buildings of N City, which are the tallest buildings there, with 60 floors each. Are those the ones? These were only recently built, and transactions haven't started yet. Chen Qin, yes, those are. Gu Mai, it's quite good then. With such tall concrete structures, flooding shouldn't reach there easily. Floodwaters cannot rise that high, at least ensuring safety. Wang Shui, then how about you, Chu Yi? Are you going as well? After some consideration, Chu Yi was on the 10th floor, relatively high up, so she replied, I won't go. I am on the 10th floor, and my place is located on higher ground. The first floor hasn't been flooded yet, so I'll stay put for now. Chen Qin, your location seems quite good. If the situation worsens though, you'll need to come here quickly. Chu Yi, understood. The chat ended. Chu Yi looked through online information. The government of N City had already issued a notice, urging residents living in low-lying areas to evacuate immediately to relief centers provided by the government. Even within the city, those below the 5th floor were advised to evacuate as well. N City's designated relief points were the 2 landmark buildings, the tallest ones, standing at 60 stories each. Those who refused to evacuate were advised to move to higher ground. Currently, every piece of daily news and television broadcasted stories of floods and submersions. With increasingly violent rains, water levels rose continuously. The government was actively making arrangements for evacuating residents and managing important tasks within the city. One day, there was some movement on the 10th floor where Chu Yi lived. Since her neighbors returned, they hadn't stepped out even once, or if they had, Chu Yi didn't know about it. Anyway, she had never seen them leave their door. Now that something unusual happened again, Chu Yi curiously peeked through the peephole. Unexpectedly, Chu Yi saw an acquaintance. She opened the door and called out to the man walking towards the next door, Zhao Qing. Hearing the shout, the man turned around and was surprised to see Chu Yi. Oh, it's you, Chu Yi. You live here too? Chu Yi nodded. I rent here. Do you live here too? Zhao Qing quickly shook his head. No, I don't live here. My cousin lives here. I'm just here to deliver some supplies. He lifted the several large bags in his hand as he spoke. Chu Yi said, really, what a coincidence. Zhao Qing has always dressed casually, but judging by his personal demeanor alone, and the fine, shiny watch on his wrist, they were definitely not cheap items. He clearly had the look of a rich young master. Zhao Qing said, my cousin isn't from this city. He came here for a mission. This apartment was a pre-sale house my cousin bought a long time ago, and I actually handled the collection of the property. My cousin only stayed here a few days at the beginning of the year. This time because of the floods, my cousin is handling tasks in this area so he moved here again. I invited him to stay at my place, but he insisted on staying here. There's nothing I can do about that. I rushed over here before the flood to deliver some supplies. He then asked Chu Yi, the city has already issued evacuation notices. Are you leaving? Chu Yi shook her head. This floor is already quite high. The floodwater couldn't possibly reach the 10th floor. Staying here is more comfortable. The relief points have a mix of people, and it wouldn't be convenient for me to go there. Zhao Qing sighed. Why are you and my cousin so stubborn? Of course living at home is better, but now because of the flood, all supermarkets are closed, and you won't be able to buy food. If you're at your own place, you'll need to handle eating, drinking, and toileting yourself. If you went to the relief point, if you run out of food, the government will provide assistance, you wouldn't starve. Chu Yi still shook her head. I've prepared enough food myself. I won't go to the relief point and burden the government. Just as Zhao Qing wanted to say something more, creak, the door beside opened. It was the first time Chu Yi had seen her neighbor clearly. Sharp facial features, deep eyes, a handsome face. Looking more closely, Chu Yi thought she'd seen this person somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where exactly. Seeing the silhouette of the person opening the door, Zhao Qing hurriedly stepped forward and called, Brother, I've come to see you, and also brought some things. The man faintly looked at the two outside the door, his thin lips slightly pressed together. Then he stepped out, taking the big bags and small bags from Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing turned back and introduced Chu Yi. Chu Yi, this is my cousin, Jiang Liran. Then he said to Jiang Liran, who was receiving the supplies, Cousin, this is the girl with great physical strength I told you about, Chu Yi. What a coincidence, she happens to be your neighbor. Listening to Zhao Qing's introduction, Jiang Liran turned to look at Chu Yi. Ever since Zhao Qing found out about Chu Yi's physical prowess, he hasn't stopped mentioning her in his ears, and naturally, Jiang Liran would want to take a good look at the girl his cousin often talks about. A round face, a slightly protruding belly, seeing the other's bulging abdomen, Jiang Liran's brows subtly twitched. Then he looked away, addressing Chu Yi. Hello, Jiang Liran. Since the other party had greeted her already, Chu Yi naturally could not ignore it, and replied, Hello, Chu Yi. It was only now that Zhao Qing noticed Chu Yi's belly, and immediately pointed to it in surprise. Chu Yi, you're. Pointing to Chu Yi's belly, the 5-month pregnant belly was already visible under the long-sleeved t-shirt she wore. With such thin clothing, it was clear Chu Yi was different. Chu Yi touched her belly. Haha, youthful exuberance. Zhao Qing's mouth twitched. Why, youthful exuberance? Then, where is the father of your child? Chu Yi calmly said, ran away. Didn't know where when he found out I was pregnant. Zhao Qing was angry and said, damn, what a heartless man. Ran away when he found out you were pregnant, how low class. Chu Yi simply said, who knows. Jiang Liran standing beside them, hearing these last few sentences, for unknown reasons, felt a wave of irritation rise within him. For some reason, let's go. He did not wish to continue on this topic, so Jiang Liran returned first. Seeing his brother directly leave, Zhao Qing embarrassingly smiled at Chu Yi. Ah, my brother is like that, Chu Yi, take care. I'll go find my brother. Seeing Chu Yi nod, Zhao Qing then turned to follow his brother into the house. After entering, Zhao Qing hurriedly begged Jiang Liran, brother, why won't you come to our place? My parents miss you. The Zhao family had also evacuated, but since the Zhaos were not an ordinary family, they did not have to evacuate with the public to the relief station. Instead, they owned their own house at a higher elevation, so evacuation was just like moving home, it only meant changing where they lived. As for Jiang Liran, he was from City B, and his parents wanted him to stay with them. However, no matter what, his cousin refused to go. Jiang Liran said indifferently, no, I'm fine here. Seeing that he couldn't persuade his cousin any further, Zhao Qing stopped trying. Cousin, your neighbor Chu Yi is my friend. She's now pregnant, so if she runs into any difficulties, could you help her out when you can? Zhao Qing knew it wasn't easy asking his cousin for this favor, but he truly believed that as a girl, Chu Yi needed some support since there was no man in her life. Besides, with neighbors being close by, didn't his cousin perfectly fit the role? Jiang Liran's mind flashed with an image of Chu Yi's charming appearance, and inexplicably, he nodded, all right. Perplexed by his own unusual reaction, Jiang Liran slightly furrowed his brows, unsure why he felt this way. Chapter 12 Water Flow. Since she knew that the flood could come at any time, Chu Yi started to prepare. She charged all the power banks at home and cooked everything that could be steamed or boiled in her space. The food was packed into Ziploc bags, and all the containers at home were filled with water. Chu Yi was afraid that once the flood came, there would be no water or electricity, so she prepared as soon as possible. As it turned out, Chu Yi was right. Even before the flood arrived, the house already had no water or electricity. Fortunately, during a shopping trip at the supermarket, she had bought flashlights and candles. During the day, despite the dark clouds and heavy rain outside, one could still see clearly inside the house. However, due to the weather, the nights became particularly dark early. Chu Yi would light the candle but wouldn't keep it lit for long, conserving resources by going to bed early. At night, Chu Yi lit the candle when suddenly the doorbell rang with a ding-dong. Chu Yi thought that this was only the first day without water or electricity, yet someone still came. Despite her internal musings, Chu Yi went over to check, looking through the peephole first. To her surprise, it was her next-door neighbor. Chu Yi opened the door with one hand holding the candle and the other on the doorknob. Hello, is there something you need? Chu Yi didn't communicate much with the neighbor except through Zhao Qing. Jiang Liran briefly glanced at the candle in Chu Yi's hand and then raised his own to hand over a flashlight. Sent by Zhao Qing, if you need any help, just come over to my place. Also, here, it's more convenient to use this than a candle. Chu Yi looked puzzled. Thank you, but I have candles already. You should keep your flashlight. Who knows when the electricity will come back? Now without power, flashlights were rare items, and Chu Yi didn't feel comfortable accepting things from others. Seeing that Chu Yi refused, Jiang Liran did not lower his hand and kept it raised. I've got plenty of these. Once the batteries run out, I'll give you a replacement. Of course, Chu Yi knew that a flashlight was more convenient than a candle, but it consumed batteries, which needed to be used sparingly. Watching how the man didn't seem inclined to lower his hand at all, Chu Yi eventually reached out to take the flashlight. Thank you. After seeing Chu Yi accept the flashlight, Jiang Liran felt inexplicably pleased. Alright, if you need anything, let me know. I'll head back now. With that final emphasis, he turned around and left. Chu Yi sighed, finding that though this neighbor seemed a bit aloof, they were quite willing to help others. This was especially clear since the assistance was initiated by Zhao Qing. That night, sudden thunderous rumbles echoed outside the window, startling Chu Yi, who slept lightly, immediately awake. Without thinking of lighting the candle, she grabbed the flashlight given by Jiang Liran from beside the bed, opened it, and fumbled her way toward the window in the darkness. Lightning illuminated the sky, and the storm showed no sign of letting up. When she opened the window, drops of cool rainwater drifted in. The small rain carried an icy chill. In the distance, there seemed to be a vast shimmering reflection, glimmering under the flashes of lightning. A whoosh sound filled her ears. The rumbling noise continued without pause. Waves of rushing water surged forth with tremendous force accompanied by roaring sounds. Almost instantaneously, water rushed towards Chu Yi's window. Though she lived on the 10th floor, far above the ground, she could still clearly see the surging torrent below. Fortunately, Chu Yi didn't wear glasses, so she could still make out details under the lightning's illumination. The neighborhood was completely surrounded by a powerful flow of water. The fitness equipment in the middle of the compound was mostly submerged, and water had entered the nearby pavilion. Ding dong, the notification sound from her phone deep in the night scared Chu Yi. Rushing back to the bedroom, she checked the screen to find their dormitory group chat buzzing with messages. Chen Qin, the flood has arrived. Chu Yi, yeah, I saw it. Wang Shui asked anxiously, are you okay? Chen Qin, I'm fine. I was sleeping soundly until I woke up frightened by those rumbling sounds. Upon waking, I saw a huge mass of water submerging half of the bottom floors. Luckily, I evacuated early because I'm on higher ground, so it's no problem. But I can see that it's completely flooded down there, and it's very deep. Wang Shui, I hope it doesn't happen here. How would we survive otherwise? Chen Qin, you'd better pay attention too. Even though your area doesn't have large rivers, the flooding happens because of poor drainage systems in smaller towns. Once water can't drain away, it pools on the surface. And now, with this non-stop rain, we might not be able to hold back the water. In the dorm group, Jiyu Meimei's family was doing well as they ran businesses in City B. Chen Qin's family owned a shop and was part of a moderately wealthy household in N City. Wang Shui came from a rural county where her family were typical salaried workers. Wang Shui, I really hope this rain stops soon. Chen Qin, Chu Yi, how about your situation? Chu Yi, I'm on a higher floor, so I'm fine. However, the first floor might already be flooded, and I don't know if the water level will rise further. The water and electricity have been cut off, and there's no way to go down. Chen Qin, do you need any rescue? How can you live without water or electricity? Although Chen Qin also had no water or electricity, at least it was managed by the government, which would provide subsidies for food and drink. Plus, her family had brought big and small packages when they left, along with the government's help. Overall, they were better off than Chu Yi, who was isolated and in need of aid. It was uncertain when the government would send people to rescue Chu Yi. Chu Yi, don't worry about me. I've prepared ahead of time. I've stored enough food and water to last a month or two. Chu Yi referred to the external supplies only, not including the items within the space. Chen Qin, that's good. I hope this terrible weather returns to normal soon. As for Jiyu Meimei's location in City B, it might be the safest environment. After such a long chat, Jiyu Meimei hadn't responded yet, probably still sleeping since there wasn't much safety concern in City B. With the rumbling sounds of thunder and the whistling water entering her ears, Chu Yi drifted off to sleep to these noises. The next morning, after turning on her phone, the news of N City was all about how the city was submerged last night. Some said the water level reached the second floor, others mentioned the fourth, even the fifth. Reports varied, but fortunately, N City had developed well, with mostly reinforced concrete buildings and strong foundations, ensuring that even if flooded, the houses themselves remained sturdy and unlikely to collapse easily. Nearby rural areas and some small towns, however, with lower terrain and less solid building materials, didn't fare as well. When hit by the floodwaters, although their structures didn't collapse instantly, many swayed precariously, immersed in water. Entire villages situated in low-lying areas were submerged. In the urban districts, places at higher elevations saw water enter the first floors while those at lower ones were almost entirely underwater. This flood didn't just submerge surface constructions but also inflicted catastrophic damage on old earth and wood structures. This disaster affected more than just N City, and now everyone was busy managing their own situations, relying on local governments and security personnel for rescue and arrangements. Prior to the flood, the government had issued early warnings, allowing many to make preparations. So far, there were no casualties announced online. Even so, the government quickly mobilized teams, deployed lifeboats, and conducted searches around the flooded areas to see if there were any residents requiring rescue. In the days that followed, the floodwater continued to rise. At first, things were manageable, but later on, Chu Yi was increasingly disturbed by the various floating debris on the surface. The water was murky, so she couldn't see through to the bottom, but she could spot garbage scattered everywhere across the water's surface, giving off an unpleasant smell. Fortunately, there were no floating bodies, otherwise Chu Yi estimated she'd have shut the windows immediately. Days passed, yet the flood refused to retreat. The sky persisted with heavy rain. Peering down through the window, Chu Yi noticed the water level seemed even higher, perhaps reaching up to the first floor already. In these few days, Chu Yi had not ventured out, believing that possibly only she and her next-door neighbor remained in the entire building. Given that this was a new housing complex with low occupancy rates, most residents in her area owned one-bedroom apartments often inhabited by single individuals or used as investment properties rather than by families due to size constraints. Given the government's early warning about the floods, those who needed to evacuate likely did. One day, the doorbell rang again. Thinking it must be her next-door neighbor again, Chu Yi didn't bother checking through the peephole before opening the door. Outside stood a middle-aged man, whom Chu Yi vaguely recognized as someone from the 9th floor, having met him briefly in the elevator several times. Politely asking, "Hello, may I help you with something?" Upon seeing Chu Yi, the middle-aged man grinned, hello, I'm from the 9th floor below. We've crossed paths a few times in the elevator." Uncertain about the man's intentions, Chu Yi nodded slightly. "Alright, what is it?" The middle-aged man avoided pressing matters lightly. "Oh, just neighborly visiting. Nothing important. Little girl, are you about 5 or 6 months pregnant? Living with your boyfriend?" Furrowing her brows, Chu Yi replied, "I live alone." After hearing this, the man's eyes carried a mocking tone. "It's not good for a young girl like you to get pregnant. Are you still in school? Do your parents know?" Chu Yi's impatience showed. "None of your business. You living near the sea? Don't butt in where you're not wanted." The middle-aged man became enraged after hearing the young girl's words. "Hey, you little girl have no idea how dangerous people can be. I was kindly warning you but you don't appreciate it. Aren't you a renter here? Your landlord is known to me, he's Mr. Zhong. Back then, we actually chose the house together, specifically picking upstairs and downstairs as neighbors. But old Zhong got tricked by you. He rented his new house to someone so promiscuous like you. Watch out, I may tell old Zhong and have him kick you out, refusing to rent to you anymore." Chu Yi became angry. "What do you want?" Although Chu Yi could easily kick the man away, she still wanted to figure out his intentions. Chapter 13, Life-Saving. The middle-aged man saw Chu Yi was angry but still held back his anger, thinking he had frightened her. Young lady, now there's no water and no electricity, we can't even go out the door. There is not much food or water left in the house, it looks like we're about to run out of supplies. I think you as a young girl won't consume that much anyway, so why don't you share some with me? Later when the disaster is over, I'll return it to you. What do you say? He finished speaking with a smug look at Chu Yi. As for whether he would return anything later, who knows? Chu Yi then realized the man had seen her living alone as a pregnant woman and had bad intentions, wanting to get things from her. Oh, what if I don't give it to you? Chu Yi said with a cold laugh. The moment the middle-aged man heard this, he spoke threateningly. Then I will call old Zhong and have him kick you out. When that happens, everything in this house won't belong to you anymore. As Chu Yi was about to speak, the door next door opened. Jiang Liran stood expressionless, looking at the middle-aged man, then indifferently asked Chu Yi, do you need help? Chu Yi smiled calmly. Not necessary for now, thank you. She felt she could handle such a clumsy guy on her own. Seeing a man come out next door and the imposing presence which suggested trouble, knowing him clearly being familiar with this rented-out young lady, the middle-aged man immediately retreated in his mind, also realizing his offer of help had been declined by the young girl who probably feared him bringing the landlord, thus evicting her. At this point, Chu Yi turned to the middle-aged man. If you want to find the landlord, feel free. I have signed a 1-year contract with the landlord and already paid all the rent upfront. If the landlord breaks the contract now and asks me to move out, the landlord needs to pay double the rent as a penalty fee. My annual rent here is 30,000 yuan, double is 60,000 yuan. I wonder if the landlord would willingly follow your instructions to pay me this 60,000 yuan penalty fee, or if you're willing to cover it for the landlord. Chu Yi mocked the middle-aged man. Clearly unfamiliar with breach of contract penalties, although 60,000 yuan wasn't much, paying such an amount for such a trifling matter was certainly out of the question. You. Chu Yi continued, moreover, whether your family runs out of food or not is none of my business. I don't know you, so even if you starve to death, it has nothing to do with me, got it? Flushed red with anger after Chu Yi's words, the middle-aged man became enraged and blurted out, young lady, you live such a reckless life. Pregnant at such a young age while still a student, what kind of education did you receive in school? You. Bang. Tiring of listening, Chu Yi gave the middle-aged man a swift kick, throwing him off balance until he crashed against the wall. Although Chu Yi knew the limits, she didn't exert full force. The injury would be merely minor bruises and abrasions. Upon hitting the wall, the middle-aged man felt a piercing pain as if his internal organs were rearranged. He let out 2 coughs, slid down to the ground, holding his chest and unable to get up for a long time. Chu Yi remarked, even though I am pregnant, handling 1 or 2 lowlifes like you is quite easy. It's best you stay away from me. You can't mess with me. After finishing, Chu Yi gave Jiang Liran a nod and a smile, then closed the door without caring about the venomous gaze the middle-aged man directed at her door from outside. After seeing Chu Yi retreat inside, Jiang Liran slightly narrowed his eyes and stepped towards the middle-aged man who hadn't managed to stand up for half the duration. Do you need me to take you home? Upon looking up and seeing Jiang Liran, since this person had earlier asked if help was needed, the middle-aged man instantly thought both he and Chu Yi were a pair. While enduring the pain in his back, the man slowly stood up, saying, young man, I see you're still young, but you shouldn't be deceived. That girl has a poor lifestyle. She's obviously 5 or 6 months pregnant, yet lives alone, renting a place outside without any relatives or friends around. Who knows? Maybe she's just someone's mistress kept by some rich benefactor. While the middle-aged man kept talking non-stop, Jiang Liran's eyes had already turned cold, stormy underneath. Seizing the middle-aged man's arm tightly, his voice came out frigid, I'll take you home. Jiang Liran had actually noticed Chu Yi's situation earlier and watched everything clearly through the peephole of the room door. Seeing Chu Yi about to be harassed, Jiang Liran then opened the door to step out. Ignoring the middle-aged man's screams, Jiang Liran dragged him downstairs to the 9th floor, asking, which home? After getting kicked, the middle-aged man's bones hurt from crashing into the wall. He hadn't recovered before Jiang Liran started dragging him, making his grasped arm feel excruciatingly painful as if it might break at any moment. You let go of me. Jiang Liran complied and let go. Which home? The middle-aged man caught his breath. What are you going to do? He said, watching Jiang Liran with caution. Jiang Liran calmly turned his wrist and said coldly, since you live on the 9th floor, don't go to the 10th floor anymore. After all, with the disaster now looming over us, it's best not to move around much. Otherwise, one day when I'm in a bad mood, I'll make sure your arms or legs are missing so that you can only lie on the bed and never walk again. Do you understand? The threatening tone was obvious. The middle-aged man seemed to be scared by Jiang Liran's harsh words, staying silent for half a minute. His trembling lips made him look like a quail hiding submissively beside without daring to move. Seeing the other side finally showed fear, Jiang Liran lifted his finger and pointed at the 3 rooms on the 9th floor, now that you know, go back quickly. Under Jiang Liran's gaze, the middle-aged man nervously fished out the keys and walked towards the room farthest inside. After entering, he hastily slammed the door shut as if something were chasing him from behind. Jiang Liran gave a faint smile and turned to leave. Chu Yi was infuriated by this unexpected person showing up. Nowadays, there truly were all kinds of people. Just because they were homeowners didn't mean renters should be treated any less. Considering her pregnancy and the baby, Chuyi immediately adjusted her mindset. It was written in books that a pregnant woman's mood could affect her baby. Every day it rained non-stop, and the water level slowly rose. As long as the rain didn't stop, the government couldn't drain the water either. Everywhere was flooded. Where would it drain to? One day, Chuyi was still at home when she heard a noisy commotion from the hallway. Chuyi originally didn't intend to pay attention, but soon after, bang 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 knocks on her door echoed. Chuyi opened the door and saw a disheveled-looking woman. "What is it?" Chuyi asked. With a thud, the woman fell to her knees. Seeing this scene, Chuyi instinctively frowned but didn't avoid her. Since the other party was willing to kneel down, Chuyi wasn't afraid to endure it. Subsequently, the woman looked up at Chuyi and upon noticing her bulging belly, sighed heavily. "Young girl, I am a tenant on the first floor downstairs. My house has been flooded, and I have no choice but to bring my child to lay blankets on the fourth floor. However, with heavy rains outside and the uncleaned corridors being wet and damp, my child caught a chill which led to persistent fever. Our food supplies are running low, the child's illness remains untreated, and we have no more food for him to eat, making him seem almost beyond hope. Now, with the floods surrounding us, we have no way to go out. In desperation, I've had no choice but to knock on each door, asking whether someone might help lend medicine or food. I will definitely return it when the flood recedes." Chuyi frowned, recalling how before the flood came, the government had not only announced through television, radio, and news bulletins, but also dispatched rescue personnel to inform residents in each neighborhood about evacuating together with them. So why were there still people who hadn't left? "So what do you plan to do?" The woman blushed slightly. I went to several floors but no one lent me anything. Just by coincidence, I arrived at the 10th floor and saw that you're pregnant too. A child is a life as well. I beg you, consider helping me as a mother to another mother, give me some medicine or food." The woman tried to grab Chuyi's clothes while kneeling down. Chuyi stepped back and held the door firmly. "How do you know I even have food? I'm a young girl who's pregnant, barely managing enough for myself. I'm already starving my own baby. Where would I have extra food for you?" While Chuyi was inside her room, she had heard the noise in the corridor. Perhaps this woman really had knocked on every door, but Chuyi thought she faintly heard the conversation between the middle-aged man on the 9th floor and this woman earlier. She suspected the middle-aged man must have told her something specific. That's why this woman came directly to her door, skipping houses along the way, including closer ones that were uninhabited, and heading straight for Chuyi's place. The woman gripped Chuyi's clothes and lowered her head. "I see that you look rosy and healthy, clearly having not suffered much hardship." Suddenly becoming emotional, the woman pleaded, "Young girl, I beg you, I'm begging on my knees. Please give me some medicine or food." And then she prepared to knock her head on the ground. Quickly, Chuyi closed the door and returned indoors. Apparently stunned by Chuyi's action, the woman jumped up and began banging knock 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 against the door. "Young girl, how can you be so heartless? You're going to be a mother too. Could you bear watching your own child suffer? Consider it an act of kindness for your own child's blessing. Please save my child." The constant knocking continued. "You're driving me crazy." At that moment, the neighbor's door was abruptly thrown open. Jiang Li ran, looking utterly impatient, glared at the knocking woman. Shocked by the suddenness, seeing his dark expression glaring at her, the woman stopped her actions right away, standing timidly in front of Chuyi's door, unable to speak further. Jiang Li ran stared expressionlessly at the woman. "Get lost." Just as the woman was about to leave, Chuyi's door opened. Chuyi threw a pack of fever-reducing medicine at the woman. It was something Chuyi had bought recently when she happened to pass by a pharmacy and picked up some common medications, including this fever reducer. Chuyi took out a strip of the medicine and grabbed the drug instruction manual, throwing it all to the woman. Chuyi leaned against the doorframe and said, "This isn't because you knelt down and begged that I'm giving it to you, it's because your kid is still a child. The instruction manual is there, follow its directions for administering the medication to the child. I don't have any extra food, so don't come back to me. Even if your child dies later, it has nothing to do with me, after all, I'm not his mother." After finishing her sentence, Chuyi closed the door. The woman didn't dare to linger any longer, turning around and hurrying toward the staircase. Jiang Li ran, looked in the direction the woman had gone, then turned his gaze toward Chuyi's door. Some people would just take advantage once they get an inch. They couldn't afford to be soft-hearted at times like these. After thinking this, Jiang Li ran also shut his door and went inside. Chapter 14, Picking a Fight. Just as Chuyi thought that life was about to continue so monotonously, after just a few days, someone came knocking at Chuyi's door again. Bang bang bang. Chuyi opened the door and saw it was the same woman from a few days ago. Her tone immediately turned sour. "What do you want this time?" At this moment, 3 men quickly ascended from the stairwell, 2 youths and an older man. One of the young men pushed past the woman and tried to shove his way into Chuyi's room. Chuyi frowned, then raised her leg and kicked toward the young man's calf. Unprepared, he bent his leg and fell to the ground with a bang, yelling, "Ouch, you foul woman." The woman and the older man nearby rushed over to help the young man up. The woman worriedly asked, "Husband, are you all right?" The older man beside them also concernedly inquired, Son, did you hurt yourself?" The other youth stepped forward and said, "Brother, are you okay?" "All right, here comes the whole family," Chuyi thought to herself. After calming down for a while, the young man's face turned livid as he glared at Chuyi. "You girl, what kind of medicine did you give me last time? My son's illness is getting worse now. There's no way to see a doctor right now, so you're going to pay for my son's life." The woman flinched upon hearing the youth's loud voice and glanced around cautiously before whispering to her husband, "Husband, please lower your voice." Realizing something, the youth immediately softened his expression and lowered his voice. "What's the deal standing outside like this? Girl, hurry up and let us in to talk." Saying this, he tried to push Chuyi aside to get inside. How could Chuyi allow strangers to enter her home? Seeing the other side intending to forcefully barge in, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. She spun around and delivered a kick, hitting the young man at the front, who was promptly knocked down along with others who were pushed backward due to the momentum. Ouch! Ouch! Several voices rang out. Chuyi's belly had grown larger, which indirectly affected her agility. She had to always take extra care due to her large belly, resulting in more gentle strikes than usual. Normally, Chuyi would have easily knocked her opponents out till they spat blood. "You girl, how dare you hit my brother?" yelled the other youth as he lunged forward, raising his wrist to slap Chuyi across the face. Chuyi felt somewhat tense inside. Facing a one-on-one challenge didn't scare her, but she dreaded facing multiple attackers together. Now that her belly was growing larger, her movements became less flexible and convenient. She also had to consider her child in the womb. She feared that any fight might harm the child. Given the current situation, she couldn't even leave through the building gate, and should anything happen to the child, there wouldn't be enough time to seek treatment. The healing potions she possessed could only address physical injuries. If something happened to the child, it could lead to miscarriage. At this point, the neighbor's door suddenly burst open with a loud bang, scaring everyone including the ready-to-attack youth who stopped his actions. Behind the door stood Jiang Li Ran, his usually handsome face now furrowed in evident displeasure. Turning towards Jiang Li Ran, the ready-to-act youth lifted his chin arrogantly and declared, "This has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily." The woman pulled on the youth's sleeve and whispered timidly, "Younger uncle, this man isn't someone we should tangle with." Jiang Li Ran emanated an air of iron-blooded intensity without needing to raise his voice. His gaze was harsh, and occasional flashes of red flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he was someone familiar with bloodshed, possibly even having killed before. The woman reflected on these thoughts anxiously. Impatiently brushing off the woman's tug, the youth responded, "Sister-in-law, you're always overly cautious. We've got 3 men against 1 person, dealing with her will be effortless." Then turning to Chuyi, the youth continued, "My nephew took your medicine. Not only did his condition fail to improve, it worsened. In this present scenario, if my nephew doesn't make it, you'll be considered a murderer, deserving death by law. Given that you're pregnant, we won't press much further. We simply request that you compensate us using food from your house so that my nephew can hold on." Listening to their arrogant words, Chuyi smirked wryly in response. Your sister-in-law knelt before me a few days ago, begging me to save her child, claiming that her child had a fever. I gave her fever-reducing medication and provided instructions too. Now you all are here to repay kindness with enmity. Who knows if what you gave was really fever-reducing medicine? My nephew hasn't gotten better either way, so you owe us compensation." The fallen youth stood up after recovering and joined his younger brother, both glaring viciously at Chuyi. They stepped in front of Chuyi, saying, "What my younger brother said is correct. I advise you to cooperate. All we need are some foods from you, and we won't trouble you further. If you refuse, don't blame us for being rude." The woman stood on the side, her face full of difficulty. "Young girl, we really have no other way out. Who would have thought that the flood has lasted so long without retreating, and our home got submerged? Now both water and electricity are cut off, and we're struggling even to drink water. Just consider it as an act of kindness. Give us some water and food." The woman was at a loss because her house had been flooded, forcing her family to live in the hallway. Without electricity, life was tough, mainly due to the lack of water, which became a significant issue. Earlier, they could borrow water from neighbors, but later on, the neighbors grew reluctant, forcing them to exchange goods for supplies. With limited food remaining and their child falling ill, she pleaded with each household but found no medicine suitable for her child. It wasn't until someone from the 9th floor mentioned that there was a pregnant woman on the 10th floor who might have medication for children, did she come seeking help. Upon hearing this, the husband and younger brother of the woman instantly developed ulterior motives. Considering that Chuyi lived alone as a pregnant woman, she couldn't stop them. Seeing no peaceful resolution forthcoming, Chuyi prepared herself for a fight, ensuring utmost care for her belly. The 2 men noticed that Chuyi remained completely unmoved, gazing at them expressionlessly. Instantly exchanging glances, the brothers stepped forward intending to forcibly push Chuyi aside, but before their hands could touch her, one of them was flipped over with a heyo, landing with a thud on the ground. An older youth looked up and saw it was the man from the neighboring apartment. "You damn busybody, I'll teach you a lesson." Saying this, he swung his fists toward Jiang Li Ran. The elderly man beside him, noticing the fall of his youngest son, quickly helped him up. "Child, are you alright?" The young man pushed his father's hand away and lunged towards Jiang Li Ran. Together with his brother, they attacked Jiang Li Ran. Watching from the side, Chuyi realized that Jiang Li Ran's martial arts were extremely good. His moves were clean and efficient, leaving no mess behind. He struck accurately at specific points, causing pain without risking fatal injuries. In no time, the 2 brothers lay on the ground groaning loudly. At the sight of this, the woman and the elderly man rushed over to check on the 2. Jiang Li Ran then came to Chuyi's side, scrutinizing her up and down to ensure she was unharmed before slightly relaxing. Having witnessed Jiang Li Ran's cold and merciless demeanor, the woman dared not offend him further. Seeing that both his sons were beaten, the old man immediately sat on the ground and started wailing, "There's no justice in this world. You beat people up. I'm calling the police to take you both away. Chuyi furrowed her brows, finding these people extremely unreasonable. If only her movements weren't restricted now, such a few individuals would be easily dealt with in seconds. Observing the old man lying on the ground and spouting abusive language, Chuyi replied coldly, "No one will care if we report this situation now. And I don't hesitate to hit elders either. One more word, and I'll deal with you too." The old man, seeing Chuyi as a pregnant woman, didn't take her seriously at all and continued cursing, "You shameless girl with no upbringing, carrying a child fathered by some vagabond, unworthy filth, how dare you still live under the sky?" Infuriated, Chuyi turned back into her room and fetched 2 fruit knives from the kitchen, approaching the old man with a grim face. The old man was boasting when he suddenly saw Chuyi wielding a knife, frightening him momentarily. Still, considering she was a woman, he didn't believe she would do anything rash. His voice softened somewhat. Chuyi flicked her wrist, sending the fruit knife flying. Clang, it stopped just between the fingers of the old man's hand resting on the ground. The old man sharply inhaled a breath of cold air, stopping all his verbal abuses, dumbfounded as he stared at the fruit knife lodged precariously between his index and middle finger. Regaining consciousness, he hastily pulled his hand back. "Why you?" "Ah." The 3 women nearby were also startled, imagining a bloody scene. Chuyi sneered coldly, "If you don't leave now, everyone will leave behind a finger as a lesson for extorting me earlier." None of the 4 expected the pregnant woman to be colder-blooded than the man who fought. Seeing Chuyi wielding another fruit knife with steady hands, they were scared and scrambled to get up, supporting one another as they hurriedly went downstairs. They would never dare bother the woman on the 10th floor again. Once the commotion settled, Chuyi looked at Jiang Li Ran. "Thank you." Jiang Li Ran pursed his lips. "Not necessary, take care of yourself." Then he left. Just as Chuyi thought the rain would continue and the water level would keep rising, the sky finally cleared up. Gazing outside the window at the azure sky cleansed by the rain, white clouds nestled within it while sunlight graced the earth. Finally, the heavy rain stopped, and the sun emerged once again. Due to the fierce sunlight, the water level significantly decreased. The government also took action, dispatching inflatable boats daily to rescue people. Even Chuyi's neighborhood had rescue boats coming in. Some people were evacuated, while others chose to stay behind and wait for the water to fully recede. Another week passed, and the water level finally subsided, leaving behind all sorts of trash that had been soaked in the floodwaters. Now came the work of post-disaster reconstruction. Although the floodwaters had receded, they left behind a substantial amount of disaster. Garbage, aquatic plants, and mud could be seen everywhere on the ground, along with waterlogged houses. The government called upon the residents of each residential area to collectively clean up their environment, providing assistance from personnel dispatched by the government. Outside streets were cleaned and disinfected non-stop by dedicated cleaning trucks operating around the clock. When Chuyi went downstairs, she finally touched the long-awaited sunlight. The sun shone with an exceptionally warm light, and the air was no longer filled with damp moisture. The neighborhood cleaning involved Chuyi and Jiang Liran as well. Since Chuyi was pregnant, she only needed to hold a broom and sweep the garbage on the ground. On the other hand, Jiang Liran was assigned to clear trees and shrubs. Due to prolonged soaking, many tree roots had rotted and, washed away by the flood, had fallen directly. These were all items that required cleaning. The mud and garbage on the ground were swept into one place, where later a garbage truck would come and haul it away. The neighborhood had fewer residents, but fortunately, the government sent personnel to assist. For the areas that had been submerged, those homeowners who returned naturally helped to clean them. As for properties without owners, it was unfortunate since keys couldn't be found to open locks. Even if one wanted to help, breaking locks wasn't a viable option. After this nearly 2-month rainy season, the impact nationwide wasn't small. City was relatively better off because there were more surrounding mountain forests with higher terrain. In urban areas, buildings mostly constructed with reinforced concrete and solid foundations remained largely unharmed even when flooded. At most, some belongings inside the homes were lost, but the houses themselves sustained little damage. However, rural areas were different. Most houses were old brick and tile constructions located at lower elevations, making them among the hardest-hit regions. Most importantly, if even houses were flooded, how could crops survive? This season's grain harvest was likely to fail. To replant would require additional labor to properly nourish the soil again, since being soaked in rainwater for so long would inevitably turn fertile fields into barren ones. The entire nation fell into panic as grain production dropped. In cities, food supplies were cut off, while people in rural areas could still attempt to replant or forage in nearby mountains for sustenance, always managing somehow with their land. But in urban areas, there was no way to find food. Supermarkets in city centers had either relocated everything that could be moved, or what remained was damaged after prolonged soaking, likely having gone bad already. After the floodwaters receded, people cheered, yet food immediately became the biggest crisis. Unscrupulous merchants seized the opportunity to illegally trade grain. In a short time, prices skyrocketed astronomically. What usually cost several dozen yuan per 20 kilograms bag of rice now required thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. Prices surged immeasurably. But there was nothing to be done. Without food, bellies would remain empty. While fleeing, families carried valuables and cash cards along with some food supplies, but these wouldn't last forever. Once money ran out, survival seemed uncertain. Finally, before the situation spiraled entirely out of control, the nation responded. Emergency reserves from grain warehouses in various cities were deployed to provide immediate relief, and scientists were convened to research methods to restore the farmlands and resume planting as soon as possible. When the next season's harvest came, the state could recover. In severely affected areas, comprehensive aid measures were implemented. Areas with less severe disasters received subsidies. N City was classified under the lightly affected category. Every household, according to the neighborhood committee's affiliation, registered their information. Daily subsidies were distributed based on the number of individuals registered. These subsidies weren't abundant, barely enough to stave off hunger but not satisfy fullness. For those who wished to receive more, they had to follow government arrangements and participate in restoring urban infrastructure. No industry had resumed operations yet, and food supplies were limited. Participating in the construction was the only way to survive. Chapter 15, Prenatal Checkup. After the neighborhood cleanup, Chu-Yi went to the residence committee to register, receiving a magnetic card. Every early morning, she could use this card to collect daily subsidies from the committee. Since Chu-Yi didn't participate in the government-arranged work, she could only receive the lowest subsidy, 1 bottle of water and 4 steamed buns per day. This was her entire daily meal. The steamed buns were made from mixed grains. They weren't pure white or grayish-white, as wild vegetables or other grains might have been added, making each bun have various colors and a rough texture. Chu-Yi didn't know how long these subsidies would last. Though she had stocked up on food before, she couldn't survive on it forever. Currently, the amount of money she had left was not much, and with pregnancy coming, she had no choice but to queue up like everyone else for subsidies daily. Even if she didn't eat it all now, storing it in her space could preserve its freshness, so she could consume it later if conditions worsened. Naturally, 4 steamed buns and 1 bottle of water weren't enough, not even for Chu-Yi herself, let alone for a man. Most people followed the government's arrangements and worked. Some might have stored food at home or for other reasons hadn't gone to work yet. The power and water supply in the neighborhood hadn't been restored yet. Word was that they were being urgently repaired. For now, only some specially approved government venues still had electricity and water access. After collecting her share of food, Chu-Yi prepared to climb upstairs. However, inside the stairwell, she encountered someone unpleasant, the middle-aged uncle from the 9th floor. Chemph. The man scoffed lightly but said nothing, proceeding down the stairs. Chu-Yi paid no attention to him and continued climbing upward. All the clutter and previous residents in the stairwell had already moved out, though some debris remained. Ignoring it, Chu-Yi reached her door just as Jiang Liran's place next door opened. Holding some luggage in his hands, Jiang Liran noticed Chu-Yi. "Are you leaving?" Chu-Yi asked, eyeing the luggage. Jiang Liran gripped the luggage tightly, answering briefly, "Yes, new mission." Hearing the word mission, Chu-Yi intuitively knew that Jiang Liran wasn't an ordinary person. Nonetheless, she had appreciated his care over the past few days. "Take care." Jiang Liran hesitated briefly, then turned back into his room. Chu-Yi didn't think too much of it, assuming he'd forgotten something. She pulled out her keys and unlocked the door. Just as she was about to step inside, Jiang Liran reappeared, now holding a large shopping bag. He walked over to Chu-Yi and handed her the shopping bag. "It's more than I can eat." "It's yours." Chu-Yi looked at the shopping bag dully and then back at Jiang Liran. "You could take it with you. Food is scarce now." Before she finished speaking, Jiang Liran shoved the shopping bag directly into her hands. "I'm too lazy to carry it," replied Jiang Liran. He was staying in City N because he was here on a mission and had been forced to stay due to the flood. Now that the rain had stopped and city construction was underway, it was time for him to return and complete his task. With that, Jiang Liran carried his luggage down the stairs, leaving Chu-Yi standing there holding the shopping bag. It felt almost like a goodbye excuse. The absence of her neighbor didn't make Chu-Yi feel particularly uncomfortable since they hadn't spoken much anyway. Floor 10 was back to having only Chu-Yi. Time passed quickly. 2 months later, the streets and alleys of City N were fully cleaned. Although some rural areas still faced issues, the downtown area had largely returned to normal. Various organizations and businesses gradually resumed operations, and the national subsidy had ceased. The disaster seemed to have passed. There were only 2 months left in the year. Schools wouldn't reopen this year but would start again after the new year. Meanwhile, electricity and water had been fully restored, and to avoid falling behind, online classes were initiated, allowing all students to attend class remotely. As for Chu-Yi, she was scheduled for her first prenatal checkup. While having a checkup or not didn't matter much due to the restorative agents, ultrasound imaging during the checkup could show the baby's condition. To keep this memory, Chu-Yi decided to undergo at least one checkup. Upon reaching the hospital gate, she found the flow of people inside the hospital quite sparse. Hardly anyone was around in the hall. Chu-Yi quickly registered at obstetrics and gynecology, and then headed to the 3rd floor where doctors and nurses dressed in white coats moved briskly through the corridor. There weren't many patients, except for a few pregnant women waiting near the obstetrics and gynecology section. Having taken her number, Chu-Yi sat down to wait. Soon, a few more women entered the waiting area, among them a pregnant woman who took the seat beside Chu-Yi. Bored from waiting and tired of scrolling through her phone, the woman beside Chu-Yi set her phone aside and turned to Chu-Yi. "Hi, big sis, you're also here for a checkup alone?" Chu-Yi was resting with her eyes closed, and upon hearing someone speaking, she opened her eyes. Seeing the pregnant woman beside her looking over, Chu-Yi realized it was her who spoke earlier, Millimeter Hum. Chu-Yi nodded briefly. In the OB/GYN department, she noticed several couples visiting together and a few women alone. The woman next to Chu Yi became more enthusiastic upon receiving a response and leaned closer. Big sis, I'm Shu Chunhua. What's your name? Chu Yi smiled faintly in response to her warmth and said, I'm Chu Yi. Shu Chunhua gave a cheerful laugh. Sis Chu Yi, you're around 6 or 7 months now, right? Is this your first prenatal checkup? Chu Yi nodded. Yes, I originally planned to do it earlier but then the rain came and things got delayed. Shu Chunhua agreed, nodding. It sure did. My delivery date is almost here. If the rain hadn't stopped, I might have had my baby at home. She patted her belly and continued, we're from a county town. The rain flooded our building's ground floor. Fortunately, I live on the 4th floor. My due date is approaching, so I hurried here for one final checkup before giving birth. My husband was rushing off to work, so he didn't accompany me for this checkup. Is that why your husband isn't here either? With many places slowly resuming work, there were massive backlogs of projects to catch up on. With subsidies halted, people had no choice but to work hard or they wouldn't have money for food. Once businesses reopened, employees returned as quickly as possible, fearing losing their positions if they took leave since many enterprises failed during the rain disaster while others cut staff to reduce expenses. Jobs were scarce now, and it remained uncertain when life would return to normal. Chu Yi simply nodded gently, millimeter. Unbothered by Chu Yi's reserved demeanor, Shu Chunhua kept chatting warmly. Now our family relies solely on my husband's income. Due to the flooding, my parents-in-law back in the countryside can't grow any crops. Though we used to store some grain, most of the cellar was flooded, soaking all our food supplies. We managed to salvage a little, but it's far from enough. Now we're entirely dependent on what my husband brings in. And soon there'll be another mouth to feed too, she sighed. Though outgoing, Shu Chunhua couldn't help feeling the pressure mounting inside. She didn't want to burden her parents, in-laws, or husband, so found comfort talking to a stranger like Chu Yi, making her feel lighter after letting out her worries. In times like these, everyone was struggling. Chu Yi didn't know how to console her. The flood disaster has passed. As long as we strive hard, tough times will eventually pass too. This comment brought a smile to Shu Chunhua's face. You're absolutely right, sis. Our whole family has 2 strong hands each. If we just keep working hard, our lives will surely improve. Seeing Shu Chunhua's worry ease, Chu Yi wasn't sure what else to say. Had the disaster truly passed? Her brows furrowed deeply. Somehow, she felt a premonition of trouble ahead but didn't know exactly why. She didn't have much savings currently, even though the space held enough provisions for about a year or so. Rent, childbirth costs, and childcare still loomed large. And given her condition now, finding work wouldn't be easy. She let out a silent sigh. Worry weighed heavy on her mind. Number 85, Chu Yi. Is Chu Yi here? Upon hearing her name called by the nurse, Chu Yi quickly stood up and responded, I'm coming. Turning back to Shu Chunhua, she said, Sis Shu, I'll go inside first. Shu Chunhua nodded, and Chu Yi followed the nurse into the doctor's office. Lying down on the bed, she watched as the doctor examined her stomach using the instrument, turning it around. On the nearby computer screen, a blurry black and white image appeared. After a moment, the picture stabilized, showing a vague outline of an infant within. The doctor's hand slowed as the ultrasound captured the shape clearly, displaying it in grayscale tones. The doctor looked at the image and remarked, Your baby is developing wonderfully, perfectly healthy. Oh, quite lively as well. Hearing this, Chu Yi turned to look at the screen, fascinated as the tiny baby moved little hands across its own face and then placed them on its belly, so adorable. Chu Yi had never experienced such moments before. During her time in the stars, she neither had been pregnant herself nor known any expectant mothers personally, thus never having encountered these feelings firsthand. This new life was growing inside her swollen belly. Using medical technology, the fuzzy yet miraculous picture of her baby came into focus. It struck her deeply, the wonder of life itself. In the blurry image, every cute movement of the baby lifting its tiny hands seemed to touch Chu Yi's heart. The adorable appearance of the baby melted her, and the delicate movements of little hands and feet were so fragile that they evoked a newfound affection in Chu Yi. Was this what it felt like to be connected by blood? The doctor put the instrument aside and said with a smile, The baby is doing very well, there are no issues at all. Just keep it up. You're actually the best cared for pregnant woman I've seen in these past few days. Both you and your baby are in excellent health. Congratulations. Among the pregnant women who came for prenatal checkups after the disaster, whether they had conceived before or during the disaster, most mothers and babies had been somewhat affected by the damp environment and irregular diet and rest routines. This was the first case the doctor had encountered where neither the mother nor the baby had any adverse effects, and their health was impeccable. Chu Yi got dressed and stood up. Thank you, doctor. The doctor then handed over the printed images to Chu Yi. After receiving them, she walked out without seeing Shu Chunhua outside. Not minding this, Chu Yi took the report and went home. Chapter 15, Trouble. Life seemed to return to its usual calm, the past calamity vanishing as quickly as it had come. The city's reconstruction was complete, and thanks to the scientists' assistance, farming in the fields had resumed as well. When the seeds were sown, smiles returned to people's faces. The city's water and electricity supply had been restored, and the office workers continued their routine of waking up early for work each day. Before they knew it, November had arrived. Chu Yi was due mid-January, close to year-end. Though the current weather wasn't too cold or too hot, Chu Yi worried about sudden changes and went ahead to buy winter clothes for her child. Summer outfits had already been purchased, and she also bought herself some winter clothing to last through the colder months. With limited money left, to save on expenses, she bought a clearance-priced down jacket that had some defects during manufacturing. It was cheap but still kept one warm. These minor defects likely meant the factory had intended to rework them for better pricing, until the flood struck. Now, these items were being sold at low prices in an attempt to recover some capital. Everything was set. All that remained was waiting for the little baby to arrive. It felt like as if the closer she got to giving birth, the more active her baby inside became. Her little one moved often within her belly. While this didn't harm her greatly, she occasionally felt as if a soccer ball was being kicked around inside, with a boom-boom sensation. One day, Chuyi was walking on the pathway within the compound when she noticed her large belly made it inconvenient for her to leave much anymore. However, she still frequently took strolls around the grounds. Shadows flickered behind her, and Chuyi realized she was being followed. Over the past few days, someone had been tailing her. Although her pregnancy was nearing term, Chuyi chose not to act rashly and endanger her child. Thus, she pretended ignorance. Chuyi now rarely ventured out of the neighborhood. The property management had resumed operations and started managing again, yet whoever was tracking her still lingered. This only indicated it was likely someone from the community. Since this estate had access control, non-residents found it hard to enter. Considering who might bear grievances against her within this estate, there were just two families she could think of, the middle-aged man upstairs at the restaurant and another family from lower floors. The troublemakers, should they indeed target her, would most likely be these two households. The middle-aged man lived alone, even pregnant. Chuyi felt confident enough to handle him. It was the other family that she feared, as carrying her unborn child affected her mobility. Still, Chuyi reassured herself, "Baby, mommy may have to fight off some bad people shortly. You stay safe, alright?" The footsteps behind her grew more urgent. Chuyi understood that after several days of trailing her, the pursuer had now determined her circumstances. Seeing she didn't plan to leave the premises, they decided to confront her right within the compound. "Brat, where do you think you can run?" A male voice called out from behind. Turning around, Chuyi saw it was the younger brother-in-law of the housewife. Just one person? Sure enough, his older brother stood at Chuyi's other side, evidently planning to surround her. "You slut next door, why isn't your pimp coming to rescue you now?" The young man mocked arrogantly. Laughing haughtily, the man bragged, "After following you around for days, we've confirmed that guy from next door has long gone. There's no way he'll show up anytime soon. Without any backup, aren't you going to just let us do whatever we want?" "Brother, why are you saying so much? I remember how painfully we got beaten last time. Today, I intend to teach this girl a lesson." With these words, both men stepped directly towards Chuyi. They didn't care that she was pregnant. Their grudge over her causing them to get beaten earlier consumed them. They weren't concerned whether their victim carried a child or not, especially since it wasn't theirs. Just as the situation escalated, a distant shout broke through the air. "Chuyi! Chuyi, where are you?" This voice drew closer. Upon noticing someone approaching, the two men huddled together briefly, muttering amongst themselves, then gave Chuyi a hateful glare before turning away, heading towards another direction. They had no issue acting at this moment because the compound surveillance cameras hadn't fully recovered, and there were none installed here. Even if they harmed Chuyi, without anyone seeing or evidence produced, her word alone wouldn't suffice. Their courage stemmed precisely from knowing this. If anyone witnessed them troubling Chuyi, future opportunities to act would diminish, so for now, they retreated not too far, planning to punish Chuyi later once others dispersed. Not long after, someone dressed in a police uniform appeared, catching Chuyi's eyes. It was Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing jogged over at this moment. "Hey, Chuyi, there you are, I've been looking for you for a while." After finishing speaking, Zhao Qing took a breath. Chuyi questioned him with confusion, "Why are you looking for me? In my condition, I can't possibly teach any classes right now." Chuyi thought Zhao Qing wanted her to give a lecture at the police station and immediately refused. Her belly was already so big, she had no energy left. Zhao Qing shook his head. No, with you almost ready to give birth, how could I still ask you to lecture? Don't make us welcome our new baby here at the police station, hey." Chuyi patted her stomach gently. "Then why are you here?" Zhao Qing replied, "What were those two figures I saw just now?" Zhao Qing didn't answer directly. Chuyi glanced in the direction where the two people had left. "They're just some troublemakers." Zhao Qing exclaimed in surprise. "What? Are you alright?" As it turned out, Zhao Qing came today at someone's request. His cousin had mentioned during the flood that there were two groups of people targeting Chuyi, whom he'd warned off before. He feared that now they might find out Chuyi was not moving easily and would seek revenge. That's why he asked Zhao Qing, dressed in police uniform, to take Chuyi around the neighborhood to show that Chuyi was connected to the police, scaring them off from doing anything rash. Chuyi shook her head. They didn't get a chance to move their hands. They were scared away by your shouting, estimating they wouldn't dare bother me again when seeing you in full police gear. Not far away. Brother, what do we do? It's a cop. What does this cop want with that girl? Even standing far enough, they could see Chuyi and the man in the police uniform chatting happily. Their relationship was definitely familiar. "H, let the girl go for now. There's plenty of time later. Brother, so we're letting her off like that?" The younger brother rubbed his shoulder, remembering the pain vividly as if it was still there. They suffered immense pain lying on the bed for half a month and lost out heavily last time. How could they not get back at those who made them lose? Don't talk nonsense. Cops are someone we don't mess with. I don't believe this cop will be around frequently, humph. The man glared at Chu Yi with malicious intent. While they couldn't afford to cross paths with the police, the girl still had connections with the cops. So, they decided to set aside this grudge temporarily and walked away directly with his younger brother. Chu Yi looked into the distance, seemingly lost in thought, but didn't see anything. Zhao Qing, puzzled, looked in the direction Chu Yi was staring but saw nothing. What are you looking at? Chu Yi, nothing. Zhao Qing, be careful then. You're pregnant, after all. When I have time, I'll come by to patrol and scare away those with ill intentions. Ever since childhood, Zhao Qing hadn't really admired anyone much except for two people, his own grandfather and his cousin Jiang Liran. Now, he added another remarkable woman to that list, Chu Yi. During their first encounter, Zhao Qing was startled by how ruthlessly skilled Chu Yi was in combat, something he'd never seen in a woman who could effortlessly subdue several big men. Martial ability is also a form of personal strength, and who doesn't admire the strong? Learning that Chu Yi would also teach lectures, Zhao Qing eagerly invited her to do so. It proved wise as he benefited greatly. Even seniors at the police station noted significant improvements in his martial skills. Chu Yi, thanks. Chu Yi couldn't refuse Zhao Qing's assistance. After all, she needed it right now. Although she could handle the two herself, it might affect the baby inside her. Adhering to the principle that fewer troubles are better, Zhao Qing helping her was the best solution. At least, they wouldn't dare to act rashly in the short term. Zhao Qing grinned mischievously. Then let's go, I'll send you home. Speaking, Zhao Qing accompanied Chu Yi walking around the neighborhood. Showing authority, naturally, involved making a round, and sure enough, Chu Yi drew many stares along the way, mainly because Zhao Qing was in full police uniform. They didn't seem to be arresting anyone either, which implied familiarity between Chu Yi and Zhao Qing. All the way to the building Chu Yi lived in, seeing that Zhao Qing had no intention to stop, Chu Yi entered without a word. As they approached the elevator, someone was already waiting. Hearing footsteps, the person turned around, and upon seeing Chu Yi, immediately their expression darkened. Upon further noticing Zhao Qing beside her, their eyes flickered in panic, and they bowed their head quickly, not daring to look up anymore. Chu Yi smiled lightly. Wait. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Qing looked towards Chu Yi, questioning her with his eyes. Chu Yi chuckled and shook her head. When the elevator arrived, the three stepped in. The stranger pressed 9th floor, Chu Yi pressed the 10th floor. The entire ride up until the 9th floor, the stranger didn't dare look up once. As soon as the elevator doors opened, they hurriedly stepped out, nearly stumbling over their feet but managed to steady themselves just in time to avoid falling. Zhao Qing asked curiously, what's wrong with that guy? He hadn't noticed the other person acting so anxious in the elevator until they rushed out as soon as the elevator doors opened. Chu Yi chuckled lightly. Tilda, maybe he was scared by your police uniform. Chu Yi pointed at Zhao Qing's clothes. Zhao Qing said, only those with something to hide would be this nervous upon seeing a policeman. Could it be that he has done something bad? A person with a clear conscience shouldn't react like this when seeing a policeman, especially since he hadn't been harmed by anyone. Chu Yi, I don't know. Chu Yi didn't know whether the man had done anything wrong. But she did know his mouth was too quick for its own good. Don't think she didn't know it was him who conned the woman into confronting her before. This guy only had so much courage, and considering her current situation, she decided to let it go for now. Chapter 17, Jiang Family. The Jiang family study in City B. Jiang Liran stood straight in front of the desk, while behind the desk sat an energetic old man with sharp features and a steady gaze. This man was none other than Jiang Cheng, the head of the Jiang family. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's eyes stared intently at his most outstanding grandson. Did you find out anything? Jiang Liran's gaze was deep. Jiang Cheng suddenly broke into a smile. Then has the girl been found? The matter they were discussing happened several months ago when Jiang Liran was sent to City N on a mission and was drugged by someone. Because he had a task to complete at that time, he couldn't fully investigate what had happened. As a soldier, his duty placed the mission above all else. After many months, Jiang Liran finally took a leave to travel to City N to uncover the truth and identify the designer of the scheme. The Jiang family would certainly not overlook anyone daring enough to scheme against them, but the girl involved was innocent. The girl Jiang Cheng referred to was the one who had a relationship with Jiang Liran that night. As the sole heir of the third generation of the Jiang family, Jiang Liran unfortunately had no interest in women. Having served in the military for years, his icy countenance had frightened away countless women. His grandfather longed to hold a grandchild, but did not know how much longer he would have to wait. Jiang Liran's lips slightly tightened. Most of the details from that night were already unclear in his memory. The drug's effects were strong then, and he originally wanted to bear it alone. However, someone passed by, and at that point, his consciousness was already fuzzy. Yet, because of him, someone was harmed, and as a soldier, Jiang Liran obviously could not avoid the reproach of his conscience. This return trip to City N was also to find that woman and offer her compensation, taking responsibility. If she could not forgive him, he was prepared to turn himself in to the police to obtain her forgiveness. But she hasn't been found. That night it happened in a small alleyway, with no surveillance cameras around and few people about. She woke up before Jiang Liran and left without leaving any trace or item. To look for a person whose name, surname, or even identity characteristics are unknown in such a large City N was not easy. Jiang Cheng reined in his smile. A descendant of our Jiang family must be an upright man. One must take responsibility for their actions. Regardless of what occurred at the time, the result is that you hurt the girl. I hope you persist in finding her and taking responsibility where necessary. Whatever the outcome may be, this is the duty of a member of the Jiang family. Jiang Liran straightened his back slightly. Yes, grandfather. Jiang Cheng naturally wished to have a grandchild, but his own grandson didn't have a girlfriend yet, so this idea had to be set aside for now. Though he temporarily struggled to accept a stranger entering the Jiang family, since they were at fault, they should not let go of their responsibilities. He just hoped she was a good girl. Jiang Cheng sighed lightly. Then you should head to City N. There are no important matters at the military department recently, and I've given you a leave. Be sure to find that girl. Jiang Liran remained silent for a long while, then quietly responded, yes. As if thinking of something, Jiang Cheng said, if you have time, visit your aunt more often. She called back to say that you wouldn't stay at her house even though she invited you. You're not caring about her at all. For his daughter who married far away, Jiang Cheng felt a headache too. His late wife left early, leaving him with one son and one daughter. While he strictly required his son to follow rules, his daughter, who resembled her mother, was much beloved by him, spoiling her to remain childish even now. Thankfully, she encountered a loving and protective husband, producing a similarly outstanding son. Despite being nearly 40 years old, she still had a little girl's mindset and would occasionally pout affectionately, which made even her father struggle to handle her antics. Clearly, Jiang Liran understood his aunt's personality well and replied affirmatively, I know. Jiang Cheng also knew his grandson. Since he made a promise, he would definitely keep it. So, he didn't say anything more. At this point, a knock came from outside the study. Master, sir has returned. The meal is ready, we can eat. It was Fubua, the Jiang family steward. Jiang Cheng said, then let's go down. Outside the door, Fubua stood beside it. Seeing the door open, he quickly bowed deeply. Master, young master. Jiang Cheng's aged hand helped the man up. Afu, what are you doing? How many times do I have to tell you? The Jiang family doesn't need these empty formalities. Fubua stood up and smiled faintly. Understood, master. Jiang Cheng knew today's words would fall on deaf ears again, shook his head helplessly, and walked down first. Jiang Liran followed out and saw the elderly man at the door. Immediately he said, Grandpa Fu. Seeing his young master, Fubua grinned widely. Ah, young master. Fu Bo was once a soldier too, but due to party conflicts, his entire family perished. He was saved by the then leader, Jiang Cheng. Later, upon retirement from military service at an older age, he became the Jiang family steward to repay the life-saving favor for a lifetime. No one questioned Fu Bo's loyalty to the Jiang family. By now, Fu Bo was only a few years younger than Mr. Jiang and had surpassed the age of 60. Jiang Liran had grown up under his watchful eyes since childhood. The group approached the dining table where a stern, expressionless middle-aged man was already seated on the stool. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng descend the stairs, the man stood up. Father. Jiang Liran also said, Father. Indeed, there were only 4 members in the third generation of the Jiang family. The Jiang family now had only 3 men left, along with Jiang Hui, who married out. Jiang Liran's mother passed away from a terminal illness when Jiang Liran was 10. Thus, the Jiang family now consisted only of their 3 generations. Not long after finishing dinner, Jiang Liran packed his luggage and headed towards City N. Father and son, Jiang Cheng and Jiang Liran, stood by the window watching Jiang Liran depart. The middle-aged man, Jiang Liran's father, Jiang Lihui, gazed at his distant son and asked, Father, do we really have to let Ran marry that girl? As for this unknown daughter-in-law, Jiang Lihui had no particular views about her except the fear that she might be an enemy spy intending harm to their Jiang family. Jiang Cheng frowned as he looked at his son. The principle of being a person is to take responsibility for your actions. Since it was Ran who did this, he must accept the consequences. After finding the person involved and clearing up the matter, if it turns out the girl was not related, she is clearly a victim. We must compensate her in every way possible. If she insists on marrying Ran, then that's unavoidable. After all, we are at fault initially. However, all of this hinged on whether the girl was uninvolved in the situation. Otherwise, the Jiang family certainly had its ways. If she turned out to be a woman of bad character, the Jiang family would naturally offer its full compensation. City N. The weather had been getting increasingly strange recently. Though City N wasn't like spring all year round, the seasons were still distinct. Now it was entering December, yet Chuyi was still wearing short sleeves as the outside temperature hovered around 25 to 26 degrees Celsius with no signs of cooling down. Chuyi spent over 10,000 yuan reserving a maternity center where she planned to stay during childbirth, given the lack of relatives nearby who could assist her. As her delivery date drew near, her anxiety began to rise as well. Although she didn't know why, Zhao Qing, possibly busy with the approaching new year, started to get occupied and thus couldn't frequently visit Chuyi. Recently, the fetal movements grew more frequent, leading Chuyi to believe the child in her belly might not last until mid-January. Hence, she reduced her outdoor walks, initially planning to check into the hospital in early January to wait for childbirth. But given the current circumstances, it would be better to enter the hospital sooner. After breakfast, Chuyi simply packed her belongings from her room into a dimensional button, although her lease ended in April. She feared someone might intrude while she was away. Since she had the dimensional space, she packed everything up conveniently. Outwardly, Chuyi carried just a backpack and dragged a suitcase. Hospitals needed some preparation so that sudden appearances wouldn't raise suspicion. Just as Chuyi picked up the suitcase, she failed to notice a shadow flicker at a window upstairs. Due to her pregnancy and carrying things, she moved rather slowly. This time was rush hour, so the residential area was quiet save for the sound of the suitcase wheels dragging across the floor. You bitch, finally got you. An evil voice came from behind. It was the brothers. Chu-yi's expression quickly turned serious. Seeing Chu-yi silent after spotting them, they thought she was scared and the elder man said, "What, can't your policeman friend rescue you now?" Chu-yi sneered coldly, "Since you know I'm acquainted with a policeman, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid?" Before Chu-yi finished her sentence, the younger man interrupted her, "Ha, bring your policeman friend to catch me. Ha, brother, ha ha." Both men burst out laughing. They had noticed that the policeman hadn't shown up for quite a while, and they weren't planning to kill anyone. Without surveillance cameras around, who would know it was them committing the crime? The woman's appearance was decent enough, but her big belly was a nuisance. Once the baby inside was gone, with her looks, selling her overseas could prove very profitable. Both men were unemployed loafers who often mixed with street ruffians, engaging in countless acts of extortion. That's why such a large family was crammed into a studio apartment, which they purchased after selling an older house. Chu-yi, observing the scene before her, knew it wouldn't end well. Placing her suitcase aside and her backpack atop it, she was aware the outcome remained uncertain. After the two brothers finished laughing, they saw Chu-yi showing no signs of fear, but instead staring coldly at them with an icy expression. The sight of her made their lips curl into sneers, and with a cruel glare, they said, "You bitch, today we'll teach you a lesson." With that, the two brothers charged at Chu-yi together, throwing punches toward her stomach. Chu-yi's eyes turned colder as she managed to dodge by shifting her heavy body sideways. Realizing how cumbersome her pregnant body had become, Chu-yi gritted her teeth and glared at the two men in front of her. She decided it was time to end this quickly. Even while heavily pregnant, Chu-yi's superior combat skills enabled her to successfully take down both men. Her techniques and reflexes were the result of millennia of refinement from interstellar feedback, where only the best survived. It was a level far beyond what contemporary Earth humans could comprehend after mere systematic training. Still, her body was indeed slower now. After subduing the two, Chu-yi was also left panting slightly. Seeing the two lying on the ground wailing in pain while still glaring at her with hatred, Chu-yi smirked, "You should thank me for being pregnant right now. Otherwise, I'd have broken your arms and legs so hard you wouldn't be able to get up." Chu-yi thought that people in this era always looked for trouble, like cockroaches that couldn't die. Instead of acknowledging their weakness and working to improve themselves, they relied on underhanded schemes and tricks to harm others. Chapter 85, Labor. Millimeter tilde. At this moment, a wave of cramping pain came from her abdomen. Chu-yi, holding her stomach, staggered to the side. Now, Chu-yi felt an intense tearing sensation in her lower abdomen, especially as contractions began in her cervix. There also seemed to be fluid leaking down her thigh. This was, "Ah, you wicked woman, wait till I kill you." The older man lying on the ground noticed something strange about Chu-yi. With his last ounce of strength, he suddenly lunged toward her. Next to Chu-yi was a large rock, usually just a roadside feature that people rested on during walks, but it was indeed a real stone. If hit by him, Chu-yi and her unborn baby would likely collide with the rock, causing head injuries and possibly harming the child inside. However, Chu-yi was now tormented by an unfamiliar pain in her stomach, making it impossible for her to move. As the madman grew closer, Chu-yi's gaze turned colder, yet she firmly protected her stomach. Struggling with her final effort, unable to escape, she decided to change direction instead. Even if she suffered injuries herself, she wouldn't allow her stomach to hit the ground. In the short distance, there wasn't much time for her to react. Struggling, she rotated her body while clenching her fists. Today, these two would not get away if anything happened to her. Ah! The expected wave of pain did not happen. Instead, a scream of agony erupted nearby. Chu-yi turned her head and saw a man in a black casual shirt raise his fist, viciously beating the two lying on the ground, who were now screaming in pain. "It seems like you didn't learn your lesson last time. Let me teach you who you shouldn't mess with." Who knows, just as he was walking along and discovered the commotion here, he witnessed this shocking scene. Had he been just a bit later, this pregnant woman might have suffered unbearable pain or worse, one life could be lost alongside another. He had never imagined how cruel these two individuals were, so his strikes became increasingly fierce. A soldier himself, and one who trained new recruits, he knew exactly where to hit to cause maximum pain without leaving obvious marks. Hence, his attacks became more relentless. Chu-yi endured the pain in her belly, glancing at the discarded luggage carelessly thrown aside, and observing the robust back of the man disciplining the others. At this moment, Chu-yi felt a sense of belonging for the first time. In this era, she still had many good friends. Millimeter, so painful. Wave after wave of pain made Chu-yi almost unable to endure. Hearing her cries, Jiang Liran quickly ceased his actions and jogged to Chu-yi's side. "How are you feeling?" Chu-yi held onto her stomach and slowly slid down until she sat on the rock. "It hurts. The baby's coming soon. Call 120 immediately for an ambulance." She clenched her teeth tightly, cold sweat pouring down her forehead as her fine bangs became wet and stuck to her skin. Jiang Liran, witnessing Chu-yi's unbearable suffering, thought of the considerable distance to the hospital in the city center. Calling an ambulance now would take too long. Without hesitation, he gathered strength in his arms and lifted Chu-yi into his embrace. "Don't talk. I'll take you to the hospital right now." With that, he began sprinting toward the underground parking lot from which they'd come. Chu-yi leaned against Jiang Liran's chest. Even as he ran, she remained firmly cradled in his sturdy arms. Listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat close to her ear, For some reason, Chuyi felt a flicker of relief. The pain in her belly continued to arrive in waves, twisting and knotting her intestines. Another wave of pain surged forward, and Chuyi couldn't help but cry out in anguish. Ah, it hurts. Millimeter, considering their current environment and not wanting to add any extra burden to the person running, Chuyi tried her best to suppress her groans and quietly endure. Even as he ran, Jiang Liran continuously checked on Chuyi. Seeing her bite her lips in pain, he spoke softly, if it hurts, don't try to hold it in. We'll reach soon, once we're in the car, the hospital will be quick. With that, he picked up the pace. Though Chuyi's weight now carried 2 lives, it barely affected Jiang Liran's speed due to his experience with heavy physical training. Before long, they reached the underground parking lot. Moving quickly to his car, he placed Chuyi carefully beside the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, then took the wheel, and the car shot off like a bullet. A journey that usually took half an hour to the city hospital was completed in less than 15 minutes by Jiang Liran. After parking, he directly scooped up Chuyi again and roughly determined the hospital's location before rushing toward the emergency entrance marked prominently. Doctor, this woman is about to give birth. Upon arriving at the emergency room, without much thought, Jiang Liran shouted loudly. When several nurses heard this, they immediately pushed out a bed and instructed that the person be placed on it, then wheeled the bed toward a nearby room. Jiang Liran quickly followed along. Chuyi was wheeled into the operating room while Jiang Liran was stopped outside. Another wave of pain came. Chuyi couldn't help but cry out, it was too painful. The doctor beside her quickly helped stabilize Chuyi and spoke gently, don't be nervous, relax, take deep breaths, don't be afraid. At this moment, Chuyi was drenched in sweat, her hands tightly gripping the sheet as waves of pain continued to hit her. The doctor, observing Chuyi calm down, directed the nurse to turn on the medical equipment and prepare everything for surgery. Chuyi was also connected to a few devices. The doctor examined Chuyi's condition. Your amniotic fluid has broken. From the situation, it looks like intense physical exertion or the mother's emotional agitation caused an early labor. Subsequently, he said to the nurse nearby, prepare, get ready for delivery. Understood. The doctor checked Chuyi's cervix. Your cervix is already open, you can give birth vaginally. However, the amniotic fluid has drained significantly, prepare the oxytocin. As Chuyi watched the doctors and nurses rush around, she felt a searing pain from her belly, an overwhelming agony making her cry out, ah. It felt like something was pushing outward from below, causing unbearable pressure. Outside the delivery room, hearing the cries from within, Jiang Liran furrowed his brows coldly and made a call to Zhao Qing. He first ordered someone to go to their apartment complex to arrest the culprits, then had them bring over his and Chuyi's luggage. After the call ended, he waited outside with a troubled look evident from his wrinkled brow. Inside the delivery room, seeing Chuyi shout loudly, the doctor promptly advised her softly, don't scream, channel your strength down there. Think of it as using the restroom, it'll just take effort to push him out. Upon hearing this comparison, Chuyi's forehead twitched once before focusing on imagining she was struggling with constipation, attempting to solve her issue. She began to exert even more effort downwards. Satisfied that Chuyi had understood, the doctor encouraged her from the side. Yes, exactly like that, hold on, you're doing great. Keep going, your baby's head is almost visible. Ah. Chuyi gripped the sheet tightly and used all her strength. Take deep breaths and use more strength. I see the head now, just a little more effort. With encouragement ringing in her ears, Chuyi took a deep breath and pushed even harder. Ah. Something seemed to slide out from below, and Chuyi immediately felt relieved, exhausted as she lay down. A wah, the sound of a baby crying echoed through the room. It's here, it's done. The baby is out. A doctor caught the newly born baby and brought it aside for a basic examination. A moment later, he declared, the baby is healthy, it's a boy. And quite the sweet one, knowing how to love his mother by coming out so fast, I've rarely seen such speedy deliveries. This child will definitely grow up to be a kind-hearted young man who understands the value of maternal care. Another doctor added, all right, since the baby is healthy, let's place him next to his mother. Chuyi looked at the small baby the doctor placed beside her head, it was so tiny. Tiny hands, a tiny face, a tiny mouth, and a tiny nose. Everything about the baby was petite. Although the baby was just born and still red-faced, Chuyi believed this was surely the most adorable baby in the world. A nurse exclaimed in surprise, wow, this baby recognizes its mom already. It stopped crying as soon as it reached her side. Gazing at the baby next to her, whose little mouth remained slightly agape with eyes yet to fully open, Chuyi's heart melted. While other doctors and nurses were still busy tidying things up for Chuyi, her gaze never left the small infant who faintly moved its lips next to her. A nurse stepped out and announced to Jiang Liran waiting in the corridor, congratulations. Mother and son are safe and well. They'll soon be wheeled out and transferred to a regular ward. You need to pay the fee over there. The nurse pointed to a specific payment area. Jiang Liran nodded and immediately went to settle the bill. Right after finishing, Chuyi was wheeled out, exhausted and already fallen asleep to the soft sounds of her newborn. Jiang Liran approached Chuyi and seeing her peacefully sleeping off her exhaustion, felt relieved. He turned to look at the baby leaning against Chuyi. This tiny infant wasn't crying at all, forming a cute little bundle. For some reason, Jiang Liran's otherwise hard heart softened, his gaze becoming gentle towards the baby, revealing an unexpected tenderness even he hadn't noticed himself. A nurse came forward and said, okay, please step aside, Mr. Jiang. We need to take the mother to the ward first. The title of father made Jiang Liran momentarily stunned, and before he could react, the nurse had already pushed the bed forward. Cousin. Jiang Liran heard a voice from behind before he could catch up. He looked over and saw his cousin Zhao Qing coming. Zhao Qing panted as he ran up to Jiang Liran. Pant, cousin, I finally found you. Is Chuyi all right? Zhao Qing asked worriedly. Jiang Liran shook his head. Mother and child are both safe, and they've been transferred to a regular ward already. Are all the matters taken care of? Jiang Liran asked. Zhao Qing hurriedly said, fortunately, cousin gave the order in time. When I led people there, that family was about to flee with their luggage. Now they've been directly brought to the station for questioning. Hearing the result, Jiang Liran nodded satisfactorily. Chapter 19, Visit. War-Tilda Chuyi was awakened by the cries of a baby. Opening her eyes, she looked toward the bedside, where Jiang Liran was awkwardly holding an infant. Chuyi didn't expect that he would still be there. Jiang Liran noticed Chuyi waking up and stiffened as he held the soft, boneless infant in his arms. The hands that had once held guns without hesitation now struggled to figure out how to properly hold this fragile baby. He woke up crying, and I was afraid to disturb your sleep. Jiang Liran showed rare signs of being at a loss. Chuyi chuckled softly, give him to me. Realizing that he had refrained from disturbing her but didn't know how to handle the baby, leading to the awkward posture in which he was holding it, Chuyi took over. Although Chuyi had never held a child before, it seemed women were instinctively skilled at holding babies. Upon first attempting it, she felt completely familiar with the correct way to do so, and expertly cradled the child, gently swaying it. The baby seemed to realize it had returned to its mother's embrace, stopped crying, and instead nestled its little head on Mom's shoulder, pouting slightly as if upset. Despite the baby's currently unclear vision, it flailed its tiny hands and clutched onto Mom's clothing. A nurse walked over to take Chuyi's temperature. Glancing at the child, she said, the baby might be hungry. For your first time breastfeeding, you may experience blocked milk ducts. If the baby can't suckle properly, later we can ask the baby's father to help unblock the ducts before feeding. Upon hearing the words baby's father, Chuyi was puzzled. Baby's father? The young nurse pointed at Jiang Liran by the bedside. Isn't he the baby's father? Since the moment you came to the hospital until after delivery and transfer to the general ward, he hasn't left your side. The nurse questioned, gesturing towards Jiang Liran. Chuyi turned crimson and hurriedly explained, no, he is not. However, her explanation was interrupted by a voice entering the room. Ah, Chuyi, you've finally woken up. Zhao Qing entered carrying a variety of items. After entering the ward, she dropped her burdens heavily. I'm dead tired. After the nurse finished measuring Chuyi's temperature, she left the ward. Only then did Chuyi notice that this ward contained only her bed. It was a private room. Looking at the pile of nutrition supplements brought by Zhao Qing, Chuyi gratefully said, thank you, first to Zhao Qing and then to Jiang Liran. Zhao Qing waved her hand, don't thank me, thank my older brother instead, everything here was purchased by his instructions. Jiang Liran glanced uncomfortably aside, it's because you're too talkative. Zhao Qing glanced at Jiang Liran, then innocently at Chuyi, then at the child in Chuyi's arms, is this your child? Wow, so ugly, all red like that. When Zhao Qing peeked, she was startled by the baby's face that resembled a red bottom, and noted white spots on its face. War-Tilda, as if sensing criticism, the baby started bawling loudly. Zhao Qing saw this and immediately waved her hands, not because of what I said. Zhao Qing looked guiltlessly at Chuyi. Chuyi smiled and shook her head, be good, baby. Uncle Zhao Qing didn't say you're unattractive. Chuyi gently rocked the baby. Gradually, the baby's cries softened, and it began sucking its lips faintly. Seeing this, Jiang Liran said, the nurse just said he was hungry. After these words were spoken, Jiang Liran and Chuyi both felt uneasy, recalling what the nurse had earlier said about breastfeeding. Jiang Liran continued, Zhao Qing and I will go outside to get you something to eat. You feed the baby. With that, he pulled Zhao Qing out. Watching their fleeing backs, Chuyi laughed. Once alone in the ward, with no one else around, she prepared to breastfeed the baby that was softly smacking its lips. Adjusting herself and lifting her top, the small infant, as if sensing food nearby, naturally latched onto its meal and began working hard to suckle for quite a while before actually obtaining nourishment. Chuyi could feel a sharp pain in her chest, followed by a sensation that the previously swollen and tight feeling had eased. After the baby finished feeding, following the nurse's earlier advice during injection procedures, Chuyi carefully repositioned the infant, lightly patting its back until a belch emerged, after which she readjusted and cradled the baby again, softly patting it to make it fall back asleep. Gazing at the tender baby face, Chuyi's eyes shone with maternal affection. She believed her baby to be the cutest in the world and thought to herself that she now had her own little treasure. Though still physically fatigued after childbirth, Chuyi placed the baby next to her, activated the bedrail, and then simply lay there watching her sleeping baby, slowly drifting into slumber beside her newborn. After spending a few days in the hospital with no incidents, Chuyi requested to be transferred. She had already booked a place at a maternity care center and was directly moved there. Upon arriving, the novice mother Chuyi began formally learning how to take care of her baby. Since she had a natural birth, Chuyi could get out of bed by the third day. The maternity care center lived up to its reputation, everything was arranged perfectly for her. After the Lockyer discharge finished, Chuyi started learning from the nurses how to care for her newborn baby. The nurses also informed her about what not to do during her confinement period. This was truly buying comfort with money. As time passed, The baby gradually lost the bright red skin it had at birth. Although it still had some wrinkles like an old man, it was now undeniably cute. Its little face and expressions amused the nurses at the maternity center, who exclaimed they'd never seen such a cute baby. Chen Qin, wow, the baby is really adorable. The 3 roommates knew that Chuyi had given birth and all wanted to visit her, but with the Lunar New Year approaching, they were preoccupied with many family matters. Unable to visit, they could only send their greetings through the group chat. Chen Qin, who happened to be in the same city, was the most conveniently located person. Upon hearing Chuyi's location, she immediately grabbed a bunch of gifts and rushed over to see Chuyi, gazing lovingly at the baby. Chen Qin looked at the baby on the bed with curiosity. She had never seen such a small baby before. Afraid of handling the baby incorrectly due to her lack of experience, she dared not pick it up and merely stood beside the bed looking at it, occasionally extending a finger to touch the baby's clothing. She had heard that newborns have very delicate skin, so she only touched the baby's clothes. Chuyi saw her amusing actions and said, "You can hold him. Babies are easy to hold." Chen Qin glanced at Chuyi and then at the baby hesitantly. "Hee, can I? But I've never held a baby before." There were children in her family, but they were always carried by parents or older relatives, and she herself had never held any. Chuyi smiled. "Sure, come here, do it this way." Chuyi picked up the baby, adjusted her position, and handed it to Chen Qin, helping her adjust her posture so one hand supported the baby's neck, allowing its head to rest on Chen Qin's arm while the other hand supported its bottom. "See, you've got the hang of it." Chen Qin, holding the soft little body in her hands, dared not move even slightly. He's so soft. It felt as though the baby had no bones, and Chen Qin didn't dare make any rash movements for fear of dropping the fragile baby, since it was so soft. Chuyi giggled softly. "Don't worry, newborns haven't fully developed their bones yet, so they're pretty soft. You're doing fine now, just relax. Babies are easy to handle." Yes, the baby was easy to take care of. It might be because Chuyi had used an intermediate repair agent when the baby was still in her belly. Both she and her baby had strong bodies. Normally, the baby had few facial expressions, but it was unexpectedly easy to manage. Though it cried and fussed every day, it could quickly calm down with Mom Chuyi's soothing, almost as if it already recognized its mother's scent, being just a tiny infant. Hearing Chuyi's words, Chen Qin slightly adjusted her arms and gradually relaxed her stiff body, cradling the baby steadily and gently swaying it. At this point, the baby mostly slept, and this remained the same. Except for the initial stiffness in Chen Qin's pose, the baby's little face twitched slightly in its sleep. As Chen Qin grew more confident, the baby slept peacefully. After holding the baby for a while, Chen Qin gently laid it down and pulled out her phone, snapping numerous photos from the side. "I'm going to post these in the group chat so everyone can see how adorable the baby is." She posted them immediately after taking the pictures. Chen Qin, picture. Gu my, wow, you went to see the baby. Is this Chuyi's baby? So cute. Animated emoticon starry eyes. Wang Shui, yeah, I've never seen such a cute newborn before. Animated emoticon starry eyes. Chen Qin, what do you think? I'm the first one to see the baby, ha ha ha. Gu my, jealous, but I'm not in City N, otherwise I would go see this cute baby right away. Oh, is it a boy or a girl? Oops, upon entering, Chen Qin had been too engrossed in admiring the baby and hadn't asked whether it was a boy or a girl. She turned toward Chuyi shyly. Hey, Chuyi, is it a boy or a girl? Chuyi replied, a boy. Chen Qin nodded, oh, I see. Hearing it was a boy, she immediately responded in the group with, it's a boy. Gu my, you paused for a minute, didn't you? You probably didn't know either, and then immediately asked Chuyi to find out. Gu my keenly noticed that Chen Qin had replied instantly at first but paused when it came to the baby's gender, which led her to guess the situation. Chen Qin. Gu my, haha, I knew it. My guess was right. You were definitely too busy fangirling over the baby. Ha ha ha. Chen Qin defiantly replied, but I'm still the first person from our dorm to visit the baby, and I even held it. You have no idea how soft the baby is. As Chuyi watched this chat unfold, she could almost picture Gu my triumphantly laughing while crossing her arms. Although the other two weren't able to come and visit the baby in person, they had sent red envelopes to Chuyi, claiming it was a gift for meeting the baby, not for her, leaving Chuyi feeling somewhat embarrassed not to accept them. Chapter 20, Earthquake. Chuyi skillfully cleaned the baby's bottom and changed the diaper. From the initial chaos of taking care of the baby to now mastering the skills, Chuyi has learned a lot. The postpartum care center provides excellent service, making Chuyi's postpartum recovery very comfortable. She also learned more about taking care of the baby. As the baby reaches 1 month old, his condition is getting better and better. His wrinkled skin is fading, becoming soft and cute, and is particularly healthy with a strong physique. Every day, he eats more and produces more waste. Chuyi gave birth at the end of December. After her confinement period, the Chinese New Year was approaching. Chuyi named her son Chu Juanxi, with a nickname 1111. The name is based on a homophone of the last character, hoping the baby will always be happy and smile every day. There won't be a celebration for the full moon because there aren't many acquaintances, and people are busy near the spring festival. After packing up her things, Chuyi prepared to check out of the center, pushing the baby carriage while carrying luggage. When she approached the entrance, she suddenly saw a car parked at the front gate of the postpartum care center. Chuyi didn't think much about it, assuming it was a new mother coming in, so she decided to walk around. However, as she walked close to the car door, it opened abruptly. Zhao Qing stepped out with a broad smile. "Hi, Chu Yi, we've come to pick you up." She then pointed at Jiang Liran sitting in the driver's seat. Chu Yi hesitated. "How can I possibly trouble you two to pick us up? They have already helped her enough." Zhao Qing waved her hand dismissively. "What's the fuss about? You're neighbors with my older cousin, it's on the way anyway. Besides, there's nothing going on recently in the bureau, we're about to take holidays anyway. So why not come to pick you up and see our adorable little baby?" With that, Zhao Qing moved forward to help lift the baby stroller into the car. The tiny baby now had bright, black eyes resembling grapes, gazing curiously all around. Seeing the baby's expression, Zhao Qing cooed, "Wow, look how cute the baby has grown." Jiang Liran, noticing Zhao Qing standing outside by the door intently looking at the baby, frowned and said impatiently, "Get in the car, Chu Yi hasn't gotten in yet." Realizing this, Zhao Qing quickly got inside, turning towards Chu Yi. "Come on, Chu Yi, get in." Chu Yi felt helpless and reluctantly climbed into the car, backpacking her luggage. Throughout the ride, she listened to Zhao Qing non-stop praising the baby without hesitation, ignoring the fact that just a month ago Zhao Qing had criticized the baby's appearance. Jiang Liran's frown deepened so much it could crush a fly. He finally lost his patience and ordered, "Shut up." The noise was driving him crazy. Upon being scolded by his cousin, Zhao Qing immediately closed her mouth, giving her cousin a pitiful glance. Realizing her cousin wasn't paying attention to her, she sighed and turned back to focus on the baby without saying another word. Finally finding peace, Jiang Liran was glad the noisy voice was gone. They drove silently to the parking area of the apartment complex where both Zhao Qing and Jiang Liran helped carry Chu Yi's luggage. Chu Yi only needed to push the baby carriage. Seeing their assistance, Chu Yi offered, "Would you like to have lunch at my place?" But stopped mid-sentence realizing her cooking wasn't that great, causing her cheeks to redden. Though original Chu Yi was frugal and knew how to cook, she wasn't good at it. She could barely make meals herself, let alone feed others in the space age where even Chu Yi might struggle to boil rice correctly. Jiang Liran understood what Chu Yi left unsaid, and replied simply, "No need, let's order takeaway." Zhao Qing nodded as if knowing something important, quickly adding, yes, I know of a great restaurant nearby where we can try different flavors." Chu Yi, aware of her own situation, agreed, "All right." Ultimately, they ordered takeaway for lunch. Having given birth, Chu Yi finally felt relieved as life returned to a peaceful state. Now she started exercising again to reduce the weight gained during pregnancy. One day, Chu Yi took her baby out for a walk in the residential complex streets and met the woman who had once begged her for help. The woman was accompanied by a boy of 7 or 8 years old. Judging from their direction, they seemed to have just returned home. Upon seeing Chu Yi with her baby walking towards them, the woman's face turned pale and hastily pulled her son away, heading down another small path. Chu Yi coldly glanced at the turning mother-son duo, showing no further concern for those who tried to harm her before. With her baby now safely born, if the other party were foolish enough to provoke her again, Chu Yi wouldn't hesitate to respond. Loss and suffering would inevitably fall upon them instead. This year's New Year was especially flavorful for Chu Yi due to the arrival of a new baby in her house. Though her family consisted of just 2 people, one of whom was a speechless infant, watching her baby's cute features filled Chu Yi with endless energy. After the spring festival, Chu Yi renewed her rent. As she had already paid the deposit, no additional deposit was needed this time for the renewal. Considering her financial situation, Chu Yi negotiated with the landlord to pay the rent twice a year. After paying the rent, Chu Yi only had 10,000 yuan left, but the food stored in the space would last for herself and the baby for a long time. Chu Yi planned to return to school when the next semester started. She had prepared everything necessary for the baby's first year of life, including clothing, food, accommodation, and travel. However, if Chu Yi did not have a stable income in the future, the amount of money needed as the baby grew older would increase significantly. If she stopped studying further, she wouldn't obtain a diploma and thus wouldn't find a good job easily. Fortunately, the school offered generous scholarships for hardworking students, and competition prizes could also provide some extra cash. Due to floods in the second half of the previous year, all the courses were now online. Once back at school, Chu Yi just needed to pass the exams to continue her studies. Chu Yi prepared to study hard before returning to school, aiming to pass the tests, cancel her leave of absence application, and continue her studies. After all, she was already in her senior year. Graduation meant obtaining a diploma and finding a better job. That evening, after putting the baby to sleep as usual, Chu Yi looked at her increasingly white and adorable baby's face, feeling more motivated. She placed the baby in the crib, turned off the room light, and switched on the small desk lamp beside it, allowing her to both take care of the baby and continue studying. Outside the window, the stars seemed obscured, leaving the night pitch black. While Chu Yi was reading, the ground began shaking violently. Despite having few things in her room, the table and chair were trembling due to the earthquake. Chu Yi immediately rushed to the bed. "Baby! Ooh-ah!" The loud cries of the baby rang out. The infant woke up startled by the constant swaying and the dust falling from the ceiling, wailing loudly. Chu Yi quickly picked up the baby and wiped the dust off its face. "Be a good baby, don't be scared, mommy is here." But the baby continued to cry non-stop. As the tremors grew stronger, Chu Yi gathered things into her spatial button and put on a backpack, ready to run outside. Just as she reached the door, there was a knock. Opening it, she found Jiang Liran. "Hurry, there's an earthquake." After Jiang Liran spoke, he noticed Chu Yi had already come out holding the baby and attempted to take the child. Chu Yi sidestepped away. Thank you, I can hold him myself. It wasn't that Chu Yi didn't trust Jiang Liran, she simply trusted herself more. Jiang Liran didn't argue, indicating Chu Yi should follow. They descended the staircase together, encountering other frightened people along the way. However, it was late at night, so many people hadn't realized an earthquake was happening yet. Jiang Liran escorted Chu Yi all the way down to the outside of the residential complex. By then, the earth was trembling even more frequently, with dust constantly falling from the walls. Chu Yi protected her son, running cautiously. The earthquake. Earthquake. Help. Save me. As the situation worsened, people gradually woke up, and screams echoed around. Chu Yi didn't have time to think about others, she just focused on following Jiang Liran away from this place. Boom tilde. A nearby pavilion collapsed abruptly, and Chu Yi stumbled from the wind and dust blowing against her. Jiang Liran quickly supported her. Are you okay? Cough, cough. Thank you, I'm fine. Let's go faster, Chu Yi responded while being choked by the dust. The baby was tightly held in her arms, not crying anymore but instead looking at his mother with water-filled, bright eyes, unaffected by the surrounding thunderous sounds or screams. Seeing that the baby was safe, Chu Yi and Jiang Liran continued running toward the outside. Once outside, they discovered the dark sky made it unclear where to head. Without stopping, Jiang Liran guided Chu Yi toward one direction. There's a park under construction ahead, still undeveloped. It's just open land surrounded by short buildings under construction, let's go there. Chu Yi nodded and followed him. Before reaching the park, the scenery around them began swaying again. Chu Yi couldn't stand properly and fell to the ground. Jiang Liran tried to help her up, but the surroundings were too shaky, making him unable to keep steady either. Fortunately, they were near the planned park area, surrounded by unfinished low-rise buildings. Thus, the two were relatively safe. With the strong shaking, Jiang Liran shouted, crouch down. He then sat next to Chu Yi. There was nothing around them but open ground, even the nearest construction zone was far away, and there were no trees in sight. Chu Yi couldn't stand steadily, so she had to sit on the ground. The surroundings shook violently, making Chu Yi sway from side to side like a small boat at the mercy of the waves. As the movements became more severe, Jiang Liran simply hugged Chu Yi, while Chu Yi held onto the baby, all three of them rising and falling with the tremors. In the distance, from buildings came cries, screams for help, and the sounds of chaos. However, at that moment, Chu Yi and Jiang Liran were struggling just to stay alive themselves. Just as they were once again thrown a short distance, Jiang Liran grabbed a piece of rebar hurtling toward them and jammed it into the soil, securing their bodies against further movement. In the distance, where elegant houses once stood, nearly everything was now flattened. Trees lay crooked and scattered everywhere, and faintly in the air echoed the desperate wails of people far off. Chapter 21, Zhao Family. Chu Yi knew that this sudden earthquake had destroyed their home, family, and friends. She tightly held her baby in her arms, the only solace left, thank goodness, the baby is still here. As the ground slowly calmed down, the two looked at the scene of rubble ahead and finally let out a sigh of relief. It was over. It was then Chu Yi realized she had been in Jiang Liran's embrace all along. She quickly stood up with the baby in her arms. Then, glancing sideways, Chu Yi noticed that the hand Jiang Liran used to grip the steel pipe was now badly injured. You're hurt? Chu Yi pointed at his hand. Jiang Liran released the steel pipe he had been gripping. His palm, stiff from exertion, was gently massaged by his other hand. Before long, feeling returned to his hand. He glanced at the small scratches on his hand but didn't think much of them. It's fine. Such minor injuries were nothing, he had endured far worse before. Apart from these marks on his hands, neither of them had suffered significant injuries, likely because there wasn't much around them to collapse. The baby in Chu Yi's arms had fallen asleep. She stroked the child's little face and sighed as she looked at the dust rising not far away. If our place has been devastated like this, the city must be even worse. I wonder how many people are still alive. The earthquake had come too suddenly. If Chu Yi hadn't been studying late into the night for an exam, she would have already been sleeping with her precious son, unaware of the impending disaster. Many might have died in their sleep due to collapsing buildings, and even those who woke up may not have survived such a powerful tremor. Jiang Liran's expression was dark and unreadable, and he said nothing. In this heavy atmosphere, neither of them spoke. Subsequently, Jiang Liran and Chu Yi returned to the residential area with the baby in their arms. The once familiar scenery had become ruins. The gate of the compound had collapsed completely. Some people stood by the entrance, shouting and wailing loudly while looking at the wreckage around them. Chu Yi knew they could never go back. Many of the houses there had collapsed, and even those still standing had only half left, making them unlivable. Fortunately, most of the things in her house had been stored in her space, so the losses were minimal. While others cried and mourned, Chu Yi felt distant. At a loss, she didn't know where to go next. Jiang Liran had also taken in the situation clearly. What are your plans? He asked. Chu Yi shook her head. I don't know. I've always been an orphan. Now, except for my baby, I have no more family. Saying this, Chu Yi hugged the baby in her arms tighter. This was her only family now. Jiang Liran remained silent, having heard about Chu Yi's circumstances from Zhao Qing. Why don't you come with me to look for Zhao Qing? With such a large-scale earthquake, the government will definitely provide assistance, and as a police officer, Zhao Qing will surely be involved. Chu Yi had no immediate solution. She indeed had nowhere to go. Besides, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing were among her few friends, so she nodded in agreement. However, how to get there became a problem. Though Jiang Liran did own a car, it was parked in the underground garage of the residential area. Now that the buildings had collapsed, any cars on the ground were surely unusable as well. Without a car, how would they reach their destination? Walking would take an unpredictable amount of time. Chuyi thought for a moment, there are shared bicycles outside, let's ride one. Bicycle sharing was widespread, and there were quite a number of bikes parked on the roadside near their compound. Even after the earthquake, some bikes were bound to be undamaged. Riding bikes would certainly be better than walking. At the entrance of the residential area, they found several intact shared bicycles. However, Jiang Liran looked at Chuyi and then said, "Let me carry the child." Chuyi instinctively took a half step back before realizing what he meant. He was concerned she wouldn't be able to ride the bike alone with a child, not because of anything else. She sighed helplessly. She knew Jiang Liran was a good person, but she was just too afraid. Over 2 lifetimes, she had only this one relative, her baby, and she couldn't afford to lose him. She had to keep him close and care for him. From her backpack which she always carried, Chuyi took out a baby carrier sling, which was actually retrieved from her storage button. She didn't care if others might question how such a thing could be inside her backpack. She opened the sling and secured the baby in front of her chest, fastened it tightly, then gently patted the baby's back. She turned to Jiang Liran, "Isn't this fine?" Jiang Liran said nothing, mounted his bike, and rode ahead to lead the way. Chuyi followed on her bicycle with the baby securely strapped in the sling in front of her. The roads were no longer as passable as before. Everywhere, there were broken walls and collapsed houses, along with numerous fallen trees by the roadside. The scene was utter chaos, and wherever they went, cries of sorrow and calls for help could be heard. Jiang Liran and Chuyi had no choice but to tread over heaps of rubble. Chuyi was completely disoriented now, she couldn't even tell if they'd reached the main street or not. In urban areas where buildings stood closely together, when a high-rise collapsed, it would take out neighboring structures as well. Many old houses, already weakened by time, fell down in larger numbers. After following Jiang Liran through a few turns, neither knew how long they'd walked. With fewer houses by the road, they found themselves in an unfamiliar area full of rows of villas. How did Chuyi know these were villas? Because very few of them had collapsed here, most still stood tall and mostly undamaged, with only slight damage due to nearby fallen trees. They arrived in front of a simple villa, and Chuyi froze. Isn't this the police station? Despite the roads being covered by debris and ash everywhere, Chuyi was certain the police station wasn't located in a villa. Jiang Liran glanced at Chuyi with an expression that revealed something deeper than she could understand. In this situation, do you really think the police station could survive unscathed? He then rang the doorbell of the villa. Chuyi bit back her questions. Now they were at the gate, it wouldn't be proper to leave. She realized she wouldn't find her way back anyway, given her current state, and considering she had lost her home, maybe this arrangement would work. If they weren't welcoming, she could always leave with her child. She was capable of taking care of herself and her baby. Big brother. Chuyi. As both waited for someone to open the door, a delighted shout came from inside. Zhao Qing burst out, quickly opening the door. Seeing them, he eagerly said, "Big brother, Chuyi, it's so good to see you're all right. Please come in." Chuyi felt apologetic. "I hate to disturb you, and if it's inconvenient, I can leave any time." She thought about it and decided clarity was best under the circumstances. Zhao Qing hurriedly replied, "Chuyi, what nonsense are you talking about? I've already regarded you as my friend. Since Big Brother brought you here, he must also consider you a friend. There's no need to be polite around me, you're not usually such a humble person." Zhao Qing joked, remembering how quick Chuyi was to act when provoked and how her martial skills were formidable enough to beat their group of men. Reflecting on this made him feel sheepish. Chuyi simply said, "Thank you." "Don't mention thanks," Zhao Qing insisted. "Come inside." Zhao Qing led the pair into the first-floor living room of the villa, where a middle-aged couple sat a day. The woman appeared exceptionally well-preserved, her resemblance to Zhao Qing hinting that she might be his older sister. From the moment the trio entered, the woman locked eyes on Jiang Liran, startlingly calling out, "Little Ranan, it's so wonderful you finally came to Auntie's place. Auntie is so glad you're safe." As she spoke, the woman buried her face in her hands. The man beside her rushed forward to comfort her. "Wife, see. Ranran's all right, don't worry. Now that Ranran's here, he can stay with us, you'll get to see him every day." The woman subtly peeked between her fingers at Jiang Liran, thinking her action was discreet, only to realize everyone noticed. Observing his indifference, she emitted a helpless sound, Only then did the man turn to Jiang Liran. "Ranran." This man didn't look like a CEO, rather, he seemed warm-hearted with gentle features and a faint smile that suggested frequent laughter. Even in his middle years, he exuded charm without any traces of greasiness, a clear indicator of strong genes. Chuyi reflected silently, Zhao Qing certainly hadn't inherited bad genes. A flicker of resignation passed through Jiang Liran's eyes as he opened his mouth, "Auntie." Hearing this, the woman immediately uncovered her face, beaming brightly without a trace of her previous emotion. "Now that you've come, you must stay here for a while. Things are chaotic outside." Zhao Qing grumbled. "Mom, I can't tell if Big Brother is your son or if I am. Whenever he's here, I become invisible." Slapping her son's back, Chuyi suspected she aimed for his head but fell short. The woman retorted humorously, "If your brother were my son, life would be so much easier. Now, go play somewhere else." With this dismissal, she turned toward Chuyi and immediately noticed the infant in Chuyi's arms, widening her eyes dramatically. Look, look. Your big brother has moved faster than you, he already has children. This must be my niece-in-law holding my grandnephew. Come closer, let grandma take a good look. Oh my goodness, how utterly adorable. He looks just like little Ranan did as a baby. The woman practically dashed toward Chu-Yi, showering adoration on the baby in her arms. Had this been their first meeting, she might have snatched the child to cuddle endlessly. Chu-Yi's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Auntie, I'm not Jiang Liran's wife, and this child isn't his either. Please don't misunderstand. This was the second time she had been mistakenly associated with Jiang Liran, leaving Chu-Yi at a loss for how to handle the awkwardness. Chapter 22 After the disaster. Upon hearing these words, the woman looked up. After a while, she wore an expression that said I get it, and addressed Xiaoran. Xiaoran, it's not that auntie wants to criticize you, but your moves are way too slow sometimes. A man has to take the initiative or else you might lose your beautiful wife and adorable child to someone else. She didn't know what additional assumptions she had made in her head as she looked at Chu-Yi sympathetically, then turned to Jiang Xiaoran to speak. When Zhao Qing saw things were getting more and more awkward, she hurriedly clarified, Mom, Mother, you've misunderstood, really misunderstood. Chu-Yi and my cousin are just friends. The baby is Chu-Yi's ex-boyfriend's, not my cousin's. Please don't misunderstand. Cousin, tell her if this isn't a misunderstanding. Zhao Qing finished speaking to her mom and then turned to speak to Jiang Xiaoran. Jiang Xiaoran nodded faintly, Seeing her mom was about to say something else, Zhao Qing quickly interrupted. Chu-Yi, this is my mom, and over there is my dad. Just call them uncle and aunt. Jiang Hui, Zhao Qing's mother, immediately came forward and said, You're Chu-Yi, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Xiaoran's aunt, and Zhao Qing's mom. Her face lit up with a warm smile. Zhao Qing wasn't sure what her mom had been daydreaming about. Mom, you. But before he could finish, Jiang Hui shoved her son aside. Go, don't block the way. Chu-Yi must be tired from traveling here. Come sit down. You're holding a baby. Oh dear, our little cutie has woken up. Wow, so cute, just like Xiaoran when he was a baby. Jiang Hui was pulling Chu-Yi to sit down when the infant in Chu-Yi's arms woke up. Opening his eyes and seeing his mother, the baby didn't cry, but sniffed around Chu-Yi's chest instead. Observing this, Jiang Hui immediately knew what had happened. Oh no, the baby's hungry, Chu-Yi. There are guest rooms on the second floor. Aunt will help you settle in first and feed the baby. The smaller the baby seemed, the more adorable Jiang Hui thought he was. It was exactly like her nephew when he was a baby. How could this be fake? Despite everyone saying it was a misunderstanding, Jiang Hui assumed that her nephew simply hadn't secured the baby's mother yet, not even recognizing his own child due to his typically silent and cold personality. Now her father-in-law no longer hoped for grandkids because of this. Since they were already here, she'd definitely arrange a double blessing, giving her nephew both wife and child. At this thought, she became excited. Still, reflecting on how her nephew now had a wife and child while her brother had become a grandfather, she couldn't help but scold her own son mentally, hoping that he would hurry up too so she could also become a grandmother soon. With this in mind, she gave him a dark look, planning to arrange a matchmaking event for him as soon as possible to finally resolve his lifelong issues. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Zhao Qing glanced around, finding nothing wrong, and decided it was probably just paranoia. After bringing Chu-Yi upstairs to the guest room, Jiang Hui went downstairs by herself, claiming she needed to prepare breakfast, leaving Chu-Yi and the baby alone in the room. Watching the baby remain quiet despite hunger, Chu-Yi melted under his big watery eyes. Good baby, you're hungry, aren't you? Mommy will feed you right away. Saying this, she expertly started feeding him milk. Downstairs. Jiang Hui happily descended the stairs, only to find three men sitting silently on the couch staring blankly at each other. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Zhao Qing's father, Zhao Jinghang, helped his wife sit down. Dear, is the young lady settled? Jiang Hui confidently replied, Of course. She's going to be my future niece-in-law. At this, Jiang Xiaoran's calm expression faltered slightly. Auntie, it's not like you think, all misunderstandings. Chu-Yi and I have no relationship, and the baby is not mine. It was rare for Jiang Xiaoran to offer an explanation, but he knew his aunt well. As an orthopedic doctor, she had a strong imagination, enjoying drama series and family-based Korean dramas. If he didn't clarify, his aunt would surely insist on her thoughts and make unnecessary moves. I understand, understood, all misunderstandings. Jiang Hui waved her hand dismissively. Phut, trying to fool me? That child looks exactly like my nephew when he was little. There must be some connection. Young people these days always keep such secrets from their elders. Even the old man and my older brother probably don't know the grandchild exists. Realizing how easily his aunt dismissed explanations, Jiang Xiaoran knew once she made up her mind, she was hard to change without tangible proof. Zhao Qing clearly knew the same situation about his mother, following up, Mom, Chu-Yi really isn't cousin's girlfriend, and the child isn't cousin's either. Cousin met Chu-Yi when she was already several months pregnant. Understood. Both cousins simultaneously sighed quietly. Things seemed far from clarified. Not long after, the baby had eaten his fill. Chu-Yi tried to rock him to sleep, but perhaps because he'd slept enough, the baby wouldn't fall asleep, just kept staring at her innocently with wide eyes. Seeing this, Chu-Yi decided to go downstairs with the baby. Jiang Hui was the first one to notice Chu-Yi's descent as she was setting tableware in the dining room. Meanwhile, the three men were discussing things in the living room. As soon as Jiang Hui noticed Chu-Yi coming down, she greeted her enthusiastically. Aunt will call you. You've come down just in time for breakfast. Then she glanced at the baby's pitch black and bright eyes, instantly feeling even better. My goodness, why hasn't the baby fallen back to sleep yet? Jiang Hui sidled up beside Chuyi wanting to hold the baby but hesitated because it was their first meeting. She didn't voice her thoughts aloud but instead looked at the baby with stars in her eyes. Chuyi noticed how much Jiang Hui liked the baby, so carefully handed the baby over. Aunt Jiang, please hold the baby. Surprisingly catching this unexpected opportunity, Jiang Hui immediately accepted the baby with a happy demeanor and expertly embraced the little one. Wonderful. What a cute baby. As if recognizing that the warmth of another loving embrace could be trusted, the baby merely gazed around curiously at the person holding him now instead of crying. Jiang Hui felt all the more pleased, finding this face resembling her nephew's to be utterly adorable. The baby's cute features and rare tendency to cry reminded her much of her own nephew when he was younger, who also rarely cried and always furrowed his brows like a little old man, although not nearly as adorable as the baby currently in her hands. Looking affectionately at the baby, Jiang Hui asked, "What's the baby's name?" Chuyi responded, "His name is Chu Juanxi. We nickname him 1111, adding a 11 meaning like or happiness to the word mouth. We hope our baby can laugh happily often." Jiang Hui grinned widely while nodding approvingly. Great, great. Such a good name. I especially like the nickname 1111. Good little 1111. As she gently cooed and cradled 1111, Zhao Qing joined them, amused. So there's already a name? 1111? Sounds pretty smooth actually. He too began teasing the baby from the side. Jiang Hui seized the moment to tease further. Like it? If you like it so much, why don't you give me a grandson for me to spoil? Stop wandering around alone all day, find yourself a girlfriend, that's what matters. Mom, Zhao Qing protested, what do you mean by wandering aimlessly? I work. Do you understand what working means? It's something legitimate. Moreover, I'm still young. Why rush to find a girlfriend now? Jiang Hui rolled her eyes at her son. What do you say about working? You don't inherit the family company, and insist on being just a cop. Being a police officer is fine, but where's your girlfriend? When will your father get to retire then? Hearing his mother rambling again, Zhao Qing hastily changed the topic, calling everyone to start eating. Subsequently, they ate breakfast. Since Zhao Jinghang had built his fortune from nothing, early in life secrets of the family company were once stolen by household staff, thus hiring only part-time workers now to maintain cleanliness and prepare meals at fixed times. Due to the big earthquake yesterday, evidently no part-timers would come today, leaving them to cook themselves. During breakfast, the four exchanged information about their situations. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Qing was called back to the station for a meeting. The N-City earthquake had already caused widespread building collapses. However, it was unclear whether this earthquake was confined to N-City or affected the entire nation, and for now, verification remained impossible. After breakfast, only Chuyi remained in the villa. Jiang Hui received a hospital notification, needing to attend a meeting nearby regarding rescue efforts. Zhao Jinghang had to return to handle affairs at the company, and Jiang Liran followed Zhao Qing to the police station. The Zhao family left Chuyi comfortably in the villa alone, warning her not to open the door to strangers. At this juncture, few people had time to socialize. Chuyi took out her phone and was lucky to find that the signal was still available. Inquiring about the situation among her small dorm group of 4 girls, unfortunately, none replied. Unable to reach anyone, she set down her phone and turned on the TV in the Zhao family's living room. Snow filled the screen. Switching through several channels yielded similar snowy patterns, evidently without any signal. Left with no option, Chuyi picked up her phone again to check the news, which fortunately still had a signal. Across the nation, an earthquake of enormous magnitude had struck, causing widespread house collapses, and each place reported its own situation regarding the disaster. Many areas spoke of their local quake damages, number of collapsed houses, and fatalities. Chuyi opened the N-City news. Merely hours since the late-night quake, a flood of online pleas for help had erupted. People were buried under the rubble, homes collapsing due to the earthquake. They pleaded for help, seeking rescuers to save their loved ones buried under debris. In an instant, shattered families were everywhere. The government had mobilized personnel with great speed, but alas, this was a nationwide earthquake. Be it residents, civil servants, or even government leaders, many had family members buried beneath rubble and their own houses collapsed. It wasn't an easy task to swiftly rally everyone either. Even the Zhao family and Jiang Liran were called away, surely to assist with the rescue operations. The calamity came so abruptly. Chuyi thought about last year's floods and how there seemed to be so many disasters and difficulties. Fortunately, there was still plenty of food stored in her personal space. Chuyi gently rocked her awake baby, saying, "Baby, your birth truly marks a time of disasters. Before you were born, it was the rainstorms, and just a few months after being born, a major national earthquake has happened. But fortunately, you have mommy here, and I will always protect you." As she spoke, Chuyi playfully tapped her baby's soft little nose. "Iya." The baby naturally didn't understand what his mom was talking about, only thinking that mommy was playing with him. He waved his little hands, trying to catch the strands of hair that had fallen down. After playing for a while with her baby, the infant's eyes started drooping. Seeing this, Chuyi no longer teased him and instead began gently rocking him, slowly patting the wrapped blanket to help her baby drift off to sleep. Chuyi placed the child on the sofa. At this point, she dared not let the baby out of her sight. Deciding against separating herself from the baby, she sat down on the sofa too, putting the baby on the inside and sitting outside herself, forming a protective barrier so the baby wouldn't accidentally roll off. The government quickly organized rescue teams by region. Chu-yi hadn't received any word from her 3 roommates yet, not knowing whether they had gotten into trouble or simply forgot their phones. All she could do was daily send messages in the group chat, informing them that she was safe and asking about their condition. Unfortunately, there were still no replies. Chu-yi waited for everyone at the villa, unaware that soon after, the villa began to shake again. She hurriedly picked up her sleeping baby and rushed outside. Everything around was shaking, though thankfully, it wasn't as frightening as the previous day's tremors, allowing people to stay on their feet. At this moment, her phone rang. Opening it, Chu-yi saw an unfamiliar number. Considering the situation, she answered the call. A man's voice slightly tinged with worry sounded on the other end. Chu-yi, this is Jiang Liran. Are you alright? Chu-yi wondered how Jiang Liran had her phone number but honestly replied, I'm fine. When the earthquake happened, I ran out of the villa immediately. Hearing this, Jiang Liran felt relieved and continued, don't be afraid. This isn't another earthquake, it's just an aftershock. There might be more aftershocks these next few days. Chu-yi responded, alright, I got it. In the evening, everyone returned home, exuding fatigue. Sitting in the large living room, the group exchanged information. Zhao Qing said, this earthquake struck very suddenly. Quite a number of the leadership have perished. The survivors can only try to gather people for rescue efforts. Relying solely on government workers won't be enough. We're now recruiting those still alive to help clear the debris. I spent all day today clearing rubble and treating those trapped under it. Many didn't make it. Jiang Hui remarked, that's right. Half the hospital collapsed. Temporary tents had to be set up. Owing to his usually cheerful demeanor, Zhao Jinghang's face today looked exceptionally grave. The situation is grim. This earthquake has caused extensive damage everywhere. You might not have realized yet, but food will become the biggest crisis. Shocked, Zhao Qing asked, Dad, what do you mean, a food crisis? Wasn't this supposed to be about the earthquake? Jiang Liran furrowed his brows tightly. Last year's flood resulted in poor grain harvests. The state granaries had to be opened to relieve the pressure. And we're barely halfway through this year, with the crops yet to ripen. A severe earthquake like this means many storage facilities are buried under the ruins, and thus the supply of food has become a problem. It finally dawned on everyone this would be worse than the water disaster, where at least most people survived and the majority of houses remained intact. But this earthquake left half their houses collapsed, and rubble scattered everywhere. Supermarkets and malls likely were crushed beneath the ruins too. Each area struggled with its own damages from the quake, leaving transportation of food impossible. No, perhaps the bigger question was, where would the food come from? With their homes destroyed, personal property including food supplies locked within the rooms, nobody remembered to retrieve them when the quake hit. Farmers' grain wasn't yet ripe, and what was stored at home was already lost beneath the ruins. They'd have no way to sustain themselves until the harvest season arrived. Jiang Hui rose and ran into the kitchen, returning a while later to plop down on the couch with a sigh. We've got enough rice in the kitchen for the month, but vegetables will run out tomorrow or the day after. All the food in their house was bought by the part-time worker when she came over. The vegetables were bought for 3 days at a time, while grains like rice and flour were enough for a month. However, now that the part-time worker wouldn't be coming anymore, they'd have to take care of things themselves. The main issue was, where would they go to buy more food once this ran out? All the supermarkets had collapsed. Zhao Qing suddenly remembered something and said, no wonder they took a group of people to clear the major malls in our city, they must realize how critical the food problem is. Zhao Jinghang pinched the bridge of his nose and said, this can't solve the food problem. How long will it take to dig everything out with just manpower? The few remaining excavators had been dispatched to rescue people trapped beneath the rubble. The supermarkets could only rely on manual digging. Zhao Qing comforted them by saying, it's fine. We're all getting subsidies for helping out here. Money isn't needed right now, all we get are food supplies. For sure, our family will be well taken care of. For employees who returned to their positions, the government provided food subsidies given the current situation. Things were worse than they imagined. In less than half a month of rescue operations, the weather suddenly changed with temperatures gradually rising, becoming increasingly hot. Though it was only April, not yet summer vacation time, the temperature kept climbing as if making up for last year's summer heat. The hottest day in recent times had already reached 35 degrees Celsius, with continuous increases causing many inconveniences for the rescue operations. Chu-yi feared water shortages, so she found several buckets and basins to collect water. When everyone came back, they used this water first. After it was used up, Chu-yi continued collecting more. The situation was visibly deteriorating. Every day, Jiang Liran went with Zhao Qing to help in the rescue efforts. Zhao Jinghang also shut down his company and joined in, while Jiang Hui headed to the hospital since she was still a practicing surgeon. Only Chu-yi remained at Zhao's home. With the worsening weather, everyone advised Chu-yi not to go out, just focusing on taking care of her child. Yet Chu-yi couldn't just accept others' help without contributing herself. During the day, from noon until the afternoon, the sun was highest in the sky. By 7:30 p.m., it was still bright outside. Chu-yi decided that after everyone left the house in the morning, she too would leave. Rescue operations had almost lasted half a month, but in N City, not even half of the places had completed rescue missions, leaving many bodies buried under the rubble. Chu-yi worried about the future lifestyle, whether it was lack of clothing or insufficient food, or even the heat itself. These were all problems. Worst of all, as the high temperature continued to rise, many people hadn't been rescued, and the dead bodies under the ruins began to decompose with the increasing heat. The food supply in the Zhao family wasn't much either. Though there were subsidies, Chuyi felt like she was freeloaders and didn't want to depend too heavily on the Zhao family. She thought about using the time when they were out to gather some supplies. Now, food wasn't available for purchase anywhere. The Zhao family's food came from the supplies brought back by those who went out. Currently, both the nation and the government were struggling financially, so even though the distributed food included essentials like rice, oil, and flour, Chuyi feared that it wouldn't be sustainable in the future. Given the current manpower and material resources, it was unclear when the entire city of N would be cleared. The extremely hot weather made the stored food beneath the ruins start to spoil. Rather than letting the food rot due to the heat, Chuyi thought she might as well take it away. She knew she would have to bring her baby along, which would cause inconvenience, but it couldn't be helped. She couldn't possibly leave her child alone in the villa, and she also couldn't put the baby inside the space button because it couldn't store living beings. Though the weather was hot, Chuyi didn't dare take risks, so she dressed the baby in breathable long sleeves and pants, wrapping him lightly in a thin blanket. At first, the baby felt too hot and wouldn't stay still, continuously pulling at the clothes with his hands. Chuyi could only gently coo to the baby until he finally settled down and stopped resisting. Despite the hot weather, Chuyi wanted to make sure she looked presentable before going out. She secured the baby snugly against her chest using a baby carrier and fitted the baby's sun hat properly. With his shiny black eyes open wide, the baby watched as Chuyi moved around preparing. Once strapped to her chest, the baby seemed to know they were heading out, opening his toothless mouth and smiling broadly. Chuyi slung a small backpack onto her shoulder and adjusted the baby carrier straps, then tapped her son's little nose playfully, saying, 1111 be good, okay? Mommy has to work soon, so don't cry or cause any trouble. Let's be a good baby. 1111 was the baby's nickname, rarely used by Chuyi but often called out by others. 1111 would look toward whoever called him whenever someone said 1111. It wasn't clear whether he knew that was his name, but hearing it prompted him to turn his gaze toward the speaker. The baby naturally couldn't understand what his mother was saying, but he thought it was like a game, grinning wider and waving his little white hands everywhere, occasionally swiping against Chuyi's face. Chuyi could only sigh helplessly, "Oh, you," and kissed the baby's forehead. Early the next morning, Zhaoqing left with the others. After tidying up, Chuyi also headed out with the baby strapped on her back and carrying a backpack. Thus began Chuyi's journey. Perhaps due to the continuous aftershocks, this villa area had suffered much damage, yet the Zhao family's villa still stood tall because they had reinforced its structure afterward. When Chuyi saw the shared bike she'd ridden here at the gate, she immediately mounted it. Cycling was faster than walking, and the baby, after being cooped up in the villa for so long, now found the outside world overwhelming. Despite most of the surroundings being ruins, this didn't diminish the baby's curiosity. Chuyi set off riding her bike. The collapsed buildings along the road were still numerous. The government currently didn't have time to handle the rubble. Their main focus was using detection equipment to search for signs of life before rescuing people. Cleaning up the debris came second. There were many obstacles along the way. Collapsed buildings almost completely blocked the ground paths. In some places, narrow passageways had been cleared, causing bottlenecks, but thankfully Chuyi had a two-wheeled bike, otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to get through. More people appeared as Chuyi rode toward the city center, all actively participating in rescue efforts. Nobody paid too much attention when seeing Chuyi with a child beside them. Watching the tireless crowds clearing the debris by hand around the collapsed buildings, Chuyi felt a twinge of sorrow due to the earthquake. Many digging machines were either destroyed or inoperable, making manual labor inevitable. Daytime navigation wasn't as challenging as nighttime, so Chuyi could still find her way by following the remaining street signs. She planned to go to N City's largest wholesale market, located at the city edge near the suburbs. Since the earthquake happened at night, there were no casualties even though the area may have been damaged. The government hadn't had time to clear this section yet, giving Chuyi the perfect opportunity. After all, she possessed a dimensional space. Chapter 35, Collection. On the bumpy road, fewer and fewer people were seen along the path Chuyi was traveling, and the road became increasingly difficult to navigate. After roughly an hour on her bike, she reached the wholesale market. Chuyi had passed this area a few times before, she still knew the general direction. This wholesale market had been around for many years. Brick and tile houses topped with sturdy sheds dominated the landscape, structures built back in the 1990s. Word had it that it would soon relocate to a newly constructed large market, but due to the earthquake, much of it had collapsed, only a small portion of the sheds remained standing. Surrounding these structures were more established shops selling hardware, clothing, and appliances. However, all food-related wholesale businesses operated inside the shops covered by these sheds. The makeshift shops were mostly wrecked, so Chuyi carefully donned a mask for herself and her baby before entering cautiously. Most of the supplies were crushed beneath the ruins, except for a few partially damaged shops where some movement was still possible. Having parked her shared bicycle inside the spatial realm, Chuyi contemplated how to proceed further. Eventually, she chose to enter through one of the surviving shops amidst the ruins scattered everywhere. Chuyi first collected half of the items from the not yet completely collapsed shops, leaving some as an opportunity for others. Then, she used her spatial power to gather cement blocks blocking the way, moving them aside, clearing a narrow path step by step. In the areas completely destroyed, goods were exposed to the open air, Chuyi picked up whatever she could find, focusing primarily on seasonings and daily necessities like towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, cups, and other sundries. She cleaned without following any fixed pattern, fearing anyone noticing something amiss. She usually collected 2/3 of the contents from each shop, sometimes just half, skipping several shops in a row, then using her spatial powers to transport the debris of one shop over to another shop, thus concealing the evidence of her cleanup after collecting some of its resources. Though these wholesale stores looked full of merchandise, their main stock was actually kept in rented warehouses elsewhere. Therefore, minor shortages here wouldn't be easily detected by anyone. Carrying her baby, Chuyi moved very cautiously to avoid missteps that might cause further collapses. She prioritized shops that seemed easier to clear due to partial collapse, ensuring safety. The street was entirely dedicated to seasonings, and across it were daily commodities. The offerings inside the shops were rather similar. Since space allowed, Chuyi tried her best to collect daily necessities and spices. Knowing the space preserved freshness, she understood that anything stored inside would remain in pristine condition for even 50 years. Fortunately, Chuyi discovered several diesel generators within a few shops, which she also stored into her spatial realm. They still contained plenty of diesel fuel. After collecting nearly enough, Chuyi planned to head towards the food wholesale district, which lay further away. Not intending to return via the same route she entered, every time she walked past a shop, she would store some cement bricks there to cover up her tracks. Her anomaly must stay undetected by everyone. Although relatively far, Chuyi managed to accumulate various items along the way. A route that would usually take just a few minutes became lengthy as she combined gathering supplies with overcoming rubble barriers. By noon, realizing time was slipping away, Chuyi had already arrived at the midsection of the wholesale area. Reaching the snack and grain wholesale zone on the opposite side required continuing forward. Tall wreckage surrounded Chuyi, casting long shadows despite the bright midday sun heating the ground fiercely. Baby stirred anxiously in the heat, tugging at clothes and caps. Unable to endure the sweltering heat, Chuyi sought shelter inside a shop with a partial collapse to shade herself and her child. Firstly, she fed her baby, intending to rock the baby to sleep while preparing lunch for herself. However, the stubborn baby refused to fall asleep due to the scorching weather, flailing arms and legs chaotically. Taking out a stroller from the spatial pocket, Chuyi gently placed the baby inside, pulled out a bag of snacks bought previously, and simply dealt with lunch. Chuyi hung a curtain cloth procured from the space, covering the exposed half-shop, blocking sunlight intrusion. Then, she retrieved a portable electric fan, powered by charging batteries, turning it on and directing it toward the baby to soothe him with cool breezes. Gently, she murmured comforting words until the baby gradually fell asleep. With the sunlight obstructed and a gentle breeze wafting, under Chuyi's quiet lullabies, her baby eventually drifted off. Removing his tiny mask, Chuyi stared at her sleeping baby's innocent face, finding solace and confidence. Even in the outbreak of an apocalypse, she felt no fear. With the midday sun blazing fiercely, Chuyi decided not to move any further and instead waited for the sun to dip a little lower so that most of its rays would be blocked by the collapsed buildings. Without direct sunlight, it wouldn't feel as sweltering. Taking advantage of the baby's nap time, Chuyi mentally inventoried the supplies in her spatial realm. Besides the cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, rice, and flour she had originally bought, there was also plenty of infant formula for the baby. In addition, she had accumulated large quantities of daily necessities this time and half the assortment of seasonings, which she believed could last her a lifetime even if consumed alone. Chuyi planned next to collect more rice, flour, and cooking oil, alongside a greater variety of snacks. She also thought about gathering clothes and hardware items, although she worried that the time might run out before she returned to Zhao's family, causing concern among Jiang Liran and others. Jiang Liran brought up complex feelings for Chuyi, but she naturally accepted his help without overthinking it. The Zhao family treated her and her child well too, never demanding anything from them. Still, Chuyi firmly believed in relying on herself. With the help of the space button, she naturally aimed to create more opportunities for herself. As for those who had helped her in perilous times like Jiang Liran and the Zhao family, she promised to assist them wholeheartedly should they need it in the future. After some time passed, Chuyi checked the time. Several hours had slipped away, now it was 5 p.m. The sun had already shifted slightly lower. Time was growing short. With the baby still asleep, Chuyi carefully strapped him onto her chest, folded up the stroller, and stepped outside. Using the same method, collecting supplies while clearing rubble and concealing her tracks, she moved slowly toward the food zone. After roughly 30 minutes, she finally reached the edge of it. She started with the snack area first, which had one side selling nuts and another various kinds of snacks. Chuyi particularly enjoyed eating snacks, so she gathered quite an extensive amount from this section. Most shop owners kept a small storage room behind their shops for goods. While Chuyi wasn't sure where the main warehouses were, these small storages contained plenty of snacks that would sustain her for quite a while. Some of the boxes had been squashed due to collapsed buildings, but the packages inside were still intact. However, some puffed snacks were completely flattened, rendering them inedible. Only a few undamaged puffed snacks survived the collapse. Otherwise, many other food items were still in good condition. Chuyi fortunately stumbled upon several stores specializing in infant formula wholesale. Without hesitation, she stored a large portion, knowing it served no purpose besides nourishing children, yet it suited her needs perfectly at this moment. As she continued collecting along the way, Chuyi had to simultaneously clear roads, clean shops, rebury evidence, and cover her route to prevent discovery. Despite being thoroughly exhausted, she found solace in reaching the grain and oil section. Once in the grain and oil district, Chuyi enthusiastically amassed various types of oil, flours, noodles, and rice. However, these items occupied much space, and the small storage rooms behind grain and oil shops held limited quantities. Nevertheless, she collected a reasonable amount. A surprising discovery awaited her in one shop, a solar panel installed at the back. Its wiring was connected directly into the store, protected securely within an iron frame. Fortunately, collapsing boulders hadn't crushed the solar panel. Though surrounded by dust layers, it remained intact. Outside, the entrance was locked with a padlock, which Chuyi effortlessly broke open using her bare hands, rearranged the solar panel's wiring, and tucked it safely into the spatial pocket. To Chuyi, an interstellar individual, ordinary iron frames meant nothing. Handling such obstacles was effortless. Regrettably, no other merchants nearby employed solar panels, though finding one already proved satisfactory. Plus, she had discovered several diesel generators, and that contentment stayed with her. Having collected the majority of what she needed, Chuyi walked from the beginning to the end of the street, covering her tracks carefully before glancing back at the unaltered wholesale market. Then, with familiarity gained, she moved swiftly toward the clothing market. This collection proceeded noticeably faster than earlier. Aside from garments hanging outside being heavily damaged, those neatly stacked indoors, unopened packaging-wise, were mostly still intact. Clothing and footwear for all genders and age groups found their way into Chuyi's spatial pocket. Next came the hardware market, a section less familiar to Chuyi. Collecting samples of each type sufficed. Here, she also encountered portable solar generators with relatively modest power output, but still useful enough to warrant inclusion into her space. A total of 3 units were added. Finally, Chuyi approached the adjacent electronic city. Most devices were irreparably smashed under debris. After painstakingly searching, she retrieved only a few with minimal damage that seemed functional. By the time Chuyi finished collecting supplies from the entire market, it was already past 6 in the evening. Due to the scorching weather, the sun was still blazing fiercely outside. At this moment, the baby had also woken up, his sleepy eyes resting on Chuyi's shoulder. His little mouth smacked as Chuyi quickly retrieved the prepared bottle and placed it into the baby's mouth. The baby immediately used his tender white hands to hold onto it. Although the baby didn't have much strength in his hands and could barely hold the bottle due to its awkward position, he earnestly drank from it, gulp after gulp. Chuyi held the bottom of the bottle with her hand, intending to hop on a bike and leave immediately. However, because the baby suddenly woke up, she had no choice but to wait until he finished drinking. It wasn't convenient to breastfeed while out, so Chuyi had prepared several bottles of formula inside the spatial realm. The milk went in warm and came out warm. Fortunately, the baby wasn't picky about what he drank as long as it was provided by his mother, whether it be breast milk or prepared formula, he would drink it all obediently without fuss. Once the baby finished drinking, Chuyi took out a shared bike and quickly rode back toward their destination. Lately, the group had been returning later and later, often exhausted when they finally made it home. Today had turned out to be quite profitable for Chuyi, and she hoped to get back before the others returned so there wouldn't be any unnecessary worry over her and the baby. Chuyi's cooking skills were mediocre at best, her food was edible but not outstanding. In the past, they usually ate from a cafeteria. Zhao Jingxing, Jiang Liran, and Zhao Qing joined rescue teams, which meant Zhao Family Company was currently shut down under these circumstances, making regular work impossible. Jiang Hui, as an orthopedic surgeon and originally a doctor at the city hospital, now faced the dire situation where the hospital had collapsed in half due to the earthquake. With an overwhelming number of patients requiring care, additional makeshift clinics were being hastily built. This was exactly when hospitals desperately needed more hands, so naturally, Jiang Hui stayed at the hospital, where food was provided 3 times a day. Chuyi only needed to worry about feeding herself and the baby at the Zhao household. There were plenty of food reserves at the Zhao family house, but seeing that everyone else was working hard, Chuyi didn't want to depend on them. Thus, she ate the food stored in her spatial button every meal. Meanwhile, she also kept an eye on whether the Zhao family's food was nearing expiration dates, replacing old items with fresher ones promptly. She took care of these leftovers herself since wasting food simply wasn't an option in this situation. When Chuyi returned to the Zhao residence, the villa was pitch dark, confirming that they hadn't come back yet. After tidying up briefly, Chuyi knew today's efforts had yielded substantial results, and she wouldn't need to worry about running out of food for years to come. Just as Chuyi was about to cook something for herself, the villa suddenly shook violently. Countless pebbles rained down from the ceiling, startling the baby into wailing loudly. Without hesitation, Chuyi grabbed the baby and rushed toward the door. At the doorway, the earth beneath her seemed to tremble continuously. Before she could react fully, the entire Zhao villa collapsed instantly, sending waves of ash flying everywhere. The surrounding area continued to shake violently. Struggling to stabilize herself, Chuyi clutched the baby tightly, unable to comfort him through his cries. She covered the baby's small ears, doing her best to retreat backward cautiously. This area belonged to a villa district, with houses separated by driveways and large open fields outside. The earthquake lasted over 10 minutes, leaving Chuyi standing amidst the rubble and fallen trees around her. Everything in sight was now reduced to ruins. Pulling out her phone, she checked for signal. It was gone. Reluctantly, she tucked her phone away into her spatial pocket, thinking it might regain connectivity someday. Hugging the baby gently, Chuyi didn't know where the Zhao family members worked, so she decided to wait near the remains of the Zhao villa entrance. Hours passed without anyone returning. She couldn't determine their current condition and figured the next best step was to find Jiang Hui first. Among the remaining 3, they were all grown men capable of looking out for each other. Aunt Jiang Hui, however, was alone at the hospital. Considering the recent massive earthquake, she must be extremely anxious and waiting too. Chu Yi, though, technically didn't have to stay anymore. She'd secured most of her supplies and, together with her son, could live comfortably off them for many years. Yet, remembering how well both Jiang Liran and the Zhao family cared for her, especially how Jiang Liran saved her during perilous times, and how the Zhao family graciously sheltered her and her baby without knowing she possessed a special space with resources, they essentially sustained her and her child like 2 idle dependents, she felt it was morally unacceptable to abandon them now. Therefore, Chu Yi decided to head for Jiang Hui first. She wrote 3 notes explaining her intention to visit Aunt Jiang Hui and carefully placed them in conspicuous locations around the collapsed villa, pinning them with stones to prevent her absence causing undue panic among Jiang Liran and the others if they returned and found her gone. Subsequently, Chu Yi looked around for the shared bike she had parked not far from the villa yesterday. Due to the earthquake, the bike was now pinned under a fallen tree. Holding her baby tightly, Chu Yi hurried over and effortlessly pushed the tree aside. Thankfully, the bike wasn't damaged and could still be ridden. Chu Yi softly cooed to her baby, wiping the tear stains off his face. Once he calmed down, she strapped him onto her chest and rode the bike toward the city center hospital. The catastrophe proved to be far worse than she had imagined. N City, already half destroyed by the earthquake, experienced another major quake last night, causing most of the remaining buildings to collapse as well. Many people lost their lives in the disaster. Among the dead were not only civilians but also many who had voluntarily joined the rescue efforts, along with dedicated staff members on duty. In the face of such disasters, humanity seemed so fragile. The streets were even more chaotic. After the sudden quake, the situation became dire, and the shortage of manpower made rescue operations increasingly difficult. Following the route to the remembered location of the hospital, Chu Yi passed by devastated ruins filled with sorrowful wailing. The curious little eyes of her baby roamed about, observing everything around them. Along the way, she noticed numerous rescue personnel organized by the government. She also spotted soldiers dressed in green military uniforms assisting with the rescue efforts, using their hands and minimal equipment to save every possible life. But at this moment, there was nothing Chu Yi could do to help others. She could only take care of herself and her baby, find Aunt Jiang Hui as soon as possible, then search for Jiang Liran and the other 2 together. After that, they would just have to take it one step at a time. Chu Yi didn't know how long she rode, detouring when necessary due to blocked roads. Through these twists and turns, she realized the sun had risen high into the sky. Eventually, she saw N City's landmark buildings, its tallest twin skyscrapers. These once popular landmarks had now collapsed, their concrete blocks crushing several nearby buildings. What remained were just piles of broken bricks and debris. When Chu Yi finally reached the gates of the municipal hospital, she found them collapsed because of the earthquake, whether it was from the previous one or the one last night. Several interconnected buildings in the ward complex had collapsed significantly, while temporary prefab housing set up nearby couldn't withstand the tremors and had completely collapsed as well. Many doctors and nurses in white coats were busy helping injured people, and individuals of various professions were participating in the rescue effort: soldiers, armed police, officers in civilian clothes. They helped carry severely injured victims too weak to walk, arranging vehicle after vehicle outside the hospital gates. Each stretcher being carried out was quickly loaded onto a waiting car and sent away. Chu Yi hurriedly parked her bike and was about to rush inside when someone wearing camouflage gear stopped her, apparently a commander. "You can't go inside, it has already collapsed, and rescuers are currently inside working. You carrying your child in there won't help anyone. If you have any family or friends inside, wait here outside." Not annoyed by being held back, Chu Yi immediately asked, "I'm looking for Dr. Jiang Hui. I'm her relative. She is a surgical doctor at the city hospital, and she hasn't returned since the earthquake last night, so I've come to find her." The soldier didn't remove his hand blocking Chu Yi, replying, "The government has established a refugee camp in an open area in the suburbs. All living individuals will be evacuated there by rescue teams. I don't know anything about a Dr. Jiang Hui here. Currently, the situation inside is unclear, the collapse areas are too extensive, and rescues are extremely challenging. Furthermore, due to the height of the hospital wards, there's a risk of secondary collapses after the initial collapse. For your safety, you must wait outside." Clutching her baby tightly, Chu Yi knew that since she came here, she must find someone and couldn't leave without trying. With that thought, she questioned further, "Then if I don't go inside, I'll stay outside. When doctors come out, I'll ask them." The rescue workers wouldn't necessarily know the name of hospital doctors, but other doctors might know, even if they're not in the same department. Thus, Chu Yi planned to inquire about Aunt Jiang Hui's condition from fellow doctors. The soldier nodded, seeing that Chu Yi was no longer attempting to barge in, and went inside to participate in the rescue. There were many transferred patients at the hospital, all settled temporarily into the prefab houses erected there. Luckily, although these structures weren't built to withstand earthquakes, they didn't easily cause fatalities upon collapsing. Unfortunately, some critically injured patients did not survive the subsequent quake. There were also many wounded among the hospital's resident medical staff. As people passed by in and out, Chu Yi eventually managed to catch a young nurse. The nurse's arm had been injured and already bandaged, heading outward. Chu Yi quickly intercepted her, asking, "Excuse me, have you seen Dr. Jiang Hui?" The nurse looked up at Chu Yi and said, Dr. Jiang Hui from the surgery department. Her leg was injured, and she's already been sent to the refuge center. This was somewhat good news. At least Chuyi knew the other party was still alive. She hurriedly thanked the nurse. Thank you. After asking for the specific address of the shelter, Chuyi turned and rode her bike back towards the villa. She feared that Jiang Liran and the others might return to the villa looking for her and Aunt Jiang Hui, so she went back to check if she could wait for them. If not, she would go to the government-run shelter to find Aunt Jiang Hui. Upon returning to the villa, she noticed at the entrance that some survivors had already packed up and left. There weren't many people in this area to begin with, and now as Chuyi entered, there were even fewer people around. When she reached the Zhao family's villa, she checked the notes one by one. There were no signs of disturbance on the 3 notes, indicating no one had come. Chuyi then retrieved the notes. She rewrote 3 new notes, stating that Aunt Jiang Hui had been injured in the leg and was taken to the shelter by rescue personnel, and since she hadn't waited for them, she too was heading to the shelter to reunite with Aunt Jiang Hui when they arrived. She carefully buried the 3 notes. There was still a lot of food inside the villa, but now it was completely collapsed. The surrounding area was filled with villas, and even the streetlights nearby had surveillance cameras installed. Though many had been damaged by the earthquake, Chuyi didn't know if any of them were still operational, so she dared not use the same method she did at the wholesale market to gather food from the villa. She had no choice but to leave it there. Somewhere around here, possibly unknown to Chuyi herself, there could be surveillance. Chuyi couldn't take unnecessary risks. Fortunately, she had a backpack with plenty of food from the storage space, so the backpack only contained 2 sets of clothes for the baby, a small tin of formula, and some food. With the help of the backpack, Chuyi could still retrieve food from the storage compartment discreetly. It was nearing noon, and Chuyi's stomach began growling. She found a shaded spot, pulled out a few bread rolls and a bottle of water from her bag, which was actually connected to the storage space button, intending to quickly satisfy her hunger. Afterward, she planned to prepare the baby's formula, feed him, and then ride to the shelter. Chapter 24 Rescue. Just as Chuyi was about to ride her bike out, a faint voice suddenly caught her attention. It was so delicate that if it weren't for the lack of residents around here and the profound quietness, Chuyi might not have heard it at all. The baby hadn't fallen asleep yet and now stared at Chuyi in bewilderment, seemingly unable to understand why her mother had suddenly stopped. Chuyi didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, so she tightened her grip on the handlebars, preparing to accelerate. At this point, the intermittent sound resounded again, help wah wah. 2 faint voices echoed across the tranquil road, making it impossible for Chuyi to ignore them. She reluctantly turned the bike around and headed towards the corner, walking toward a villa not far from the Zhao family's residence. As she approached, the sounds became increasingly clear. After parking the bike, Chuyi stood in front of the villa entrance which had partially collapsed. The villas in this area shared similar exteriors but had different interiors. Only those who were not poor could afford these kinds of residences, billionaires, no doubt. As Chuyi stepped closer, the voice seemed to be coming from beneath the collapsed debris near the entrance. The collapsed place looked like it had arched up a bit. Chuyi carefully approached and manually lifted some rubble and planks. The person inside seemed to have noticed the noise and stopped speaking. Looking at the collapsed villa before her, Chuyi realized there was no way she could clear away all the boulders without resorting to space manipulation. So, standing carefully at the partially cleared doorway, she called into the rubble, "Is anyone there?" Upon hearing Chuyi's voice, a weak female voice responded intermittently, "Help me, please help my child, cough cough." The woman sounded grievously injured, with incessant coughs interrupting her plea. Chuyi had no idea how long she'd been trapped underneath. After pondering for a moment, Chuyi said, "I'm alone and there is simply no way I can clear away all the stones above to save you. In this situation, I will look for the rescue team and let them quickly send people to come and save you. Please hold on." Chuyi had no alternative. She didn't know where the person was exactly buried. Rushing forward recklessly could lead to another collapse, worsening the outcome for whoever was trapped inside. Therefore, the best course of action was to call in professional rescuers who would have the necessary experience and equipment to locate individuals under the debris. Furthermore, she was alone. How could she possibly clean up such an enormous villa? Besides, she still had to take care of the baby. She had assumed that the number of survivors among these villas was low and those who perished couldn't be helped anymore. Unexpectedly, there were still survivors left. When the woman likely heard that Chuyi planned to leave, she immediately panicked, cough continuously, then urgently stabilized herself before opening her mouth and speaking, "Please don't go. I'm near the entrance, crushed by the beam. I can't move. But my daughter is in my arms, she's only 2.5 years old. I don't beg you to save me, but please save my daughter. If you can just create a small passage near the entrance, my daughter can escape through it, cough. I beg you, please save her." Afraid that Chuyi would give up, the woman continued, "We are all from B City. Our family of 3 came here for a vacation, but we encountered the earthquake. My husband has already been crushed while trying to save us. If you can deliver my daughter to her grandfather in B City, he will meet whatever demand you have. All I ask is that you help me. Even handing over the child to the government rescue team would be fine. I implore you, please save my daughter." Unseen amidst the ruins, a large beam pressed against the frail woman's back. Both ends of the beam were held steady by the surrounding debris, but the middle section had broken, leaving it pressing heavily against her back. Struggling desperately, the blood from the corners of her mouth continued flowing, pooling into a puddle of red beside her. Using what strength she could muster, supported partly by adjacent debris, she barely created a tiny space protecting her 2.5-year-old daughter. The girl had also sustained a head injury and was incredibly weak. Without intervention soon, both mother and daughter faced death. The woman knew too well that she was critically injured and wouldn't survive much longer. Her husband was gone. Now her sole hope lay in her only daughter surviving. Alongside her continuous coughs, blood flowed even quicker from her lips as she realized her time was running out. Hearing that there was also a 2.5-year-old little girl inside, Chuyi's heart tightened. Perhaps because of being a mother herself, Chuyi had more patience and love for children now. Seeing this mother protect her child so fiercely, she felt a pang of sorrow, knowing only mothers understood the depth of maternal love. With that understanding, Chuyi had quietly resolved in her mind, she would at least attempt to save the child. This was a young life that had yet to fully experience the world. And for a mother who sacrificed herself to save her child, it was something incomprehensible unless one was a mother oneself. Alright, describe the specific location to me, and I'll try my best. Chuyi was unclear about the situation beneath the rubble, and she feared that her actions might cause another collapse, further injuring the mother and daughter who were already hurt. The woman, supporting her weakened body, described the surrounding conditions intermittently. The feeble cries of her daughter in her arms rose, as tears welled up in her eyes with deep reluctance. She lovingly looked at her daughter, but could no longer reach out to stroke her child's cheek because her hands had to prop up both sides to hold her space stable. All she could do was stare intently at her daughter, aware it would be the last few glimpses she'd get. Based on the woman's description, Chuyi judged the approximate location. Fortunately for the woman, she might have attempted to escape with her daughter during the earthquake, only reaching the entrance when the house collapsed. Had they made it just a little further, perhaps both mother and daughter would have been saved. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. Chuyi adjusted the direction of the baby she was holding, strapping the infant onto her back, and began clearing the stones and planks around the doorway. Before long, Chuyi spotted a small hole below, revealing a tiny space formed by the crisscrossing bricks, with larger debris covering behind it. There was not much left near the doorway. Seeing a glimmer of light, the woman quickly said, "It's here, there's a small hole. Please help pull my daughter out, she's injured and weak right now, please." Chuyi confirmed she had found the right spot and quickly cleared some of the debris around the hole, trying to make it bigger. Then she cautiously extended her hand into the hole, testing and feeling around. Seeing the hand enter, the woman said, yes, exactly there, move forward a bit." Following the woman's guidance, Chuyi touched the girl's face, then moving down to her arm. Since one hand wasn't sufficient, Chuyi inserted both her hands inside, barely managing to feel the child's shoulder. Carefully lifting the child's delicate shoulders, she slowly dragged her outward. The girl emitted faint whimpers, indicating she was still conscious. Chuyi pulled the child out, finding her to be a little girl in a red dress, with short hair and a small wound on her forehead caused by falling debris. Though the injury wasn't severe, it appeared grotesque and terrifying on her petite face. Chuyi held the little girl and gently touched her forehead. She wasn't feverish. It seemed like the girl had been frightened. She whimpered constantly, prompting Chuyi to comfort her tightly, saying, "Be a good girl, stop crying. It's all right now." As she spoke, she softly patted the girl's back. Her own baby on her back opened big eyes and curiously stared at the sudden appearance of this new little sister in her mom's embrace, emitting sounds like yaya. The little girl heard the sounds, glanced at Chuyi, then noticed the infant strapped on her back. Instantly wide-eyed, she burst into loud cries of woe, seeking solace deeper into Chuyi's arms. Inside, the woman also heard the sound of an infant cry and immediately sighed in relief. The presence of another child implied that the rescuer must be a mother too. This realization brought the woman some comfort. Mothers' hearts were naturally soft, especially toward children close in age to their own. Perhaps her daughter would be well taken care of after all. The woman slowly said, "My daughter's name is Chen Maiyu, her nickname is Xiao Yu Liang. Her father's name is Chen Guoming." Then she provided an address in City B, asking Chuyi if she could bring her daughter there or, failing that, to relay the daughter's information to the government rescue team so that her grandfather or other family members could come and pick her up. After sharing this, the woman painfully turned her head to look inside the villa where her beloved husband lay, hidden from view by the debris. Despite what remained unseen, she felt as if she saw her dear partner smiling and extending his hand to guide her onward. Although reluctant to leave her daughter, she had no more strength to hold on. Satisfied, she closed her eyes, her body collapsing, causing the debris above to shift chaotically. The place she had propped up was instantly buried. Chuyi immediately retreated with both children, watching as the hole through which she had rescued the girl was also buried. Quiet calls went unanswered, making her realize that chances of survival were slim. In her arms, the girl clung tightly to Chuyi, her innocent face filled with fear. She was too young to understand that the parents who loved her most had sacrificed themselves to save her. With Xiao Yu Liang now under her care, Chuyi couldn't just leave immediately. She had to at least tend to Xiao Yu Liang's wounds, including a scrape on her forehead and minor injuries on her little feet and calves. Though Chuyi didn't have much medicine, she did have a basic family first aid kit, along with some children's medications for emergencies that she had bought after having her own baby. After cleaning Xiao Yu Liang's wounds, Chuyi prepared some powdered milk for her. Injured as Xiao Yu Liang was, it was better for her to eat easily digestible food right now. Unfortunately, there weren't such conditions, so Chuyi could only feed her the baby formula. Xiao Yu Liang was very obedient. While drinking, she held the bottle with her small hands, her big eyes looking at Chuyi without crying or making any fuss. Occasionally, she would look back at the infant strapped on Chuyi's back. Seeing how well-behaved Xiao Yuliang was, Chuyi felt an overwhelming surge of maternal love. Having such a cute daughter wasn't bad at all. After Xiao Yuliang finished eating, both children were sleepy. Chuyi had no choice but to find a place in the open with some shade, laid down her baby's blanket, and put both children on it, soothing them to sleep. Xiao Yuliang was curious about the baby. Perhaps because she had never interacted closely with such a tiny baby, even during sleep, she wanted to stay close to the infant who was already dozing off peacefully from Chuyi's soft whispers. Watching the two sleeping children, Chuyi enjoyed this brief moment of peace. Once the children woke up, Chuyi strapped Xiao Yuliang to her back and the baby in front using a carrier. Xiao Yuliang stayed still and quiet, her backpack hanging on the handlebars of the bike. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuliang and the baby seemed to be chatting in their own incomprehensible baby language. Carrying both children, Chuyi rode towards the evacuation center in the suburbs. A trip that normally took half an hour might now take longer due to the landslides caused by the earthquake, which had blocked many roads and forced constant detours. Eventually reaching the suburban shelter the nurse had mentioned, Chuyi saw that it was actually a university where several teaching buildings had collapsed due to the quake. These areas had been mostly cleared and replaced with temporary housing units made of prefab materials. The university's main sign was gone. Chuyi parked her bike on the side of the road, realizing it might not be seen again next time. In the future, she'd need to scavenge for alternative modes of transportation. Carrying her backpack, Chuyi walked inside. Approaching a booth set up near the entrance, Chuyi intended to ask questions when someone noticed her approach. They looked up and saw Chuyi alone with two children unscathed, and their eyes flashed with surprise before they spoke. "Are you new here?" Chuyi nodded, and without hesitation, the person pulled out a form for Chuyi to fill out, saying, "Fill out this form, and once inside, someone will guide you to your assigned quarters. The government doesn't provide meals, but if you participate in tasks arranged by the shelter, you can earn points daily to exchange for food." As they said this, they glanced at the two children tied to Chuyi's front and back. Shaking their heads sympathetically, they continued, "It won't be easy working while taking care of two kids. I doubt you'll manage to work efficiently, but the government won't neglect your needs either. You could do cleaning or cooking jobs that allow you to balance work and childcare. But nowadays, raising children is tough, let alone two." The staff meant well. It was rare to see a woman alone with children in the current situation, especially two so young. Her ability to reach the shelter safely was already considered fortunate. Aware of their kindness, Chuyi smiled and thanked them, then asked, "I want to find someone here. Dr. Jiang Hui from the city hospital is my relative. Her colleague said her leg was injured, and I'm wondering how I can find her." The staff hesitated briefly before replying, "Once you enter, go directly to that building. It's the administrative office where everything regarding housing, work assignments, and finding people happens. All records are kept there." They pointed in a direction. Chuyi looked and saw it was a cluster of hastily assembled prefab houses with an office sign hung at the entrance. She expressed her gratitude again and then carried the two babies toward the office. On the way, she encountered various kinds of people. Fortunately, the area seemed managed by the government, so there was no worry about accidents in the shelter. Entering the office, it was one long room divided into sections. At the front was a long counter for handling different services, with many people queuing. Chuyi joined one of the lines. In front of her was an elderly woman who, noticing Chuyi managing two children alone, curiously struck up a conversation. "Young lady, are these two your children?" The woman gestured toward Xiao Yuliang and the baby playing around. Chuyi paused, realizing she hadn't yet planned how to arrange Xiao Yuliang's situation. To avoid complications, she simply nodded. Seeing the two children playing around so adorably, the middle-aged woman approached and patted the baby tied to Chuyi's front. "What a cutie." The baby waved its tiny hands and swatted the middle-aged woman's hand away, gurgling incomprehensibly at Chuyi. Chuyi hurriedly patted her son's little head to calm him down. She hadn't expected the old lady to reach out so suddenly. "Sorry, my kids are a bit shy," she apologized quickly. The woman chuckled awkwardly in return. No problem, no problem." When Chuyi didn't respond further, the woman continued curiously, "You're registering alone with these two kids? Why not let your husband come along? It must be exhausting carrying both of them." Chuyi actually didn't feel like talking much right now. With the two babies squirming in her arms, all her attention was on them. Though they were in carriers, they weren't completely secured, and with their playful movements, she feared one might slip out of the straps accidentally. So she replied briefly, "We got separated due to the earthquake, so I had to bring them myself. But I know someone here at the shelter, I'll join them shortly." Chuyi didn't want to elaborate too much. It wasn't necessary to reveal details to a stranger. After finishing, she looked back at her baby, wiping off some drool and adjusting the twisted straps caused by their restless movements. Perhaps realizing Chuyi didn't enjoy making conversation, the woman stopped talking after a few more sentences and focused on waiting in line. It wasn't long before it was Chuyi's turn. The staff member asked her to fill out some forms which consisted only of basic personal information and was finished quickly. Following this, Chuyi asked, "Excuse me, I'm looking for Jiang Hui. She's a surgeon from the city hospital who suffered a leg injury during the earthquake and was brought here. I'm her relative and would like to know where she is staying." Seeing Chuyi with two children, the person said, "Please wait a moment," then started searching on the computer. Thankfully, power was still available. Though internet access was unavailable, computers could still store data. Chuyi noticed that each completed form was entered into the system by the counter staff. These forms contained even less information than a job application resume and were quickly processed. To search for people, one simply typed in their name, and shortly, Jiang Hui's record was found. Jiang Hui is located in room 58. After thinking for a moment, Chuyi asked, "Could you arrange for me to stay in room 58 as well, or nearby? This way, she could take better care of Aunt Jiang." The staff clicked on the computer again and said, "Room 58 is full. Room 50 has beds available. You'll be arranged in room 50. Here's an overview of the shelter. Keep the key safe since replacements will cost you if lost. Next." Then the staff handed over a piece of paper and a key, calling for the next person. Chuyi took the key and put it away carefully while reading the introduction first. Broadly speaking, the shelter was facing a housing shortage currently. Each room housed 4 people, men and women were separated but families could live together. Everyone was responsible for their own belongings. The currency within the shelter was based on bartering goods. Newcomers could reside freely for a month, after which food payment would be required. Food in the shelter could also be earned through participating in labor according to assigned tasks, and this served as wages. There was also a canteen where food could be processed with just a small fee. Or, earnings could be directly converted into meal vouchers for the canteen. For elderly people who couldn't work and orphans, there was a minimal amount of food allowance. In summary, in this shelter, you had to work to have food and possess goods to solve issues of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. In the housing section, you could exchange food for private living quarters, but most people escaping from the disaster didn't carry enough food to exchange for a better place. And with the first month free of charge, many people planned to use the free lodging for a month and then decide later whether to exchange for better housing. However, Chuyi hadn't initially paid much attention to this point. She still intended to go back and exchange for a private room after finishing. After all, she was bringing 2 children. Not only might she disturb others, but private accommodation would also make it easier to look after her 2 kids. No matter how tough it was on herself, Chuyi did not wish to burden the children. Moreover, her children were still drinking milk powder, and Chuyi's single backpack could only hold a limited supply. Staying with others, secrets would soon be revealed. Chuyi didn't want to take such risks, preferring to live separately with her children so that no one would know what they ate or used. Given the current state of disorder in the shelter, with new arrivals every day, it was unlikely anyone would focus on her individual situation. The shelter was currently being urgently constructed, with many things still incomplete. Fortunately, the government's management was decent, and there were no immediate issues expected. The disaster struck so suddenly that the shelter could only hastily build numerous prefab housing units for the affected population to live in temporarily. Most of the injured were staying in the main buildings nearby, while lower-rise temporary structures were being erected as quickly as possible. These were both faster to construct and safer, but building tall structures wasn't feasible given the lack of time and materials. Chuyi had placed a 2-pound bag of flour in her bag, along with other empty bags packed with compact, high-calorie food like cookies and chocolates before she turned around and went back inside. Upon entering, Chuyi explained her purpose and traded the supplies she brought for 2 months' residence at the shelter. Although accommodations were tight, they were under active construction, with the prefab housing being built the fastest to meet the increasing demand. All rooms had been assigned numbers, making things much more organized. Food was now the most critical shortage at the shelter due to last year's flooding which ruined crops and this year's earthquake, leaving next season's harvest uncertain. Thus, food became the scarcest resource. The amount Chuyi contributed wasn't much. A sparing adult might stretch it for less than a week, but even then, just enough to survive hunger. Given the extreme food shortages, these supplies were sufficient to exchange for 2 months of residency rights. Because Chuyi was also carrying 2 children, the staff kindly arranged her room near the management team's quarters, where security would be slightly better. After carefully securing her key, Chuyi accepted the ID card provided by the staff and decided to settle in first before visiting Aunt Jiang Hui. Following the room number order, Chuyi located her assigned unit, a 2-story prefab building. When Chuyi climbed up to the 2nd floor, she found her room tucked away near the end of the hallway. Nearby stood a structure marked Urban Management Team, responsible for the daily safety of the shelter. Staying here would surely be safer than other areas. Inside the approximately 100-square-foot prefab room, there was only a solitary double bed and a tiny table, no additional furniture. Bathrooms were shared, with one basic restroom and shower facility for each designated area, conveniently located not far from Chuyi's room due to the presence of the urban management team. Chapter 25, Arrival. Chuyi entered the door, and there wasn't much to tidy up except for the gate. To the right of the entrance was a small window, through which you could see the main gate of the urban management team. The room was rather simple, and even the 10-square-meter room seemed empty. Chuyi covered the small window with fast cloth, then took out new sheets and pillows from the space button and arranged them neatly. She placed both babies on the bed. Little Moon was 2.5 years old, already able to speak and sit up. Once put on the bed, she obediently watched her little brother without moving around. Chuyi placed some simple living necessities on the table, then put the baby's milk powder in the backpack. She fed the baby milk first, fed Little Moon after that, and made some rice porridge to feed Little Moon, as Little Moon had grown small teeth and couldn't get full only by drinking milk. Chuyi ate some simple food herself. Considering she would have to live here for a while, she couldn't keep taking things out of the space button or people would eventually find out. When everything stabilized, she still needed to make an outside trip to collect some public resources. After tidying up, Chuyi carried both babies on her back, leaving the double-shoulder backpack inside, which only contained 1 can of baby formula, a baby bottle, and some small bread loaves. Locking the door, Chuyi took the babies out. On the way, all kinds of people passed by. Little Moon and the baby had just finished eating and drinking, so they curiously observed their surroundings. Following the room number given by the staff, Chuyi walked along and soon arrived at a tall building. The rooms were converted from classrooms, where rows of classrooms were divided into 2 rooms each, separated by partition boards, having a front and back door for convenience. Each room's main door had a number for easy identification. Following the sequence, Chuyi found the room number where Jiang Hui lived, and politely knocked on the door. A somewhat tired female voice came from inside. "Please come in." Chuyi went in. In the classroom separated by partitions, there were 4 simple wooden beds, with 2 tables in front and behind each bed 1 bed per table. These were school desks, thus forming a simple bedroom. As Chuyi entered, everyone inside looked over. A woman wearing glasses eyed Chuyi unfamiliarly and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Before Chuyi could answer, Jiang Hui lying near the back called out quickly. Chuyi rushed over and saw Aunt Jiang Hui, who used to be bright and cheerful, appearing aged after merely 2 days. Lying in bed, her right leg was wrapped in bandages, stained with a hint of red blood, her pale face flushed slightly upon seeing someone familiar. Chuyi hurried forward. "Aunt Jiang Hui, how are you?" She dared not move Jiang Hui's injured right leg and could only watch helplessly. Jiang Hui touched Chuyi's cheek and said warmly, "I'm fine." Then she looked at the girl in Chuyi's arms and asked, surprised, "Who is this girl?" She knew Chuyi only gave birth to a boy. Chuyi hugged Little Moon and said, "Aunt Jiang Hui, this is the girl I saved from a villa near our house. Her name is Little Moon. Her parents died in the earthquake, and her other relatives are in City B. I'll take care of her for now." Subsequently, Chuyi gently said to Little Moon, "Call Grandma." After 2 days together, Chuyi didn't know whether Little Moon could speak. Ever since she'd been with Little Moon, the latter hardly spoke. This time, Chuyi wanted to ease the atmosphere and didn't expect Little Moon to willingly open her mouth. Little Moon looked at Chuyi with confused eyes, then at Aunt Jiang Hui lying in bed, softly saying, "Grandma good," before burying her head in Chuyi's arms. Chuyi was surprised at Little Moon's clear pronunciation, realizing that Little Moon could talk but was just a bit shy and therefore less inclined to speak. Jiang Hui looked complexly at Chuyi and then said, "She's a well-behaved child." After experiencing the cruelty of the earthquake, Jiang Hui fully understood the current situation. She didn't know much about Chuyi's past, but she knew that Chuyi must be a good girl. Looking at the rescued little girl, Jiang Hui wanted to advise her to hand the child over to the government, which would be better for her, as she already had a baby in swaddling clothes. Now, how could she possibly take care of 2 such young children simultaneously? However, upon seeing the obedient and well-mannered little girl, Jiang Hui couldn't bring herself to say the words to send her away. Chuyi didn't know what the other person was thinking, but she still asked about Jiang Hui's physical condition with concern. "Auntie Jiang Hui, the villa has collapsed, and after the earthquake, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing never returned to the villa. I waited for a day and night, but they didn't show up. I left notes in the surrounding area of the villa saying I'd come to the shelter, then went to the hospital to find out you're here. How's your leg? Do you need any medication?" Though Chuyi did not have much medicine on her, she could collect it, using her advantage with the space button. Jiang Hui shook her head. "You don't have to worry, my leg broke during the earthquake, but fortunately, the doctors already reset it. All it needs is some rest to heal. With the bone set properly, it just needed time for it to heal completely." Jiang Hui felt that being alive at all was already quite lucky compared to those who had perished in the earthquake. She understood her situation well enough. Now medicines were in short supply, and there were many people far worse off than her, so the medication she received was relatively less, slowing down her recovery. There were plenty of severely injured patients who required the medicines for survival more than her. Chuyi glanced at the bandaged right leg, noticing the edges of the white gauze turning slightly yellow. This might be due to the hot weather causing sweat absorbed by the gauze, thus slightly discoloring it. It also indicated that Auntie Jiang Hui did not change her dressings in a timely manner, perhaps only once since she was injured, which reinforced Chuyi's resolve to go outside to collect medical supplies. At this moment, the woman wearing glasses approached and asked, "Dr. Jiang, are these relatives of yours?" Only now did Jiang Hui nod and say, "Yes, she is my niece, Yi. This is Director Chen from the emergency department of the Central City Hospital." She wasn't sure how to introduce Chuyi as the child clearly looked like her nephews. They looked exactly alike, how could it not be? But both the nephew and Chuyi claimed there was no relation, leaving her confused about their young generation's mindset. Chuyi turned around politely and said, "Director Chen, good day." At this moment, there were only 3 people in the room, herself, Jiang Hui, and Director Chen. Director Chen smiled faintly and said, "Hello." Then she added to Jiang Hui, "If she is your niece, I won't bother you anymore. I will return to work now." After nodding her head at both of them, she left the room. Chuyi looked at Jiang Hui's injured leg and said, "Auntie Jiang Hui, I've been assigned a separate living room. Why don't you come stay with us?" In this way, Chuyi would also be able to help nourish Jiang Hui's health better. Jiang Hui quickly waved her hands. "No need, all the people in this room are doctors or nurses from our hospital. I can still get subsidies here, but if I leave, I'll lose everything. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. You just bring the children over to see me occasionally in the future." She lived here among doctors and nurses where seriously injured individuals were concentrated in one place for treatment. As for those with minor injuries like her, they stayed in government-assigned rooms because healthcare workers were currently scarce. Once healed, she would still follow government arrangements to rejoin healthcare work, receiving monthly subsidies as part of special occupational categories. Though the food wasn't great, at least it kept her fed. If she left the government-arranged housing to live separately, it would mean giving up working for the government when healed, and naturally losing all subsidies thereafter. Although she wanted to live together with Chu-yi, now injured herself and knowing Chu-yi carried 2 children, life must surely be harder. She couldn't possibly add more burden to Chu-yi's responsibilities. Chu-yi naturally guessed parts of Aunt Jiang-hui's thoughts. Even if she couldn't support one, she could actually support 10 more without any issues, thanks to the things in the space button. But this was a secret that could not be revealed. Without being able to prove her strength, Jiang-hui would assume not to be a burden, and certainly wouldn't consider living together. Chu-yi didn't insist further, thinking that in the future, she'd look for opportunities to take out more supplies. That way, Jiang-hui aunt would see that she actually lived quite well and shouldn't feel concerned about burdening her. Thus, Chu-yi spent a long time talking with Jiang-hui. Although the children didn't speak much, their interaction warmed Jiang-hui's heart, making her forget much of the pain from her leg injury. Smiles appeared more frequently on her face. After chatting for a long time with Aunt Jiang-hui, seeing the weary look on her face, Chu-yi finally left, agreeing to visit again in a few days. Back in her own room, Chu-yi put the children on the bed to play alone while she started planning her future intentions. Chu-yi planned to strike while the iron was hot. Tomorrow, she'd go gather medicine bottles first, followed by other supplies. With the temperature rising daily and the weather becoming hotter, many foods would spoil because of this heat. Instead of letting them waste, she'd rather keep them herself. The 2 children also had to be taken out, which was unavoidable. Auntie Jiang-hui had injured her leg and could not move around easily, so naturally she couldn't help look after the children. Moreover, Chu-yi didn't know anyone else, therefore, the kids had no choice but to follow her through wind and sun. As evening approached, the 3 of them managed to have dinner. Gradually, people outside started coming back. Chu-yi felt fortunate that her temporary room was near the edge. If it had been in the middle, with constant noise from others walking by, the lack of soundproofing in these makeshift houses would have made it unbearable. Thinking about this, Chu-yi gradually fell asleep holding the 2 children. Early the next morning, Chu-yi was awakened again by the noisy voices outside. Seeing the 2 little ones lying side by side still deeply asleep in her arms, she quietly got up. She took out a basin, mineral water, toothpaste, and toothbrushes from the space button and quickly washed her face. Then she gently wiped the children's faces before putting everything back into the space button. Since she only brought a backpack when she came here, Chu-yi kept all extra items inside the space. She planned to bring things back after going out to gather supplies, keeping everything streamlined for her outings. Thankfully, although there was no water available in the room, at least there were outlets and electricity. Estimating that the children would soon wake up, Chu-yi boiled some water and prepared powdered milk on the side to cool down. She then cooked complimentary food for Little Moon while eating something from the food she had made earlier. After finishing her meal, Chu-yi opened the side window to let the smell dissipate. When the 2 children woke up, she fed them the prepared powdered milk. Once they were full, Chu-yi fed Little Moon her complimentary food. Little Moon had always been obedient. She ate whatever Chu-yi gave her without complaint, but hardly spoke. During the few days they had been together, Little Moon's spoken words could be counted on one hand, mostly hum or ah. Calling Auntie Jiang-hui Grandma Good was the first time Chu-yi had heard her speak more than a couple syllables. Chu-yi realized that such young children had already experienced so much. Unlike Baby, who was still an infant in swaddling clothes and understood nothing, Little Moon had her own thoughts. Even as a child, she could feel the changes in the outside world. Chu-yi did not push her too hard. As long as the children were healthy, that was all that mattered. As for Little Moon, perhaps she wasn't familiar enough with Chu-yi yet. Once she returned to Bee City and reunited with her family, maybe things would improve. In fact, Chu-yi didn't even know if she would go to Bee City herself in the future. Regardless, the country would recover eventually. If she stayed away forever, she could entrust someone trustworthy to send Little Moon back later if needed. Watching Little Moon's docile demeanor, Chu-yi would feed her bite by bite, and Little Moon would obediently open her mouth for each bite. If the feeding slowed, Little Moon would just sit patiently and look at Chu-yi. Her tiny face earnestly consumed every spoonful of complimentary food. After Little Moon finished eating, Chu-yi played with both children for a while as a form of digestion exercise. Then she retied Baby onto her back and strapped Little Moon to her chest. Carrying her double-shoulder bag, Chu-yi walked out of the door while still pondering how she must find a vehicle. Otherwise, carrying 2 children and collecting supplies would prove too difficult, especially since her hands could hold very little everything needed to fit into the space button. With 2 children on her back and chest, Chu-yi went downstairs. The entire shelter was still under construction, and besides building the shelter, there were still rescue missions to undertake outside. This time, Chu-yi decided to check out N City's famous culinary street, where the government now recognized the importance of supplies. While rescuing people, they also sent teams to gather resources from places like supermarkets, markets, and malls, which were their main focus. Chu-yi aimed to avoid the heavily scavenged areas and head towards culinary streets lined with small shops selling local snacks and nearby commercial streets. Her destination, a single street in N City known for its diverse cuisine. Upon reaching the entrance gate, she found the shared bike she had ridden here gone. Being in the suburbs now, walking there was clearly impractical. Just as Chu-yi was considering how to get from the suburb to downtown, a man walked over. He first glanced at the two children in front of and behind Chu-yi before speaking to her. Sister, are you heading downtown? Chu-yi looked at him and simply nodded. Yeah. Given they were at the gates of the refugee camp, he wouldn't dare attempt anything improper. Furthermore, Chu-yi's physical abilities were unmatched, she was no longer pregnant, and even carrying two children, it wouldn't hinder her movements significantly since the total weight of the children was light. Seeing Chu-yi's quick response, the man wasted no time either. We have a car that can take you downtown, but we need a little gas money. Lifting one hand, he rubbed his thumb against his forefinger. How much for gas money? Chu-yi asked. It was obvious the man had done this before, and he said very naturally, not much. A pack of instant noodles per person. But you have two kids here, so that means two more breads. One kid wasn't a problem, but two took up quite some space. When seated, the two children would occupy one seat. The extra two breads instead of more instant noodles, as the man mentioned, was because very few people were willing to pay for travel expenses these days. Most men at the refugee camp had joined the government rescue teams, thus going out in government vehicles. Others mostly stayed inside the camp to find things to do. Those who went out either searched for people or gathered supplies on their own, but the latter group was small since most items were buried under the rubble, impossible to uncover with just one or two people. Many were merely there trying their luck. Moreover, the fee wasn't negligible. Many people in the refugee camp relied on government relief, bringing very little food from outside, where money had lost its value. There was nowhere to buy food, and every bite eaten diminished the dwindling supply. Seeing Chu-yi didn't say anything, the man quickly added, if you don't have instant noodles or bread, other things are fine too, but I'll need to check first. Chu-yi asked, where's your car? I need to know if it's worth it. The man pointed to a white bus not far away on the other side after seeing Chu-yi seemed inclined to agree. Looking at it, Chu-yi knew immediately that this must be someone affiliated with the government or someone who knew people within the government. Otherwise, in this still rule-of-law society, no random person could drive around in a public bus like this, parked openly near the side entrance of the refugee camp. Nodding, Chu-yi pulled out a pack of instant noodles and two small loaves of bread from her bag and handed them over. Is this okay? Grinning happily, the man took the items and inspected them briefly to make sure they were still sealed and undamaged. Satisfied, he nodded, sure, follow me. With that, he led Chu-yi towards the vehicle and gestured for her to get in once they reached the door. Just as she was about to climb in, Chu-yi turned and asked, when does the car leave? I'm pressed for time. After checking, Chu-yi saw there weren't many people on board yet. If they waited until the car was full, how long would it take? Seeing Chu-yi's prompt payment of fare, the man said, in 5 minutes. The bus will leave then. There was only one vehicle for them, and it operated according to set times chosen to accommodate the maximum number of passengers. Only after hearing that did Chu-yi get into the car and sat down in a middle position without unstrapping the children. She chose to sit right by the edge so the baby on her back would have space to move slightly while little Moon at her front would also have room to play. It wasn't that Chu-yi didn't want to unstrap the children, but strapping them securely took time. They had to prioritize safety when outdoors. If she unstrapped them now and something suddenly happened, it'd be difficult for Chu-yi to guarantee the safety of the children. Therefore, sitting like this was the safer option. Fortunately, both the baby and little Moon were well behaved and made no fuss, entertaining themselves quietly in their own ways. The car was far from fully occupied, even less than half, but the number wasn't bad. Soon the 5-minute countdown passed, and the car started moving. Along the way, Chu-yi silently looked out of the window and noticed that they were traveling on a different road which had been clearly cleared. Rubble and debris were pushed aside to make room for a central roadway with visible tire tracks. This wasn't the first time Chu-yi had seen ruins outside, but this time it struck her harder how such a thriving city became so desolate. All she could hope was for better days ahead. The car drove for about half an hour and stopped on a street in the downtown area. Following others, Chu-yi got off the bus. Around her were partially collapsed buildings revealing glimpses of what had been inside the rooms. In the distance, she could hear the sounds of excavators and human voices. The entire street was heavily damaged. However, based on fallen road signs, Chu-yi vaguely recognized the location. As soon as everyone disembarked and scattered in different directions, Chu-yi judged the best path to follow. Walking along what was once a bustling street, this place was now completely deserted. Collapsed ruins replaced the once lively commerce. In the distance, Chu-yi spotted a row of shared bikes and moved toward them eagerly. Nearby were also shared electric scooters, but charging them was inconvenient in the current situation. However, the bicycles were also a good option. Chu-yi directly used her strength to break open the locks of several shared bikes, moving them to a secluded corner and collecting them into her dimensional space. As Chu-yi was storing them, the two children who had seen this many times before still stared wide-eyed at this magical side of her. Little Moon even involuntarily looked at the hand that lifted the bike. Seeing nothing in her palm, she turned her gaze back to Chu-yi with eyes full of bewildered curiosity. Chu-yi didn't have time for other things at the moment. Patting Little Moon's head, she repeated the action and collected quite a few bikes along with a few electric scooters. The locks on the shared electric scooters were different from those on the bikes, but these electronic devices were no match for Chu-yi's high-tech expertise, so it didn't take long for her to crack the code of the shared electric scooter locks. Now everything was signal-less. Relying on collecting QR codes to use the electric scooters would take who knows how long, so Chu-yi comfortably mounted a shared electric scooter and headed towards the food street, swerving around any ruins that blocked her path. After about half an hour of riding, Chuyi arrived at her destination. This area consisted mostly of low-rise buildings, no taller than 3 stories, and was part of the old district of N City. The surrounding houses were all built in the 19s, and after years of wear and tear, their earthquake resistance was far inferior to modern constructions. Currently, a large area here had collapsed, with the tightly packed houses of the old district making it easier to clear despite their relatively low number of floors. Chuyi glanced around and noticed that there were basically no people left. Most of the surrounding old houses had collapsed. This area was once one of the liveliest places in the old district, likely having been the first place rescued. So coming here, Chuyi saw not a single person. It was a vast, empty place, and the scooter could no longer go further inside. Chuyi had to park the vehicle among some favorably angled ruins, which conveniently provided coverage, ensuring no one else would take it. Chapter 25. The Surface. After parking the car, Chuyi walked inside. The whole street was largely destroyed, but since the buildings weren't very tall, there was still space to pass through in the middle. Chuyi carefully stepped over the ruins and picked up a wooden stick along the way to prevent slipping. Chuyi took a look around. It was hard to enter the shops that had collapsed severely, so she gave up on them and only went into those that were still barely accessible. In one of the shops, Chuyi found many burlap sacks, which the shop owner used to store raw materials. They came in handy, so she decided to use them. The food stalls on the snack street didn't have much inventory due to their small size, so they couldn't hold too much goods. However, this was a significant haul for Chuyi. She loaded the burlap sacks with various raw materials for snacks and semi-finished food items, then continued moving further inside. Today her goal wasn't to collect food from the snack street but to locate a pharmaceutical distribution center. This was an urban warehouse for a chain pharmacy, where orders were packed and shipped out. Chuyi learned about this place from her past self's memories and planned to gather supplies of medicine here. Although there was plenty of food in the space, there was relatively little medicine. That's why she came here now. Her previous self once bought some medicine by courier but never used it, so the medicine was returned, and the address was nearby. Unfortunately, this area was heavily damaged, and most road signs were buried under the debris from the collapsed houses. Chuyi hadn't been here before, so finding the location was somewhat challenging. She could only collect supplies while observing the terrain and following what remained of the road signs. Eventually, Chuyi managed to find the place. Upon arrival, she immediately saw the medicine exposed to the sun. Upon preliminary observation, this might have been a small factory-type store with an extremely large interior space. After the collapse, the roof fell directly onto the shelves, causing the bottles of medicine to scatter everywhere, with some exposed outside. The house had completely collapsed. Chuyi carefully lifted some rocks using the wooden stick, gradually collecting the medicines piece by piece. It was a painstaking process, as this was a pharmacy after all. She gathered more than half of the drugs, though most of the shelving units had been damaged beyond repair. Chuyi stored the collected medicines accordingly, placing all those from one area together. Many of the medicines were unfamiliar to Chuyi, though she knew the common ones. She placed the familiar medicines in the most visible places for easy access. The morning quickly passed by like this, and noon arrived soon after. For some reason, the weather at noon was becoming increasingly hot, with temperatures rising rapidly. Chuyi estimated that the highest daily temperature must have reached 40 degrees Celsius. Considering the 2 children, Chuyi quickly found a house that had partially collapsed and stood beside it. The uncollapsed side shielded her from the sun. She sat down on a stone, took a small blanket from her backpack within the actual space, cleared a spot on the ground in front of her, laid down the blanket, and gently set the 2 children down on it. Having carried the 2 children all morning, Chuyi was also quite tired, and the babies, being bound, were uncomfortable as well. Taking advantage of the break at noon, everyone got a rest. Baby was still too young to sit independently and could only lie down on the blanket. Baby was growing bigger and now loved sucking his little hands and feet above all else. Whenever he had free time, he would try to grab his little feet and chew on them. Chuyi wouldn't allow it, pulling the little feet out of his mouth, yet he would continue to chew on his little hands instead, smiling foolishly as he did so. In comparison, Little Moon was exceptionally well behaved. She didn't talk much, and when she did, her sentences were very short, but she was very understanding. Having seen Chuyi take Baby's little feet out of his mouth previously, the next time she noticed Baby eating his feet, Little Moon extended her tiny hand and mimicked Chuyi by removing the little feet from Baby's mouth. Afterwards, she looked at Chuyi, as if asking, "Is that right?" Chuyi hurriedly took out the formula and baby bottles from her backpack, prepared the formula, wiped Baby's saliva-drenched mouth, and handed a bottle to each child. Little Moon would sit obediently, holding the bottle and slowly drinking her milk. Chuyi originally planned to feed Baby herself, but apparently, seeing Little Moon always holding the bottle with both hands while drinking, Baby wanted to do the same. Despite his chubby little hands not being very coordinated, he insisted on holding the bottle himself rather than letting Chuyi feed him. Chuyi had no choice but to let him drink lying down. Baby's bottle was the smallest model, with a nipple that only released milk when sucked hard. Chuyi positioned the nipple near Baby's mouth, pressing the other end against the ground, allowing Baby to support the bottle weakly with his chubby little hands as he drank. While collecting supplies, Chuyi gathered any relatively undamaged pots, pans, and kitchen utensils she could find in the shops. Some stores even had gas cylinders, and as long as they were still in good condition, she took them too. She left behind anything that was smashed or broken. This trip proved to be quite fruitful. In the afternoon, with the weather turning hotter, Chuyi had other plans. She intended to head to North Road in End City, where an entire street was lined with shops selling various electric vehicles. Although the road conditions weren't ideal at the moment, Chuyi believed they would eventually be repaired. Her goal was to gather a few tricycles, which would make future travel more convenient. Additionally, she considered the elderly mobility scooters a good option since her space contained small solar generators and diesel engines. Charging them for a short while wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Chuyi knew it was necessary to transport some supplies out into the open, otherwise, it might cause unnecessary trouble in the future. Besides, having a tricycle or an elderly scooter, a three-wheeled vehicle surrounded by a protective frame, would be useful when the children grew older. At their current age, she could carry them using a baby carrier, but as they grew taller, carrying them would become inconvenient for her, not because of physical limitations but simply due to the increased height making it cumbersome to move freely. After the children finished eating, Chuyi resecured them onto her back using a baby carrier, placing a hat on each child's head and covering them with some protective clothing. It couldn't be helped, even though they were in the shade, the temperatures during the afternoon were still scorching. Since that was the case, it was better to finish her errands quickly and return home sooner. Returning to the location where shared electric bikes were stored, Chuyi rode toward North Road. This area was part of the old city district but not in the bustling sections. However, she had to pass through a large shopping mall first, and both sides of the street were exclusively devoted to electric vehicle sales. The premises were spacious since electric vehicles themselves occupied considerable space. After about an hour of winding cycling, Chuyi finally reached the street. Most of the electric vehicles had been locked inside the shops, likely damaged by the collapsed buildings. Only a few larger dealerships with oversized yards had managed to escape significant damage, as many tricycles and four-wheeled vehicles were parked safely in their courtyards. Looking through the shattered glass at the front shops, Chuyi saw numerous electric vehicles crushed under the rubble. Therefore, she continued onward to the rear dealerships with yards. Around the courtyards were open spaces, where only the inner sections had been destroyed by collapsing houses, leaving many intact vehicles near the outer areas. Chuyi entered smoothly, finding mostly second-hand electric vehicles, tricycles, and four-wheelers near the periphery. She selected several tricycles and four-wheelers, then went to the front to collect a few newer ones that were either slightly damaged or undamaged and stored them in her space. After visiting several neighboring dealerships, Chuyi realized that generators were indispensable for such businesses, as electric vehicles required power. Many of these dealerships kept generators on hand. Even if Chuyi couldn't find a large diesel engine, she figured finding generator oil would suffice since she already had a few generators in her space. After thorough searching, Chuyi eventually found 3 large diesel engines and the merchants stored diesel fuel at a few shops. She also collected various batteries. Perhaps because the new batteries were packaged securely in cabinets, they survived the earthquake when the cabinets fell, allowing Chuyi to gather a substantial number. This trip turned out to be very successful. Chuyi chose a small tricycle-style senior mobility scooter to use for her return journey. This scooter was compact, with only one seat in front and a double seat in the back, completely enclosed like a car, though much smaller and with just 3 wheels. It was even smaller than a regular tricycle but offered better space utilization. She adjusted the front driving seat, replacing the typical car steering wheel with a simple handlebar design similar to 2-wheeled electric scooters, making it easy to operate. Chuyi also collected 3 4-wheeled electric vehicles, which looked entirely like cars on the outside, though their interiors were significantly smaller. Despite still being operated by a steering wheel, these vehicles were much easier to drive compared to traditional cars. However, given the current state of the roads, it wasn't suitable to use these cars, so Chuyi decided to stick with the elderly scooter. On the back seat, Chuyi placed some pots, pans, rice, oil, salt, and seasonings. She stuffed a few bedsheets into burlap sacks, adding bread and instant noodles around them to create a lumpy appearance. These items were placed at the footrest position, making them easier for her to carry upstairs later. Since the materials were all packed in burlap sacks, outsiders wouldn't know exactly what was inside, allowing Chuyi to replace them with different goods unnoticed in the future. These represented the supplies Chuyi transported openly, and the exact quantities remained unclear as most were concealed in burlap sacks. Nobody could tamper with her belongings. Before leaving, Chuyi saw a collapsed area with many locked electric vehicles and quickly gathered the locks. With these locks, the vehicles would be relatively safer. The vehicles that were under canopies were different, they could still block out some of the scorching sun. Although it was still hot inside, once the windows were opened, wind could flow through, which was far better than having no cover at all. Once she got on the tricycle-style senior mobility scooter, Chuyi instantly felt much more relaxed. Carrying a cart full of supplies, Chuyi headed toward the shelter. Along the way, her unique vehicle attracted many curious glances since most people hadn't considered doing what Chuyi had done. When she arrived at the shelter, Chuyi drew even more attention. She drove through the open window to the side of her room near the window by the urban management team. Chuyi first took out the items from the burlap sacks, which were relatively light. Chuyi carried 4 burlap sacks, 2 in each hand, while making sure to lock the car doors properly. Carrying the sacks upstairs, Chuyi remained unnoticed since every day the government also sent people to collect supplies. Some people even returned to their collapsed homes to retrieve their belongings, so carrying the sacks didn't make Chuyi stand out as no one knew exactly what was inside. After 2 trips, she finally managed to bring everything upstairs. Food was simple, but pots, pans, and kitchen utensils had to be transported openly to pass other scrutiny for legitimate use in the future. By evening, the air around the shelter was filled with the aroma of various meals. Some were cooked privately, while others came from the public cafeteria at the shelter. Chuyi thought that finally, she could have a warm meal. As usual, she prepared milk formula for the children before cooking noodles for dinner. She decided not to prepare baby food for Little Moon, allowing her instead to eat noodles. After all, eating baby food daily could become tiresome. Chuyi's baby food came from supermarket purchases anyway. Since Little Moon couldn't skillfully use chopsticks yet, Chuyi slowly fed her the noodles. On the earlier trip to the snack street, Chuyi found a shop selling Beggar's Chicken and picked up one of their marinated chickens. Chuyi simply added dried shiitake mushrooms, sesame oil, a little salt, and water, letting the chicken simmer slowly in the pot. That was about all she could do, although the chicken itself was already deliciously seasoned. The simple stewing process released a tantalizing aroma, catching even Little Moon's attention after she finished eating. Chuyi teased her, "Little Moon, are you still hungry? When this soup is ready, will you try some?" Chuyi always favored girls, and though Little Moon wasn't talkative, she was exceptionally well behaved and understood what adults said. It just seemed like she preferred not to speak often. Little Moon stared at Chuyi with big eyes, looking between Shaw and herself before softly replying, "Give it to my brother." Then she pointed to the baby lying in bed cooing. Hearing Little Moon's soft and tender voice, Chuyi's heart melted. How adorable. She hugged Little Moon and said, "Your auntie's baby too. Your brother is too young to eat this, so why don't you taste it first? I'll keep making it in the future, and you can tell your brother how delicious it is." Little Moon looked at Chuyi uncertainly before gently nodding her head. Chuyi had started simmering the chicken immediately after dinner. Afterward, she spent time playing with the children and telling stories to Little Moon. Time passed quietly as the fragrance continuously wafted outside. From nearby, cries from another child soon echoed. Since the distance was quite far, Chuyi couldn't figure out the cause and paid it no mind. However, shortly afterward, a knock on the door startled her. Chuyi glanced curiously at the door, reminding Little Moon to stay seated and not touch the pot before heading to answer it. Standing outside was a middle-aged woman accompanied by a sniffling boy, tears streaming down his face. The boy appeared to be around 10 years old, and farther down the corridor, several nosy neighbors stood together watching. Chuyi asked coolly, "What's the matter?" Her tone wasn't particularly friendly, knowing people rarely visit without reason. The middle-aged woman didn't reply immediately but instead glanced into the room. Upon seeing this, Chuyi abruptly stepped outside, firmly closing the door with a bang, then expressionlessly faced the middle-aged woman and her child. Startled by the slamming door, the woman quickly composed herself and smiled sheepishly as she said, "Well, the child smelled the chicken stew you're making and got so hungry he cried non-stop. Since you're also taking care of kids, would you kindly take pity on my grandson and give him a bowl of chicken soup?" Leaning against the doorframe, Chuyi said coolly, "He's not my grandson. What does that have to do with me?" She was unkind towards people like this and thought anyone with decency wouldn't ask for food like this. For shameless individuals, she would never indulge them. The middle-aged woman obviously didn't expect Chuyi to say something so straightforward. Though her face darkened momentarily, she still managed a smile and said, "Young lady, you shouldn't talk like that. We're all affected by the earthquake disaster, so now we need to unite. You can't just sit back enjoying your chicken stew while refusing to give even a bowl of soup to a child. That's just too stingy. I won't eat it for free. Once the city recovers, I'll pay you back with a few chickens." After hearing such brazen audacity, Chuyi immediately laughed aloud. "Auntie, you're funny. Who is your grandson to me? Just because I have some food doesn't mean a stranger gets to demand meat from me. How dignified." The middle-aged woman picked up on Chuyi's tone and instantly became enraged, pointing at Chuyi as she stammered, You. Seeing that her grandma couldn't persuade Chuyi, the boy stepped forward impatiently, trying to shove Chuyi out of the way. Frustrated, Chuyi grabbed his wrist firmly and stared deeply into his eyes. The fierce look in her gaze seemed to terrify him, and he cried out loud, wailing, "Let go of me. My grandma will hit you." He also tried kicking her, but Chuyi turned around swiftly, causing the boy to miss his footing. Following her momentum, he spun around and landed flat on his bottom. Now louder cries echoed through the corridor. The middle-aged woman rushed over to comfort her treasured grandson, who kept crying no matter what she did. Turning toward Chuyi with an angry expression, she snapped, "You brat. How dare you throw my grandson to the ground? You better compensate me today or you'll see how I deal with you." Chuyi smirked, raising one corner of her mouth. "Compensate? Sounds like you're dreaming in broad daylight to me. Who exactly are you standing here making a scene at my doorstep?" Realizing reasoning wouldn't work, the middle-aged woman plopped onto the floor theatrically. "This world has no justice. Hitting children. Poor my sweet grandson, unable to drink chicken broth and even got assaulted. What sins have we committed?" As if oblivious to the middle-aged woman's cries, Chuyi acted as though nothing was happening. In a mock-crying voice, she lamented, "Auntie, please cry louder. The urban management team is nearby. If you yell louder, they might hear you and come resolve this issue. But let's ask, whose fault is it for losing their dignity at others' doors? Poor me, taking care of two children. Their father joined the rescue effort and separated from us during the earthquake. His current whereabouts remain unknown. Now people come begging food from us, leaving my 3 little ones starving. And my infant son is still in swaddling clothes, my daughter barely over 2 years old. All I could find was a bit of chicken to boil for milk-producing soup, yet even this small kindness has someone after it." Pretending to sob wasn't hard for Chuyi. As she wiped tears from behind her hands, there was suddenly a noise inside the room. The door then banged open with the sound of Little Moon's wah-wah cries echoing through the room. Startled, Chuyi stopped pretending and rushed to open the door. Little Moon's tear-streaked face greeted her. Seeing the door open, Little Moon ran to Chuyi and bawled loudly, calling, "Mommy, Mommy." Uncertain whether Little Moon had recalled something painful, Chuyi tenderly scooped her into her arms and gently rocked her. "Little Moon, don't cry, everything's fine. The bad people are gone. Don't be scared," she whispered while rocking her gently. Standing up at this moment, the middle-aged woman shouted, "I'm warning you, I'm not someone you can mess with. Everyone saw you hit my grandson. Even if the urban management team comes, it won't help you. If you don't compensate me today, I'll make you regret it." Little Moon trembled again at the sharp tone of the middle-aged woman's voice, starting to hiccup and cry softly once more. Hugging Little Moon tighter and shielding her protectively, Chuyi glared fiercely at the middle-aged woman. "We'll see who makes whom regretful. Losing face this much at your age, you've really set a new low. Since you insist on making trouble, I'm not afraid either. Bring it on, I don't care even if the urban management team arrives." Chuyi was genuinely furious, ready to strangle the woman in front of her. People without integrity were everywhere. It was necessary to teach such types a lesson when they showed themselves. Only then would others stop looking down on vulnerable individuals. Back when Chuyi used to carry out missions across the stars, she had killed countless enemies, tens of thousands at least, hundreds of thousands potentially, and never blinked an eye. Once Chuyi lost her temper, her blood-soaked aura intimidated those who underestimated her strength, especially someone weak-willed like the middle-aged woman. At that moment, the middle-aged woman was so intimidated by Chuyi's ruthless gaze that she didn't dare to move, and the boy was directly scared speechless, his mouth wide open as snot dribbled in. His eyes were filled with pure terror. The onlookers who had gathered around initially for entertainment also froze under Chuyi's deathly glare, not daring to stir. The trembling middle-aged woman stammered, you wait." Hardly able to finish her sentences, she hastily grabbed her grandson and bolted toward the stairs, not daring to linger for a second. As the ringleader left, the onlookers, too, scurried back into their homes, startled by the ferocity they had seen in the young woman who appeared to be struggling alone with 2 children. They all decided it would be wise to avoid her from now on. Chuyi, seeing that everyone had dispersed, finally went back inside with Little Moon still in her arms. The baby on the bed curiously turned his little head toward the door. Chuyi closed the door and sat down on a stool, gently soothing Little Moon as she held her tight. After a long while, Little Moon finally lifted her tear-streaked face, looking at Chuyi and softly calling out, "Mommy." Chuyi froze immediately. Chapter 27, Beating People. Chuyi looked at Little Moon's eyes and asked, "Little Moon, what did you just say?" Auntie didn't hear it clearly. Little Moon raised her head, looking seriously at Chuyi, her voice a little louder than before, "Mom." Chuyi seemed not to understand as she raised her finger to point at her own nose. You are calling me?" Little Moon tilted her head slightly, slowly approaching Chuyi, leaning her little head against Chuyi's chest, whispering, "Mom." Chuyi's heart started beating faster. After realizing this, she quickly hugged Little Moon, stroking the back of her head, saying softly, "Little Moon, no matter whether you know what you're saying right now or not, I will take it seriously. For the time being while you have yet to reunite with your family, let me temporarily be your mom. Mom will protect you well and love you." The baby lying on the bed was making continuous AA sounds, as if saying don't forget about me. At this moment, Chuyi's mood was very happy. Having a child, listening to her child call her mom, this is undoubtedly the happiest thing in the world. Although this wasn't her biological child, hearing this mom, Chuyi felt that everything was worth it. Even though it was just a short time of being a mother, Chuyi was very happy. The chicken soup was prepared by Chuyi for Aunt Jiang Hui. Although the government provided free meals and accommodations for these special workers, for doctors like Aunt Jiang Hui who were temporarily unable to move conveniently, they could not fully utilize their value, and their food supply might be worse than those actively working medical staff. Seeing that the chicken soup was ready, Chuyi turned off the heat and cooled it down. She first scooped out a small bowl for Little Moon, tearing a chicken leg into small pieces, feeding them piece by piece to Little Moon. Watching Little Moon's satisfied little face, Chuyi felt that even if future disasters were more numerous, as long as there were loved ones around, everything could be overcome. Little Moon shook her head to indicate that she couldn't eat anymore, and Chuyi joked, "This is for Little Moon to eat. If Little Moon can't finish it, what will happen to this bowl? Is the chicken soup not tasty?" Little Moon looked at Chuyi. "It's good, my tummy is full." Little Moon used her little hand to cover her somewhat bulging stomach. Chuyi smiled lightly, extending her hand to touch. Little Moon's tummy has already swollen up. It seems like you've eaten quite enough." After feeling Little Moon's stomach, which indeed bulged a bit, it seemed she had been very full and should stop eating. Chuyi held the bowl and began drinking herself. "Since Little Moon is already full, Mom will drink the rest." Little Moon nodded her small head. Chuyi chuckled slightly but said nothing more. She ate the remaining meat in the bowl and took out a thermos bucket, pouring half of the chicken soup inside. The other half she carefully stored in an insulated container. Aunt Jiang Hui couldn't eat an entire chicken by herself. The leftovers could be stored for tomorrow. After all, space preservation was quite convenient. Having sent the chicken soup to Aunt Jiang Hui and chatting with her for a while, Chuyi returned. Thinking that since Aunt Jiang Hui didn't want to live together, she decided to send over some prepared food every day so that she could recover sooner. Aunt Jiang Hui also hadn't forgotten to entrust others to find out the whereabouts of Zhao Qing, Jiang Liran, and Zhao Jingxing, but there was still no news. They could only temporarily settle down at the shelter. As time passed, more and more people came to the shelter, and Chuyi noticed that the food distribution at the shelter was getting less and less. Construction was hurriedly being sped up at the shelter, but the number of people was increasing too fast. Later arrivals were given tents directly, and a specific area was set aside to build tents for residents. Tiny tents were placed one after another in a cluster. More than half a month had passed since the earthquake. Most people who had been rescued had survived. Those who had not yet been able to wait for rescue probably had little hope of survival. The government had already dispatched most personnel to intensify the collection of supplies. Under such circumstances, factories had stopped production, with no input of food, and daily expenses were mounting. The crisis over food supplies had worsened. Many foods hadn't even waited to be collected before spoiling due to time passage, and the quantity of available food was gradually decreasing. With no other choice, the government had to divert manpower from rescue operations to collect resources, because most living people in N City were concentrated in the shelters. Just the daily food consumption alone was substantial. Now, not only were factories out of question, but even farmlands were left untended. Although Chuyi had a decent amount of water stored in her space, it wasn't infinite. The outside temperature was rising day by day, causing the water levels of rivers to drop. The shelter had already set fixed times for daily water usage. With current conditions, everyone had to go directly to the public restroom to fetch water, then wait until the afternoon water supply time to take showers using the bathroom sink pipes. Since Chuyi was alone with 2 children, she had to line up early every day. Fortunately, the restrooms were public but still separated into individual small cubicles with doors, which made things relatively better. Inside her space, there were plenty of food supplies and even more clothes and various appliances. Given the hot weather, Chuyi could only rely on an electric fan at night. Thankfully, electricity was still available daily at the shelter. However, even with the fan, Chuyi remained sleepless because of the heat. She simply couldn't stand high temperatures. Little Moon seemed fine, but the baby might have inherited Chuyi's intolerance to heat, developing a rash on its neck. Chuyi had no choice but to wipe the baby's exposed skin areas with wet wipes whenever she had spare time and then apply talcum powder. Every few days, Chuyi would still take both children out, always returning home with large and small packages. Soon, everyone in the nearby area knew that Chuyi was resourceful, bringing back plenty of items each time she went out. There were also some people scheming against her. Fighting, robbery, or violence were strictly prohibited within the shelter, but outside the shelter's jurisdiction, those rules didn't apply. One day, as Chuyi rode her tricycle near a small road not far from the shelter, she encountered 3 men who blocked her path. After several main roads and side paths around the shelter had been cleared, main roads for cars and smaller ones for pedestrians or cyclists due to the limited environment, Chuyi chose one of these side paths, riding a specially customized tricycle equipped with a child seat in the back. She carried the baby securely strapped to her chest to make cycling easier. The 3 men stopped her abruptly and arrogantly pointed at Chuyi, saying, "Considering you're taking care of 2 kids, if you leave your food and the bike behind, we'll let you go." Chuyi chuckled, retorting sarcastically, "Big men with strong arms and legs, why don't you go find supplies outside or participate in the shelter's assigned work? If you insist on being robbers, why pretend to be good people?" Upon realizing her words irritated them, Chuyi knew this situation wouldn't end well, so it would be better to resolve it all at once. Noticing many people watching from a distance, probably trying to gauge how much she could handle and whether she was easy to provoke, Chuyi calmly unstrapped the baby and placed him inside the driver's seat, locking the door afterward. Despite just facing 3 men, she was confident they wouldn't be able to get anywhere near her vehicle. Without hesitation, the men approached, attempting to educate her. To their surprise, Chuyi proved to be no pushover, swiftly knocking the 3 men to the ground, where they lay groaning in pain. Coldly, Chuyi said, "Don't think I'm weak just because I'm with kids. If you dare bother me again, you'll regret ever making this decision." What Chuyi hadn't anticipated was that while natural disasters hadn't broken people down, human selfishness had. Initially, when the earthquake struck, the government focused on saving lives. Because of last year's floods, the crop yield was poor, leading to insufficient food supplies. It took some time for the government to realize the importance of securing food and dispatch additional personnel to gather supplies. Now, with the accelerating food spoilage due to the hot weather, the government correspondingly reduced the rations in the shelters to ensure everyone stayed fed, though barely. That day, Chuyi had stewed a bone soup for Aunt Jianghui. Since meeting Aunt Jianghui, Chuyi delivered some soup every afternoon hoping Jianghui would recover quickly. Lately, Chuyi noticed Aunt Jianghui's complexion was deteriorating. Thanks to the medication collected by Chuyi, Aunt Jianghui's leg wound was healing gradually. Still, as the old saying goes, an injury takes 100 days, it would take more time for her to fully recover after just 1 month. Hearing that bone soup promotes bone healing, Chuyi decided to use the limited bones in her storage to stew the entire batch exclusively for Aunt Jianghui. Though Chuyi wasn't the best cook, her simple seasoning brought out the original flavor, which was surprisingly savory. Carrying the baby on her back and holding Little Moon's hand, Chuyi visited Aunt Jianghui frequently. Over time, Little Moon preferred walking alongside Chuyi instead of being carried all the time, following her to see Aunt Jianghui. Chuyi had originally intended to bring out a children's stroller, but since their residence was on the 2nd floor with only stairs and no elevator, the stroller wasn't convenient. Thus, she had to carry one child while holding Little Moon's hand in one hand and the bone soup in the other as she headed toward Aunt Jianghui's place. The people Chu Yi passed along the way had all been tanned significantly darker by the hot weather. By the time Chu Yi climbed upstairs and reached Aunt Jiang Hui's door, she suddenly heard voices inside. Since most of the residents on this side were either doctors or nurses, those with families had moved in with their loved ones while those without families or single medical staff stayed here. It was more convenient for centralized management. Aunt Jiang Hui had stayed because of her duties as a doctor. With so many patients now, doctors were in short supply. Though her injury wasn't severe enough to be life-threatening, it wasn't minor either. Nevertheless, due to her extensive experience as the chief physician at the municipal hospital and there not being too many injured medical personnel, the government provided subsidies for these healthcare workers so they could recover quickly and resume their jobs. Suddenly, a young female voice rang out, "Dr. Jiang, I'm sorry. I was just too hungry, so I ate your food. I'm sorry. Let me tell you, Nurse Lee. The hospital leadership assigned you to deliver meals to Dr. Jiang, yet you ate her food instead. What is Dr. Jiang supposed to eat for lunch? Wind from the northwest." This sounded like Director Chen from the bed opposite Aunt Jiang Hui. I didn't mean to. I was just too hungry. The government has allocated food for you while you work. Where did your food go? A slightly sobbing voice answered, "My parents are old and can't work. The shelter doesn't provide them with food, so I had to give my rations to them." Director Chen said angrily, "Your parents are human, but isn't Dr. Jiang also human? If your parents are having difficulties, you should seek help from the government rather than skimming off Dr. Jiang's food. How many times have I noticed that Dr. Jiang's food keeps disappearing? It turns out you've been taking it." The young woman hastily interjected, "Director Chen, if my parents don't eat, they'll die. Dr. Jiang is ill and unable to move much anyway, so she doesn't consume much food. Besides, there's always someone delivering her meals every afternoon." Director Chen laughed bitterly, "So you're feeding your parents with Dr. Jiang's rations while letting Dr. Jiang starve. How proud of yourself you must be." I. Cough, cough, came Aunt Jiang Hui's voice. "Director Chen, let it go." It wasn't that Aunt Jiang Hui didn't want to confront this young nurse. But given that her husband, son, and nephew were still missing and she herself was stuck in bed, unable to do anything, and with the population in the shelter increasing while food supplies dwindled, she knew how difficult it was for anyone to endure the lack of resources. She thought that even someone as useless as herself, who couldn't contribute, was eating as much as the active workers. If anyone wanted to take advantage of the situation, it wasn't surprising. Even escalating the issue wouldn't resolve much because the shelter needed medical personnel, and even if Nurse Lee was forced to compensate, she simply couldn't afford to. All Aunt Jiang Hui wanted was to survive and wait for her family's return. Director Chen disagreed, "Dr. Jiang, we cannot indulge such behavior. This nurse does things just for some food." Upon hearing that Director Chen wouldn't let it go, the young nurse begged in panic, "Director Chen, I really had no choice but to take Dr. Jiang's food. Her relative brings her food every afternoon, so she'll be fine. But I'm so hungry. My food has all been eaten by my parents. It's been a long time since I last had a full meal." The young nurse was anxious. Her elderly parents used to run a small store when things were better, but now, with the current situation, they couldn't perform any work outside. As the government offered no subsidies for them, maintaining 3 lives on her single ration became nearly impossible. That's why she began targeting Dr. Jiang, who was confined to bed and immobile. When the leader assigned her to deliver food to injured doctors and nurses, she initially only skimmed a little. But as the food crisis worsened and even the working staff faced reduced rations, the young nurse grew increasingly bold, skimming more food each time. Yet she knew her limits and targeted only those whose relatives weren't around. Later, learning that Dr. Jiang received daily deliveries from her niece made her bolder. As time went on, her thoughts became increasingly restless. The young nurse reasoned that since the doctor was confined to bed, she probably wouldn't eat much anyway. And every afternoon, Dr. Jiang's niece delivered bone soup or chicken soup. She had overheard the doctors and nurses discussing how nutritious these soups were. With food being so scarce now, they could hardly afford a good meal in a week. Since Dr. Jiang received these nourishing foods daily, it didn't matter if she ate less of the government-allocated rations. This time, encouraged by this line of thought, the young nurse took more of Dr. Jiang's food. Unfortunately, Director Chen happened to come back for something and discovered the food shortage when inspecting what Nurse Lee had delivered, leading to his outburst. By this point, Chu Yi already understood the general situation. It seemed that her daily delivery of soup to Aunt Jiang Hui gave others the excuse to siphon off food. No wonder Aunt Jiang Hui hadn't looked well lately. It turned out she hadn't been eating enough meals. She was still recovering from her injuries and needed plenty of nutrition. If she couldn't even get full meals, how was she supposed to recover? Thinking of this, Chu Yi quickly pushed the door open. Inside were indeed Director Chen and a female nurse wearing a white coat. Chu Yi didn't spare a glance at the nurse's embarrassed face but instead looked directly at Aunt Jiang Hui lying on the bed. "Aunt Jiang Hui, looks like you're being taken advantage of while living here. This time, I'm sure you won't refuse my invitation for you to stay with us." Chu Yi shot a look at the young nurse. She then said to Director Chen, "Director Chen, could you arrange a wheelchair or crutches? I want to bring Aunt Jiang Hui home. Since Aunt Jiang Hui cannot work due to her injuries, we shouldn't be occupying national resources. Even though I have 2 children, it's my responsibility to take care of my own family. As long as I have 1 bite of food, I'll ensure that Aunt Jiang Hui doesn't go hungry." Director Chen glanced at Jiang Hui and then replied, "There aren't many wheelchairs available, but crutches are easier to obtain. Wait a moment, I'll find a pair right away. As he spoke, Director Chen turned to leave but paused and addressed the young nurse again. Nurse Lee, a nurse should always keep medical ethics in mind. You're completely unworthy of your position. I will report your actions. You absolutely cannot be trusted to deliver food to injured doctors and nurses anymore, otherwise, they would starve before their wounds even heal. With that, Director Chen left without paying attention to Nurse Lee's protests. There weren't many injured doctors and nurses, but taking just a little food from each could feed one person entirely. Still, Nurse Lee had shamelessly taken most of Dr. Jiang's food, which was unacceptable. The shelter provided subsidies for elderly individuals unable to work, yet Nurse Lee, being young, mustn't have had parents so old that they qualified either. Her unwillingness to work in such hard times was likely the reason behind her behavior. Hey, Director Chen. Director Chen. Nurse Lee anxiously chased after him. Aunt Jiang Hui smiled gently. I'm sorry to trouble you. Chu Yi stepped forward and said earnestly, Aunt Jiang Hui, please don't say that. Back then during the earthquake, you kindly took in me and my child. Now, stop refusing and come live with us. How can your leg possibly heal if you don't eat properly here? We haven't heard any news about Uncle Zhao Qing and the others yet, so we need to protect ourselves and wait for them to return safely. Tears welled up in Aunt Jiang Hui's eyes as she nodded. She only wanted to avoid being a burden on Chu Yi, but under the current circumstances, they could only rely on each other. She hoped fervently that her husband, son, and nephew were alive and would return soon. Before long, Director Chen returned with a pair of crutches. They were simple in design. Seeing Chu Yi studying them, Director Chen hastily explained, these crutches were all made from wood later by everyone. Our hospital doesn't have many of these either, so we could only make some simple ones. But don't worry, though they're wooden, they're quite sturdy. Chu Yi noticed the issue but, given their current situation, having crutches at all was already better than nothing. She took the crutches and helped Aunt Jiang Hui stand up for a trial. Thanks to Chu Yi's constant deliveries of nutritious soups, Aunt Jiang Hui was recovering relatively well. In truth, Chu Yi had a faster way using a bottle of basic restoration potion, but this might raise suspicion if the recovery happened too quickly. With so many injured people around, and many doctors surrounding Aunt Jiang Hui, if Chu Yi used the potion on her, Aunt Jiang Hui could easily walk the next day. This would certainly attract the attention of the surrounding doctors, so Chu Yi decided to remain patient and continue preparing soup every day to help Aunt Jiang Hui recover gradually. Jiang Hui wasn't a fussy person. Since she'd kept moving her legs despite the injury, she adapted to the crutches quickly. Watching this, Chu Yi handed the thermos bucket in her hands to Director Chen. Director Chen, thanks to your help. Since Aunt Jiang Hui is coming with me, this soup is yours. I still have half a pot at home. After hearing Director Chen's words, he quickly waved his hands. No, I just did a small favor. Food is so scarce these days, especially meat. You should take it back and leave it for Dr. Jiang to drink. She's injured, and drinking more will help her recover faster. Seeing that Director Chen wouldn't accept the soup, Chu Yi immediately glanced at Aunt Jiang Hui, who understood perfectly. She then said, Director Chen, even though we weren't in the same department before, we're still from the same hospital. Please take this soup. My niece is quite capable, so there's no need to worry about not having soup in the future. Aunt Jiang Hui was fully aware of Chu Yi's abilities. In times like these, she could still manage to deliver nutritious soup every day, with her 2 children growing up healthy and chubby while she herself didn't look underfed either. A single mother raising 2 children and taking care of someone as burdensome as herself was no small feat. It truly showcased Chu Yi's competence. With further persuasion from Chu Yi, Director Chen finally agreed to take the bone soup. Then, Chu Yi held little Moonlight's hand in one hand and supported Aunt Jiang Hui with the other, and together they walked out of the building, slowly heading toward her residence. This marked the first time Aunt Jiang Hui had walked on the roads of the shelter in many days. Previously, because of her leg injury, she could only move around within the dormitory room, relying heavily on the help of her colleagues in the same dormitory to endure for so long. Chu Yi, walking beside her, asked concernedly, Aunt Jiang Hui, are you holding up? Do you want to rest by the side? Jiang Hui shook her head. It's fine. Don't underestimate me. This short distance isn't tiring. But is our little Moonlight getting tired? Jiang Hui turned to little Moonlight, who was walking on the other side. Chu Yi, worried that little Moonlight might not understand, repeated the question quickly. Little Moonlight, Grandma wants to know if you're tired from walking. Little Moonlight blinked her big eyes and responded cutely, not tired, Grandma's tired. Then she pointed to Jiang Hui's injured leg. The little girl knew that leg was hurt, all wrapped up, which made it unable to walk. Hearing the child's innocent comments, Aunt Jiang Hui laughed heartily. Little Moonlight is so smart, and Grandma isn't tired either. Chu Yi gently swung the hand holding Little Moonlight's, and behind her, Baby let out continuous YA sounds, as if trying to join their conversation. Chapter 25, Searching for People. Since Jiang Hui moved in, Chu Yi no longer had to constantly look after the 2 children. Although Jiang Hui's leg was injured, one child, Baby, couldn't walk yet, and the other, Little Moon, was obedient and listened to instructions. If the adults didn't mention going outside, Little Moon would happily play inside the room. After being able to take better care of Jiang Hui, Chu Yi added some basic medicine from the space button into Jiang Hui's daily diet. She only added a little each time until the whole bottle of basic medicine was used up. By then, Jiang Hui's leg injury had almost completely healed. The temperature was increasing every day, so to strengthen the children's resistance, Chuyi added some primary healing agent to the formula that the two children drank. However, since they were still young, the two children shared one dose, and an even smaller amount was added. This was done to prevent overloading their small bodies. Luckily, as she increased it bit by bit, the children showed no adverse reactions and instead became healthier. This gave Chuyi peace of mind. One day, seeing that Jiang Hui's leg had fully recovered, Chuyi decided to go out for a while. After all, they couldn't just live off the supplies forever. If people found out they hadn't left home for half a month but still had food, who knows what thoughts might arise. For now, the two children were in Jiang Hui's care, and Chuyi went downstairs. It was the first time she was heading out lightly equipped. Riding her old motorized scooter out of the shelter, the weather was getting hotter. Now the government had reorganized most personnel to begin clearing around the shelters. Since N City was too large and the first earthquake occurred at night, many people who couldn't be rescued in time have already passed away. Due to the delay in both rescue efforts and cleaning processes, combined with the intense heat, many bodies started decomposing and smelled terrible. The government, fearing a new round of disaster could emerge among the people, had to abandon widespread cleanup actions and began the process from around the shelters. This allowed more habitable spaces for the survivors. Chuyi headed to the electric vehicle charging garage to get her scooter. There were increasingly more people collecting supplies and transportation methods continued to grow. A charging station for electric scooters had been built near the shelter where Chuyi parked her motorized scooter every time she finished using it. When approaching the downtown area, faint smells of decay reached her nose. Downtown was one of the areas with a high population density. Currently, the government had temporarily established 4 shelters in the suburban areas of N City. The shelter where Chuyi stayed could no longer accommodate more residents, so additional shelters were opened. Her shelter was now renamed Shelter Number 1. This time, Chuyi didn't come solely for supplies, she primarily wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of Jiang Liran and the other 2 people. Nearly a month had passed, and Chuyi knew Aunt Jiang Hui was very worried. However, since the 2 women were taking care of 2 young children, all the responsibilities lay on Chuyi's shoulders. Naturally, Jiang Hui did not want to bother Chuyi. But Chuyi, without being told, could see this. So, under the pretext of collecting supplies, Chuyi set out to investigate. Most of those who could be saved had already been saved, and those who couldn't were probably unlikely to survive. Holding the map she specially obtained from the staff, Chuyi planned to search shelter by shelter. She first went to the nearest number 2 shelter. It was located in a new suburban residential area that Chuyi had heard about before. The boss here was rich and influential, so this entire area was under the control of one real estate company. Even though it was remote, because plans for the subway and several bus routes were nearing completion along with a soon-to-be-constructed famous school, this place also counted as having relatively good transportation. Because of construction delays, only about a dozen completed luxury apartments were built, and houses were still under construction when the earthquake struck. The surrounding areas were undeveloped lands waiting for development. Thus, most of the buildings managed to withstand the earthquake intact, which is why this area was selected as the number 2 shelter base. Chuyi took out her pass, issued when she registered upon entering the first shelter. Now it seemed that you needed it to enter and exit any shelter, and unregistered individuals were forbidden to enter without authorization. The staff at the entrance received Chuyi's pass and, noticing it said shelter number 1, casually asked, "You're from shelter number 1, right? Is there something specific?" Chuyi wasn't expecting the question but, seeing no harm in her purpose, simply replied, "I'm looking for someone." The staff glanced at Chuyi's vehicle and then spoke, "You can't drive inside. There's a designated parking lot over there. You must park your vehicle there before entering." The staff pointed to a nearby spot. Chuyi looked over, realizing it wasn't far, and then asked, "Once I go in to look for someone, where can I find information?" As she spoke, she pulled out a pack of cookies from her pocket and handed it over. The staff member's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing the cookies but still dared not to take them. Chuyi noticed something and directly opened the pack, took out a piece, and started eating it. She then frowned, muttering, "How come it tastes expired?" As if mumbling to herself, she threw the cookie on the table near the staff member in disgust. The staff member immediately pointed in a direction, saying, "Over there, they manage the shelter's population records, you can ask them." Chuyi thanked him briefly and then hurriedly parked her vehicle before entering the shelter. Before she went in, the staff shouted after her, "You're not keeping this stuff, right?" Without turning back, Chuyi replied, "Nope." Following the staff's directions, Chuyi quickly entered. After some time, she came out. There was no information about Jiang Liran and the other 2 here. Chuyi could only continue to head to shelter number 3. After receiving the same result, Chuyi had to pin her last hope on shelter number 4, which was farthest from shelter number 1. Shelter number 4 was located exactly in the opposite direction of shelter number 1, across the entire N City. To get there, she would have to cross through the city center. It was now noon, and the sun was getting hotter. Chuyi simply ate a quick lunch at shelter number 3. Just as she was about to traverse N City, a foul smell of decay wafted through the air. Chuyi quickly retrieved a mask and put it on, knowing that this was the scent of uncollected bodies decomposing. Currently, the calamity faced by N City was not just localized but national in scope. N City could only save itself because all cities in the nation were too occupied with their own struggles to offer any assistance. And due to the current heat, the corpses were decomposing much faster. On such hot days, there were not many pedestrians on the streets, and even fewer cyclists. Chu-yi was slowly riding along when suddenly, a commotion arose behind her. A group of men and women ran past chaotically. The cleared road wasn't very wide, so Chu-yi swiftly moved her vehicle to the side to make space for them, avoiding potential collisions. The frightened expressions of these people disturbed others nearby. Chu-yi saw one passerby grab a woman running away in panic and shout loudly, "What happened back there?" After being pulled, the woman panicked, not answering right away but instead tried hard to shake off the grip, shouting, "Let me go. Let me go. There are rats. There are rats." Terrified by the woman's frantic struggling, the passerby instinctively let go. Seizing the opportunity, the woman broke free and ran far away. Before the passerby could react, the rest of the fleeing group screamed, "Rats! Rats coming! Run!" and rushed ahead. The surrounding sparse crowd wondered aloud, why be scared of rats? But those who fled did not stop to explain. Chu-yi wasn't interested in the matter, continuing on her ride. What should have taken half an hour became much longer due to blockages. Every time a route was blocked, she turned to another one. Luckily, she was familiar with most areas of End City from her previous part-time work. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to navigate correctly. By relying on her old memories and scattered signs, Chu-yi zigzagged her way forward. After spending an undetermined amount of time, she finally arrived at shelter number 4. Similar to the previous shelters, this one was converted from a residential area. Fallen buildings had been cleared, and temporary housing structures built using wood panels were erected again. Out of more than 10 buildings in the neighborhood, a large portion managed to remain standing after the earthquake. Considering their fortune, it made sense why the government chose this place as a refuge. At the entrance of the residential compound, Chu-yi registered and proceeded inside. As soon as she stepped in, she heard a familiar call, "Chu-yi." The female voice made Chu-yi turn around, recognizing the caller with delight. Chen-chin, she greeted warmly, both long-lost friends rushing to hug each other. Chen-chin choked up, sobbing, I thought something bad happened to you." Chen-chin, having gone through so much suffering, felt relieved to finally have someone to confide in. Chu-yi understood that in such a disaster-stricken moment, Chen-chin might have experienced unbearable losses, perhaps losing loved ones or facing unimaginable hardships. At a loss for words to comfort her friend, she could only gently pat her back silently. Chen-chin seemed to unlock her heart, crying uncontrollably like a child, letting it all out without restraint. Chu-yi looked at the crowds of people coming and going around them, all strangely staring at the two. She hurriedly pulled the sobbing Chen-chin to a shaded spot, where few people were around, giving Chen-chin a good chance to let out her frustrations. After quite a while, perhaps the feeling of sorrow had passed, Chen-chin wiped her tears, somewhat embarrassed, saying, "Sorry, you just met me and I'm making a fool of myself in front of you. I didn't want to cry either, but..." Her voice choked up, and she couldn't continue because she was afraid that if she said more, she might burst into tears again. Chu-yi shook her head. "No, we are friends, how could I make fun of you?" Chen-chin's mind calmed down slightly, and then she seemed to realize something as she pointed at Chu-yi and said, "Thank you, I just couldn't control my emotions, I feel much better now." The pain and pressure of recent events nearly suffocated Chen-chin. The sorrow of losing a family member hadn't yet settled when she had to struggle for survival amidst the hardships of life. Chu-yi looked at the other person. Wearing simple clothes, her face had tanned significantly, and her skin became rough. There was a hint of fatigue on her brow. "How about you?" When asked this, Chen-chin had another wave of sadness well up within her. She had to suppress it, faintly saying, "My father passed away during the earthquake while saving my mother and me. The rescue workers sent me and my mother here." Chen-chin's voice was so soft, as if talking about someone else's story. Chu-yi understood. The pain inside was impossible for others to truly comprehend. Losing loved ones meant every second in the disaster was painful. For a moment, Chu-yi didn't know how to console. She could only say, "You, take care of yourself." Chen-chin forced a smile. "It's all over. My dad gave his life for my mom and me, and we must live well for him. We have to live for his share too." By the time she reached the last sentence, Chen-chin's eyes brimmed with tears, but she forcibly held them back, raising her head and trying hard to swallow the sobs. Chu-yi patted her shoulder. "Come on, you can do it. As long as both of you live well, your dad will rest in peace knowing he has such a strong daughter. It is his pride." Chen-chin nodded slightly. "Yes, I know." With the loss of her father as a pillar, she became the pillar of her family. Now, taking care of her mother, who was her only remaining relative, was her duty. Then, Chen-chin seemed to remember something as she pointed and asked, "Chu-yi, where's your nephew?" Could it be? Her wide eyes filled with grief, as though ready to cry again. From the unfinished words and the sudden rush of sorrow on her face, Chu-yi realized what Chen-chin was assuming, and quickly reassured her, "Don't guess wrong. My son is in base number 1, and he's doing fine." Chen-chin quickly put away her sad expression. Oh, nodding. After a pause, Chen-chin said, "Did you find the person you're looking for here?" Chu-yi shook her head. "I've just been stopped by you. I haven't had the time to look yet." Chen-chin, somewhat apologetically, said, Oh, I can't help you with finding people, but you can go check the population registration. If they entered this shelter, there will be records. You'll know immediately where the person is." Chen-chin pointed to a place. Chu-yi nodded, then asked, "All right, thank you." The next moment, the two were silently facing each other. Time flowed by, and their bond seemed to fade. They'd come to a point where they had nothing more to say. Neither knew what to talk about anymore. Finally, Chen Qin broke the silence. You should look for the person first. We'll meet again one day when destiny allows. I also need to go to work. Goodbye. Chen Qin took one last look at Chu Yi. The distance between the two seemed to grow increasingly wider. In the past, Chen Qin thought of the other as an orphan, while her own family was happy and her life was content. Even if not fabulously wealthy, her parents were still alive, her life modest but comfortable, and she had no complaints. For Chu Yi, it was more of friendly classmate relationships that deepened into dormitory friendships after becoming roommates. After going through so many disasters, however, the gap between them appeared vast like a great divide. At this moment, Chu Yi's complexion was rosy, her skin still fair, without a single trace of suffering or grief in her eyes. Even the fatigue that came from daily struggles wasn't present, and her face still frequently wore smiles. Clearly, she hadn't endured much hardship. Although she was bringing up an infant still in swaddling clothes, her life remained at ease. Without asking how Chu Yi was doing, Chen Qin already knew from meeting her that her situation wouldn't be bad, so why ask unnecessarily? Meanwhile, although she too lived, her circumstances were already worlds apart from Chu Yi's. The only consolation was that her mother was still alive, and although their lives might not be as good as Chu Yi's, at least they had family to keep each other company. No matter how many disasters or hardships they faced, as long as the two of them supported each other, they were content with what they had. Chen Qin didn't invite Chu Yi back to her place. She no longer had a home. Watching Chen Qin's heavy figure walk away, Chu Yi remained silent, unsure of what to say. Natural disasters are beyond human control, inevitable. The things lost could only be cherished as best as one could. Chu Yi did not ask if Chen Qin was doing well or not wasn't something within Chu Yi's ability to meddle with. She couldn't help Chen Qin either, but could only hope that she would soon emerge from her grief and start anew as quickly as possible. Considering the great distance between Shelter 1 and Shelter 4, it was uncertain if they'd meet again in the future. A soft goodbye slipped out from Chu Yi's lips, but unfortunately, the person far away couldn't hear it. Chu Yi pushed aside her thoughts and walked towards the direction Chen Qin had pointed. After some inquiries, she indeed found information about the three individuals. However, Zhao Jingxing's condition seemed poor. He was currently in the infirmary at the shelter. Chu Yi learned the exact location, then inquired about Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing. She found out both had joined the government rescue team and were now on an outing outside the shelter. With no other options, Chu Yi could only visit Zhao Jingxing first. Winding her way through several turns, she reached a residential building. This place had already been thoroughly cleaned, even the elevator was functional. Outside the entrance of the unit building, instead of a plaque showing which unit it was, there were now two characters written, Hospital Ward. Medical supplies were in short supply, and the number of disaster victims was high. The best they could do was gather those critically injured together to facilitate care. Chu Yi learned Zhao Jingxing was on the third floor, so she went in promptly. It was a building with 2 elevators serving 4 households per floor. Perhaps for energy conservation, only one elevator was operating, though the building was not tall, with only 12 floors. Most buildings around here had similar stories. Upon reaching the third floor, the walls of what should have been a 3-bedroom, 2-living room layout were partially knocked down and converted into multiple suites. Better conditions meant small rooms with 2 beds, worse ones involved the master bedroom connected to a secondary bedroom holding 5 or 6 beds. Each originally spacious apartment was now packed with hospital beds. Following the rooms, she finally found Zhao Jingxing's bed. The ward held 2 beds. The other bed lacked blankets or sheets, whether because the patient had been discharged or never stayed. Currently, Zhao Jingxing lay alone on his bed, his chest wrapped in thick white bandages, his head encircled with gauze after gauze. He lay there pale-faced. It was difficult for Chu Yi to connect the lifeless patient in front of her, without a trace of color, to the gentle-speaking middle-aged man she once saw in the Zhao family villa. Quickly stepping forward, she stood by the bedside and called softly, "Uncle Zhao, Uncle Zhao." In a daze, Zhao Jingxing seemed to hear someone calling him and slowly opened his eyes. Unexpectedly seeing Chu Yi, he struggled to speak. Is that Chu Yi?" Seeing that the other party was more lucid, Chu Yi immediately responded, "Yes, it's me, Uncle Zhao." Chu Yi wanted to ask, "Are you alright?" But now, words failed her. Nearly a month had passed since the second earthquake. If Zhao Jingxing's condition were better, he wouldn't be lying in bed looking severely ill and unable to move, appearing so confused even while conscious. A dizzy spell hit Zhao Jingxing, who, despite being awake, displayed overflowing worry and sorrow. He tried asking Chu Yi something, but his mouth wouldn't obey, leaving him unable to open it. Chu Yi didn't know what Zhao Jingxing wanted to say, but sensing something, she hurried to explain, "Uncle Zhao, Aunt Jiang Hui is fine. She's currently at Shelter 1, helping me take care of 1111. Upon hearing this, a flash of relief crossed Zhao Jingxing's face, lightening his expression slightly before closing his eyes and falling asleep. Seeing this, Chu Yi quickly called out, "Uncle Zhao, Uncle Zhao." Finding that he would not open his eyes this time, she rushed to the door shouting, "Doctor, doctor." Hearing Chu Yi's cry, the doctor soon entered, checking the patient over and stating, "There is no immediate danger to the patient's life." An urgent Chu Yi asked, "Then why isn't he waking up?" Hearing this, the doctor looked up at Chu Yi and asked, "What relationship are you to the patient?" "I thought he only had a son and nephew, and no one else had come to see him." Not knowing how to introduce herself, Chu Yi blurted out, "I am the niece from the wife side of Uncle Zhao's family. I specially came from Shelter 1 today to find them." The doctor nonchalantly waved his hand and said, "Oh, that explains why I don't know much about him. This patient was trapped under the rubble for 3 days before being rescued. His chest and head suffered serious injuries, but after emergency treatment, there is no immediate danger to his life. However, medical supplies are in short supply now, so very few medications are available for use. The patient can only slowly recover with a small amount of medicine and through his own physical repair mechanisms, which is why he spends most of his time in a deep sleep to facilitate faster recovery. With the current disaster at hand, all factories have come to a complete halt, let alone pharmaceutical factories. The medication available has been collected from pharmacies and hospitals throughout the city. Though the medicines are abundant, so too are the patients. At this rate of daily medication usage, even the large supply will eventually run out without further support. Now, only those severely ill receive more medication, while those without immediate life-threatening conditions who only need time for their wounds to heal have had their medication reduced to save more for others who desperately need it. After speaking, the doctor left. Chuyi felt helpless. It was the reality of the situation. Even at Shelter 4 and likely other shelters as well, there were insufficient medicines. Watching Zhao Jingxing remain unconscious, Chuyi began to form an idea. She glanced around, seeing no one nearby and no surveillance equipment. From her backpack, Chuyi carefully pulled out a test tube, pouring half of its liquid into a cup on the table next to Zhao Jingxing. The remaining liquid she put back into her backpack, then cautiously fed the contents of the cup to the sleeping Zhao Jingxing. Chapter 29, Reunion. This is a basic restorative potion. For injuries as severe as Zhao Jinghang's, Chuyi only administered half of it. It would slowly spread throughout Zhao Jinghang's body, repairing the damaged parts. When Zhao Jinghang woke up again, he would feel much better, with no more heaviness in his chest and dizziness from the wound on his head. After leaving shelter number 4, Chuyi would give Zhao Jinghang a small amount of the remaining half of the potion each day so his wounds could heal as quickly as possible. Actually, most of the internal injuries had already healed significantly because of the first half bottle, but this method would make it less likely to arouse suspicion from others. Shelters rescue injured patients first and, once they recover, their labor covers all medical expenses. If there are family members present, they can immediately take care of the patient, but must also pay for the patient's medical bills. Naturally, Zhao Qinghe and Jiang Liran provided for Zhao Jinghang, which was why he was assigned to a room with only 2 people. The hospital provided 3 meals a day to patients. Naturally, these meals counted towards the medication fees. The food was light as many severely injured patients were unable to swallow hard foods, so they couldn't have whatever they wanted. Lighter dishes were easier to digest under current circumstances. Chuyi saw that dinner sent to Zhao Jinghang's room included rice with some side dishes and a bowl of bone soup. There was little oil or salt, making it look quite bland. She declined the nurse's offer to feed him and softly called out, Uncle Zhao, it's time to eat." Zhao Jinghang vaguely woke up, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort in his body. The dull pain pressing on his heart was gone, and his mind was clearer than ever before. He could now see Chuyi more clearly at his bedside. "Chuyi," he called out. Chuyi nodded. "Uncle Zhao, let's finish your meal." While speaking, she carefully helped Zhao Jinghang sit up and lean against the pillow. Once settled, Zhao Jinghang took over the dinner Chuyi held. "Let me do it. I don't know why, but after this sleep, I feel much better. There's no trouble eating by myself anymore. In recent times, most meals required help from nurses just to be fed, but today Zhao Jinghang felt a significant recovery in his strength." Chuyi smiled. "I know Uncle Zhao cares deeply about Aunt Jiang. Perhaps hearing that Aunt Jiang is fine allowed you to recover so quickly." Zhao Jinghang thought about it, and realized it might indeed be the case. During the entire period he'd been injured, he'd primarily been concerned about his wife, Jiang Hui. His son and nephew worked hard to gather information, but unfortunately, his severe injury had been a hindrance. Every day, both of them went outside the shelter to participate in rescues and collect supplies, exchanging them for useful medicines and nutritional products to ensure his rapid recovery. After Zhao Jinghang finished his meal, he urgently inquired about Jiang Hui's condition. Chuyi recounted the events from beginning to end. Upon hearing that Jiang Hui was safe now, Zhao Jinghang's tense emotions finally calmed down. Since consuming half the bottle of the basic healing potion, Zhao Jinghang's spirits had significantly improved, and his complexion looked healthier. After finishing his meal, Zhao Jinghang recounted the situation since the second earthquake. It turned out that during the second earthquake, he was helping with rescue operations with Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing. The quake struck suddenly, and many didn't even react in time before being buried under rubble. The 3 were particularly unlucky as the house behind them collapsed during the rescue operation, burying them under the debris. Fortunately, the rescue site only collapsed partially, with the other half preventing the back house from collapsing completely, creating a triangular space where they were trapped. Zhao Jinghang was unfortunately hit by falling rocks and suffered serious injuries. They waited in the gap for 5 days until they were rescued and immediately brought to the temporary number 4 shelter. At the time of their rescue, they hadn't eaten or drank anything, leaving them weak. Zhao Jinghang was directly rushed into the emergency room. By the time he recovered, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing had returned to search at the villa, only to find it collapsed. Staff at the city hospital had all evacuated, leaving them unable to locate anyone. Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing had to settle temporarily, caring for Zhao Jinghang's recuperation while joining the rescue team to inquire about Jiang Hui and Chuyi's whereabouts. Chuyi sighed. She never expected that Jiang Liran and the others had experienced so much. Fortunately, everyone was still alive. The wait was long. Chu Yi needed to wait for Jiang Liran and the others to return to discuss the next plan. Tonight, Chu Yi definitely had to return to shelter number 1. She couldn't leave Aunt Jiang Hui alone to take care of 2 children, nor did she want others to take advantage of her absence to target Aunt Jiang Hui and the children. Although Uncle Zhao had taken half a bottle of the restorative potion here, he wasn't fully recovered yet. He certainly couldn't leave tonight. Time slowly ticked by. With the hot weather, it wasn't fully dark until 7:30 in the evening. How could it be so bright now? Chu Yi glanced at the clock on the hospital wall. It was already past 6. She had to leave before 7 o'clock, or it would be even more dangerous outside once it turned dark. Darkness always tended to cover many wicked deeds. At that moment, there was a sound from outside the ward, followed by the opening of the door. Chu Yi turned around and saw, as expected, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing. After just 1 month, both were significantly tanned. The two were also surprised to see Chu Yi standing there unexpectedly. After her initial surprise, Zhao Qing rushed forward eagerly. Chu Yi, it's wonderful you're safe. I want to ask if you've seen my mom? Zhao Qing asked anxiously after her joy subsided. Chu Yi understood Zhao Qing's feelings and did not beat around the bush. Aunt Jiang Hui is fine. Although she has lost some weight due to the earthquake and has been slightly injured, she's mostly recovered. Right now, she's at shelter number 1. I came out today specifically to find all of you. Aunt Jiang Hui is taking care of the children at the shelter. Upon hearing that his mother was safe, Zhao Qing immediately jumped for joy. That's truly amazing. Dad, didn't you hear? Mom's fine. Mom's fine. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Zhao Jinghang mock scolded him. You rascal, no manners. Though he was scolding his son, his heart was filled with immense happiness. Zhao Jinghang and Jiang Hui were lovers who chose their own freedom together despite the vast difference in their social statuses. He was only a small businessman, while Jiang Hui came from the influential Jiang family in City B. Through fate, they found each other, and after marriage, their love only grew stronger. Now separated due to the earthquake disaster, Zhao Jinghang finally sighed with relief knowing his wife was unharmed. Jiang Liran stepped forward quietly, carefully examining Chu Yi. Having served in the military, he excelled in observation. After scrutinizing Chu Yi thoroughly, he determined she was doing well and put his concerns to rest. However, since Jiang Liran struggled with expressing emotions, upon everyone exchanging greetings, he simply asked nonchalantly, how are you and the baby? Naturally, Jiang Liran was deeply concerned about his Aunt Jiang Hui and Chu Yi's child, but upon confirming their well-being through his observations, he still wanted to hear it verbally confirmed. Chu Yi smiled lightly. We're all fine. Chu Yi learned about the 3 of them and shared her experience and Aunt Jiang Hui's again so that everyone knew their situations. On hearing that his mother and Chu Yi were at shelter number 1, Zhao Qing hurriedly said, we intended to look for you guys in the government-established shelters, but we lack transportation. Shelters number 2 and number 3 aren't too far, but number 1 is quite a distance away. We couldn't estimate how long it would take to walk there. So, we could only prioritize taking care of Dad's wounds first. It was because Zhao Jinghang's injuries were severe initially and he needed constant attention, forcing Zhao Qing and his cousin Jiang Liran to alternate caregiving duties. Once Zhao Jinghang was a little better, the two joined the rescue team, assisting with rescues and inquiries about their loved ones' whereabouts. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about going to the shelters to look, but under the current circumstances, roads strewn with UN-cleared rubble and no appropriate transportation, they realized walking would require an indefinite amount of time. Chu Yi said, your thinking is correct. When there's no certainty of finding someone, you must ensure your own safety first. Jiang Liran chimed in, now that we know each other's situations, what do you plan to do? His gaze was intently fixed on Chu Yi. Chu Yi paused to think. Upon seeing the situation, her original intentions shifted. The environment at shelter number 4 was much better than shelter number 1. I plan to return shortly and bring Aunt Jiang Hui and the children over to shelter number 4 tomorrow. Shelter number 1 was hastily established during the chaos right after the earthquake, but its location was poorly chosen. Of the entire school, only 2 buildings remained intact. Despite ongoing efforts to construct houses quickly, the manpower and resources available made it extremely difficult to build strong structures rapidly. While prefabricated housing could be built quickly, these simple accommodations required no foundations and thus were only suitable for temporary residence when conditions were entirely stable. Such houses wouldn't withstand another earthquake or typhoon. These prefabricated units were previously used as sample homes for new developments, differing mainly in construction materials and requiring no decoration. However, they lacked safety assurances. In comparison, shelter number 4 was set up in a residential community where most houses hadn't collapsed. Buildings were being erected nearby, making this area a relatively comfortable living place. Jiang Liran naturally also learned about the situation at shelter number 1 from Chu Yi's words. It was indeed not as good as shelter number 4 in every aspect, so he nodded as well. Let Zhao Qing go back with you, then there will be someone to take care of each other along the way. This was after careful consideration by Jiang Liran. Regardless of how Chu Yi got here, with the sky growing dark, it would be safer having a man around. Besides, Zhao Qing wasn't bad with his skills, and this visit would allow him to meet his aunt, someone he had been worrying about for years. Chu Yi immediately nodded, all right. Though the trip tomorrow might make the elderly car a little crowded, having a man nearby would certainly eliminate many troubles, and Aunt Jiang Hui could see her son earlier than expected. They were bound to meet sooner or later, so why not earlier? Zhao Qing was naturally delighted, hurriedly getting up and saying, good. We can leave now. His eagerness made Zhao Jinghang feel envious, thinking if only he weren't physically restricted, why would it fall to his son to see his wife first? Chuyi saw that it was already 6:30 outside, the sun almost setting, making it harder to walk once it turned dark. So while it was still bright, they should set off as soon as possible. Chuyi nodded. All right then, Uncle Zhao, I'll go ahead. We'll come over right after breakfast tomorrow morning. Seeing Zhao Jinghang nod, Chuyi left with Zhao Qing. Along the way, Zhao Qing chatted on endlessly. Have you eaten dinner yet? Chuyi had to interrupt Zhao Qing, who was incessantly babbling beside her. Zhao Qing nodded. Of course, my brother and I eat meals provided by the rescue team. Chuyi nodded too, having forgotten that fact momentarily. Then she kept quiet, leading Zhao Qing to her parked vehicle. When Zhao Qing looked at the senior mobility car in front of him, his lips twitched continuously. Never did he expect Chuyi to have come this way. Seeing his reaction, Chuyi asked directly, "What's wrong? Do you not like my car?" Zhao Qing quickly shook his head. How could I not like it? You managed to get this little car which is already pretty good. It's just, the car is a bit small for us to return in tomorrow. Indeed, it was a bit cramped. The senior mobility car had a single-person driving seat in the front and a bench seat in the rear, which could accommodate 2 people. There was some space behind to carry a few items, but Zhao Qing was tall and burly. Even without considering the children, he barely fit on the rear bench, and Aunt Jiang Hui would find it even more cramped. Chuyi suppressed her laughter. Do you know how to ride? If you do, you can drive it back tomorrow, and I'll sit in the back with Aunt Jiang Hui. This was Chuyi's compromise solution. The front seat could fit Zhao Qing as a large man. Zhao Qing quickly nodded. I can. How could I not ride a little 3-wheeler like this? He quickly added this before Chuyi changed her mind. Chuyi said nothing else and directly got into the car. All right, remember the route on the way. Tomorrow you'll drive back. That way, both Chuyi and Aunt Jiang Hui could hold the children comfortably in the back without feeling squeezed. Zhao Qing hurriedly nodded and climbed onto the back seat. Chuyi started the car and slowly drove out of the range of shelter number 4. With the day still light, they followed the daytime route, though the road was somewhat desolate. By the time Chuyi arrived at shelter number 1, the sky had completely darkened. Only a few dim streetlights illuminated shelter number 1, along with the indoor lights from various households inside. Chuyi parked the car and charged it skillfully, then led Zhao Qing to the container house where she resided. All their neighbors had closed their doors tightly. At this hour, people wouldn't casually go outside. Upon arriving at the door, Chuyi called out loudly, Aunt Jiang Hui, I'm back. As soon as Chuyi's voice rang out, there were sounds from inside. Little Moon's joyous cries followed, Mommy is back. Then Jiang Hui opened the door, and Little Moon rushed out to Chuyi, hugging her legs tightly. Chuyi quickly crouched down to pick up Little Moon. Little Moon, were you a good girl today? She then stroked Little Moon's small head. Little Moon said in a soft voice, Yes, I was. Jiang Hui also praised alongside, Little Moon was very well behaved and even helped feed the baby milk. She helped me a lot. Chuyi generously praised, Little Moon is really great. She then turned to Jiang Hui, Aunt Jiang Hui, I have some good news to tell you this time. Look who's here. Subsequently, Chuyi shifted to the right, revealing Zhao Qing who stood in the shadows. At this moment, Zhao Qing moved forward with excitement and said, Mom. Seeing the unexpected arrival, Jiang Hui couldn't help but get teary-eyed. Son. Mother and son embraced instantly, easing their worries of many days. After a while, Chuyi then said, Aunt Jiang Hui, let's go into the room first and talk. Jiang Hui paused for a moment, then gradually released her son from the embrace. Thinking about all the questions she had, it wasn't appropriate to have the conversation outside, so they should enter the house first. Yes, let's go inside. Chuyi, have you eaten yet? Auntie has cooked some kanji for you. Come in quickly and eat. Chuyi nodded as the 3 entered the house. The baby was in the bed waving arms and legs, constantly making YA sounds. While talking, the baby kept reaching out towards Chuyi. Chuyi approached, placed Little Moon on the bed, and then picked up the baby. Once Chuyi picked up the baby immediately grabbed Chuyi's hair and continuously uttered, EYA. With humor and love, Chuyi hugged the baby to comfort him. Ever since birth, the baby hadn't left Chuyi's side. Missing her son all day today, Chuyi also deeply missed him. Jiang Hui brought her son into the house without asking anything at first, but rather served each of them a bowl of porridge accompanied by pickled mustard packages nearby. Looking at Chuyi, Jiang Hui said, Let me hold the baby, you eat first. However, the baby refused anyone else at this moment, even Grandma Jiang, whom he usually adored. The baby avoided her, not even looking at Jiang Hui. Instead, the baby buried his little head on Mom's shoulder, one hand gripping Chuyi's clothes and the other still holding onto Chuyi's hair. Seeing how the baby clung to Chuyi, Jiang Hui smiled and said, You weren't here today, so whenever there was any movement outside, both the baby and Little Moon would look up to see if you had returned. They really missed you. Chuyi tightened her arm around the baby and half embraced Little Moon who snuggled closer, saying, I miss the baby and Little Moon too. Realizing that the baby wouldn't leave Chuyi's embrace, Jiang Hui then said to Little Moon, come to Grandma Jiang. Mom needs to eat. After Mom finishes eating, tonight Little Moon can sleep with Mom, okay? With both children clinging to Chuyi, she couldn't eat. As soon as Little Moon heard what Jiang Hui said, she quickly tightened her small hands grabbing Chuyi's skirt. Seeing this, Chuyi could only say, It's fine, Aunt Jiang Hui. I'll place the baby on the bed against me, holding my bowl with one hand to eat. As she spoke, Chu-yi gently consoled the baby to let go and put him sitting on the bed leaning against her while little Moon stayed nearby. After taking the bowl from Jiang Hui, Chu-yi began to eat. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing started eating as well. Although food was provided by the government, it mostly consisted of steamed buns and bread. Since they were always outside rescuing people, they seldom had hot meals. This time, drinking the porridge made Zhao Qing feel happy. Only after finishing did Zhao Qing look towards little Moon. Chu-yi, is this the little girl you saved? So now you have a boy and a girl. Little Moon, be a good girl and call me uncle, he said, trying to tease little Moon. Little Moon was generally shy of strangers. Seeing an unfamiliar face, she quickly moved closer to Chu-yi. Chu-yi then told little Moon, don't be afraid, little Moon. This is Uncle Zhao, Grandma Jiang's son. Uncle Zhao used to be a policeman, specialized in catching bad guys. So little Moon, don't be afraid. Uncle Zhao is very nice. With Chu-yi's reassurance, little Moon gradually relaxed, looking at Zhao Qing and calling softly, Uncle Zhao. Zhao Qing happily responded with a few ari-aris, patted his pockets and found nothing. He then sheepishly said, Uncle doesn't have anything with him right now, next time Uncle will bring a gift for little Moon. Then he reached out and touched little Moon's little head. Little Moon shrank a bit but didn't dodge. Her mom had said this was a police officer who caught bad guys. Seeing how obedient little Moon was to Chu-yi, Zhao Qing silently approved, what a good girl. Seeing everyone seemed to know each other fairly well, Jiang Hui stepped forward and asked, son, your father and your cousin, they. Zhao Qing naturally understood what his mother was worried about. His parents' affection had always been something he admired. Just like how Zhao Jinghang always worried about Jiang Hui also consistently worried about her husband Zhao Jinghang's safety. Looking at his anxious mother, Zhao Qing hastened to reassure her. Mom, Dad is fine, brother is fine too. They are currently in shelter number 4. Tomorrow, we will go to shelter number 4, and then our family can reunite. Upon hearing that her husband and nephew were safe, Jiang Hui shed tears of joy directly. Seeing this, Zhao Qing hurriedly raised his hand to wipe away his mother's tears. Mom, since we're all fine, you should be happy instead of crying. If Dad knows I made you cry, he'll probably beat me up. What Zhao Qing said was true. When he was young and whenever he irritated Jiang Hui, even before she could say anything, Zhao Jinghang would give him a lecture on filial piety first. Jiang Hui chuckled softly and said, you are already grown up. Has your father ever beaten you? Since Zhao Qing entered the police academy, his combat skills had skyrocketed. Although Zhao Jinghang consistently exercised, he couldn't match his son who underwent professional training. Whenever Zhao Jinghang attempted to hit Zhao Qing, he would run faster than a rabbit, making it impossible for Zhao Jinghang to catch him. Zhao Qing naturally understood but didn't want to upset his mother. He grinned and replied, haha, it's just that Dad isn't as skilled as me anymore and can't reach me. Haha. At this moment, little Moon tilted her head innocently and said, Uncle is not behaving. Then she pointed at Zhao Qing with her little finger. Zhao Qing quickly ran to little Moon's side, crouching down next to her, saying, no, Uncle is being good as little Moon. Chuckle. Chu-yi also found it amusing. The way Zhao Qing acted so playfully was absolutely adorable, comparing himself with a child for goodness. Arranging where Zhao Qing would sleep that night became an issue. There was only one room with 2 beds. With 2 adults and a child, they barely fit, so in the end, they decided to take out a sheet for Zhao Qing to sleep on the floor. Fortunately, Chu-yi and Jiang Hui cleaned the room daily, so it was spotless, and sleeping on the ground wouldn't be dirty. Chapter 30, The Plague. There are rats. A scream shattered the tranquility of the peaceful night. Chu-yi was naturally awakened by the sudden sound. Zhao Qing quickly approached the door but did not immediately open it. Chu-yi quietly got up as well. The 2 children were sleeping soundly and were not disturbed by the scream. Chu-yi sighed in relief and gestured to Jiang Hui, who had already woken up. Then, stepping lightly, Chu-yi walked towards the window and cautiously lifted one side of the curtain. The lights in the opposite urban management team's building were all lit up, and a group of people rushed out, heading in one direction. Chu-yi guessed that this might be where the sound originated from. More people emerged from the urban management team's quarters and dispersed. How's it going? Chu-yi softly asked Zhao Qing, who was leaning against the door. Zhao Qing shook his head, I can't hear anything clearly. Chu-yi lowered the curtain, Auntie Jiang Hui, you watch over the children inside. I'll go out with Zhao Qing to check the situation. Don't worry, we won't go far. We'll just stay nearby. Jiang Hui hurriedly stopped them, saying, Yi, let Zhao Qing go alone. It's unsafe for a girl like you to go out at such a late hour. Let Zhao Qing handle it. Chu-yi waved her hand dismissively, Auntie Jiang Hui, don't worry, nothing will happen to me. If there's no issue, we'll come back right away. No matter who knocks on the door, do not open it. Jiang Hui helplessly watched as the 2 left. Chu-yi and Zhao Qing carefully stepped out of the room and gently closed the door behind them. None of their neighbors opened their doors or made any sound, whether they were scared stiff or lucky enough not to wake up. Standing in the hallway, the 2 discovered a bright area not far away filled with noise and screams. Before they could react, the distant crowd scattered chaotically in all directions, with many running towards Chu-yi and Zhao Qing's location. Confused, Zhao Qing said, what is happening? I thought there would be another earthquake or something. Chu-yi furrowed her brow, perhaps something unusual happened. Thinking for a moment, Zhao Qing said, I just heard someone shouting about rats. Chuyi nodded. I also heard that. Zhao Qing remarked, what's so frightening about rats? Why such an outcry? Chuyi wasn't sure either. How could humans be afraid of rats? Shouldn't it be the other way around? But then she remembered the refugees she encountered yesterday who were also shouting there are rats. What was going on? Could it be that the rats have mutated? While the two were deep in thought, Zhao Qing felt something moving on his foot out of the shadows. Reacting instinctively, he kicked his leg violently, flinging the object off. Pointing at the thing he flung, Zhao Qing screamed in shock, shit, there's a rat. Chuyi was startled by Zhao Qing's reaction and looked down. A rat rolled on the ground and then scurried back towards Zhao Qing and Chuyi. Chuyi quickly spun around and delivered a kick, sending the rat flying off the second-floor balcony down to the first floor. Its shadow flashed past and disappeared into the dim light of the street lamp below. Zhao Qing anxiously came closer, saying, that rat wasn't normal. There were fewer people moving around the shelter at night. Aside from the patrol team, most families went to sleep early. The street lamps were motion sensor equipped with average lighting, only illuminating the immediate path. After prolonged inactivity, they dimmed until someone passed by and triggered them to light up again. As Chuyi and Zhao Qing moved quietly outside, the street lamps remained dim. Zhao Qing, acting purely on reflex, kicked the rat across to the other side of the corridor. In the streetlight illumination, Zhao Qing noticed that the rat was indeed peculiar. Chuyi commented casually, that rat's eyes were red. From the brief encounter, based on years of experience, Chuyi had observed this conclusion rapidly. Zhao Qing nodded hastily, right, its eyes were red. He had also caught a glimpse of the fleeting red when the rat landed after he kicked it. He responded after realizing what he had seen, how could that be? Rats shouldn't have red eyes. Could it be mutated rats? Chuyi carefully recollected what had just occurred. Not only that, but I also felt an abnormal body temperature from the rat. That rat seemed to have a high temperature. Looking down at her canvas shoes, since it was hot, Chuyi wore lace-up mesh-fronted shoes with rubber toes. Even though there had been no direct contact, the warmth transmitted through the shoes allowed Chuyi to detect the rat's abnormal temperature. This time Zhao Qing was even more astonished. It shouldn't be like this. Red eyes are scary enough, but a higher body temperature than humans is too abnormal. Zhao Qing looked at his own shoes. Even on such a hot day, he wore sneakers, which were convenient for their rescue missions. A rat had just crawled over them, so he instinctively wanted to touch the soles of his shoes to check if there was anything unusual. Chuyi noticed Zhao Qing's actions and stopped him immediately. Don't move. There's something wrong with that rat. Don't touch anything it touched first. It might be problematic. Chuyi couldn't quite say what the problem was, but it would be better not to touch it. Fortunately, neither of them had directly touched the rat earlier, or they would have been in bigger trouble. Bang bang. In the distance came gunshots. Zhao Qing said, there's a gunshot. Chuyi naturally heard it as well, and both hurriedly looked toward the distant source. But due to the distance, they couldn't see clearly and could only make out blurred silhouettes. The gunfire startled most people. Lights started turning on in succession, or people began stepping outside their doors to investigate. Chuyi's neighbors also sneaked out to check the situation. Standing in the hallway, they started discussing. Why are there gunshots? Are there criminals? Who knows? People who can't sleep well at night end up making trouble, deserve to get shot. I just thought I heard something about rats. TCH, what's so terrifying about rats? Is it really worth all this fuss? Voices continued in discussions. Chuyi and Zhao Qing watched for a long while but still couldn't figure out what was going on. They then decided to return to their room. Jiang Hui saw the two come back and quickly asked, what happened outside? Although Jiang Hui was inside, she could hear the commotion clearly from outside. Chuyi replied, we're not quite sure. It's too far away. Chuyi walked to the bedside and pulled out a bag from underneath, from which she took out 2 pairs of rubber gloves, disinfectant liquid, and antiseptic water, handing a set to Zhao Qing. Disinfect your shoes quickly. Use any leftovers to clean the exposed skin. After speaking, Chuyi headed to the door and got to work. Zhao Qing received the items and started the disinfection process as well. Jiang Hui was utterly bewildered by their actions. What's going on with you two? Chuyi replied lightly, I'll explain later. At that moment, Chuyi was busy disinfecting herself completely, focusing particularly on the areas that had come into contact with the rat, spraying extra antiseptic fluid on those parts. Chuyi planned to throw these shoes away tomorrow and change into another pair. Even though she had restorative medicine to save herself, each use counted, and she could absolutely not waste it on an unexpected incident. After finishing her disinfection, Chuyi slowly explained, we didn't see exactly what happened far away, but we only know that some people mentioned rats, and someone fired a gun. However, when Zhao Qing and I went out, a rat immediately darted towards us and disappeared on the first floor after we kicked it away. We discovered the rat had red eyes, and its body temperature seemed abnormally high, definitely not normal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hui rushed to ask, did either of you touch the rat or anything it came into contact with? Did you stay in places where it had been? Zhao Qing, who was disinfecting his entire body, raised his head upon hearing this and shook his head immediately. No, since the rat acted so strangely, we wouldn't dare go near without taking any precautions. Hearing this, Jiang Hui felt relieved. These rats must be problematic. Could it be the plague? Having worked in the hospital for many years, Jiang Hui understood various illnesses relatively well, but when it came to animals, she wasn't very familiar. Chuyi nodded, it's possible. Those abnormal rats must have a reason for being so strange. The rat's body has changed, and perhaps it brings a new disaster. For a moment, all of them fell silent. The disaster caused by the earthquake hadn't ended yet, and now rats were bringing a new disaster. Life for humans was truly tough. Zhao Qing scratched his head and said, if the rats mutate, will zombies come next? Both Jiang Hui and Chu Yi stared at him dumbfounded, not expecting his brain to come up with such wild ideas. What are you thinking? He was really imagining zombies and such. Zhao Qing murmured quietly, isn't it something young girls often enjoy watching, apocalyptic scenarios, followed by disasters happening because research institutes spill substances from outer space that vaporize in the air causing human mutations. Strong ones survive and become superhumans while the weak turn into man-eating zombies. Animals and plants undergo mutations too, usually showing red eyes, grotesque facial changes, and other such traits. Isn't the rat we found already red-eyed? Chu Yi rolled her eyes, you're overthinking it. First of all, there's no substance from outer space, and there are no zombies. Even if the rats undergo mutation, everything else is still normal. Are you saying you have superpowers? Jiang Hui also said, exactly, you've watched too many shows. Seeing just one rat makes you think of so much. Zhao Qing chuckled, I was just thinking that. If it really were the end of the world with disasters and zombies everywhere and so many mutations, then that would be a catastrophic disaster indeed. Jiang Hui sighed, unfortunately, I'm not a veterinarian, so I don't know much about animals. She could understand the human body's indicators like temperature but didn't know much about animals and even didn't know any veterinarians. Chu Yi said, tomorrow morning, we'll go inquire about what happened tonight. If the government hasn't yet noticed the abnormality in the rats, we'll tell them what we discovered so they can study what's going on. If the government already knows, then we just need to protect ourselves and wait for their measures to resist this. For now, they had no other ways. They couldn't possibly research the problem themselves, they could only hope the national government resolved it quickly before the rats brought even greater calamity. The minor drama ended late that night, and the next day, after eating breakfast, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing went out to gather more information about last night's incidents. They mainly sought out the municipal management team since Zhao Qing used to be a police officer and knew some officers from other districts, and coincidentally there was a policeman he knew at the number 1 shelter. It was thanks to Zhao Qing's keen eyesight. As soon as the person stepped outside, Zhao Qing recognized him. Recognizing an acquaintance naturally made gathering information easier. The other person clearly recognized Zhao Qing as well, dismissing colleagues first before coming to a quiet corner with Zhao Qing, while Chu Yi lingered behind. Zhao Qing took out cigarettes provided by Chu Yi and handed them over. These were cigarettes that Chu Yi found randomly when collecting supplies. Seeing the cigarettes, the man clearly became happier and immediately lit one up. Speak up, considering we've known each other once, what do you want to know? In peacetime, the police station wouldn't allow random inquiries, but at this moment, there was nothing needing confidentiality. Zhao Qing and Chu Yi exchanged a glance. Zhao Qing asked, we heard commotion last night when we went out. We encountered a rat with an abnormal body temperature and red eyes, which attacked us. Was last night's disturbance caused by these rats? The middle-aged man, someone Zhao Qing knew, glanced at Zhao Qing in surprise. Never thought you'd be so unlucky to bump into them. You want to know last night's situation, right? Then I'll tell you. It's not confidential anyway, and the government will eventually inform the public. With a sigh, he continued slowly, yesterday, a group of rats suddenly rushed toward the shelter. They were seen by the security personnel at the entrance. Among these rats, some had red eyes and higher body temperatures than regular rats. According to human terms, it was as though they were feverish. This kind of rat doesn't fear humans and will attack people. Yesterday, several colleagues were scratched and sent to the hospital. At this point, he looked at Zhao Qing and Chu Yi. You two weren't scratched, right? Thinking of this, his body moved backward a few steps. Once Zhao Qing saw this, he understood the man's concerns and quickly assured, no, it just ran across our shoes, and we kicked it away. We didn't touch it at all. Only after hearing this did the middle-aged man relax. Chu Yi then asked, is there something wrong with these rats? The man looked at Chu Yi. We're not sure yet. All the people who were scratched have been sent to the hospital, and the situation is still under investigation. Chu Yi asked again, are all the rats like this now? He shook his head. Not all of them. Last night, there were also normal rats with non-red eyes and normal body temperatures. These normal rats were afraid of people, unlike the red-eyed ones that aren't afraid and attack. However, these rats currently prefer to avoid light and only come out at night. Zhao Qing asked, what are the authorities planning to do? Clearly, these rats have undergone mutation, and preventive measures need to be taken early. The man nodded. That's right. We've been instructed to capture a few red-eyed rats and some normal ones tonight for comprehensive examination. People who were scratched have been isolated separately, and anyone who came into contact with the rats has been disinfected. Only then did Zhao Qing nod, thank you for the information. We understand the situation now, and will be cautious moving forward. After speaking, Zhao Qing and Chu Yi left. With the government having a plan, that was good, it would keep the people here safer. Hopefully, the disaster brought by the rats wouldn't be too great. After returning, Chu Yi recounted the information she learned to Aunt Jiang Hui. The 3 adults and 2 children then went downstairs to leave. Before leaving, Chu Yi first returned the house rental. The paid rent wouldn't be refunded, but with housing scarce now, it was best to let someone in need live there. If red-eyed rats spread, people who camped in the shelters would be the first group to suffer from the disaster. By the time Chu Yi came back, everyone had packed up almost everything. Chu-yi didn't have much left. Despite the things she displayed earlier being numerous, they were gradually used up. Later, Chu-yi reduced putting items out, so the packing process was quick, and soon they could get in the car and leave. This time, Zhao Qing rode the bike, while Chu-yi and Aunt Jianghui sat on the backseat each holding a child. Behind the backseat, they placed some of Chu-yi's things. Once everyone got into the vehicle, it felt like the small cabin was completely full. Zhao Qing rode the bike as the group slowly drove away from shelter number 1. Chu-yi looked back as shelter number 1 grew smaller and smaller in the distance, and it seemed like they might never return here again. People inside the shelter were still busy working. At the gate, several people dressed in protective suits were conducting disinfection operations, and a strong smell of disinfectant filled the air. Aunt Jianghui turned back and sighed. Who would have thought that people at shelter number 1 reacted so quickly? If this really is a plague from rats, the early disinfection work is crucial before solving the problem at its source instead of just waiting for the plague to occur. Chu-yi said, since a plague broke out at shelter number 1, other shelters may not be immune either. After all, rats are most active at night. Once we enter shelter number 4, try to avoid unnecessary contact with others. The current situation is unclear, and they still don't know if those scratched or bitten will encounter issues, or if such incidents can lead to infections. So, it's better to minimize human interactions for now. As a former doctor, Jianghui naturally agreed with Chu-yi. Zhao Qing added, perhaps shelter number 1 is simply more old-fashioned. Other shelters are strategically positioned, where people mainly live in buildings. It's hard for rats to climb upstairs. Jianghui responded, don't underestimate the potential danger. Regardless of location, always pay attention to the details. Oftentimes, overlooking a small factor can lead to significant consequences. Chu-yi also concurred, that's right, Aunt Jianghui is correct. Don't think that rats can't climb. Currently, they're still a bit afraid of light. But if this persists for too long, rats might evolve. Eventually, they might become unafraid of sunlight, which would be truly terrifying. How can your 2 legs possibly outrun 4-legged rats? Zhao Qing felt stifled by this. Hey, you're comparing me to a rat. Jianghui glanced at her son, wishing she could slap him across the back of his head if not for the fact that he was driving. She knew her son was teasing, but she couldn't tolerate seeing him act irresponsibly. What Chu-yi says makes sense. Son, please listen carefully. You know I only have one son, your father, and I care deeply about you. If you misbehave again, when I see your dad, I'll make sure he disciplines you. Frightened, Zhao Qing quickly pleaded for forgiveness. All right, I'm wrong. Mom, both you and Chu-yi are right. I'll take good care of myself. Just don't let Dad beat me. He shouldn't do anything strenuous right now. Hearing this, Jianghui immediately became worried and asked anxiously, what's wrong with your father? Why shouldn't he move? Regarding Zhao Jinghang's condition, neither Chu-yi nor Zhao Qing wanted to explain clearly. Chu-yi knew he had taken half a dose of the healing agent, so his life was no longer in danger and his body was recovering, but Zhao Qing had no idea his father had improved due to the healing agent. In Zhao Qing's memory, his father was seriously injured and had been lying in bed. He slept 20 hours out of every 24 and was only awakened during meal times. The doctors had mentioned that his father's injuries were serious and resting more would help recovery, so he hadn't thought too much about it. Chu-yi tried to soothe her by saying, Aunt Jianghui, don't worry. Uncle Zhao sustained an injury, but it's nothing serious. You'll know when you see him soon. I won't be able to hide the truth much longer. Upon hearing Chu-yi's answer, Jianghui calmed down. If her son had said nothing was wrong, she would have been even more concerned, knowing her son might lie to prevent her distress in case of any complications. However, Chu-yi's words were like a reassuring pill to Jianghui. As long as Uncle Zhao is fine, that's all that matters. That rotten boy scared me to death. Her relationship with Zhao Jinghang was extremely close, something others couldn't understand. She dared not imagine what would happen if something went wrong with him, whether she'd even be able to live alone in this world. Luckily, all was well. Zhao Qing teased, Mom, aren't you afraid Chu-yi is deceiving you? Zhao Qing was unaware that his father had greatly recovered and remained worried that his mother would be shocked upon seeing his unconscious father in bed. Jianghui gave her son a disdainful look. I trust you less than I trust Yi. Do you think Yi is like you, irresponsible? Besides, we'll see your father soon. Do you think I can't tell his condition just by looking? It's no use lying to me now. Zhao Qing said with mock resentment, Mom, am I really your son or is Chu-yi your daughter? I feel like you and Dad picked me up from somewhere. Jianghui replied, I wish Chu-yi was my daughter, but unfortunately, she's not. However, being a niece-in-law would be great too. Chu-yi hurriedly interjected, Aunt Jianghui, don't say that randomly. I have nothing to do with Li Ran. She knew as a single mother of 2 children, Jianghui obviously didn't come from an ordinary family, let alone Jiang Li Ran. With his excellent conditions in every aspect, Chu-yi preferred not to be associated with him so they wouldn't feel awkward when meeting in the future. Jianghui looked at Chu-yi and said, all right, I won't say random things anymore. Seeing Chu-yi's reaction, Jianghui realized her own nephew was moving too slowly. The baby was growing up gradually, yet the child's father hadn't secured the relationship with the child's mother. Once they returned home, she would have to think of ways to give her nephew some advice so they could reunite as a family sooner. Unfortunately, with all communication cut off, she couldn't call Grandpa to congratulate him on having grandchildren or let him hold them earlier. After considering it for a moment, Zhao Qing believed his elder brother and Chu-yi were very well suited for each other. Just look at their matching skills and personalities, they complemented each other quite well. Chu Yi didn't mind his cold personality, and he also accepted her presence. They were perfectly matched. The Jiang family had no rigid ideas about class differences, nor did they need matrimonial alliances. As long as they loved each other, that was enough. The only concern was Chu Yi bringing 2 children, one of whom was biological. Would her uncle and grandfather accept this situation? Chapter 31, Isolation. The number 1 shelter was far from the number 4 shelter, so it would take a long bike ride to get there. At this moment, Chu Yi glanced out of the window carelessly. Is it a cloudy day today? The morning sun, though not hot, was still bright. But now they were already out for about an hour or so, and the sun still had not risen yet, leaving the sky dim with white clouds hidden by dark ones. Jiang Hui heard this and looked out of the window too. It was indeed a cloudy day. What's wrong with a cloudy day? Zhao Qing was riding in front, focusing on driving. Upon hearing Chu Yi's words, he just took a quick glance at the sky, then as if he suddenly realized something, oh, it's cloudy, no sun. Would the rats come out? As soon as he finished speaking, zzz, a spine-chilling sound suddenly rang out. Ah, there are rats. Help. Chu Yi and the others who were already quite far from the door of the shelter could still hear the screams coming from there. For a while, the atmosphere in the car felt frozen. Jiang Hui looked worriedly towards the gate of the number 1 shelter far away. In the early morning, the gate of the shelter was always crowded because it was cool at this time of day. Those who intended to go out usually went out early in the morning. Therefore, there were many people at the gate of the shelter at that moment. None of the 3 of them spoke of going back to help. After all, they were few in number, and even if they went back, they wouldn't be of much use, especially with 2 small children. They were aware of their limitations. Jiang Hui couldn't help but ask, will they be all right? Zhao Qing spoke in a low tone, Mom, don't worry, the people in the shelter have prepared for this, they'll handle it well. Chu Yi frowned deeply at this moment. Zhao Qing, close the windows. Zhao Qing responded curiously, why close the windows? It's not stuffy. Despite his words, he still closed the windows on both sides of the old person's vehicle. With no sun in the morning, having the windows open during biking made it comfortable with the wind blowing through. Chu Yi said expressionlessly, better being a bit stuffy than losing our lives. Chu Yi thought of something. Yesterday, she had encountered a few young people on the road who mentioned rats, which was still in the afternoon when it was the brightest outside. Although Chu Yi hadn't seen any signs of the rats herself, this clearly meant that the rats might hide in some dark corners. Now that it was a cloudy day without the sunlight shining down, the rats by the roadside might very well lose control and charge out. Zhao Qing didn't understand. Then he seemed to remember something. Do you mean we might encounter rats too? Impossible, it's still daytime. Chu Yi replied calmly, who says rats won't come out during the day? They prefer nighttime activities, but it doesn't mean they can't come out in the day either. And look, it's already overcast. Even though it is day, it's no longer as bright. Zhao Qing immediately sped up, you're scaring me. We're still far from shelter number 4. Chu Yi observed the situation outside, there's a possibility. Let's get ready. Though said like that, Chu Yi actually hoped that nothing would happen. Fortunately, Chu Yi wasn't being overly pessimistic. They spent nearly 2 hours to finally reach shelter number 4 and didn't encounter any rats. As soon as they arrived at shelter number 4, the group headed towards the ward where Zhao Jingxing was located. It was a rare reunion for the husband and wife, which naturally brought immense emotion. Jiang Hui rushed anxiously towards her husband lying in the hospital bed. Old Zhao, what happened to you? That good-for-nothing Zhao Qing didn't even tell me you got injured. Having said that, Jiang Hui turned back and gave Zhao Qing a stern glare. Zhao Jingxing couldn't bear to see his beloved wife shedding tears before him, so he quickly consoled her softly, it's fine, I was just injured during the earthquake. I've been lying in this bed for so long, the wounds have healed quite well. In fact, before yesterday, Zhao Jingxing believed his injuries would be hard to heal completely. Given the severe lack of medicine and no access to previous medical facilities, he had to endure the pain and heaviness every day. However, to meet his wife again, Jiang Hui, he knew he must hold on. If he did not survive, how would his wife live without his care? To make things better for his wife, he vowed to hold on. But for some unknown reason, since meeting Chu Yi yesterday, his condition had significantly improved. Seeing his wife again today, Zhao Jingxing felt both physically and mentally refreshed. Jiang Hui, being a doctor, naturally diagnosed carefully through observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Carefully examining her husband, his complexion was rosy, and he didn't seem like someone gravely ill, his breathing and body temperature were all normal. She relaxed only after making these observations. If it's fine, that's good, Jiang Hui said, her eyes welling up in post-horror realization. Zhao Jingxing affectionately wiped the corners of Jiang Hui's eyes. Look at you, the kids are here, aren't you afraid they'll laugh at you? Jiang Hui finally chuckled a little, her mood slowly calming down. As long as everyone was fine, that was all that mattered. Jiang Hui looked around and noticed her nephew wasn't present. She hurriedly asked, where's Xiao Ran? Weren't you saying he was here too? Zhao Jingxing, fearing his wife might worry unnecessarily, quickly said, Xiao Ran is on a mission. It's been such a long time since the disaster struck, thanks to Xiao Ran and my son's care, I've been able to recuperate well in the hospital. Jiang Hui replied, we're family, so what's this talk about gratitude for? It'd be great if our whole family could stay together. Zhao Qing saw the two reconnecting, and then approached his father lying in bed. He asked, Dad, has anything abnormal happened today? Zhao Jingxing was puzzled but shook his head. No, everything's normal, just like usual. What's happened today? Zhao Qing seriously explained. Yesterday at shelter number 1, we encountered mutated rats with red eyes and abnormally high body temperatures. Dad. If you see these kinds of rats, avoid them and don't make physical contact. Zhao Jingxing was shocked. What would happen if someone came into contact with them? Zhao Jingxing had never seen such rats in his life. Zhao Qing shook his head. We're not sure yet. Everyone who's come into contact with these red-eyed rats at shelter number 1 has been taken to isolation, and nothing unusual has been discovered so far. However, it's better to avoid risks and just stay away from them. Jiang Hui added, that's right, honey. Although I haven't seen these rats either, mutant animals are always different. They might carry infectious diseases, so please do be careful. Zhao Jingxing nodded, got it. When Xiao Ran comes back, tell him again, and remind him to stay safe. When things calmed down, a soft voice spoke up, Mom. It turned out that Xiaoye, noticing the adults were speaking, had walked quietly beside Chuyi without making a sound. Only now, after the adults fell silent, did Xiaoye dare to speak. Chuyi bent down while holding her baby, gently asking, what's wrong, Xiaoye? Xiaoye shook her head. Just coming to a new place, the little girl felt uneasy inside and could only tightly grab Chuyi's pants, finding safety by staying close to her. Zhao Jingxing was also drawn by the sound and looked over. This child. He felt somewhat familiar. Chuyi introduced, this is Xiaoye. Remember I told you about her? Xiaoye, this is Uncle Zhao, Zhao Qing's dad. Chuyi softly cradled Xiaoye. After being consoled multiple times, Xiaoye no longer felt shy introducing herself, Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao smiled, nodding, then asked, isn't she the daughter of Chen Guomin's family from our area? Chuyi had mentioned everything that happened after the earthquake yesterday, including the rescue of Xiaoye. She only mentioned the child was named Xiaoye without providing more details, yet Zhao Jingxing found her slightly familiar. Chuyi nodded. Do you know Xiaoye's parents, Uncle Zhao? Zhao Jingxing replied, I've met them a few times, though not very well. We were both business people and knew each other through work engagements. Who would have thought they both met with misfortune? Jiang Hui sighed deeply, life plays cruel tricks. Zhao Qing promptly added, are they from the villa area nearby? All the survivors there have been rescued. The dead, once identified, were cremated and buried on site so their ashes can be claimed when their relatives return in the future. In case any of Xiaoye's other relatives are found, we can ask them to bury Xiaoye's parents. The location of the villas was prime real estate, either central or near the center of town. Families wealthy enough to afford villas generally had considerable assets. Due to fewer houses and excellent positions, the cleanup operation there was swift. Chuyi didn't say anything. Xiaoye's family was in City B, which she couldn't bring Xiaoye to currently, not just because the nationwide disasters have caused all trains and flights to halt, but also because N City is several hours drive away from B City. Even if she had transportation, walking would take a month, not to mention the risk of getting lost along the way. She could only wait until she found an opportunity to go to City B, and by then she had already decided to treat Xiaoye as her own daughter, determined to take good care of her in the future. After a simple lunch, Chuyi and Zhao Qing decided to go out and rent a new apartment. Originally, it was just Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing who had both joined the rescue team. The team provided food and lodging, so they lived in the communal dormitory of the rescue team. However, now that Chuyi and her children had joined them, it was no longer suitable for all of them to live together in such conditions. Currently, housing at shelter number 4 was also in short supply. With the arrival of the earthquake, most people in N City had moved into government-established shelters. Although some still stayed in their own homes which were unaffected by the earthquake, the shelters were overcrowded. However, as a public official and with Jiang Liran having also joined the rescue team, they qualified as civil servants, which meant houses were prioritized for them. As long as they could afford the rent, things would be easier. Ultimately, Chuyi and Zhao Qing chose a 4-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom apartment. There were villas within this neighborhood too, certainly more than a dozen, but villa rentals came with significantly higher costs. Most of Chuyi's supplies were stored in her space, and the materials brought over with the elderly cart were relatively fewer. Most of those were simply household necessities. Their main source of funds for rent came from Zhao Qing and Jiang Liran's rations earned through the rescue team. Therefore, the best option right now was to rent the 4-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom house. Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Jingxing occupied the master bedroom with an attached bathroom. Zhao Qing and Jiang Liran each had a separate room, while Chuyi shared one room with her 2 children. During this period, Chuyi wasn't without thoughts of leaving, feeling like she was taking advantage of the Zhao family's kindness. However, even if she had the capability to provide a better life for her children, whether others believed her or not, the Zhao family absolutely wouldn't allow a young woman with 2 children to live alone outside. Thus, Chuyi had to plan carefully for the long term. Just as everyone had chosen their new apartment, planning to clean it up that afternoon and move in for the night, Jiang Liran faced a dire situation. Ah! A sharp scream rang out. At this moment, Jiang Liran led a small team in full retreat. That day, Jiang Liran was responsible for leading a squad to collect supplies from a supermarket. The supermarket was already half collapsed, with the other half buried under the debris of a nearby collapsed skyscraper. Jiang Liran's mission was to lead the 20-person team using their tools to clear a path toward the supermarket's warehouse to gather the necessary supplies. Initially, the group had rejoiced that the weather was cloudy instead of sunny. It wasn't too hot, creating what seemed like a favorable day for their work. Thanks to their efforts in the morning, the Jiangliran squad had managed to carve a narrow road leading to the supermarket's warehouse. Due to the heavy collapse, it took all morning to secure a safe passage. The team started moving inside, preparing to transport supplies, when several rats suddenly appeared, rushing straight towards the people. In no time, several team members were scratched by the rats. Even in peaceful times, animal bites required various vaccines, but in the current scarcity of medical supplies, the situation was even worse. Angered, the team tried to kill the rats. But oddly enough, these rats were incredibly agile, only a few were killed before more team members were bitten. These damn rats. Jiangliran quickly realized something unusual about these rats, and loudly warned, "Watch out. These rats are not normal. Be careful to protect yourselves." Not stopping his hand movement, Jiangliran knew that if they didn't attack the rats, they'd surely be attacked by them. Therefore, he began attacking fiercely, observing closely at the same time. When his hand swept across the fur of one jumping rat, Jiangliran paused briefly in midair. Realizing something, he urgently shouted, "These rats have mutated. They have red eyes, overheated bodies, high temperatures, they may carry viruses. Everyone, take precautions." Upon hearing the warning, everyone noticed the abnormalities of these rats. Now focused on dodging and attacking simultaneously, they used their tools to fight back against the rats. Afterward, the number of injured gradually decreased. Luckily, there weren't that many rats, not a massive swarm. In a short while, the dozen-odd rats were completely eradicated. With the rats gone, the wounded individuals became worried. These rats were clearly unlike ordinary ones, and being scratched raised fears of contracting unknown infectious diseases. Before, dog bites necessitated rabies vaccines. But what vaccine exists for rat bites? Moreover, medication was scarce. The injured person, clutching the spot where the rat had clawed him, asked nervously, "Will we die?" The others who were uninjured suddenly felt sympathy. It shouldn't be that serious, right? They're just small rats. I've never heard of anyone dying from being scratched by a rat. Jiangliran looked at those who had been scratched and frowned deeply. The injured people need to be simply bandaged first. We will head back to the shelter immediately. All those who have been scratched should sit in one group and those who haven't been hurt should sit in another group. Let's separate. Jiangliran decided to abandon the collection of supplies and return to the shelter first. These rats showed abnormal behaviors, so it was better to retreat to the shelter quickly for treatment. The supplies could be collected later. When Jiangliran and his team came out earlier, they only brought along a large truck without anticipating any animal attacks. Now, they could only have the injured sit inside away from the door, while the rest sat closer to the entrance. They needed to reach the shelter as soon as possible. As soon as Jiangliran and his team arrived at the shelter by car, the shelter's gates were already under strict control. Staff members wearing protective suits covered themselves entirely, with not even a bit exposed outside. Personnel in protective suits on both sides of the road inspected everyone going in and out. Body temperatures had to be measured before entering. If there was even a hint of abnormality, the person would immediately be taken away for isolation. Jiangliran didn't understand what was happening and got out of the intercepted car to ask, "What's going on?" He directed this question at a staff member dressed in a protective suit. The staff member replied directly, "Red-eyed rats have appeared in shelter number 1. People who have been scratched by these rats may get infected with a virus, and those who have had contact may also be contagious. We need to check if any of you have been scratched." The staff member then pointed at everyone who had exited the vehicle with gloved hands. Jiangliran hadn't expected the situation to escalate so much and immediately recounted the incident that had happened to his whole team. Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression changed dramatically and he said seriously, "Then now, please let the injured gather in one place and the uninjured in another. You all need to be isolated." He waved his hand, gesturing for colleagues to come forward to explain the situation. Subsequently, he summoned 7 or 8 more colleagues to assist. The injured people immediately grew afraid. "Why do we have to be isolated? Are you not going to treat us? Will we die?" A disturbance arose in the crowd. No one is fearless of death. Even though the attacking rats were unusual, the individuals still held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking that it was just a tiny rat and believing that getting scratched wouldn't result in anything major. The staff member calmly explained, "The government won't neglect you. The injured need to be taken to have their wounds treated, as well as monitored for potential complications. There are no guarantees if something unexpected occurs during self-handling, but our side has specialized doctors to deal with it. Those who weren't injured must also be isolated because the government is currently analyzing the issue. Don't be afraid, every additional minute of delay increases the danger. Everyone, stand in line quickly and follow the staff." Jiangliran saw that his teammates hadn't moved yet and understood that encountering such an emergency with tension and fear was natural. However, besides trusting the government, there was nothing else that could be done. He opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, please line up. Regardless of the circumstances, life is most important. We don't know how our bodies will react now, so we can only follow the government. Those who are scratched, don't be afraid, the government has doctors who will surely find solutions. This is something we cannot resolve ourselves. Only by trusting the government can we survive." Jiangliran himself would have to go into quarantine as well. These team members were selected for his squad due to his outstanding abilities after joining the rescue team. They had been together for over a month fighting alongside each other, forming a light bond. Naturally, he didn't want any trouble for his team members, but nobody had anticipated the current situation. The team members knew further resistance would be futile. To save their lives, they could only comply with the government arrangements. Therefore, they stopped resisting, lined up orderly, and followed the instructions of the staff members, heading towards different locations. Jiang Liran followed the uninjured group to the room specifically set up for them in the shelter for quarantine. Although communication in N City had not yet been restored, the government maintained a dedicated communication method to manage the shelters more effectively. Shelter number 4 received the information sent over from shelter number 1 in the early afternoon. A red-eyed rat species had emerged. Their body temperatures were elevated, and the people at shelter number 1 who were scratched last night developed high fevers the next morning. The scratches began emitting signs of decay. Despite trying every method available, no solution could bring down the fever of the infected individuals. Moreover, this virus was found to be contagious. People who had touched the rats overnight or medical personnel who handled the wounded also exhibited similar symptoms, though their body temperatures weren't as high as those directly injured. Nonetheless, they were in a feverish state. Hence, it was judged that direct contact could lead to infection, and even people without visible wounds began developing unexplained fevers. Currently, shelter number 1 has been placed under strict quarantine, with house-to-house temperature checks conducted and stringent controls implemented at the entrance. Anyone who has come into contact with red-eyed rats or those who have been scratched by rats must be isolated. Those who have had contact without visible wounds but show no symptoms after 72 hours will be considered normal and allowed to leave the controlled area. Upon receiving the news, shelter number 4 immediately began to regulate its entrances and exits, coincidentally discovering several symptomatic patients, who were promptly placed in isolation. Jiang Liran's group is currently the largest batch of potentially infected individuals under quarantine. With the number of people increasing, the staff became even more meticulous in their inspections, later indeed encountering a few more cases of rat scratches. Some claimed they were scratched by ordinary rats, others by red-eyed rats. Regardless of the circumstances, everyone was quarantined first. There was no room for leniency now. To ensure the safety of shelter residents and prevent these viruses from spreading externally, quarantine was the only option. Given the current situation, the government department didn't dare take it lightly either, and like the capital city B, used satellite signals to report updates, while organizing teams to urgently research treatments for the virus. Simultaneously, measures were tightened, relevant safety campaigns promoted, and solutions sought on how to eliminate these red-eyed rats as soon as possible. Of course, the fundamental solution lies in finding the source of these red-eyed rats. There couldn't be random mutations among the rats. But for now, all areas needed to speed up their responses in order to control infection and provide timely treatment. Affected by this urgent atmosphere, the shelters were filled with panic. However, Chu Yi and others were still cleaning their new house, completely unaware that the incident involving red-eyed rats had spread widely throughout the shelter. Even Jiang Liran had already been placed in quarantine. Chapter 32 Hard to Leave. By the time Chu Yi and the others had finished cleaning up the house and picked Zhao Jingxing up from the hospital, they realized that Jiang Liran still hadn't returned. Jiang Hui worriedly said, "Could something have happened on the way?" Zhao Qing waved his hand. "Impossible. My brother is the captain, with top-notch command and combat abilities. How could something happen? Maybe he encountered something along the way and will be back a bit late." Zhao Jingxing looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. Normally, his nephew would return at this hour. With that in mind, he looked at Zhao Qing. "Go check if your teammates are back yet and ask about the situation." Seeing how concerned their parents were, even Zhao Qing, who trusted his cousin's abilities wholeheartedly, didn't argue further. He nodded and headed out to find people. Chu Yi saw both Zhao Jingxing and Jiang Hui looking weary and quickly consoled them. "Uncle Zhao, Aunt Jiang Hui, you two should go rest for a while. Auntie, you've just recovered physically, and Uncle Zhao hasn't fully regained his strength yet. Both of you need to take care of yourselves." Besides, after such a long separation, naturally there would be much to talk about. Moreover, as both had just recovered from serious illnesses, rest was paramount. Jiang Hui glanced at Zhao Jingxing and then nodded. Bring the 2 children to us. I'll get them to sleep." Chu Yi shook her head. No, the children haven't reached their bedtime yet. They probably won't want to sleep. They're very well behaved. I can handle them." Chu Yi looked at the baby lying on the sofa, its big eyes checking everything around, while Little Moon sat beside the baby quietly watching the adults talk. Occasionally, she would say a few words incomprehensible to the adults to the baby. This house was relatively new. The furniture inside was basically intact, but there were no appliances. It was unclear whether they had been removed or simply not installed in the first place. Jiang Hui also observed the 2 kids, noticing that they indeed did not want to sleep, so she didn't force it. "Then we'll go rest for a while inside. Call us when Liran returns later." Chu Yi nodded. "Okay." Seeing the 2 retreat into the room, Chu Yi took the children to another room, a small secondary bedroom with 1 bed, a large wardrobe, a bedside table, and a bay window. That was all. Chu Yi placed the nearly half-year-old baby down on the prepared bed, where it could sit well already, and then brought Little Moon onto the bed as well. Chu Yi pulled out toys prepared for the children and placed them on the bed, blocking the sides with pillows. Chu Yi said, "Little Moon and her brother can play together. Mom will prepare dinner for you too." The baby was still breastfeeding, but Chu Yi had started preparing complementary foods for the baby. Seeing the siblings absorbed by the toys, Chu Yi left and went to the kitchen to look around. The house had a natural gas stove installed, but when turned on, it was completely unusable. Chu Yi could only use the induction cooker she'd brought earlier. Fortunately, there was electricity. She laid out some living supplies she'd brought, among which there were rice and flour provided by Zhao Qing. There weren't many vegetables though. In such hot weather, vegetables spoiled quickly, and there was no refrigerator anyway. Chu Yi could only first cook a large pot of thick white porridge and then replace the space buns with Zhao Qing's flour. Chu Yi's space mostly contained various sauces, so she took out a few jars of less spicy sauce and some pickled mustard greens. Since there were more men in the house, Chu Yi specially made extra buns since buns were filling. After finishing these preparations, Chu Yi began preparing formula for the children, occasionally returning to check on them playing happily with the toys. Once satisfied, she continued boiling water and making formula, while separately preparing complementary food. By the time Chu Yi had fed the children their milk and complementary foods, it was already 8 p.m. when Zhao Qing returned. Chu Yi looked behind him but saw no one and gave him a questioning glance. At the sound of the door opening, Jiang Hui was startled awake and hurriedly came out of the room with Zhao Jingxing. Not seeing a familiar figure, Jiang Hui anxiously asked, "Son, where's your brother? Why hasn't he come back?" Zhao Qing's face darkened. Zhao Jingxing understood his son. Seeing this expression, he immediately knew something was wrong with his nephew and promptly said, "Just say it directly. We need to solve it together." Zhao Qing looked at everyone and then slowly said, "This morning, my cousin led a team to collect supplies but encountered red-eyed rats. A few people in the group got scratched. After returning to the refuge, they were taken away and isolated separately. It was said that they could only be released after 72 hours without any symptoms." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hui suddenly gasped. "What? Your brother has been isolated. Will he be all right? His skills and physical condition are excellent, he shouldn't have been injured. Why does he need to be isolated?" As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Zhao Qing said, "Last night, all the people in shelter number 1 who were scratched by the red-eyed rats started to run high fevers this morning. Those who had contact with the red-eyed rats or those who were scratched have shown varying degrees of mild fever symptoms. Now, the government considers that getting scratched by the red-eyed rats carries a risk of infection, so everyone who had contact has been quarantined. They are being separated based on different situations." Upon hearing about possible contagion, Jiang Hui felt dizzy, her vision blacking out momentarily. As a doctor, she was fully aware how terrible contagious diseases could be. Zhao Jingxing quickly held her as she swayed unsteadily. "Dear, don't worry. Little Ran won't get into trouble easily. Even if he is isolated, it will be with those who weren't injured. You know our nephew, his observational and response skills are top-notch. He would definitely protect himself if anything seems wrong." Chu Yi remarked, "Things have become so strict already. All this happened in just one day from yesterday to today." Zhao Qing looked at Chu Yi and explained, "There's no other way. The government is working hard to save the injured people right now. The red-eyed rats underwent mutations and produced a virus inside their bodies. It quickly erodes human cells, causing fever. They're trying every method to bring down the body temperature first. Otherwise, no matter how strong a person is, they can't resist prolonged high fever. To suppress the spread of the virus, the shelter has tightened control." For a while, everyone remained silent, none knowing whether Jiang Liran would be infected during his quarantine period. Without a cure found by the government, this virus caused by the red-eyed rats would eventually outbreak, and more people would fall victim without a cure, leaving them only waiting for death. Now that Jiang Liran had been quarantined, and Jiang Hui's leg injuries hadn't fully healed yet, she certainly couldn't work outside. Zhao Jingxing still wasn't completely recovered either. There needed to be a plan for food supply for the whole family, which fell solely on Zhao Qing's shoulders. Therefore, Chu Yi decided to entrust the 2 children to Jiang Hui for care. Fortunately, both had experience taking care of kids, and since Chu Yi wasn't planning to join Zhao Qing's rescue team, but rather go alone to gather supplies. Due to the disaster, each city was dealing with their own crises. N City was destroyed more than half, and the government department was severely short-handed. Grain crops failed because of water shortages. People were struggling to eat adequately. Thus, personal groups were specifically allowed to independently collect supplies. However, when returning to the shelter, 20% of the collected supplies must be handed over, addressing the food shortage for more people. Moreover, the government indeed lacked manpower for dispatching resource collection missions, as food was perishing due to lack of electricity and water, and rotting. Wasting it seemed even worse, hence the government encouraged teams formed by citizens to collect supplies. Of course, Chu Yi's decision also encountered opposition from others. Jiang Hui said, "Letting you, a young girl, support all of us isn't fair. I can work. My leg has almost recovered. Hospitals in the shelter are hiring. I can continue working as a doctor, making as much as any of you do out there." Chu Yi quickly interjected, "Aunt Jiang Hui, recovering from an injury takes at least 100 days. You're not even halfway through, so take more rest. Besides, Uncle Zhao is still recovering, needing your care, so as not to leave behind complications later." Zhao Qing then proposed, "Chu Yi, or maybe I quit my job and go with you." Chu Yi smiled, "Uncle Jiang Hui and Uncle Zhao might not know me well, but surely you do. Your combat skills can't match mine. With my martial arts, nobody can harm me acting alone. Just trust me on this." Zhao Qing inwardly felt awkward but admitted that Chu Yi's words were true. He himself couldn't beat her. Perhaps only his brother Jiang Liran, trained from childhood, could fight evenly with her. Seeing Zhao Jingxing and his wife still wanting to say something, Chu Yi quickly added, "If I go out, the 2 children will still need your care. Outside conditions are unclear now, and it's best not to go out lightly in the near future." At that, Jiang Hui lost her heart to speak. I understand. You just focus outside. Take care of yourselves. We'll look after the 2 children here at home, ensuring they suffer not even the slightest harm. Thinking about the adorable children, Jiang Hui cheered up again. Chu Yi suddenly remembered something. Zhongqing, let's find some cardboard and block all air conditioning vents and any hole leading to the outside world. This way, as long as we're careful about opening doors, we shouldn't worry about rats coming in. The house was on the 3rd floor, relatively low. Chu Yi feared rats might sneak in through holes, catching them off guard. Blocking everything would ensure no rat came through a hidden entrance before it was too late. After some thought, Zhao Qing understood the situation and nodded. All right. Immediately, the 2 of them went out to find a bunch of discarded cardboard. They crumpled it into balls and started searching the entire house for any holes leading outside. Every single hole they found was quickly blocked up. Even the kitchen's vents were not overlooked. In total, they discovered 6 or 7 such openings, all of which were tightly sealed. Only after making sure everything was properly closed did they finally feel reassured. Zhao Qing said, Mom and Dad, if strangers come, whatever you do, don't open the door. With the current situation, the shelter has already initiated safety measures. Nobody in their right mind would come visiting just for leisure now except us. So, please don't open the door for anyone unless we're all home. Their parents, though only in their 50s, had both been injured during the earthquake and weren't fully recovered yet. Now, they had the responsibility of taking care of 2 children. For safety reasons, it was better for them to live quietly behind locked doors. Zhao Jingxing responded, all right, your mother and I understand. You can rest assured. Zhao Jingxing had seen countless kinds of people in his business dealings. Jiang Hui, as a doctor, might not be immersed in deceit and manipulation, but she had encountered all sorts of patients. Both of them were not overly sentimental individuals. In their hearts, what mattered most was that their own children were safe. Others simply weren't their concern. With no news about Jiang Liran's condition, they could only pray silently and wait 3 days, hoping he'd emerge on time. However, recently, more and more people at the shelter had been scratched by the red-eyed rats and many became infected. Panic spread throughout the shelter, forcing the government to set aside an entire building for the infected. As time passed, those with high fevers couldn't cool down. Before the 3 days were over, they died from brain damage due to prolonged high temperatures. The human body simply couldn't endure continuous fever. Those who hadn't died were tormented by fever-induced symptoms and various after-effects, clearly not far from death either. Bodies of those who died from fever were cremated by the government. After 3 days, Jiang Liran still hadn't emerged. This left Jiang Hui and Zhao Jingxing increasingly anxious. As soon as Zhao Qing returned, they asked him to inquire about the situation. Seeing this, Chu Yi decided to go along. Both of them prepared thoroughly, wearing protective suits procured through Zhao Qing's connections and donning masks before setting off. Zhao Qing said, an old colleague from the bureau told me that everyone had been moved to a separate isolation building. He pointed toward the distance where, faintly visible, was a house near the edge of the compound, the last one in the neighborhood. It was close to the fence, with only one other building nearby, then nothing else. Arriving at the building, they noticed a tall wall surrounding the area. All around were fully clad staff in protective suits, goggles, and masks, alongside soldiers armed with guns standing guard. Before getting too close, they were stopped. A gruff voice asked, what are you doing here? Don't you know this is a quarantine zone? Entry is forbidden. Leave immediately. Zhao Qing stepped forward. Excuse me, my brother was brought in for quarantine 3 days ago. It's been 3 days, why hasn't he been released yet? He wasn't scratched by a red-eyed rat. Logically speaking, considering Jiang Liran's alertness and staying with those unscratched, there should have been no way for him to get infected since he began guarding himself the moment he was isolated. The guard didn't care for explanations and gestured for them to leave. If he hasn't been released, he's probably infected. More and more people are being infected. You should leave now. Chu Yi asked, are there any cases where quarantined individuals who haven't been infected are released? The guard, becoming impatient, replied, I don't know. Just leave now, or we'll consider you infected and lock you up. Saying this, he made a signal, prompting the soldiers nearby to approach the two. Zhao Qing wanted to argue but was pulled back by Chu Yi. Let's go. When they were far enough away, Zhao Qing grabbed Chu Yi's hand and asked, why didn't you press further? I'm a public official, and neither of us were scratched. How can he just arrest us? Chu Yi helplessly explained, these people represent the government's perspective. We cannot forcibly intrude, inside are infected individuals, and we must also ensure our own safety. The staff working there are also high-risk individuals for infection. It's better to proceed cautiously. Here, we won't gain much information. Instead of pressing this way, let's look for another method. Zhao Qing thought Chu Yi's reasoning was sound. After some consideration, he said, I do know someone. Let's go. With that, Zhao Qing pulled Chu Yi and walked off in another direction. After about 15 minutes, Zhao Qing led Chu Yi to a large building. In front of the entrance was a desk set up as a temporary checkpoint, with 2 people standing guard at the gate. Zhao Qing and Chu Yi approached for their temperature checks. The staff asked, who are you looking for? I'm here to see Director Wu. Here's my ID, Zhao Qing replied, showing his police badge from his pocket. After a thorough inspection by the staff and allowing them to register, they were permitted entry into the building. Zhao Qing confidently guided Chu Yi upstairs and knocked on an office door. With a knock, Zhao Qing said, knock, knock. From inside came a voice, "Come in." As Zhao Qing entered with Chu Yi, she noticed it was a simple office with a single bed, a desk, 2 chairs, one behind and one in front, and a water dispenser. A man sitting behind the desk looked up upon hearing the commotion. Chu Yi exclaimed in surprise, "Director Wu?" Director Wu clearly also seemed surprised. "It's you, young lady." Director Wu, formerly Captain Wu Guohua, who Chu Yi had twice assisted during disaster relief operations, was Zhao Qing's boss and had previously been a captain. Chu Yi didn't expect that the Director Wu Zhao Qing spoke of would be the former Captain Wu. "Director Wu now, I guess. You never come without trouble." Director Wu looked at Zhao Qing as he added, "What is it?" Zhao Qing grinned sheepishly as he stepped forward. "Isn't there always something when we drop by?" Director Wu glanced at Chu Yi and remarked, "It's rare for the both of you to show up together. This must be serious. Speak up, let's see if I know anything." Zhao Qing began explaining, 3 days ago, my brother led a team out to collect supplies but encountered some red-eyed rats. Several members of the team were scratched and taken away for quarantine after returning to the shelter. It's been 3 days, yet no one has returned. When we went to check, they wouldn't provide any information. We have no choice but to bother you to help us. Director Wu considered a moment before asking, "You didn't force your way in, did you?" Zhao Qing shook his head quickly. "I wouldn't dare. If I forced my way in, I'd be treated as an infected person and locked up immediately." Director Wu stated, "The symptoms from the red-eyed rats are spreading rapidly, and the shelter is strictly controlled. The government's aim is to prevent every patient from causing further harm. There's no cure yet, so unfortunately, I can't assist in bringing anyone out or arranging a meeting, since human lives depend on these precautions. People coming out from isolation aren't guaranteed to be free of infection. Let me make a call to check the status of your brother." "What's his name?" "Jiang Liran," Zhao Qing replied. "All right," Director Wu nodded. "Wait outside while I make this call." As the two left, Chu Yi curiously asked, "Isn't all communication cut off? How is he making calls?" Zhao Qing quietly explained, "Communication lines are down, but Director Wu is using a satellite phone. Only specially modified phones can use satellite calls, and only management at the shelter can use these devices to contact other cities or shelters." Chu Yi commented, "Didn't Director Wu used to be just a captain? He's been promoted fast enough to start using a satellite phone. Seems like more than meets the eye." A twitch of Zhao Qing's mouth betrayed his amusement, not exactly more than meets the eye. Director Wu himself was once a military veteran turned policeman, earning numerous commendations along the way. Chu Yi simply said, "Oh." They waited outside for quite a while until a voice broke the silence, calling them back in. Upon re-entering, Director Wu was already seated at his desk again. Zhao Qing and Chu Yi hurriedly approached him. "What's the situation?" Zhao Qing asked anxiously. Director Wu replied, "I've contacted the director managing the quarantine area. Indeed, there's someone named Jiang Liran in quarantine. Typically, after 3 days of observation, those without issues can leave. However, several people in Jiang Liran's quarantine room started having fevers on the 2nd and 3rd day, which prompted higher-ups in the government to determine that this virus could lay dormant. For the safety of over 1 million people at the shelter, Jiang Liran cannot be released just yet." Chu Yi questioned, "What does the government plan to do with people like Jiang Liran who haven't shown any fever or other symptoms?" Initially, he wasn't infected. Instead, he was put in with others, potentially including latent carriers. Doesn't this kind of arrangement make cross-infections more likely? If the virus can hide, then anyone could potentially have it in their body. Doesn't that mean people are more likely to infect each other if they keep in contact? Isn't Jiang Liran in even greater danger inside? Director Wu didn't say anything, and Chu Yi's face darkened slightly. Does the government intend to abandon those infected or possibly at risk of infection? Housing was already tight in the shelter despite ongoing construction efforts. Though a separate house had been allocated for quarantine purposes, did this imply that the government was ready to give up on these people? With no leads on an antidote vaccine and increasing numbers of infections, what would happen to those quarantined without any medications for treatment or cure? Director Wu hadn't expected this young girl Chu Yi to be so perceptive, able to identify the crux of the problem from just a few words. He sighed deeply. "Chu Yi, it's not that the government doesn't want to save these people. The government is working hard to find methods to treat them. Even if there's only a tiny possibility, the government is willing to pay any price to solve this disaster. However, the current difficulty is that we cannot even stop the worsening condition of the patients. We can only watch as one by one they die from high fevers due to infection. The most conservative approach currently is to isolate all individuals who have come into contact with the infected. This includes government staff and doctors and nurses treating the patients. It's to ensure the safety of the majority of the people in the shelter, but sacrificing a small part of the population is unfortunately unavoidable." Zhong Qing's eyes reddened at this moment. As a public servant, he knew Director Wu was absolutely correct. In a disaster like this, ensuring the safety of the majority was paramount, even if it required sacrifices from some individuals. But even though he understood this logic intellectually, emotionally it was hard to accept. Zhong Qing asked painfully, "Is there no other way?" "Absolutely no method available." Chapter 33, Contagion. Director Wu sighed, "We can only hope that the country will soon find a treatment plan, otherwise." When Zhao Qing saw there was nothing Director Wu could do, he and Chu Yi decided to leave. As they walked out of the building, the formerly bustling refugee shelter was now filled with people in a hurry, all wearing masks and cautiously eyeing their surroundings, wary of any unnoticed red-eyed rat. As time passed, no cure had been found. Every day Chu Yi would see the thick smoke rising from the other side of the refuge's main gate, where bodies were being cremated. The temperature remained at around 40 degrees Celsius, the shelter had power 24 hours a day, and stepping outside resulted in an immediate sweat bath. Perhaps due to the weather, the red-eyed rats became even more frenzied. Every day people in the refuge were scratched or bitten, forcibly isolated, and nobody who entered quarantine ever came out alive. The ones who did come out were corpses. Once someone couldn't be saved and died, their body was immediately removed for cremation. Even the ashes were specially stored in bottles and kept in designated places. Family members were not allowed to take them privately. During the heat of the day, people dared to go outside feeling slightly safer as rats feared light and rarely appeared during daylight. However, once night fell, it was the time of fear. You never knew when a red-eyed rat might suddenly dart out from some dark corner. By nightfall, the shelter was eerily quiet, afraid that even the slightest sound might attract the attention of the rats. Other than patrol workers, everyone stayed indoors voluntarily. At least inside, they were somewhat protected, unlike outside where encountering a red-eyed rat without weapons meant almost certain harm. Inside the room, Chu Yi had put 2 children to sleep, and the 4 adults sat silently in the living room because Jiang Hui had just proposed an idea. Jiang Hui said, "I want to join the medical team." "No, Mom. No, dear." Zhao Jingxing and Zhao Qing opposed immediately. Zhao Jingxing understood his wife better. Even if you joined the medical team, you wouldn't contribute much anyway. You're unable to develop a cure, so going there would be useless. Zhao Qing also knew what his mother thought. "Mom, you doing this won't make my brother happy either." Thinking about her nephew made Jiang Hui tearful. Jiang Li Ran's mother suffered complications during childbirth. His father and grandfather were both soldiers. Despite loving Jiang Li Ran dearly, the responsibilities of military duty meant they had little time to care for him, so Jiang Li Ran grew up under the care of nannies. Before Jiang Hui married, she often took care of young Jiang Li Ran. After marriage, worried about the nannies not taking good care of him, she directly brought Jiang Li Ran to live with the Zhao family. He even went to school in the city where the Zhao family lived. He grew up together with Zhao Qing until he turned 18, then he was summoned back to City B by his grandfather and shortly afterward joined the army. In essence, Jiang Li Ran had been practically raised by Jiang Hui alone. Though he was her nephew, he was just like her son, similar to Zhao Qing, who regarded him as a real elder brother. Now with his nephew's life unclear and difficult to meet, with time passing, Jiang Hui grew increasingly fearful, knowing isolation zones were dangerous places. Any moment could bring news to visit his ashes. Jiang Hui knew her thoughts were troubling, but she couldn't help it. He was like her own child. Zhao Jingxing quickly intervened. "Wife, you shouldn't think like that. There's nothing you can do against this virus. Don't risk getting yourself isolated, then how would Qing and I handle it? And little Moon would worry about Grandma Jiang too." Before they could continue the discussion, an alarming scream erupted from the building in front of the one Chu Yi resided in. "Help! It's a rat." The group of 4 startled, looking at each other anxiously. Zhao Qing and Chu Yi rushed to the kitchen window to check out the situation. They saw the household exactly opposite their kitchen window on the same floor screaming. Through the glass, they observed several adults jumping around chaotically inside, constantly yelling and making sounds of breaking things. This quickly drew the attention of the patrolling enforcement team, and soon figures in protective gear moved towards the house emitting the cries. Zhao Qing commented, "Are there rats in their room?" That apartment was on the 4th floor, which seemed quite high enough. Quickly, the group witnessed personnel in protective suits break into the house and immediately started extermination measures at the corners of the room. From Chu Yi's position, they only saw white flashes. Soon after, the enforcement team led the family out, leaving others behind to continue sterilizing the premises. What happened to the opposite side? As the 2 elderly Jiangs saw Zhao Qing and Chu Yi go to check, they didn't follow. After returning to the living room, Zhao Qing said, "It seems like a rat got into the 4th floor apartment opposite ours, and the patrol personnel took them away." Jiang Hui was startled. "These rats are ruthless, they can even climb up to the 4th floor." Chu Yi said, "There's also the possibility that the family on the 4th floor didn't take precautions properly. They might have thought being on such a high floor would keep them safe from rats, so they didn't block the holes in their room thoroughly, giving the rats a chance to get in." Zhao Jingxing remarked, "The entire family was taken away, probably to the quarantine area. We don't know if they will come back." Jiang Hui responded, "I doubt it. Unless there's a cure, no one has returned from the quarantine area. So far, no one had ever left the isolation zone." Things turned out to be even worse than imagined. The next day, when Zhao Qing went to work, he came back in the evening with bad news. Zhao Qing stated, "The household from last night that was taken away caused the government to seal off the entire building the next day. No one is allowed to leave." Jiang Hui exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why did they seal it?" Zhao Qing explained, "Colleagues say they were afraid of missing any infected individuals. Plus, when the family had their incident, it attracted too many neighbors. Once the urban management team arrived, many neighbors went out of their homes without caution, leading to a large impact. For the safety of surrounding residents, the building had to be sealed off." Zhao Jingxing commented, "Some people have no sense of danger. Even now, during this crisis, they still went out to see what happened thinking that with the urban management present, they'd be safe. Little do they know, danger lurks invisibly. Now they are stuck inside their own homes." Chu Yi understood that the government feared infection but wondered about the livelihood of those in the sealed-off building. What will happen to the people in that building? Without work and food, won't they starve? After all, the government doesn't provide free food. Zhao Qing sighed and said, the government will distribute the minimum living allowance based on the number of people in the building, ensuring no one goes hungry. Utilities like water and electricity will continue to function normally. Chu Yi wanted to comment sarcastically that not starving equates to not eating enough. However, given the current situation of reduced agricultural production and the critical state of food supplies, she realized that this was something no one wanted. That the government was still providing food to the locked-down building showed a positive effort. Before anyone could say more, a knock-knock-knock sound rang at the door. Everyone looked puzzled. Who would come visiting at such a late hour? Before anyone could think further, the knocking came again. Zhao Jingxing instructed, whoever it is, first put on your masks. They quickly changed into long sleeves and pants, wearing their masks. Chu Yi even put masks on the baby and little Moon, holding both children in the corner of the living room while Zhao Qing went to open the door. When Zhao Qing opened the door, there stood a group of people in protective gear. Zhao Qing asked curiously, what is going on? One of the visitors briefly explained, last night, a family had a rat intrusion, leading to the isolation of the whole building. As a result, leadership issued a policy this morning for a comprehensive inspection of the shelter house by house to detect any possible loopholes and prevent another similar occurrence. Please cooperate with the operation. He then pulled out an official inspection order stamped with a seal. As a public servant, Zhao Qing knew how to distinguish between real and fake orders. After carefully checking, he confirmed its authenticity and stepped aside to let them in. Those in the living room, including Chu Yi, naturally heard their conversation. Once inside, the inspectors looked around before gesturing for those behind them to start heading into different rooms. With disinfectant sprayers on their backs, the agents continuously sprayed lightly in every corner of the rooms, but since everyone was wearing masks, they avoided being overwhelmed by the sharp smell of the disinfectant. These people thoroughly checked each room, not letting even the kitchen and bathroom escape. Their meticulous search included examining every corner, which inevitably revealed all the holes that Chu Yi and the others had blocked. After fumbling for about 10 minutes, they gradually left the house. The person leaving last turned back to look at them and said, your protection is well done, all the entrances have been sealed. This is good. Make sure to check daily, and if you find a hole becoming loose, promptly reseal it. Zhao Qing thanked, thanks for the reminder. The other person waved dismissively and moved towards the neighboring household. Zhao Qing closed the door. Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief, I thought something else had happened. Zhao Jingxing embraced Jiang Hui and said, you got scared, I bet the rat from the opposite family must have crawled through an air conditioning vent or similar opening. Zhao Qing nodded, could be. Perhaps the families on lower floors blocked all the entry points in their rooms, forcing the rats to climb higher until they found a gap on the 4th floor where some holes weren't completely sealed, allowing them access. Jiang Hui said, this is really scary. If a rat gets in, an adult could deal with it somehow, but what about the children? In recent days, aside from Zhao Qing going out to work every day, Chu Yi, Jiang Hui, and Zhao Jingran stayed indoors with the 2 children. After all, outside had been placed under martial law. Staying at home meant they could hide behind furniture if needed. Open roads offered no such cover. Moreover, on 2 legs, they'd never outrun a rat on 4. There was a time when rats would shy away from light and flee upon seeing people. Now, it was humans who turned pale at the sight of a rat, quickly fleeing when spotting even its shadow, fearing they'd be attacked by the rat's sharp claws even a moment later. In the last few days, Chu Yi had taken great precautions to ensure none of them were infected by the red-eyed rat's virus. She took out a vial of intermediate-level restorative medicine from her space button, diluted it, and mixed it into everyone's water, including the 2 children. This significantly boosted their resistance. Chu Yi's group consisted of 4 adults and 2 children, with expenses covered solely by Zhao Qing. With the passage of time, Zhao Qing's supply efforts were struggling to sustain everyone's consumption. They mostly relied on food that Zhao Qing and Jiang Liran had stockpiled previously. Faced with dwindling supplies, Chu Yi once again proposed going out to gather provisions, entrusting the care of the 2 children to Jiang Hui. Though the situation outside was dire, relying on supplies alone was not sustainable. Despite everyone's objections, Chu Yi decided to go out anyway. There were plenty of food items in her spatial storage, but she couldn't reveal them without a good reason. Going out to collect provisions was the best excuse, allowing Chu Yi also to pursue matters she wished to investigate firsthand. Early in the morning, Chu Yi left alongside Zhao Qing, both dressed in protective suits. Once outside, they parted ways. Chu Yi swiftly located her elderly scooter in the parking lot, then removed her protective suit. Wearing one made her too conspicuous since they were now rare items. Equipped only with her mask, Chu Yi felt confident in her own skills. Even a red-eyed rat might struggle to approach her, a confidence rooted in her own abilities. Riding her scooter, Chu Yi ventured out. It had been nearly 2 months since the last earthquake, and originally, the area outside the refuge was always filled with people eager to leave daily. Now, only sparse teams dared to venture out. With more and more injuries happening among those leaving, most people feared stepping outside now. Currently, government-led teams with the best protective gear dominated these ventures. Leaving the shelter, Chu Yi noticed that city streets, once cleaned daily, now lay half demolished and untended. In the early morning, Chu Yi could still see traces of several rats crawling around dark collapsed corners not far from her. After riding for nearly an hour, Chu Yi didn't know where she was anymore. She kept following the road, occasionally meeting some outgoing groups for convenience to take out supplies, choosing relatively intact side lanes. Only after ensuring there was no one around did Chuyi proceed further. She parked her scooter in a somewhat intact alley close to several residential complexes where many buildings were partially collapsed. Chuyi walked directly into these residential areas, finding quite a few homes still standing. After dismounting, she prepared to check inside for supplies but heard a faint sound. Surprisingly, it seemed someone lived in one of the houses. Chuyi ignored this and moved towards another dwelling instead. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, so Chuyi wasn't particularly interested. She inspected several houses that hadn't completely collapsed but found nothing useful. Likely, they had already been looted either by others or by the shelter. The rooms were in disarray, useful items long gone. Sighing, Chuyi retrieved supplies from her space pocket, readying them to place in her scooter. However, just as she entered the house, she discovered a young man and woman circling her elder's scooter. They appeared a few years older than her. Coldly glancing at them, Chuyi asked, "What are you doing?" Startled by the sudden voice, the couple quickly turned around and relaxed upon realizing it was a girl. "Hello. My husband and I live in the neighborhood behind this one. We saw the electric bike from our balcony. We haven't seen anyone else for a long time, so we came to check," the man explained, pointing toward the neighboring community. Chuyi gave him a curious look, noticing the slight blush on his pale face, and responded indifferently, "Oh." Then, walking closer, the couple stepped aside as Chuyi placed the bags of supplies she carried into the backseat of the scooter. The man and woman exchanged glances, surprised by the contents of Chuyi's bag which concealed their true nature, and asked, "Did you find these in the houses behind?" Chuyi turned around. "Yes, is there any problem?" The man seemed to have been caught off guard, and eventually, it was the woman who spoke up. "You don't misunderstand, all usable supplies around here were cleaned out by nearby residents long ago, so my husband is surprised you still managed to find something." Chuyi responded indifferently, "Oh." As Chuyi had no intention of chatting, the couple weren't ones to force their way into a conversation either. However, being isolated for too long, they wanted very much to learn about the situation outside. The woman stepped forward helplessly. "Hello, my husband's name is Ju Yumming, and I'm Yi Yu. We're newlyweds and live in an apartment behind this neighborhood. We've been living there from the beginning." Upon hearing that they had lived there from the start, Chuyi became quite curious. "I'm Chuyi. Are you two the only ones left in this neighborhood? Rescue teams should have come by already. Why didn't you go to the shelter?" Yi Yu sighed. "At first, we also planned to go to the shelter. But back then, the rescue team didn't allow us to take too many belongings. Our little home is something we built through hard work. It was hard to leave everything behind. Besides, we heard that the conditions at the shelter were bad. There wasn't enough housing space for every family. When it rained, we stored lots of food, so we never worried about food or clothing. Instead of going to the shelter and sharing rooms with others or staying in tents, we decided to stay at home. At the time, we thought if we had to die, we'd rather die in our own home. That's why we didn't leave with the rescue team. And when we stayed, many of our neighbors did too." "Then are you two the only ones left now?" Yi Yu shook her head. "Many must have left. At first, we could still see some people, but then gradually, no one showed up anymore. Half a month ago, we even heard someone nearby being attacked by rats. We watched from the window. Those rats were terrifying. Dozens of them swarmed toward the person with glowing red eyes, furiously attacking him. Many people got bitten, and afterward, everyone ran away, and we haven't seen anyone since." Chuyi was startled. "Where exactly did you see a group of rats?" In the past, when she was heading toward the shelters, the number of red-eyed rats she encountered was merely a dozen, some even normal-looking ones. Later, after arriving at shelter number 4, she hadn't seen many red-eyed rats, yet here there were dozens. Yi Yu pointed in a direction. "It's probably over there. It used to be an office building where many companies' offices were located. The last earthquake happened during the day. I don't know how many people died inside that collapsed building." Chuyi glanced at the place, a tall building in the distance. Now most of its structure had collapsed, leaving only the lower dozen or so floors intact. Chuyi said, I suggest that if you can, you quickly make your way to the shelter. If you don't plan on leaving, you must seal all holes leading to the outside world, including air conditioning ducts, gas lines, etc., to prevent these red-eyed rats from entering your home. A new kind of virus-carrying red-eyed rat has appeared. Their eyes are not just red, but their body temperature is also higher than usual. Anyone scratched by these rats will become infected with the virus within them. This virus is contagious. People who catch the disease will experience high fever within 10 hours, which cannot be reduced by any method until complications set in, causing immense suffering and eventual death. Currently, the shelters are under martial law because no effective treatment has been found yet. The couple turned pale upon hearing this. Ju Yumming especially blanched as he urgently asked, "Is this virus always fatal? Are there any exceptions?" Chuyi frowned deeply and took a few steps back. "I'm unsure, but I do know that some people who came into contact with and were scratched by the red-eyed rats contracted the virus." Although Chuyi wasn't sure whether all who made contact would get infected, the strange expression on the man's face was worth further thought. Ju Yumming's complexion darkened instantly. He took several steps back, his body that had started feeling unwell the previous day suddenly making sense, and right now, he only felt dizzy and disoriented. "Husband." Worried, Yi Yu moved forward to support Ju Yumming, but before touching him, he took a few more steps back, shaking his hands and saying, "Don't touch me. It's infectious." His voice cracked as tears filled his eyes. Startled, Chuyi quickly retreated several steps, asking, "Were you scratched by a red-eyed rat?" Realizing the urgency, Yiyu hurriedly denied, no, it wasn't due to a scratch. Then, choking back sobs, she continued, yesterday near dusk, a few people at our neighborhood entrance were chased by red-eyed rats and ran all the way to the building below ours. My husband and I were taking a walk downstairs at that time. We didn't know those red-eyed rats carried viruses, we just saw how miserable those people looked. So my husband went home to fetch tools and asked me to stand nearby, helping to chase away the rats. Then he even helped one person who had been tripped by a rat. When we saw scratch marks on that person's hand caused by the rat, the person's companions actually just fled directly without caring. It's all my fault. I should have realized something was suspicious. If the rats were already gone, why did those people leave their companion behind and flee? Wu Tilda she couldn't help bursting into tears as she recounted it. Chuyi furrowed her brows. What about the person who got scratched? Yiyu shook her head. That person looked extremely pale then but didn't say a word before running away too. At the time, I said these people lacked humanity, my husband saved them, and they didn't even say thank you before all fleeing. I never thought this would get my husband into trouble. Chuyi pointed at Ju Yuming, who hadn't spoken a word, and asked, when did your husband start having a fever? That explained why this man's face appeared so sickly pale yet flushed with a trace of redness. It was due to the high fever burning his cheeks red. Yiyu spoke intermittently between sobs. He started running a fever in the middle of the night. We previously stored plenty of common medicines, but no matter how many fever-reducing drugs I gave him, they didn't work. His temperature not only didn't go down but instead rose higher and higher. That's why when we saw the electric bike, we quickly stopped. We wanted to trade food for your help to take us to the shelter. We thought for sure there would be doctors at the shelter who could save my husband. Nothing is more important than my husband's life. Woo! Thinking that her husband got infected while saving others, and knowing the shelter might not have the means to treat him either, Yiyu couldn't stop crying. If only she had persuaded her husband not to help, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Now her husband was infected because of saving someone. Chapter 35, Elixir. Chuyi remained speechless. She had to be careful when doing anything alone outside. It was already like this, and no matter how painful it might be, it wouldn't help. Beside her, Ju Yuming couldn't hold out any longer and collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, Yiyu disregarded Ju Yuming's resistance and rushed forward to help him up. Ju Yuming fiercely struggled free, yelling in despair, what are you doing? I've been infected, it's a death sentence. Stay away from me, please stay far away. Through tears, Yiyu tightly embraced her still feverish husband. I won't leave, I'd rather die too. If we die, let's die together. I'm not afraid at all, husband, not one bit. Let's just be like before, alright? Even if we die, we'll die together. She sobbed softly. Seeing the two clinging together in anguish made Chuyi suddenly think of Jiang Liran. She didn't know how he was faring. Chuyi had thought about sneaking into the quarantine area to look for Jiang Liran, but the quarantine zone was too strictly guarded. The entire building was surrounded by high walls on 3 sides, with only the main gate left open. Soldiers guarded the main entrance tightly, and there were patrols around the perimeter every 10 minutes. This special isolation zone was also equipped with many surveillance cameras, ensuring that even the slightest situation within would immediately be known by the government. After some time, Yiyu helped Ju Yuming to his feet. Feeling pity, Chuyi suggested, why don't you two go to the shelter? Although the government hasn't found a cure yet, there's still hope there compared to staying here alone. Ordinary people without professional knowledge find it hard to develop vaccines on their own. Though the government hadn't made much progress, they did have professional talent, equipment, and medicines. It was just a matter of time before the vaccine was developed. Otherwise, humanity might very well go extinct under such conditions. Shaking her head, Yiyu replied, no, we're not going there. Yiyu understood that going to the shelter might be better, but given her condition and her husband's, they'd undoubtedly be quarantined. Knowing they couldn't do much, being isolated felt like suffering through their last days anyway. They preferred spending what little time they had left in their own small home, where they could feel at ease, even though their supplies of food and medicine might not help them in the end. With her husband supported by her side and tears still streaked down her face, Yiyu smiled faintly and said, Chuyi, thank you for telling us. My husband and I are going home. Saying this, the two supported each other and slowly walked toward their home. Watching their retreating figures, Chuyi had a peculiar feeling she couldn't describe. Faced with calamity, humans seemed so fragile, yet amidst the cold-hearted virus, warmth still existed between human hearts. Thousands of years later in the space age, humans had strengthened themselves to the point of resisting any virus, colds were practically non-existent, and repair elixirs were only used for injuries. Back then, humans were almost invincible, but something precious, emotion, was lost. Space children were rare, declining birth rates were one reason, but more importantly, humans had become too rational, losing that cherished connection. Suddenly, Chuyi remembered the repair elixir stored in her pocket dimension. Not many doses were brought along, and Chuyi had used quite a few herself. She wondered whether this elixir could help those infected with the virus. But as soon as this thought crossed her mind, she quelled it. If these elixirs really could save lives, her stock was limited, use one, lose one. She had no idea how to produce more. Saving a few wouldn't help everyone, and if people discovered she had an effective cure, thousands would come seeking her out. With limited supply, what would happen when it ran out? People wouldn't believe she'd run out either. In such a case, she feared dire consequences might await her. In this era, anyone with extraordinary abilities was seen as dangerous. Without solid backing, Having technology beyond your time was merely inviting harm. So Chu-yi quickly got back into her car and headed towards the building you mentioned earlier, where dozens of red-eyed rats had appeared. There must be something suspicious, and perhaps she could discover why these rats were mutating. As she neared the building, Chu-yi caught a foul stench despite wearing a mask, forcing her to hurriedly don protective clothing and double-layered masks. This diminished the unpleasant smell slightly, though it was still detectable. Properly protected, Chu-yi parked her car and quietly approached the partly collapsed building. As she drew closer, the stench grew stronger. The upper floors had collapsed under the weight of neighboring buildings, leaving only the lower levels intact. The entrance was half collapsed, making the structure unsafe. Reluctant to enter rashly, Chu-yi began examining the surrounding area instead. After taking a look around and seeing no abnormal situations, Chu-yi had no choice but to walk towards the half-collapsed entrance. The direction of the collapsed debris happened to be behind the main gate, so from the gate's perspective, everything inside was dark. The elevator had been crushed beyond recognition. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, Chu-yi heard an ear-grating sound and quickly looked in its direction. The noise was coming from the safety passage. Despite the foul stench, Chu-yi carefully moved forward, her footsteps light as the squeak sounds grew closer. Turning cautiously towards the safety passage, the smell of decay became even more intense. In the blink of an eye, Chu-yi was shocked by what she saw and instinctively covered her mouth and nose to avoid making any noise that might disturb the red-eyed rats. In the partially collapsed staircase, a corpse was pinned underneath, with its lower body crushed under the fallen stones. What should have been an intact upper body was instead riddled with holes, as if it had been bitten at. The body had likely been dead for quite some time. The putrid stench was overwhelming. At that moment, there were about a dozen rats feasting on the decaying corpse. Covered in rats, the decomposing body made Chu-yi's scalp tingle. Chu-yi suppressed her nausea and observed closely. Among the rats eating the rotten flesh were both red-eyed rats and normal ones, though the red-eyed ones predominated. Chu-yi noticed a few regular rats gnawing on the carcass, which seemed to bring about slight changes. Unfortunately, the rats were too small, and their numbers too many, making it difficult to clearly see those in the middle. This feeding frenzy lasted for about 10 minutes. Satiated, some of the red-eyed rats scurried away into the ruins. As they left, fewer and fewer rats remained feeding. Eventually, Chu-yi discovered only a few normal-eyed rats continued eating. After an unknown amount of time, these few stopped eating as well and began emitting a high-pitched squeak. Chu-yi watched as the rats suddenly fell to one side, emitting frantic squeaks. Not long after, the fallen rats abruptly flipped over, their small red eyes glancing around before darting off in a frenzy towards the ruins. Having witnessed this entire rat feast, Chu-yi felt she had already uncovered the cause of the rat's mutation. Perhaps due to the hot weather, much of the food had spoiled, leaving people struggling to eat enough, let alone the rats. So the rats targeted the dead bodies, chewing on them to fill their stomachs. But with the heat, corpses rotted quickly. All rotting things breed bacteria and harmful substances. These famished rats constantly ate the putrid bodies, inadvertently ingesting the harmful substances within the corpses. Thus, the rats themselves underwent mutation. Chu-yi didn't dare approach the corpse for fear that the red-eyed rats might return, so she turned around and mounted her electric scooter, heading back to the shelter. Upon returning, Zhao Qing hadn't yet come back, so Chu-yi took the supplies and thought about the next steps. When Zhao Qing returned in the evening, Chu-yi lulled the two children to sleep, and the four adults gathered in the living room. Chu-yi recounted her observations from the day. Everyone felt sympathy for Yi Yu and her husband, but in this world now, sympathy was all too common, and they couldn't do much beyond sympathizing. As for Chu-yi's mention of the rats eating decaying bodies, everyone was repulsed. Zhao Qing asked, "Do you suspect the rat's mutation is related to consuming rotten meat?" Chu-yi nodded. "It's not just suspicion, it's almost certain. I witnessed the process of mutation firsthand. It might not happen immediately from eating once or twice, but as toxins accumulate in their bodies, mutations occur." Jiang Hui said, "If that's true, resolving this issue will be quite complicated. After all, the city is so large, and so many died in the earthquake. Now with the virus spreading, cleaning up all the bodies is impossible. This was a nationwide earthquake disaster. There was no longer the luxury of support pouring in from unaffected areas. Every city was struggling to handle its own calamity, forced to solve its problems independently." Chu-yi said, "Regardless, Zhao Qing, I'll give you the specific location of the building later. Report this to the authorities and see how the government plans to handle it. Maybe once they know the cause, they can research a solution faster." Zhao Qing said, "All right, I'll report this to Director Wu tomorrow." Jiang Hui suddenly remembered something and became sentimental again. "I hope they develop a cure soon. I don't even know how Ranran is doing." Thinking about her nephew and not knowing his condition pained Jiang Hui deeply. She feared someone would knock on the door to tell her to go see Jiang Lanran's ashes. She dreaded this happening, and for a moment, no one spoke. At night, perhaps because of the events involving the couple during the day, Chu-yi didn't sleep well all night. In her dreams, she saw Jiang Liran being infected, painfully reaching out to her for help. Then she dreamt about the baby and Xiaoye getting infected as well. The healing medication inside the space button was no longer effective, leaving her powerless to save the children and forced to watch them suffer excruciatingly until death. Chu-yi suddenly woke up from the nightmare, hurriedly got up, and checked on the two children. Seeing that the children were sleeping peacefully, she touched their foreheads. Finding nothing unusual, Chu-yi finally relaxed. At this moment, there came a loud noise outside the window. Chu Yi quickly got up and stood by the window to check, but she couldn't see much from this room's position. She closed the window carefully and decided to go to the living room to take a look. When she opened the door, she found Zhao Qing and Jiang Hui stepping out one after another. Chu Yi whispered, "Did everyone get woken up?" Zhao Qing nodded, looked around, and noticed that the sound was coming from near the room they had prepared for Jiang Liran. So they rushed over. They saw bright lights in the distance, and many people holding flashlights, seemingly busy with something. The noise was emanating from that area. Jiang Hui pointed at the distant scene. "Are they searching for something?" People ran around with flashlights pointing everywhere. It sure seemed like they were looking for something. Chu Yi observed carefully and said, "They appear to be people from the quarantine zone." Only those in the quarantine zone wore full-body protective suits covering everything from head to toe, along with goggles and masks. Regular patrol personnel did not have such equipment. Jiang Hui anxiously asked, "Is something wrong in the quarantine zone? And what about your brother?" After Jiang Liran was quarantined, Jiang Hui and Zhao Qing had also tried pulling strings to find ways out. But regarding the virus brought by the red-eyed rats, the government took no chances. No one would lend a hand even when assured multiple times that Jiang Liran had not been infected before entering. Thus, Jiang Liran had been locked down for more than half a month, and Zhao's family could not obtain any information about him. It was said that everyone inside the quarantine zone was isolated, people outside couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't leave. Even the external supervising personnel were not allowed into the quarantine buildings. All daily necessities were delivered by air to the rooftop. The commotion grew louder from afar, and then came a gunshot bang. Jiang Hui screamed immediately, "Ah!" Zhao Jingxing quickly comforted her, "Dear, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, we are all here with you." Jiang Hui broke down emotionally. Liran is still inside. With the sudden gunfire, could something be happening inside the quarantine zone? "Oh, I'm sorry to sister-in-law, I haven't taken good care of Liran." Zhao Qing reassured her, "Mom, trust in brother. He's not the type to sit and wait for doom. Nothing bad will easily happen to him. Brother's reflexes are excellent, he'll figure things out quickly if anything happens. Besides, we still don't know exactly what happened, so don't panic yet." Comforted by the others, Jiang Hui barely managed to hold back her tears but remained deeply worried and frightened inside. As Chu Yi carefully observed, she suddenly noticed something different. "Quick, look, they seem to be capturing someone." Chu Yi pointed toward that direction. The staff who were earlier illuminating various areas with flashlights appeared to have discovered something. They swarmed together to a pile of grass, pulled out a man from it, and two people grabbed the man's arms and dragged him away. Zhao Qing questioned, could it be that someone was infected but failed to report it? Chu Yi replied with certainty, "No. Look at the clothes of the captured man." Zhao Qing, upon hearing this, quickly scrutinized the situation. "That looks like a patient gown, that's someone from the quarantine zone. Did he escape?" Chu Yi responded, "Perhaps not just him, more may have escaped." After seizing one individual, the group continued their search, and more people joined in. Clearly, this wasn't the only escapee. Zhao Jingxing remarked, "Could there be a breakout in the shelter? Why are people escaping?" They didn't know the answers. The search lasted an indeterminate amount of time, and the crowd gradually moved farther away, possibly going somewhere else to search. This commotion died down, and Chu Yi noticed many houses nearby turning on their lights to check the situation, yet no one dared to step outside their homes. In such chaotic moments, accidents are most likely to occur. Everyone thus merely watched from the windows of their respective homes and didn't dare venture out. When the searchers finally disappeared from sight, the four of them returned to sleep. No matter how much they speculated now, they would need to wait until dawn tomorrow to try and learn what had happened. Zhao Qing still went to work early in the morning, while Chu Yi and Jiang Hui's couple stayed at home. The two children were playing with the toys Chu Yi had taken out in the tiny living room. 4 days without going out, the children didn't fuss at all, being exceptionally obedient. The baby was growing quickly, now he could sit up independently, and his crawling speed was also very fast. At this moment, a knock came on the door. Jiang Hui was startled, gripping her husband Zhao Jingxing's hand tightly. Chu Yi got up to check who it was. As soon as she opened the door and saw the person outside, Chu Yi rarely showed an expression of surprise. Chen Qin. Indeed, the visitor was Chen Qin, Chu Yi's classmate and former roommate. Chen Qin looked at Chu Yi with a pale face, attempting to force a smile but failing due to her troubled state. She could only call out softly, "Chu Yi." Chu Yi asked, "What do you want from me?" When Chu Yi first came to shelter number 4, she met Chen Qin there. She thought that would be their last encounter, but later, due to Zhao Jingxing getting injured, Chu Yi changed her mind and moved to shelter number 4. However, Chen Qin wouldn't have known about her moving because after the incident of the red-eyed rat virus, Chu Yi barely went outside anyway. Even though they were in the same shelter, she hadn't bumped into Chen Qin due to staying indoors mostly. Therefore, Chen Qin shouldn't have known where Chu Yi lived unless she had specifically inquired about it. It implied that Chen Qin must have been seeking something and thus deliberately tried finding Chu Yi's address. Seeing her paler face now, Chen Qin said hesitantly, "Chu Yi, I." Suddenly, Jiang Hui's voice came from behind. Let your friend come in. I'll take the kids into the room to play for a while." Standing outside to talk seemed improper, so Chu Yi had no choice but to invite Chen Qin inside and then asked, "What is it?" "You can say it." Chen Qin gripped the edge of her shirt, taking several minutes as if building up her courage before slowly saying, "Chu Yi, I know I shouldn't trouble you, but I'm truly desperate. Could you lend me some food?" How much? Chu Yi asked. Clutching her hands together nervously, Chen Qin stuttered, 100 pounds of rice. These are not ordinary times anymore. Currently, the shelter hasn't introduced any policies yet, so everything can only be exchanged through barter. It feels like many years have regressed back. Money is no longer useful since new currency hasn't appeared. All items are traded via barter exchanges, mostly involving food. For example, Chu Yi's residence was exchanged for food, which bought her the right to live there. While 100 pounds of rice might not seem much in the past, nowadays, with poor grain harvests and tight food supplies, many families fleeing disasters would never carry such heavy goods as 100 pounds of rice. People usually carry light and portable items instead. Though the government does have plenty of rice, even public employees are provided mixed rations of grains alongside rice. Households may have food these days, but such large quantities of easily storable food are rare, especially a full 100 pounds of rice, posing quite a difficulty for Chu Yi too. Chu Yi asked, "Can I ask what you need 100 pounds of rice for?" Chu Yi wasn't keen on prying into someone else's privacy, but this amount wasn't trivial. In truth, there was enough rice stored in the space button, but publicly, they couldn't appear to have so much food available. Seemingly remembering something, Chen Qin turned pale, tears falling down her cheeks. "My mom was scratched by one of the red-eyed rats." Chu Yi was startled, suddenly thankful that Jiang Hui's family had gone inside with the children, otherwise, an infection must not happen here. Chen Qin quickly added upon seeing Chu Yi's changing expression, "Please don't misunderstand, I haven't been infected. I learned about it when I returned from working. A neighbor informed me that my mother had already been taken away by quarantine zone staff due to a rat bite, and our house was disinfected and cleaned. I haven't seen my mother since, and visits aren't allowed in the quarantine area." Chu Yi questioned, "Then why do you need 100 pounds of rice?" Chen Qin slowly explained, "In recent days, people from City B arrived at the shelter, and they're in possession of the treatment medication. To obtain the medication, one needs to exchange it for 100 pounds of rice." Surprised, Chu Yi replied, "That's impossible. If the medicine has been successfully developed, the government wouldn't keep it hidden from the public. How did you come to know about this?" Chen Qin's face flushed as she hesitated before finally speaking, I learned about it from a man. He is one of my clients, and is part of the group that came here from City B. He followed their young master and has already visited several cities. He possesses the medicine to treat the red-eyed rat virus in exchange for large amounts of grain. He told me that if I could provide him with 100 pounds of rice, he would give me the medicine to save my mom. But I don't have that much rice. Chu Yi, please help me." A storm of thoughts brewed within Chu Yi. The treatment medicine had already been developed, yet why wasn't it made public? "I can give you the rice, but you must tell me this man's appearance and where he stays. I have friends in the quarantine area who also need this medicine to save lives." Chu Yi had no intention of prying into Chen Qin's personal affairs. Everyone has their own lives to lead. Though Chen Qin was her friend, Chu Yi couldn't afford to give away 100 pounds of rice outright. Still, if there was a way to uncover the truth about the medicine, Chu Yi would be willing to sacrifice such an amount. With a gleam of joy on her face, Chen Qin then shook her head, saying, "I don't know where he stays, but I can describe his looks and where he usually goes." The people Chen Qin knew rarely disclosed their addresses. Chu Yi considered for a moment before responding, "All right, but you'll have to give me some time to exchange for 100 pounds of rice. Tell me where you live, and I'll bring the rice to find you tomorrow afternoon." Chen Qin smiled gratefully at Chu Yi through her tears. "Thank you, Chu Yi, woo-woo." She couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. Not knowing how to console her, Chu Yi handed over a tissue. In these trying times, disasters seemed to strike endlessly, and half a year had passed already. The girl before her would never return to the carefree days at school again. Chapter 35, Inquiring. After Chen Qin calmed down, she gave Chu Yi a detailed description of the man's features and mentioned that they would only stay here for a week. They had already spent 4 days in the shelter. Chu Yi was shocked. So many days had passed, and she hadn't noticed anything. After Chen Qin left, Chu Yi took out the disinfectant and sprayed it along the places where Chen Qin had been. There were 2 children and an elder at home. There could not be even the slightest carelessness, especially with someone who might have come into contact with infected individuals. It was better to be cautious. Chu Yi didn't tell Jiang Hui, Zhao Qing's couple or Zhao Qing about this matter. She planned to investigate first herself. The fewer people who knew, the better. Only after Zhao Qing came back in the evening did she inform them all about something. "What? There was a riot in the quarantine area last night." "Why?" Zhao Qing said, "It said that because of the excessive number of recent deaths, inside the quarantine zone there were not just infected people but also normal ones who were quarantined. Everyone is afraid of death. Once you enter the quarantine zone, you can't leave. Over time, no one wanted to die. Those infected people, with no treatment available, decided to take everyone down with them. They broke through the quarantine defenses and fled." Jiang Hui anxiously asked, "Were any of those escapees your brother?" Zhao Qing shook her head. "I don't know. It said that all the escaped individuals were captured and returned. My brother should still be in the quarantine area." Disappointed, Jiang Hui lowered her head. "Oh." At this point, Chu Yi tentatively asked, "Zhao Qing, has the government announced any news about the treatment agent?" Zhao Qing turned back to look at Chu Yi. "No. I've already told them about the red-eyed rats incident. They will send people to investigate that building. Nowadays, the number of infected individuals increases daily. I hope they can quickly develop a cure." The virus from the red-eyed rats had lasted almost 2 months. Jiang Li Ran had also been isolated for a long time. Every day, more people were getting infected and sent to the quarantine area. Zhao Qing truly feared that her cousin was inside, possibly having been infected if not before. Chu Yi continued asking, since our region has suffered disaster, has anyone been sent from the capital to help, perhaps with research on the medication or such things? Is there? Zhao Qing felt puzzled by Chu Yi's sudden barrage of questions today but answered honestly, no. This is a global disaster. Now each country is struggling to manage its own issues. There isn't spare manpower to send reinforcements, especially when those reinforcements would likely go to much worse hit areas. N City doesn't fall into the most severely affected regions yet. Chu Yi responded, oh, okay. Clearly, Zhao Qing received no relevant information, which implied that the group coming from B City must not be ordinary individuals, their identities held some importance. If they actually possessed the medicine and chose not to announce it, their intentions remained inscrutable. At this moment, Jiang Hui asked, Yi, why did your friend visit today? Zhao Qing looked over. Who's this friend of yours? Chu Yi nodded and said, you've met her. She's my former roommate who came to borrow food. Only her mother and daughter remain in her family. My friend is still a college student, without any job experience. Both are living in great difficulty and want to borrow some food from me. After careful thought, Zhao Qing recalled Chu Yi mentioning 3 roommates. Seeing his hesitation, Chu Yi clarified further, knowing he couldn't clearly remember who, as they never really connected too much anyway. She visited me when I was on maternity leave. Finally recalling, Zhao Qing said, oh, her, right. That's fine. During your confinement period, she visited you every few days and always brought quite a bit of stuff. Maybe life is too hard now, so she has to ask for help. What do you plan to do? Food in the house was still plentiful. Besides what Zhao Qing brought back, the most came from Chu Yi's collection trips. Therefore, regardless of Chu Yi's decision, he would support it. Chu Yi stated, tomorrow, I'll go out again and gather some supplies to send her. Don't touch the food we keep at home. We have so many people to feed. Chu Yi remembered that since arriving on this planet, Chen Qin had been the one who took the best care of her in the dormitory. When she gave birth, it was Chen Qin who frequently came to visit her and cheer her up, bringing large and small packages to make sure her postpartum recovery wasn't boring. This time could be seen as repaying that kindness. Jiang Hui worriedly said, Yi, why don't you just use our household stockpile? We can eat more sparingly and avoid going outside. It's dangerous out there these days. Ever since infections started increasing significantly, Jiang Hui reduced outdoor activities drastically, staying indoors for over a month. Thankfully, there were 2 young kids in the house providing distractions, otherwise, she might have gone stir-crazy. Currently, these 2 children provided endless entertainment daily, making both Jiang Hui and her husband happy all the time. They weren't particularly enthusiastic about going outside anymore since it was still perilous. Chu Yi shook her head, if we take food from home, we'll still need to go out and collect more once it's all gone. By then, the infection might have gotten worse, so it's better I go now. With no cure in sight, the number of infected people kept growing daily. No one knew what the future held. After Chu Yi spoke, Jiang Hui couldn't argue anymore, so she could only remind her, then be careful and safe. I'll take good care of the children. Chu Yi nodded. The next morning, after Zhao Qing left, Chu Yi got dressed and headed out as well. First, she rode her bike to a place far away and took out some supplies. As Chu Yi slowly drove out of the shelter, a jeep suddenly pulled out beside her. The windows were wide open, and the people inside whistled as they passed by Chu Yi's little bike. When Chu Yi turned back, she could vaguely see the 2 people in the front seats. The man sitting in the passenger seat had a gentle face and was playing with a pendant in his hand. He seemed to notice someone looking at him and looked up. Chu Yi saw clearly his handsome appearance, his almond-shaped eyes slightly tilted upwards. Different from Jiang Li Ran's strong features, this person also had a very handsome look. His crooked smile hinted at an easygoing manner. Seeing Chu Yi staring at him, the man's crooked smile widened even more, and he snapped his fingers at Chu Yi. Hey, beautiful, don't look around while riding your bike. Drive safely. After laughing lightly, the jeep gradually drove off. Chu Yi carefully checked the license plate number, which didn't start with N City's prefix. Since Chu Yi hadn't been to other cities, she didn't know which city this car was from. Considering the current situation, it must be someone extraordinary to safely drive here from another place. Chu Yi then recalled the B City people that Chen Qin mentioned earlier. Although Chu Yi only glimpsed briefly at others, she was sure none of them were described by Chen Qin. Without dwelling on it further, Chu Yi circled around for a while outside. Seeing it was almost noon, she took the food and returned to the shelter. Then she directly rode her bike to the address given by Chen Qin. This place was quite far from Chu Yi's apartment building, and the house didn't seem too big. Standing downstairs and calling out Chen Qin's name, Chu Yi received a response. Soon enough, Chen Qin came down. Chu Yi, she said cheerfully upon seeing Chu Yi, signifying hope for saving her mom. Chu Yi nodded. Are you going to deliver this rice directly or how else? Chu Yi carried 2 50-pound bags of rice, totaling 100 pounds, which was quite heavy. Chen Qin replied, no need to send it. He will come to pick it up in the afternoon. All you need to help me with is putting it into the elevator. Afterward, I can carry it upstairs myself since I live on the 2nd floor, right next to the elevator. The elevator entrance was adjacent to her house, making the distance manageable once inside, but getting from the entrance to the elevator took longer. Do you want me to come with you? Aren't you worried he might be a fraud? Chu Yi asked. No, no, Chen Qin quickly turned back. There can't be anyone else present. That man requested it to be just me. Chu Yi, thank you for your kindness. Whether it's true or not, I must save my mom, even if there's only a slim chance. Chu Yi nodded and said, all right. Then she lifted one bag immediately. When about to lift the other, Chen Qin stepped forward struggling to drag the 50-pound bag of rice. Chu Yi used her other hand to help lift one corner of the rice bag, lessening the load on Chen Qin. Seeing Chu Yi easily lifting the rice with the other hand, Chen Qin chuckled, Chu Yi, you're still as strong as ever. Their playful conversation brought back memories of their school days, though time had changed much. Disaster had drained away Chen Qin's naivety. Each day spent rushing through life made her increasingly mature beyond her age. Despite her youth, she felt like a woman who'd endured much hardship. Such was fate. Now, Chen Qin's sole desire was to heal her mother, to keep living well with her and honor her father's share of life, however arduous. Death wasn't scary, being alive yet wishing for death was. What the future held, no one could tell. Chu Yi smiled but didn't say anything. She helped Chen Qin lift the items upstairs and afterward lingered nearby. It was close to noon already. In no time, the man would come. Chu Yi planned to lie in wait. After an indefinite amount of waiting, Chu Yi thought the time was about right. So she stealthily returned to wait in the neighboring unit of Chen Qin's home. Fortunately, due to the red-eyed rats incident, not many people went outside, thus avoiding encounters with any residents in the same unit building. To avoid being recognized, Chu Yi deliberately put on a protective suit, a mask, goggles, and gloves, ensuring her entire body was covered without any gaps. She waited like this for an indeterminate amount of time. Finally, 3 men entered the unit building next to Chen Qin's. The one in the middle looked just as Chen Qin had described, a tall man who was thin and dark-skinned. Chu Yi didn't pay much attention to the other 2 men beside him. After quite some time, Chu Yi saw the 3 men come down, carrying with them the 2 50-pound bags of rice she had given to Chen Qin earlier. Besides the thin, dark man, the other 2 men seemed like his underlings. They were heading out of the complex with the rice. Seeing the 3 men so casually carrying the rice bags across the street, Chu Yi quickly followed them at a distance. As they turned left and right inside the compound, fortunately, Chu Yi's skills ensured that the trio never noticed her trailing behind them, while they continued laughing and chatting along the way. When they entered the villa area, the environment here was more luxurious and exclusive. Every house stood independently. Chu Yi and the others had once considered renting one of these villas, but it turned out that although Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing had enough food to cover several months' rent, the villas were too expensive. Everyone decided against spending so much food just to rent a villa and settled instead for their current 4-bedroom, 2-living-room, 2-bathroom apartment. Following the trio all the way to the last villa near the wall at the far end of the complex, Chu Yi watched them knock on the massive gates of the villa in an orderly manner before the doors were opened by 2 men in black. The trio walked in, and Chu Yi positioned herself near the door of a neighboring villa to observe them enter. Impressed by the imposing mansion, Chu Yi made her way around from the side of another villa, easily scaling the wall into its rear courtyard. Hearing voices coming from the front yard, Chu Yi used the pipes nearby to climb up to the 2nd floor. Since everyone seemed to be downstairs, listening in from upstairs would suffice. Cautiously entering one room, Chu Yi checked carefully. No one seemed to be on the 2nd floor, only voices of multiple people could be heard from below. Remembering something, she quietly opened the drawers or wardrobes in the adjacent rooms. With only 3 rooms on the 2nd floor, there was nothing unusual found. So, Chu Yi proceeded to the 3rd floor to search further but still couldn't locate the medication. She then crept cautiously toward the staircase and began eavesdropping on the conversation below. There was soft music playing in the background, and a melodious male voice reached Chu Yi's ears. How is the task progressing? A subordinate replied, we have followed young master's instructions, everything is proceeding according to plan. The pleasant voice paused briefly before another male voice spoke up. Young master, should we release more doses of the medicine? We earned 100 pounds of rice for just 1 dose. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi realized this was the voice of the thin, dark man. The melodious voice took on a dangerous tone. When did my affairs become your decision to make? There was a loud thud sound, as if someone had fallen to their knees. Young master, I am sorry, I am sorry. The pleasant voice said, I only allowed you to release this experimental drug with a success rate of 30% to make a show for N City's government. 100 pounds of grain is nothing. The man hurriedly agreed, yes, I was wrong, please forgive me, young master. The death penalty can be waived, but the punishment cannot be avoided. Since you can't control your mouth, keeping your tongue won't do any good either. Cut it off. With that light sentence, the man's fate was sealed. No, spare me, young master. Ah! His cries of terror gradually faded away. Chuckles. It seems our security measures aren't perfect yet. A little wildcat snuck in. That sweet voice suddenly boomed like thunder directly into Chu Yi's ears. Startled, Chu Yi wondered if he'd discovered her position already or was trying to flush her out. In a place Chu Yi couldn't see, the man sitting on the sofa downstairs gestured toward the staircase entrance. Be careful not to injure her. I've never encountered such a feisty little wildcat. Yes, young master. Chu Yi heard a few voices speaking before sensing footsteps approaching the staircase. Just as she thought of running upstairs, the men below suddenly picked up speed. Because Chu Yi had moved too close to the 1st floor in order to hear better, it was too late now to escape. Already, Chuyi could see the men ascending the stairs. One after another, they rushed forward. Chuyi quickly flipped over the staircase and landed on the first floor, only to discover that dozens of men in black stood inside the first floor. There was a man sitting on the sofa, who was unmistakably the man with handsome peach blossom eyes Chuyi had seen this morning. Now, the man's peach blossom eyes were slightly squinted, holding a tablet in one hand, and the other hand rested on the back of the sofa, exuding a leisurely air. Upon seeing this man, Chuyi was startled. Wasn't he the man in the jeep who had told her to drive safely this morning? A habitual smile curled at the corner of the man's lips. Let me see which little wildcat sneaked into someone else's house. With that, he waved his hand resting on the back of the sofa, and instantly 5 or 6 black-clad men charged toward Chuyi. Fortunately, the living room was spacious enough for Chuyi to maneuver. Seeing the men rushing toward her, Chuyi showed no fear. As she moved, she began fighting, folding, swinging, kicking left, striking right, and delivering uppercuts. Within minutes, the 5 men lay on the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chuyi ran toward the main door. But would the man let Chuyi go so easily? With a wave of his hand, 10 more men rushed up, blocking Chuyi's way out. For a moment, Chuyi couldn't break free and could only keep dodging among them. The peach blossom eyes watched like enjoying a show, unconcerned about his subordinates lying on the ground. He smiled and watched as Chuyi was surrounded in the middle. Meanwhile, Chuyi could distinctly feel the difference in these men's fighting styles, which were harsher and sharper. Seemingly satisfied, the man with the peach blossom eyes gave another wave of his hand, saying, "All right, let the little wildcat rest a bit." With the man's order, the 10 men attacking Chuyi suddenly ceased their fists and feet. Although Chuyi had not been injured during this process, it was clear the man planned to exhaust her through a relay battle. As soon as she noticed them stopping, Chuyi turned toward the man with the peach blossom eyes. At this moment, his peach blossom eyes were slightly slanted upward, revealing an especially good mood. "Little wildcat, why did you come here? Tell me, maybe if I'm happy, I can help you." Chuyi thought it was fortunate she wore a protective suit and glasses with a mask, covering herself entirely, otherwise, being recognized by this man wouldn't be good. She then responded indifferently, "Peach blossom eyes, I just heard you have a drug with 30% success rate. Is there a higher success rate available?" Chuyi detested the nicknames others gave her. Since this man constantly called her little wildcat, she became impatient and decided to give him a nickname too, watching his reaction. Upon hearing Chuyi's given nickname, the man was momentarily stunned, then lightly touched his peach blossom eyes and laughed softly. "Interesting, you are truly interesting. You're the first person to dare give me a nickname." Chuyi rolled her eyes. "You haven't answered my question yet." As she spoke, she deliberately observed her surroundings, taking note of the positions of the people around her and planning an escape route in her mind. The man put down his hand and grinned. "Of course we do. The 30% success drug is merely our unfinished product." His disdainful tone couldn't be any clearer, indicating that perhaps the 30% success rate drug was just the lowest grade. Chuyi pursed her lips. "Oh, so you have a drug with a higher success rate then? What price are you asking?" Only then did the man seriously look at Chuyi. "Little wildcat, are you planning to buy?" Chuyi replied, "Peach blossom eyes, what if I am?" Annoying nickname. Hearing the nickname once again, the man chuckled. "I doubt you can afford what I want." The tail of his words was long and lingering, causing shivers down one's spine. Since the man did not directly answer how high the highest success rate was or mention selling, Chuyi knew he had no intention of dealing and certainly wouldn't disclose such information. She therefore focused on observing the villa's layout while keeping the conversation going to distract him. "How do you know I can't afford it? Name a price so I can understand the market situation." Suddenly, the man burst out laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, little wildcat, do you think talking can distract my attention? You indeed have remarkable skills, better than any woman I've ever seen. But take a look at how many men I have. Do you think you have much chance of getting out?" Chuyi calmly said, "Peach blossom eyes, how would I know if I can't get out without trying? My skills aren't what you imagine." As she spoke, Chuyi quickly acted, targeting the men near the door. Since her intentions had already been exposed, there was no need to linger. Escaping was now her priority. Seeing Chuyi rushing out of the hall and into the garden outside, the man with peach blossom eyes gave a wave, and more than a dozen big men swarmed out toward the garden, attacking Chuyi. "Don't hurt the little wildcat," he said indifferently. With this command, the black-clad men's attacks became fiercer. Even though Chuyi was unfazed by fighting more than a dozen people, the villa's garden wasn't that large, restricting her movements. Compared to Chuyi, the big men were even more constrained. They were significantly larger in stature. As one after another fell, the garden's usable space shrank further. Chuyi felt things weren't going well, thinking she needed to escape soon or she'd be trapped for good. In her desperation, Chuyi showed no mercy, dispatching opponents more quickly. The man sat on the sofa inside the house, watching through the door as Chuyi's skills impressed him. His dozens of guards couldn't take down the unexpected intruder. His interest grew, and he began focusing on Chuyi intently. Unfortunately for the man, Chuyi was heavily wrapped up, so only her star-like bright eyes could be seen clearly. Amused, he curved his lips upward and watched the battle outside. In the man's mind, despite Chuyi's considerable skill, his overwhelming numbers would make escaping impossible. The fight was merely consuming her stamina. However, he hadn't anticipated that a woman could outmatch his professionally trained bodyguards. His eyes now glimmered with intrigue, though what he didn't know was that everything to come started from this initial interest. Chuyi also sensed her energy being drained, but there was nothing she could do. These big men were blocking the exits. Whenever she took down a few, fresh replacements came to keep her penned in. As Chu-Yi grew anxious, suddenly a grappling hook flew over the wall, and a figure dressed in protective gear entered her line of sight. The newcomer quickly dealt with a few of the big men around Chu-Yi, then swept her up, leaping upward along the rope and scaling the wall. Watching his targeted prey being taken away, the man inside lost his smile, his face turning cold. Go after them, and bring back the little wildcat at all costs. At this moment, someone beside the man stepped forward. Young master, we shouldn't, it's not our territory here. Such a sudden appearance of so many men might cause panic in the shelter, and raise suspicions from the End city government. Enraged, the man asked, and let her just escape. The person reasoned, since the opponent came for the potion and obtained no useful information today, it seems clear she needs our treatment agent. She already knows where this place is, so we don't have to worry about her coming back. After pondering this point, the man's expressionless face regained its smirk, his peach blossom eyes tilting upwards. Ah, in that case, we simply wait for the little wildcat to fall into our trap. H, don't make me wait too long, little wildcat. With a gentle touch to his own peach blossom eyes, the man reflected on how daring it was for her to nickname him Peach Blossom Eyes. It made his lips curl even higher. She was truly an interesting woman, a skilled little wildcat. As the man confidently decided to sit tight and wait for her return, the man carrying Chu-Yi finally stopped running after what seemed like hours. Turning around in a secluded corner, he looked toward Chu-Yi. Though covered in goggles and a mask, her piercing eyes were unmistakable, instantly revealing his identity to Chu-Yi. Chapter 35. Consumption. Jiang Liran. Yes, the person in front of her was indeed Jiang Liran, who was supposed to be quarantined. At this moment, Chu-Yi observed that Jiang Liran did not appear to be in good condition. Although she could only see his eyes clearly, their positions were close enough for Chu-Yi to discern through his glasses that his eyes were slightly red. Chu-Yi wanted to step forward. What's wrong with you? Jiang Liran's unusual state filled Chu-Yi's heart with panic. Before she could get closer, Jiang Liran waved his gloved hand. Don't touch me, it's contagious. Chu-Yi was startled, her face full of disbelief. How could this be possible? Impossible, how could you possibly? Chu-Yi couldn't believe that Jiang Liran had actually been infected. Jiang Liran said faintly, nothing is impossible. Seeing him like this, Chu-Yi felt a pang of pain in her heart. I'm sorry. After spending more than a month in quarantine, no matter how well protected, it was still difficult to avoid infection when surrounded by mostly infected individuals. At that moment, Chu-Yi didn't know why, but a sense of sorrow enveloped her heart and wouldn't go away, to the point that her eyes gradually became red. Jiang Liran saw Chu-Yi's sad expression and stepped forward to comfort her, but dizziness and headaches came in waves, reminding him of his identity as an infected individual. Though fully wrapped up, he couldn't risk touching anyone, otherwise even the best protective measures might fail. But unable to bear seeing Chu-Yi upset, Jiang Liran said, it's not your fault. The quarantine area was well protected. If it weren't for the riots that happened a few days ago, I wouldn't have been able to escape either. This isn't your fault. There was a slight pause at the end of his words. Chu-Yi felt guilty inside. The restorative potion within her button space could have saved Jiang Liran, but because of her fear of exposure, she hadn't taken it out. Now that Jiang Liran had been infected, she didn't know what to do, whether to save him or not. Seeing that Chu-Yi wasn't speaking, Jiang Liran continued, you shouldn't go back to that villa. The people there aren't easy to deal with. Chu-Yi was startled. Do you know those people? But I have to go, there are treatment agents there. Moreover, considering Jiang Liran's current situation, they would need the treatment agent even more now. Jiang Liran disagreed, saying, you shouldn't go back there. It's dangerous. That man is far more dangerous than you can imagine. You just need to protect yourself and take care of your child right now. Chu-Yi didn't understand why Jiang Liran was so insistent on stopping her from going to that villa, but she asked, did you also go to that villa for the treatment agent? Otherwise, how had he happened to save her? Jiang Liran nodded. When I was in quarantine, I overheard them talking. I learned that they had possession of highly effective cure agents, which I needed. Since escaping from quarantine, I've been hiding around the villa. Today, I was just lucky enough to find you, allowing me to save you in time. But given my condition, I don't know how long I can hold out. It's indeed dangerous over there. If you go again next time, I may not have the chance to save you again. For the sake of the children, you must take care of yourself. Chu-Yi hadn't realized that Jiang Liran had already been lurking around for so long. Despite being tormented by the red-eye rat virus, he managed to endure his illness while staying hidden. His body was suffering high fever every day. Chu-Yi didn't know what astonishing willpower had allowed Jiang Liran to hold on until now. Perhaps the reason he hadn't acted yet was due to his deteriorating physical condition, resulting in a significant drop in combat ability, making it impossible for him to ensure a safe escape after breaking in. However, today, he ended up exposing himself to save her. At this moment, Jiang Liran suddenly said, hurry, leave. Chu-Yi thought pursuers were coming, quickly looking around everywhere, but found nothing. She then asked, what's wrong with you? Only after finishing the sentence did she realize Jiang Liran seemed worse. Don't touch me, you'll get infected. Jiang Liran's body swayed twice, about to collapse. Chu-Yi hurried forward to support him. Hey, what's wrong with you? It was at this moment that Chu-Yi noticed something she had ignored all along. Jiang Liran's body temperature had become extremely high. The intense heat under her touch made Chu-Yi realize that Jiang Liran might have been infected for quite some time, explaining why his body temperature had already risen so much. Still, under such dire circumstances, he had endured to save her. In that instant, Chu Yi's heart was deeply moved. Jiang Liran, I. Chu Yi's words had not finished when Jiang Liran tilted his head and fainted. Quickly holding him up, Chu Yi removed his glasses and mask, only to find his face flushed due to high fever. The normally steadfast face now looked flushed from fever. The heat on his face shocked Chu Yi, who softly called out, Jiang Liran. However, Jiang Liran still remained motionless, with only the furrowed brows revealing his physical agony. Chu Yi was about to take out the restoration potion to save him, but hesitated at this moment. They were still in the shelter. If Chu Yi acted rashly now and administered the potion, Jiang Liran's fever should subside quickly, but it wasn't guaranteed that he would wake up immediately. His whereabouts afterward would become a problem. Besides, inside the shelter, Chu Yi didn't know if there were any cameras nearby. If something suddenly appeared in her hand, it would surely arouse others' suspicion. Also, where should they place Jiang Liran? He had escaped from the quarantine area, and his backup information existed there. The quarantine authorities would closely monitor both herself and Zhao's residence. Therefore, bringing him home wasn't an option. After much consideration, Chu Yi suddenly thought of a place. She first arranged for Jiang Liran to be settled into a secluded corner and organized some coverings around him. Then, she hurriedly rode over on her elder mobility scooter. Carefully placing Jiang Liran on the footrest behind the seat, his head leaned back against the seat so he could rest face down. Since the space in the back was too small for lying down, he could only remain seated like this for now. Riding her scooter out of the shelter, Chu Yi set off toward the destination she had in mind. She intended to bring Jiang Liran to Yi Yu and her husband, Zhu Yuming, and ask them to help look after him. Chu Yi would also provide 2 doses of restoration potion, claiming they were highly effective medicines, ensuring their survival as well as finding Jiang Liran a safe refuge. After all, Chu Yi had overheard earlier today that negotiations were already underway between the Pichai faction and the government. Although Chu Yi wasn't aware of the specific success rate they planned to present, based on what she understood, sooner or later, regardless of the actual effectiveness, the government would eventually purchase the cure and make it public. As she rode to the housing complex Yi Yu had mentioned, Chu Yi took out 3 doses of restoration potion. Despite being a basic version, these potions could easily and swiftly deal with the red eye rat virus. The components, however, weren't native to Earth. They represented advanced technologies exclusive to the interstellar age, something far beyond what this era's scientists could reverse engineer or replicate. Chu Yi knew the general location of Yi Yu's neighborhood but not the exact building. Fortunately, few intact houses remained within the complex. Riding her scooter slowly while scanning each structure one by one, she looked for signs of life. As long as someone resided inside, there would always be clues on the balcony. Finally, at the rear of the compound, she spotted faint laundry hung out to dry on a closed balcony, a clear sign due to its low floor level allowing visibility. Yi Yu, Zhu Yuming. The 3 had been mere acquaintances, and Chu Yi hadn't offered them any significant assistance. Unsure whether they'd even deign to acknowledge her plea, Chu Yi also feared that upon realizing the virus was caused by red eye rats, they might have chosen to end their lives together rather than endure future suffering. Yi Yu. It's me, Chu Yi. Receiving no response, Chu Yi called again, contemplating that the couple might have perished. She momentarily felt lost, recalling their brief interactions which made her admire their relationship. Both were agreeable individuals, and she didn't know how to proceed without their help. Turning away briefly, she fed Jiang Liran a dose of the restoration potion instead. After drinking the potion, Jiang Liran's complexion visibly improved, the deep red gradually fading. Chu Yi reflected on the power of such basic restoration potions if discovered by others, who knows the chaos it would create. Unfortunately, this era lacked the ability to replicate even the most rudimentary repair agents, let alone intermediate or advanced ones. Consequently, Chu Yi had vowed to safeguard all high-tech products hidden in her button space forever. Seeing no one respond after waiting so long, Chu Yi decided to leave and find another place for Jiang Liran. At this point, a soft voice unexpectedly called out from behind her, Chu Yi. Yi Yu. Hearing the call, Chu Yi immediately turned around. From the building behind her, several structures apart, Yi Yu's voice came from a height, explaining why there had been no prior reply. She must have been calling from another part of the complex altogether. Chu Yi acknowledged her and rode over promptly. When Chu Yi reached the base of the correct building, Yi Yu just happened to be stepping outside the unit door. Chu Yi, is it really you? I faintly heard someone calling my name and wondered who could possibly be looking for me now. My husband thought I misheard, but thank goodness I tried calling anyway. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known it was you. Chu Yi got off the scooter and approached, asking anxiously, Yi Yu, how is your husband? Yi Yu's face changed slightly, and she said with a bitter smile, my husband is now too sick to get out of bed. I have been giving him fever-reducing medicine every day, but there hasn't been any improvement. We can only continue dragging on like this. Chu Yi stepped forward and carefully observed Yi Yu, finding no signs of infection, although she didn't understand why. Seeing that Chu Yi was silent, Yi Yu assumed she was concerned about her being infected, so she explained, although my husband has been infected, I've taken care of him for a long time without catching it. I take my temperature every day, and everything is normal, there's absolutely no issue. Chu Yi then said, that's not what I mean. After pondering for a while, Chu Yi took out another restoration potion and handed it to Yi Yu. This is a potion that can cure the red eye rat virus. Have your husband drink it, and he will recover quickly. Yi Yu suddenly widened her eyes, her voice trembling as she pointed at the potion in Chu Yi's hand. You Are you saying this really can cure my husband? Her gaze fixated on the potion, unwilling to move for even a moment. Chuyi nodded and said, yes, give it to him quickly. Tears fell from Yiyu's eyes as she received the potion with trembling hands, holding it firmly from both ends to avoid dropping it. Thank you, Chuyi. I never expected the government would release a cure, and now you're giving it to us. Thank you so much. Realizing the misunderstanding, Chuyi hurriedly explained, this wasn't developed by the government. There's a group of people from City B who have these potions in their possession. They're currently negotiating the price with the government. This one. Chuyi paused briefly before continuing, I have a friend who was infected in the quarantine area. I snuck into where these people were staying and got 2 doses. One was for my friend, and the other made me think of you. I don't know any other infected individuals, it would be a waste otherwise. Hearing this, Yiyu looked towards the vehicle where someone was still lying. She asked, is that your friend? Chuyi glanced over and nodded. Yes, those people haven't yet reached an agreement with the government, so the potion hasn't been made public. My friend escaped from the quarantine area and can no longer stay in the shelter. So I was wondering if it would be possible for him to temporarily live with you. Once the situation calms down, we'll make further plans. Would that be convenient? Suddenly feeling like she was taking advantage of others, Chuyi knew she had no other options. But Yiyu thought that regardless of whether Chuyi offered the cure simply to secure shelter for her friend, in Yiyu's eyes, this small vial was nothing short of life-saving. The cure was invaluable during these times when many must surely be suffering from the virus, yet it had not yet been announced publicly. That Chuyi gave them 2 doses filled Yiyu with immense gratitude. Rest assured, Yiyu said. Your friend is our friend now. Let him stay at our place, we'll take good care of him. No, Chuyi replied. I'd like to ask, are there neighbors living next door to you? My friend doesn't want to cause trouble. I'd rather let him stay next door, and you could just help watch over him. Chuyi ultimately changed her mind, staying together might not be entirely convenient. When Chuyi scouted the building earlier, she noticed that the lower floors remained mostly intact. If Yiyu's home was undamaged, then the adjacent residence likely was as well. Hence, Jiang Liran could stay there. Startled for a moment, Yiyu quickly reacted, no one lives there, they moved to the shelter a long time ago. Let me take you upstairs. Chuyi then helped support Jiang Liran. Originally, Yiyu also wanted to assist, but seeing how tightly she grasped the potion, Chuyi realized the depth of her excitement and decided to do it herself. Yiyu lived on the 3rd floor, which wasn't very high. Once they arrived, Chuyi led Yiyu to the front door of the neighboring unit. But Yiyu suddenly remembered, we don't have the keys. It was true, though it might be easy enough to reside there, without the key, how could they open the door? Without a word, Chuyi approached the door and inspected it. It was an old-style security door with a screen mesh in the middle and an openable window inside. Having such a window would simplify matters greatly. Chuyi placed Jiang Liran near the stairwell and used a knife to cut through the outer layer of mesh. Then, she pushed the inner window gently. It didn't budge. Seeing Chuyi work so efficiently, Yiyu was amazed and hurriedly said, I have a hammer at my house, let me fetch it. In a flash, she returned with a hammer and handed it to Chuyi, who after some brief exploration, located the locking mechanism. Wielding the hammer, Chuyi struck forcefully toward the lock, clang 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 several times, dislodging the small window's lock. After opening the window, Chuyi easily unlocked the door. The items inside were arranged relatively neatly. Chuyi supported Jiang Liran as they entered. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, not very large, about 100 square meters. The rooms were fully furnished with appliances and daily necessities, but there wasn't a speck of food left. It was evident that the owners had taken all the food with them when they left, leaving behind the furniture and small items. Chuyi turned around and said, Yiyu, go back and take care of your husband. After he takes the potion, he will fall into a coma. That's just the potion repairing his body, so don't worry. When he wakes up, he'll be completely fine. Yiyu choked up and said, I really can't thank you enough, Chuyi. If there's anything we can help with, just let us know, we'll do our best to assist. Chuyi smiled gently and nodded. She then watched Yiyu walk back as she tidied up one of the rooms, laying Jiang Liran down on the bed. Chuyi started inspecting the place. Besides no food being left, everything else was still intact. Even a lot of clothes were left in the wardrobes. The house already lacked water and electricity. Chuyi rummaged through and found a set of unused daily items, which she placed at Jiang Liran's bedside. At this moment, Chuyi's stomach growled audibly. Realizing how long it had been since noon, Chuyi heard some knock-knock sounds at the door. She turned to look. Yiyu arrived carrying some bread and milk, saying, hungry, right? Here are some things for you. Now that the water and power have been cut, it's hard to cook hot meals. We can only offer you bread, but it's all within its expiration date. Saying this, Yiyu handed over the bread and milk. There was quite a bit, and Chuyi estimated that even Jiang Liran's share must have been included. Thank you, Chuyi said as she took them. Yiyu smiled and said, we should be thanking you, you saved my husband. After drinking the potion, his complexion improved greatly, and the fever has slowly faded away. It's so wonderful. Unfortunately, now with no water or electricity, the environment is terrible, otherwise, I would have made a grand meal to thank you. Chuyi smiled and asked, what are your plans moving forward? There's already no water or electricity, and the city will take a long time to recover. You won't last long staying here if supplies run out. After pondering for a while, Yiyu said, I plan to discuss with my husband about going to the shelter. After enduring this calamity, I feel that nothing is more important than family. As long as my husband is fine, wherever we are, that's home. However, this has to wait until my husband's condition fully recovers before we start heading toward the shelter. During this time, we will take good care of your friend. Chu-yi nodded. Thank you. Yi-yu replied, why thank me? You saved my husband's life. The two chatted for a while before Yi-yu returned to tend to her husband, leaving Chu-yi alone watching over Jiang Liran. Chu-yi thought it over and decided to leave. Before she went, she entrusted Yi-yu to keep an eye on Jiang Liran while she was gone. Yi-yu immediately agreed without hesitation. Chu-yi rode her bike and roamed around for a bit, then retrieved from her storage pocket a bag containing bread, instant noodles, and other such items. She also grabbed a few boxes of mineral water before hurrying back to Yi-yu's place. Given that there was no food left in the house, Chu-yi didn't feel comfortable consuming Yi-yu's food continuously, so she planned to take some food out for Jiang Liran temporarily. After Jiang Liran recovered completely, they could figure out what to do next. When Chu-yi returned, Yi-yu was sitting at the staircase entrance. This position allowed her to easily notice any movement from either side, given the elevator was already out of service, and Chu-yi had walked up the stairs. Yi-yu said, why did you bring so much food back? Chu-yi answered, for my friend I owe him a lot of food, and now I'm repaying some of it. Chu-yi referred to the food originally stored in the rented unit by Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing. Yi-yu nodded and said, alright, but you did save his life. Saving someone means you owe them your entire existence. Yi-yu teased. Chu-yi's face involuntarily flushed upon hearing these familiar words. That's not true, I'm just friends with him. Yi-yu noticed Chu-yi's slight embarrassment and didn't press further, instead smiling carefully and helping Chu-yi carry the items inside. Later, Chu-yi was left alone tidying up. A few hours passed before Jiang Liran finally regained full consciousness. At first, he seemed somewhat confused. His prolonged illness disappeared as if by miracle. The physical burden had vanished, he didn't feel feverish anymore. He became alert upon hearing some noises, quickly rising from the bed. Feeling light as if his past sickness was just a dream, Jiang Liran approached the living room, seeing Chu-yi, and said, Chu-yi. Chu-yi was startled by a sudden call. Turning around to see Jiang Liran had woken up, she sighed in relief, you're finally awake. She was exhausted from all the fuss. Jiang Liran pointed at himself, what happened to me? He knew he was infected with the virus from the red-eyed rats, there was no way he could have recovered this quickly. Chu-yi gave an awkward laugh, well, I traded some food for a potion with a 30% success rate. A friend of mine also got this, I asked her to help exchange it for me. It's like treating a dead horse as if it were alive. We gambled on your physical condition being good enough that the 30% chance would still cure you, and, well, you did recover, ha ha ha. Chu-yi nervously chuckled twice. Jiang Liran clearly sensed something strange. How did Chu-yi manage to trade for the medicine? Even if they could trade, where did so much food come from? The other party had already been confronted by Chu-yi and him earlier that morning. How could they agree to trade again on the same day? These were all suspicious points, but since Chu-yi didn't want to say, Jiang Liran decided deep inside not to force her. Everyone has their own little secrets, and Jiang Liran respected Chu-yi's wishes. If she didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't push. Subsequently, he didn't ask any more questions about how he suddenly got better. Chapter 37, Plan. Jiang Liran didn't continue to inquire, and Chu-yi sighed with relief. She pointed at the food nearby and said, before you are fully recovered, stay here. The couple across the door has lived here for a long time, I know them superficially. They're nice people. These foods are what I have found. Eat them while you're staying here. After you're completely better, we can figure out what to do next. Jiang Liran nodded gently and said softly, you've worked hard. Chu-yi's expression changed slightly. Oh, since you can stand up now, let me introduce you to the neighbors opposite. You will be familiar with each other, then I need to leave the shelter. Chu-yi took Jiang Liran to the neighboring house to meet Yi-yu. At that moment, Ju Yuming had not woken up yet. However, Chu-yi couldn't wait any longer, as it was already afternoon and she still needed to get back to the shelter earlier. When Chu-yi returned to the shelter, it was very late. The round trip alone had taken over an hour. When she got home, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Hui were playing with their two children in the living room. Little baby She was solemnly sitting on the sofa, while little Yu Liang stood beside her holding a toy, trying to entertain baby She who could only babble ya. The sound of the opening door caught the attention of both children. But upon seeing Chu-yi returning, little Yu Liang ran forward first and hugged Chu-yi's thigh shouting, Mommy is back. Baby She, unable to walk, watched helplessly as her older sister monopolized her mother's attention. Turning herself over with some effort, she attempted to sit up again but failed due to her underdeveloped limbs. She struggled desperately like a little turtle, making noises like R in an attempt to attract Chu-yi's attention. Jiang Hui laughed and said, take a look. Although I haven't done less in bringing them up, it seems that you, their mom, remain closer to them. As soon as you come, they rush towards you. Chu-yi smiled and carried little Yu Liang quickly forward, reaching the anxious little Shi and sat down. She placed little Yu Liang on one leg and held her son in her other leg. Upon being lifted by his mother, Xiao Juanqi immediately wrapped his arms tightly around Chu-yi's neck and leaned against her affectionately. After a while, Zhao Jingxing said, at noon today, someone knocked on the door asking if we had seen any suspicious persons recently. They said some people had escaped from the quarantine area, infected with the red eye rat virus. The government has already researched a potential cure, hoping anyone seeing suspicious individuals would report them immediately to avoid jeopardizing others' safety. Jiang Hui remarked, "This sounds bizarre. Aside from Ranran, no one else remains in the quarantine area anymore. What do the escapees have to do with us?" Suddenly realizing something, Jiang Hui became excited. Could it be that Ranran has escaped? Zhao Jingxing hesitated, considering this possibility as well, but replied, "Don't jump to conclusions. It might just be that a few people fled during last time's disturbance at the quarantine zone. Each household is being asked the same questions. Don't think too much about it." Chu Yi remained silent, planning to wait until Zhao Qing returns and inquire if there's any news. Then she could make a decision. So, she concentrated on playing with the two kids. Nighttime. Zhao Qing returned from work and immediately asked, "Did anyone come by our house today?" Zhao Jingxing replied, "Son, how did you know someone came by?" Pausing momentarily at the door, Zhao Qing asked incredulously, "Really? Someone did come?" Jiang Hui snapped impatiently, "What do you mean really? Do you have some kind of news?" Zhao Qing answered, "It turns out that several people escaped during last time's riot at the quarantine area, but the government didn't announce who exactly escaped. Today, someone from the quarantine area also asked me if I noticed any suspicious persons." Zhao Jingxing added, "What happened?" "Someone also came to ask me and your mother if we saw any suspicious people, and we said no." Jiang Hui whispered softly, "Could it be because your brother was among those who escaped? That's why they came to ask us." Hearing this, all fell silent for a moment. Chu Yi got up and looked through the peephole, finding no one outside. She then checked every room, not noticing any abnormality, so she began to narrate, "Yesterday, my friend came to borrow food. Her mother was infected and brought into the quarantine area. Someone told her to exchange rice for the curing agent, which is why she borrowed food from me. Instantly, the three members of Zhao family remembered something." Zhao Qing questioned, "Didn't you lend the food? Did she manage to obtain the agent?" Chu Yi said, "This is the main point I want to say next. She swapped for the agent, and I tracked that person to a villa this noon. There was a group of people there all from City B. Judging from their conversation, they gave my friend an agent with only a 30% success rate. They had better ones in their possession and were negotiating cooperation with the government. Then they discovered me. Jiang Liran suddenly appeared during our fight and saved me. Considering it's inconvenient for Jiang Liran to stay at the shelter under his current status, I took him outside, so he stays there for now. As for the fact that Jiang Liran was infected, Chu Yi didn't mention it and decided not to bring it up for the time being." Upon hearing her nephew had escaped, Jiang Hui became incredibly happy. "Ranran has escaped, that's wonderful. Is Ranran alright? Has he been infected?" The latter part of her sentence was difficult for her to say. She then stared anxiously at Chu Yi, fearing that Chu Yi might deliver bad news. Chu Yi hurriedly said, "Please don't worry. Jiang Liran is fine. Once things aren't as tense soon, we'll go see him." Jiang Hui immediately felt relieved. It's good, as long as he's fine. First consider safety. We're not in a rush." Zhao Qing said, "Chu Yi, you and my brother really are fated to meet like this." Chu Yi shot Zhao Qing a disapproving look and muttered about his nonsense. Jiang Hui interjected at this moment, "Since there's already an agent, why hasn't it been announced yet? Every day, more and more people are getting infected." Zhao Jingxing replied, "Why else? For profit. This isn't something developed by the state but rather privately. Of course, someone's going to make a fortune off it. Why would anyone expend so much effort without intending to make money?" Zhao Qing curiously asked, "Chu Yi, what about those people in the villa you went to? How easy are they to deal with?" Chu Yi said, "You should stop thinking too much. I almost didn't escape, and you can't even beat me." Zhao Qing immediately felt aggrieved. He was working very hard, but still couldn't surpass Chu Yi, who had professional training. Yet, he still fell short of Chu Yi's skill. Chu Yi feared Zhao Qing might feel inferior, so she quickly added, "There's a guy inside they call Master, with seductive eyes, talking arrogantly, though he does look quite handsome. There's also a gang of black-suited thugs with excellent martial arts skills. There were a lot of them, more than a dozen or 20. Zhao Qing was shocked. Wow, so strong, and they're from City B? Could they belong to a big family? Jiang Hui was carefully recalling on the side, if someone is referred to as Master, it suggests his family has some kind of background. Born into the Jiang family in City B, although the Jiangs weren't an ordinary family, they had fewer members compared to other families, pitifully small, but there were plenty of capable families in City B, being the nation's capital after all. Zhao Qing remarked, "In City B, there are numerous families. It will be hard to find which one did this. Still, the ability to develop the agent implies no regular family could do such a thing. Only a wealthy and powerful one would have the means to create an agent." Jiang Hui nodded, "Millimeter, but seductive eyes and arrogant talk made me think of someone." Zhao Qing asked, "Who, Mom?" After a careful recollection, Jiang Hui said, "Lu Zetian." Both Zhao Qing, Zhao Jingxing, and Chu Yi asked, "Who's Lu Zetian?" The Zhao family's base was in City N, so they rarely visited City B. During festivals, gifts were sent, but rarely were personal visits made because the 3 generations of the Jiang family were soldiers, making it impossible to meet them even when visiting, so the Zhao family seldom went to City B. But Jiang Hui was different. Having grown up in City B, she naturally understood more than the father and son of the Zhao family, the opponent of the Jiang family, the eldest legitimate grandson of the Lu family in this generation. Zhao Qing touched his head and asked, "What exactly is the Lu family?" Zhao Qing was born and raised in City N, completely unfamiliar with the situation in City B. Jiang Hui explained, I don't know too well either, but I do know that 3 generations of the Lu family have been involved in politics. Since the old man of the Lu family passed away, they seem to be on a downward slope. However, with the adulthood of the new generation, Lu Zetian, the Lu family showed signs of rising again. The grudges between the Lu family and the Jiang family seem to stem from policy issues. Throughout history, military and political factions have rarely been unified in purpose and have often clashed. Anyway, since I was young, my dad never got along well with the old man from the Lu family, so naturally, us younger generations didn't come into contact with each other following family orders. Thus, I don't know much about the Lu family, just that the 3rd generation consists only of Lu Zetian and his sister, Lu Wanwan. Zhao Qing said, Mom, if this is unclear, how could you know the exact number of people in their 3rd generation? Jiang Hui shot her son an irritated glance. Have you forgotten? You've met Lu Qingqing too. There was one summer vacation when your brother stayed at our place. A girl came looking for him. Your brother chased her away with a cold face, and that girl was Lu Wanwan. Zhao Qing recalled, yes, there indeed had been such an incident. One day, a girl suddenly came to their house looking for his cousin. Seeing her, his cousin became extremely annoyed, refusing not only to go out but also publicly scolding her until she cried and ran away. Back then, Zhao Qing mocked his cousin for being unsociable and got beaten up as a result. He still felt the pain even now when he thought about it. Zhao Qing said, it's her. Jiang Hui said, that's right. Lu Zetian is roughly the same age as your cousin, but Lu Wanwan is a few years younger, making her the same age as you. The Lu family has only these 2 children, they don't have more members than our family. It was because both families were from B City and had fewer people compared to others that Jiang Hui could remember the few remaining individuals of the Lu family. Currently, in the Lu family, there were only Lu Jianjun and his wife, who were contemporaries of hers, along with their 2 children, making a total of 4 people. Zhao Jingxing asked, so is this Lu Zetian involved or not? Jiang Hui replied, how would I know? Based on vague details alone, how can I be sure if it's him or not? Moreover, I only saw Lu Zetian when he was a child, I never saw him after he grew up. So, I wouldn't recognize him now. After marrying Zhao Jingxing, she seldom returned to B City. Also, since the Jiang family and the Lu family were rivals, she did not concern herself much with the other family. Chu Yi said, regardless, we should avoid any further contact with this person. Once things calm down a bit, we will visit Jiang Liran to discuss the next steps. In the days that followed, Chu Yi no longer went to probe the villa. She had no idea that a man waiting for her in the villa grew increasingly anxious. For this reason, the drug agent that he was trading with the N city government was withheld from sale. All rumors were suppressed while he waited patiently for Chu Yi to reappear. A week passed quickly. Still, no official announcement about the cure for the red-eyed rat virus had come forth. With the hot weather, it was the peak period when rats often appeared. The number of infected people increased daily. Despite all preventive measures, the red-eyed rats always managed to exploit gaps, harming many people and infecting countless others. Everyday tension was growing more serious. In recent days, movement in and out of areas had become extraordinarily strict. Some unemployed people were even forbidden from leaving their homes. Anyone suspected of being associated with an infected person would lead to an immediate lockdown of the entire building, prohibiting entry and exit. Something unexpected happened when Chu Yi intended to visit Chen Qin again. Their building had already been sealed off. Since no one was allowed near it, Chu Yi couldn't confirm if it was due to Chen Qin's mother's infection or not, so the matter remained unresolved. Lately, Chu Yi had significantly reduced her outings, except when Zhao Qing needed to go to work every day. The other 3 adults, including herself, hardly left home while taking care of the 2 children. That evening, Zhao Qing returned home in a huff, slamming the door so loudly that it startled the 2 children. Jiang Hui turned around in anger. What's wrong with you? So loud entering the house. Don't you realize there are kids here? Look how frightened the 2 of them are. The 2 children snuggled up close to Chu Yi, possibly scared just now wide-eyed, staring at Zhao Qing. Realizing the children stopped playing, Zhao Qing understood his mistake. He then smiled apologetically and made silly faces to make the children laugh. Only after the children relaxed did he sit aside. Zhao Jingxing glanced at his son and asked, what happened today? I've never seen you this angry. As fathers know their sons' temperaments best, knowing that this abrupt outburst must be for some reason. Zhao Qing muttered unhappily, I lost my job. Jiang Hui gasped in shock. What? What happened? Zhao Jingxing and Chu Yi immediately looked at Zhao Qing. How could this happen so suddenly? With frustration, Zhao Qing ran his hand through his hair and explained, I don't know what happened today. My boss kept picking faults with me. Then, citing lack of professionalism, they dismissed me, saying it would conserve national resources and suggested I find development elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingxing became furious. This is outrageous. I'll go talk to your boss. You've worked diligently in the police department for 2 years. How can they do this? Especially during disaster times, you were always on the front line, and now that things are slightly better, they want to dismiss you like discarding old tools. Zhao Jingxing firmly believed that his son was not a sly or deceitful person who would commit any improper act. Therefore, this matter must be clarified thoroughly. Zhao Qing helplessly responded, no need, Dad. Talking to the boss won't change anything. I've already spoken with Director Wu, who used to be my captain. He hinted it was higher-ups' decision, they no longer wanted me to continue working there, hence finding a reason to dismiss me. Even if you go, it will be useless. Seeing her son's sorrow, Jiang Hui comforted him. If you're not going, then don't go. Even if we had persuaded your boss to let you work today, they would still find a way to make trouble for you tomorrow. It's better not to go. Zhao Qing sighed. There's nothing else we can do. Alas. Chu Yi, however, found this situation rather strange. Zhao Qing was truly very dedicated in his work. He had been a police officer for years. As the rich young master of a powerful group, he chose to become an ordinary policeman, which clearly showed his love for this profession. He had always performed well. During disaster periods, since he hadn't suffered any damage, he was always the first to respond to commands, participating in rescue efforts. When the red-eyed rat virus raged, he never relaxed even a single day, spending every day either collecting supplies or saving people. He could be described as diligent and hardworking, and he had never complained about his work. Reasonably speaking, such a conscientious subordinate should have been highly trusted by his superiors. Before now, Chu Yi had never heard that anyone from above had an issue with Zhao Qing. Why were there suddenly issues now? However, Chu Yi didn't understand, so she could only accept it. Seeing everyone's mood worsening, Chu Yi said, "How about we go visit Jiang Liran tomorrow? It's been a week, and no one has come to question us about suspicious individuals anymore. The heat might have passed. Let's just go see Jiang Liran." Jiang Hui was the first to agree. Good. Son, we'll visit your cousin tomorrow. Before Zhao Qing could agree, he thought of something and said, "But Chu Yi, how are we going to go? Your car is too small, it can't hold all of us." Zhao Qing recalled Chu Yi's three-wheeled electric scooter for elderly people, which could hold at most 3 adults. The last time when their 3 adults and 2 children sat on it, it was already cramped. This time, there would be another adult, meaning it would be even more crowded. Chu Yi was momentarily speechless but quickly replied, "I remember there seemed to be a rental service outside the shelter's entrance. They used the shared electric scooters from before. Why don't we have you ride with Uncle Zhao, Auntie Jiang, and the 2 children on the tricycle while I lead the way on the shared electric scooter?" Chu Yi once went out and noticed many shared bikes at the entrance of the shelter. Upon inquiry, she learned that because of the earthquake, many roads were impassable, making 2-wheeled electric scooters more useful than cars. Therefore, the shelter added a bike rental service. You could deposit some food as collateral, pay the hourly fee with food as rent, and take away an electric scooter. Zhao Qing responded, "That's a good idea. Let's do it that way tomorrow." It seemed Zhao Qing had gotten over Theof losing his job, and he was delighted that tomorrow he would finally get to see his cousin he hadn't seen for nearly 2 months. His loss of employment couldn't dampen the importance of his cousin in his heart. The next day, the group set out according to what they discussed the previous evening. Chu Yi went directly to the rental spot outside the shelter's entrance. After depositing the food and registering, they began riding. Once back, they would calculate how much food to give as rent. Chu Yi waited on her rented electric scooter until Zhao Qing came out with the others. She then led the way while Zhao Qing rode Chu Yi's elderly 3-wheeled tricycle, carrying Jiang Hui, Zhao Jingxing, and the 2 children, and they set off. The journey was rather long. Every time Chu Yi went there, it took her almost an hour on her ride, and today was no exception. After over an hour, Chu Yi and the group finally arrived at Yiyu's building. They went upstairs directly. Perhaps due to the noise caused by the large number of people climbing up, they discovered upon arrival that Jiang Liran had already opened the door. Seeing Jiang Liran, Zhao Qing was extremely surprised and rushed forward, tightly embracing Jiang Liran. "Brother, big brother, I've finally met you." Jiang Hui looked at Jiang Liran through teary eyes. Ran. Thankfully, Chu Yi, before going upstairs, considered that the Zhao family would definitely want to talk with Jiang Liran after such a long separation. She held her own son and pulled Little Moon, ensuring this time there wouldn't be much burden on the rest of the adults, allowing them to share touching moments with their family. "Chu Yi, you've come." Even Yiyu from next door opened the door upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Chu Yi holding her child, she pointed surprisingly, "Are these all your kids?" Yiyu was amazed looking at Chu Yi, who didn't seem very old, and yet she was already the mother of 2. Chu Yi nodded. "Yes, the girl is called Little Moon, the boy is called 1111. Little Moon, call her aunt." "Aunt, hello." Little Moon was no longer like she used to be. Her character gradually became more open, and she wasn't afraid of strangers anymore. Now she dared to greet people boldly. Yiyu immediately smiled and said, Oh, Little Moon looks so beautiful. "Honey, hey, Chu Yi." Zhu Yuming walked out from the room and also expressed joy upon seeing Chu Yi. "Your whole family is here, why don't you come into my house and sit down?" Zhu Yuming warmly invited them. Chu Yi waved her hand. "No, we'll come another day. My uncle and aunt haven't seen Jiang Liran for a long time. We just came out this time to meet him." Zhu Yuming understood that it was a reunion after a long separation, so he didn't press the matter. "All right then, you must come visit us next time. We won't disturb your family reunion." With that, he went back into the room with Yiyu. Jiang Liran also led everyone inside. After such a long separation, many words were exchanged in a rush, and they chatted for quite some time. Upon learning that Zhao Qing had lost his job, Jiang Liran fell silent for a moment before saying, "Auntie, uncle, let's go to City B." What? The couple of Jiang Hui both looked at Jiang Liran in surprise. Zhao Qing replied, "If we're going, then let's go. Anyway, there's nothing here worth lingering over." Zhao Qing felt that since he had lost his job, and those above clearly had ill intentions towards him, it would be better to leave to avoid further trouble down the road. Jiang Liran said indifferently, since Zhao Qing has lost his job, I can no longer ignore the difficulties either. Life will only become harder here. It's better to go back to City B. With both Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing losing their jobs, the family would now have no source of income, leaving the question of how they would afford food and daily necessities in the future. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Jingxing asked, how are we supposed to go? Earthquakes are happening all across the country now. Roads are covered by debris, and some areas are impossible to clear. How are we supposed to cross cities to reach City B from here? Both Zhao Jingxing and his wife believed that staying in City N or not didn't matter much anymore, given the current situation at home. But compared to City N, City B was relatively far away, and without trains or planes, figuring out how to traverse the distance between the two cities would be a major challenge. Chapter 38, Departure. Jiang Liran replied, we can take the waterway. As long as we find a boat, we can return to the city nearest to City B via the waterway, and then it will be much closer to City B. It will be easier for us to travel from there. This was the method Jiang Liran had been thinking about for these few days. City B was the main residence of the Jiang family, and he also originally needed to return as soon as possible. However, there were people on this side he couldn't let go of, so he delayed his departure again and again. Now that the Zhao family was also facing difficulties, staying in City N wasn't helpful anymore. It might be better to head for City B earlier. Besides, the waterway was not a bad choice either. The calamities on land would have no impact on the water. As long as they found a boat and got the map of the route, they could follow the route to the city nearest to City B. Although it might take longer, it was currently the only way to leave City N. Jiang Hui looked at Jiang Liran with doubt. Why do you suddenly want to return to City B? Is there any situation in City N that has led you to make this decision? After all, Jiang Liran was her nephew raised since childhood. Although Jiang Hui didn't know everything about Jiang Liran's personality, she understood him quite well. Jiang Liran lowered his eyes and could only say, no, I just suddenly missed my grandfather very much. Besides, I've stayed in City N long enough, and it's time to return to City B. Jiang Liran didn't feel it was appropriate to say more, as it was an internal matter of the Jiang family, even though his aunt Jiang Hui was involved. Seeing her nephew stop talking, Jiang Hui wouldn't press further. Alright, then we will go to City B. But Chu Yi, what are your plans? Chu Yi was after all not yet acknowledged by the nephew, and Jiang Hui couldn't make plans for him on her own. Chu Yi thought for a moment. She was an orphan, and it made little difference where she was. She could take care of herself and her children anywhere. But she looked down at Little Moonlight. I will go to City B too. All of Little Moonlight's relatives are there. It's time for me to start the journey so Little Moonlight can meet her relatives. Upon hearing her mother call her, Little Moonlight naively looked up, seemingly asking Chu Yi with her eyes, Mommy, why did you call me? Unable to resist, Chu Yi held Little Moonlight tightly, hoping that after Little Moonlight returned to her family, she would still remember the mother who once took care of her. Jiang Liran felt a sudden surge in his heart and said, since everyone agrees, go back home and pack up your belongings after today. In the next 2 days, we'll try our best to gather more supplies, and I will secure a boat. On the day after tomorrow, we will directly board the ship and leave City N. Okay. After reaching a unanimous decision, they discussed how to proceed to City B. Although there were disasters on land, the sea was relatively safe for now, but the dangers at sea were no less than those on land. Food and water must be prepared adequately, and contingency plans for risks on the sea must be considered. Luckily, everyone in their group could swim, including Chu Yi. While they were conversing, Chu Yi proposed to visit the neighbors briefly. The children were left with Aunt Jiang Hui. Chu Yi visited the neighboring house alone. Chu Yi asked, when do you plan to go to the shelter? Thinking about her impending departure from City N, she still wanted to bid farewell to acquaintances. Yi Yu asked, what's wrong? Are your friends going back too? Yi Yu originally planned to wait until Chu Yi's friends left before she and her husband went to the shelter. Chu Yi nodded, yes, we are leaving the day after tomorrow, so I came to ask about your situation. Zhu Yuming said, then can I go with you? He thought that since they were all heading to the shelter, it would be faster to join them. However, Chu Yi shook her head, we're not going to the shelter on the day after tomorrow. We are planning to leave City N. Yi Yu was surprised, why leave City N? Where are you going? Isn't staying in City N better? The trains and flights have all stopped, how will you get there? Yi Yu asked several questions in a row. Chu Yi said, we are going to City B. My friends are originally from City B, and I have a reason that requires me to go to City B. Hearing this, Yi Yu and her husband paused momentarily, realizing further persuasion was useless. Yi Yu said, alright, wish you a smooth journey. We will go to the shelter after you leave. Chu Yi nodded, thank you. Afterward, the group resolved their lunch issues, and then returned to shelter number 4. Since they were all about to leave, many foods were exchanged by Zhao Qing for items that were easy to carry and store for a long period, such as bread, instant noodles, chocolates, etc. Chu Yi, on the other hand, was responsible for collecting water. The large supermarkets in City N had mostly been collected by shelters, but there were countless small supermarkets scattered around. Chu Yi walked a bit farther and found suitable small supermarkets. The preparation was a long process, but now there was no other way than taking the waterway. The Zhao family were only merchants in City N and had no real power or connections with high officials, so they couldn't obtain better means of transportation. Preparing supplies for the waterway journey required much work, which had to be done slowly. First and foremost, a good boat was needed. City N wasn't by the sea, but it had Gan River connecting multiple cities. There were some fishermen who made their living fishing here. In these times of disaster, having a boat actually made things easier. At least the food from the sea wasn't much affected. There were still many tourist passenger ships on the river. Jiang Liran traded food for one of the boats, which was docked by the riverside. However, their food supply was completely depleted because of this trade. Fortunately, City N was large enough, and the government allowed personal organizations to gather supplies. Every day, Jiang Liran, Zhao Qing, and Chu Yi took turns going out to collect resources. Zhao Qing didn't have a job anymore, so he had more time to help. Due to his special status, Jiang Liran could only collect supplies alone. Chu Yi and Zhao Qing formed a team to gather resources, transporting supplies directly onto the ship once collected. Jiang Liran had already moved aboard the ship. The ship was moored beside a field in an inconspicuous spot, far from any other vessels. The nearest residence was quite a distance away, though it was unclear if anyone even lived there anymore. Jiang Liran had already moved aboard the ship for living purposes. Chu Yi and Zhao Qing brought half of the gathered supplies to the ship and kept the other half at the shelter for daily use. Finally, on the day they were about to leave, the government announced the cure for the red-eyed rat virus. Chu Yi and others felt relieved. Its announcement lifted the fate of many isolated individuals in the shelters. However, the government didn't disclose the success rate of the cure, leaving Chu Yi unaware. Chu Yi learned that Chen Qin's unit had been unsealed. With the medication available, the red-eyed rat virus was no longer as terrifying. On the day of departure, Chu Yi let the Zhao family leave first while she went to say goodbye to Chen Qin. Out of gratitude for her former roommate's support and friendship, Chu Yi wanted to bid farewell before departing. After all, once Chu Yi left, it was likely she wouldn't return to City N again. Even if she weren't to live permanently in City B, she'd choose another nearby city to settle down and would not travel such a great distance to come back to City N, unless, in the future, the cities were restored to their original state, the traffic system fully repaired, making traveling convenient once more. Only then would Chu Yi consider returning to City N, which might take a very long time. Chen Qin was also surprised when Chu Yi came. Chu Yi, you're here, quick come in. Why haven't you brought the baby out? Who is it? At that moment, an elderly voice came from inside, and Chen Qin immediately said, Mom, it's my classmate Chu Yi. Inside, voices sounded, is it Chu Yi? Before even entering, Chu Yi saw a middle-aged woman walk out of the room and begin expressing her gratitude to Chu Yi, making Chu Yi feel awkward. Chen Qin held her mother and looked at Chu Yi, saying, my mom thanks you for lending her rice, which saved her life. Thank you, Chu Yi. Yes, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived. Chen Qin's mother seemed older perhaps due to the illness, looking much older than Aunt Jiang Hui, who should be around the same age or maybe even younger than her. However, currently, Mrs. Chen appeared significantly older than Aunt Jiang Hui. Chen Qin calmed her excited mother. Mom, please go inside first. Let me chat with Chu Yi for a while. Chen Qin noticed that Chu Yi had something to say, so she quickly sent her mother into the house. All right, then you two can chat slowly. Chen Qin looked at Chu Yi and said, please sit down. Chu Yi looked around. It was a studio apartment with just one room, where Chen Qin must have slept together with her mother. Chen Qin took out a bottle of mineral water from beside her and handed it to Chu Yi. There's no beverage at home, so I'm sorry you'll have to drink water. Chen Qin smiled apologetically. Chu Yi didn't say anything and accepted the bottle of mineral water, saying quietly, I'm leaving. Chen Qin froze momentarily, then forced a smile and said, okay, may you have a smooth journey and stay safe. She then thought of something else and asked, when are you leaving? I can't immediately repay you the 100 kilograms of rice, but I will try my best to collect more supplies. Chu Yi waved her hand to decline, it's unnecessary. Why do we need to bother with such trivial matters between friends? You will always be my friend. I hope you continue to live well in the future. Chen Qin was instantly touched. Chu Yi, you're also my best friend. When Chu Yi lent her 100 kilograms of rice without a second thought, Chen Qin knew that Chu Yi would be her lifelong good friend. She had asked others for help, but they were scared off by the request of 100 kilograms and ended up not lending her anything, whereas Chu Yi readily handed over the rice. She was truly grateful to Chu Yi. Chu Yi smiled and said, I came today to say goodbye. In the future, we don't know when we'll meet again. Take care of yourself, and stay safe. Chen Qin couldn't hold back her teary eyes, blinking back the tears. All right, we will definitely meet again. When that time comes, I will certainly return the 100 kilograms of rice to you. I, Chen Qin, am not someone who doesn't repay debts. As Chen Qin finished with a bit of pride, it reminded both of them of their wonderful days back in school sharing the same dormitory. Back then, during the period when she was just pregnant, Chen Qin had resolutely offered any help, including lending money. Neither could have foreseen how, in just 1 year, such a huge disaster would strike City N, losing their homes, losing their schools, and having friends scattered far and wide. Chu Yi smiled gently. All right, I'm waiting. Hopefully, someday in the future, she would return to City N and meet her again. After chatting a while with Chen Qin, Chu Yi politely declined the invitation to dinner and decided to leave the shelter. Inside the shelter, apart from the Zhao family, her only friend was Chen Qin. Now, having bid farewell to her as well, Chu Yi intended to head directly to the ship to reunite with everyone. When Chu Yi reached the gate of the shelter, a familiar sound of car horns, beep beep beep, echoed from behind. Looking back, she saw the familiar jeep and quickly stepped aside among the crowd. Sure enough, it was the same people she recognized from the jeep. Chuyi tried to hide herself further among the crowd beside her to avoid being recognized. She still remembered what the man Chen Qin once introduced her to, said that these people from City B would only stay in City N for a week. Yet, so much time had passed and they hadn't left yet. Today really wasn't a lucky day, encountering them again after the cure vaccine announcement. It was still early morning, and since the news of the cure drug was announced, people gradually ventured out of their rooms. The red-eyed rats no longer posed a serious threat, and many were preparing to leave the shelter. As a result, the gate of the shelter was crowded with people. To avoid the jeep, everyone moved toward the sides of the road. Chuyi squeezed among the bustling crowd. Being pushed back and forth by the surging crowd, Chuyi noticed there were still quite a few people ahead of the jeep squeezing to the sides. Unable to bear the pressure, she hurriedly walked forward along the road, figuring it might take some time before the traffic cleared up near the jeep. Chuyi wanted to get away faster and reach a secluded area where she could take out a shared electric scooter from her storage space. Renting one now wouldn't make sense, given the numerous scooters available in her personal space. Why waste unnecessary funds? As Chuyi gradually distanced herself, she could still hear the lively noises at the shelter's entrance. Instinctively turning back to glance at the place she'd lived in for a long time, Chuyi was startled. She didn't understand where this group of people originated from. Although the shelter's entrance was already crowded with people trying to exit, Chuyi assumed that it would take the jeep some time to push through the crowd. After all, even people moving aside takes time. However, unexpectedly, the security personnel on duty rushed forward and orderly instructed the crowd to let the jeep pass smoothly. In the blink of an eye, the slow-moving crowd was arranged by the staff to the side of the road, making way for the jeep to proceed unobstructed. At this moment, Chuyi watched as the jeep slowly drove toward her direction. Glancing around, she realized that she was the only pedestrian on this stretch of the road, while others remained stationary, observing the jeep curiously. Feeling annoyed, Chuyi had no choice but to stand aside. Last time, when she explored the villa wearing protective gear with glasses and masks, that man with the peach blossom eyes shouldn't recognize her. Now, she carried no disguise whatsoever. If she didn't speak, perhaps she wouldn't be identified. Thus, Chuyi consoled herself with these thoughts. The jeep slowly approached, and the man with peach blossom eyes was still sitting in the passenger seat. Chuyi suddenly regretted standing on the wrong side of the road, realizing she should have been on the driver's side rather than facing the passenger seat. Stifling a sigh toward the situation with the jeep, she quietly walked her own path, hoping it would soon drive past her. Drive faster. At this moment, a deep, seductive voice sounded. It was the man instructing the driver. Seated in the passenger seat, the man stared at the figure on the right side of the road ahead, dimly recognizing a trace of familiarity. He vaguely believed it resembled his little wildcat whom he had waited for so long but had never shown up. With this impression in mind, the man opened his mouth and commanded the driver. The driver didn't delay and immediately accelerated until the jeep was almost in front of him. Then the man spoke again, drive slower. The driver immediately shifted gears, and the vehicle began to move slowly. Inside the car, no one dared to speak except for the man. Chuyi naturally also noticed that the jeep should have quickly passed by but instead slowed down when nearing her, which startled her. However, she kept walking without stopping. The man sat in the slowly moving jeep, staring intently at Chuyi ahead as he drove past. As the vehicle gradually moved beyond Chuyi, the man looked straight at her face and suddenly felt that this person walking on the road resembled the little wildcat who had broken into the villa. He then said, "Stop the car." Subsequently, the man extended his long hand, opened the car door, got out alone, and softly called out, "Little wildcat, I've finally found you." The sound from behind made Chuyi tremble slightly in her heart, but as a soldier trained in the interstellar forces, she maintained her composure and continued walking forward as if she hadn't heard the man's words. The man naturally observed attentively. After his probing words were spoken, the figure in front showed not even a pause, no hesitation whatsoever, making him feel uncertain whether he might have mistaken the person. The man grew frustrated, running his hand through his hair, brushing it across his face until it rested on his peach blossom eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to hear again the voice of that little wildcat woman mocking him with the nickname he hated so much, Peach Blossom Eyes. He clearly noticed her dislike of the nickname he had given her, retaliating by calling him the same thing to irritate him. A slight chuckle escaped the man's lips. Although the man hadn't seen the little wildcat's face clearly, he still remembered her bright, star-like eyes. During their brief encounter, there was an undeniable self-confidence and pride reflected in her demeanor, as if she weren't the least bit afraid of his entire team. Facts proved she managed to escape, and despite all his efforts, he failed to find her again. The man didn't know why he was searching for a woman whose face he'd never truly seen, yet it struck him that she was different from any other woman he'd encountered before. This woman hidden beneath the protective suit, whose real face he never saw, was like a rare little wildcat entering his view, a unique challenge, the first woman to ever slip away from his grasp. In the man's mind, his fixation was merely an attempt to tame such a rare wildcat, a commendable feat since she demonstrated impressive combat skills against more than 10 of his subordinates without faltering. These men under him were all highly skilled, selected after rigorous professional training, and yet they failed to gain any advantage during their confrontation with her. As the man was about to get out of the car to investigate further, a middle-aged man sitting in the back seat suddenly interrupted. "Young master, your plane is already waiting, and we've overstayed our planned time in City N. We must leave immediately, we can't afford any more delays." The man with peach blossom eyes responded irritably, "Are you, Uncle Zhong, trying to manage my affairs?" His tone was cold and merciless. Uncle Zhong, the middle-aged man, respectfully replied but showed no hint of fear. Master, our time is running out. If we don't act quickly, we will lose our foothold in City B. Hearing this, the man's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he stopped paying attention to Chu Yi ahead. Coldly, he ordered, drive. The driver promptly started the vehicle and left Chu Yi far behind, accelerating forward. Chu Yi knew full well that the man had just been testing her. When she wore the protective suit, her whole body was covered, and he wouldn't have recognized her. However, her voice couldn't be disguised if she were to speak. To avoid being discovered, Chu Yi chose not to respond as though she hadn't heard. Once the jeep disappeared far ahead, Chu Yi resumed her journey. She found a secluded spot, pulled out a shared bicycle from her personal space, and headed towards the rendezvous point with the ship. On the other side, the man was leaving City N today as well. Having stayed in City N for too long, departure became unavoidable, although failing to find the woman of interest left his mood sour throughout the trip. By the time Chu Yi arrived at the direction of the ship, everyone was waiting for her, including Yi Yu and his wife, who came to see her off. The couple had ridden bicycles, likely borrowed from somewhere, standing nearby while awaiting Chu Yi. Yi Yu handed over some prepared items to Chu Yi, saying, "This is a token of appreciation from me and my husband. Please accept it, and once again, thank you for saving our lives." Yi Yu held several bags, filled with cookies, bread, and 2 crates of mineral water. Chu Yi said, "You keep these things for yourselves. Once we enter the shelter, everything has to be prepared by ourselves. There are no subsidies in the shelter, everything depends on oneself. You'd better hold on to this food, it will help you get through hard times. In the past, this food might have been something insignificant, even worth little money, but during calamity, it was life-saving." Zhu Yuming smiled and said, "It's fine. You saved both of us, and we can't thank you enough. Besides, we still have some supplies, and my wife and I have our hands and feet, we'll work harder, and life will go on. It's you who should be careful. The sea isn't much safer than land, storms could come anytime. You also need to stay safe." Seeing that there was no way to decline, Chu Yi accepted the supplies. "Then I wish you good luck. In the shelter, don't easily trust anyone. The two of you supporting each other will surely make a better future." Neither of them had lazy or cunning personalities. Hardworking people would always do well, wherever they were. Yi Yu smiled and said, "Thanks for your good wishes. Smooth journey." Chu Yi nodded. "Chem." She then pointed at the 3-wheeled electric scooter she rode over with Zhao Qing and her group. "Our 3-wheeler is yours. The shared bike I rode here isn't rented from the shelter either. You can take it, it's easier to ride than a regular bicycle." Chu Yi thought, unable to fit the remaining vehicles into her space and unable to bring them along, so why not give them to Yi Yu and his wife? The couple looked back and Yi Yu nodded in gratitude. "All right, thank you, Chu Yi. Currently, only the shelter provides electricity and water, so having an electric scooter is quite convenient. It's more cost-effective than renting one from the shelter. In the future, with city ruins yet to be cleared, cars will have difficulty navigating, while electric scooters can maneuver easily among the ruins, providing smoother transportation than driving cars." Chapter 39, At Sea. A group of 5 adults and 2 children set off on a boat, departing by sea towards City B. The vessel that Jiang Liran had arranged wasn't one of those commercial fishing boats. Rather, it was like a white yacht, tall and large with 2 levels. Below was the cockpit responsible for driving, and above were the passenger cabin and open deck space for activities. The ship was relatively large and came equipped with solar power generation devices. After everyone boarded, Jiang Liran set the course. It only required steering in the specified direction, so she and Zhao Qing took turns driving. When it was time to sleep at night, they would allow the ship to float freely, since the sea was calm and there was little chance of straying from the course. The group spent their time in the upper deck area, where the sea surface stretched peacefully ahead. Chu Yi asked, "How long do you think we'll be drifting at sea?" Chu Yi looked toward Jiang Liran, who was at the helm. Jiang Liran checked the route. "If we don't deviate, it should take about 10 days of sailing to get there." Chu Yi glanced at the weather outside, sighing, "I hope the winds will be favorable all the way, allowing us to reach the capital sooner." At this moment, Zhao Qing descended and upon hearing Chu Yi's words quickly reassured her, "Chu Yi, don't worry. Before departure, my brother consulted many seasoned sailors about the weather conditions. For the next few days, it's going to be sunny. Although there are a couple of rainy days forecasted, it won't significantly affect our journey, only possibly slowing us down a bit during those days." Chu Yi nodded. "That's good." It wasn't that she was worried, in fact, all the adults could swim. However, there were still the 2 children to consider. They couldn't swim, and if any sudden incidents occurred, in such vast waters, even the adults might struggle to protect themselves, let alone the 2 kids. Chu Yi absently touched the invisible space button around her neck, a product of interstellar technology at its latest iteration when she first bought it. Though she'd used it multiple times, it wouldn't accept living beings, meaning she couldn't keep the children safe inside. Still, the manual she'd read back then mentioned that the space button harbored some hidden functions yet to be discovered. She wondered what these hidden features might be. Life at sea wasn't boring, despite there being only a few of them aboard. Throughout the voyage, they hadn't encountered another vessel, but their supplies of food and water were ample. Chu Yi hadn't anticipated that Jiang Liran had stocked up a substantial amount of food as well, so much so that they could last a month aboard without depleting the supplies. Moreover, seafood was abundant at sea. Among them, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing were the best swimmers, capable of diving underwater for up to 15 minutes without trouble, allowing them to catch some seafood to satisfy their cravings. Chuyi's swimming ability was something she had learned out of necessity while studying interstellar sciences. The original Chuyi did not know how to swim. Days aboard the ship were filled with joy and freedom, clearly bringing happiness to the two children, who delighted daily in eating fresh seafood. Those troubled days of the past seemed now only like a distant memory. This tranquil time made Chuyi wish to stay longer. However, as time passed, the weather at sea gradually began to change. The peaceful days seemed to have taken on new twists. The sea gradually stirred with strong winds, prompting Jiang Liran to quickly mobilize everyone to raise the sails to prevent the ship from being blown off course. Standing on the deck, the wind swept forcefully, making hair fly wildly. Chuyi remarked, "The wind is getting quite strong. There may be rain soon." Zhao Qing replied, "That's strange. My brother and I also studied the weather patterns. While there is a forecast for rain, it shouldn't be happening at this time." Jiang Liran said, "With natural disasters happening frequently lately, it seems that the weather is no longer stable. A shift like this is common now." Not long after observation, the sky darkened suddenly. In the distance, heavy clouds rolled in, and moisture tinged the air. The wind sails flapped chaotically, accompanied by a roaring sound. Jiang Liran announced, "Go back and organize the items in the room. A heavy rainstorm might come soon. With this wind, try to close all windows and doors tightly." After saying this, Jiang Liran returned to the control room. Chuyi and Zhao Qing hurriedly went back to arrange everything inside properly. The two children usually followed Mr. and Mrs. Jiang during the day and only stayed with Chuyi at night. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, being older, particularly enjoyed having the children nearby for company. Additionally, life on the ship lacked entertainment, so the presence of the children brought much joy. Therefore, they agreed with Chuyi to help look after the children, returning them to Chuyi only at night. It was only 4 in the afternoon, still early, so the two children remained with Mr. and Mrs. Jiang indoors. Chuyi organized her belongings and helped Mr. and Mrs. Jiang tidy theirs. Zhao Qing and Jiang Liran shared a room, taking turns driving the ship. After finishing her tasks, Chuyi had nothing else to do and stayed in the room with Mrs. Jiang and the couple, keeping an eye on the two children. The children were at their most playful age, and their antics often made the adults laugh heartily. Suddenly, the room shook. Chuyi quickly went over and hugged the two children. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were also startled, then hurriedly moved forward to surround the two children protectively. Fortunately, the boat's rocking didn't last long. After a short while, it calmed down again. Mrs. Jiang asked nervously, "What just happened? Was that a strong wind?" Chuyi first checked on the children. Not only were the two children not scared by the shaking of the boat, they even stared curiously outside. Chuyi was relieved and said, "Auntie Jiang, Uncle Zhao, could you please look after the kids for a moment? It might be because heavy rain is coming, so the wind has grown stronger outside. I'll go check what's going on." With that, Chuyi went out. On the deck, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing were already there observing the distance. Chuyi asked, "It hasn't rained yet, why did the ship rock so fiercely just now?" Zhao Qing, looking grave, pointed toward the distance. Following his finger, Chuyi saw several narrow whirlpools stretching from the sky down into the sea, churning up enormous waves around them. Even though they were far away, she could feel the power of the wind. Chuyi exclaimed, "What is this? What is this?" Jiang Liran answered calmly, "A tornado." Yes, it was a tornado, occurring far from their ship but still affecting their area with its force. Each tornado was tall and thin, and their immense suction caused the surrounding waters to boil, as if in a frenzy. The multiple tornadoes headed off in different directions, spinning across the sea. Chuyi pointed toward the tornadoes and asked, "Where are these tornadoes heading?" Jiang Liran replied, "Judging by the wind direction, they should be heading toward nearby cities." Furrowing his brow as he watched the tornadoes move farther away, he thought, given this speed and strength, there shouldn't be just a few of them. This indicated that before reaching them, the tornadoes had already formed and scattered in various directions. Zhao Qing gasped, "Then isn't there bound to be new disasters on land?" They hadn't known how other cities had coped with the plague situation. When they left, City N had just announced the cure, but since they were leaving, they hadn't investigated the success rate of the medicine thoroughly. It had been only a few days. People might still be dealing with the virus spread by the red-eyed rats when the tornadoes arrived again. Chuyi could hardly imagine all the calamities striking this planet. It wasn't hard to foresee that the arrival of the tornadoes would bring about catastrophic destruction to cities. At this moment, Zhao Qing suddenly shouted in alarm, "Wait, look." His voice was filled with fear. Chuyi and Jiang Liran quickly looked. The distant tornadoes had dispersed and drifted toward different positions, except one remained stationary. Once all the others had left, this particular tornado whipped up wildly, and the wind blew in the direction of Chuyi's ship. Jiang Liran spoke sternly, "Get back to the rooms and secure yourselves. I will adjust the course to steer clear of the tornado." Zhao Qing and Chuyi nodded urgently, and Jiang Liran immediately departed. The ship that Jiang Liran had purchased through connections at a high price was of solid quality, yet against a tornado, it seemed like a mere toy. Given the tornado's trajectory, all Jiang Liran could do was deviate from its path to avoid being caught within its track. He hoped it would suffice to evade the danger. Chuyi turned back and saw that the distant tornado had already grown larger. The grayish-white vortex body harmonized with the dim skies, creating deep swirls that churned the seawater like a tidal wave. Light rain started falling from the sky, and thunder roared overhead, rumbling. Accompanied by the approaching strong winds and rain splashing on their bodies, a chill ran through them. As the boat changed its course under control, rain poured heavily onto the deck. Chuyi, go back quickly. Jiang Liran's voice came through the deck to Chuyi's ears, and she rushed back to the cabin. Every room had safety ropes. Chuyi returned to Mr. and Mrs. Jiang's room, briefly explaining the situation before wanting to pick up the two children to take them back to another room. Mrs. Jiang pulled Chuyi quickly, saying, leave little Moon here. You can't handle both children alone. The small cabins on the ship were compact, barely enough space for two adults, and although it was convenient for Chuyi to stay with the children due to their youth, staying together under such circumstances presented challenges, especially with leaving little Moon behind. Mom. Little Moon seemed to sense something and wouldn't let go of Chuyi's clothes, despite Chuyi holding her son. Little Moon obediently held onto Chuyi's clothes, leaning affectionately beside her while her small hands tightly gripped the hem. Jiang Hui, seeing this, hurried forward and coaxed Little Moon to let go. Little Moon, why don't you sleep with Grandma Jiang tonight? Be a good girl. But Little Moon still clung tightly to Chuyi's clothes. At that moment, the ship began to shake violently. The adults all lost their balance and fell to the ground. As Chuyi stumbled on the verge of falling, she quickly pulled both children into her arms. Subsequently, the ship continued to rock, and Chuyi gradually regained her footing. Auntie Jiang Hui, it's better for Little Moon to stay with me. You guys need to secure yourselves with the safety ropes immediately. Seeing this, Jiang Hui stopped trying to persuade them. As Chuyi hugged the two children tightly, she rushed out of Jiang Hui and her husband's room. Her quarters were just next door, while Zhao Qing and Jiang Liran stayed on the lower level. Once back in the room, Chuyi secured Little Moon with the safety rope. The baby was too young, so Chuyi had to tie him together with her. Chuyi gripped Little Moon's little hand. Little Moon, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Everything will be fine. Just as she finished speaking, the ship trembled violently. Outside, the sea waves grew louder one after another, and thunder roared like it was right beside their ears, swishing and booming. At that moment, the ship swayed like a flower in the ocean, tossed about by the waves. As the boat kept shaking, the impact also increased continuously. Chuyi gathered most of the items in the room, but the blanket on the bed had already rolled off due to the turmoil. The pounding sounds outside were incessant, and their bodies moved up and down constantly. Despite closing all doors and windows, the wind could still be heard whistling loudly. Chuyi had no choice but to tightly hug the two children. Suddenly, the window couldn't withstand the force and broke with a loud bang. Ah! Little Moon screamed in fear, and the baby Chuyi held in her arms began to wriggle restlessly. Chuyi wasn't sure if the baby was scared, but Little Moon definitely was. Chuyi bent down and picked up the blanket from the ground, wrapping Little Moon hastily. The strong wind blew in from the broken window, creating such intense gusts that Chuyi felt it was hard to breathe. After securely wrapping Little Moon, she took a small blanket from the hidden space and wrapped the baby snugly. Outside, rain droplets came rushing in through the shattered window with the waves, causing Chuyi to shiver with cold. She hugged the two children even tighter. Perhaps thanks to the blankets, the children gradually calmed down. In the unknown city, the arrival of the tornado brought catastrophic destruction. People who were outdoors were instantly swept up into the sky by the sudden tornadoes. Those inside buildings fared better, but anyone or anything in open spaces, cars, trees, even partially cleared debris was obliterated by the tornado's powerful winds. Screams of terror echoed across the land once more. Suddenly, the ship started spinning wildly as if hit by some unseen force. Chuyi felt as though she would float away, her feet slightly leaving the ground. She realized they might have approached the edge of the tornado's path. As the tornado drew closer, their entire ship risked being lifted off the water and thrown into its core, where the vessel would surely shatter under the immense pressure, leaving everyone aboard with grim prospects. At this critical moment, Chuyi understood that life and death hung in the balance. Still, she did not regret choosing the water route. No one could predict what might happen at sea, nor was staying on land necessarily any safer. If tornadoes could form and travel in all directions, how could people on land resist them? Bang! The ship seemed struck by something and leaped as if flying through the air before slamming back onto the water. It then slid several meters along with the force, spinning repeatedly. Chuyi firmly embraced the two children, moving left and right in synchronization with the rocking of the ship. After an indeterminate amount of time, the dizzying shaking gradually ceased. Chuyi closed her eyes to steady herself. After a moment, she heard knocking at the door. Opening her eyes, she untied the ropes and laid the two children back in bed, gently patting them to calm them down. Then she opened the door, revealing Jiang Liran. Drenched from head to toe, Jiang Liran appeared even more resolute in the rainwater. It was only then that Chuyi noticed the heavy downpour coming through the broken window. Jiang Liran asked concernedly, "Are you all right?" He looked Chuyi over from top to bottom and saw that she was unharmed. Turning to glance inside, he saw the room was disheveled but the children lying safe on the bed. Neither the adults nor the children were injured. Chuyi smiled faintly. "I'm fine. How's Auntie Jiang Hui doing?" Jiang Liran said, "Nothing serious, everything is still okay. It's just that the things in the room are all over the place." He pointed at Chuyi's room while speaking. Everything inside the room had shifted from its original place, except for the bed. The items were scattered and disorganized on the ground, with chairs overturned in disorder. Chuyi thought for a moment and smiled. Auntie Jiang Hui's room was not far away, so it would be natural to check on her on the way. Her own room was close to the seaside, Beyond the shattered window lay the sea. The tornado outside had already left, but the violent storm continued. Zhao Qing's voice came from outside the door. Chuyi, are you alright? Zhao Qing walked in and saw everyone was fine. Jiang Liran pointed at Chuyi's broken window and said, the window has shattered, let me cover it with some cloth strips. It will allow ventilation while also offering some protection. The current condition on the ship allowed only for this solution. Jiang Liran then found a burlap sack, tore a piece off, and nailed it onto the window tightly. The hard burlap could temporarily shield against the wind and rain blowing in through the broken window. After finishing, Jiang Liran said, there's nothing else I need to do here, so I'll head down to adjust the course. Due to the impact of the tornado, the current route had deviated from the original one. They needed to adjust their direction themselves, otherwise they wouldn't know where the ship might drift to. Chuyi stayed in the room to tidy up. After an unknown period of time, Chuyi finally set out under the umbrella with the two children to the place where Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Hu resided. When Chuyi arrived, they had already cleaned up. Seeing Chuyi come in with the children, Jiang Hui immediately asked, are the children alright? We just heard your voices and were about to go check on the kids after finishing up. After Jiang Hui finished speaking, she gently touched the two children. Perhaps due to Chuyi's proper care, the two kids weren't affected at all and were still cheerful. This made Jiang Hui like them even more, and she immediately hugged them and told Chuyi, leave the children here with me. There are many tasks on the ship for you young people. We two old folks can take good care of ourselves and look after the children. After experiencing such disasters, Jiang Hui believed that being together as a family was the best scenario now. Disasters are merciless, but being with loved ones takes away much of the hardship. Chuyi nodded, as she also wanted to ask about the situation. She then prepared to head downstairs. The wind and rain outside were still continuing. Though they had prepared mentally, the actual event brought another feeling entirely. However, they didn't have much choice but to continue forward. Zhao Qing sighed again. So many tornadoes in this area alone, wonder how other places are doing. The red-eyed rat issue just started to improve, and now we've encountered another disaster. I don't even know how much destruction this will cause. Even though their ship was just near the edge of the tornado, it was tossed about wildly. In that moment, Zhao Qing felt as if the ship and he might part ways forever. Jiang Liran said, when our safety isn't even guaranteed, how can we worry about others' lives? Jiang Liran was not a cold-blooded person, but when disaster struck, too much sympathy was of little use. It couldn't stop the disaster from coming and could only help protect one's own safety so as to be capable of helping others. Zhao Qing looked at his cousin and sighed, sigh, I don't know what's going on these past couple of years. Why are there so many disasters on our planet? They keep coming one after another, giving us no time to catch our breath. Could it really be the end of the world? Jiang Liran said indifferently, stop imagining things. Chuyi rolled her eyes as well, don't talk too much about your apocalypse theory. Zhao Qing defended himself, doesn't it seem like that? Disasters are coming one after another. There's hardly any breathing room left for humanity. We were just starting to recover from the last disaster when a new one hits again, just when we're beginning to see some improvement, yet another comes along. If this keeps up, even the strongest people won't be able to keep resisting disasters forever. Chuyi said, in that case, maybe these are tests given by this planet to humans. The fittest survive, and disasters work the same way. This might be the future of human evolution. When changes happen in the planet, the arrival of disasters is a test for humans. Those who remain may experience a qualitative leap, and perhaps even transcend this planet. The people from their star system were also humans, but evolved ones. Chuyi hadn't initially understood the evolutionary history of humans, but they had indeed transcended this planet, moving on to a higher level one. Chapter 40, Landing. Just as everyone was waiting for the rain to pass and the sun to come out, the rain not only didn't decrease but instead grew heavier, with raging storms every day now. Now, everyone was gathered in the cabin, unable to go out due to the heavy rain. Chuyi even felt that the water level had risen, but without any reference points around, it was impossible to accurately confirm the water level. Jiang Liran and others also did not dare to drive the boat randomly, fearing they might deviate further. They could only remain still and let the ship drift along with the current every day. The group sat in a room chatting. This had become their only activity after the rain. With the rain continuing outside, they couldn't leave or they would surely return drenched. Jiang Hui sighed, we don't know when this rain will stop, and the food in the warehouse is already starting to mold. Jiang Liran said, once the rain stops, we'll find a nearby city to settle for a few days and then replan our route. Zhao Qing said, great, how long have we been on this ship? About a week. I already feel more comfortable being back on solid ground. I haven't slept well every night. Since they had decided to dock first, everyone just waited for the rain to stop. After several more days, torrential rains gradually turned into drizzles, and the sun appeared afterward. The next day, by following the direction of the sun, Jiang Liran finally figured out the deviation of their route. S-City. Everyone was shocked. S-City was a coastal city famous for its variety of seafood, but it was far from N-City and was not on their planned route. They hadn't expected their deviation to carry them all the way to S-City. Chuyi actually didn't fully understand the distance between the locations since neither she nor her original self had ever left N-City. The original Chuyi at least had heard about it, but Chuyi herself only knew through memory. Therefore, Jiang Liran could only show Chuyi the map. Chuyi looked at the positions of N-City and S-City, then compared the distances between S-City and B-City, surprised. Then, are we going back to the original route or plan a new one? If they were departing from S City, their route would be completely different from if they had started from N City. Zhao Qing said, "Of course, we're returning to the original route. We're not familiar with the routes around S City." They weren't professional seafarers and had no knowledge of maritime routes. What they had learned was all under temporary guidance from experienced hands, but it was nowhere near enough to independently plan a route. Jiang Hui pointed at the map, "But we seem to have deviated quite far, and we're unsure if we can return to the original route." It was probably the initial tornado attack. Although the ship was lucky enough not to be sucked into the tornado, it still received the effects of its wind force, which carried the ship off its original position. Then, with continuous rain and winds over several days, the strong winds pushed their ship for several days, causing their route to deviate even farther. Jiang Li Ran calmly said, "We'll head to S City first for supplies and rest, see if we can find an experienced master to help us replan the route. If we can't, we'll return to the original route." The original route was leaving from N City and then reaching Y City, the nearest C City to B City via waterways, before heading back to B City. Now, in S City, which was approximately the same distance from B City as N City, their route was parallel but deviated. Returning to the original route would waste more time. Departing from S City would make their journey almost identical to starting from N City, though taking a direct path from S City would save more time. No one else had objections. Following Jiang Li Ran's navigation, the ship that had been adrift on the sea for a week headed purposefully toward S City, preparing to dock. As Jiang Li Ran followed the route and they sailed for what seemed like an indefinite amount of time, Chu Yi and others standing on the deck finally saw a glimpse of land. By chance, while Jiang Li Ran's ship slowly approached the shore, Chu Yi and others noticed several large ships docked by the shoreline. Chu Yi pointed towards the distance. "There are ships." This place didn't look like a major port. There were roughly 5 or 6 ships docked on the shore, varying in size. Jiang Li Ran carefully steered closer, when suddenly a man appeared on one of the ships far away and waved towards their vessel. Zhao Qing pointed at the man. "What is he doing?" Chu Yi was puzzled too, but Jiang Li Ran had noticed the waving gesture and brought the ship closer. As soon as they were close to the man's ship, the man stood on the deck shouting, "Who are you people? We've never seen your ship around these waters before." The man's rough appearance exuded an aggressive tone right away. Jiang Li Ran was steering the ship, while Zhao Qing stepped forward and said, "We are from N City and are heading to B City. We've been drifting on the sea for many days, and we want to land to resupply." The rough-looking man appraised Chu Yi and her companions standing on the deck, noticing the presence of elders and children, which put him at ease. He believed Zhao Qing's explanation and replied, "This is a small port of S City. All the boats here are fishing vessels. If you want to dock your passenger ship, you'll have to park it by the side so as not to block the main channel, or it will affect the fishing boat's ability to leave for the sea." The man pointed to a place further away where there were grasslands with just a barely visible narrow path, estimating that this small port might only host fishing boats, rarely any other types. Zhao Qing glanced in the direction and nodded. "All right, we understand." Subsequently, Zhao Qing descended into the cabin to inform Jiang Li Ran of the situation and then steered the ship in the direction the rough man had indicated. When they finally arrived at their designated position, there was already some distance between their ship and the fishing boats. After anchoring, the compartment was opened, and one after another disembarked. Then, they secured the boat's fixed position before finally stepping ashore. After landing, everyone walked towards the nearby fishing boats. Upon arrival, they found about 7 or 8 people waiting, including the same rugged man who had guided them earlier. Zhao Qing greeted first. "Hello, I'm Zhao Qing." The rough man scrutinized them carefully before responding. "Hello, I'm Wei Da Hu, and these others are the watchmen from the different fishing boats today." As Wei Da Hu spoke, he gestured toward the circle of surrounding people. Zhao Qing responded, "It looks good here. Our N City has endured so many disasters, it's been terrible. That's why we're seeking refuge with relatives in B City." Seeing Wei Da Hu conversing with strangers, the other fishermen quietly withdrew to rest, leaving only Wei Da Hu to respond. "Our S City isn't faring too well either. The flood submerged everything, and an earthquake collapsed a large part of the buildings. Fortunately, there are many people who rely on fishing for survival here, and we have quite a number of small and large ports. Families with boats managed to survive these calamities somewhat easier." Zhao Qing asked, "Do you all live on your boats?" Pointing towards the neighboring boats, shadows could be seen moving around, clearly indicating people present. Wei Da Hu sighed, "With one disaster after another, the nation can hardly keep up anymore. Here in S City, many have always lived on fishing boats. Since the series of calamities occurred, houses suffered serious damage. A refugee base was established within S City, but everything inside costs money. No, actually it's been changed to a common point system now, everything requires points. Lately, due to alternating rain and scorching sun, food supplies became tight in S City. The government implemented a new policy, allowing us to enter the city to gather provisions. However, upon returning to the base, we must hand over 30% of what we gathered, and the remaining goes to individuals. Yet, most of our food comprises seafood, which has a short shelf life. The city suffers water and power outages, so many batches of food have already spoiled. If food supplies become more strained in S City, many people moved onto their boats to live. Owning a vessel allows one to avoid fees and continue hunting daily for sustenance, making life better." Chu Yi remarked, "So, your living conditions seem relatively improved and self-sufficient." Wei Da Hu replied, "Yes, we depend on the weather too. During the recent heavy rains, we couldn't go out to sea. Fortunately, we usually reserve some food, managing to get through those times. Now cash doesn't serve much purpose, and anyone setting sail each day has to contribute a proportion of food to the government as payment. Besides, we cannot consume sea products exclusively, so sometimes we trade some with the government for other foods. On good days, when the catch is plentiful, apart from what we hand over to the government, we still have plenty left. But on bad days, ensuring daily meals becomes problematic. Then glancing around furtively, Wei Da who whispered, during the previous rainstorm, none of the fishing boats from our port went out to sea. I heard from someone exchanging food that several boats went out during the torrential rain and encountered a tornado. It swept away multiple vessels. Consequently, nobody dared set sail again when it rained later. Jiang Li Ran immediately inquired, did you encounter any tornadoes around here? Wei Da who looked at Jiang Li Ran, who had spoken, then replied, no, only the ones who went out a few days ago witnessed it. Now, the group understood that no tornado had struck S-City. Jiang Li Ran asked, is there an experienced old sailor around here? This was their real goal for coming ashore. Wei Da who puzzled, why do you need an experienced sailor? It seems like the ship you're driving is pretty decent anyway. Zhao Qing explained, we've deviated from our course. We were originally heading to B-City and need someone experienced in navigation to help calculate our position and establish a new route. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Wei Da who shook his head, even if there are experienced sailors here, they can't help you. While many people here know the local sea routes well, few of them know the way to B-City. Among those I know, none have ever been to B-City, so we cannot assist you with establishing the route. This gave Chu Yi and her companions a rather bad piece of news. However, they didn't dwell on it for long because their food, having gotten wet from rain on the ship, had largely been thrown out due to mold, leaving supplies that would only last around a week. As a result, they decided to take some portable food with them while locking the remainder inside the ship's cabin. Since there was no transportation available, all they could rely on was walking. But upon hearing about the poor conditions within S-City as described by Wei Da who, the group decided that Jiang Li Ran and Chu Yi should go ahead and scout, while the others stayed on the ship with the children. After all, the ship still had some food, and given the current situation where security is low, a small lock being broken or the food stolen might be inevitable. With little familiarity with the area, it would be hard to even track down whoever did it, thus requiring someone to remain and watch over the boat. Fortunately, Wei Da who and his crew were resting nearby at the port. Because there was no means of transport, Jiang Li Ran traded some food with Wei Da who for their electric vehicles used to enter the city. They also had three-wheeled electric vehicles, which were originally used for dragging goods into S-City. Though they had previously owned vans and trucks, these had been scrapped due to the flood and earthquake. The smaller electric vehicles and three-wheelers were usually just for personal use or transporting small cargoes and could be stored on boats during disasters. The large vehicles were useless now, leaving them with only the electric bikes. Thus, Jiang Li Ran set off with Chu Yi riding an electric bike. Along the way, they witnessed the desolation of S-City. The initial floods hit the coastal cities hardest, raising water levels such that the first victims were inevitably these coastal areas. Now, after so much time, and with the onset of new disasters, the already damaged S-City was in an even worse condition. Surrounding buildings were collapsed in great numbers, with very few remaining intact. Many partially collapsed structures suggested damage from recent heavy rains. Roads were muddy, riddled with puddles, and water levels were elevated in various areas. Chu Yi lamented, the disaster here in S-City is worse than imagined. Jiang Li Ran quietly said, this is a small coastal city with limited land space. If a sea tornado ever struck here, it would put the survival of the entire city in question. Chu Yi sighed, hastening alongside Jiang Li Ran toward the refuge camp mentioned by Wei Da who. The sights along the way through S-City affected both of them deeply. When the two finally reached the so-called refuge base, they found it wasn't particularly large. According to Wei Da who, it was the only high school left in S-City, but even its buildings had collapsed significantly. Despite the damages Chu Yi observed, she noted areas where people were actively rebuilding, constructing new walls. This confirmed her guess that the high school must have suffered significant collapse before being restored and reinforced to maintain its somewhat complete structure. Parking their vehicle carefully outside the entrance to the shelter, they prepared to enter but were stopped. A guard asked simply, passport? The gate looked relatively newly erected with rods obstructing the entrance and a small booth placed beside it, akin to old-fashioned security booths. A small fence separated a pedestrian passage from a vehicle lane, an unexpected division Chu Yi hadn't anticipated under the circumstances. A staff member wearing an ID badge sat behind a desk near the rod controlling vehicle access. Two people sat on either side of the table, one man and one woman, each responsible for checking entries on their respective sides. When Chu Yi and Jiang Li Ran approached, they were queried about their passport. Jiang Li Ran answered, we are not locals and do not possess a passport. Chu Yi then inquired, can we apply for one? In N-City, computerized registration systems managed identity checks every time people entered or exited, making this requirement for physical passports entirely new. The woman in charge of the pedestrian lane then asked, why are you here? Chu Yi replied, we're passing through S-City looking for someone. Finding an old sailor knowledgeable about navigation fell under this category. The woman studied Chu Yi and responded slowly, are you planning to settle here permanently or temporarily? Chu Yi answered, we're only here to find someone, we don't plan to stay long in S-City. If we don't find who we're looking for within the next couple of days, we will leave since our destination isn't here. The woman then said, if you go to the window over there to apply for a temporary pass, you can enter the base. Each person needs about 2 packs of instant noodles as a fee. Chuyi smiled and said, thank you. Subsequently, the two went to the window the woman mentioned. Not far from the base, a few people were scattered in line. After waiting briefly, it was Chuyi's turn. Chuyi said, hello, we would like to apply for a temporary pass. The person inside the window wore a mask. Through the glass, they responded indifferently, 2 packs of instant noodles per person. Chuyi took out food from her backpack. She and Jiangli Ran each carried a backpack filled with supplies when they left, and instant noodles made up the bulk of their stockpiled food. Chuyi took out 4 packs of noodles and handed them to the staff member. After receiving the noodles, the staff member busied themselves with something and then handed out 2 simple cards that read temporary pass in print. Jiangli Ran and Chuyi carefully took the documents and stepped aside to observe. The card only had these 5 words on its front. The back was blank. Chuyi smirked and said, this is really minimalist. Jiangli Ran, unusually with a smile in his eyes, said, do you want them to be gold-plated? Chuyi casually replied, this is indeed very minimal. Afterward, the two didn't say anything more and entered the refuge base. They didn't need accommodation, so upon entering, they didn't have to look for housing allocation but directly strolled around the base. Surprisingly, even though small like a sparrow, the base had everything one might need. It even featured a street dedicated to shopping. The couple discovered this street unintentionally while wandering through the base. It was bustling with people browsing. There were plenty of stalls run by vendors, some set up with basins, some using tables, and others laying out burlap bags. Most sold seafood such as various kinds of seafood and seaweed products including kelp. Jiangli Ran led Chuyi directly to a stall selling seafood. The vendor warmly greeted them upon seeing them approach. Take a look, what do you need? All fresh goods. Chuyi squatted down to take a closer look. There were shrimps, fish, shellfish, and also some seaweed. Both the shrimps and fish were still alive, but Chuyi noticed that they weren't as lively as she expected. Jiangli Ran saw Chuyi staring at the fish and shrimps and explained, they've been artificially farmed for a few days, and their activity has significantly decreased compared to before. However, they're still relatively fresh. Chuyi finally understood. Artificially farmed seafood and those freshly caught from the sea are not the same. Thinking about it, it made sense. There had been heavy rain recently. People going out to sea from S-City encountered typhoons, and few dared to venture out anymore. This seafood could likely have been from previous stock stored at home, which wouldn't remain as active regardless of how frequently the water was changed, let alone being several days old already. After being pointed out by someone, the vendor chuckled and said, this guy knows his stuff. These are from last week, but because of the rain, I didn't set up my stall or go out to sea, so I kept them alive myself. Anyway, they don't do well in fresh water as they did in the sea, so I quickly set up the stall as soon as it cleared up. If I didn't, these sea products wouldn't last long either. Seeing the vendor as an honest man who wasn't upset about being called out but instead shared his hardships, Chuyi asked, so, how are you planning to sell these? Chuyi knew that this base used points as currency, but since they were new arrivals, they didn't have any points. To their surprise, the vendor looked around cautiously and whispered, no need for points. Any other type of food will work. Chuyi glanced at Jiangli Ran, then said, will chocolates work? Chuyi wasn't fond of chocolate, but it was convenient to carry and the most filling, so she collected quite a bit of it. While at sea, they occasionally dived into the water to catch some fish and shrimp, but without proper equipment, they couldn't dive deep and hunting opportunities were scarce, meaning the seafood catches were limited. They merely managed to satisfy their cravings rather than having enough to feast on, so seeing this now, Chuyi wanted to buy some, plus the vendor seemed trustworthy. The vendor's eyes lit up, and he eagerly replied, yes, yes. In a low voice, Chuyi began bargaining with the vendor and ended up buying a large amount of shrimp and shellfish as well as some Mundaria pinnatifida, wakame. Practically speaking, Chuyi bought almost all the fish and shellfish available on the vendor's stand, along with some seaweed. Since the quantities on the small stands were limited, all contained in small basins with water, the vendor took out big bags to pack everything well for Chuyi, after which Chuyi handed over all the chocolates in both of their backpacks. Having enjoyed a great haul, Chuyi didn't forget her original purpose and inquired of the vendor, boss, do you know if there are experienced sailors here? I plan to go to B-City and need an expert to help me determine the route. The vendor gave Chuyi a surprised look and said, B-City is quite far from S-City. Are you really planning to go? Chuyi nodded, of course. We're going to B-City, we're joining our relatives. No matter how long we've been adrift outside, nothing beats reuniting with family. Chuyi wasn't referring to herself, but rather the Zhao family and Jiangli Ran as well as Little Moon, while she only had her son Chu Jun she as a family member. The vendor said, since you bought quite a lot today, I'll help you out. Many years ago, I sailed to B-City and experienced its prosperity there. However, as I'm still someone from a small city at heart, I eventually returned to S-City to live. I have an old route map marked when I went to B-City along with relevant navigation information that you can take. Chuyi couldn't believe their luck. Thank you so much, boss. The vendor smiled and nodded. I haven't seen such an energetic girl in a long time. Your boyfriend's really lucky. He glanced at both Chuyi and Jiangli Ran as he spoke. Chuyi choked on the words stuck in her throat and her face turned slightly red. Boss, you got it wrong. He's not my boyfriend. The vendor was startled for a moment. Congratulations. You two are so young to already be married. I wish you guys many blessings and children early. At this point, Chuyi waved her hands dismissively. Boss, you've misunderstood him. He's neither my husband nor my boyfriend, just a friend. Chu Yi was self-aware enough to realize this. Jiang Li Ran, having overheard some part of this exchange, grew serious, his eyes darkening. This time the vendor looked towards Jiang Li Ran and seeing the man's unpleasant expression realized he had probably heard Chu Yi's clarification. To avoid being subjected to any icy air anymore, he quickly interjected, "Then will you help me look after my stall for a while? My house is just behind here. I'll fetch the items." With that, he rushed off in a hurry. Chu Yi was stunned. This boss is too honest. He doesn't even worry about us running off with the things on his stall. But at this moment, Jiang Li Ran remained silent. Chu Yi, due to the vendor's earlier mistaken dialogue, felt awkward to look at Jiang Li Ran immediately, and the silent atmosphere between the two persisted until the vendor returned with the materials in hand. Chapter 41, S-City. After obtaining the materials, the two prepared to return to the ship. It was really inconvenient to carry all these items around. The two rode their bikes slowly without speaking. To break the silence, Chu Yi started looking around and then suddenly said, "It seems like there's no plague of rats in S-City. I haven't heard any relevant topics, and I haven't seen any rats on the road." They hadn't seen many rats along the way, entering the shelter base didn't require taking a temperature check either, and people inside didn't appear to know anything about the red-eyed rat virus. Jiang Liran saw Chu Yi muttering words and used an empty finger to point at the ruins nearby and said, "Look over there, the ruins are covered in moisture, which indicates this city has suffered from a massive water disaster. In such a case, the rats would have drowned." Chu Yi took a look. The ruins were mostly debris from collapsed houses. She thought for a moment and said, "There has been rain every day recently. Having water vapor is pretty normal, isn't it?" Jiang Liran continued, "Then take a look inside. Even if it's raining, it's impossible for everything to get soaked so quickly. The exposed ruins only got wet from the rain. Judging by the surroundings, there hasn't been any flooding, but these residues outside have already started rotting. This shows that they've been soaked before. I remember that during the initial flood disasters, coastal cities, because of their proximity to the sea, most of them were submerged more than half. South City also being close to the sea was no exception, and it was natural for it to have been flooded back then. Later, even though the houses remained standing after the flood, they still incurred some damage. That's why countless houses collapsed after the earthquake." Chu Yi started to understand. If this place had once been submerged, then the number of existing rats would naturally be fewer. Perhaps most of them drowned, which explained why S-City didn't experience an outbreak of the red-eyed rat virus like N-City did. Isn't this a blessing in disguise? S-City is a relatively small coastal city with fewer people than N-City. If the red-eyed rat virus were to erupt, this city might very well experience a drastic reduction in its already small population, turning into an abandoned city. But this works out better. Jiang Liran and Chu Yi initially planned to stay for 2 days. Today they went out to explore the roads, tomorrow they will borrow the 3-wheeled electric vehicle from Wei Dahu's family, and everyone can come see S-City. They've been on the ship for so long that they feel as though their feet are floating. Now that we've docked, it's necessary to let everyone stand firm on the ground again. With great rewards, the two quickly rode their bicycles back. On the way, the sky began to sprinkle rain again. Though the rain wasn't heavy, the accompanying wind made it a little cold. Chu Yi urged from the back, "Jiang Liran, go faster, it's raining." Raindrops fell on their heads and bodies, making them even colder with the wind. Chu Yi wondered why it rained so much in S-City. Jiang Liran also sped up. The ride back took less time compared to when they didn't know the way. Upon arriving at the port, they returned the electric bike to Wei Dahu and reclaimed the food used as a deposit. To rent Wei Dahu's 2-wheeled electric scooter, Chu Yi not only provided food as a deposit but also offered additional food as payment. Wei Dahu agreed to lend the vehicle. Subsequently, Chu Yi negotiated with Wei Dahu to borrow the 3-wheeled electric scooter the next day, going through quite a bit of haggling since the only mode of transportation Wei Dahu had left were 3-wheelers. Therefore, Chu Yi offered a significant amount of food as assurance to borrow their essential electric 3-wheeler. After agreeing to bring the food the next day, they finally returned to the ship. Upon seeing the two return, Zhao Qing and others looked happy and inquired eagerly about the situation in S-City. Chu Yi then carefully detailed everything she saw and learned about S-City. Subsequently, Chu Yi said, "Tomorrow, we'll all head to the S-City shelter base. There's actually a trading street there, although mostly selling seafood. But it's good to step on land." This news brought joy to everyone. Zhao Qing remarked, "Wow, that's wonderful. I felt so unsteady on this ship. For so many years, walking on solid ground, now being on a boat for a week or half a month makes me restless. I always feel like the ground under my feet should be hard cement, not wooden boards." This reaction was understandable, as everyone had lived on the ground for decades. Suddenly moving onto a ship where eating, drinking, using the bathroom, and living occurred entirely on board, feeling like one was drifting away, especially during rainy days when everyone had to stay confined in the cabin rooms with little space, merely gazing at the rain outside. Everyone was especially happy about going out the next day. They all went to bed early at night and got up early in the morning. Because it started drizzling again in S-City, Wei Dahu did not go fishing at sea. Thus, everyone could borrow his 3-wheeled electric vehicle. A few stools were prepared, with Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing sitting at the front and riding while others sat behind. Just before leaving, Chu Yi felt there was something amiss and went back to put life jackets on the two children. Xiao Yuyu and Baby both wore the smallest life jackets. These were items Chu Yi had found in a water sports specialty shop during her earlier collection trips. Whether useful or not, Chuyi thought they weren't available in the button space and decided to take them all. This time, they finally came in handy. Baby was already 10 months old, significantly bigger, and quite strong. Jiang Hui once said she'd never seen such a sturdy baby. At just 10 months old, baby looked like over 1 year of age. Xiao Yuyu, being a girl, was relatively slim. She wore the same size as baby. Although baby was sturdier, the jacket still seemed slightly large. However, after knowing they would need to travel via water to be city, Chuyi made some adjustments without cutting the jackets. Instead, she tied up the loose areas so that baby could wear them properly without looking too big. Jiang Hui saw Chuyi turn around and give the 2 children life jackets and asked, why are you putting this on the children, pointing to the children? Chuyi replied, I don't know why, but I feel the weather is very off. City has been raining a lot recently. Today, it's drizzling outside. I just put the life jackets on the children as a precaution. You should also wear them, Aunt Jiang Hui. Chuyi felt particularly uneasy when she woke up and saw it was still drizzling outside, which made her even more uneasy. Fortunately, the weather wasn't too bad, neither cold nor hot, and the wind was rather mild. Wearing long sleeves and trousers was sufficient. Yesterday, they felt cold because they dressed lightly. Chuyi sometimes believed her intuition was terrifyingly accurate, so she was especially worried about the 2 children. However, they were about to leave the next day, and their food supply wouldn't support them staying in City for too long. It wasn't convenient to use things from the button space in this coastal city. Chuyi, are you ready yet? At that moment, Zhao Qing walked over. After borrowing the car with Jiang Liran, he parked it by the roadside waiting for them, only to realize no one had come over yet. So he approached to check what was happening. Seeing Chuyi putting life jackets on the 2 children, Zhao Qing pressed a button, inflating the life jacket automatically. Confused, he turned to Chuyi and asked, what's wrong with you? Chuyi quickly took the life jackets from everyone's rooms and handed them out. Everyone should wear one. I feel something's not right, it's irritating with all this rain. Zhao Qing received the life jacket, bewilderedly glancing at his parents. Seeing them already wearing theirs, he followed suit, quietly muttering, what's going on? Zhao Jingxing tapped Zhao Qing's arm, if I tell you to wear it, just do it. It won't affect your movements anyway. Though neither knew why Chuyi felt uneasy and insisted everyone wear life jackets when going out, the elders trusted Chuyi. No matter if anything would happen or not, it was harmless to wear them since it didn't restrict movement. They just put them on. After Chuyi finished helping the children get dressed, she wore hers, carried baby on her chest, held Xiao Yuyu's hand, and walked down from the ship. Her other hand held Jiang Liran's life jacket. These sea essentials were already prepared by Jiang Liran as they prepared to leave. As everyone came out wearing life jackets, Jiang Liran, sitting on the 3-wheeled electric bike, was stunned. Then Chuyi stepped forward, handing him his life jacket. Jiang Liran looked at Chuyi steadily, took the life jacket, and put it on without hesitation or questioning, then returned to the front seat. Everyone boarded, sitting on the prepared small stools on the vehicle. They grabbed the nearby railings, and the 3-wheeled electric scooter slowly began moving, driving out. This vehicle originally carried goods, still carrying a faint fish smell. But no one minded. Instead, they looked around curiously because of the rain. Except for the driver's position which had a canopy, the rest was exposed to the elements. Hence, each person opened an umbrella, one shared by Jiang Hui and her husband, another used by Chuyi while holding the 2 children. The houses along the side of the road in City were mostly collapsed, making the sight heart-rending for Jiang Hui, who almost cried, why are there so many collapsed buildings in City? Chuyi said, City was originally a small coastal city. The flood disaster had already caused severe damage, and then the earthquake followed, destroying many buildings and killing a lot of people. Fortunately, as this area relied on fishing boats for living, many people lived directly on their boats, which allowed some to survive. Zhao Jingxing said, disasters in different places are different, but everyone has been affected by calamities. I don't know what's wrong these past 2 years, why there have been so many disasters. Could it really be the end of the world? Zhao Qing, hearing end of the world, quickly turned around and said, Dad, who knows, maybe it really is the end of the world. Earth cleansing itself perhaps. Anyway, there have been so many disasters. Maybe the future won't be peaceful either. Jiang Hui angrily said, your end of the world, if the world ends, would humanity even have hope? Zhao Qing chuckled, I don't know if there's any hope, but I only know that we must live in the present. One day at a time. Jiang Hui scolded him, hey, you stinky boy. Zhao Jingxing comforted his wife, honey, ignore this stinky boy. But what he said isn't entirely wrong. Disasters can come unexpectedly. We don't know when we'll face one again. Whatever happens later, we should just focus on enjoying every day we're still alive. The 3-wheeled electric scooter slowly moved along the road, allowing everyone to see clearly the scenes on both sides. They rode until they arrived in front of the refuge base. After parking, Jiang Liran went with Zhao Qing to obtain their passes. Since Jiang Liran and Chuyi had already processed their permits yesterday, today they only needed to process them for Zhao Qing and Jiang Hui and her husband. As for the children, since they were too young, no processing was required. When they left, they could return the passes and get back half the deposit, which was a packet of instant noodles. After finishing the procedures, the group entered the refuge base. For reasons unknown, possibly due to the rain, today there seemed fewer people inside the base compared to yesterday. Yesterday, the rain started while Chuyi was leaving, and today, it had already been raining when they woke up, though it was only drizzling. There wasn't much to look at regarding the houses nearby, so they directly headed to yesterday's trading street. Since the outbreak of the disaster, they hadn't seen such streets yet. In N City, they focused solely on daily food supplies, pestilence epidemics, treatment drugs, and the number of infected people. Their lives mostly revolved around survival-related matters. In S City, however, after recovering from not having the plague, construction of homes began. Surprisingly, the trading street was set up rather quickly. When the group reached yesterday's street, there were significantly fewer stalls. Different-sized containers were placed on the ground filled with various seafood products, all more or less similar. For Chu-Yi and the others, wearing life jackets had already become commonplace, and the people here didn't show any particular expressions about it, as if used to it. Considering this place mainly depended on fishing, wearing life jackets indeed seemed normal. Even some stall owners wore life jackets while selling goods, and their seafood appeared more lively as well. Wow! Xiao Yuyu might never have seen such energetic seafood before, so she immediately pulled Chu-Yi's hand and pointed, saying, "Mommy, shrimps are moving." Xiao Yuyu referred to the big shrimps. After buying those shrimps yesterday and taking them home, most of them had stopped moving. She made oil-braised large shrimps, and they tasted delicious. Now Xiao Yuyu was naturally fascinated by seeing the moving shrimps. Yeah, even Baby got excited pointing at the frantically jumping shrimps, unable to look away. Jiang Hui laughed. It's rare to see the children so happy. When on the boat, the children initially felt excited. However, because of the constant rain and inability to go out, they ended up staying in the tiny cabin, losing their excitement. Every day, they just looked outside at the heavy rain. Now that they were outside, it was like letting them off to enjoy. How could they not be delighted? Here, amidst all these people, there were so many things the children hadn't seen: living, active seafood products. Zhao Qing suggested, "Let's buy more seafood to eat on the ship." Zhao Jingxing quickly opposed, "That's impossible, we shouldn't consume excessively. Seafood doesn't last long, once it dies, it goes bad." The prepared supplies on the boat mostly stayed fresh and were filling. For the S-City residents who often ate seafood, these supplies were considered the best-tasting foods. However, for their limited provisions now, conservation was necessary. After all, they only prepared about a month's worth of food, and they'd already spent a week on the ship. It's still unclear how long it would take to travel from S-City to B-City. As the two argued over how much to buy, Xiao Yuyu had already pulled Chu-Yi to a stall and was staring at the lively big shrimps inside the basin. Chu-Yi squatted down while holding 1111 and pointed at the big shrimp that Xiao Yuyu was staring at. "Does Little Moon like it?" Xiao Yuyu looked up at Chu-Yi, then turned back to look at the shrimp, seemingly debating on how to express herself. After a while, she slowly said, "Shrimp is delicious." It seemed she was recalling the taste of yesterday's big shrimp as she smacked her little lips. Seeing this made Chu-Yi chuckle out loud. "If Little Moon likes them, we can ask Uncle Zhao to buy some to take back with us, okay?" Yesterday, the adults ate oil-braised large shrimps, which the children couldn't have, so Chu-Yi made steamed eggs with shrimp roe and boiled large shrimps, adding a bit of seasoning. These simple dishes tasted incredibly delicious to the children. Xiao Yuyu especially loved boiled shrimps. Chu-Yi peeled the shells and placed them in Xiao Yuyu's bowl. Xiao Yuyu was overjoyed when eating them. However, supplies aboard the ship were not very plentiful now. Chu-Yi actually wanted to exchange some food from within her dimensional button for some shrimps, but there wasn't a chance. The dimension needed to remain secret, and the ship's food supply had to last for the days ahead, so they couldn't be consumed recklessly. Jiang Liran noticed everything at this moment and knelt down close to Chu-Yi, whispering softly into her ear, "We can trade for a bit, but not too much. Later, we can exchange with Wei Dahu for a fishing net. I can go underwater to catch some fish, then we won't have to worry about having nothing to eat." The sudden approach of Jiang Liran startled Chu-Yi slightly, making her face flush. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuyu squatting on the other side noticed something amiss and turned her head towards Chu-Yi, asking curiously, "Mommy, Uncle Jiang, what are you doing?" Her wide eyes were full of curiosity looking at both of them. There came a smack sound. Jiang Liran and Chu-Yi froze. Yeah, Chu-Yi gasped, slowly lowering her head to look at her innocent son who was giggling carefree in her arms, waving his tiny hands everywhere. That light sound just now came from her little treasure 1111's small hand slapping on Jiang Liran's handsome face. And the culprit behind all this was grinning toothlessly now, showing off an innocent smile full of happiness. Chu-Yi laughed awkwardly. 1111 didn't mean to. Before she could finish her sentence, another smack sounded. Fortunately, this time 1111 only slapped Jiang Liran's shoulder. Chu-Yi struggled to say, "He really didn't mean to," while glancing down at her happy baby. A flicker of amusement crossed Jiang Liran's eyes as he curved his lips into a gentle smile, saying, "It's fine, I don't mind." For the first time seeing Jiang Liran smiling up close, Chu-Yi was momentarily stunned. When Jiang Liran smiled, he was absolutely handsome, usually stern and serious. She rarely saw him smile. Jiang Liran's smile carried a mysterious charm. Already good-looking with impeccable posture and a well-maintained V-shaped body, Chu-Yi couldn't help but daydream. Although interstellar humans generally had high aesthetic standards, Chu-Yi still found Jiang Liran particularly attractive. "What are you two whispering about?" An ill-timed interruption broke the serene moment between Chu-Yi and Jiang Liran. Zhao Qing happily ran to Xiao Yuyu's side, squatting down curiously and looking at the pair. Jiang Hui, standing behind, almost wanted to slap her own son, who had unknowingly disrupted the atmosphere. Chu-Yi stuttered nervously, "And nothing, Xiao Yuyu wants to eat shrimps." She hurriedly changed the topic. Hearing this, Zhao Qing immediately perked up, cheerfully saying, "Good girl Xiao Yuyu, eating shrimp makes your brain smarter, I'll buy you some shrimps." With that, he started helping Xiao Yuyu pick out shrimps at the stall. Behind them, Zhao Jingxing twitched the corners of his mouth. He thought maybe he hadn't given his son enough shrimps when he was young, because he seemed less sharp now and didn't inherit his cleverness at all. With a sigh, Zhao Jingxing wondered if he'd ever get to see a grandson again. At this moment, Zhao Qing was completely unaware of his parents' musings about him, enjoying himself by cheerfully bringing Xiao Yuyu to choose shrimps. The subtle atmosphere between Chu Yi and Jiang Liran vanished thanks to Zhao Qing's enthusiasm. Seeing her sister go to check out the shrimps, 1111 quickly stretched his neck to look as well. Worried that he might fall, Chu Yi brought her son over to join in the shrimp picking process, leaving Jiang Liran quietly sighing facing the backs of 4 figures, too tall and too small. Afterward, after buying some shrimps, everyone continued strolling around. Even though the products here were all similar, going back would be even more boring, so they decided to look around a bit longer. The drizzle in the sky seemed to grow heavier. When they arrived, it was only a gentle sprinkle, but in less than 3 hours, they spent more than half an hour on the road, and the rain started coming down harder with the drops getting bigger and louder. Soon after, the wind also began blowing stronger, making a howling sound. Chu Yi looked up at the sky with a worried expression. The rain seems to be getting heavier. A large dark cloud loomed overhead, resembling an impending storm. The wind began to pick up, and the raindrops grew larger. Xiao Yuyu was now in Zhao Qing's arms. Just moments ago, they had been picking out shrimps together, large and small. Their connection seemed to have grown closer. Xiao Yuyu didn't resist much while being held by Zhao Qing. Jiang Hui glanced at the heavy rain and suggested, "Maybe we should head back." In this short span of time, puddles had already begun to gather on the ground. Zhao Qing remarked, "The drainage system here isn't very good, it seems." Zhao Jingxing added, "With too much rain during disaster years, especially near the coast, if the sea level rises, I wonder how people here will deal with it." Chu Yi's heart raced anxiously as she became restless standing there. "Maybe we should go back. The rain is getting heavier, and even the vendors are starting to pack up and leave." She pointed around at the surrounding area where, originally, not many vendors were left, but now several had already packed up, and the rest were tidying their stalls, clearly not planning to continue selling. Once these vendors left, there wouldn't be much to see here. On rainy days, few people would come out, and no one could simply stand in the rain to admire it, especially with the wind and rain combined. Jiang Liran then said, "Then let's go back as well." The group prepared to leave. When they reached the entrance, Jiang Liran took everyone's temporary passes to return them at the counter. Even if instant noodles were scarce, they still counted as food, and a single packet could make a meal. If possible, it was better to return them, as they likely wouldn't visit S City again in the future. Chapter 42, Tsunami. Just as Jiang Liran took back the instant noodles and Chu Yi stepped forward to put them in her backpack, a sudden rumbling sound came from afar and exploded in everyone's ears, startling everyone. Pedestrians on the side of the road stopped and looked toward the distance. The sight they saw shocked them all. The rumbling sound was not caused by heavy rain or thunder in the sky, but by the rushing floodwaters coming from afar. On the horizon, a towering wall of water hung high, connecting heaven and earth, carrying an endless flow of water that slowly engulfed everything before it with overwhelming power. All in its path were swept away, unable to resist. It was now hurtling towards the evacuation base at great speed. "It's a tsunami. The tsunami is coming. Run. Save me. The tsunami is here. I don't want to die." Indeed, the distant curtain of water was a flood with surging power, a tsunami, whose massive waves were sweeping away everything in their path, the water rushing skyward. In an instant, Chu Yi and her companions who had been at the entrance of the evacuation base witnessed this terrifying scene. The surroundings were filled with screams of terror, and people rushed out of the evacuation base without warning. Chu Yi and her group were scattered by the crowd. Jiang Liran quickly grabbed Chu Yi's hand nearby and shouted loudly, "Let's go to the port, meet on the ship." Meanwhile, Zhao Qing also swiftly hugged Little Moon, dragging his parents to run towards the port where their boat was moored. "Mom!" Little Moon's cries faded into the throng of people. Chu Yi and Jiang Liran were pushed and shoved by the surging crowd. Jiang Liran tightly held Chu Yi's hand so they would not be separated. As they watched the tsunami approach with alarming speed, Jiang Liran's face changed drastically and he immediately pulled Chu Yi toward the port. However, the crowd was chaotic, rushing toward various ports, making their progress difficult. At this moment, Jiang Liran noticed a small side road and quickly pulled Chu Yi to run through it. "There are fewer people this way, let's go this way." Following Jiang Liran, Chu Yi managed to dodge the larger crowd, entering the narrow lane and running madly. However, no matter how fast they ran, they could not outpace the tsunami. Within minutes, what was once a torrent of surging waves had quickly arrived, unstoppable, swallowing everyone before they even had time to scream in terror. The surging floodwaters tore down everything around. Chu Yi dared not look back, the sound of the tsunami already near at hand. Continuous terrified screams came from behind, all seemed insignificant in the face of such natural power. Chu Yi, holding her son, followed Jiang Liran's hurried steps. But human strength is nothing against nature. Before long, the tsunami was nearly upon them. Seeing the tsunami about to arrive, Jiang Liran harshly said, "Hold on to my hand tightly." Boom. The tsunami had reached them. Chu Yi desperately clung to her son, pushing him upward, while she herself sank beneath the water, still unwilling to let go. In doing so, she inadvertently loosened her grip on Jiang Liran's hand. Dunk. Unable to bear the pain in her eyes, wave after wave of sea water crashed over her, plunging Chuyi into the depths. She struggled frantically to push her child above the surface, but could not. With sheer terror, she embraced her child closely. Suddenly, another wave roared, and Chuyi could no longer rise above the swelling water. Just then, a shadow beside her suddenly exerted force to grab both her and her son, tossing them onto a raised piece of rock left exposed by the passing tsunami. Ah! Chuyi was violently pushed and tumbled onto the hard stone slab. As Jiangliran's figure passed by, water currents surged all around her. Without a second thought, Chuyi quickly checked her child. Her child's face had turned deathly pale, his eyes tightly shut. Unbelieving, Chuyi shook her son's small body. 1111, 1111, Mommy is here, wake up, please wake up, ah. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Chuyi's face. She forced herself to steady and control herself, placing her hand on her son's chest, but felt no movement. Undeterred, she leaned down, pressed her ear close to listen, and finally sensed a faint vibration. Overwhelmed with joy, her face lit up with relief. Laying the child flat on the stone, she removed her life jacket and began lightly pressing on her son's chest while murmuring, "My baby, 1111, you must hold on. You must pull through. Mommy is here, Mommy is right here." By the end, tears poured involuntarily. This son had clearly become Chuyi's anchor in this strange world, with unfamiliar people and an unfamiliar planet. The only little life that had been carried in her womb for 10 months was her continuation, her dependence. Chuyi didn't even dare to imagine if something would happen to her child. Pressing the child repeatedly without a response, Chuyi suddenly grabbed the child, letting him lie on her bent thigh, while one hand supported the child, and the other patted his back. PHFFT. Wah! The child finally responded, spitting out water followed by loud cries. Chuyi quickly hugged the child tightly. 1111, Mummy is here, woo. Chuyi couldn't help crying together with her son. With most of her squatting body already soaked in the water, after a long time, perhaps due to the mother's comfort and familiar smell, the crying child slowly stopped crying, opening big eyes drenched with tears to look at Chuyi. Seeing her son looking at her, Chuyi worried about whether he was scared and immediately reached out her hand in front of her baby to see his reaction, watching every detail closely. "Aya." The baby caught his mother's shaking palm, looked at Chuyi with an innocent gaze, his voice hoarse from too much crying. Seeing the tears on Chuyi's face, the baby seemed aware of it and extended a small hand, making a pat sound as it touched Chuyi's cheek and wiped it, perhaps trying to wipe away Chuyi's tears. Relieved that her son was fine, Chuyi then checked around. The stone slab she sat on was already more than halfway submerged in the water. Water surged around her and all she could see was a vast ocean. No buildings were in sight, just endless water around her. She felt under her and guessed that it might be the roof of a collapsed house. All the surrounding structures were drowned by the tsunami. Quickly checking herself and her baby's life jackets, they were still in good condition. Subsequently, she dressed her baby in the life jacket. Jiangliran, Jiangliran. Chuyi remembered seeing Jiangliran's figure before being rescued and immediately shouted out loud. But at this moment, apart from Chuyi and her baby, there was no one else around. The rolling currents rushed past her. Chuyi watched as the wooden board beneath her was about to be completely submerged, so she observed her surroundings. Her eyes brightened, hugged her son tightly, tied him onto her back, grabbed a floating piece of wood, and jumped into the water. Fortunately, wearing the life jackets meant Chuyi and her son wouldn't sink underwater but instead floated up because of the life jackets. Holding their son, grasping the wood, they drifted along with the water. During this time, Chuyi kept observing her surroundings, hoping to find where Jiangliran was. She was endlessly grateful for the push he gave her when she was at death's door, saving her and her son's lives. Yet, now all around was seawater, and there was no sign of Jiangliran. In the middle of this vast floodwater, Chuyi had lost direction and could only drift with the current. The entire city of S had been inundated by this tsunami. In addition to this city, all remaining survivors were drowned. Ah. Looking at the water close by, the baby showed an interested expression, moving his limbs to play with the water. Chuyi quickly tapped her squirming son and softly scolded, "Be a good boy, don't move, it's dangerous." Maybe understanding the severity in Chuyi's voice, the baby didn't squirm around anymore. However, he continued to use his small hands to stroke the surface of the water, eventually not struggling or moving any further. Suddenly, not far away, appeared a figure wearing a life jacket. Chuyi was startled and quickly grabbed the wood with her son, swimming hard towards that direction, shouting, "Jiangliran, is that you? Jiangliran." Looking at the figure drifting ahead, Chuyi's eyes filled with tears. Her actions quickened and she felt a panic she had never experienced before. Jiangliran. Chuyi hurriedly turned the person over. Chuyi panicked and splashed in the water, noticing a heavily injured face. This person was scratched all over their face, with closed eyes, appearing breathless. As Chuyi flipped them, the body swayed a few times before drifting away with the current. Chuyi was relieved that this wasn't Jiangliran, but worried that with such a great force, Jiangliran could have been pushed anywhere. On 3 sides of S City were seas. If Jiangliran was washed out to sea, his chances of survival would drastically decrease. More she thought about it, more frightened she became. Chuyi whispered through her tears, "Jiangliran, please be safe, woo." Aya. Hearing her baby's voice by her ear, Chuyi wiped away her tears. She still had her child to take care of, so she couldn't be disheartened like this. She needed to find a place as soon as possible because the child couldn't stay in the water for too long. She thought back, if it weren't for the continuous administration of basic healing potions since the birth of her son, which strengthened his constitution, the previous scenario might have claimed her son's life. Thinking about it made Chuyi deeply afraid. It was all thanks to her foresight that her son was now full of energy and vitality. But now there was nowhere safe left to go. All around were seawater, floating trash, and bodies. Chuyi didn't know if she could find a suitable spot under such terrible conditions. The only option was to drift along with the fast current while trying to find Jiangliran. Paddling against the floating wooden board, she looked at what used to be S-City, now completely submerged underwater. There was only water on the surface, no trace of city structures remained visible. Chuyi could only keep drifting. Fortunately, it wasn't raining anymore, or with wind and rain combined, the road ahead would be even harder. Not knowing how long they had drifted, Chuyi suddenly spotted a small inflatable boat bobbing on the water not far away. With haste, she paddled over using the current and grabbed hold of the boat. It was small, without any supplies inside. Chuyi tried moving it but something underwater held it tightly, allowing the boat to only rotate within a short distance. Chuyi observed around the boat, eventually spotting a rope tied to one corner. The rope seemed anchored somewhere underwater, keeping the boat afloat. Climbing aboard the boat first, Chuyi unstrapped her baby from her back, laying him down gently inside the boat. Then, she dove underwater to locate where the rope was tied. Underwater, everything was murky. Following the rope downward, Chuyi quickly found it tied to an unknown object. Struggling, she managed to untie the rope, grabbing a floating plank along the way. Since there were no paddles inside the boat, she could only use the plank to see if it worked, otherwise they would simply have to float aimlessly. After freeing the rope, Chuyi swiftly resurfaced, throwing the plank into the boat before climbing back on herself. Her baby started babbling repeatedly. After securing the ropes of the boat, Chuyi glanced around. Still, there was nothing but water, not even a barrier of any sort, only endless currents. Not worrying about anything else, Chuyi took out clean clothes from her storage button and changed her baby into them. As for herself, surrounded by vast waters, she hesitated to change in broad daylight and thus remained in wet clothes, but she couldn't let her baby suffer the same. With the inflatable boat, traveling became easier for Chuyi. Using the plank as a makeshift paddle, she slowly propelled the boat forward, though most of the journey was still controlled by the current. While holding her baby, Chuyi scanned the surroundings when suddenly it began drizzling again. Left with no choice, Chuyi opened her umbrella for shelter. Just when things seemed bad enough, more rain came without finding safety. Chuyi didn't know when the seawater would recede. To make movement easier, she strapped her baby onto her back again. Watching the rapid flow of seawater, she feared another tsunami could occur anytime, putting her life in jeopardy without help from Jiangliran. Seemingly fate-driven, a body wearing a life jacket floated toward them in the distance. Chuyi immediately began maneuvering the boat over to investigate. This time, she didn't dare touch the person directly. Instead, she cautiously flipped the body over using the plank acting as a paddle. To her relief, there was surprise. Jiangliran. It was Jiangliran, his face pale. Chuyi quickly dropped the plank and struggled to pull him on board. After removing his life jacket, she checked his breathing. There was a faint pulse. Acting quickly, Chuyi began pressing on Jiangliran's chest with all her strength. Jiangliran, it's me, Chuyi. My baby and I are safe. Wake up, please wake up. With all her might, Chuyi kept pressing on his chest. For who knows how long, 2 cough sounds followed. Water spilled from Jiangliran's lips, and he gradually opened his eyes. Seeing Chuyi, a flicker of happiness crossed his face. You're safe. That's good. With these fragmented words, Jiangliran passed out. Chuyi hadn't recovered from her joy at seeing him awake when she witnessed him fall unconscious again. Jiangliran. She couldn't help calling his name through her cries. Sorry. Beyond those words, Chuyi didn't know what to say. In his moment of danger, Jiangliran had saved her and her baby. When he regained consciousness, his first concern was her safety rather than his own well-being. Meanwhile, Chuyi hadn't noticed Jiangliran's condition after being rescued, only finding him hours later. Chuyi patted Jiangliran's cheeks, only to find them burning hot. You've got a fever, Jiangliran. I'm sorry. If it weren't for saving her, Jiangliran, with his rich survival experience, would have been able to take care of himself. As Jiangliran's face turned increasingly red, Chuyi had no choice but to find fever-reducing medicine from the storage button for him to take. But oddly enough, his mouth remained tightly shut. She couldn't feed him the pills. In distress, Chuyi lifted Jiangliran's upper body and slapped his face several times, urging, swallow it down. If you don't, you'll die. Please swallow it now. No matter what Chuyi said, Jiangliran didn't respond. The pills wouldn't go in, neither did the water, which made tears fall from Chuyi's eyes. Male clothes were present within Chuyi's storage button, but the sky was still drizzling lightly and the canoe was wet. Changing into dry clothes at this moment meant getting wet again shortly, so she had to look for shelter as quickly as possible. However, at this very moment, Jiangliran couldn't even swallow the fever-reducing medication. Touching Jiangliran's increasingly burning cheeks, Chuyi thought for a long while, then placed the pill in her own mouth. She leaned down and transferred the pill into Jiangliran's mouth through a kiss. As he refused to open his mouth, Chuyi slightly opened her lips, biting his upper lip gently yet firmly with her white teeth. Perhaps from the pain, Jiangliran finally opened his mouth. Yi successfully transferred the fever-reducing medicine into him, followed by water similarly mimicking this process. Only after seeing Jiang Liran swallow it did Yi let out a sigh of relief. During the next few hours, every hour when his fever hadn't subsided, Yi continued feeding him more fever-reducing medicine until the fever finally went down. Their raft could only drift on the sea without a single place for shelter around, with rain still falling from the sky. At this moment, Yi felt truly isolated and helpless. On the vast ocean surface, there was only one kayak, theirs. There was no sight of people or buildings or other vessels either. She also carried a child and a patient, with no idea about Zhao Qing, Aunt Jiang Hui, Uncle Zhao, or little Yu Liang. She could only hope that they all remained safe. The night fell soon after. Dark clouds concealed the moon, everything became pitch black except for occasional flashes reflecting on the surrounding waters. Yi hastily ate some food for herself and her son, while Jiang Liran was still feverish. Under such conditions, Yi remembered the nutrient injection inside the storage button that could last an entire day after being consumed. She immediately fed it to Jiang Liran since it was raining outside and she tried her best to protect the baby from getting wet. Yi didn't want the baby to catch a cold. Suddenly, Yi recalled the repair potion within her space storage. Not giving any second thoughts, as Jiang Liran's fever hadn't gone down yet, she promptly took out one dose and forcibly gave it to him. Without fail, by tomorrow morning, Jiang Liran would be fully recovered. Yi relaxed slightly, subsequently feeding herself and her baby a basic recovery agent. Since the baby was still young and could not consume a full bottle alone, Yi shared it with her baby. After taking care of everything, Yi could calmly face this dark time. Her baby fell asleep in her arms, while Jiang Liran lay on the canoe. After taking the basic recovery agent, Yi wasn't worried about him anymore. At this moment, Yi was genuinely thankful that the space button accompanied her to this planet, allowing her to help those who needed assistance. The items inside the space button saved herself, her friends, and her son, helping her store a large amount of supplies and giving her the ability to protect herself in this disaster-prone world. The night was long and unbearable. The rain from the sky never ceased. Yi didn't paddle the boat, simply letting the canoe drift along with the current. Holding her baby, she lulled him to sleep. Jiang Liran lay inside the kayak, while Yi dared not sleep. Holding her child tightly and holding an umbrella, they drifted quietly through the pitch-black night, surrounded by darkness without a shred of light. When it was the late part of the night and the rain had finally stopped, unable to resist further, Yi leaned against Jiang Liran, holding her baby, and slowly dozed off. Even in her dreams, her furrowed brows showed deep concern. Through the night, this small inflatable boat with 2 adults and a child drifted far away, following the flow. The first rays of sunlight shone on Jiang Liran's face in the early morning. Sensing the weight upon him, he slowly opened his eyes. After adjusting to the brightness, he looked up to see a blue sky dotted with white clouds and the rising sun partially hidden behind the clouds. The memories of yesterday came rushing back as if in a flash. He and his aunt and uncle, Zhao Qing, had been separated by the surging crowd, leaving only him and Yi together. They were then torn apart again by the incoming tsunami, but thanks to the life jacket on his body, he managed to surface. Just as he saw Yi about to be flipped over by the next wave, Jiang Liran quickly surveyed the surroundings and spotted an incompletely submerged rooftop. With a strong push off the underwater structure, he rushed toward Yi and pushed her and the baby up onto the rooftop. In the aftermath, he was overturned by the waves and submerged in the water. After an unknown length of time, Jiang Liran woke up dazedly, seemingly catching a glimpse of Yi. As his memory returned, he immediately wanted to rise, but felt a weight on his chest. Looking down, he murmured, Yi. It was really her. Yi was also startled awake by Jiang Liran's movement. She blinked her eyes, first checking on the baby still sound asleep in her arms. Seeing that he was sleeping peacefully, she relaxed, then met Jiang Liran's deep gaze already wide open. She stood up immediately, somewhat awkwardly saying, You're awake. Then she sat straighter. As the pressure on his body lifted, Jiang Liran slowly sat up as well. Surprisingly, instead of feeling the exhaustion he expected, his body brimmed with energy, which gave him a strange sensation. He looked silently at Yi. Yi chuckled awkwardly, are you hungry? Originally, she wanted to ask if he felt any discomfort, but remembering that she had given him the basic recovery agent the previous day, his condition could not possibly be bad. So she changed the subject. Chapter 43, Gone. As the atmosphere shifted, Jiang Liran gave a faint smile. I'm not hungry. At this moment, it was strange that Jiang Liran didn't feel any hunger at all. Jiang Liran then began to observe the surroundings, her heart not entirely without suspicion towards Yi. Too many things were too suspicious, but since she was Yi, Jiang Liran did not wish to investigate further. Things were good as they were now. Her clothes were half dry, and everywhere she looked there was water flowing. Fortunately, the flow of the water had decreased, it was almost in its normal state. This indicated that the tsunami had basically passed, and the subsequent waves had also calmed down. Jiang Liran touched the kayak beneath her. Where did you get this from? Yi glanced at the kayak. I found it by the roadside. Of course, it wasn't really found by the roadside. She thought they would have to drift in the water, but unexpectedly encountered this one normally. However, S-City is a coastal city where people live off fishing, so having various kinds of boats was quite normal. Jiang Liran nodded knowingly, got up, and moved her body around. Strangely, her body seemed to be better than before. Many old injuries seemed almost gone, and this peculiar sensation made Jiang Liran unconsciously look at Chu Yi. At that moment, Chu Yi was comforting their just-awakened son, naturally missing the penetrating gaze from Jiang Liran. Jiang Liran knew that Chu Yi harbored many secrets, but she had no curiosity to uncover them. As long as she remained Chu Yi, whether or not she had secrets didn't matter, everyone has secrets. Jiang Liran picked up the wooden board inside the kayak and began to paddle. The performance of the wooden board was lacking, it could barely push the boat forward, but it required great effort to row. Seeing the kayak moving, Chu Yi said, "Where are we going? Can we find direction on this vast sea?" Chu Yi was quite worried. They were surrounded by water, with nothing visible on the surface of the sea. They couldn't see any direction clearly. While continuing to row, Jiang Liran said, "It's fine. I learned how to observe directions at sea from an old master. Besides, isn't there still the sun? It always rises in the east and sets in the west. We'll go to the port where we docked yesterday and check if Zhao Qing and the others are still there. Even if we can't find them, we need to find a place to rest anyway, it's not safe on the ship." This time, the tsunami had stopped, but no one could guarantee that another wave wouldn't come. With just this small boat, they wouldn't be able to withstand another tsunami. They didn't know if they'd survive again next time. Chu Yi also knew that this small boat wasn't entirely safe, but yesterday the current was too strong, making it difficult to move, so they could only drift with the waves. Today, with the water currents finally calm, they could paddle properly. Looking at the water, Chu Yi suddenly noticed that the water level seemed to have dropped slightly. "Liran, look, the water level seems to be lower." Chu Yi could already see some buildings emerging above the water. Although the water level was still high, compared to yesterday when there was nothing but water visible on the surface of the sea, today seeing some buildings already meant that the water level had receded somewhat. Jiang Liran said, "Yes, the waterline has dropped, indicating that the tsunami is starting to ebb." Then she continued to row the boat. The two of them fell silent for a while. Chu Yi slowly said, "Thank you for saving my son and me yesterday." Recalling it now, Chu Yi was still filled with afterthoughts. Her most precious treasure was her son. Jiang Liran responded indifferently, "You saved me too." Although she had been unconscious last night, the brief moment she opened her eyes upon being rescued left an impression on her mind. Afterward, she completely lost consciousness, though vaguely, she felt a warmth touch her lips. Thinking about this, Jiang Liran's eyes darkened as they swept over Chu Yi's plump and luscious lips. The feeling from last night seemed to linger in her heart, leaving Jiang Liran uncertain whether it had really happened or was merely a fantasy, yet the sensation was so vividly real. Jiang Liran tentatively asked, "How did my fever go down last night?" She was fully aware of her own physical condition and knew that she had a fever. What baffled her was that in the morning, not only had her fever subsided, but her body felt much better. Moreover, since yesterday afternoon, she hadn't eaten anything, yet her stomach wasn't feeling any hunger now. As for why she risked her life to save Chu Yi and her child, Jiang Liran couldn't articulate the reason, but when she saw Chu Yi in danger, her mind went blank. There was no time to think, and her body acted instinctively. Though afterward, she was washed away by the tsunami, she never regretted it. All she could do was worry if Chu Yi could take advantage of the right time to protect herself. Chu Yi, recalling the scene of feeding medicine last night, blushed intensely, stammering, I don't know either. Shouldn't you be more aware of your own condition?" Chu Yi had no choice but to say words that were full of loopholes. There was no way to explain where the antipyretics came from, who would carry antipyretics with them at all times. Not to mention, primary healing potion, which was even harder to explain since it wasn't something from this era and couldn't be mentioned either. In the end, she could only attribute Jiang Liran's recovery to her excellent physical condition. Although Chu Yi had many questions, Jiang Liran simply smiled and didn't ask further. Seeing that Jiang Liran had stopped talking, Chu Yi immediately felt relieved. As the sun rose higher and higher, the waterline gradually receded, and the post-disaster face of S-City began to gradually emerge. By noon, the water level had retreated by more than half. The remaining water flow could still keep the kayak afloat, but most of the surrounding buildings had already begun to appear. This startled Chu Yi. The tsunami had almost completely destroyed what remained of S-City, and all remnants were swept away. As the waterline receded, corpses floated on the surface of the water, causing Chu Yi to retch involuntarily. Ooh! Those corpses had soaked in the turbulent currents overnight, swelling grotesquely and becoming both frightening and terrifying to look at. Jiang Liran consoled her, "If you can't bear to look, then don't. It seems S-City has been destroyed." They now also needed to find a place to land quickly. A single tsunami had instantly wiped out an entire city. The power of natural disasters was truly immense, something humanity could not resist. Chu Yi said, "Perhaps there are survivors." Chu Yi believed that it was impossible for all the people of S-City to have perished. Being a coastal city, most of its residents knew how to swim and were well versed in surviving at sea. Since this was a coastal city, it might have even endured several tsunamis before, meaning some definitely knew how to escape. It was impossible for everyone to have died. Chu Yi did not know why she was so certain, but she refused to believe that an entire city could just disappear. No more people, no more buildings, nothing left, only the ruins of the city after the floodwater retreated. Seeing Chu Yi's pale complexion, Jiang Liran said, "Yes, there must be other survivors. No disaster could possibly wipe out all of humanity. Even if there were survivors in this city, they were probably very few. After the disaster passed and society returned to normal, it was uncertain whether S-City could be rebuilt." Chu Yi sighed, not wanting to think about such heavy issues anymore. These weren't matters that she, a small citizen, could resolve. I wonder how Zhao Qing, Little Moon, and Aunt Jiang Hui are doing. Thinking of Zhao Qing reminded Chu Yi of the afternoon yesterday when Little Moon cried out for mommy. She hoped they were all safe and alive. After drifting for who knows how long, they still hadn't found a suitable shelter. Chu Yi noticed her son was extremely hungry. Without any hesitation, she took out her backpack, pulling out powdered milk, a water bottle, and a baby bottle. She poured warm water into the baby bottle to prepare milk powder for the baby. Chu Yi had been carrying her backpack all along. Most of the items inside had originally belonged to the bag, except the powdered milk, which had gotten wet because the lid wasn't properly closed. The new can was the one she had taken from the dimensional button last night. Ignoring the consequences, Chu Yi could only think that the baby was too young and couldn't endure suffering. Although Jiang Liran had questions upon seeing this, she said nothing. Only after the baby had peacefully finished drinking the milk formula did Chu Yi sigh in relief. Chu Yi realized she had revealed too many suspicious points, and if Jiang Liran asked, Chu Yi wouldn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Jiang Liran didn't question anything, allowing Chu Yi to relax. As time passed, Jiang Liran sat exhausted on the kayak, resting and no longer paddling, letting the boat float aimlessly according to inertia. It was already close to afternoon. Cousin, Chu Yi. At that moment, Chu Yi thought she heard Zhao Qing's voice in the distance and quickly looked around. Sure enough, in the distance, she faintly saw a familiar ship. Jiang Liran, you, look over there, isn't that our ship? Chu Yi excitedly nudged Jiang Liran and pointed to the distant outline of the ship. Naturally, Jiang Liran also looked. Recognizing the familiar ship, she could see several people standing on the deck. As the ship got closer, Jiang Liran saw Zhao Qing standing on the deck, energetically waving his arms. She immediately raised her arm to wave back as a signal that they'd been spotted. Upon seeing Chu Yi and others, Zhao Qing even stopped driving the boat, continuing to wave until he saw Jiang Liran responding, confirming that Chu Yi and her group had discovered them. Then Zhao Qing went back to the cabin to drive the boat towards them. Jiang Liran couldn't help but nod. It's Zhao Qing indeed. Soon, the ship slowly approached Chu Yi and Jiang Liran's kayak. Jiang Hui and her husband appeared on the bow of the ship. Ran, you're safe, that's wonderful. Zhao Jingxing then threw down a rope to pull them up. At this moment, Jiang Liran grabbed the rope and tied it around Chu Yi's waist, half holding Chu Yi as she dragged the mother and child onto the large boat. Afterwards, she quickly climbed aboard herself. After Chu Yi got on board, Aunt Jiang Hui immediately checked on Chu Yi and looked at the little 1111, who was staring at her with big eyes. It's great that you're safe, all of you. Jiang Hui couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Mom. At this moment, Little Moon ran over and hugged Chu Yi's thigh, and Chu Yi also immediately embraced Little Moon. Everyone's safe, how wonderful. The reunion after life and death separation was so sincere and moving. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, including Little Moon, Chu Yi truly wanted to thank heaven for not separating them, allowing everyone to still be alive. At this time, Zhao Qing also stopped driving the ship and rushed up to check on Jiang Liran and Chu Yi. Cousin, it's great that all of you are safe, I was so worried. Jiang Liran said, Aunt, Uncle, Zhao Qing, it's great that all of you are safe. Seeing that everyone was safe, Jiang Liran also felt reassured. Aunt Jiang Hui stepped forward and held Jiang Liran. Ran, you and E aren't hurt, are you? She said while examining the two people up and down. Jiang Liran shook her head. Aunt, we're not injured, are you and Uncle alright? Zhao Jingxing was also moved, saying, we're fine. Uncle and I, Zhao Qing, and Little Moon are all fine, as long as everyone is alive, that's what matters. After a lively exchange of greetings, Chu Yi suddenly thought about the kayak. Jiang Liran, what should we do with the kayak? They survived thanks to the salvaged kayak, and since it was in good condition, it shouldn't be wasted. But Jiang Liran just waved the rope in her hand. Chu Yi realized it was the rope tied to the kayak. Their current ship wasn't large enough to hoist the kayak on board, so they could only tie the rope to the ship and drag the kayak along. Zhao Qing was surprised upon seeing the kayak. Brother, your luck is really good, even managing to find one kayak. Chu Yi said, it was salvaged. I originally thought we'd have to drift in the water until someone saved us, but unexpectedly, we encountered this kayak, it literally saved our lives. Zhao Qing looked at it and commented, this kayak is pretty good. When we're out at sea, we can still relax by sitting on this small boat in the future. Chu Yi said, sure. Before Zhao Qing could say more, Jiang Liran interrupted him. Let's hurry and get the ship to the sea. City will soon start ebbing. If we don't leave, the boat might become stranded here. The water kept receding, and they couldn't stay there. Once the water completely retreated, their boat wouldn't be able to move without water beneath it. Zhao Qing said, oh, okay. Then Jiang Liran took Zhao Qing below deck to drive the boat while Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Hui took Chu Yi and the two children inside. When Aunt Jiang Hui noticed Chu Yi's wet clothes, she quickly asked Chu Yi to change into dry ones and helped the baby change clothes too. Chu Yi went to change clothes with her reluctant Little Moon, then returned to Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Hui's room. Upon entering, Chu Yi found that Jiang Hui was already cooing over the baby, calling him liver and darling. Mr. Zhao Jingxing saw Chu Yi come in and immediately invited her to sit down. Yesterday was extremely dangerous, but thankfully everyone is alright. Chu Yi said, yeah, yesterday was almost fatal. I can barely imagine. Jiang Hui was startled. What do you mean almost fatal? Seeing Jiang Hui's face turn pale, Chu Yi didn't want to continue and simply said, Fortunately, we were wearing life jackets. The buoyancy kept us floating on the surface of the water. Without a boat, we would have had to keep drifting in the cold water, hungry and tired, eventually unable to endure it. Luckily, we found a kayak, which let us escape the water and wait for you guys. Chuyi didn't elaborate much on the dangers to avoid making Aunt Jiang Hui overly worried, especially since Jiang Liran was her beloved nephew. The group had been separated by the crowd the day before. Zhao Qing and his crew were lucky as they were swept in the direction of where their boat was parked, along with their tricycle electric bike, allowing them to quickly return. Unfortunately, Jiang Liran and Chu Yi were pushed closer towards the direction of the tsunami's origin. If it weren't for Jiang Liran finding a shortcut, both of them might have fallen into the tsunami right away. Zhao Jingxing then recounted their situation. After being scattered yesterday, they hurried back to the ship on their tricycle electric bike. However, the tsunami arrived too quickly, and they were swept up by the waves before reaching the ship. Fortunately, the life jackets they wore saved their lives, enabling them to float and eventually swim back to the ship against the turbulent waters. Their boat was tied up nearby, and the floodwaters directly impacted the port where Wei Dahu and his group were located. The many weeds in front of their boat somewhat alleviated the impact, and since they weren't facing the tsunami head-on, they managed to recover their vessel. Although it sounded simple, Chuyi could imagine how arduous it must have been. Chuyi had already witnessed the power of the tsunami. It was something that would sweep you away before you could even react. For them to have safely reached the boat meant they surely endured a great deal. Zhao Jingxing asked, "How's the situation in S-City?" Chuyi fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "S-City has ceased to exist, it's completely flooded. The tsunami came too quickly, and many people died. Just from the bodies floating in the water alone, there were quite a few. Whether or not there were survivors, Chuyi didn't know. They hadn't encountered anyone on the way." Jiang Hui said, "What terrible misfortune. Why so many disasters? One moment we were shopping at the evacuation center inside S-City, and the next, the tsunami hit, affecting so many people. Just thinking about the scene filled one with immense sorrow. In just a single night, countless lives were lost, so many living beings who might have spoken to them or chatted with them the day before." Chuyi asked, "How are Wei Dahu and his group?" Zhao Jingxing replied, "Wei Dahu and his group acted fast. As soon as they saw the situation wasn't right, they immediately boarded the boat and left. What happened after that we don't know, we haven't seen them again. After we got on board, the current was too strong, so we could only drive slowly. By morning, when the current slowed down, I dared to speed up to look for you all. It was fortunate that Wei Dahu and his group were experienced and acted quickly. They got on the boat and sailed off just before the tsunami struck, giving them a better chance at survival, although we don't know what happened afterward, but at least they had a greater chance compared to others." Chuyi stayed silent, glad that some people from S-City had managed to leave alive. At this moment, the sun was already high in the sky, and Chuyi's stomach let out an awkward gurgle. Jiang Hui slapped her forehead. "Look at me, I forgot that you all just escaped danger. You mustn't have eaten anything yet. Let me go prepare some food for you and Ranran, and you can take the two children back to rest." She then left, while Chuyi took the two children back to rest. Little Moon seemed frightened by the tsunami, sticking close to Chuyi and clinging tightly. Chuyi had no choice but to hold Little Moon closely as the family of three rested in bed. Gradually, Chuyi drifted off to sleep. Chuyi, wake up, it's time to eat." After an unknown amount of time, Chuyi heard calls and groggily opened her eyes. Jiang Hui's face was right there. She pushed herself up and said, "Aunt Jiang Hui." Jiang Hui smiled and patted Chuyi. "Good child, wake up. It's already dark outside. Have dinner and then go back to sleep. The food is ready, and we can start eating." Chuyi nodded slightly drowsily and said, "Millimeterham," then went out to eat. The night weather was unusually pleasant, with a gentle breeze. The dining table was set on the deck, bathed in faint moonlight and the glow of a desk lamp. The others were already seated at the table waiting for Chuyi. Chuyi brought the two children to sit down. The baby was placed in a nearby infant car seat, and Little Moon sat in a child's seat. Everyone started eating lunch. Chuyi looked around at the endless stretch of seawater, wondering if they had already sailed out of S-City. However, just as everyone was eating, a distant rumbling sound like boom, boom, boom echoed, a familiar sound that made everyone stop eating instantly. Zhao Qing said, What is this sound?" This deafening roar sounded much like thunder erupting in their ears. The utensils on the table began trembling, clang, 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 clinking together in sharp sounds. Jiang Hui exclaimed in shock, "Why does it feel like an earthquake?" Indeed, everyone on the ship felt the ship shaking and gently swaying. Jiang Liran immediately stood up to check all around, and Zhao Qing and Zhao Jingxing also got up to investigate. Chuyi put down her bowl and chopsticks and moved the children closer to her. Suddenly, Jiang Liran's expression changed drastically. In the distance, in the direction of S-City, it seemed another towering wave from yesterday was surging forth once more, battering the already disaster-stricken S-City. The raging floodwaters rushed toward them. "It's a tsunami. Quickly, back to the cabin, put on your life jackets, secure yourselves," Jiang Liran yelled while pulling Zhao Qing to clear the dining table. Both immediately descended into the driving room. Following the impending tsunami, Chuyi quickly took the children back to the room to prepare. The Jiang Hui couple also left at the same time. Once inside, they swiftly put life jackets on the two children. Chuyi carried the baby, while holding Little Moon's hand. Like an overwhelming giant wave approaching from the distance, Wave after wave was swallowing everything around, moving faster than yesterday. From hearing the rumbling sound to feeling a quake-like vibration, and then seeing the tsunami-like flood becoming clearer in sight, the tsunami once again engulfed the small city of S-City. By the time Chuyi stabilized herself, the tsunami was already within arm's reach. The splash-splash sound of water was right by her ear. The boat was moving forward at great speed, and everything around swayed due to the boat's excessive speed. Some items even fell onto the ground. A huge wave instantly rushed toward the boat. Even with the increased engine power, the boat was still overtaken by the floodwaters. A waterfall-like torrent directly whooshed onto the boat. All Chuyi could hear was the splash-splash of the floodwater hitting the deck. It felt like a heavy rainstorm was pouring down outside. The massive tsunami impacted the boat, causing it to lose balance, yet the boat continued racing ahead at high speed. The tsunami surged fiercely from S-City, but luckily Chuyi and the others had already sailed away from S-City's port. As the powerful tsunami met the open sea, its force diminished significantly. However, the floodwaters still crashed onto the boat like tides. The boat swayed along with the massive waves, water vapor filling the air. Chuyi and the others could only rise and fall, up and down, not knowing how long it lasted until the boat finally came to a slow stop. Suddenly, there was a bang. The boat must have collided with something, emitting a loud noise that made Chuyi's heart tremble in response. Chapter 44, Danger. It wasn't until much later that the boat had gradually slowed down, and Chuyi finally untied the children's ropes. She carried the baby on her back, took Little Moon outside, and at this moment, Chuyi didn't dare leave the children alone in the room. After stepping out, she noticed the Jiang Hui couple next door also came out. Chuyi quickly asked, "What's going on?" The previous collision had startled Chuyi as well. Soon after, Chuyi saw Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing come out from the cockpit to inspect the situation. Zhao Jingxing then pointed to the other side, gesturing for everyone to look over there. Then Chuyi discovered it was another ship. Could it be that we just collided with this ship? Zhao Qing shook off some water from his body. That was a close call earlier. I almost got swept away by the tsunami. Luckily, we ran fast enough. Who would have known we'd be hit by this ship too? It was really risky. Jiang Hui pointed to the vessel. This seems to be a fishing boat. From a distance, Jiang Hui couldn't make it out clearly. The boat might have drifted away after colliding with Chuyi's group's boat. The crowd could only see the outside of the boat. For quite a while, no one came out inside. Chuyi said, "It is indeed a fishing boat. However, it's pretty normal for fishing boats to appear on the sea surface, right? After all, they should still be within S-City's maritime jurisdiction." Jiang Hui said, "Why isn't anyone coming out?" Zhao Qing scratched his head and said, "Could it be they were injured when their boat hit ours?" When the second wave of the tsunami arrived, they had increased the speed of their boat, leaving the tsunami range. Just as they thought they were safe, the other boat unexpectedly appeared due to the tsunami's force. They didn't have time to react, leading to both ships colliding. Zhao Jingxing said, "I think we should bring our boat closer to see if the others are okay. In the vast ocean, encountering people is not easy, and since this is near S-City, it's possible these people survived an escape from S-City." Jiang Liran nodded and then descended to slowly guide the boat closer to the fishing boat. As the boats drew nearer, everyone could begin to make out what was happening on the fishing boat. Upon recognizing the objects on the deck, everyone was shocked. Zhao Qing exclaimed, "Goodness, is that blood?" Looking at the deck of the fishing boat, there were no signs of human life. However, near the railing, there was a patch of pinkish blood. Perhaps due to the rainfall, the blood was partially washed away, but it was evident that this was a significant amount of blood. Zhao Qing was stunned. Could it be that someone got run over? Why can't we see anyone? Subsequently, Zhao Qing stood on their boat, observing every corner of the fishing boat to locate any injured person. At this point, Jiang Liran also returned on deck, naturally spotting the same pool of blood, furrowing his brows. This cannot be due to a collision injury. A collision wouldn't cause this much bleeding. Jiang Liran prevented Zhao Qing, who wanted to jump across the boats. He then carefully inspected the surroundings of the fishing boat. He noticed something unusual, lifting his finger to point at a direction, saying, "Look, what's that?" Jiang Liran pointed towards near the railings. Not far from the bloodstain, part of the railing was broken. From the broken edges on either side, it seemed the railing had been directly torn apart, with faint bloodstains around the jagged breaks. Chuyi said, "There are some more bloodstains over there. What happened? Could it be that there was a fight on board?" Zhao Qing indicated another area. "Quickly look, there are dragging marks over there." As a former police officer, Zhao Qing naturally had good observational skills and quickly identified anomalies. Following the direction Zhao Qing pointed, everyone noticed a trace on the wooden planks, which indicated items or a body being dragged. With the planks still damp from potential floodwaters brought on by the tsunami, it was hard to discern if those traces had formed recently or during the flooding. Chuyi said, "Should we go over and take a closer look?" With distance separating the boats, they could only observe from the exterior. Inside the boat lay cabins and a control room, still unexplored. Jiang Hui said, "Let's not go. Judging from the current situation, who knows what may have transpired on this ship?" Jiang Hui felt uneasy about bloodstains, imagining what events could result in such a mess aboard a boat at sea. It likely involved unpleasant situations. Zhao Qing shouted twice, "Hey, is anyone here?" If no response, we'll leave. Despite shouting loudly several times, Zhao Qing received no answer from the fishing boat. Frustrated, Zhao Qing turned to Jiang Liran and asked, Brother-in-law, what do we do? No one answered. Do you think anyone is still aboard? Should we investigate? The group waited for some time longer. There was still no movement on the fishing boat. Zhao Jingxing said, could it be that there's no one left alive on this boat? Their calls went unanswered, and the boat contained bloodstains, suggesting the individuals aboard might have met with some misfortune. Jiang Liran said indifferently, let's go. After careful thought, Jiang Liran still decided to leave by boat. The ship hinted at ominous signs, and it was best not to look into it further. Zhao Qing nodded and said, all right then. As everyone turned around and was about to head back, suddenly there was a bang sound behind them. The fishing boat emitted a sound, and everyone quickly turned back to look in surprise. However, the fishing boat had once again become calm, floating silently on the sea surface. Zhao Qing rubbed his arm and said, I clearly heard some noise from behind, but when I turned around, there was nothing. Jiang Hui whispered, could it be someone aboard the fishing boat trying to scare us? Zhao Qing hurriedly replied, Mom, there's blood all over this place. How could this be just some prank? Zhao Jingxing remarked, it seems like we should just let it be. Even if we did collide with people, no one came out anyway. There is no need for us to stay any longer. At this moment, Chu Yi's boat gave out a thud sound as though something had bumped against it, causing the ship to sway. Chu Yi tightly held the two children steady, and then asked, what's going on? Zhao Qing wanted to walk over to the edge of the boat to see what was happening, but was pulled back by Jiang Liran. Don't go near the edge, it's dangerous, Jiang Liran cautioned him. Following that, the fishing boat began to shake again. This time, facing the fishing boat directly, everyone could see it swaying left and right. There was nothing beside the fishing boat, except for ripples appearing on the surface of the water. Jiang Liran furrowed his brows tightly and said, there is something beneath the water surface. Upon hearing these words, everyone stared at the ripples on the water, yet couldn't clearly make out what lay below. Jiang Hui asked, what is it? Jiang Liran fell silent, and at this point, the fishing boat's shaking stopped. But then a blood-streaked figure rolled out of the cabin. After several turns, the figure lay face up on the board, revealing a man. More frighteningly, the man's right hand had been torn off halfway by something, leaving only half an arm. The wound spurted out red-brown blood, which continued dripping, while the area around the cut was horribly torn apart. Jiang Hui, who didn't respond in time to the horrifying sight, stumbled backward and was embraced by Zhao Jingxing. Chu Yi immediately covered the eyes of the children. Chu Yi took a look and realized that the blood-soaked man on the board appeared barely alive, showing weak chest movements indicating he was still breathing. Besides the severed arm injury, half of the man's face was smeared with blood, looking utterly dirty, his clothes were in tatters, and spots of blood soaked them. He now lay motionlessly on the planks, with only faint chest movement left. Zhao Qing commented, how could this happen? He's in a terrible state. It seemed he was almost dead. Chu Yi's lips quivered. Shouldn't they consider whether they needed to rescue him quickly? The flow of blood had already slowed, suggesting that he had been injured for quite some time. Without immediate treatment, it was likely that he would die from excessive blood loss any time. While Zhao Qing was carefully observing, he suddenly exclaimed, this person looks familiar. Upon taking another close look, Zhao Qing pointed at the prostrate individual and said, isn't this Wei Dahu? For a moment, everyone looked at the victim's face, and Zhao Jingxing confirmed, it really looks like Wei Dahu. Jiang Hui exclaimed, Wei Dahu. Yes, it's him. Wasn't he the one who fled? On the day of the tsunami, Wei Dahu's boat was the fastest to run away. Being an experienced sailor, his quick reaction enabled him to escape even as they were hit by the tsunami-induced floodwaters. Chu Yi observed calmly, that severed arm doesn't seem like a man-made injury. It rather appears as if something ripped it off forcibly. Upon hearing Chu Yi's calm voice, everyone shuddered involuntarily. For something to rip off an arm forcibly must have been a savage and fierce creature, likely enormous as well. What kind of monstrous being could be so bloodthirsty? Jiang Hui rushed, we must leave immediately. The blood hasn't dried completely yet, meaning whatever ripped off his arm hasn't strayed too far. Let's leave now. They couldn't possibly handle such a bloodthirsty beast, so it was better to flee for their lives. Jiang Liran looked serenely at the water surface, saying, perhaps it's already too late. We might already be within this creature's hunting range. After Jiang Liran spoke, everyone recalled the previous commotion and paled visibly. Not only had the fishing boat been attacked, but their own boat had also seemingly been hit by something earlier, swaying for quite a while before stabilizing. That's right, earlier, when they were about to leave, their boat had been hit by something, causing them to struggle even to keep standing steady. Their boat was neither too large nor too small, rather mid-sized, and certainly not so easily shaken. However, the unknown creature in the sea was even more terrifying than they had imagined. A single collision caused their ship to sway uncontrollably. This indicated that the unknown creature was lurking around them, possibly observing their movements. Just as Jiang Liran had said, they might really be unable to leave. Zhao Qing anxiously asked, brother, shall we go or not? Zhao Qing was increasingly worried as he sensed the presence of the unknown creature nearby. In the vast ocean, they only had this boat. If it capsized, they would all fall into the sea with no vessel to carry them out of this area. At that point, they'd either be torn apart by the unknown creature or drown in the water. Chu Yi said, I'm afraid we can't leave. The creature beneath the surface won't let us go. We might as well try rescuing Wei Dahu from the ancestor fishing boat. Since he's still alive, he should know something. Perhaps we can find out what kind of creature attacked their fishing boat. They remained on the deck without moving, merely conversing among themselves. Yet, an eerie silence surrounded them. Zhao Jingxing said, "Dear, you and Chu Yi should take the children inside first." Chu Yi didn't say much, and she went with Jiang Hui to bring the two children back inside the cabin. After putting down the children, Chu Yi said, "Aunt Jiang Hui, please watch over the children for a moment. I'll step outside to check things out." In any situation, Chu Yi would never place herself in a passive position. Knowing there was an unknown bloodthirsty creature nearby, she preferred to understand its circumstances in order to strike effectively, instead of passively waiting for protection inside. Once Chu Yi came out, she noticed that they had already moved Wei Dahu over from the opposite fishing boat. Chu Yi stepped forward and asked, "How is Wei Dahu doing?" Jiang Liran held a bandage, trying to wrap up Wei Dahu's severed arm. Hearing Chu Yi's question, he replied, "He hasn't regained consciousness yet. His condition isn't good. Our medical supplies here are limited, along with our medical equipment. It looks like he won't last long without proper treatment." Their boat carried only some everyday medicine, including blood clotting powder and gauze, but Wei Dahu's injuries were far worse, requiring surgery, an option they couldn't perform under current conditions. Cough. Cough. Suddenly, Wei Dahu woke up, seemingly due to the excruciating pain caused by his wound being wrapped. Zhao Qing patted Wei Dahu's face and asked, "How are you feeling?" With dazed eyes, Wei Dahu slowly opened them, unsure of where he was. Horrifying scenes flashed through his mind, causing him to mutter incoherently, "Shark, there's a shark, help me, save me." His intact left hand flailed about in the air, causing his broken arm to move as well, eliciting another anguished cry. "Ah, it hurts." Wei Dahu tightly clutched his arm in agony. Zhao Qing said, "Don't move around so much." Chu Yi also added, "Your hand is severed. Stop moving it. You've been rescued now, so don't worry. What exactly happened to your fishing boat? Were you attacked by a shark?" At hearing mention of sharks, everyone's hearts sank in shock. Wei Dahu painfully blinked open his eyes, looking at the group before him blankly without regaining his wits. Chu Yi waved her hand in front of his face. "Wei Dahu, do you remember us? The passenger boat that borrowed your electric bike, remember? The tsunami in S City." But Wei Dahu was clearly disoriented, whether due to his critical injuries or the immense trauma he had endured. No matter how loudly or repeatedly others called out to him, Wei Dahu showed no reaction, incessantly murmuring, "Sharks, there are sharks." Because of Wei Dahu's panic-stricken emotions and the lack of effective medication, his wounds worsened significantly, and the blood nearly refused to stop. Fresh blood had soaked through the gauze. Zhao Qing panicked, saying, "Brother, what do we do? Wei Dahu doesn't seem fully awake yet." With these nonsensical ramblings, what could they possibly do? Jiang Liran looked at Wei Dahu's reopened wound from his writhing movements, frowned deeply, and shook his head. "We can't save him. The wound wasn't treated in time and has already soaked with water. It's inflamed, and the cut is completely mangled, making debridement impossible. Only immediate hospitalization for emergency rescue could potentially save his life." But where were the necessary conditions now? The nearest place would be S City, and they should still be near the coastal areas of S City. However, S City no longer existed. Where could they find a hospital? Even returning now wouldn't make a difference. He would die from excessive blood loss. As everyone was talking, Wei Dahu mumbled a few final words before his head slumped to one side, and he passed away directly. His eyes remained wide open, filled with fear, as his body lay motionlessly on the deck. The incomplete arm and the wounds all over his body looked utterly pitiful. Zhao Jingxing silently reached out to gently close Wei Dahu's eyes, letting him rest in peace. This caused silence among the group. They failed to revive the man, who instead had died. The only clue they had was the word shark, but how could there be sharks here? At this moment, Jiang Liran took out something, prompting Zhao Qing to ask, "What is this?" Chu Yi looked over and saw what appeared to be a map. Jiang Liran said, "I found it outside the fishing boat's cabin." It was near Wei Dahu, so when they were lifting him over, Jiang Liran picked it up, not knowing that it was a map. When Jiang Liran spread it out, it turned out to be a map of S City's sea areas. The locals often went out to sea for fishing. The vast ocean is boundless, and many veteran fishermen marked their routes that they had experienced. Later, the S City government approved the drawing of this map, marking all the places visited by senior fishermen throughout their lives. On the map were dangerous zones, the best fishing areas, and various types of marine regions. People change, but the location of the sea remains constant. Many areas were explored by their predecessors. When Jiang Liran unfurled the map, in the middle was a large red zone encircled with a pen. Zhao Qing pointed at the circle and asked, "What does this mean?" Red usually represents an important place or signifies danger. The circled area was indeed a red region. Zhao Jingxing pointed downwards and said, "There are annotations here." Everyone looked down and read, "Red, deep water area, dangerous." Frowning, Chu Yi asked, "Could we be in this red area right now?" The group carefully studied the map, which used different colors to mark various locations, accompanied by notes on the danger levels of these places and whether fishing was allowed. Other than that, there was nothing more. No one knew exactly how dangerous this deep water area was. Zhao Qing speculated, just now Wei Dahu kept shouting shark. Could it be because sharks appear in the deep water area? Perhaps people have died or been harmed by sharks, which is why this area was marked as dangerous. Zhao Qing's explanation seemed reasonable and was perhaps the only explanation that made sense for everything happening now. Jiang Liran added, "This map was found on Wei Dahu's fishing boat. Maybe they, too, got caught in the tsunami and accidentally entered this deep water area, encountering sharks unexpectedly, thus suffering heavy casualties. Wei Dahu's injuries might also be from shark bites. Otherwise, how could one explain the torn-off arm? A limb being severed would cause excruciating pain, but Wei Dahu's wound looked like it had been ripped apart, possibly bitten by a shark at the wrist or near the wrist, then forcefully torn off. As for the others on board, they probably had already ended up inside the shark's belly. Chuyi commented, then we must be extremely unlucky. Blown into this deep water area by the tsunami, the unknown creature we met was a shark, huh? For a while, everyone fell silent, burdened by this piece of information. Zhao Qing then asked, what do we do with Wei Dahu's body? The person was dead, they couldn't keep them aboard their ship as they still had to navigate further at sea. Besides, they weren't very familiar with him either. Zhao Jingxing responded, let's bring the body back to the fishing boat. We can't keep it here. Though they knew the person definitely wouldn't survive, they had hoped to gather some information. But now that he had passed away, they needed to place him back on his own fishing boat, treating it somewhat as sending him home. S-City no longer existed, so the fishing boat was Wei Dahu's home now. Jiang Liran agreed with a nod. Subsequently, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing transported Wei Dahu's body back onto the fishing boat. However, just as the two stood between the boats about to transfer across, an unforeseen event happened again. A massive greyish-white figure rose from beneath the calm sea surface, splashing countless droplets of water. Emerging suddenly from the depths, it opened its colossal mouth, lunging toward Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing. Chu Yi and Zhao Jingxing were both startled by the sudden appearance of the colossal figure, while at that moment, Jiang Liran watched as the greyish-white figure approached. In a critical moment, Jiang Liran freed one hand to grab Zhao Qing, and the two of them immediately rolled through the gap between the boats, landing on the fishing boat's deck. The greyish-white figure had already jumped back into the sea on the other side. The resulting vibration gradually pushed the two boats farther apart. They swayed because of the impact. Chu Yi and Zhao Jingxing quickly steadied themselves, while on the other side, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing, together with Wei Dahu's body, rolled a few times on the deck before coming to a stop. After Zhao Qing got up, he looked at the water's surface and stammered, "Big brother, what just happened? What was that thing under the water?" Zhao Qing hadn't seen anything because he had been facing away from the greyish-white figure, until Jiang Liran pulled him onto the fishing boat's deck, where he heard the huge sound behind him and reacted. Jiang Liran replied solemnly, "A shark." Indeed, the massive greyish-white figure was a large shark. Just now, Jiang Liran had even clearly seen the row of sharp teeth inside the shark's mouth, incredibly sharp. Zhao Qing shivered with fear. It was really a shark. Although Zhao Qing didn't see it firsthand, he had heard the loud noise clearly. Jiang Liran responded coolly, "Yeah." Zhao Qing clutched Jiang Liran's arm and said anxiously, "So, big brother, what do we do?" Zhao Qing was still just a young man in his early 20s, and facing a shark much larger than a human, he couldn't help but feel afraid. Jiang Liran turned and headed to the cabin while saying, "We must take this fishing boat over closer to our ship and then return." In their group, only Zhao Qing and Jiang Liran himself knew how to drive the boat. Now, the people who could operate the boat were all on the fishing vessel, and there was no choice but to return to the main ship somehow. Okay, Zhao Qing hurriedly agreed. Chapter 45, Wild Shark. Jiang Liran and the other person arrived at the cockpit, only to find it in utter disarray. But at that moment, they needed to start the fishing boat as soon as possible. Suddenly, a cabinet on one side of the cockpit began to make some noise. Jiang Liran motioned for Zhao Qing to stay silent. The two carefully and slowly walked over. One person stood on each side of the cabinet. Then they simultaneously stretched out their hands, gently gripping the cabinet door. Jiang Liran silently raised 3 fingers to count down 3, 2, 1. Both pulled the cabinet door open and then leaned against the cabinet. "Ah, don't eat me, don't eat me." As soon as the cabinet door was opened, there came a terrified man's scream from inside. Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing gradually turned around to see a man hiding inside the tiny cabinet. Maybe the sudden light shining in caused him to wave his hands wildly, retreating further into the cabinet and throwing things inside out in confusion. To avoid being hit, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing stepped aside. Zhao Qing called out, "Hey, look clearly, we are humans, we don't eat people." Zhao Qing's words seemed to have no effect on the man inside the cabinet. He continued his frightened ranting, trying desperately to hide further inside. Seeing this, Jiang Liran moved forward, grabbing the man by the arm and pulling him out with one swift movement, throwing him onto the ground with a bang. "Ah, don't eat me, don't eat me." The man let out a wailing cry, babbling nonsensically, trembling all over without stopping. Suddenly, there was a loud boom as the fishing boat was struck violently. Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing also lost their balance because of the impact, quickly stabilizing themselves. The man on the ground started rolling around due to the vibrations, instinctively crawling under a nearby table, shivering while repeatedly muttering, "Don't eat me, don't eat me." Zhao Qing said, "Brother-in-law, is this shark attacking the fishing boat? Such a huge collision could only be a shark." Jiang Liran nodded, "The shark is attacking the fishing boat, which means Chu Yi and the others are still safe." Zhao Qing asked, "But what about us? The attack might not harm them immediately, but if the shark continues impacting the fishing boat for long, it would either break or capsize. Falling into the sea would mean death. Sharks are the kings of the sea." Jiang Liran said, "You watch the man, try to ask something out of him. I'll go start the boat." Subsequently, Jiang Liran went to start the boat, while Zhao approached the man hiding under the table. Standing before the table, Zhao said, "Hey, are you okay?" The man just hugged his legs with his arms, his face filled with terror, mumbling incoherently without answering Zhao. So Zhao tried to soothe him. "Don't be afraid, I am human, I won't eat you. There is a shark outside, but it won't get in right away. We need to think fast and find a way to save our lives." Perhaps hearing the word shark, the man started shaking again, incessantly murmuring, "Don't eat me, don't eat me." At this critical moment, Zhao slapped the man's face hard, saying, "Wake up, no one here will eat you. Stop talking nonsense or I'll throw you to the sharks." The man was shocked into silence, taking half a moment to regain awareness. He stopped babbling nonsensically but continued hiding under the table, unwilling to come out. Seeing the man return to his senses, Zhao sighed in relief and asked, "Who are you? Do you know Wei that Iger?" Zhao thought that although they didn't recognize each other, if he knew Wei that Iger, and given that Wei appeared on this fishing boat, perhaps this man might know Wei too. This would be the best way to proceed. The man trembled violently. That Iger is dead, bitten to death." Upon hearing this, Zhao realized the man did indeed know Wei that Iger, making things easier. "Don't be scared. What's your name? Are you part of the crew on this ship? What happened?" The man frantically shook his head. I don't know. There's a shark, the shark eats people." "Ah, could communication continue like this?" Feeling exasperated, Zhao threatened, "If you don't speak up, I'll leave you alone on this fishing boat and we'll leave. Let the shark eat you." This caused the man to suddenly grab Zhao arm pleadingly. No, please don't leave me alone. Sharks eat people. They've already eaten several of my fellow crewmates. They open their big mouths and swallow a person in one bite. It's a devil. Seeing the man calming down somewhat, Zhao slowly spoke, "Tell us slowly what happened. If you don't explain clearly, how can we save you? How can we escape this area alive?" The man swallowed and said, "My name is Dahe. I am a fisherman on the boat. After the tsunami in S City, I escaped with that Iger and several brothers onto the fishing boat. But the power of the tsunami was so strong that we lost our way at sea. Unknowingly, we arrived in this red-colored sea. It's called the Death Sea. The elders have always said there are bloodthirsty sharks here that eat people. By the time we realized we were in this red area." The man collapsed as he grabbed his hair. Zhao asked further, "Then what?" Dahe murmured, "Then that Iger wanted to leave, but some of the brothers didn't see any shark, so they said it wasn't dangerous. If we went back now, what if we met the tsunami? They said stories about sharks were just something told by the elders, and even if they were real, we probably wouldn't run into them." Then the brothers decided not to leave immediately, until the shark really appeared. One of the men standing on the deck was eaten in one gulp by the shark when it jumped up. Some of the others were bitten on their stomachs and dragged down into the water. We tried to save them, but it was too difficult. Even that Iger was killed. Dead, all my brothers were dead. I was scared, so I hid in the cockpit." Dahe's voice carried deep sorrow but managed to explain the sequence of events clearly. Zhao felt speechless. It would be hard to say anything comforting. This disaster could have been avoided. If they had fled once they realized they entered the Red Ocean, things might have turned out differently. Instead, they doubted the warnings and missed the best chance to escape, resulting in everyone dying except him. "How do we leave this Red Ocean?" Zhao continued. "It's impossible," Dahe wailed. "The sharks have already targeted us. There's no way out." Annoyed, Zhao barked, "Stop being so pessimistic. What route can we take to leave?" He took out the map that Jiang Liran had found and spread it out for the man to see. Dahe slowly opened his eyes and looked at the map. "It's very hard now. Both sides of the red zone are possible routes, but we're already in the middle of the red zone. The sharks are around us. Unless we break through their defense line, we'll never escape if they keep following us. When the sharks get hungry, they will attack the boat fiercely, maybe even flip it over. There's absolutely no way out." "Well, stop saying discouraging things," Zhao snapped. "Crawl out from under the table and sit properly." As he spoke, Zhao pulled the man out from under the table. At this point, the ship had started moving. Zhao glanced at Jiang Liran and said, "Why is there no sound from the shark yet? Should I go outside and check?" According to logic, they shouldn't be so quiet after just having been attacked. Jiang Liran replied calmly, "Be careful. Take this." Jiang Liran pointed to an iron stick beside him, thicker on one end and pointed on the other. It was likely used to spear fish normally. Zhao picked it up and tested its weight. It wasn't heavy, then slowly stepped out of the cockpit, carefully observing the situation outside. Dahe, the man who wanted to say more but restrained himself, watched Zhao head out. He wanted to stop him but didn't know how to express it. Outside, it was where the shark was lurking. A slight misstep and you'd be caught in the shark's jaws. Was it safer inside though? Eventually, the shark would overturn the ship and find the humans it regarded as prey. Meanwhile, Chuyi also encountered danger. They were under attack by the shark. Zhao Jingxing said anxiously, "What should we do?" Those who knew how to drive boats were all on the fishing boat, while none of them did. Now a huge shark was using its massive head to strike against their boat, shaking the entire vessel violently. "Uncle Zhao, hurry inside," Chuyi urged. "We shouldn't stay on the deck." She worried the shark would leap up again. Staying on the deck would make them an easy target. They quickly returned inside the cabin. Inside, Jiang Hui was trying to calm two children. Chu Yi hurriedly joined them, noticing Baby remained fearless despite her small stature, while Little Moon turned pale due to the continuous vibrations. What happened? Why is the ship swaying like this? Jiang Hui questioned. Chu Yi quickly summarized the story involving Wei that Eiger and the current predicament of Jiang Liran on the fishing boat. She explained that the object repeatedly attacking their boat was very likely the same shark that caused the trouble before. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hui's face paled instantly. Shark, shark? Boom, boom. Each crash sounded louder, causing the ship to shake even more frequently. What should we do? Jiang Hui stammered fearfully, completely panicked. At this moment, the boat suddenly tilted, but Chu Yi quickly reached out to grab hold of the baby and pulled Little Moon closer, preventing the children from falling. She noticed the boat seemed to tilt a little. Jiang Hui cried out in shock. What's happening? As everyone stabilized themselves and looked outside, they saw the massive head of a shark had already broken through the railing and smashed onto the deck. Its eyes fiercely and bloodthirstily stared at the people inside the cabin. A gaping mouth opened and closed, revealing rows of sharp teeth, while its tail swayed left and right on the water's surface, splashing large amounts of water. Everyone was startled, not expecting the shark to jump directly onto the ship. Most of its head was already on the deck, so Chu Yi quickly turned the children around, making them face away from the shark. Jiang Hui said anxiously, what should we do? The shark was already on the deck. Due to the shark's enormous weight, most of its head rested on the deck, causing the ship to tilt in the direction of the shark as it continued to thrash its tail. The entire vessel vibrated as a result. Chu Yi said, take the children inside first, I'll go below deck and start the boat. She realized the ship was tilting more and more. If she didn't start the engine soon, the entire ship might tip over towards the side with the shark. Would any of them survive that? Zhao Jingxing asked, Chu Yi, do you know how to operate the boat? Chu Yi responded calmly, if I don't know now, I'll have to learn. She then stepped forward immediately. The shark might be trying to jump aboard, but its body was too big, only managing to get its head on deck. When it saw Chu Yi approach, the shark opened its colossal mouth, revealing row upon row of razor-sharp teeth and staring menacingly at her. Chu Yi quickly scanned the area. The shark occupied half of the deck. To get down to the control room, she would need to use the staircase from the deck, which was located right next to the shark. With no time to hesitate, Chu Yi skillfully swung down from the second-floor railing, landing lightly at the entrance of the cockpit. She rushed inside. Before her lay a series of buttons. Chu Yi wasn't familiar with them, nor did she recognize many of them. But she occasionally saw Jiang Liran pushing a lever when he operated the boat. The dashboard displayed various buttons, so Chu Yi could only guess which ones were responsible for starting the boat. First, 2 buttons caught her eye, a red one and a green one. Without hesitation, Chu Yi pressed the green button. This came from her simple intuition based on traffic lights. Green means go, red means stop. Upon pressing the button, the boat emitted a buzzing sound, and Chu Yi clearly heard some mechanical responses coming from beneath. Subsequently, she placed her hand on the lever. It resembled the gear shift of a car. Knowing the shark was positioned right above the front part of the cockpit, she grabbed the lever and forcefully pushed it back. The boat emitted a deep oomph, and slowly began to move backward. Chu Yi felt relieved, pushing harder. However, the speed didn't increase much. Instead, the retreat remained slow. Looking at the row of buttons, she was unsure which one to press. But as long as the boat moved backward, the shark, with half its body underwater and only its head on the deck, could only follow the movement of the retreating ship. After some moments, Chu Yi heard a loud splash. The ship instantly returned to normal and stopped tilting. At this point, she sighed in relief. It meant the shark had submerged and wasn't weighing the ship down anymore. However, the shark didn't plan to let go of its prey. It swam around under the water, occasionally colliding with Chu Yi's boat. Witnessing this scene, Chu Yi noticed Jiang Liran was still adjusting things inside the other boat. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing noticed the shark attacking their vessel and hurriedly ran into the fishing boat's cabin, yelling, brother-in-law, trouble. The shark is attacking our ship. Jiang Liran was startled. What? Zhao Qing anxiously added, brother-in-law, what should we do? The shark keeps hitting the ship. My parents and Chu Yi will be in danger. At this moment, Jiang Liran panicked slightly but tried his best to adjust the controls. As he accelerated, perhaps having accidentally hit the wrong button, the fishing boat roared with clattering sounds. Zhao Qing almost lost his balance, as the fishing boat shook and finally set sail. Zhao Qing pointed at Da He. Why don't you let him drive? Isn't he from this boat? Jiang Liran coldly replied, he doesn't know how to drive. After Zhao Qing left, Jiang Liran had indeed asked Da He. It turned out Da He was only responsible for pulling up the fish, and he knew nothing about driving the boat, leaving Jiang Liran to take over. Zhao Qing said nothing further. He came to the door of the control room, peering outside and observing Chu Yi's situation. Brother-in-law, hurry up. This damn shark keeps attacking our ship. With the 2 boats moving closer thanks to Jiang Liran's driving, the shark attacking Chu Yi's side gradually stopped. As the fishing boat approached, adjustments were made, and the 2 boats docked together once again. Looking out onto the sea and noticing no more movements, Zhao Qing said to Jiang Liran, brother-in-law, we're close enough. Let's return. Jiang Liran finally pressed the stop button, preparing to step out when Da He, who had been silent beside him, suddenly stepped forward. Catching Zhao Qing's glance, Da He timidly pleaded, please take me with you, just leave me at a nearby town. Seeing that Jiang Liran didn't object, Zhao Qing nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three of them walked out of the control room. At this moment, Chuyi also heard the sound of approaching boats and hurriedly made her way cautiously onto the deck. Seeing the people on the fishing boat's deck, she gave a relieved smile. Jiang Liran raised a finger and placed it to his lips, making a gesture, signaling everyone to be quiet so as not to make any noise. There was still a shark lurking nearby, and even a small sound could disturb it. Inside the cabin, Zhao Jingxing carefully peered out, excited to see the approaching fishing boat, but cautious not to make any sound. The trio from the other ship carefully approached the side of their boat, preparing to transfer over. The body of Da who on the deck was no longer there. It had fallen to the edge of the deck when he was pushed and might have dropped into the sea during the collision with the shark, or perhaps the shark ate him. There was no time to worry about others now. The three cautiously moved about since their vessel was higher than the fishing boat. Therefore, they would need to catch the rope and climb up slowly. Using the same rope used earlier for transporting bodies, Jiang Liran carefully climbed up without making any sound. Next came Zhao Qing, professionally trained, who ascended silently and flawlessly. Only Da He remained. As he neared the water, fear crept into his bones. Grabbing the rope with trembling hands, he looked around anxiously. Zhao Qing grew increasingly anxious and whispered, "Come on, climb faster." Below the surface, the shark lurked ominously, ready to strike at any moment. In such a perilous situation, Da He's hesitation felt maddening. Da He shakily nodded and murmured, all right. Despite his efforts, his shaking limbs failed him, and unable to muster strength, he weakly said, "Help me, I can't climb up. Can anyone pull me?" Frustrated, both Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing extended their hands to assist Da He. Meanwhile, Chuyi standing behind them noticed an unusual ripple forming in the surrounding waters, circles widening directly toward where the two boats connected. Alarmed, she shouted, "Watch out for the shark." At her cry, both Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing instinctively retracted their hands, their bodies rolling back to the center of the boat, as Jiang Liran loudly commanded, "Da He, retreat quickly to the center of the ship." But Da He, paralyzed by terror, couldn't move, trembling all over. "Save me. Please save me," he cried desperately. Just as these words left his lips, a grey-white colossal figure surged out of the water. With its mouth wide open, bristling with razor-sharp teeth, it lunged ferociously toward Da He. Too terrified to respond, Da He stood rooted to the spot as the shark's gaping maw closed on him. With a loud splash, the shark dragged Da He into the depths of the sea before disappearing underwater. By the time Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing stood again, Da He was gone, leaving only a red-streaked trail of blood spreading across the water. Shock rippled through them, compelling them to retreat quickly to the doorway of the cabin. Zhao Qing exclaimed, "What should we do? This shark is ruthless." The brutal scene of someone being devoured right in front of them sent tremors through them all. Jiang Liran responded calmly, "There's only one shark." "What?" Zhao Qing struggled to keep up with his brother-in-law's deductions. Chuyi explained, "He means there's only one shark here, not a whole school." Zhao Qing asked incredulously, "How do you know there's only one shark?" Jiang Liran spoke calmly, "I observed carefully. Each appearance of the shark showed similar features, which indicates it's the same shark. No other shark has appeared, meaning this area may contain just this one." Sharks usually lived in groups, yet Jiang Liran was puzzled why there was only one shark here. Moreover, this shark was several times bigger than those seen in aquariums and exhibited greater ferocity. Yet, for the group, the fact that it was only one shark significantly reduced the danger. If it were a pack of equally sized sharks, their chances of survival would have been nearly zero. Zhao Qing said, "Even with just one, we're doomed, we don't know how to escape." Jiang Liran said, "As long as we kill the shark, we can leave." At this, even Chuyi looked at Jiang Liran. How could they so easily kill such a big shark, especially when they had no means of attacking it? Zhao Qing asked, "How do we kill it?" At this moment, Zhao Jingxing stepped out. "Are you alright?" Zhao Qing replied, "Yes, Dad." Zhao Jingxing continued, "I just heard you talking about killing the shark." Zhao Qing explained, "It was brother-in-law who said it. How else can we leave if we don't get rid of this shark? It has clearly marked us as its prey and won't let us go." Zhao Jingxing nodded, "In fact, your brother-in-law is right. If we kill the shark, we can leave. We were thrown into disarray by its sudden appearance earlier, but with careful thought, it's still possible." Chuyi inquired, "So what's the plan?" Chuyi believed Jiang Liran must have a strategy. Jiang Liran smiled, "Let's make a bomb. As long as we throw it into the shark's mouth, it will either die or be seriously injured." Zhao Qing questioned, "Brother, where are we supposed to find the materials? We're on a boat here. We didn't anticipate encountering a dangerous creature like a shark, so we didn't prepare any lethal weapons." Chuyi added, "If there's anything we can help with, just say." Whether or not they had materials wasn't the most important issue. Since Jiang Liran had mentioned it, there must be a way. In reality, there were many things on the ship that could be utilized, but this required solid professional knowledge to take advantage of them. Chapter 45, Killing the Fish. A bomb could not be made, there were no conditions or materials for that, but Jiang Liran could use items on the ship to create a makeshift explosive. As long as it could kill the shark, anything would do. However, the manufacturing process was complicated and dangerous, so only Zhao Qing and Jiang Liran worked on it in the cockpit. The couple, Jiang Hui along with their 2 children, stayed in the cabin. Chuyi was responsible for observing the shark's movements. The shark was now near their boat, perhaps watching them from not far away. Suddenly, ripples beneath the water caught Chuyi's attention. She quickly looked over and saw circles of water waves spreading quickly. A bad feeling rose in her heart. It seemed that the shark wouldn't give them any chance to catch their breath. Not much time had passed before it swam back. At that moment, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing were making the improvised bomb inside the cockpit. In the cabin were Jiang Hui, her husband, and their 2 children. Chuyi didn't dare to relax at all. She leaned against the cabin door. She couldn't let the shark interrupt Jiang Liran's work, nor could she allow it to harm the children and Jiang Hui's family. She pulled out 2 daggers from a space button, holding them in her hands, and looked toward the water where the wave pattern was. Indeed, not long after, a grayish-white fin appeared on the surface of the water. Chuyi could clearly see how large the shark was, approximately 3 or 4 meters long. Perhaps only in areas close to the deep sea unexplored by humans would there be such a big shark. The shark swam around the boat with its fin sticking up, its flexible tail moving in circles around the vessel as if searching for a weak point. Chuyi found a good position and hid herself. Not long after, the shark disappeared again from the surface of the sea. Chuyi walked into the cockpit and saw the 2 of them dismantling some parts of the solar panels. She hurriedly asked, if you dismantle the solar panels, will they still be usable in the future? Zhao Qing said, there is nothing else available on the ship, and it won't affect the boat's navigation. Chuyi suggested, how about using Wei Dahu's fishing boat next to us? You can take apart its components since that boat is sitting empty anyway. If they lost the solar energy capability, it would be inconvenient in the future since none of them knew how long it would take to reach City B. Jiang Liran replied, that's fine, then we'll go back to the fishing boat to get spare parts to manufacture our tools. After thinking for a moment, he believed there might be more useful things on the neighboring fishing boat. Zhao Qing asked, what about this side then? Chuyi replied, don't worry about this side. I'll keep watch. Just focus on quickly completing the construction, our survival depends on you both. The danger of the shark loomed nearby, ready to fiercely attack the ship at any moment. They had to quickly make explosives or other weapons. For now, the area surrounding them contained only one vicious shark. Once it was killed, they could leave this red zone. Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing did not say more. They carefully carried supplies out of the cockpit. The surrounding waters were calm. The fishing boat was right beside their ship, easily reachable with a single jump. The 2 tried to move as lightly as possible onto the fishing boat, removing whatever usable items they could find. Since the fishing boat was probably used for fishing, there were many usable items. As long as the boat could still sail, everything else could be utilized. On this side, Chuyi closely monitored the surrounding water. An unknown amount of time passed. Just when Chuyi was about to relax, the water started rippling again. Suddenly, the shark, with its grayish-white fin, slammed into Chuyi's ship. Everyone was startled. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Hui and her husband, along with their 2 children, dared not leave the cabin and could only ask Chuyi, who leaned against the door, is the shark back? Chuyi replied calmly, yes, Auntie Jiang Hui, please look after the children. Uncle Zhao will protect you both. All right. Jiang Hui and her husband realized there was little they could contribute. They would try their best to protect themselves and watch over the 2 children, not causing them any more trouble. Chuyi tightened her grip on the dagger. Boom, another collision sound came. On the fishing boat, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing naturally noticed the shark's attack. Zhao Qing said, brother, the shark is attacking our ship again. Jiang Liran kept his hands moving without pause, stop talking nonsense and hurry up with connecting the wires. His movements became even quicker. Every minute faster meant a quicker shark kill and an earlier departure from this sea area. Zhao Qing dared not speak anymore and focused entirely on matching Jiang Liran's speed, helping rapidly with the necessary tasks. Jiang Liran had executed numerous secret missions before, enduring the toughest times with absolutely no weapons around, relying solely on improvisation. He thus knew a great deal about modifying and creating small weapon devices out of anything available, provided the surroundings weren't completely empty. As for Chuyi, the shark's attacks were becoming more and more violent, making a loud thump, thump sound. Many things on the ship were falling onto the deck from the impact. Chuyi was fully aware that if this continued, the side of the ship might break, leading to flooding and jeopardizing everyone's life. She glanced at the direction of the shark, put on her life jacket, grabbed the dagger in her hand, and with a powerful leap, jumped onto the back of the shark. She used one hand to desperately hold onto the grayish-white fin while using the other to drive the dagger forcefully into the shark's spine. A vivid crimson stain spread through the water. In pain, the shark thrashed wildly, but Chuyi didn't slow down her hands. To prevent being thrown off, she inserted the dagger completely into the middle of the grey-white fin. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding seawater red. Chuyi held tightly onto the dagger embedded in the shark's fin with one hand while drawing out another long knife with the other and plunging it deep into the shark's body. As pain erupted from multiple areas, the shark became even more frenzied, flailing its head wildly and slapping its tail against the sea surface, creating waves of spray. Blood seeped increasingly, and due to the shark's force, the dagger Chuyi had plunged into the shark's dorsal fin gradually slipped backward. Despite her efforts, Chuyi was eventually thrown off by the shark's vigorous movements and fell into the sea. After submerging momentarily, she resurfaced again. The shark thrashed about violently, descending beneath the seawater. This commotion drew the attention of Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing on the fishing boat. Through the window, they saw Chuyi floating in the seawater. Startled, Zhao Qing exclaimed, "Brother, Chuyi is battling the shark in the sea." Jiang Liran's expression darkened as he set aside what he was doing and hastily scanned around on the fishing boat until he found a fishing net. Grasping the fishing net, he rushed out of the cockpit just in time to see the injured shark beginning to sink below the waves. Chu-Yi's position was further away from their own boat, but closer to the distant one. Jiang Liran swiftly threw the fishing net toward Chu-Yi in the sea, shouting, "Grab on quickly." With the help of her life jacket, Chu-Yi floated on the water's surface and immediately grabbed onto the fishing net when she saw it coming. Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing held onto the other end with all their might and began pulling Chu-Yi towards the fishing boat before finally hoisting her aboard. Jiang Liran glared at Chu-Yi with a dark expression, and Zhao Qing, noticing his cousin's grim face, dared not speak a word and hurried back to the cockpit to continue working without getting implicated. Facing Jiang Liran's anger, Chu-Yi showed no fear and simply stared calmly back at him. Jiang Liran asked coldly, "Why did you jump into the water?" Chu-Yi replied, "That shark kept ramming our boat. If it continued, the ship would have capsized, and I had to do something." Jiang Liran pursed his lips. "Do you realize how dangerous that was? You could have not only failed to save us but also ended up as food for the shark." Chu-Yi stated, "Even so, I couldn't let the shark keep smashing the boat. It was the same boat that carried her child, and apart from herself, there was no one else on board bold enough to dive into the water and battle the shark." Regarding Jiang Liran's comments, Chu-Yi indeed realized these dangers herself. However, thanks to her excellent combat skills and quick reflexes, she managed to strike the shark precisely. Seeing Jiang Liran staring intently at her with an unreadable grimace without saying anything further, Chu-Yi hesitated and then murmured, "I'm sorry." Chu-Yi felt arguing wouldn't help, since the event had passed already and any possible danger hadn't happened. Seeing Jiang Liran's gloomy face, it seemed better to apologize than persist. Jiang Liran clearly recognized Chu-Yi's perfunctory response, but realizing that nothing had happened to her now, discussing the matter further seemed futile. He stretched out both arms and tightly embraced Chu-Yi. It was the first time Jiang Liran had ever hugged her, yet in that embrace, he found solace as if Chu-Yi was the one person he'd been searching for a long time. Chu-Yi was startled by Jiang Liran's sudden embrace, her body stiffening in shock, unsure of how to move. Chu-Yi asked hesitantly, "What do you mean?" Sighing softly by Chu-Yi's ear, Jiang Liran responded, "Whatever happens, take care of yourself, because I'd worry about you." Feeling her cheeks flush red after hearing these words, Chu-Yi blurted out, "Jiang Liran, we agreed to go to City B. No matter what, I'll still go to City B. Even if something happens to me, I'll definitely still reach City B, and you must wait for me there." Before Chu-Yi could finish speaking, Jiang Liran tightened his arms, holding her even tighter, and interrupted firmly, "Don't say nonsense, you won't have any problems." Chu-Yi gently returned the embrace to Jiang Liran, her right hand patting his back. "Listen to me first, I'm very mysterious and have a few tricks up my sleeve that I can't tell you about. No matter what happens in the future, I won't go down easily. We agreed to go to City B. We must keep our promise no matter what. No matter what happens later, regardless if it's you or me, remember our agreement. We must get to City B, and whoever gets there first must wait for the other person, no matter how long it takes." Chu-Yi didn't know why, but she had this feeling that the shark-killing operation wouldn't be simple. Her intuition was usually sharp, and she sensed that after this event, she might part ways with Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing's group. She just couldn't understand why she would feel this way. Jiang Liran suddenly interrupted fiercely, "Don't talk nonsense. Nothing will happen to us. I won't abandon you and leave alone." Chu-Yi replied, "You should not think like that. We have seen how ferocious the shark is. We don't know what will happen next. In any case, no matter who it is between you or me, do not waste too much time on this. As long as each of us are alive, we must go to City B and meet there. If everything goes well, naturally all of us will go to City B together." Jiang Liran fell silent at the moment and did not respond. Chu-Yi naturally wasn't willing to give up. "You have to promise me that you will keep your word, and go to City B." Chu-Yi had a premonition, this time perhaps they would go to City B separately. After being silent for a long time, Jiang Liran faintly responded, "All right." The feelings between the two were not expressed explicitly, yet somehow they both understood deep inside. Jiang Liran planned to explain everything once they returned to the city. At the moment, their goal was still to deal with the shark. Only by killing the shark could they safely leave. At this point, Zhao Qing suddenly appeared. Seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately turned around saying, "I haven't seen anything, nothing at all." Zhao Qing could sense the atmosphere between his cousin and Chu-Yi had changed already. He never imagined things developed so fast. Given his cousin's personality, once decided, actions followed quickly. Now troubled by the shark, it wasn't the best time. Believing they would return to City B, perhaps Chu-Yi would soon become his sister-in-law. Zhao Qing wanted to mourn for himself silently. Having a strong cousin was bad enough, he trained under his discipline daily and now came an equally tough sister-in-law. Zhao Qing feared he might face dual attacks from this couple in the future, two people he couldn't even fight against individually, QAQ. Jiang Liran slowly loosened his grip on Chu-Yi and looked towards Zhao Qing. "What is it?" Only then did Zhao Qing awkwardly turn back around and softly said, "Brother, everything is assembled, just waiting for the next step to install it." Jiang Liran calmly responded, "Good, I'll be over there soon." Zhao Qing wondered why his cousin had to say soon, when he was standing right there. Soon, he understood the cousin was escorting Chu-Yi back to their boat, such a good cousin. Jiang Liran led Chu-Yi towards the ship direction. The surrounding water surface was calm without ripples. It wasn't clear whether it was due to the injured shark being temporarily absent or something else. Anyway, no trace of the shark was seen, which made Jiang Liran relax a bit. Don't act impulsively again. We'll soon prepare the explosive materials, and then we'll be able to deal with the shark. Jiang Liran worried about any further impulsive action from Chu Yi, so he hurriedly added. Chu Yi smiled faintly and said, I know, don't worry. Initially, she also feared that the shark would continue to attack their boat, and originally, she didn't plan to kill the shark either. Just causing some injuries on the shark would weaken it significantly. Upon returning to the boat, Zhao Jingxing immediately came out. Chu Yi, are you alright? Chu Yi laughed and said, I'm fine. Seeing that she was unharmed, Jiang Hui and his wife could not criticize her further, understanding Chu Yi acted for the sake of the boat and the safety of those on board. For the rest of the time, the shark didn't appear again. Jiang Liran's group continued their rapid processing, and as the day went on, the sky gradually darkened. Night was approaching, and the two finally completed all the explosive preparations. Zhao Qing said, Brother, it's getting dark outside. Let's take the stuff over now. Jiang Liran responded, all right. They then searched for suitable containers, carefully placed the items inside, and left the fishing boat cockpit. Under the moonlight, they noticed the calm sea surface outside with no unusual signs. Holding the supplies, they walked towards where the two boats met, preparing to board. Zhao Qing observed the night scenery and said, it's so dark, the shark probably went to sleep. Jiang Liran frowned, no matter when, never let your guard down in front of the opponent. Besides, how do you know the shark would let us go just because it's sleeping? In the shark's eyes, they were prey and foods, even the slightest sound could alert the shark lurking around. The voices of the two caught Chu Yi's attention. Chu Yi also observed all around but found no abnormalities before saying, don't hesitate anymore, come on, be careful that the shark might attack again. Saying this, she walked towards the boat edge to help. Suddenly, there was a bang, the boat was attacked again. Chu Yi almost lost her balance and had to hold the rope to stabilize herself. Jiang Liran and the other person already retreated several steps with the things they were carrying. Chu Yi, go inside quickly. The shark is still around. Talking will attract it. We'll deal with everything tomorrow morning. Jiang Liran spoke rapidly, then watched as Chu Yi retreated back into the cabin. Only after this did he retreat with Zhao Qing back to the cockpit. The night sea surface was windless, quiet all around. At least in the daytime there was some breeze, at night the sounds carried more clearly. The darkness was too deep for Chu Yi to tell if the object hitting the ship was the one she had injured during the day. She could only hope to make as little noise as possible, waiting for dawn. The surroundings were pitch black, only weak moonlight refracted on the sea surface, and ripples showed something swimming underneath. Night passed quickly. Early in the morning, the sea was foggy, and it was hard to see anything. There wasn't any sound from Jiang Liran's group. Chu Yi wasn't anxious either. After everyone finished a simple breakfast, they waited for the fog to disperse. Jiang Hui worriedly said, I wonder how our son and Liran are doing over there. Do they have enough food? We're about to take action. How can we operate on an empty stomach? Chu Yi consoled her, that fishing boat belongs to Wei that Eiger. There should already be some stored food inside. Don't worry, we'll leave here soon. Though Chu Yi had only stayed in this deep-sea area for 2 days, she had already witnessed the death of 2 people. She truly hoped that everything would go smoothly from now on so they could leave as soon as possible. Perhaps due to the heavier fog on the sea surface, it wasn't until noon that the fog slowly dispersed. Just when Chu Yi wanted to approach the fishing boat, Jiang Liran suddenly sternly said, go back quickly. Chu Yi sensed something unusual and promptly retreated. It was then that she noticed the huge body of the shark circling around the 2 approaching boats. The blue-green waves churned up white foam, rippling outward in circles. The shark's greyish-white fin protruded above the water. At this moment, the shark moved, charging forcefully toward the 2 boats, pushing them far apart. Jiang Liran expressionlessly observed this scene, then said, Zhao Qing, return to the cockpit. We'll kill it right here on this boat. Jiang Liran realized they couldn't approach Chu Yi's boat, so he intended to use this fishing boat. Many things on the fishing boat had been disassembled, but the engine was still intact. As long as the engine was still working, the fishing boat could still sail. Jiang Liran planned to lure the shark away using the fishing boat and then blow it up with explosives. Subsequently, the 2 returned to the cabin. Jiang Liran instructed Zhao Qing to take out all the things and arrange them properly. He drove the boat, slowly heading in one direction. Zhao Qing looked out and said, Cousin, the shark isn't following us. At this moment, the shark was forcefully ramming Chu Yi's boat with boom-boom sounds. Everyone in the cabin could only stay put. Chu Yi saw the opposite fishing boat sailing away, but the shark wasn't attracted to it. Jiang Liran said, throw everything on the boat into the sea to create noise and lure the shark over. Then he increased the throttle, and the starting sound of the fishing boat, buzz buzz, rang out. Zhao Qing threw everything movable along the route into the seawater. Perhaps due to the excessive noise, the shark indeed changed direction and chased after the fishing boat. Suddenly, the boat stopped shaking. Jiang Hui asked, is the shark gone? Chu Yi poked her head out to observe the surroundings. Seeing that the water surface was calm and spotting a large greyish-white figure following behind the distant fishing boat, she said, the shark is following Jiang Liran. Worried, Jiang Hui said, then, what about them? Knowing that worrying wouldn't help and that they couldn't lend a hand, especially since there was no one on this boat who knew how to drive it. But they also couldn't leave. They wouldn't be able to navigate the waters alone and risk getting lost. So they decided to stay put. Time ticked by, and the distant fishing boat had disappeared from sight. Even the shadow of the shark was no longer visible. At this moment, a loud explosion, bang bang, startled everyone. Jiang Hui said, "This is the beginning. Let's hope they can safely kill the shark and return unharmed." Jiang Hui hugged 1111 while speaking. Now, holding this child was the only way for Jiang Hui to feel a sense of peace. Bang bang, several more explosions sounded from afar. As the frequency of the explosions increased, so did the tension in everyone's hearts. Then, for a long time, there was no sound. The group didn't know what to do, and Jiang Hui asked, "Is the shark dead?" Chuyi said, "I'll go check." Zhao Qing said, "I'll go too." With the shark attracted away, it was relatively safe around them. The two walked out of the cabin, but due to the great distance, they couldn't see what had happened far away. The explosion sounds had stopped, and the fishing boat hadn't returned either. No one wanted to think the worst, so they could only stare off into the distance and wait for the fishing boat to reappear. Suddenly, chaos broke out as Jiang Hui inside the cabin let out a terrified scream of "Ah!" The boat shook violently, and Chu Yi and Zhao Qing rushed back without hesitation. Inside the cabin, they saw a shark leap from the other side, breaking through the wall of the cabin. Startled, Jiang Hui instinctively dropped the child down along the wall into the sea. "Ah!" Chu Yi screamed and immediately jumped from the torn opening of the cabin. She acted on instinct without even processing her thoughts. "Chu Yi." Her name was called out in panic from behind, but Chu Yi couldn't hear it. All she could think about was her son. Fortunately, the children's life jackets hadn't been taken off, and after falling into the water, the baby quickly surfaced. Coughing up a few gulps of seawater, the baby began to wail loudly. Heartbroken, Chu Yi hugged her son tightly. Sensing his mother's familiar presence, 1111 clutched onto Chu Yi's hair, tears streaming down his face, before the loud crying gradually turned into soft sobs. Chapter 47, Separation. Chu Yi only had time to hold her son before she heard a terrified scream from above. "Chu Yi, be careful." Zhao Jingxing's loud roar echoed in her ears. Before Chu Yi could react, she felt an intense pain in her waist. Blood instantly flowed from her body, staining the water red. Then Chu Yi was dragged rapidly across the sea surface by the shark. "Ah, Chu Yi." The panicked screams faded into the distance. The continuous pain reminded Chu Yi of her dire situation. Still holding her son, she worried about him getting injured and hurriedly adjusted his position without attending to her own pain. Waves splashed around her, and Chu Yi's situation was extremely perilous. Subsequently, with one hand hugging her son and the other suddenly producing a dagger from thin air, Chu Yi swiftly stabbed toward the shark's eye. The shark, in agony, bit into Chu Yi's waist and started shaking violently. The intense wave of pain brought Chu Yi greater clarity. It was then that she realized the shark's fin was injured. It was the same one she had hurt yesterday. Without time to dwell on this, she endured the excruciating pain, pulled out the dagger, and stabbed the shark's other eye. The shark released Chu Yi in its torment as blood dyed the water red. Acting quickly, Chu Yi switched to a long sword and plunged it into the shark's head. The shark, in great distress, thrashed its tail wildly, causing the surrounding water to churn like boiling. Chu Yi firmly gripped the long sword and slashed along the shark's back, resulting in massive blood loss and increased thrashing from the shark. With a slap, Chu Yi was struck by the shark's tail, causing a stream of blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. She slid backward due to inertia as the shark continued to lose more blood, seemingly crazed as it lunged towards Chu Yi. However, because both its eyes were blinded and it was gravely injured, Chu Yi managed to evade it. A heavy strike with her blade pierced the shark's tail, forcing the animal to swim away in pain. Chu Yi clung to the knife, not letting go as the tail split open. The shark eventually lost too much blood and slowly sank, lifeless. Severely wounded, Chu Yi struggled to drag her son. By now, the shark had carried her far from the ship. Neither Jiang Hui nor her husband knew how to operate the boat, and Jiang Liran had vanished without a trace. Chu Yi was also some distance from the ship. Zhao Jingxing and his wife couldn't clearly see Chu Yi's condition, they could only make out vague figures floating on the ocean surface. Chu Yi's life jacket was broken, having been bitten through by the shark. The wound in her waist was deep, and blood kept gushing out. Surrounded by crimson blood, she no longer had the strength to swim back. Quickly, she retrieved a tube of intermediate-level healing potion from her spatial pocket and gulped it down. Excessive blood loss was making Chu Yi pale, but the potion started to take effect. Her consciousness grew increasingly faint, and soon she began sinking uncontrollably. There was no glimmer of hope around her. In her arms, her son tightly held onto her clothes, refusing to let go even when she tried to pry his little hands off. Instead, the boy cried louder and clutched her hair even tighter. Even as they submerged beneath the water, he showed no fear but instead remained determined to cling to Chu Yi, resting on her shoulder. Chu Yi thought, perhaps this was mother-son affection, living alone together, relying on each other for survival. Now, they might die together. Thinking of the disaster-prone planet and how her son would endure hardship without her, a twinge of sorrow swept over her heart. If she couldn't survive, then they would descend together into the depths of the ocean. She tightened her embrace around her son, and slowly, mother and child sank beneath the waves, disappearing from sight almost immediately. Chu Yi. On the side where Jiang Hui and her husband were, seeing the tranquil sea surface devoid of any sign of Chu Yi, they broke down sobbing, incessantly calling out her name. But at that moment, there was no one left to answer them. As for Jiang Liran, he had just killed another shark, and Zhao Qing was ecstatic, dancing around. Finally, we've killed that shark. He looked happily at the shark's scattered remains rising from the depths, ignoring the blood-stained waters around him. But Jiang Liran frowned deeply, remembering the shark's appearance earlier. He muttered, "No, something's wrong." Although the earlier battle had been fraught with peril, there hadn't been much time to think about it then. However, upon reflection after the fight, Jiang Liran suddenly understood the problem and felt a strong sense of unease creeping over him. Confused, Zhao Qing turned to look at Jiang Liran. "What's wrong, cousin? We've already killed the shark, what else could possibly be wrong?" Jiang Liran, as if recalling something significant, abruptly turned pale and rushed back to the cabin, driving the fishing boat at full speed in the direction they had come. The rapid movement caused Zhao Qing to lose balance, nearly falling over. Irritated, Zhao Qing complained, "What is this, big brother, cousin? The shark's dead. Why are you so anxious?" Zhao Qing hastily found a spot to steady himself. The fishing boat had accelerated forward significantly, showing just how anxious Jiang Liran was. Zhao Qing didn't understand, the shark was dead, so their side of the boat should be safe. Why were they rushing back? Could it be to urgently share the good news with Chu Yi? Zhao Qing guessed that his cousin finally fell in love and wanted to rush back to see her. But Jiang Liran's heart was filled with unbearable urgency and a mixture of fear and dread. His voice carried a chill as he said, "That wasn't the shark that attacked our ship." Hearing this, Zhao Qing couldn't believe it and replied, "Impossible. We've been observing for so long, and there's only one shark. How could there be another one? During every attack, there had always been only one shark. How could this shark not be the same one?" Its size and shape matched perfectly. Jiang Liran pressed on even more urgently, "You forgot that Chu Yi injured the shark's fin yesterday, right? But the shark we killed today had its fins completely intact. There's no way it's the same one she stabbed yesterday. This means that there are at least 2 or more sharks of similar size around here." The brief time between yesterday and today made it impossible for any shark to heal so perfectly without a trace of injury. It was not normal. Jiang Liran now realized, the shark they had killed wasn't the one from yesterday. Although they looked almost identical externally, Jiang Liran was sure this was a different shark. On their side of the fishing boat, there was only one shark. This meant Chu Yi's side likely still had at least one other lurking shark. However, no one on Chu Yi's boat knew how to operate it, and both adults were aboard the fishing boat. If they were attacked by a shark again, what would happen? Jiang Liran's heart sank, regretting not checking thoroughly earlier. Their fishing boat was already far from Chu Yi's location and now they couldn't even see the boat anymore. Zhao Qing was also stunned at this revelation. If it's not the same shark, then Chu Yi over there. He realized instantly that the shark Chu Yi injured yesterday showed no signs of wound today, meaning the situation over there must have been terrifying. Before Zhao Qing could finish speaking, his face turned pale as he was overwhelmed by fear. After barely dealing with one shark, they found out another one remained, a shark Chu Yi had already wounded yesterday. What happened to Chu Yi? Zhao Qing didn't dare to imagine it. His parents were still on that boat, and at this moment, Zhao Qing no longer complained about how fast Jiang Liran drove the boat. All he hoped for was for the boat to move faster, even faster. By the time both men had finally sped up and got closer to the boat, all they could hear were Jiang Hui's cries. A flicker of unease crossed Jiang Liran's face. With great urgency, he maneuvered the boat close and swiftly boarded it. To their dismay, only Jiang Hui was lying in the middle of the boat sobbing, while the cabin had a large hole, and Chu Yi and her baby were nowhere to be seen. With a trembling voice, Zhao Qing asked, "Mom, Dad, where's Chu Yi? Where's the baby?" Jiang Hui cried bitterly, her sorrow uncontainable. "Chu Yi. Chu Yi was dragged away by the shark. It's all my fault, I didn't hold him tightly enough, woo." Her constant crying prevented her from clearly explaining the situation. Little Yu stood nearby looking pale. With no clear answer from Jiang Hui, Jiang Liran turned to Zhao Jingxing, asking earnestly, "Uncle, what happened? Where's Chu Yi?" Zhao Jingxing was also deeply saddened as he responded, "After you lured the shark away, we thought there was only one, so we weren't paying attention. Suddenly, another shark struck the cabin, breaking it apart. Your aunt was startled, and the baby slipped into the sea. Without hesitation, Chu Yi jumped in to save the baby. But then, the shark suddenly appeared, bit her, and dragged them both away. Not long after, the shark sank beneath the waves, and Chu Yi and the baby disappeared from the surface." Jiang Liran's expression darkened, cold and serious. He forced himself to stay calm, knowing that only composure would help in rescuing them. Which direction? Where did the incident happen, and how long ago? Zhao Jingxing quickly pointed to a direction where Chu Yi had sunk, saying, "There, right there, it's been about 15 minutes. Jiang Liran glanced at that direction before ordering, "Uncle, take Auntie and you inside first. I'll drive the boat." Following this, he quickly went down to the cabin and started the boat. As soon as Zhao Jingxing and the others entered the cabin, the vessel sped up immediately. It wasn't long before they reached the spot where Chu Yi had sunk. The calm sea surface showed only faint traces of blood drifting about. Standing on the deck, Zhao Qing loudly called out, Chu Yi tilde." But there was no response. Jiang Liran hastily took off his life jacket and jumped into the water, despite Zhao Qing's futile attempt to stop him. "Cousin." Zhao Qing could only watch as Jiang Liran dived underwater. Jiang Liran was an excellent swimmer and could hold his breath underwater for longer than anyone else. Zhao Qing came in second, followed by Chu Yi. Seeing that his cousin had already jumped in, Zhao Qing no longer hesitated. He walked to the other side of the boat and dove in too. Both of them searched under the water. After enduring several minutes without air, they surfaced briefly to catch their breaths and then submerged again, continuing to search for Chu Yi. About half an hour passed, and they still found nothing. Jiang Liran resurfaced and shouted furiously, Chuyi, where are you, Chuyi? Yet the tranquil sea offered no answer. Without tools, neither man could dive deeper, and if Chuyi were at such a depth, it would almost certainly mean she was dead. Though reluctant, Jiang Liran persisted, diving back into the depths with increasingly extended periods of holding his breath while Zhao Qing gasped for air on the surface. Seeing his cousin's frantic behavior, Zhao Qing swam over urgently and grabbed Jiang Liran just as he resurfaced again for air. Cousin, calm down. We've been searching for an hour, but Chuyi isn't here. Please calm down. But Jiang Liran violently pushed Zhao Qing away and submerged once more, continuing his relentless search under the water. On the surface, Zhao Qing repeatedly called out, cousin, helpless and worried. Back on the boat, Jiang Hui tightly hugged little Yu, clinging onto her husband Zhao Jingxing's hand. Husband, Chuyi and the baby must still be alive, right? Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Her worry and guilt tormented her. Zhao Jingxing, unable to bear seeing his wife so heartbroken, consoled her, dear, Chuyi and the baby will be fine, they'll be all right. Yet deep down, everyone knew that without any wind or current, the calm sea would not have carried Chuyi and the baby far enough to survive unnoticed. The chances of survival were slim without any nearby boats, but Zhao Jingxing couldn't bring himself to voice these cruel realities. His son and nephew were still frantically searching underwater for Chuyi. His wife was grieving and overwhelmed. What could he do? Upon hearing Zhao Jingxing's words, Jiang Hui found little solace. Watching her nephew almost go mad, tirelessly searching the water below for Chuyi, Jiang Hui began to sob uncontrollably, overwhelmed with self-blame. Fortunately, this stretch of the sea only harbored two such bloodthirsty sharks, one was already killed, and the other destroyed by Chuyi. This allowed Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing to continue their underwater activities safely. As time passed, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing searched underwater for 3 hours straight, never resurfacing once. Incredibly, Jiang Liran could take a few breaths and then remain submerged for dozens of minutes, showcasing impressive physical endurance and lung capacity. When Zhao Qing grew too exhausted to dive any longer, he finally approached Jiang Liran, tightly pulling him. By now, Jiang Liran's face had turned completely pale, devoid of color. Helplessly, Zhao Qing said in anguish, cousin, brother, it's enough. Chuyi isn't here, we've looked for hours and she isn't here. Maybe the currents took her elsewhere. Brother, you can't keep diving anymore, we need to get back on the boat. It wasn't that Zhao Qing was unwilling to save Chuyi. Given even a sliver of hope, he would give it everything. But after nearly 3 hours underwater with nothing to show, not a single trace of Chuyi or the baby, he was utterly exhausted. If they kept going, Chuyi wouldn't be found, but his cousin, Jiang Liran, might collapse. However, at this point, how could anyone reason with Jiang Liran? Ignoring Zhao Qing's protests, he shoved him aside and dove back into the water, combing through the seabed that he'd already searched dozens of times. His mind replayed memories past, love that blossomed unknowingly, deepening without realization. When awareness finally dawned, his affection was already profound. Now, as reality set in, the absence of Chuyi brought waves of regret crashing upon him. Despite all his meticulous plans, unforeseen loopholes still appeared. He believed eliminating the shark would ensure safety for all, but now someone was missing. Still, Jiang Liran refused to let go of even the slightest chance. After 3 or 4 hours, Zhao Qing had already returned to the boat because he could no longer endure it, but Jiang Liran was still underwater searching. He dived, came up for air, and dived again, repeating this routine in order to examine every possible spot nearby. Finally, when Zhao Qing saw that his cousin had exceeded the 2-minute breathing interval and hadn't surfaced, he quickly dove down and brought Jiang Liran back to the boat. He had lost consciousness from exhaustion and couldn't surface by himself. By now, Jiang Liran had fainted, soaked from head to toe, his face furrowed with anxiety even in unconsciousness. Even in sleep, he wasn't at ease, moving his hands and feet instinctively as if still searching for Chuyi underwater. Jiang Hui hurriedly pulled out first aid supplies to rescue her son. Since he'd been submerged for too long, his fingers and toes were wrinkled. She asked Zhao Qing to help change Jiang Liran into clean clothes. The three of them then sat inside the cabin, the air heavy with grief for Chuyi and the baby. Zhao Qing spoke, Mom, Dad, what should we do now? Cousin will definitely want to dive underwater again once he wakes up. Jiang Hui fell silent, unsure what to do. So much time had passed without any word of Chuyi and her child. Everyone knew the situation looked grim, yet none dared leave, fearing that doing so might upset Jiang Liran upon waking. Zhao Jingxing finally said, leave it to your cousin. Jiang Liran's stubborn independence wasn't something they could sway. When he became fixated on an idea, no one's advice mattered. For now, they stayed where they were. Jiang Liran remained unconscious for an entire day. By the time he woke up, it was nearly noon on the second day. To everyone's relief, instead of diving madly into the water like before, after learning that he had fainted due to exhaustion, all Jiang Liran did was stand at the edge of the deck, quietly gazing at the tranquil sea. A light breeze ruffled the surface, creating delicate waves that eventually subsided back into stillness. In his mind, Jiang Liran remembered Chuyi's words, no matter what happens in the future, I won't give up my life so easily. We've promised each other to go to City B. That's a promise we must keep. Regardless of what comes, whether you or me, remember our agreement. We'll meet in City B. Zhao Qing approached cautiously, unsure what comforting words he could offer. But before he could speak, Jiang Liran cut him off. Let's go to City B. Stunned, Zhao Qing didn't understand how his cousin had so suddenly changed his mind. Yesterday, he was desperate to search for Chuyi. Today, he wanted to leave. Tell aunt and uncle that we won't dock soon. We're going directly to City B, said Jiang Liran. You and I will take turns driving around the clock to reach City B. But brother, navigation becomes difficult at night. Zhao Qing hesitated. Without proper vision, we risk deviating from the route. After a brief pause, Jiang Liran calmly replied, we'll set off at dawn and rest when it gets dark. Zhao Qing quickly nodded in agreement. All right. He agreed for Jiang Liran's well-being, although he didn't know why his cousin was suddenly in such a rush to head for City B. It wasn't wise to navigate under moonlight without streetlights guiding the way, it only increased the likelihood of getting lost. Even if his cousin was impatient, taking breaks during the night would be necessary to avoid further delays caused by confusion over directions. As Jiang Liran stood staring at the calm waters where Chuyi had met her demise, thoughts swirled through his mind. You better not break your promise or else I'll find you, wherever you are. For the next few days, their boat never made another stop. They sped toward City B with neither Jiang Liran nor Zhao Qing sparing a moment to rest. Though autumn had arrived, the weather was unrelenting in its heat. Every morning, as soon as the sun rose, the boat began to move, only halting once the darkness rendered navigation impossible. Jiang Liran grew increasingly cold and distant. Before, he occasionally conversed with others, but now he barely uttered a word. Day after day, he pushed the boat's engine to its maximum speed, causing those aboard to suffer dizzy spells from the rapid motion. However, amidst their physical discomfort, everyone was filled with sorrow for Chuyi's disappearance. Seeing Jiang Liran expressionless yet deeply distressed within, they remained speechless, letting him focus on steering ahead. It was only during Zhao Qing's shifts that the speed decreased slightly, though not by much. Even sleeping, Jiang Liran remained stationed in the cockpit. If the boat's pace slowed, he wouldn't yell but merely stared at the offender with piercing, menacing eyes that sent chills down one's spine. Zhao Qing privately thought that without Chuyi, his cousin was turning into a walking refrigerator, constantly emitting icy vibes. Over these several days, the vessel kept racing relentlessly towards City B. At times, Jiang Liran even drove throughout the night, pushing beyond normal limits, while the passengers suffered from seasickness but endured silently. His single-minded resolve to reach City B showed no sign of wavering, leaving all on board awestruck and deeply moved. The food supplies on the boat were gradually running low, but fortunately, with the full power of the engine, the ship moved quickly and they could still make it to City B. Once they reached City B, everything would be fine. After all, Jiang Liran's family had its roots in that city. Little Yeyang, who had witnessed the incident, suffered from a fever for several nights aboard the ship. Every night, she murmured mommy incessantly. Now, Jiang Hui poured all her maternal affection into little Yeyang and carefully looked after her every day. Yet, despite this care, little Yeyang could not regain her usual cheerfulness. She constantly cried out for mommy, leaving everyone aboard at a loss to respond to her heart-wrenching pleas. As time went by, little Yeyang grew quieter, perhaps realizing that her mother would not return. Her once lively demeanor gave way to silence and introversion. The smile faded from her face, and she became even more withdrawn than before, showing signs of following in Jiang Liran's footsteps. No matter how Jiang Hui and Zhao Qing tried to entertain her, little Yeyang remained unmoved, staring silently with her big, dark eyes. The Zhao family could do nothing but hope that once back in City B and reunited with her family, little Yeyang might feel better. This boat, once filled with laughter, now fell silent. The joyous voices of the past had disappeared along with Chuyi, replaced only by an urgency to reach their destination as soon as possible. Jiang Liran didn't know whether he'd find Chuyi in City B, but it was now his only obsession. You must come to City B. Chapter 48, Wandering. Chuyi, who was worried about by everyone, was still underwater at this moment. The next day, when Chuyi regained consciousness, she found herself floating underwater, with a transparent spherical membrane enveloping her and the baby. When Chuyi woke up, the baby was lying beside her, curiously poking the membrane with tiny fingers. Miraculously, the membrane bulged every time it was poked, but it never broke. The baby enjoyed playing and sat nearby, continuously poking the membrane. Chuyi didn't even notice at first as she continued to play. After waking up, Chuyi quickly checked on the baby and noticed that their clothes were still dry. The surrounding transparent spherical membrane had completely enclosed them, both big and small. Looking upwards through the transparent film, one could see the shallow surface of the sea. Fish and shrimps occasionally passed by without noticing them and swam around the circular protective membrane. Chuyi imitated the baby's movements, extending her hand to poke the film. It felt like poking a balloon. It would bulge with a touch of a finger and then return to its original circular shape once she retracted her hand. The seawater around them seemed to be isolated, yet there was sufficient air inside. Chuyi did not feel any discomfort or suffocation. She could feel the flow of the seawater when she extended her hand outward. Seeing Chuyi awake, the baby stopped playing and promptly climbed onto her, just looking at her. Chuyi gently touched her son's little head and his flat belly, realizing that her son was hungry. However, he didn't wake her up but played quietly on the side instead. Moved by her son's thoughtfulness, Chuyi reached into the spatial button to take out the usual milk powder for her baby. She had ready hot water prepared in advance because she always boiled much water before, and the spatial button maintained warmth perfectly. Everything placed inside remained exactly as it was when it went in. After mixing the milk formula, Chuyi tested the temperature on her wrist and quickly fed the baby. The baby grabbed the bottle with his little hands, sucking vigorously. Watching how hard her child drank the milk made Chuyi feel somewhat guilty. The more sensible her beloved son became, the sadder Chuyi felt, sad that such a young boy already understood how to empathize with his mother. Chuyi's heart was filled with only thoughts of wanting the best for her son, giving him a worry-free life regarding clothing and food. But during these days full of disasters, her attention towards her son was rare. Caught up in a busy life, she neglected her son's growth entirely. Now watching her almost 1-year-old son sit steadily, his obedient behavior while drinking milk deeply moved Chuyi's heart. Tenderly stroking her son's soft hair, Chuyi said, "Son, Mom will definitely take good care of you from now on." As Chuyi watched her son drink milk obediently, she began to study the transparent round membrane protecting her. Elastic and smooth, it couldn't be punctured. Every time her hand touched the film, there was a faint vibration in the space button around her neck. A new idea suddenly arose in Chuyi's mind. This membrane appeared so abruptly, touching which caused a reaction in the space button, perhaps indicating a connection between the two. To confirm this idea, Chuyi rested her hand on the membrane and carefully felt. Indeed, a wave of unusual movement came from the space button. Chuyi had a bold thought: this might be a hidden function of the space button, one that hasn't been revealed yet. It could protect the owner in dangerous situations. This transparent round membrane might very well be the protection circle formed by the space button. When the host is in danger, it automatically triggers and saves the host. Perhaps all it takes is a thought from the host for the membrane to retract. However, this idea needed confirmation after Chuyi returned to land. After all, they were still underwater. If the protective layer were retracted rashly, she and her son would fall into the seawater. In this vast ocean, even self-rescue would be challenging. This protective bubble kept gliding smoothly along with the current. Chuyi had no idea where it was heading, but it continued to move slowly, always staying near the sea surface, possibly just beneath a thin layer of water. And importantly, this bubble was invisible to others. Neither the fish and shrimps passing by nor the seagulls flying overhead could see Chuyi and her baby, despite being separated by only a thin layer of water. Regardless of where the bubble was drifting, Chuyi wasn't concerned since it would eventually reach some direction. Besides, with the spatial button, the food inside would last for years for both her and the baby. With the current safety assured, Chuyi began to worry about Jiang Liran and the others once again. In the end, Chuyi finally figured out that there were at least 2 sharks in this area. Jiang Liran had lured away one of them. It was possible that since sharks generally looked similar, they had never paid much attention to distinguishing between them. As a result, no one realized there were actually 2 sharks nearby. This overestimation of their situation led to Chuyi's current predicament. She could only hope that Jiang Liran remembered the words she said to him yesterday to wait for her in City B. She regretted not having followed her strong premonition earlier, realizing now how wrong things had turned out. Indeed, Chuyi ended up separated from Jiang Liran and the Zhao family. Most pitiful of all was Little Moon, Xiao Yu. Chuyi hadn't properly cared for her yet, nor had she fulfilled the wish of Xiao Yu's biological mother to personally deliver her into the care of her relatives in City B. Xiao Yu had gradually become such a clever and adorable child under Chuyi's care. Now, Chuyi's sudden departure would surely leave a deep impression on this young girl. Moreover, leaving in this way, everyone must believe that both she and her baby have perished at sea. As for Aunt Jiang Hui and her husband, Chuyi hoped Aunt Jiang wouldn't blame herself. Everything was predestined. Right now, the baby was safe, and so was she. All Chuyi hoped for was that they took good care of themselves and also looked after her daughter, Little Moon. She wished they could safely send her back to the relatives in City B so she could grow up happily surrounded by her loved ones. In the following days, Chuyi and her baby continued living inside the protective bubble. They ate, drank, and handled everything else within it. There's no need to describe these details, but thanks to the spatial button, all their needs were easily met. The protective bubble drifted continuously, swaying with the waves during wind and rain, moving up and down rhythmically. Chuyi found all of this incredibly fascinating, a truly unique journey. The protective bubble neither sank nor rose. Over many days, Chuyi saw not a single ship on the sea surface. Thus, they could only continue living inside the bubble. More intriguingly, when they encountered a storm, water droplets would fall on the protective bubble, giving Chuyi her first experience of its concave feeling from within. However, this effect lasted only briefly before the droplets merged into the seawater. At times, Chuyi genuinely worried whether electricity might conduct through the water during thunderstorms, possibly striking her while submerged in the sea, as her surroundings were entirely filled with water. However, it turned out that this concern was unwarranted. Even when thunder roared close by, the lightning did not strike the protective bubble. They remained submerged, just slightly below the ocean surface, technically in shallow waters. There were no encounters with large marine animals, only small fish and shrimp here and there. The air inside the protective bubble remained abundant. For a moment, Chuyi thought living like this forever would be fine, with ample food and no concerns for natural disasters or human calamities, as if all disasters were blocked outside the bubble. During this time, Chuyi didn't feel bored either. With her baby around, she had more time to care for and observe his growth, discovering many unknown interesting stories. And it seemed her baby enjoyed having her company every day within the protective bubble, smiling contentedly. His favorite game was poking the bubble, which kept him entertained for hours each day without growing tired of it. However, the places they passed through were always different. One time, they went past a waterfall, surprising Chuyi greatly. It felt just like a roller coaster ride. Although Chuyi wasn't afraid of heights, she worried her son might be frightened. Surprisingly, as they descended rapidly down the steep waterfall, her baby not only didn't show fear but actually clapped joyfully, expressing immense delight. This left Chu-Yi quite worried, though upon diving straight down the waterfall, she truly experienced what it was like to be on a roller coaster. Though she hadn't ridden one before, the original Chu-Yi's memories included such experiences, and Chu-Yi understood those moments now firsthand. When sliding down the waterfall, the protective bubble descended smoothly along with the seawater, without any bumping or shaking, gently floating all the way until submerging beneath the surface of the ocean, creating no splashes whatsoever. Sometimes, Chu-Yi really felt the protective bubble was magical. It kept her and her son safe and even let them experience a different life underwater. Floating and drifting aimlessly, Chu-Yi wasn't sure where she had reached or how long she had traveled. Inside the protective bubble, there was no electricity. When it got dark, the darkness under the water became profound, completely devoid of light. On nights with the moon, moonlight would faintly illuminate their surroundings. But without the moon, it was pitch black. However, with the baby's company, Chu-Yi found this unique marine life colorful and diverse. How could she not, when the baby had such a strong desire to explore, liking to play with everything without getting bored? The key was that the baby couldn't speak yet but always seemed very serious while communicating with her using aya sounds, completely disregarding whether Chu-Yi understood him or not. He wanted to share every fresh new thing he encountered with her. The mother and child bond became even closer in this ocean environment. Every day, Chu-Yi was amused by her son's curious gestures, making even the boring days fun. Yet, Chu-Yi still yearned to get ashore as soon as possible. She had made Jiang Liran a promise, which she absolutely couldn't break. She needed to hurry to City B, but now, she didn't even know where she was. She wasn't sure how long it had been, but it felt like forever to Chu-Yi. Finally, the protective bubble drifted to a shore. Sitting inside the protective circle, pushed along by the waves, the protective bubble floated gently towards the beach, and there wasn't a single soul or a ship around. When the tide retreated, the protective bubble remained on the shore. Chu-Yi looked around, seeing no one, and tentatively reached for the spatial button around her neck, having only one thought: to open it. A magical scene unfolded as the transparent circular protective bubble seemed to split open, rapidly disappearing from the top of Chu-Yi's head towards both sides. In a moment, Chu-Yi and her son were sitting alone on the sand. The baby, apparently still unable to accept the disappearance of the protective bubble, extended his little hand everywhere, searching for it. Finally, they had reached the shore, filling Chu-Yi's heart with immense happiness. However, seeing no one around, Chu-Yi decided to test the effect of the protective bubble again. Silently thinking the word open, a transparent circular shield began forming beneath her feet, quickly encompassing her and her son. Witnessing the re-emergence of the protective bubble, the baby happily poked it with his finger. Chu-Yi confirmed her thoughts and was delighted to have gained another layer of survival assurance. Subsequently, she withdrew the protective bubble and carried her baby toward the land. She had no idea where she was, nor did it feel like a coastal city. It wasn't even a proper beach, it was merely the bank of a river. After walking just a few steps, she arrived at a cement road. Checking her surroundings and seeing no people, Chu-Yi took out an electric bicycle from the spatial button. Fortunately, she had collected many items before. She secured the baby in a baby carrier tied to her chest. With the baby secured tightly against her, Chu-Yi set off riding the electric bike. They rode for an unknown duration until their surroundings turned into ruins. Many collapsed houses stood desolate. Chu-Yi guessed this might be part of a city district. There wasn't a single person on the way, leaving Chu-Yi quite frustrated. She kept riding, trying to find a populated area so she could learn where she was and figure out a way to reach City B. While aimlessly riding her bike, Chu-Yi suddenly heard a noise from somewhere. Carefully listening, she sensed that something unusual might be happening. Though she knew going might cause trouble, Chu-Yi had already been riding for nearly 2 hours. If she didn't find anyone soon, she would have to spend the night in these ruins. With no other option, she rode toward the sound. As she got closer, the noise grew louder, sounding like screams. Chu-Yi quickly parked her bike in a concealed spot, storing it in the spatial button, then carried her baby and walked toward the source of the sound on foot. Inside a semi-collapsed building, several men could be seen surrounding 3 women. The women had been shoved to the ground, and the men were forcefully tearing at their clothes. The cries from the women did nothing to deter the men, who instead acted more arrogantly. The louder the women screamed, the more pleased the men became. But at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Perhaps due to the women's loud screams, dark corners of the collapsed building suddenly swarmed with rats, all with red eyes. The rats charged at the men like lunatics. Everyone was terrified by the sudden appearance of these red-eyed rats. Although the men reacted fairly quickly, running outside, the rats appeared more interested in chasing the fleeing prey. Most followed the fleeing men, while a few remained, seemingly about to attack the 3 women lying on the ground. Chu-Yi glanced toward the direction the men had fled. The sun was high up in the sky, though not blazing. Strangely, the red-eyed rats moved freely under the sunlight, chasing the men away. This left Chu-Yi astonished. Red-eyed rats were no longer afraid of the sun. Although Chu-Yi noticed that the rats running under the sunlight were slightly slower than those running in the darkness of the building, this still indicated that red-eyed rats had evolved. They could now run under the sun. Could it be that this city hasn't yet found a way to deal with the red-eyed rats? Chu-Yi urgently wanted to know about the situation in this city, so she decided to step forward and rescue those 3 girls. But just as she was about to turn around, Chu-Yi noticed that 2 of the girls had already stood up and fiercely resisted the rats. There were plenty of abandoned wooden boards and assorted garbage around the building, and the girls used whatever they could grab to attack the rats. Surprisingly, not a single red-eyed rat managed to get close to them. It might have been because most of the rats had been attracted by the fleeing men, leaving only a few to remain near the girls. After all, there was a huge size difference. When humans fought back hard, no matter how fierce, the rats were still just rats, no match for humans. Within minutes, the three girls managed to kill all the surrounding rats using everything they could find nearby. They then let out sighs of relief, collapsing on the ground to rest. Their break didn't last long. One girl quickly pulled the other two up, and they hurriedly walked out of the semi-collapsed building, running in one direction. After witnessing the entire scene, Chuyi quietly followed. Humans can defend themselves against red-eyed rats, but they may struggle more against their fellow human beings. Following the girls, Chuyi did her best not to disturb them, running alongside them for half an hour. The girls eventually slowed down when they couldn't run any longer, dragging each other along while walking. Chuyi kept pace accordingly until finally reaching their destination. What met her eyes was a place enclosed by walls, where several uniformed staff were checking every passerby at the entrance. Outside, inspectors were rigorously screening everyone. Each person entering had their temperature taken and was then led into a room next to the entrance, for purposes Chuyi couldn't see clearly. After being checked and having their temperatures measured, the girls were also led into that room and came out soon afterward before heading straight inside the compound. There weren't many people queuing outside. With the sun high in the sky and nearing midday, Chuyi approached as well. The staff at the entrance simply glanced at her and then took out a thermometer to measure both her and her baby's temperature. After examining the reading and finding both normal, the staff allowed her entry, guiding her to the door of a room. Inside, after pushing another door open, she found a few people dressed in protective suits, who might be the staff, with several small cubicles set up behind them. At the doorway, Chuyi could vaguely see women in some of the cubicles undressing, presumably checking for injuries or wounds on their bodies. When Chuyi entered, one of the staff members in a protective suit pointed at her, indicating she should go into an empty cubicle nearby. Once Chuyi arrived, the staff member calmly said, "Take off your clothes." Chuyi had no choice but to sit her baby down facing away from her toward the staff, before beginning to remove her own clothing. The staff asked her to turn around for inspection. After confirming everything was fine, they instructed her to put her clothes back on. Then, without leaving, the staff member pointed at the baby seated on the floor. Chuyi understood and picked up her baby, removing his clothes as well. After confirming there were no issues during the inspection, Chuyi dressed him again. She guessed that perhaps the red-eyed rat virus in this city was severe, hence such strict inspections. Subsequently, Chuyi was allowed to leave and slowly carried her baby into the compound. This place seemed like a residential area, though it was newly built in many places. In the distance, workers were still constructing buildings. Due to her unfamiliarity with the place, Chuyi didn't even know which city she was in. Thus, Chuyi began wandering around, primarily because she had no idea where to rent a place if needed. She only carried a backpack on her back and a child in her arms, without much luggage. Unfortunately, Chuyi couldn't figure out where the management office was located. While there were plenty of passers-by on the road, each one was in a hurry, and Chuyi felt awkward asking for directions, so she aimlessly wandered around the streets. By the time the sun reached its zenith, it was noon, and the heat began to rise. Chuyi took a small hat from her backpack and placed it on her son's head. The number of pedestrians on the road started to decrease as well. At this moment, a man suddenly stepped forward and blocked Chuyi's path. Chuyi immediately frowned, her gaze sharp and unkind as she stared at the young man, staying silent. Caught under Chuyi's glare, the man nervously chuckled, saying apologetically, "Are you from out of town?" Chuyi stepped back twice, her tone cold. "What do you want?" She did not answer his question. The man paid no attention to Chuyi's coldness and said, "I've seen you circling around here for several rounds. It's obvious you're not from around here. It's already noon, and there are hardly any people on the road now. They all went to eat. You're still wandering around. I'm a local, so if you want to know anything about this city, I can tell you. I can also introduce you to our base, but this requires some fee for my effort." As he spoke, the young man rubbed his fingers together. Chuyi understood that the information this man provided would be useless to those who had been living in the city for a while. Staying longer would naturally reveal these details. However, for someone like Chuyi who had just arrived, she was keen to quickly learn more about the area so she could plan for her future life. This man might have noticed Chuyi traveling with a child and judged that the two of them seemed to be in good condition, possibly carrying quite a bit of valuable stuff. Even though the backpack Chuyi carried was small, it might contain items of high value. Observing her movements within the base, he figured Chuyi wasn't from this city. With that thought, Chuyi felt at ease. Regardless of what tricks the other party had up their sleeve, she, Chuyi, was certainly not one to be bullied. Didn't they say a common phrase? All schemes and tricks mean nothing in the face of absolute strength. Chuyi replied indifferently, "What kind of reward do you want?" Upon hearing Chuyi's words, the man knew the deal was half done. He wasn't doing this for the first time. Although it was mostly trickery aimed at out-of-towners, locals were well aware of such things. The man hadn't seen any outsiders in days, making him extra observant of Chuyi. Seeing Chuyi's interest, the man didn't hesitate. "I need food, or gold and silver will do as well, but I need to see what you have before quoting a price." If he asked for something Chuyi didn't possess, wouldn't he reveal his cards too early? These kinds of tactics only worked against out-of-towners. Chapter 49 J City. Chuyi thought for a moment, and among the items in her space, chocolate was by far the most abundant. Although she had traded some in S City last time, there was still quite a lot left. Moreover, chocolates were convenient to carry. It seemed reasonable to load more chocolate into her backpack. She then said, "I only have chocolate." The man quickly responded upon hearing this, "Chocolate will do, but it can't be melted or bad expired chocolate." This was mainly because the weather had been too hot recently, and chocolates were the easiest to melt and spoil. Chuyi didn't expect the other party to be so picky, so she said, "Absolutely in good condition, but I don't have much either. Look, I'm taking care of a child as well. If it's too expensive, forget it. I can figure things out myself slowly." The man immediately waved his hands and said, "Don't worry, it won't be expensive. How about 5 chocolate bars? I can tell you everything about this base. If you try to figure it out yourself, it would be hard even to know where to rent a house. Now there's a quicker way, just exchange a little food, and you'll find out everything. Why not go for it?" Chuyi said, 5 bars are too many. At most 3. All I need is a place to rent a house and sign the lease. It won't take long for me to know everything about this base. Besides, it doesn't matter much whether I know all these things or not. As long as my child and I survive, that's all that matters. Other people's affairs are none of our business. Leading the way is all you're doing. 3 bars are already the maximum. If not, fine. I can continue wandering around. There's no way I can't find a place. Seeing Chuyi's firm attitude, the young man hastily agreed, all right, 3 bars it is. Follow me first, I'll take you to rent a house." At this disaster-filled time, it wasn't easy to encounter an outsider. Every bit helps, right? The man feared Chuyi would leave, since what she said made sense. Chuyi followed the man with her baby for a few minutes until they reached a building complex. She pointed to the small path next to it, "Just go straight in, and that's where the rental place is." It used to be the property management office. Upon seeing it, Chuyi understood why she hadn't found it after searching for so long. It was tucked away in such a small corner. Then Chuyi wanted to proceed but was stopped by the man. Thinking he had another issue, she looked over urgently. The man said, "It's noon now. The staff has gone out for lunch. Even if you go there now, there's no one." Chuyi looked at the man, "Then what do you suggest we do?" The man pointed inside the building complex, "We'll wait inside until the staff come back. In the meantime, I'll tell you about the base. By the time the staff comes back, you'll be finished hearing everything and can proceed." Chuyi thought it was also reasonable, so she replied, "Then tell me about the city, which base this is, all the rules within the base, and what events have occurred." Chuyi roughly laid out her requests. The man then slowly began to explain, "I don't know where you're from or how you ended up here, but this is J City. This is J City's only refuge base. Our area is famous for its fruit specialties. After numerous disasters struck, half of J City was destroyed. Nowadays, the red-eyed rat virus runs rampant, and the government hasn't developed a cure yet. As a result, everyone lives in fear. For unknown reasons, the land has hardened, making it difficult to grow grain. Despite being renowned for our fruit trees, even planted grains haven't grown well. There's a food shortage in J City, and the government can only distribute stored grain. Currently, the 2 biggest challenges in J City are the food shortage and the red-eyed rat virus. Other than that, not much else." He continued, "For now, within the base, you can only work in exchange for food. Only through work can you eat. The government provides minimum living subsidies for children under 10 years old and seniors above 70. Everyone else must work. However, all the decent jobs are pretty much gone. What's left are hard labor jobs." Because of this, the man couldn't physically handle the hard work, so he specialized in a few minor tricks to get some food, usually things like leading people around or looking for people. But even with those little tasks, life was tough. Chuyi asked, "Why don't you find a job? Aren't there lots of outsiders? Now during this disaster, weren't there many refugees?" The man bitterly smiled and said, "They're all physical labor jobs. You look at me. With this body structure, how could I handle them? This isn't something I'm doing willingly, it's just to make ends meet. Nowadays, it's not about eating well, but merely eating enough. Regarding outsiders, they're extremely rare. I only encounter one every few weeks. I only roam around outside during my lunch break. And lo and behold, I just happened to run into you this time." He added reluctantly, "I didn't want it to be this way either. Before the disaster, I was at least a blue-collar worker. After the disaster, I'm practically begging for food now." Chuyi looked at the man. Although he was young, his appearance suggested that he had probably spent a lot of time in an office before, not exercising much. He wasn't tall, had a pale complexion, and soft, slightly chubby body fat. This was clearly someone unsuited for physical labor. Yet she thought about how hard it must be for outsiders to come here now. She herself had taken a water route to arrive. So even though he made ends meet by guiding people around, like himself, she realized just how tough it would be for him to survive this way. Foreigners came here only once every few weeks, and during his lunch break was the only time he ventured out. Chuyi also got a basic understanding of J City's situation. It seemed worse off than N City, with harsher conditions, though she didn't know if N City's soil had hardened as well. She then asked, "How far is B City from here?" The man scratched his head and said, "Oh, you're going to B City? J City is quite far from B City. We need to cross 2 provinces in between. Before the disaster, flying took 2 or 3 hours, high-speed trains 7 or 8 hours, regular trains about 20 hours. Now all those options are gone. I don't know how you could get there. Anyway, traveling such a distance now isn't easy because we lack transportation. Chuyi couldn't argue with that. It was indeed difficult for her to cross provinces without knowing how many cities were on the route, and since she didn't know how to drive, had no car, nor did she have any sense of direction. With no means of transport available, Chuyi realized that long-term planning was needed, so staying temporarily in J City might be necessary while figuring things out. Although she was eager to depart for B City to reunite with Jiang Liran, the current circumstances left her powerless to act immediately. Moreover, since J City wasn't near the coast, there were no ships, and Chuyi had no idea about navigating vessels or reading maritime charts. Crossing such a vast distance truly seemed impossible right now. She then asked again, when did the soil start hardening? She had never heard anything about this in N City, so why suddenly could the land no longer support crops? Was it after several months post-disaster when most rescue operations had already wound down? At that point, they may have started to try farming again, only to find that the soil had already become hard. The man replied, around a few months after the disaster. The government tried organizing cultivation efforts, but soon found the soil had turned too hard. Even after digging into it and planting some crops, within days, all of them withered despite being watered extensively. Chuyi frowned. Does the government have any plans regarding food supply? What happens when national grain reserves run out? The man shrugged, I'm not sure. All I know is the government has sent people to research it, but currently dealing with the red-eyed rat virus is also urgent. So, we can only live day by day. At this, Chuyi didn't know what to say. Was the food crisis truly so severe? Or was it just in J City where the soil had hardened? If it were happening nationwide or even globally, then humanity risked starving to death. She then asked, is it just J City that's facing soil hardening, or other places too? In the city I came from, I never heard about soil hardening affecting agriculture. The man looked at Chuyi curiously. You've managed to come here despite these conditions. I still wonder which city you're from, and how exactly you managed it. But I don't know if other cities face the same issue. After the disaster, I haven't left J City, and outsiders coming here are rare. There are just too many disasters to risk running away from one only to stumble upon another. This left Chuyi feeling a little embarrassed. She knew he wasn't criticizing her directly, but still felt like his words hit home. She hadn't regretted her decision to leave though, and seeing the man's curiosity, she had no intention of explaining herself. Seeing that Chuyi wasn't answering, the man then asked, do you have anything else to ask? Otherwise, I'll finish up my work. Chuyi considered one final question, what's the date today? She wanted to figure out how long she and her son had been adrift at sea. After the man told her the date, Chuyi was startled. They had been adrift on the sea for nearly a month. That meant that Jiang Liran might have reached B City long ago, while she remained trapped here, unable to join them. She hoped Jiang Liran would wait for her patiently in B City, along with her obedient daughter Xiaoye and her caring Zhao family. She resolved to head toward B City as quickly as possible. After thinking this over, Chuyi pulled out 3 chocolate bars from her backpack and handed them over. Here, for your trouble. The man quickly grabbed them, feeling them over to confirm they were intact. Satisfied, he said, thanks for your patronage. Hope to see you again next time. Then he left. Chuyi watched as the man left, then walked over to a small path nearby to check if the rental staff had returned, but she didn't even enter the door. The door was already locked, and through the glass, she could see that there wasn't a single staff member inside. With no choice, Chuyi went back to the entrance of the adjacent building unit with her baby, took out the pre-prepared formula from her backpack, and fed it to the baby. It was already noon, and Chuyi had originally planned to rent a place and rest after that. But since the staff had gone for lunch, Chuyi could only have something simple for lunch. Luckily, the baby's formula and complementary food were all prepared beforehand, just in case there was no time to prepare them later, and they came in handy now. The weather at this moment was not as scorching as before, it was even a bit cool. Chuyi had already dressed her baby in long sleeves and pants. After finishing their meal, mother and child rested for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Chuyi noticed people wearing protective suits walking toward the nearby path. She quickly stepped out of the building, figuring that the staff must have returned after their meal. Sure enough, when Chuyi went in, she saw the staff returning to their positions. Chuyi approached them and said, hello, I'd like to rent a place. The staff glanced at Chuyi but didn't speak, instead pointing to a bulletin board nearby. Chuyi looked over and realized that all the rental information was posted there, with options for various types of accommodations and corresponding exchange terms listed below. Chuyi thought about how there were only 2 of them, so they wouldn't need a large space, but she hoped the surrounding area would be quiet. Ideally, she preferred a house close to the fence's edge. Chuyi carefully reviewed the 1-bedroom, 1-living-room apartments or apartment-style houses. There were only 1-bedroom, 1-living-room houses available on the board, costing 5 kilograms of rice per month, or equivalent food items. Additionally, a deposit of 5 kilograms of rice was required. This arrangement amounted to 1 month's deposit and 1 month's rent. Fortunately, rent here was paid monthly. Chuyi considered this for a moment, then stepped out again. When she came back in, she was already holding 10 kilograms of rice. However, it was loose rice. She placed it directly on the counter and said, hello, I'd like to rent a 1-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. I prefer one near the outer part of the wall and ideally somewhere quiet because I have a child who shouldn't be disturbed too much. Also, I hope it's not on too high a floor. Since J-City's environment was suboptimal, and elevators might not be usable, she thought choosing a lower floor would be more practical. First, the staff weighed the rice Chuyi handed over and confirmed it met the required amount without any shortage. Subsequently, the staff said, "Wait a moment, let me check if there are any one-bedroom apartments on a lower floor." Watching the staff open a drawer beneath the desk and sift through documents reminded Chuyi of another manually searched city she'd seen recently. Soon afterward, it seemed the staff found a suitable apartment and began processing Chuyi's registration. They jotted down the address of the house, handed the key along with a note of the address to Chuyi, then pulled out a contract and stated, "Sign this, and you can go." While saying this, the staff patted the document on the table. Chuyi took a look at it. It was merely a lease agreement. After a quick review and seeing no major issues, Chuyi signed her name confidently. Then, she accepted the keys and the paper slip containing the address. The house was on the second floor of a certain building, not too high and not too low, which was fine by her. However, Chuyi was unfamiliar with the layout of the shelter built within the community complex. Despite circling around several times, she couldn't find the right location. Strangely, it turned out to be a coincidence. Chuyi encountered the young man from earlier at a nearby crossroads, the one who received 3 chocolate bars and helped Chuyi navigate the way. He saw Chuyi and asked curiously, "Hey, haven't you rented a place yet?" Chuyi felt embarrassed and showed him the slip in her hand, saying, "I've already rented one, but I don't know the way, so I haven't found the place yet." Chuyi could see many of the original buildings in the neighborhood had collapsed, with new ones hastily constructed. Perhaps during these few months, this base focused solely on constructing housing. Many original building numbers were either lost or rearranged, making it impossible for Chuyi to locate the right house. The man took a look at Chuyi and her baby in his arms and then said, "Let me see the paper. Since you're the first customer I've come across in so many days, I'll offer free guidance to your rental. I'm familiar with this neighborhood, so I'll show you where exactly it is." Chuyi thanked him quickly and handed over the paper. The man looked at the slip of paper and then said, "This is a 1-bedroom, 1 living room apartment you've rented. The room isn't large, it's relatively small and it's close to the edge of the base. It looks like it's one of the newly constructed buildings, so the facilities inside might not be as good as those in the older houses here," the young man explained briefly. Chuyi wasn't sure what exactly the man meant by not good, but she could only go and see the house for herself. Then the young man walked ahead, with Chuyi following behind. They went in one direction, and after walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, they finally arrived. It was a building that didn't look very tall, probably just 10 stories, but it appeared wider than usual. Chuyi suspected that there might be multiple units per floor. Seeing Chuyi stop in front of the building without entering, the man said, "These 1-bedroom apartments usually have at least 4 units per row. And since there are no elevators now, all newly built places here are just stairway apartments. Your second floor isn't too bad, though the second floor may have some mosquitoes or similar problems. Just be careful while living here, you're with a child." Chuyi nodded and thanked him, saying, "Oh, thank you." Smiling, the man waved his hand casually and said, "I'm Shu Cheng. You can just call me Big Cheng. Since we've already arrived at your house, you can go inside now. I still have some things to take care of, so I'll leave." With that, the man waved goodbye and left. At this point, Chuyi slowly entered the building alone. As soon as she stepped in, she discovered that it truly had 4 households per floor, aligned side by side. There were no elevators, only stairs. Walking up the stairs to the second floor, Chuyi checked the slip in her hand, which showed room 202. She then took out the key and prepared to unlock the door. Unbeknownst to Chuyi, her actions seemed to disturb one of the nearby residents. A door opened, and someone outside greeted her casually. "Hello, are you the new neighbor?" Chuyi turned to see a young girl and replied with a smile, "Hello, yes, this is my first day moving in." The girl, who seemed cheerful by nature, grinned and said, "Well, from now on, we'll be neighbors. You probably need to settle down on your first day, so I won't bother you anymore." Saying this, the girl waved and returned inside. Turning back, Chuyi unlocked the door to room 202 and stepped in. She froze momentarily. The room was bare except for a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. It had wall fabric instead of proper wallpaper, unevenly applied. The floor tiles weren't any better either. Chuyi inspected further. The kitchen was merely decorative, it contained nothing. Fortunately, the toilet did have a squat toilet installed. Otherwise, Chuyi would have feared needing to use a public restroom. There was barely any distinction between the balcony and the kitchen, they practically overlapped. But since the kitchen was empty, it could serve as a makeshift balcony. Without a kitchen, the indoor lighting consisted of simple white bulbs, with electrical sockets on either side of the bed. Apparently, power was connected because water flowed smoothly from the faucet in the kitchen sink. So, despite the less than ideal condition of the house, at least there was water and electricity, which made it somewhat bearable. The bed was hard, with only a wooden board and no bedding, let alone a sheet. Chuyi thought back to the items stored within the space buckle, where she kept everything. Still, she thoroughly examined the entire room to ensure there were no hidden cameras before starting to take out supplies one by one from the space buckle. First, she focused on making the bed comfortable, laying soft bedding. The table didn't matter much since their meals were simple anyway. She then took out several pots. Since there was electricity but no gas stove, she had to use an electric pot for cooking rice and stir-frying dishes regularly. However, before unpacking everything, Chuyi cleaned the room thoroughly. Afterward, she started bringing items out one by one. This room was really tiny. In fact, once inside, it was clear how cramped it was. Upon entering, you were already in the bedroom, adjacent to a narrow area serving as a small living room. Moving forward slightly led to the combined kitchen and balcony area next to the bathroom. Standing 2 people in the toilet might be tight, but given that there were only her and the baby, it sufficed. She placed the toiletries neatly, arranging all pots, pans, and cutlery in the kitchen where there was a usable countertop. The whole apartment only had 4 outlets, one each near both sides of the bed, one in the kitchen, and another in the little living room beside the bedroom. The entire apartment probably measured around 30 square meters, but it was sufficient for Chu-Yi and her child. Anyway, they planned to stay only for a short time. Once Chu-Yi found a way to go to City B, they'd pack up and leave immediately. When almost everything was settled, Chu-Yi finally slumped onto the bed and rested for a moment. The bed was a single 1.5-meter wide bed, with a rather hard wooden board as its base. Chu-Yi added a soft quilt on top, which made the bed appear much more comfortable. After all, her son would be playing and sleeping on this bed, and there wasn't much room elsewhere in the small house for him to play around. After tidying up, Chu-Yi lay down with her precious son to take an afternoon nap. She woke up in the evening, realizing the entire afternoon had quietly slipped by. In the evening, Chu-Yi prepared a bottle of milk and some complimentary food for her son. As for herself, she took out some delicacies stored inside the space buckle and placed 2 dishes on the table, making it a fairly rich dinner. As she was eating, several female voices suddenly came from outside. Chu-Yi didn't pay much attention at first. There were 4 households on this floor, and even though it wasn't clear if all units were occupied, hearing people talking wasn't unusual. The doors of these 1-bedroom apartments were old-fashioned iron doors without peepholes, so you couldn't see what was happening outside. The locks were also of the old style. When Chu-Yi first arrived, she noticed that the door locks of the other 3 households were similar, probably purchased from a wholesale market and uniformly installed. However, the voices outside soon stopped, and Chu-Yi paid no attention, continuing her meal. The only windows in this room were in the balcony area and the combined kitchen toilet section. Fortunately, there were screens on the windows, so opening them wouldn't let mosquitoes in. After dinner, Chu-Yi played with her son for a while before gradually going to bed to rest. The unfamiliar environment didn't bother Chu-Yi at all. When it was time to sleep, she slept. Chapter 50, Chen Ying. The next morning, Chu-Yi woke up to the playful noises of her son. It turned out that after her son had woken up and saw his mom still asleep, he had flipped over by himself and started playing with his little toes, laughing happily all the while, completely delighted. After waking up, Chu-Yi saw that her son was not biting his toes but only touching them with his hands, so she didn't intervene much. After preparing breakfast for her son, she also quickly ate hers. She then took her son out. Right as they were stepping out, she saw the girl from next door who had spoken yesterday. The girl lived in room 204, and when she stepped out and saw Chu-Yi, she paused for a moment. After the girl came out, 3 more girls appeared one by one. Chu-Yi was utterly astonished. Could it be that a 1-bedroom apartment housed 4 people? Moreover, these 3 girls seemed familiar. Chu-Yi remembered now, weren't these the 3 girls who had almost been attacked yesterday but fought fiercely and killed the red-eyed rats before fleeing? Chu-Yi had followed these 3 girls here to this base. The girl who had greeted Chu-Yi yesterday stepped forward and said, "Hi, good morning." Chu-Yi also replied, "Good morning." Chu-Yi thought that there were too few people left who still greeted others enthusiastically like this. The girl said, "Hello, my name is Chen Ying, and those 3 are my roommates." She didn't continue the introduction after that. Chu-Yi smiled without much care and said, "Hello, my name is Chu-Yi, and this is my son, Chu Juanshi." Chen Ying was quite surprised. "Is this really your son? I see that you're not very old yourself, yet you already have a child." Yesterday, Chen Ying had seen this child but assumed that the other party was about her age. She hadn't thought the child could be their son, mistaking him for a younger brother. She didn't expect that he would truly be the son. Chu-Yi smiled faintly and said, "One shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I am older than you, but I just look young." Chu-Yi didn't know how old the other person was, but that didn't stop her from talking casually. Chen Ying merely smiled and then said, "We have some things to do, so we'll leave first." Chu-Yi nodded. The group of 4 then went downstairs and left. Chu-Yi looked at the other 2 households. Their doors were tightly shut, and it wasn't clear whether anyone even lived there. However, Chu-Yi didn't mind, so she took her son downstairs as well. After descending, Chu-Yi didn't know where to go, so she could only wander around within the base with her son. Unconsciously, they passed by the base entrance. Sure enough, it was crowded at the base gate this early in the morning, with everyone lining up to leave the base. It was then that Chu-Yi discovered that not only did entering the base require an inspection, leaving the base also required a temperature check. Chu-Yi saw the 4 girls from room 204 also queuing up to leave the base, but she simply glanced and then headed in another direction within the base. Chu-Yi spent the entire morning wandering around inside the base, checking both the old houses and the newly built ones. There wasn't much significant gain, so she decided to leave the base after lunch. By afternoon, Chu-Yi was also at the entrance, queuing up to have her temperature checked before leaving the base. The queue moved quickly since all that was needed to leave was a forehead temperature check, and normal body temperature allowed one to leave. Up until now, Chu-Yi hadn't seen anyone with an abnormal temperature. It didn't take long before it was Chu-Yi's and her son's turn to be checked. Naturally, the results showed a normal temperature. So, Chu-Yi exited the base with her son. This place felt far less developed than the N City shelter. At least there was no car rental business at the entrance. Chu-Yi noticed that many people walked on foot, with those slightly better off riding bicycles, and the best being those on electric bikes. Cars were nowhere to be seen. Chu-yi walked to a relatively secluded area, took out an electric bike from her space button, secured her precious sun in front of her chest, and set off on the bike. Her space contained plenty of batteries, solar panels, and diesel generators, but this environment currently wasn't suitable for setting them up freely. Once on the bike, Chu-yi rode around the streets of the city. She found that due to the food shortage in the city, one could see people everywhere searching through ruins. As long as someone dug out even a bit of edible food from the rubble, they would jump for joy. However, as time had passed since the disaster, the government must have already collected supplies throughout the city, leaving little food behind in the ruins. Any meat or vegetables, which couldn't be preserved easily, were likely spoiled by now. After all, during the calamity, the entire urban area experienced water and power outages, rendering it impossible to preserve these items. Along the way, all she saw were groups of people flipping through the ruins, either in large teams or alone. Chu-yi felt that the order here wasn't nearly as good as in End City. In the distance, a piercing scream rang out. Soon, a few girls came running in Chu-yi's direction, with several big men following behind them. The girls all had a bit of something in their hands, but it was too far away for Chu-yi to see clearly. When the girls ran closer, Chu-yi realized what an interesting coincidence it was. These girls were her neighbors. They all held food in their hands. The girl leading the group was Chen Ying. She finally spotted Chu-yi and the child in her arms. For some reason, she immediately pulled the other three girls, changing direction and running toward another side. But they hadn't run far when they were surrounded by the men from behind. Chu-yi thought that something unsuitable for children was about to happen, but it turned out that the boys were merely holding knives and surrounding the girls, seemingly threatening them. There was a bit of distance between them, so Chu-yi couldn't hear their conversation, but she could see their actions. Chu-yi noticed one of the girls handing over something. Chu-yi recognized this girl as the weakest of the three who fought the rats before. She was the one still sitting on the ground crying after the other two stood up, though she eventually got up later than the others. This time, Chu-yi saw this girl giving away the first thing she held in her hand. Faintly, it seemed like it was food. Chu-yi guessed that these people might be robbing them for food. However, among the four, only this one girl handed over the food in her hand first, while the other three girls kept their food tightly hidden behind their backs, refusing to give it away. The first girl, meanwhile, appeared tearful and pleaded with the men. After thinking it over, Chu-yi decided to put the electric bike back into her space button. Earlier, Chen Ying and her group were chased by those men. When Chen Ying saw Chu-yi right ahead, she didn't ask for help. Instead, she changed directions and led those men toward another side, preventing them from noticing that Chu-yi and her son were nearby. This earned Chen Ying a bit of goodwill in Chu-yi's eyes, as not many people would act like this in such a crisis moment. Chu-yi thought it would be an effortless task to deal with those men, and without much effort, she could easily handle them. She tightened the strap of her son's carrier and walked over. Just as Chu-yi arrived, she heard the teary-eyed girl who gave up her food first crying and begging those men to leave them alone, and even persuading her roommates to quickly hand over their food. Chu-yi shook her head. This girl was truly too weak. In this kind of world, such a weak girl would have a hard time surviving. Food supplies in J City were currently quite tight. For the four of them to all go out searching for food indicated they probably didn't have much food themselves. Yet when they encountered the robbers, the weak girl handed over her food first and even urged her roommates to do the same, handing their food over to the robbers. This left Chu-yi with no words to say. The girls seemed to notice Chu-yi approaching. Chen Ying quickly looked up at Chu-yi, shaking her head and signaling her to leave quickly. But Chu-yi just smiled faintly and continued moving closer. As the distance shortened, the men noticed Chu-yi's approach. They turned their heads, seeing just a girl with a child and thinking she posed no threat, so they burst out laughing. Brothers, another one is coming. She's even carrying a backpack, and her child seems well fed. She must have plenty of food. Let's grab her and see if we can find more food, one rugged-looking man said. Subsequently, two men slowly approached Chu-yi's direction. Over there, Chen Ying shouted loudly, "If you have any courage, come for me. You're taking food from someone with a kid. Do you even consider yourselves human?" But no matter how loud Chen Ying shouted, the men were unmoved. Watching the two men slowly approaching, Chu-yi smirked slightly, feeling she hadn't stretched her muscles for quite a while. This would be a good chance to test if her skills had regressed. Before the two men could get close, Chu-yi made her move. Within seconds, the two men were already lying on the ground, wailing in pain. This action angered the man who had been talking earlier. With a wave of his hand, he ignored Chen Ying and the other three girls. All the men gathered around Chu-yi, ready to attack her. Over there, the four girls were unsure of what to do. The timid girl, seeing the men distracted, tried to pull her roommates away. However, her roommates didn't seem willing to abandon Chu-yi and stayed where they were. As a result, the timid girl abruptly stood up and ran off in one direction, completely ignoring her roommates. Chu-yi watched the men approach with a cold smirk, hearing their vulgar words as her expression grew increasingly aloof. Before the men could react, Chu-yi moved in and attacked. One man was sent flying with a kick, another downed with a punch, each strike aimed at vital points, causing blood to gush from their noses and breaking bones. In an instant, all the men were lying on the ground groaning in pain. The three remaining girls stared wide-eyed at Chu-yi. Chen Ying's eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at Chu-yi like an idol. At that moment, Chu-yi's image soared immeasurably in their minds. For the men sprawled on the ground wailing, the three girls felt no sympathy. Instead, they thought Chu-yi should beat them senseless, teaching them a lesson for their bad deeds. As for killing people, it had never crossed their minds. When the girls snapped back to reality, they hurried forward. Chen Ying, filled with gratitude, said, Chu Yi, thank you for saving us. The other two girls, not very familiar with Chu Yi, simply echoed Chen Ying's words. Chu Yi gave a faint smile. You're welcome. Your roommate ran off. Should you go look for her? Chu Yi referred to the timid girl who had fled earlier. Chen Ying immediately wiped the smile off her face and said indifferently, it doesn't matter, she knows how to get home. Chen Ying didn't bother introducing the runaway roommate. This is my other roommate, the short-haired one is Ju Qi, and the long-haired one is Sun Feifei, Chen Ying introduced briefly without mentioning the escaped roommate. Ju Qi and Sun Feifei quickly stepped forward. Hi, Chu Yi, thank you so much for saving us, they said in unison. Chu Yi replied, you're quite capable yourselves. She had personally witnessed these two girls kill the red leaf rats, and they had shown no cowardice when faced with robbers much stronger than the girl who had fled. Chen Ying suggested, Chu Yi, we should leave here right away. I'm worried that this situation might attract others. That would be even more dangerous. The floor was strewn with the moaning men, whose cries could likely attract unwanted attention. It was best to leave quickly. Since they were neighbors, any further conversation could wait until later at home. Chu Yi nodded but realized that if Chen Ying intended for the three of them to walk with her, there was no way to retrieve her electric bike. To avoid revealing her space button, she would have to walk back with them instead. Still, it wasn't too bad, a leisurely stroll wouldn't hurt. After arriving at their building unit, the four went upstairs together. Just before reaching their separate doors, Chen Ying suddenly grabbed Chu Yi's arm and said, Chu Yi, thank you for saving me. Don't eat tonight, come over for dinner at our place. Please don't refuse, it's the least we can do to repay your life-saving favor. Things are tough now, and all we can offer is a simple meal. Chen Ying gave a bittersweet smile. Times were different now, they couldn't even properly treat someone to a decent dinner. Chu Yi had initially intended to decline, seeing how hard life must be for these girls based on how fiercely they clung to their food earlier. But under their earnest, pleading gazes, Chu Yi ultimately agreed, accepting their repayment through this meal, settling accounts once and for all. Then everyone returned to their respective rooms. Not long after, Chu Yi heard commotion outside. It seemed like the girls were arguing in their room. The soundproofing in these newly built apartments wasn't great. Though Chu Yi lived in 202 and separated by 203 from 204, she could still faintly hear the argument. However, she couldn't make out the details and didn't care much about what it was. Though they'd invited her for dinner, Chu Yi knew her son's needs wouldn't be met, so she fed him milk and started his supplementary food beforehand. After ensuring her baby was full, a knock came at the door. One downside was that the door lacked a peephole, making it unclear who was knocking. However, Chu Yi guessed it was the neighbors since they had asked her to come for dinner. Upon opening the door, she saw Chen Ying, smiling as always. Dinner's ready. It's quite simple, I hope you won't mind, Chen Ying said sheepishly. Chu Yi smiled. Why would I mind? Then she followed Chen Ying to room 204. Upon entering, Chu Yi noticed their room seemed smaller, probably due to the abundance of clutter inside. The room, around 30 square meters, housed two sets of bunk beds. The single beds were barely crammed in, with the surrounding space filled with various daily necessities. It was clear they had placed great emphasis on inviting Chu Yi for dinner. Specifically, they cleaned up the middle section and arranged a small foldable table, with 5 shabby chairs positioned in 4 directions. Chu Yi glanced at the food on the table, 5 bowls of rice, and only 2 dishes in the center. One was pickled radish, while the other looked like red braised chicken pieces. Seeing Chu Yi looking at the dishes, Chen Ying sheepishly said, all these foods are made by us. You came just in time to taste them. We hope you don't mind. Chu Yi shook her head. This is already great. At least it wasn't instant noodles or biscuits. Being able to have this meal was already commendable. Ju Qi quickly added, since everyone's here, let's sit down and eat. Let's see how our skills turn out. Once the food gets cold, it won't taste as good. Afterward, the 5 girls gathered around the table. Sun Feifei and Ju Qi squeezed onto one side, with Sun Feifei warmly urging Chu Yi to eat, repeatedly scooping red braised chicken pieces onto Chu Yi's plate. Try this, it's Chen Ying's specialty dish. As Chu Yi noticed her own plate piled high with braised chicken, she looked over to Chen Ying's and their plates which contained only pickled radishes, and said shyly, you should also eat. Don't just stick to radish, it'll make me think radishes are tastier than chicken. The portion of the dish was limited, but it was evident that they had put effort into preparing it. Nowadays, meat was incredibly rare, with fresh meat mostly controlled by the government through artificial breeding due to collapsed buildings wiping out so much livestock. The chicken pieces they cooked didn't seem fresh either, they likely came from frozen chicken supplied by the government. Meat was expensive now, impossible to buy with money, you could only trade goods for it. Before anyone could reply, the lone girl whose name Chu Yi didn't know suddenly scoffed mockingly, radish obviously isn't as tasty as chicken, isn't this specifying who can eat it? All we get is radish. This sarcastic tone immediately caught the attention of the other 3 girls, all of whom gave her cold stares before Ju Qi spoke up. Chu Yi, go ahead and eat, just ignore her. Chu Yi smiled faintly, pretending not to hear. This sarcastic girl reminded her of the timid girl who ran away earlier. Such people only dared to act aggressively within their circle and surrendered faster than anyone else when faced with danger outside. Chu Yi simply didn't care about what she said, so she started eating without acknowledging the looks thrown her way. Her baby in her arms watched curiously as Mom ate and tried to reach out with its little hands. Chu Yi stroked the baby's head gently, calming it to stop fidgeting. On the side, seeing everyone ignoring her, the girl slammed her chopsticks onto the table furiously, startling Chuyi's baby, who widened its eyes and stared at the girl. Ju Qi immediately flared up. Zhao Zhenzhen, if you don't want to eat, then leave right now. It was then that Chuyi learned the timid girl was actually named Zhao Zhenzhen. Startled by Ju Qi's reprimand, tears welled up in Zhao Zhenzhen's eyes instantly as she choked back sobs and questioned, Ju Qi, how dare you talk to me like that? Qian Ying withdrew her smile, losing patience, and retorted, today, we invited Chuyi here as a gesture of gratitude for saving our lives. If you don't want to eat, then please take a break elsewhere and keep quiet during meals. Hearing this, Zhao Zhenzhen burst into tears, sobbing, Qian Ying, why do you treat me like this too? We don't even have much food left, yet you spent so much to exchange for half a chicken. How will we survive after this? Qian Ying responded sharply, if you feel like life's unbearable, you can live alone. We'll cover your first month's rent. As for this chicken, I got it to thank Chuyi for saving our lives. Are you saying our lives are worth less than half a chicken? Zhao Zhenzhen stammered, but nothing coherent came out. What could she say? She certainly couldn't admit her jealousy toward Chuyi freely eating meat. Yet, leaving this dormitory to fend for herself outside would undoubtedly make her survival difficult. Zhao Zhenzhen clearly knew she had survived so far largely thanks to her 3 roommates' help. If she left here, her future life would be challenging indeed, so Zhao Zhenzhen absolutely refused to move out. Seeing Zhao Zhenzhen finally quiet down, Qian Ying turned to Chuyi apologetically, sorry for making things awkward. Let's enjoy our meal. Saying that, she continued serving Chuyi with more dishes. Chuyi felt as if she had just watched a farce for free. She neither knew nor cared about the relationships among these 4 people, but she judged that Zhao Zhenzhen would likely be a burden to the other 3 in the future. At least, the other 3 were brave enough to face reality and fight against evil forces, whereas Zhao Zhenzhen, not being a drag on her companions, was already something to thank heaven and earth for. It was unclear how they 4 ended up together, sharing such a small 1-bedroom apartment. Even Chuyi thought it was a bit too cramped. But glancing at the 4 girls across from her, she understood, girls couldn't do much labor work. To survive, they must have tightened their belts, striving hard just to live on. The other 3 girls worked very hard, while Zhao Zhenzhen was simply like a single bad seed of rice that had ruined a whole pot of porridge for them. But all this was their internal matter and had nothing to do with Chuyi. Chuyi only wished to repay the favor for saving her life, so there would be no further entanglement between them later on. After all, she herself couldn't possibly stay here for long either. During dinner, Zhao Zhenzhen finally stopped talking, allowing them to finish this meal relatively peacefully. It was evident that Qian Ying and the others had tried their best to entertain Chuyi with what they could afford. After finishing the dinner, they sat and chatted for a while. Chuyi learned from their conversation that the 4 of them were alumni and former roommates from a university in J-City. Coincidentally, all 4 were outsiders. After the disaster broke out, both planes and trains had stopped operating, preventing them from returning to their home cities where their families were. They could only stay temporarily in J-City. Because they had lived together as roommates for several years, they continued renting an apartment together and remained roommates even after graduation. Chapter 51, Robbery. After a short conversation, Chuyi left 204 with her baby. It was really annoying to have someone glaring at you from the side. Subsequently, Chuyi stayed in J-City. She could only stay here until she found a way to B-City. The baby would be 11 months old in the blink of an eye, soon turning 1 year old. If the disaster on this planet started with the initial flood, it had been more than a year already. As time went by, the situation in J-City became increasingly worse, not just because food couldn't be grown here, but also because J-City hadn't developed a cure for the red-eyed rats yet. Furthermore, Chuyi had already discovered that these red-eyed rats were no longer afraid of sunlight. Although their movements were still impeded by the sun, this indicated that humanity's disasters would become increasingly severe. Originally, the phenomenon should have been rats crossing the street, everyone shouting to hit them, but now it had become rats crossing the street, people running for their lives. Just as the situation in J-City became uncontrollable, a group of special individuals arrived in J-City. However, Chuyi didn't see this. Due to the shortage of food in J-City, there was growing unrest within the base recently. There had been numerous cases of home invasions and robberies, with most victims being killed in their own homes. Despite the government of J-City's efforts to reassure the public and investigate suspects, the times had changed. Because of the calamity, the city was severely damaged, and communication had yet to be restored. The current situation could not compare to before the disaster when one connected to the internet to trace all crimes committed. All past records were unrecoverable due to the breakdown of the network and the catastrophe itself, leaving the government with no means to check. With various disasters unfolding, people were restless, so the government had no choice but to enhance patrols and management within the base in hopes of controlling the crime rate. Seeing the situation in J-City becoming stricter, Chuyi decided to leave the city first. Staying here offered no hope of reaching B-City. Moreover, with the discovery of thefts within the base, Chuyi felt even less inclined to stay longer. There was nothing she could do about the situation here, and this place offered no assistance to her. Only by leaving could she find a way to reach B-City. Before Chuyi could make any move, however, someone quietly began watching her. On a night, while Chuyi was sound asleep with her baby, she suddenly heard noises from the adjacent door and instantly woke up. The lock on the door was making rustling sounds, as if someone was trying to break into her room. Chuyi's expression turned cold. She immediately activated the protective sphere inside the space button to encase her baby. Due to the bloodline connection between her and the baby, Chuyi had experimented with it, confirming that besides herself and the baby, nothing else could penetrate the sphere. For now, the protection shield ensured the baby's safety, allowing Chuyi to focus on dealing with those who had targeted her. The sound of breaking the lock grew louder. Chuyi took out 2 daggers from her space button, one in each hand. Knowing it was an old-style lock, Chuyi understood the door would soon be forced open. She prepared and hid in the darkness. Then, there was a snap, and the door opened. Chuyi stood on the other side of the room. Moonlight filtered through the kitchen window onto the hallway leading to the door. Her position, however, was on the opposite side of the bed, which the moonlight did not reach. The baby, safely wrapped in the protection sphere, was invisible to anyone except Chuyi since the sphere concealed its presence. In the small one-bedroom apartment, 3 men entered, their heads covered with black cloths obscuring their faces. Each held a weapon. Under the moonlight, Chuyi could clearly see dark brown blood stains on them. How many people had suffered under these? The moment they stepped inside, Chuyi moved into action. The room wasn't large, and she estimated they would soon notice her standing in the shadows. Chuyi hated being passive, so she launched a preemptive strike. These men appeared to be seasoned criminals. While they weren't a match for Chuyi, they managed to put up some resistance. Chuyi, realizing this, increased the force behind her attacks. As her strikes grew fiercer, her dagger repeatedly slashed the bodies of the 3 men. They quickly realized they had met their match. With pain overwhelming them and fear gripping their hearts, the 3 dropped their weapons and fell to their knees. I'm sorry, please don't kill us," they cried out, repeatedly bowing toward Chuyi's direction. Blood streamed from the knife wounds on their bodies, but at this moment, they paid no attention to it. Their lives were more important. The noise finally drew the attention of the neighbors. Chuyi noticed that room 201's door had opened, revealing a couple. They saw what was happening in Chuyi's room, but showed no intention of coming over. Instead, they quickly closed their door after glancing around. Room 202's door remained unopened, and Chuyi guessed it might be unoccupied. In room 204, 4 young girls lived, which Chuyi already knew. The commotion had startled them as well, so they opened the door but dared not approach, choosing instead to watch from a distance. Chuyi said nothing. With a snap, she turned on the room light. She could now clearly see 3 men with black cloth covering their heads kneeling in the living room. Pools of blood dotted the ground around them, though none of it belonged to Chuyi. It was the blood of the 3 men Chuyi had slashed repeatedly. None of the cuts were deep. She hadn't intended to kill them, merely to teach them a lesson. Although the wounds weren't serious, the sheer number made them appear grievously injured. Chuyi coldly commanded, "Take off your head coverings." Under the light, the 3 men saw the young girl clearly. They couldn't believe she was responsible for their injuries. Yet, upon seeing the blooded daggers still in her hands, fear gripped their hearts. This was someone dangerous. Though their wounds weren't deep, dozens of them covered their bodies, causing both bleeding and pain. After hearing Chuyi's command, the 3 men dared not resist and, enduring the pain, removed their head coverings. Chuyi scrutinized the 3 men before her. They were all around 30 years old, prime-aged youths who resorted to theft. Chuyi took some napkins from the table beside her and began wiping the blood off the 2 daggers. The sight terrified the 3 kneeling men, making their bodies tremble. "Please forgive us. Please forgive us. I have an 8-year-old mother above me and children below me who cry for nourishment. They need me," cried the leader, bowing repeatedly. Chuyi smirked. "What does your mother or your child have to do with me?" As she spoke, her actions became softer. Having finished cleaning 1 dagger, she discarded the bloody napkin at their feet and grabbed another to clean the 2nd dagger. Then, holding the pristine blades, she slowly approached the 3 men. Seeing Chuyi's determined expression, the 3 grew increasingly frightened. As Chuyi continued walking toward them, they begged endlessly, citing their individual hardships. Chuyi inwardly sneered. In these times, everyone has their troubles, but here were able-bodied youths wasting their potential without consideration for others. If today she didn't have the ability and martial prowess to fend them off, any ordinary person would have been completely at their mercy. Why would she let them go just because they begged? Their pleading brought no compassion from Chuyi. Seeing her continue to advance, the 3 perhaps realized she wasn't planning to spare them. Their expressions shifted from pleading to calculation. Exchanging furtive glances, they suddenly picked up the weapons lying on the floor and lunged fiercely at Chuyi, shouting, "I'll kill you." This sudden action terrified the 4 girls in room 204. They screamed involuntarily, especially Chen Ying, who shouted out a warning, "Watch out." Facing the frenzied expressions of the 3 men, Chuyi remained fearless. She moved forward and slashed viciously at their faces with the dagger, spraying blood everywhere. Next, she bent down, performed a spinning kick, and struck 1 man while grabbing a chair nearby to smash another. The last man, momentarily stunned, was soon kicked in the stomach when Chuyi seized the right moment. The 3 men immediately collapsed into a heap, adding several new wounds to their previous injuries during the chaos. Chuyi smirked coldly. "It's been a long time since I found anyone to practice on. Get up, I haven't had enough yet." Since the disaster, opportunities for fights had diminished greatly, but thankfully, her skills hadn't declined. The 4 girls nearby were horrified by Chuyi's fierce demeanor. Zhao Yizhen even screamed aloud, then quickly pulled her 3 roommates inside and shut the door tightly. Seeing Chuyi, the neighbor had no other thoughts and slowly closed the door, shutting out all sights from outside. Inside the room, the three men sprawled on the floor groaned loudly. The leader realized there was no escape as Chuyi closed the door and began cursing in anger. The other two continued to beg for mercy, but Chuyi showed no leniency. She grabbed the dagger in her hand and severed the tendons of their right hands. Instantly, cries of pain echoed through the room. Chuyi sneered coldly, "I've disabled your right hands as a lesson. If you dare attempt this again, it will cost you your lives, not that I know how many lives you have left to waste." She hadn't severed both hands because Chuyi didn't want to render them useless to society. If they lost both hands, it would only provide an excuse for them to continue doing nothing. Severing just their weapon-wielding hand was enough. It would teach them not to harm others again. Blood flowed everywhere across the floor, yet Chuyi showed no fear or hesitation. Confronted with people like this, she could no longer show mercy. These three men were clearly habitual criminals, skilled at what they did, and likely responsible for ruining countless families and costing countless lives. For them to track her down must have taken effort. They'd surely been watching her closely for some time. It was her own fault too, she'd grown complacent. A young woman living alone with a child, receiving no assistance from anyone, and staying indoors for days without food should have triggered suspicion. No one would believe such a setup unless something was amiss. Now that the matter came to light, Chuyi wondered if anyone else might dare come after her if word got out. Although Chuyi wanted to end their lives to prevent further trouble, she understood the current order of society still stood, and as someone living within this system, she must abide by its rules. Before long, a knocking sound came from the broken lock, bang, bang. Despite knowing it wouldn't hold, Chuyi opened the door. Outside stood several security officers dressed in uniform. Upon seeing Chuyi, they immediately presented their badges for her inspection. She glanced casually, base management team. It was obvious why they were here. After stepping aside to let the officers in, Chuyi leaned against the wall. As soon as the team entered, they were shocked by the bloody scene before them. Pointing at the moaning men, one of them asked anxiously, "What happened here?" Chuyi explained nonchalantly, "They broke into my house to rob me. Fortunately, I used to train, so I acted in self-defense. Things escalated slightly, but it's not excessive defense since none of them are seriously injured." A weasel-faced member of the management team couldn't help but twitch his lips while staring at the blood-soaked result of what he called self-defense. This was far more than just slightly escalated. A female law enforcement officer, glancing at the scene, snapped abruptly, "This isn't self-defense, this is almost killing them." Chuyi, naturally unafraid of this attitude, retorted sharply, "Oh, so when they break into my home to kill me, I'm not allowed to defend myself. Believe me, it wasn't heavy-handed enough. Look at their weapons, these are people who wanted to take my life. I'm just glad I didn't take theirs first." The female officer argued back, "If you're so capable, why didn't you simply subdue them and wait for us to arrive? Why cause this level of injury?" Chuyi responded with a chilling laugh, "There have been numerous cases of intrusions in the base. How many have your management team solved? If I had waited for you, I'd already be dead. You guys can't even rely on yourselves, so now you're questioning my right to rely on myself. You." Chuyi cut her off brusquely, "Since you're the enforcers, why don't you do your job and remove these criminals?" The leader restrained the female officer from continuing, motioned for the others, and the injured trio were dragged away. Soon after, the entire team filed out, the leader pausing to glance deeply at Chuyi one last time before leaving. After closing the door once more, Chuyi gazed at the blooded mess and decided it was high time she leave. It had barely been a month since she arrived at the base, and this incident only highlighted its backwardness. She intended to depart immediately. Blocking the damaged door with furniture, she undid her baby's protective barrier. The baby slept soundly while Chuyi lay on the bed, embracing him tightly. Breathing in the scent of milk wafting from her son, she peacefully closed her eyes. The next morning, the bloodstains had congealed into dark red patches glued onto the floorboards. Upon waking up, her baby curiously stared at the deep crimson marks scattered around the room. Chuyi didn't care, as the baby wouldn't understand what it was anyway. She brought over the prepared milk formula. As soon as the baby saw its meal coming, it stopped being curious about the bloodstains on the floor and instead reached eagerly to grab the bottle. Chuyi sat by the bed, cradling the baby in her arms, before finally inserting the nipple of the bottle into the baby's moving hands. She loosely supported the bottle while feeding him. After the baby finished drinking, Chuyi tidied up the room a bit. Some items like pans, bowls, and blankets were splattered with blood, and she decided not to keep them. After all, she had plenty in her supplies, and she didn't feel like washing them either. Her most important treasure was her beloved son. She hugged her son tightly against her chest, then left the room. Upon opening the door, she found Chen Ying and two others standing outside. Zhao Zhenzhen wasn't there. Chen Ying awkwardly looked at Chuyi and asked, "Are you alright?" Yesterday, the rest of her words trailed off, too embarrassing to say out loud. With just one child, Chuyi had saved them from an attack by multiple men. Yet last night when they heard the commotion, they didn't come over to help. They felt truly guilty inside but were relieved that Chuyi seemed fine. Chuyi indifferently replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for calling the city management team last night." The city management team couldn't have appeared suddenly unless someone nearby noticed something amiss at her place and called them. Chuyi thought it likely that a few girls from room 204 had made the call. Chen Ying shook her head, "We're sorry, this is all we could do." Chuyi wasn't sure exactly what apology Chen Ying meant. She knew the three men last night carried weapons, and base robberies had been occurring frequently lately, often ending in death. It was natural for Chen Ying and her friends to be scared since Chuyi herself was a stranger to them, and there was no need for them to risk their lives to save hers. Still, they managed to notify the city management team. Thinking for a moment, Chuyi said, "I'm leaving City J. Many things in my room are covered in blood now, so I don't plan to take them. There are only a few days left on the lease." As she spoke, Chuyi pulled out the original rental contract she'd signed. "In a few days, you can use this contract to retrieve the 5 pounds of grain I put down as deposit. Consider it thanks for helping me call the city management team. I don't want anything else in the room anymore, so you can deal with it however you please." Chuyi had absolutely no good feelings towards the government personnel of City J and didn't wish to deal with them again. Letting the girls from room 204 handle it would serve as a thank you for alerting the city management team and prevent any consequences arising from tossing those men out the window. After all, Chuyi wasn't going to let the 3 men stay overnight in her room. Most likely, no one would come to collect them, so she simply threw them out the second-floor window onto the grass below. They might break some bones, but their lives wouldn't be lost. Chen Ying was shocked. "You're leaving? Why? Isn't here fine?" Chuyi's lips twitched slightly. How was it even fine? Not only was food tight, but home invasions were common. More importantly, the staff at this place had zero capability. It took so long to catch just 3 robbers, showing clear issues caused by both disaster and leadership inefficiency. Also, there was no method available in this city for her to reach City B. Instead of wasting time, it was better to leave earlier and look for more suitable alternatives. Chuyi firmly stated, "My destination isn't here, and I can't stay long." She didn't feel like discussing further details. Juqi noticed Chuyi's firm resolve and pulled Chen Ying back as she tried to say more. Then Juqi asked Chuyi, "Are you leaving right now?" Chuyi nodded. Juqi said, "Then I hope your journey goes well." With that, she dragged her 2 roommates aside to make space. Chuyi gave a slight nod and directly descended the stairs to leave. Chen Ying watched Chuyi go, and the usual smile disappeared from her face. Juqi asked, "Why do you care so much about her?" Chen Ying pursed her lips. "Can't you see how skilled she is? Despite looking around our age, she could fight multiple men without any disadvantage. People like her are the ones we should learn from. If we become stronger like her, we won't be bullied by others." Sun Feifei responded, "But we can never be like Chuyi. Such skills aren't achieved overnight." Chen Ying said, "I know, but if we can befriend her, we could ask her to teach us a few moves. Given her skills, even if we only learn a few tricks from her, it would still make us stronger than most women, providing more security for ourselves." But it seemed like they had missed the chance. Juqi said, "Now that she's gone, what can we do?" At this moment, Chen Ying felt a tinge of regret. Last night, they had clearly seen the situation but were frightened by the sharp weapons in those men's hands and didn't dare to step forward. Chuyi was left alone to face them. When their group had been in danger before, the men who surrounded them weren't armed. Even when captured, all the men did was slap them. This time, however, it was different. The 3 men carried weapons that could kill someone, which terrified them. They didn't come to Chuyi's aid immediately, nor did they rush out to inform the city management team right away. Only after seeing Chuyi subdue the 3 men did they gather the courage to call for the city management team to come over. This way, they had missed the best opportunity to form a close bond with Chuyi. And they hadn't anticipated that Chuyi would plan to leave City J so soon on the next morning. Maybe in the days to come, they would never encounter such an extraordinary woman like Chuyi again or have another chance to get to know someone like her. But now that Chuyi had already left, what good did it do to talk about these things? Chuyi naturally had no idea about the regrets and thoughts of the others. She was now walking along the base's road. Other than the backpack behind her and her son held tightly against her chest, she carried no other luggage. Once outside the base, Chuyi would naturally take out the electric scooter from the space button and use it. Chapter 52, An Acquaintance. In a place Chuyi didn't know about, a group of outsiders came to City J. At this moment, these people were sitting boldly in the government office area, seemingly negotiating something. Soon after, they reached an agreement and each party left. Meanwhile, Chuyi arrived at the entrance of the base, had her temperature checked, and went out directly. As soon as she stepped outside, Chuyi became confused again. The devastated land lay before her, and she didn't know which direction to go, so she blindly walked forward, not knowing how far she had traveled. Just at this moment, there was suddenly the sound of beep beep behind her. This was a car honking its horn. However, Chuyi's attention was clearly unfocused at the moment. Only when she felt the approaching danger from behind did Chuyi react momentarily. She turned around just in time to see that a car was about to drive right in front of her. In the nick of time, Chuyi stretched out her foot, planted it on the hood of the car for leverage, stood up, spun in midair, and jumped to the ground beside her. At that moment, the car also came to an emergency stop. Before Chuyi could react, several men in black suits got out of the car and surrounded her. Chuyi stood in the middle with her son in her arms, watching the men silently without any expression on her face. Her son inside her embrace looked around with big eyes. It seemed like all they needed was a command, and these people would immediately take action against Chuyi. A feeling of unease flickered through Chuyi's mind. It was these familiar black-suited men and the familiar car. Chuyi only heard a slight sound, and then all the black-suited men rushed towards her. Holding her child, Chuyi neatly turned around, kicked, and raised her hand. These black men seemed to be cautious about something. Their attacks weren't too heavy, which made Chuyi fight more recklessly. After all, apart from worrying about her son, Chuyi was fearless. Because she was holding her son, Chuyi spent some extra time but finally managed to knock down all the surrounding black-suited men. At this point, Chuyi noticed the passenger door opening, and a pair of long elegant legs stepped out first. Then, a whole person appeared in Chuyi's sight. Familiar peach-colored eyes quietly stared at Chuyi. Their gazes met, and both faces remained calm. The man's peach eyes slightly curved upwards, and a smile hooked at his lips. Indeed, it's you. Recognizing the somewhat familiar figure, Chuyi indifferently said, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Gesturing her eyes toward the lying black-suited men around. As the man approached, the fallen black-suited men gritted their teeth, stood up painfully, and retreated back into the car. The scene was now left with only the man and Chuyi. The man chuckled softly, I've been waiting for you for quite some time in End City, little wildcat." Chuyi didn't respond, just standing expressionless as she looked at him. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the child in Chuyi's arms, seeming to flash something within his eyes. The man asked lightly, "Where does this child come from?" Chuyi replied, "Of course, he's my biological child." The man's facial expression seemed to change slightly, and his voice cooled slightly, "Whose is it?" Chuyi didn't want to bother with this, seeing that the other black-clad men had already gotten into the car, she decided to leave without further ado. The man wouldn't let Chuyi leave just like that. He took a step forward, extended his hand, intending to grab Chuyi's arm. Chuyi grabbed the man's outstretched hand, and using the force from his shoulder, flipped him over, intending to throw him onto the ground. Chuyi thought he would surely hit the ground, but unexpectedly, he used Chuyi's force to complete a somersault and landed steadily on his feet. This observation told Chuyi that the man seemed to know a bit of martial arts. Hence, she no longer held back and struck directly at him. They began fighting in the open space. Chuyi grew more and more surprised. The man's skills, although inferior to hers, were not significantly so. He was certainly much stronger than those black-clad men. With her child in her arms, Chuyi struggled under the circumstances, unable to escape from his hands temporarily. After an unknown duration of fighting, her physical strength gradually weakened. During one of Chuyi's chop strikes, the man caught her wrist, moved behind her, twisted her hands behind her back, and trapped her other hand at her side with his other hand. The man leaned his head close to Chuyi's ear and elegantly said, "Little wildcat is still as fire-tempered as ever, but I like it." Chuyi directly retorted, "I don't like it. Let me go quickly." Chuyi's abilities surpassed the man's, but alas, she had this weak point, a baby. This man was also much stronger than those black men. With her concerns weighing heavily, Chuyi couldn't fully focus on the fight. The man spoke softly, "Why aren't you calling me by my nickname anymore? Didn't you give me a nickname?" Chuyi's face was cold as she said, "What nonsense about nicknames? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you crazy? Ho!" A soft laugh sounded in her ear, followed by his words, "This child in your arms looks pretty cute. So young already, but it's not clear if he is still that cute when playing around." Hearing this, Chuyi's face became icier and she applied a bit more strength, freeing herself from the man's grasp. She then immediately kicked him with actions fiercer than before, determined to counterattack even at the cost of getting injured. After blocking several attacks, the man seemed to realize Chuyi's displeasure and hurriedly said, "I was just kidding, don't take it so seriously." However, Chuyi wouldn't listen to any of his explanations, growing even fiercer in her moves. Had it not been for her need to hide the secret of the space button, 2 daggers should have already appeared in her hands, fiercely stabbing at the man. Perhaps only the spilling of blood could calm Chuyi's rage now. As Chuyi went berserk, the man also struggled to defend against her, sustaining injuries in multiple spots, sitting painfully on the ground. The people in the car seemed restless, and a middle-aged uncle stepped down. It looked like the uncle wanted to step forward but was stopped by the man's hand signal. The uncle could only anxiously watch from the side, clenching his fists tightly. Finally, Chuyi managed to deliver a kick that sent the man tumbling onto the ground, a trail of blood trickling from his mouth. As Chuyi saw the bright red blood, her mind seemed clearer again. The middle-aged uncle quickly helped the man up, but the man pushed away the uncle's helping hand, standing up himself. He wiped off the blood on his lips and an eerie smile passed through his eyes. Turning to Chuyi, he asked, "How about it? Are you feeling better? It was just a joke, no need to take it seriously. No matter what, I, Lu Zetian, would never harm a child." Seeing the man's expression, a hint of quietness crossed Chuyi's heart. She seemed to have underestimated the man's abilities. Although his skills might not surpass hers, they were at least evenly matched. It seemed the man had been deliberately letting her have some advantage initially. Realizing this, Chuyi felt even worse. This meant it would be very difficult for her to leave this group today. Her thoughts weren't focused on the man's words, thus she didn't hear clearly what name he mentioned. Uncle Zhong worriedly asked beside them, "Young master, are you okay?" Lu Zetian casually waved his hand, "Uncle Zhong, you go back to the car and wait for me." Uncle Zhong glanced at his young master, then turned to Chuyi across from him, and finally reluctantly walked back to the car. Approaching Chuyi, the man softly asked, "Where are you going?" Chuyi coldly retorted, "It's none of your damn business." Lu Zetian continued, "Is this child the one who saved you last time?" Last time Chuyi explored the villa and was rescued by Jiang Liliran, which made Lu Zetian think the child might belong to that man. Not wanting to respond, Chuyi turned to walk away. However, this action led Lu Zetian to believe Chuyi was implying the child belonged to the man who saved her. An inkling of fierceness flashed in Lu Zetian's eyes, after which he restrained his emotions and slowly said, "Since you don't want to talk about it, let's get reacquainted. My name is Lu Zetian, from City B." When Chuyi heard City B, her heart slightly stirred. She asked indifferently, "Why are you stopping me?" Lu Zetian smiled faintly, his peach eyes curving attractively. "You mustn't misunderstand. I won't hurt you. Last time we met in N City, and this time in J City. Even though I don't know where your destination is, I'd like to invite you to visit City B. What do you say?" Chu Yi responded, "What if I don't feel like visiting City B?" Although her original destination was indeed City B, Chu Yi had never been one to be swayed easily. Lu Zetian withdrew his smile and blandly said, "Then you probably can't leave today. I'm sincerely inviting you to play in City B." Speaking this, he subtly lifted his hand, and a group of black-clad men descended from the car, standing behind Lu Zetian. The threatening presence was all too obvious. Chu Yi's mouth twitched. Looking at the dirted suit on the other person caused by her beating and falling, she noted how their composed appearance was now somewhat disheveled. Chu Yi spoke coolly, "What's your purpose? With disasters striking everywhere, what fun is there in City B? Has City B not suffered calamities as well?" This person kept holding on to her relentlessly, worrying her greatly. She feared he had intentions, whether regarding her or those around her, or perhaps he had discovered some of her secrets. Lu Zetian gave a soft laugh and said, "This is a global disaster. Of course, City B has also been affected, but as the capital, it's in better condition than any other city in the country. I have no ulterior motives. I just think women like you are rare, and I want to take you there to see." Chu Yi knew the other party wasn't being honest, but at this moment, it seemed she had no other way out. Since her original destination was also City B, why not hitch a ride with him regardless of who he was? Once in City B, she could find a way to leave. Meeting Jiang Liliran or the Zhao family would solve everything. But although Chu Yi inwardly agreed to go with Lu Zetian to City B, her face still showed no signs of agreement. She couldn't let the other side know her destination was also City B, otherwise after arriving, the other party might become more vigilant, making it harder for her to leave. Seeing Chu Yi's seemingly unmoved expression, Lu Zetian patiently watched her, while his black-clad men gradually surrounded Chu Yi. As Chu Yi looked at those who approached, her face darkened slightly as she murmured, "How do you plan to get to City B? You can't rely solely on this car, it won't be enough to reach City B." With all cities struck by calamities and earthquakes affecting the whole globe, collapsed structures were everywhere. In urban areas, survivors may clear debris, but in remote areas, nobody will clean them up, leaving obstacles blocking roads. Relying on a car alone would never work, nor would it ensure safe arrival in City B otherwise, why would they have chosen waterways before? Hearing Chu Yi's words agreeing to go, Lu Zetian smiled faintly, his peach eyes gleaming mischievously. "That's none of your concern. We're not driving back to City B. Just follow us, that's all." Chu Yi remained silent, turned around, and walked towards the back of the car. Only then did she notice there were 2 more cars behind. She then unhesitatingly opened the door of the front passenger seat and got inside. After opening the window, she coolly said, "Aren't we leaving yet?" Uncle Zhong, seeing the seat Chu Yi occupied, immediately wanted to pull her down. That was the place for their young master. However, Uncle Zhong didn't manage to move before Lu Zetian stopped him, smiling lightly and saying, "Let her sit there." Then, feeling quite pleased, he walked towards the driver's seat. Reaching the car door, he signaled the person sitting in the driver's seat to get out. As soon as that person stepped out, Lu Zetian took the driving position. Chu Yi frowned and looked at Lu Zetian. "Aren't you the honorable young master? Shouldn't you find it improper to drive personally?" Chu Yi originally didn't want any contact with him, so she hurriedly sat in the front passenger seat. Little did she expect that Lu Zetian wouldn't follow normal conventions. He dismissed the driver and sat in the driver's seat himself. Lu Zetian responded with a bland smile, "I'd be happy to serve you." Chu Yi felt goosebumps arise, instinctively tightening her grip on the curious baby in her arms. Since the baby was born, they rarely rode in a car, hence upon sitting in one now, the baby reached out little hands eagerly to touch the surroundings. After Chu Yi sat down, no one else got into their car. The black-suited men all went toward the 2 vehicles behind. Lu Zetian gently started the car and drove forward. Chu Yi had no idea where he was going, but it didn't matter as long as it led to City B. It was a free ride after all. If she had gone to City B alone, she probably wouldn't have arrived in years. After leaving J City, she didn't even know how to get to nearby cities, let alone find her way. Throughout the journey, Chu Yi and Lu Zetian didn't exchange any words. After about half an hour of driving, the car finally stopped. Chu Yi glanced around and realized they were at an airport. Lu Zetian got out of the car first and then opened the front passenger door for Chu Yi, indicating for her to come out. Chu Yi got out of the car holding the baby, and when she saw the large open area in front of her, she noticed the painted runway on the ground. More importantly, there were 2 aircraft parked on the runway, not passenger planes typically seen in airports, but helicopters. At that moment, Chu Yi was shocked inwardly, refreshing her perspective of Lu Zetian again. Being able to mobilize helicopters during such a period signified a very wealthy and powerful family background. Helicopters weren't something one could easily access, especially now. Anyone capable of using a private helicopter service surely held an extraordinary identity. At that moment, Chu Yi suddenly recalled their first encounter in N City when the other party already possessed the cure for red-eyed rats. Back then, it should have been evident that the person wasn't ordinary. To develop a cure for red-eyed rats within such a short time frame required a specialized scientific team behind, consuming substantial human resources, material resources, and reflecting immense influence in itself. Chu Yi suddenly regretted her decision a little. Although hitching a ride with Lu Zetian would allow her to reach City B faster, It was clear that Lu Zetian wasn't an ordinary person. From what Aunt Jiang Hui had mentioned, the Jiang family's background was also powerful in City B. However, Chu Yi had never truly witnessed the situation of the Jiang family. Jiang Liliran and Lu Zetian were about the same age, both belonging to personalities that were strong-willed and exceptionally capable. Perhaps they were well-known adversaries to each other. However, wait, Lu Zetian, where had she heard this name before? Chu Yi carefully recalled. She hadn't met many people, nor did she know much about City B. Since Lu Zetian was from City B, someone must have mentioned him in relation to matters concerning City B, otherwise, she wouldn't feel so familiar with the name. Suddenly, Chu Yi remembered Aunt Jiang Hui had once said that the Lu family represented by Lu Zetian was the Jiang family's sworn enemy. It was even rumored that Lu Zetian's sister, Lu Wanwan, had chased after Jiang Liliran all the way to N City, only to be scolded and driven away. Instantly, Chu Yi felt a chill run through her entire body. Lu Zetian represented the Lu family, and Jiang Liliran represented the Jiang family. These two families were sworn enemies, the Lus in politics, and the Jiangs in military. Could it be that Jiang Liliran knew that the one in possession of the red-eyed rat cure was Lu Zetian, and therefore decided to leave N City quickly, warning Chu Yi and Zhao Qing not to have too much contact with Lu Zetian, saying he was too dangerous without revealing his identity? Perhaps Jiang Liliran didn't want her to get involved in the feud between the Jiangs and Lus. Yet somehow, destiny had led her into it, now being under Lu Zetian's watchful eye, but she still wasn't sure if this was good or bad. Lu Zetian saw Chu Yi staring at the helicopter dumbfounded and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Yi snapped out of her thoughts, shook her head, and casually said, "I've just never seen a helicopter before." Lu Zetian chuckled lightly, "Then you'll soon get to experience what it feels like to sit on it." Chu Yi calmly questioned, "When are we leaving?" Lu Zetian replied, "Afternoon. Let's eat something first over there." Lu Zetian pointed beside the aircraft where a large square sunshade had been opened. Under it were several tables laden with fruits and meals. Chu Yi followed Lu Zetian over. The fruits on the table were fresh, and the scent of delicious food wafted into her nose. The spread was quite abundant, with fish, shrimp, meat, and vegetables. Chu Yi took a discreet look at Lu Zetian. This man seemed to enjoy luxury more than she expected. Lu Zetian pointed to the first table, signaling Chu Yi to follow him and take a seat. After sitting down, Chu Yi didn't start eating immediately. Instead, she took out formula and warm water from her backpack, prepared some milk for her beloved son, and let her baby drink it first. Only after her son had finished drinking did she turn her attention to the food on the table. Seeing boiled shrimp, Chu Yi took a bowl and filled it with clean water. Then she picked several shrimps into her own bowl and started peeling them. Once peeled, she rinsed them in the clean water, placed them into another bowl, and crushed them as finely as possible using chopsticks and a spoon before feeding her son little by little. Since using space buttons to prepare complementary foods for her son was impossible outside, her baby, who was already 11 months old and accustomed to eating complementary foods, had no choice but to eat these crushed shrimp today as part of his meal. Once her son was finally full, Chu Yi began eating herself. Throughout the process, Lu Zetian across from her quietly observed her actions without speaking a word. Subsequently, Lu Zetian also picked up his chopsticks, and the two silently finished lunch together. After eating, Lu Zetian showed no intention of leaving right away, instead choosing to rest on the spot. After about an hour, Lu Zetian stood up. Chu Yi asked, "Are we leaving now?" Lu Zetian gazed at Chu Yi with a flash of light in his eyes. "Why do I feel like you're so eager to get to City B?" Chu Yi stirred inside but showed no expression on her face. Annoyed, she retorted, "Didn't you say you were taking me to City B? Now you're questioning my eagerness. If you don't intend to take me there, I'd rather leave now." She shot a disdainful glance at Lu Zetian and turned to leave the airport. Lu Zetian quickly called out to stop her. "We're about to board the plane. Where are you going?" "Let's go." Seeing Chu Yi walking forward without looking back, Lu Zetian waved his hand, and the men in black clothes quickly stepped forward to block Chu Yi's path. With no option, Chu Yi irritably turned around. Lu Zetian gestured towards the nearby airplane, indicating she could board now. Chu Yi slowly made her way toward the helicopter. Once inside, she immediately realized how much more luxurious this helicopter was compared to what she had imagined. After all, Chu Yi had seen helicopters on TV before. They always looked small, with room for no more than 4 people. But this one could easily accommodate 7 or 8 passengers. Subsequently, Chu Yi noticed Lu Zetian and the so-called Uncle Zhong stepping aboard, followed by a man in black who promptly closed the aircraft door upon boarding. Chu Yi couldn't help but look at Lu Zetian with an astonished expression. There were only 5 people on this entire helicopter, 1 pilot in the front, and 4 others who came afterward, including herself, leaving several empty seats in the back. Chu Yi strongly suspected that the man in black who came on board last was only there to open and close the cabin door, as he didn't seem necessary for the flight and could have just sat with the other crew members. Lu Zetian paid no attention to Chu Yi's gaze and spoke to the co-pilot, saying, "Let's go." The helicopter slowly began to taxi, then ascended into the sky. Chu Yi had chosen a seat by the window and looked down through it at the clouds passing by. This was her first time riding an airplane on this planet, different from when she piloted spaceships in the new galaxy before. Compared to modern starships, these helicopters felt extremely outdated. During takeoff, her ears experienced a slight ringing sensation, which prompted her to quickly cover her baby's ears. In contrast, during spaceship flights in space, the vessel's stability was exceptional, offering zero discomfort, an unmistakable testament to technological advancement. Chapter 53, Unraveling. The helicopter flew smoothly through the air. Chu Yi was unsure how long it would take to reach City B. The baby, after an initial burst of excitement, started to feel drowsy, his eyelids drooping. Chu Yi realized he was tired. She shifted the baby in her arms and gently patted him to help him fall asleep. Beside her, Lu Zetian kept a close eye on the child, his intense gaze making it impossible for Chu Yi to ignore. She furrowed her brows and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Zetian averted his gaze and said calmly, "I just think he looks like someone." Chu Yi's hands tightened slightly as she held the baby, and an odd sensation stirred inside her. She knew better than anyone how this child had come into being. But the situation at the time had been urgent, and it was her first day on this planet. So much time had passed since then. Many disasters had occurred since then, making it exceedingly difficult to locate the man from back then. Chu Yi didn't remember his face at all. When she left, it was in such a hurry that she forgot to look at what the man looked like. Thinking about this, Chu Yi asked without showing any emotion, "Can you really tell who he resembles at such a young age?" Lu Zetian had been observing every subtle expression on Chu Yi's face, but unfortunately, Chu Yi maintained a completely stoic demeanor throughout, showing softness and tenderness only when facing the baby. Then, Lu Zetian probed cautiously, "Was the man who saved you in the villa originally the father of this child?" Chu Yi immediately shook her head without saying a word. This child couldn't possibly be Jiang Liran's. However, Lu Zetian interpreted her shaking of the head as a denial of his claim and followed up with another question. "So where is this child's father now?" Though annoyed by Lu Zetian's repeated questions about the child's father, Chu Yi also felt a flicker of curiosity upon hearing his sense of familiarity towards the child. Chu Yi replied, "The child's father is gone, and he will never return." Regardless of who the child's father might be, Chu Yi wouldn't give up the child. This was the fruit of her 10-month-long pregnancy and hard work, her sole family on this planet. There was no way she would let him go to anyone, not even his biological father. Especially given the complicated emotions she harbored toward Jiang Liran, it would be impossible to allow the child's father to get involved again. Lu Zetian couldn't understand whether Chu Yi was implying that the child's father had abandoned them or if the father had passed away. He tightly focused on the baby in Chu Yi's arms. The more he looked, the more convinced he became that the child resembled someone. That person had grown up with him in the academy. Although they were adversaries, their rivalry was fierce. He had spent a great deal of effort to understand that man's circumstances. Now, finding a child that so strongly resembled that person, Lu Zetian couldn't help but become suspicious. He looked at Chu Yi and asked, "Do you know Jiang Liran?" No matter how shocked Chu Yi felt inside, she showed no sign of it, looking affectionately at the baby in her arms. "No, I don't know him." "What's wrong?" Lu Zetian observed carefully every trace of expression on Chu Yi's face and slowly said, "Oh, I think your child looks very much like Jiang Liran." Inside, Chu Yi was stunned. How could this be? Suddenly, a scene came to mind, after the earthquake, when she had first arrived at the Zhao family. Aunt Jiang Hui saw her child and thought he was Jiang Liran's child, mentioning that her baby looked exactly like Jiang Liran as a child. At the time, Chu Yi hadn't taken it seriously, thinking that the woman had misunderstood the relationship between herself and Jiang Liran. Besides, the baby was still too small to determine resemblance accurately. Thus, she overlooked the issue at the time, but now being reminded by Lu Zetian, Chu Yi had a sudden, almost impossible thought. Chu Yi asked, "Who is Jiang Liran? Since you're from City B, does that mean this Jiang Liran is also from City B? I've always stayed in City N, so how could I have interacted with him? My child definitely can't be his child." Inadvertently, Chu Yi acknowledged being the one who caused a disturbance in the villa in City N. However, she was now desperate to understand the connection between her child and Jiang Liran. But the nearby Lu Zetian clearly bore some enmity toward Jiang Liran. She couldn't directly ask about it and reveal her connection with him, so she decided to fish for information indirectly to see if she could uncover any clues. Lu Zetian, however, shrewdly detected a slight abnormality in Chu Yi's demeanor and asked irrelevantly, "How old is your child?" Realizing her eagerness to disassociate herself from the situation had already drawn attention from the other party, Chu Yi suppressed her thoughts and responded slowly, "My son is 1.5 years old." Chu Yi's son, having been carefully looked after by her, never lacked for food or clothing. The repair agent in the spatial button had also helped to strengthen his body, making him appear much sturdier and older than other children of the same age. Unless one intentionally checked his bone age with medical equipment, anyone who saw the child would generally assume he was older. Lu Zetian had already begun thinking along this line when comparing the child's age. Thinking about the time when he originally schemed against Jiang Liran, it didn't match up. It seemed that he overthought things. This child definitely wasn't Jiang Liran's. Perhaps he just resembled him. There are always many people in this vast world who look alike. Lu Zetian scolded himself for being overly suspicious. However, Lu Zetian still had to ask, "So where is the father of this child?" Seeing that the other party kept fixating on the question of the child's father, to dispel the other's suspicion, Chu Yi could only say, "Gone." Lu Zetian asked, "Dead?" Chu Yi hesitated slightly, closed her eyes momentarily, and nodded. In her heart, she thought, regardless of whether the father of her child was Jiang Liran, she hadn't actually said that he was dead. Only then did Lu Zetian dismiss the doubts in his heart and continued, "Jiang Liran's family is in City B. But their family and ours are mortal enemies who can never reconcile. I originally thought your child looked very much like him, but the timeline doesn't match. Thankfully, he's not his son, otherwise." He left the rest unsaid, yet a shadow of cruelty was revealed in his words. Chu Yi glanced at Lu Zetian coldly and indifferently. She then asked, What timeline doesn't match? Could it be you schemed against him? Uncle Zhong next to them immediately looked at his young master. Master, don't say too much. Uncle Zhong didn't understand why his young master held such high regard for this woman, but some matters were not something she should know. Lu Zetian laughed. Whether or not there was scheming involved, it makes no difference anyway since you don't even know him. Knowing these things won't help you. It's probably 3 hours before we reach City B. Take some rest while you have time. With that, he closed his eyes and rested without another word. Naturally, Chu Yi wouldn't continue questioning further, but her inner speculations gradually deepened. Lu Zetian had mentioned scheming against Jiang Liran. Back then, the person who had relations with her seemed to have also ingested some kind of drug, otherwise he wouldn't have lost consciousness and grabbed her. If the assumption holds true that this person was indeed Jiang Liran, he might have been drugged unknowingly by Lu Zetian's plan, leading to their relationship. Subsequently, she gave birth to Chu Juanxi. Aunt Jiang Hui from the Zhao family was Jiang Liran's own aunt and must have seen Jiang Liran as a child. From the start, she had said that this child looked exactly like Jiang Liran as a little boy, hence the suspicion of their relationship, mistakenly believing Chu Yi and Jiang Liran were a couple. At that moment, Chu Yi herself had misjudged Aunt Jiang Hui. Now, looking at her son in her arms, with his chubby little face and lively personality, no matter how she looked, she couldn't help but feel this child didn't resemble the somber personality of someone like Jiang Liran. However, due to this assumption, when Chu Yi looked again at her son's face, she was startled to discover that he indeed bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Liran. All evidence pointed to the fact that this child really might be the offspring of herself and Jiang Liran. At this moment, Chu Yi was unsure what thoughts to entertain, given that her relationship with Jiang Liran had progressed somewhat. Now there was the added factor of this child potentially being their mutual offspring. She wondered how their relationship might evolve. Still, Chu Yi's current conjecture remained exactly that, a guess. Everything needed confirmation upon returning to City B and meeting Jiang Liran. She intended to reveal her suspicions to him, though strange and unbelievable, the signs indicated it could very well be possible. But Chu Yi was now torn. If this child was Jiang Liran's, how should they interact moving forward? Their current relationship stood somewhere between friendship and romance, unspoken emotions lingering ambiguously. Revealing that her son might also be Jiang Liran's could complicate their relationship even further, leaving her uncertain of what the future may hold. As Chu Yi had just received this shocking news, far away in City B, Jiang Liran suddenly learned the stunning revelation as well. The situation was as follows: Jiang Liran and the Zhao family group traveled by water to a city near City B, then exchanged remaining food supplies for transportation, finally arriving safely at City B. After returning to the Jiang residence with great difficulty, unable to indulge in the joy of reuniting with his grandfather and father, Jiang Liran went crazy searching for Chu Yi within City B but found no traces. Then, after waiting nearly a month, he still hadn't received any news from Chu Yi. The Zhao family was sorrowful, and Jiang Liran was even more in anguish. He wanted to set sail back immediately and continue searching at the place Chu Yi had fallen into the sea, even if all he could find was her body so he could bring it back. Jiang Hui naturally felt guilty, and under this guilt, she spoke up about little Chu Juanxi's background. However, this time, the issue finally caught everyone's attention. Jiang Cheng and Jiang Li Hui had noticed the abnormal behavior of their grandson's son, knowing it was because of a girl. Right then, they suddenly learned from their daughter-sister that the son born to this girl looked exactly like how Jiang Liran used to look as a child, claiming that this boy was actually Jiang Liran's biological son. Naturally unable to sit still, Jiang Cheng leaned on his cane and asked Jiang Hui, "Ai Hui, did you tell your father that the girl's son looks exactly like what Lilan used to be when young? Is this true?" Subsequently, all eyes turned to Jiang Hui. At that moment, with a sorrowful tone, Jiang Hui said, "Dad, didn't Lilan tell you? You have a great-granddaughter-in-law and great-grandson now. Unfortunately, both of them are currently unaccounted for. It's all my fault for not taking good care of them." Jiang Cheng then shifted his gaze to his grandson. "Tell me, what is going on here?" Jiang Liran frowned, confused. "Aunt, what are you talking about? How can Chu Yi's son possibly be mine?" Zhao Qing also interjected, "That's right, Mom, when brother met Chu Yi, she was already several months pregnant. I actually met Chu Yi before brother did. How could they have been together early enough to have a son?" Jiang Hui quickly responded, 1111 truly is your brother's son, he looks exactly like how brother used to look as a child. Wait a moment, I still have photos of brother as a child upstairs. Once I bring them out, you will see how similar they look. It's impossible that they're not father and son. With that, Jiang Hui rushed upstairs. As a member of the Jiang family, even though she was married, the Jiangs had always kept her original room available and sent staff to clean it regularly, so she could move back in as soon as she returned. After rummaging through cabinets upstairs, Jiang Hui found an old photo album. She flipped it open, took out a baby picture, and hurriedly came downstairs. She then showed the photograph to her son and nephew. "Look, isn't this 1111? Zhao Qing took the photograph from his mother's hand and examined it. "Mom, how do you have a picture of 1111? When was this taken?" The photo depicted a baby lying in swaddling clothes. Jiang Hui patted her son's head. "I didn't take any pictures of 1111. Zhao Qing pointed at the photograph, unable to speak momentarily. If this wasn't a picture of 1111, then it must be. Subsequently, Zhao Qing looked at his cousin. Jiang Liran then took the photo from Zhao Qing's hands and scrutinized it closely. The familiar child in the photo had caused him numerous misunderstandings in the past, such as wetting himself when holding the baby or having his face slapped by tiny hands. Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to ask Zhao Qing, does it really look that much alike? They hadn't seen Chu Yi, nor Chu Yi's son, so they were uncertain whether Chu Yi's son truly resembled their grandson. Zhao Qing nodded hurriedly. Grandpa, he looks exactly like cousin. If it weren't for the fact this was a photo of cousin as a child, I would have thought this was 1111's picture, saying this while pointing to the photo in Jiang Liran's hand. Jiang Liran clenched the photo tightly, deep in thought. Junjing beside him said, Dear, what's going on here? Jiang Hui shook her head, I don't know either. I thought there might be issues between them since they had already given birth but weren't officially together. At that moment, Jiang Cheng walked beside Jiang Liran with his cane and said to him, Give me the picture so I can take a look. Liran handed over the photo listlessly, and Cheng joyfully received it. Staring at the image of the small infant, as if stroking his beloved great-grandchild, he chuckled, This is my great-grandson. Truly adorable. On the side, Zhao Qing mentioned, Grandpa, that's just a picture of cousin as a child, not 1111. But Jiang Cheng replied suddenly, Is the kid named 1111? Zhao Qing responded, His pet name is 1111, and his formal name is Chu Juanxi. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng clapped his hands happily, Great. That's a good name, but it'd be fine too if he bore our surname, Jiang Juanxi, with a pet name 1111. Sweat-dropping lines appeared on Zhao Qing's forehead as he had to retort, Grandpa, with 1111 and Chu Yi missing without trace, talking about this won't make any difference. It was only now that Jiang Cheng remembered what he had been thinking about. He waved his hand and said, Oh dear, my granddaughter-in-law and my grandchild, find them. We must find them at all costs. Send people out immediately. Hurry up and send a helicopter to search for my granddaughter-in-law and my grandchild. Zhao Qing suddenly interjected at this moment, Grandpa, you haven't even met the person yet, how can you be so sure it's cousin's child? And when did cousin meet Chu Yi? Why didn't I know about this? Also, why did they pretend not to recognize each other when they first met? At this moment, it seemed as if Jiang Liran had pieced together the sequence of events in his mind. A year ago, I went to N City on a mission and was tricked by Lu Zhetian from the Lu family into taking a drug. Barely tolerating the discomfort, I drove to a secluded place where I had an encounter with a strange girl. When I woke up, she had already left, and the nearby cameras were conveniently broken, so there was no trace of the girl. Later, when I returned to N City again, it was to look for this girl. I take responsibility for my actions. However, due to a lack of clues, I couldn't find her. Subsequently, everyone filled in the blanks. Jiang Liran's trip back to N City to search for the girl coincided with heavy rains. He then returned to the apartment he had bought over there, which is where he first met Chu Yi, who likely didn't know that Jiang Liran was the man she'd had that encounter with, so they acted like strangers during their initial meeting. Fate's trajectory is indeed mysterious. Chu Yi decided for some unknown reason to keep the child whose father's identity remained uncertain but still raised him alone with strength. Then came Chu Yi's introduction to Jiang Liran through Zhao Qing, leading to their first meeting. From there, the two embarked on a series of ups and downs, weathering difficulties side by side and forming feelings for one another. Even without knowing about their shared child, the two still developed deep feelings. Originally, Jiang Liran had planned to tell Chu Yi the truth once they stabilized in B City about his past and how he might have hurt a girl before. Regardless of whether or not they would find that girl in the future, Jiang Liran intended to somehow compensate her since it was his fault, and he would explain everything clearly to Chu Yi. None of them had imagined that the girl was Chu Yi herself, and her son was actually their child. Back in N City, Auntie had mentioned that Chu Yi's son looked like her own son. But at the time, Jiang Liran thought she had mistaken his relationship with Chu Yi, so he assumed naturally that Chu Yi's son was simply hers and didn't think further into it. Now, reflecting back, Auntie wasn't the type to make baseless assumptions about relationships. It wouldn't make sense unless she had truly confirmed that Chu Yi's son was indeed his son. That would explain why she insisted that there must be some connection between him and Chu Yi, given they had a son together. Jiang Liran felt even more tormented now. Why hadn't he uncovered the truth sooner? Why hadn't he paid attention to Chu Yi and the child earlier? Why hadn't he saved Chu Yi and her son sooner? Zhao Qing stammered, could it be a coincidence? Chu Yi seemed to say her boyfriend abandoned her and the child. Jiang Hui immediately responded, I have a bib that 1111 used when spitting up milk that hasn't been washed yet. We can conduct a DNA test using saliva samples from 1111 and compare them with Liran's. Once the results are out, we'll know for sure if they're biological father and son. Since Chu Yi and the baby went missing, Jiang Hui had packed all of their belongings on the ship, hoping for their safe return soon. Now, realizing the extent of the mix-up, she turned around and rushed upstairs to get something the baby had used. Jiang Cheng then sent people to conduct the DNA comparison between the items the baby had used and Jiang Liran. No matter how coincidental or unexpected the circumstances, nothing compared to hard evidence from actual data. That day, everyone stayed at the Jiang residence, venturing nowhere while waiting for the results. The comparison started in the morning, and thanks to Jiang Cheng's influence, the final result was retrieved just before dusk. Looking at the envelope lying on the table, everyone fell silent momentarily, hesitant to reach for it. In the end, it was the steward Fubua who stepped forward and carefully picked up the envelope, gently turning its clasp to open it and retrieve the single sheet of paper inside. Upon glancing at it, Fubua's expression changed slightly. Master. Impatient, Zhao Qing urged, Uncle Fu, what does it say? After looking at everyone present, Fubua slowly stated, the boy is indeed the young master's biological son. The DNA test confirms a father-son relationship. Clatter. Although everyone had already been mentally certain of this answer, hearing the definitive proof from the data still sent a different sensation through their hearts. Jiang Hui said happily, I told you that 1111 is 100% Liran's son. With such a striking resemblance, it couldn't be anyone else. Even in this vast world full of wonders where many people might look alike, having someone so similar up close is quite rare, and if it does happen, there's usually a reason for it. The joy didn't last long before silence once again settled over the group. Knowing that the child was Jiang Liran's biological son changed nothing. The mother and child were still missing, with no clue to whether they were alive or dead. Jiang Liran's father, Jiang Lihui, said, first, arrange for a helicopter to go to the location where the girl met her accident and search nearby areas. Zhao Qing added, Uncle, that's fine. I'll go with the helicopter. Let cousin stay in B City. Cousin Chu Yi mentioned to you before if either of you were ever in trouble, the other should return to B City and wait. So you absolutely must not leave B City. Let me take the helicopter and go look for Chu Yi. At the time when Chu Yi and Jiang Liran were speaking, Zhao Qing had been eavesdropping from the fishing boat's cockpit and heard everything clearly. With that, the matter was decided. Zhao Qing would follow the helicopter to the place where Chu Yi had disappeared to search for her and her child, while Jiang Liran stayed in B City to continue looking for Chu Yi and her son. And thus, everyone split up to cooperate in the search. Chapter 54, Villa. After several hours of flight, the helicopter finally landed at the airport in B City. The baby in Chu Yi's arms had already woken up. Chu Yi followed Lu Zetian directly off the plane. B City is worthy of being the capital. This airport is bigger than the one in J City and has a better environment. As soon as they got off the plane, there was a group of people waiting outside. Judging by the familiar black suits, it was clear whose people they were. After Lu Zetian disembarked, he said to Chu Yi, Welcome to B City. When they exited the airport, there were several cars waiting at the entrance. Seeing such a big entourage, Chu Yi thought that since they had arrived in B City, there would be an opportunity to leave soon. But with more and more people around, it seemed hard to leave at the moment. Following Lu Zetian into the car, they drove toward an unknown destination. Looking out of the window, Chu Yi could see that B City had experienced a disaster from an earthquake, and there were many ruins still awaiting clearance. Many people were clearing debris nearby, and most of the roads in B City had been cleaned up, ensuring unobstructed traffic within the city. With people coming and going on the road, Chu Yi noticed quite a few cars driving past. Seeing Chu Yi staring at the window, Lu Zetian said, Do you feel like nothing ever happened in B City? Chu Yi nodded. If it wasn't for the ruins left from the collapsed buildings in B City, she would have thought no disaster had occurred in B City. Lu Zetian gave a mysterious smile and said, There are even more shocking things you haven't seen yet. Chu Yi wasn't interested in how shocking or not it was and immediately asked, Where are you taking me? Lu Zetian replied, A villa under my name. Chu Yi sighed in relief inside, genuinely worried that Lu Zetian might bring her back to the Lu family estate. After almost 2 hours of driving, they finally stopped. Lu Zetian led Chu Yi to the front of a villa. Go in. This is a private villa under my name. You'll stay here first. I have something else to take care of and must leave now. Chu Yi looked around, having no idea where this place was. Nearby was only another villa. Surrounding them were vast plains and forests. In the distance, Chu Yi vaguely saw another villa, amazed that villas could be spaced so far apart. Lu Zetian observed Chu Yi scrutinizing the surroundings and added, This area belongs to suburban villas, all private spaces. It takes 2 hours just to walk out of the villa complex. Even if you get out of the villa area, you'd still be in the wilderness. It would probably take over a day to reach downtown. Also, here only private cars can access this area. There aren't many residents either. These villas are merely used as leisure spots. They are far away from the city. If you plan to escape, consider whether you have the energy to navigate out of this area. If Chu Yi didn't have special abilities and was an ordinary person, even with good skills that might beat the guards in this villa area, without a car, it would take 2 hours just to walk out of the villa complex, and even then, the surroundings would remain remote wilderness, taking who knows how long to reach the city, assuming you even took the right route. Chu Yi gave a faint smile and remarked, Why would I run away? I don't know anyone here in B City, and I can neither drive nor pilot planes. But if you could take me back to N City, then maybe I'd agree. Lu Zetian's eyes gleamed slightly as he smirked and said, Forget about going back to N City. Stay here first. Remember, don't wander around. I have something to do and will leave now. Then Lu Zetian walked straight to the car and departed without looking back. Meanwhile, Chu Yi followed the dark-clothed man Lu Zetian had left behind into the villa. Upon entering the villa, a stern-looking middle-aged old man approached. Follow me. The dark-clothed man accompanying Chu Yi stopped at the door while Chu Yi continued following the middle-aged old man into the house. They went up the stairs to a room on the 3rd floor. The old man, with a cool demeanor, said, My surname is Zhao. I'm the butler of this villa. You'll stay here temporarily. Don't go wandering around unless necessary. At mealtimes, the servants will bring your food up. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Chu Yi entered the room. It was spacious, equipped with a small balcony and an independent bathroom. Just after entering, her sharp spiritual sense detected some irregularities. Her gaze nonchalantly scanned over the hidden surveillance cameras within the room. She sat down by the bed indifferently, her lips curling into a cold smile. So, this is how they planned to monitor her. Subsequently, noticing it wasn't early anymore, Chu Yi took out formula from her backpack and prepared milk for her son. Despite realizing there were surveillance devices in the room, Chuyi remained unfazed. After all, she hadn't planned on leaving just yet and decided to stay for the time being. Not long after, there was another knock on the door. Chuyi went up to open the door and saw a young girl standing outside with a tray in her hand. Upon seeing Chuyi, she entered the room without hesitation, placed the tray on the table, and then said indifferently, "I'll be back in half an hour to take the tray," before leaving directly. She didn't even look at Chuyi throughout their encounter, ignoring Chuyi's feelings entirely and leaving as soon as she finished speaking. Chuyi inwardly rolled her eyes. These people in the villa were one more haughty than the last, but it didn't matter, she didn't know any of them anyway. Chuyi walked over to the table to check out the food, whispering to herself, "It's pretty varied." On the tray was one meat dish, one vegetable dish, a soup, and a bowl of rice. Not only were the colors, aroma, and taste perfect, but the presentation was also beautiful. It truly lived up to being a wealthy household. At least, Chuyi had rarely seen such dishes in public places. Picking up the rice bowl, Chuyi started eating without fear of being poisoned. Chuyi wasn't afraid of anything like that since she had the space button. And besides, they wouldn't dare kill her. They surely wouldn't resort to such low tactics as poisoning food if they wanted her dead. After finishing her meal, Chuyi carelessly tossed the plates aside and didn't think about them again. She held her baby and wandered around the room under the pretense of playing with him. In reality, she was carefully checking out all the hidden surveillance cameras inside the room. Sure enough, after half an hour, another servant came knocking on the door. Chuyi calmly opened the door and let her collect the utensils from the table, without exchanging a single word. Having wandered around the room for quite a while and grown bored, even her son losing interest, Chuyi decided to take him for a stroll outside the room. But as soon as she stepped out of the room, the middle-aged woman who had delivered her lunch stood by the staircase. Blocking Chuyi's way coldly, she said, "The butler said you're not allowed to wander." Chuyi swatted her hand away and retorted, "You're just a maid here, I'm not. Why should I listen to the butler?" With that, she began descending the stairs. The young girl followed behind Chuyi and shouted, "Stop right there. The butler said you can't go anywhere." Seeing Chuyi completely ignoring her, the girl shouted loudly, "Help! Someone, grab her," pointing toward Chuyi. Moments later, two men dressed in black suits rushed out from the side, taking large strides toward Chuyi and trying to seize her arms. In a flash, Chuyi spun around and kicked them both down onto the ground. The middle-aged woman clearly hadn't expected Chuyi to be so capable and immediately yelled even louder, "Someone come quickly, she's trying to escape." Subsequently, a few more people rushed in, along with the butler, an old man. The butler glanced at the two men lying on the ground and then turned to Chuyi with an unfriendly expression. "What do you think you're doing?" Chuyi ignored the old man and walked around the living room twice before stopping next to the TV. "There," she replied, "I was getting too bored in the room. I just wanted to stroll around outside." The old butler's tone turned colder. "Young master explicitly instructed that you are not allowed to leave." Chuyi smirked. "No, young master said I couldn't leave the grounds, but I just want to explore within the villa." The elderly butler stared intently at Chuyi with sharp eyes, but Chuyi paid him no mind, looking around the villa casually as though searching for something fun. After observing Chuyi for some time and finding her showing no signs of agitation, the butler finally spoke solemnly, "You may walk around freely within the villa, but 4 men must follow you to prevent you from escaping." Looking at the 2 men sprawled on the floor, the butler realized this woman had some skills. He was worried that sending just 2 people would not be enough, so he increased the number to 4. The middle-aged female servant complained, "Mr. Zhao, how can we let her out? What if she escapes?" The old butler cast a cold glance at the young girl, frightening her into silence, then spoke even more coldly, "Your opinions don't matter here." He waved his hand dismissively and walked away, but left 4 men following Chuyi closely. Unbothered, Chuyi stepped out of the villa door and started wandering leisurely in the villa's extremely large garden. In the garden, various flowers and trees had been planted, and the small paths were covered with beautiful pebbles. The surrounding grounds were perfectly clean, showing regular maintenance, with fresh fruit neatly arranged on the tables inside the gazebo. There was also a small pond stocked with fish. Though Chuyi recognized goldfish, she didn't know the species of the other fish. The 4 men kept a distance behind Chuyi, neither too close nor too far. Chuyi observed that there seemed to be people standing guard outside the main gate of the villa, with others patrolling its surroundings. Holding her baby, Chuyi strolled aimlessly but was actually carefully inspecting the layout of the surroundings. The villa housed only a dozen or so people, yet patrols were conducted regularly. From the villa, all that could be faintly seen was a plain covered with grass. The nearest other villa was far away. Chuyi could only vaguely make out its position. It seemed Lu Zetian was indeed right. Escaping from here wouldn't be that simple. When Chuyi had finished checking things out, the sky was gradually turning dark, and night had fallen. Chuyi turned back and returned to the house. Under full surveillance, Chuyi naturally washed up with her baby before lying down in bed. Early the next morning, there came a knock at the door. Chuyi had locked the door before sleeping the previous night, thinking that all the keys for the rooms inside the villa must be in the hands of the old butler. She didn't believe the young girl would go to the butler for the key just because she couldn't open the door. After all, yesterday a single glance from the butler had made this young girl extremely afraid. Sure enough, unable to push open the door early in the morning, the young girl became furious and began knocking hard on the door. The baby in Chuyi's arms was awakened by the knocking. Chuyi gently patted the baby, who then relaxed. Chuyi opened the door holding her baby, and outside stood the young girl with one hand holding a tray of food and the other already lifted to knock. Upon seeing the door open, the girl glared angrily at Chuyi and said, "Why did it take you so long to open the door?" Chuyi coldly replied, "From now on, just leave the food outside the door, no need to knock." The young girl lightly laughed. "Do you think you're someone special? Why should I listen to your orders? Bringing you food is an arrangement by the butler. If you have any complaints, go talk to him." She then rudely pushed past Chuyi into the room, looking around casually before throwing the tray heavily onto the table. Half of the soup splashed out, and the beautifully arranged dishes were disordered. Seeing this, the young girl exclaimed, "Oops, my hand slipped and the soup spilled, but it's still edible." She then pulled some tissues from the room, wiped her hands, threw them on the ground, and prepared to walk out. Seeing this, Chuyi's expression grew colder. She quickly walked over and laid the baby on the bed, then picked up the tray along with the soup and food inside. She walked to where the young girl was already leaving the room and hurled the tray towards her back. Since the direction was direct, the food and soup inside were overturned directly onto the girl's back. As the girl screamed in pain from being scalded, Chuyi cheerfully curled her lips and picked up her baby. Watching as if it were a show, Chuyi looked toward the door at the girl whose back had suddenly been scalded by hot soup and food. The girl jumped up due to the burning sensation and hastily shook off her clothes to remove the food stuck to her back. Because of the cool weather recently, her clothing wasn't thick, and her back was visibly red from the burns. The young girl immediately turned and furiously pointed at Chuyi standing inside the room, stammering, You. Chuyi calmly said, "Sorry, my hand slipped, anyway, I wasn't going to eat it." Returning the treatment received was indeed delightful. The young girl, burned and red-faced, her eyes brimming with tears, cried, "I'll tell Mr. Zhao, let him properly deal with you," wore, and then ran off crying. Chuyi wasn't the least bit afraid of Manager Zhao, she simply closed the door. The more fuss, the better. Anyway, she had arrived in B City and didn't want to stay here anymore. Not long after, there came another knock on the door. Chuyi nonchalantly said, "The door isn't locked, come in if you want." She herself was sitting on the bed playing with her baby. The door instantly swung open, and the butler led the young girl, followed by 4 or 5 men dressed in black, entering. The young girl pointed at Chuyi and said, "Mr. Zhao, it's her. I kindly brought her meal, and even though she didn't want to eat, she shouldn't have thrown the tray at me and caused me to get burned. I'm still in pain now. The utensils on the floor outside are evidence." Mr. Zhao's expression darkened as he looked at Chuyi. "Miss, do you have anything to explain?" Chuyi softly snorted, "No explanation. It was me who did it. Is this your servant here? I'm not some maid the young master hired, and since the young master has invited me to stay here, I should be considered a half-guest. But this maid of yours rudely barged into my room without invitation, and carelessly placed the food on the table. All the soup and dishes ended up spilt, making me lose my appetite completely. Since I didn't plan on eating anyway, I naturally returned the tray to her. Who would have known she was so incompetent she couldn't catch it, getting herself burned? Whose fault could this be?" The young girl panicked. "No, Mr. Zhao, that's not how it happened. She deliberately threw the food onto my back, which is why I got burned." Chuyi said coldly, "What's all the noise about? You almost scared my son. If you want to make a fuss, go outside. I'm not someone you can dispose of at will. Call your young master here." After Chuyi spoke, everyone present fell silent. In fact, the butler had already seen the entire incident through the surveillance in Chuyi's room. However, as Chuyi had pointed out, though the butler managed this villa, the real owner was Lu Zetian. All Lu Zetian required them to do was keep an eye on Chuyi, with no other instructions. Moreover, Chuyi was personally brought here by Lu Zetian. That alone made her status different. As long as Chuyi remained in this villa, they were fulfilling their duty assigned by Lu Zetian. But because she was someone Lu Zetian had personally sent over, they couldn't act rashly against her. Though Mr. Zhao clearly knew what happened, he still came over for confirmation. The 2 men Chuyi had defeated yesterday had been sent to the hospital with multiple rib fractures, making it clear to Mr. Zhao that Chuyi was skilled and dangerous. This visit also served as a test. But seeing Chuyi appear unfazed and unyielding, Mr. Zhao's expression darkened slightly. This woman wasn't simple. Realizing he wouldn't get any useful information from Chuyi, Mr. Zhao casually said, "All right, we'll let this matter slide. We'll prepare another breakfast for the young lady shortly. Since she is the guest of the young master, nobody should dare to neglect her. Otherwise, don't say the young master won't forgive you, neither will I." With that vague warning, Mr. Zhao left with his people. At the door, only the young maid remained. Glaring at Chuyi, she snapped, "Don't think you're so special. One day the young master will kick you out. Just because you're brought here by the young master doesn't mean you're anything special. If you were, why hasn't he already taken you back to the Lu family mansion instead of just placing you here in this villa? You're just a plaything, humph." Hearing this, Chuyi suddenly understood why the maid was targeting her. Apparently, because she had been brought by Lu Zetian, the maid resented her presence, refusing to acknowledge her position. Suddenly realizing that this maid might be a weak point to exploit, Chuyi said quickly as the girl was about to turn away, "I just arrived yesterday, and you're already trying to get rid of me? Someone like you, who's been here so long without being kicked out despite your bad attitude, how could I possibly be driven away?" The young maid angrily turned around and retorted, "Phut. I've worked here for a year now and done a great job. How would the young master kick me out? It's you who'll be kicked out. Let me tell you, there have been plenty of women in this villa besides you. None lasted long, some stayed for only a month, while others came in the morning and were gone by the afternoon. We'll see how long you last. So Lu Zetian seemed to be quite promiscuous, cycling through women faster than changing clothes. However, Chu Yi replied, you say they were taken away, not kicked out. Could they have been taken back to the Lu family estate? Don't you envy that? A place you'd kill to enter. Your young master must be a real man if he manages to satisfy so many women. Furious, the maid shot back, Phut. They weren't taken to the Lu family house. I once saw them head toward the back mountain. Maybe they were abandoned there to fend for themselves. After all, with the conditions of our young master, does he lack for women? Especially now, with the disasters happening outside, countless women are trying to latch onto him for security. Do you even realize who you are? Especially you, bringing along a child. Humph, know your place, you're not worthy. Chu Yi subtly asked, if they went to the back mountain, why didn't you follow them? Perhaps that's the way to the Lu family estate. If you hadn't followed, isn't it a missed opportunity to enter the Lu home? The maid replied, that's not the way to the Lu family. None of the women who've gone up the mountain have come down. Who knows where they ended up? Besides, without the young master's order, none of us are allowed to go to the back mountain, not even you. Back mountain. Chu Yi felt that there might be something mysterious about the back mountain, though she didn't yet know if it was worth the risk to investigate. From what the maid said, Lu Zetian had apparently taken many women up the back mountain, yet none returned. What had happened to them? Seeing Chu Yi didn't respond, the maid grumbled and ran off, still sore from earlier, unwilling to waste any more words. When the maid left, Chu Yi didn't bother stopping her. She gently played with her baby in her hands, but her mind was deep in thought. There seemed to be some secret about the back mountain, otherwise, Lu Zetian wouldn't forbid anyone from going there. But why had he brought her here specifically? She didn't believe this villa was the only one under his name. According to that maid, the women who came here lasted no longer than a month before being taken away, not driven out but brought to the back mountain. Why were they taken to the back mountain? What was the reason behind it? Would her own fate eventually be the same, being taken to the back mountain? Chu Yi had many questions in her mind, but there was no one to answer them at the moment. Security cameras were everywhere around her, and Chu Yi couldn't reveal even a trace of emotion on her face, lest she give herself away. She didn't know how long she would have to stay in this villa before leaving. And even if she left, she wouldn't know where to go. Chu Yi knew that Jiang Liran and the Zhao family must have already arrived in B City, and might already be searching for her there. But she had no idea where they were, and she was completely unfamiliar with B City. Yet staying in this villa also meant an uncertain future. All Chu Yi knew was that the back mountain held secrets about Lu Zetian. These secrets shouldn't be disclosed to the public, or even known by others, otherwise Lu Zetian wouldn't forbid anyone from going up without his command. Still, looking at her baby giggling happily in front of her, Chu Yi felt a deep tenderness. With her baby, she couldn't afford to take risks under any circumstances. As the days passed with her son, Chu Yi found herself growing increasingly attached to him. Those who had never been mothers simply could not understand the feelings of a mother. Chapter 55 Escape. Chu Yi stayed in the villa for half a month. During this period, Lu Zetian never came. However, Chu Yi was glad to have some relaxation. She didn't know how to face him if he came. It didn't matter whether he came or not. During this time, Chu Yi learned some information from the young maid. The mountain behind was indeed a forbidden area, and Lu Zetian did not allow anyone to enter or leave without his order. But the young maid knew little. After the disaster, although she saw many people being taken to the mountain by Lu Zetian's men, she never saw anyone come down from there. So where did these people go? Were they still alive? But this maid completely did not know. Chu Yi wanted to explore the mountain behind, but unfortunately, her son was with her. No matter what, she could not put her son's safety at risk. There must be a secret on the mountain. Otherwise, Lu Zetian wouldn't manage it so strictly. When Chu Yi came to B City, she saw that quite a few houses in B City had collapsed. Perhaps because there was no place to settle her, she was sent here. Chu Yi heard from the maid that after the disaster, Lu Zetian frequently sent people up the mountain. All of this seemed strange. However, given the current situation, Chu Yi couldn't take any risks. She just wanted to leave quickly, meet up with the Zhao family and Jiang Liran, and then tell Jiang Liran about this place. Since the Lu family and the Jiang family were enemies, either the east wind would overpower the west wind, or the west wind would overpower the east wind. Naturally, she stood firmly on Jiang Liran's side. After half a month of exploration, Chu Yi had basically figured out the situation around the villa. The condition of the main road outside wasn't clear. After all, Lu Zetian didn't allow Chu Yi to leave the scope of the villa. This Zhao steward constantly monitored Chu Yi. Even to find out some news from the young maid, she had to use arguments to indirectly lead out keywords. The maid hadn't left the villa since the disaster and knew nothing about the situation outside. However, she used to frequently go out to buy supplies and knew a bit about the roads outside. Now she was not allowed to go out. Every month, a special food supply vehicle delivered fresh food to the villa. According to the maid, quite a lot of food was delivered. Some were moved into the villa, while others were transported to the back mountain. The quantity of supplies was enormous. This was a villa area, generally difficult for any car to access. Usually only private cars of each household traveled there. The young maid used to be picked up and dropped off by the villa's driver when she went out to buy supplies. However, Chu Yi had many electric scooters in her space, which could be utilized. As long as she could find an opportunity to get out, no matter how far the distance, she had enough power to cover it, since there were more than one electric scooter in her space. A week passed, and Chuyi specifically explored the alarm situations at every corner of the villa. This villa also had an alarm system installed. Additionally, Chuyi made certain investigations regarding Zhao Steward's resting situation. Why? This Zhao Steward periodically observed her through surveillance. Don't ask how Chuyi knew. Human intuition enabled Chuyi to clearly perceive who was watching her through the surveillance. And within the villa, the only person with such authority was Zhao Steward. Finally, Chuyi found an opportunity to leave. Originally, this Zhao Steward would go to the back mountain every week. This was a pattern she discovered after staying there for 3 weeks, nearly a month. Zhao Steward was the highest-ranking person in the villa. Chuyi suspected that most of the surveillance in her room was under his control. A few days later, having been in the villa for nearly a month, Lu Zetian never showed up. In the last week, Chuyi planned to take advantage of Zhao Steward going to the back mountain and try to leave. That night, everyone in the villa fell into deep sleep. Chuyi lulled her baby to sleep. Now her son would sleep through the night as long as he was in her arms, unless a particularly loud sound occurred, he wouldn't wake up. Chuyi pretended to be asleep on the bed. After an unknown length of time, she estimated that Zhao Steward should be leaving the villa soon. Each time Zhao Steward went to the back mountain, it was always in the middle of the night, and he returned very late. She strapped her baby to her chest using a baby carrier, placed 2 pillows in the bed to disguise them, and covered them with the blanket. This way, when Zhao Steward returned and checked the surveillance, he would think that she and her child were still in the room. Subsequently, she tiptoed out of the room. Indeed, downstairs, Zhao Steward was exactly pushing open the villa door and walking out. Inside the villa, it was quiet, with the darkness concealing all movements. Quietly following Zhao Steward behind, she avoided cameras as much as possible. At places where cameras were unavoidable, she crossed quickly. Subsequently, she saw Zhao Steward walk towards the direction of the back mountain. Chuyi stood at the villa entrance, walking in another direction. This was the way out. This area was a villa zone, and to avoid alarming the residents of other villas, Chuyi had no choice but to walk out of the villa area first. The 2 sides of the villa area were illuminated by bright streetlights. On the wide road, Chuyi was the only person around. But situations always happened unexpectedly. Just as Chuyi passed by a villa, the barking of a dog suddenly came from its entrance. Looking over, she saw that there was a large dog tied up at the gate of this villa. The dog noticed Chuyi passing by the gate and started barking fiercely. Subsequently, more barks echoed in the distance, getting louder and fiercer. These dogs might be guard dogs bred by the villa owners. Even though Chuyi didn't approach them and just walked by the gate, the dog barked abruptly. Chuyi knew things were not looking good. She quickly picked up her pace because the commotion would soon attract the villa's owners and nearby people. After all, in the quiet night, these dog barks stood out sharply. When Chuyi felt close to leaving the villa area, she hurried into a dark corner, pulled out an electric scooter, and rushed onto the road outside the villa. It seemed that due to the dog barking, Chuyi suddenly heard the sound of car engines starting behind her. Looking through the rearview mirror on the scooter, she found 2 cars driving toward her direction in the distance. Apparently, those guard dogs' barks drew someone's attention. Someone had already started chasing her, simply because of a bit of carelessness. Originally, she could have escaped smoothly, but now everything changed. Chuyi realized her 2-wheeled vehicle couldn't match the 4-wheeled cars. Having finally left the villa, if she were caught again, Lu Zetian would definitely become cautious. In the future, he would surely monitor her strictly, making it even harder for her to escape. With no other choice, she increased the scooter's speed to its maximum while observing the surrounding environment. After falling into the sea previously, she activated the hidden function of her space button, the protective shield, which could now be used freely. However, she couldn't move inside the protective shield, she could only stay put. This meant the shield wasn't very useful on land. But things were different in rivers. The protective shield could both protect her and float with the water currents. Therefore, Chuyi carefully observed her surroundings along the way, searching for any rivers. This villa area must have a river nearby. In modern society, places with mountains and rivers were highly sought after, especially favored by the wealthy. Behind this villa area was a mountain, so there should also be water somewhere around. As the cars behind got closer to Chuyi, she finally spotted a wide river not far away. The cars were almost catching up to her. Determined, Chuyi drove her scooter directly across the road and quickly carried her baby toward the river. The scooter blocked the progress of the cars, and many men dressed in black jumped out and rushed toward Chuyi. They reached the edge of the river shortly after. Turning back, Chuyi saw Zhao Steward standing in front of the group. To her surprise, Zhao Steward had arrived so quickly. He looked at Chuyi with confidence and said, "Miss, you'd better come back with us. You can't escape." Chuyi let out a soft laugh. "How do you know until I try?" With that, she slowly stepped toward the riverbank. Seeming to notice something, Zhao Steward exclaimed, "The river behind has a depth of 2.5 meters. Even if you're a good swimmer, it'll be difficult to carry your child out of the river safely. Instead, you may endanger the lives of both you and your son. Inside the villa, you have food and drink. Why bother to leave? Miss, the world outside is tough right now, as you should already know from what you've seen. Why are you still leaving? Our young master has never treated you unfairly." The river appeared to be about 10 meters wide, and in the distance, it looked murky, clearly showing its deep waters. What was crucial was that this river's water flowed continuously, indicating it was living water that could lead to the outside world. This was why Chuyi chose to escape through here. Hearing Zhao Steward's heartfelt persuasion, Chuyi showed no hesitation. I'm not familiar with your young master, and I see no reason to stay in your villa. Tell him that I am not someone he can control. Then, with a gentle leap, Chuyi jumped into the river. Instantly, she and her son disappeared from the water surface. Zhao Guan, the steward, hastily led his people forward to check but could only helplessly watch as Chuyi and her child fell into the river, disappearing from sight. He had no choice but to urgently command, "Quick! Send someone to inform the young master that this woman has fallen into the river. Meanwhile, dispatch those familiar with swimming along this river to search for their whereabouts, alive or dead." Someone responded and hurried off. At the moment, Chuyi and her baby were enveloped in a protective circle which immediately secured them upon touching the water's surface. As the river current was slow, the protective circle did not drift them far away. Therefore, Chuyi overheard Zhao Guan's order, and inside her heart, she sneered, "You'll neither see us alive nor our remains." Unbeknownst to anyone, perhaps disturbed by the noise, the baby woke up suddenly. Gazing at the familiar transparent membrane around them, the baby seemed delighted and couldn't resist stretching its hands to prod it. They were still floating beneath the water's surface, neither sinking down nor rising up. The surrounding water within the river was pitch black except for the faint glow from streetlights on both sides, allowing dim outlines of the scenery above the water to be seen. Seeing her baby restless and not willing to sleep, Chuyi placed him gently inside the protection zone, letting him play there safely. After all, this place was safe enough. Having successfully evaded Lu Zetian's reach through cautious detours and a rapid getaway on an electric scooter, Chuyi was aware that once she reached City B, Jiangliran would undoubtedly launch a citywide search for her, likely revealing her situation to Lu Zetian. Moreover, considering her son might also be Jiangliran's offspring, should Lu Zetian discover this truth, he probably wouldn't let either her or her son escape easily. Fortunately, now she'd successfully departed. Yet, she remained uncertain about where this river would carry them. Regardless, these questions could only be addressed after dawn since it was too risky to emerge onto land under the cover of darkness. Who knew if Zhao Guan hadn't posted men to stake out along the riverbanks? Thus, Chuyi decided to rest peacefully with her son within the safety of the protective circle. When the sky started brightening slightly, Chuyi was awakened by her son who seemed much more excited upon being back in the protection bubble. Chuyi opened her eyes and examined the surroundings. The daybreak had illuminated everything clearly, even the bottom of the river, which turned out to be surprisingly clean. Numerous goldfish swam nearby without acknowledging Chuyi and her child. The baby kept reaching out to touch the goldfish in front of him, making them flicker their tails and scatter in panic, leaving the baby giggling joyfully. This protective sphere proved extraordinarily resilient. No matter how far one poked it with their fingers, it instantly bounced back to a perfect roundness without damage. Its most impressive feature, however, was its ability to completely conceal both mother and child from prying eyes. It possessed excellent invisibility capabilities. Chuyi retrieved breakfast from the space button for herself and her child. After finishing, they checked the situation along the shore. It seemed like due to the river's slow-moving current, she could still make out some dark-clothed men stationed along the banks, a stark reminder that Zhao Guan had yet to give up on searching. These men must have been dispatched by Zhao Guan to wait for her. Chuyi figured he couldn't afford to guard the entire length of the river with personnel because it would be impossible for an ordinary person to swim so far. Only thanks to her unique possession of the space button could such feats be accomplished. Chuyi assumed Zhao Guan had surely ordered people to dive and retrieve their bodies upstream and down, but they'd never expect her capability to survive underwater for so long. Watching the guards on the shorelines, she determined that staying concealed in the protective sphere for now would be wisest. Given the sluggish flow of the river, Chuyi resigned herself to floating patiently within the bubble while gradually moving with the current. Thankfully, supplies within the space button abounded, providing plenty of food and drink for the two of them. They remained carefree and content. In between playing and joking with her son, Chuyi realized another 2 days had quietly slipped by. When morning came again, she found the shores devoid of watchers at last. Likely, having underestimated how far she'd drifted, they stopped sending patrols further downstream. Despite several days of searching fruitlessly, Zhao Guan's attempts to locate Chuyi and her son produced no results. People sent to monitor the riverbanks discovered nothing, and divers investigating underwater failed to recover any corpses. They neither saw her alive nor found her deceased. As punishment, Lu Zetian lashed out in anger, delivering a harsh scolding to Zhao Guan before ordering further investigation but then dropping the matter abruptly. His current priorities were elsewhere. Chuyi took the opportunity to disembark due to Lu Zetian's slackening of efforts. After reaching the shore, Chuyi had no idea where she was, so she retrieved her electric scooter from her space button and began riding it with her son on the road. It seemed like a mountainous area. There were no homes around, only an endless view of forests and trees. Chuyi only wanted to hurry and reach downtown B City, but unfortunately, she wasn't familiar with these roads. So she kept driving along them, opting only for main roads and avoiding smaller paths. There were no cars on the road, and after a while, she finally reached a wide highway that actually had road signs. She couldn't tell if it was part of the expressway. Anyway, Chuyi decided to ride her scooter in the direction indicated by the road sign toward downtown B City. By noon, Chuyi would stop at the side of the road to feed herself and her child lunch before continuing her journey. After several hours of riding, Chuyi eventually arrived in B City late in the evening. The last time she saw this place was through the car window when Lu Zetian drove her past the speeding cityscape. Now Chu Yi could truly experience it firsthand. B-City had also been severely affected by the disaster. Countless houses had collapsed in the downtown area, but rescue personnel were visible along every stretch of the road, clearing out the wreckage. As expected of the capital, and the most populous area, you could see people walking on the streets everywhere you went. Though more than half of the houses had collapsed, many remained intact or with minimal damage, and some were even still inhabited. The entire situation amazed Chu Yi as she rode along. But suddenly, she became confused again. Where should she go to find Jiang Liran and the Zhao family? All she knew was that Jiang Liran was born into the Jiang family in B-City, but she had no clue about their specific location. At that moment, Chu Yi remembered something else. Since so many buildings in B-City had collapsed, where had all the rescued residents been relocated? Chu Yi rode her electric scooter up to a group of military personnel directing operations near a clearing site. She quickly asked, "Comrade, may I ask which way the B-City shelter is?" The soldier looked slightly surprised and replied, "You mean the refuge base? Follow this road straight ahead, you'll find the signposts guiding you there." He pointed her in a specific direction. Chu Yi thanked him hastily, "Thank you." Then, she followed the direction he indicated. Every city that had suffered calamities inevitably established shelters. Given her situation, Chu Yi decided she must first settle down at one of these before inquiring further about Jiang Liran and the Zhao family. Following the road, it took less than an hour for Chu Yi to spot B-City's shelter. This vast open ground didn't seem far from the downtown area, likely cleared after the disaster struck, where tents were set up neatly in rows. Chu Yi already felt very familiar with such procedures, registering directly at the entrance, exchanging supplies for food, receiving a tent, and heading inside to set it up. Even though Chu Yi didn't know how to pitch a tent, someone within the base helped her without hesitation. However, vehicles weren't allowed to circulate inside the base, so Chu Yi had to leave her electric scooter parked outside under unified management. Before long, Chu Yi's tent was ready. As dusk fell, even at night, people wandered around leisurely in this shelter. It appeared the number of people here was similar to those she'd seen at the N-City refugee shelter. B-City was indeed large and the most populated place. Although not all houses had collapsed, the shelter wasn't overcrowded either. However, after experiencing so many disasters, everyone in the shelter had lost their homes, evident from the traces of fatigue and melancholy on their faces. Nevertheless, upon arrival, Chu Yi noticed the streets full of ongoing cleanup efforts, believing the reconstruction of B-City wouldn't take long. For now, Chu Yi could only stay in the shelter, as most houses outside were either destroyed or occupied. In a place like B-City, where every square inch was highly valued, few would easily abandon their property unless it collapsed beyond habitability. Due to poor grain harvests nationwide, even B-City wasn't doing well. Whether you lived at home or stayed in the shelter, everyone had to work. Most of the jobs available now were cleanup tasks, yet B-City was home to many wealthy families who provided numerous job opportunities, ensuring at least some warmth and sustenance. Still, it held true, those with money ate luxuriously while the impoverished starved. At wealthy households, eating good meals daily was effortless, whereas ordinary folks often struggled to meet their basic needs. However, no matter where you are, there will always be natural and man-made disasters. In this base, as everyone had been tightening their belts, their faces were somewhat sallow. In contrast, Chu Yi and her son had rosy complexions, not appearing to have gone through any calamity, which naturally drew the attention of certain people. But the B-City shelter was stricter than those in other cities. Even if someone had ill intentions toward Chu Yi and her son, they wouldn't dare act within the shelter itself. Faced with prying eyes from outside, Chu Yi simply pulled the tent curtain shut. Looking at her son's chubby little face nestled in her arms, Chu Yi examined him carefully. She realized he looked more and more like Jiang Liran, though her son was clearly much cuter, laughing all day, unable to close his mouth, and being a sweet, obedient little boy. With that thought, Chu Yi suddenly remembered that her son had already turned 1 year old. At that time, she and her son were still in Lu Zetian's villa, so even though it was his first birthday, there was nothing they could do to celebrate it. She could only hug her son, realizing she wouldn't be able to celebrate his birthday. In the blink of an eye, her son was already 1 year old, but she didn't know when she would hear the word mommy from her darling little boy. This made Chu Yi think of Little Moonlight. She wondered whether Little Moonlight had returned to her real family and if she would forget Chu Yi as her temporary mom. Although the time Chu Yi spent with Little Moonlight wasn't long, she had sincerely regarded Little Moonlight as her own daughter. This time, if she could find Jiang Liran, she must see Little Moonlight again. Even if she could only meet secretly, it would at least let her know how Little Moonlight was doing now. If Little Moonlight wasn't doing well, Chu Yi had ways to bring her back. Chapter 55, Reunion. After staying at the shelter for a day, Chu Yi decided to go out and see if she could find Zhong Lilan and Zhao's family. There were more people clearing the streets outside, so it wasn't easy to inquire about someone, but staying inside the base would mean no information at all. Given the background of the Jiang family, they probably wouldn't be in the base. After all, Lu Zetian still had a villa in the suburbs, let alone his rival, the Jiang family. As soon as Chu Yi left the base, she noticed someone was tailing her and headed toward areas with more people. She saw crowds clearing the ruins everywhere, along with many soldiers in uniforms directing operations. These efforts significantly accelerated B-City's cleanup progress. Finding one person was not easy. Chu Yi thought that Jiang Liran must have served in the military because only a soldier would use such professional attack techniques. She asked some soldiers on the roadside, but after questioning several, none of them knew who she was talking about. Chu Yi began to doubt her search strategy. Chu Yi remembered that Auntie Jiang had once said the Jiang family had served in the military for 3 generations, so Jiang Liran should definitely be a soldier. But then again, the army in Z country had millions of people. It was impossible for everyone to know each other. These soldiers clearing up in B City were likely from nearby garrisons. It was now also impossible to transfer troops from another region here. Chu Yi wasn't sure if Jiang Liran was even stationed in B City. As time passed, it was nearing noon when Chu Yi realized that the person following her had disappeared, so she didn't pay much attention. She rode her bike to a quiet corner by the roadside, sat down, and watched people working busily outside while eating a simple lunch with her baby. Unbeknownst to her, a car slowly passed by and spotted Chu Yi sitting by the roadside. The man's eyes darkened slightly, and the car turned back toward Chu Yi. This time, let's see where you can run. A male voice rang in her ears. Chu Yi instantly looked up to see a car stopped before her. The window rolled down, and Lu Zetian sitting in the backseat was revealed. Her face stiffened as she quickly stood up. Lu Zetian got out of the car. You escaped even under these circumstances, truly worthy of being the woman I admire. Unfortunately, you are still one step behind me. With a cold face, Chu Yi said, there are so many people on this street. If you dare to lay a hand on me, won't others notice? Lu Zetian chuckled lightly, so what? All I have to do is tell them you're my mistress. Do you think they would still care about you? Fury flashed in Chu Yi's eyes. I've never seen someone so eager to claim someone else's fatherhood. Lu Zetian said, you're my mistress and had an illegitimate child with another man. Does this version satisfy you? Chu Yi burst into laughter despite her anger. No matter how many versions you come up with, it still depends on whether or not I agree. Lu Zetian said, regardless of the method you use to escape, do you think you can escape right now? Then, someone next to Lu Zetian gave a signal, and a large group of people quickly gathered around. It turned out there were many of Lu Zetian's people among the nearby cleaning teams. Chu Yi remained silent, taking out a sling and strapping her son to her chest. Her eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Seeing Chu Yi's determined refusal to give up, Lu Zetian felt a rising desire to conquer her. Chu Yi knew that if she were taken back by Lu Zetian this time, her consequences would likely involve either being sent to the mountain or being strictly confined without freedom, neither of which was something she wanted. Rather than submitting, she chose to fight it out. Although Lu Zetian had many people on his side, she wasn't without her own plans. As long as she found a relatively secluded place to hide, she could immediately activate the protective circle of her spatial button. Even though she couldn't move, she could stay there for a month without starving to death. There's no way Lu Zetian could besiege her for a month. This was the city center, after all. If Lu Zetian made any move, it would surely attract the attention of his rivals to investigate the reason. Perhaps Jiang Liran might even discover her existence. As the crowd gradually surrounded her, Chu Yi's gaze showed no fear but instead held a faint sneer at the corners of her mouth. Lu Zetian, you don't even know my name. Why do you insist on taking me away? This was something Chu Yi had been pondering for a long time. Lu Zetian had indeed asked her name before, but she had never responded, so until now, Lu Zetian didn't even know her name was Chu Yi. At Chu Yi's question, Lu Zetian hesitated for a moment. He didn't know why he was so obsessed with this woman with a child. The first time they met in N City, he hadn't even seen her face. They also missed each other outside the base, until their encounter in J City. He believed that no woman could possess the same skills as her today, so he instantly recognized her as Little Wildcat. Taking her back to B City was a temporary decision. At that moment, he had no choice but to return to B City and conveniently brought her along. After returning to B City, there were many things that needed his attention. He initially thought about dealing with all matters before going back to the villa to spar with this woman. However, he soon heard the news of her escape in the middle of the night. With her escape, it seemed like the obsession in Lu Zetian's heart lessened quite a bit. He thought of simply letting this woman go. A person like him shouldn't have any obsessions. Although a fleeting anxiety flashed in his heart at that moment, it was forcefully suppressed. He spent the rest of his time dealing with complicated official duties. But fate wouldn't let him leave her alone. He once again encountered this woman on his way back to the Lu residence. This time, it felt like the shackles around his heart had completely broken open. This woman was incredibly skilled, having managed to escape from so many of his subordinates. No matter what methods she used, she successfully drew his focus back to her again. And this time, he swore not to let her slip away again. After realizing this, Lu Zetian softly said, from now on, no matter what, you belong to me. Then, Lu Zetian shifted his gaze toward the infant in her arms. As for this child, whether or not he survives depends entirely on your decision. A hint of murderous intent gleamed in his peach-like eyes, as if physically piercing the child cradled in Chu Yi's arms. Chu Yi's smile became even more radiant. Her mood at this point wasn't anger, it was indignation over someone threatening her son rather than herself. Hugging her son tightly, Chu Yi coldly said, he is not someone you can harm as you please. No matter what, the two of them could not fall into Lu Zetian's hands again. Lu Zetian's peach-like eyes slightly curved, and a smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he said lightly, that's not up to you. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding crowd immediately moved to surround Chu Yi. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, what are you doing? The cold voice struck directly at Lu Zetian like a bone-chilling breeze. Yet, surrounded by too many people encircling Chu Yi, there was no way to see through the crowd to identify who was outside. Lu Zetian silently turned around, smiling and said, "It's just a minor matter. Does Captain Jiang need to meddle?" Jiang Liran, wearing military attire, opened the car door and stepped down in large strides, saying indifferently, "If it's a trivial matter, I wouldn't intervene. But B City is currently in the construction phase. Why are you suddenly gathering so many people here, blocking traffic? Fighting and brawling aren't allowed in B City right now." Lu Zetian laughed. "A private matter, are you meddling, Captain Jiang? My concubine ran away, and now I'm trying to bring her back. Shouldn't the Jiang family stay out of this?" Jiang Liran glanced at the shadow encircled by the crowd but couldn't make out the situation of the person trapped inside. Inwardly, he was quite puzzled. Why would capturing a mere concubine require mobilizing so many people? Given Lu Zetian's own considerable skill, capturing a woman shouldn't have been hard at all. However, Lu Zetian's justification sounded reasonable enough, leaving Jiang Liran with nothing to counter with. Chu Yi had gone missing for a long time, and Jiang Liran had grown increasingly worried. Every day after finishing his official duties, he would drive around B City multiple times hoping to spot her familiar figure. 2 months had passed, yet there was still no news. This time, he happened upon the commotion purely because he noticed many people gathered here, so he decided to investigate. When he found out it was Lu Zetian leading the group, he couldn't help but get involved. Jiang Liran said coldly, "Release the person. If you say it's true, I'd still like to hear what she has to say." Lu Zetian naturally refused. Since Chu Yi managed to escape easily from his villa area, he knew of her abilities. There might be even more hidden tricks she hadn't shown yet. That made Lu Zetian vigilant against any leniency with Chu Yi. Even a moment of relaxation could let her slip through his fingers again, making her impossible to find. If he didn't seize Chu Yi this time, then finding her next time would be even harder considering her cunning nature. Thus, Lu Zetian only said, "My mistress is a little wildcat with a fiery temper. Releasing her right now may risk hurting bystanders. Moreover, she's quite sly and likely won't admit her relationship with me. It's a personal matter. Captain Lu, I hope you don't interfere unnecessarily." Despite his words, Jiang Liran remained unmoved. In an instant, 3 or 4 soldiers in military uniforms descended from the car, rifles in hand, all barrels uniformly pointed toward Lu Zetian as if ready to ignite upon command. Jiang Liran coldly said, "Regardless of whether this is true or not, with so many people around you, I have the right to suspect that you intend to instigate a brawl. Although disasters happen frequently now, the law remains valid and enforcing it on you would be effortless." Facing the assertive Jiang Liran, Lu Zetian gritted his teeth before letting out a smile with an almost seductive tone in his peach-like eyes. He softly said, "Step aside." The crowd surrounding Chu Yi gradually moved aside, revealing her and her son within the circle. As their eyes met, both slightly froze in surprise. Chu Yi never expected they would meet under such circumstances, so sudden, so unexpected, and yet so fortunate. Jiang Liran's pupils slightly contracted, and then he took large strides toward Chu Yi's direction. Chu Yi slowly stepped out of the enclosed circle but didn't move as fast as Jiang Liran. Just seconds later, they encountered each other, and when Jiang Liran finally saw Chu Yi in front of him, sheer joy erupted in his eyes. With great force, he embraced Chu Yi, his voice trembling slightly, "You've finally returned." A smile tugged at Chu Yi's lips, unable to suppress it. "Yes, I'm back." Standing beside them with an iron complexion, Lu Zetian watched everything unfold, his anger bubbling uncontrollably. It was clear that these two knew each other intimately. His usual playful peach-like eyes now emitted boundless fury, while his right hand clenched tightly by his side. After quite some time, Jiang Liran released Chu Yi and turned his gaze toward Lu Zetian. "Seems like you've made a mistake. She's my wife, and that's our child. It doesn't concern you." Holding on to Chu Yi's hand, Jiang Liran walked forward without giving another glance to Lu Zetian. Listening to Jiang Liran's words, Chu Yi assumed he spoke for their escape, planning to share her suspicions once they reached a safer place, asking clearly if it had been him that fateful night. Lu Zetian stood grimly watching the pair leave. Once again letting Chu Yi go filled him with darker and more malevolent thoughts. Only hatred remained in his eyes. Only after boarding the car did Chu Yi begin to feel relieved. Jiang Liran still firmly held her hand. There were many questions in Chu Yi's mind. How had everyone been during these 2 months? Yet, she couldn't find the words to articulate them. Moreover, several soldiers in military attire were nearby, making her reluctant to express her private thoughts aloud. Jiang Liran silently gazed at Chu Yi and the baby in her arms. His heart thudded loudly, resonating with the familiar feelings from their first meeting, the same intimacy towards the child. Everything seemed divinely connected. What kind of destiny bound them together? Then Jiang Liran suddenly asked, "Why did Lu Zetian try to capture you?" Furthermore, claiming Chu Yi was his concubine crossed Jiang Liran's face with icy disdain. Chu Yi responded, "Do you remember the villa in N City?" Jiang Liran nodded, furrowing his brows. "He recognized you there?" Chu Yi calmly replied, "Yes, at that time your team drew away one shark, but another one remained. Due to some reasons, I killed the shark and got swept away by the sea current, eventually landing in J City. There, I coincidentally met Lu Zetian. I was trying ways to come to B City. Meanwhile, Lu Zetian's goal was also B City. So, I boarded the helicopter with him and arrived here in B City. Later, he placed me in a villa in the suburbs under strict surveillance. After understanding the situation, I managed to escape. But since I wasn't familiar with the area of B City, I only went to the refuge base, intending to find you once I left the camp. I thought about your position in the army, so I inquired with a soldier commanding on the street, but none of them knew you, so I decided to rest and eat lunch on the side of the road. Coincidentally, Luz Etienne drove past and noticed us. Among the cleaning personnel on the roadside, some were actually his men who quickly surrounded us. After briefly explaining the events, Chuyi fell silent again, unsure why Luz Etienne was so fixated on her, especially given her lack of awareness about her connection with Jiang Liran. Jiang Liran calmly stated, then he probably doesn't know about your relationship with me yet. If he did, it wouldn't just be this small commotion. Currently, the relationships between the Jiang family and the Lu family have become irreconcilable. In chaotic times, power grabs occur, especially when calamities struck different regions, leaving countless local leaders dead. The battle for power has gradually commenced. The future remains uncertain as to how many disasters will endure, but some people have already begun rallying the masses. Chuyi mentioned, he doesn't know yet. However, he has tried probing me, and I don't think he discovered anything. Still, there's one thing he said that has left me puzzled, and I can't help but ask you. Many secrets were reaching a point of revelation. Chuyi originally did not intend to inquire so soon, but everything came so abruptly. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Liran or someone else, everyone was eager for an answer. Jiang Liran asked, what? Chuyi glanced at the people in the car, all were fixated on the road ahead. In this row, only herself and Jiang Liran sat here. Then, she directly asked, a year ago, did you ever go to N City? Did anyone try to deceive you? And with a girl, she hesitated to finish her sentence. Jiang Liran turned his head and stared deeply at Chuyi, enunciating every word, yes. Subsequently, he recounted the details, even the exact time and location down to the hour. Only Chuyi and Jiang Liran knew these intricate details, and his clarity confirmed her suspicions further. Though she had suspected it might be him from the start, it wasn't until the confirmation that she realized she didn't quite know what to feel. Jiang Liran tightly held Chuyi's hand, a hint of remorse flashing in his eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. I've been searching for you, unable to be by your side, and worse still, I failed to take proper care of you and our child, it's my fault. Chuyi smiled faintly, saying, it's not your fault. Fate plays tricks on us. But after many twists and turns, we're finally together again. That day marked Chuyi's first on this planet, when she first met Jiang Liran. She bore their son shortly thereafter, reuniting later under unexpected circumstances. Through shared trials, despite neither fully knowing each other initially, they developed deep feelings. Isn't it strange, going in circles just to find yourself back at the beginning? But through it all, it was still him. Jiang Liran gripped Chuyi's hand firmly, stating seriously, in the past, I didn't believe in fate, but now I do. Thank you, fate, for bringing us together, not letting us miss each other. For the rest of my life, please entrust yourself to me, and I will treat you well, only you. His earnest words resonated like each character was carved into Chuyi's heart. Even the nearby soldiers, who seemed intently focused ahead, couldn't help but glance at Jiang Liran, incredulous that such words had come from his mouth. Seeing others' reactions, Chuyi let out a soft chuckle without responding. Jiang Liran turned his gaze toward those unfocused soldiers. Upon meeting Jiang Liran's frigid glare, they hurriedly faced forward, pretending to notice nothing and continuing their watch. Yet in the spaces where Jiang Liran couldn't see, they exchanged glances, all wondering why their ironclad captain had softened today. Chuyi smiled, saying, we'll see how you behave. I'm not easily won over. If you want to be my man, either defeat me or prove stronger. Chuyi raised her chin arrogantly. Jiang Liran smirked slightly, saying, then perhaps we should spar sometime, until I've made my point, but whether I'm strong enough, time will tell. Jiang Liran then looked at the child nestled in Chuyi's arms. Let me hold our son. Carefully taking the 1-year-old child, sturdy and lively looking with bright eyes, he spoke gently, son, I'm your father. Chuyi replied, don't jump to conclusions, you're not yet, not until you pass my test. Jiang Liran laughed, saying, it's inevitable. Chuyi suddenly remembered something, asking, Jiang Liran, how is little Moon? Did you manage to send her to her relatives? During this period outside, Chuyi hadn't overly worried about Jiang Liran or the Zhao family, they could protect themselves. The only person weighing heavily on her mind was little Moon, a mere 3.5-year-old girl whose parents had perished, her home being in B City. If she could reunite with her own family, wouldn't her life be better? Jiang Liran's smile faded, replying, the Chen family, where little Moon belongs, has all perished. What? Chuyi couldn't believe it, how could they all be gone? What would become of little Moon now, having lost her entire family? Jiang Liran stated calmly, after we arrived in B City, we were searching for you and also trying to find little Moon's relatives. We received no news from you, but we did hear about her family. Most of them perished in the disaster. Chuyi noticed that Jiang Liran had said most, implying that some might still be alive. Chuyi hurriedly asked, is there anyone else still alive? Jiang Liran nodded, little Moon's grandfather was the head of the Chen family, and most members of the Chen family passed away in the disaster. Only one aunt who married out survived, but her husband also perished. She has 2 children of her own to raise and can't possibly take care of little Moon. Chuyi couldn't fathom how all of little Moon's family could just be gone like this, it was almost as if she were an orphan. Her aunt has 2 kids of her own, there's no way little Moon would receive proper care there. Chuyi suddenly had an idea. She asked, how did you arrange for little Moon? No matter what, I want to bring little Moon over here. I'm willing to become her mother and take care of her. Chu Yi originally saved Little Moon because she could understand the desperation of her mother wanting to save her. But after spending so much time together, Chu Yi had long since thought of Little Moon as her own daughter. If Little Moon's family had not been in B City, and Chu Yi hadn't wanted to personally escort her to loved ones who could care for her, they might never have left N City at all. Chapter 57, Reunion. Jiang Liran restrained Chu Yi, who was struggling with excitement. Don't worry. Xiao Yu is currently being taken care of by my aunt. She feels very guilty about your and Xiao Yu's disappearance, so now she has poured all her love into Xiao Yu. Seeing you come back safely, she will be very happy. In the future, you can still be with Xiao Yu, and I will treat him as my daughter. Previously, Jiang Liran had not had much contact with Xiao Yu. Jiang Liran usually had a solemn expression on his face, which could scare children to tears, let alone Xiao Yu, who was such a young child. When Chu Yi heard that the Jiang family had taken in Xiao Yu, she immediately relaxed. Don't worry. In the future, I'll take care of everything related to Xiao Yu. I am her mother. Chu Yi knew that it was already great for the Jiang family to have taken in Xiao Yu, given they had no blood relation with Xiao Yu. Since Xiao Yu's relatives were gone, Chu Yi would continue to be Xiao Yu's mother, taking care of Xiao Yu so that she wouldn't feel like an outsider in someone else's home. No matter how good the Jiang family was, their house was not Xiao Yu's home. There wasn't currently anyone in the Jiang family suitable to adopt Xiao Yu as their own child. So Chu Yi was Xiao Yu's mother forever. Jiang Liran held Chu Yi's hand and said, since I'm here, if you're Xiao Yu's mom, then I will be her father. Chu Yi lightly smiled. Your uncle right now. You're not yet father, you haven't been officially approved yet. A hint of amusement flashed in Jiang Liran's eyes. Alright, then I'll work hard to earn official approval soon. The car continued forward, and the joy of their reunion was spent amidst laughter and joy from the three family members. Afterwards, Chu Yi didn't know where the car was heading, only seeing the rapidly retreating scenery along the roadside. After driving for an unknown period of time, the car slowly entered a residential complex. Surprisingly, there were armed soldiers guarding the entrance. The car stopped after being flagged down, and Jiang Liran rolled down the rear window. A soldier on duty approached and saw Jiang Liran inside the car. He saluted formally, and then looked at Chu Yi. Major Jiang, may I ask who this lady next to you is? Jiang Liran responded, she's my wife and child. The soldier clearly paused momentarily, then said, understood, Major Jiang. May I ask what the name of the lady is? Jiang Liran calmly replied, Chu Yi. Her identification information will be sent over shortly by one of my people. The soldier nodded and said, very well. Thank you for your cooperation. We will register her details to ensure she can enter and leave conveniently in the future. Then the soldier returned to the guard booth. Chu Yi faintly saw the soldier pull out a thick book from a drawer and write something in it. Soon afterward, he came out again and said, once we receive Major Jiang's specific information, we will complete the detailed registration process. Then the soldier saluted Major Jiang, raised his hand, and let them pass. The car began moving again, and Chu Yi asked while looking back at the gate, where are we? Why are there soldiers standing guard here? It's so strict. Chu Yi thought just registering would suffice, but unexpectedly, they also required detailed identity registration. It was quite strict indeed. Jiang Liran grasped Chu Yi's hand and explained, this is the military compound in City B. Those who live here are either soldiers or engaged in government affairs. Because of their special identities, entering and exiting require detailed registration. Even temporary visitors need identity verification. Later, I will send your detailed information so that they can conduct thorough registration at the Jiang household. In the future, once you report your name, you will be able to enter freely. Chu Yi considered this and asked, then does Lu Zetian's family live here too? Chu Yi was still worried about Lu Zetian. The Lu family was a bitter rival of the Jiang family, and Lu Zetian had endless schemes and plans. If both families lived in the same compound, there would surely be endless conflicts and troubles. Jiang Liran paused for a moment. This compound is divided into two areas. One side houses high-ranking military officials, and the other side houses senior political figures. They are divided by a road and do not interfere with each other. Naturally, the Lu family represented by Lu Zetian is on the political side. These two families' water doesn't mix. As long as we don't cross over, Lu Zetian naturally won't trouble us. Chu Yi did not say anything more. No matter what, they would deal with any challenges as they arose. The enmity between the Jiang family and the Lu family was nothing new. They would see what happened later. Subsequently, the car moved toward one direction, driving for about a few minutes before stopping. Afterward, Jiang Liran and Chu Yi got out of the car. Chu Yi looked down at the house before her, a villa. Surrounded by trees and shrubs, each villa was spaced far apart. In the front courtyard, there were even some vegetables planted, fresh Chinese cabbages and sprouting baby greens. This villa was different from any Chu Yi had seen before. Those who lived in such areas weren't ordinary people. They usually grew flowers or ornamental plants for beauty and elegance. This was Chu Yi's first time seeing a front yard that grew vegetables, and it struck her as rather novel. Jiang Liran noticed Chu Yi hadn't moved and explained, all this was planted by my grandfather. The old man thought growing flowers was wasteful since you couldn't eat them, so he converted all the space into vegetable patches. Whatever we can't consume, he shares with his old comrades. Chu Yi glanced around. It was a 4-story villa, but its decoration was surprisingly simple, basic fixtures with minimal soft furnishings. The front yard was enormous, with rows of vegetables planted on both sides of the paved pathway in the center. The Jiang family wasn't large, yet they grew more vegetables than they could eat year-round, which explained why they gave away extras. However, planting vegetables seemed like a good hobby, ensuring fresh produce on their table every day. Still, Chuyi noticed that besides the matured vegetables, the seedlings did not look very healthy, they appeared nearly withered. Chuyi pointed to the small sprouts. Are these seedlings not doing well? Jiang Liran also examined where Chuyi pointed, squinting carefully and said, our grandfather and Uncle Fu take care of the garden daily, meticulously tending to everything. There's no way the vegetables should look so wilted. Before Chuyi mentioned that Jiang Liran hadn't realized the growth issues in the garden, he hurriedly went over for a closer inspection. First, Jiang Liran touched one of the seedlings, then grabbed some soil nearby and rubbed a pinch between his fingers, seeming to detect something off. Chuyi also recalled hearing about soil hardening issues and difficulties in planting when she was in J-City. Observing the situation here reminded her of those problems, so she decided to kneel and scoop up some soil to inspect further. Just then, a voice startled them behind them, Chuyi. Chuyi had been about to squat down but turned instinctively upon hearing the voice, surprised to see Jiang Hui. She called out happily yet perplexedly, Auntie Jiang. Holding her son tightly, she approached Aunt Jiang. Jiang Hui, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, Chuyi, you and the baby are still safe. To be alive is truly wonderful. Tears of happiness streamed down Jiang Hui's face due to the overwhelming surprise. Chuyi smiled and said, Auntie Jiang, our reunion is a joyous occasion, yet you're crying. Be careful, or the baby might tease you. The child in Chuyi's arms, perhaps too young to remember faces, looked puzzled at Jiang Hui and didn't seem as familiar as before. Jiang Hui tenderly patted the baby's chubby cheek and remarked, it has been too long. Baby doesn't recognize me anymore. Chuyi looked at her son, who neither cried nor made a fuss but just gazed wide-eyed at Jiang Hui, unsure whether she felt familiar or not. Chuyi gently placed her son in Jiang Hui's arms, saying, you're mistaken, Auntie Jiang. You've been so kind to the baby, it's just that he's too young, and the separation has lasted for too long. Once you spend more time with him, he will surely remember how good you were to him before. Their son was already 1 year and 2 months old, yet no birthday celebration had been held. They had been apart from Zhao's family for over 2 months, so a bit of estrangement was unavoidable. But children were always sensitive to kindness, they knew who treated them well. Given Aunt Jiang's goodness toward the baby, it would only take a few days for them to return to their previous closeness. Jiang Hui took the baby in her arms, the little one stayed quiet, his adorable round face becoming even plumper. 1111 is getting cuter and cuter every day. She couldn't help but kiss the baby's tiny head, causing him to curiously touch the spot with his small hand, giggling with delight despite the adult attention directed at him. His smile revealed a few tiny teeth. Jiang Hui asked immediately, Chuyi, have you resolved things with Ranran? Chuyi nodded, Auntie Jiang, Jiang Liran has already told me everything. We understand the reasons, but I haven't prepared myself fully yet. I need some time. Everything had happened too suddenly, yet somehow it didn't seem like something that required much preparation. Her relationship with Jiang Liran was like a gradual development from mutual admiration to understanding each other, and then developing deep feelings. Everything happened so naturally. Afterward, when the revelation came that Jiang Liran was her son's father, and the man she'd had a one-night stand with, it seemed almost bearable. It was better than in the future having some strange man come forward claiming to be her son's father, which would truly have been troublesome for Chuyi. It was just all happening too fast. Chuyi needed to take a step back and think about it. In this world, who knew what calamities could happen next? She decided to face whatever came day by day, step by step. Jiang Hui nodded in understanding. Chuyi has a good point, but the Jiang family has only ever had single descendants for 3 generations. My father and brother, Jiang Liran's grandfather and father respectively, are already aware of your and Ranran's situation. They understand that this is Ranran's responsibility, and no matter your intention, they can accept it. However, as for 1111, this child, can we let him recognize his roots? The family doesn't require changing his name, he can still be called Chu Juanxi. We simply hope for 1111 to recognize his connection to the Jiang family so that he can have more people to protect him. As for the rest between you and Ranran, that will naturally be decided by the two of you. The Jiang family wouldn't impose decisions on Chu Yi. Whether or not Jiang Liran marries her remains his business. But since 1111 belongs to the Jiang family, grandfather Jiang Cheng hoped their grandson would formally acknowledge his family origins. Other issues could wait until Chu Yi and Jiang Liran made clearer arrangements in the future. Worried that Chu Yi might disagree, Jiang Hui continued, Chu Yi, don't worry. This isn't separating you and your child. You two can continue living together exactly as you always have, it's merely adding more family members around you. No matter how things develop between you and Ranran in the future, the Jiang family won't separate you two. Chu Yi nodded and said, I understand, Auntie Jiang. I don't mind if 1111 recognizes his lineage. Let's do as you say. Chu Yi also trusted Jiang Hui very much. As long as mother and child wouldn't be separated, she had no objections to recognizing ancestry. This merely meant having more people care for her child. As for what happens later on, that could wait until 1111 grew up and decided for himself. Seeing Chu Yi agree, Jiang Hui felt relieved and said happily, let's go inside and rest for a moment. Ranran's grandfather and his father are at the military base for a meeting, they'll return tonight. Don't worry, they're easy to get along with and won't interfere in your matters. Now that they've gained a grandchild and great-grandchild, it's better than anything else. Jiang Hui thought of how thrilled her father had been upon learning of the existence of a great-grandson, and her older brother, too, was delighted after finding out about his own son. Both were seasoned soldiers, so they didn't often display their emotions openly, but Jiang Hui, being their daughter and younger sister, couldn't fail to know what was on their minds. At her age, even she yearned to hold her son Zhao Qing's baby as soon as possible. Having grandchildren was everything. As soon as Chu Yi entered the living room, she saw Zhao Jingxing sitting with little Moonlight, reading a book. Upon seeing little Moonlight, the overwhelming sense of longing surfaced naturally. Noticing the movement, both big and small turned their heads toward them, and recognizing Chu Yi, they were filled with surprise. Little Moonlight especially let go of the book in his hands and ran towards Chu Yi. "Mommy!" A slightly crying childish voice rang out as little Moonlight charged toward Chu Yi like a cannonball. Chu Yi quickly knelt down and embraced the rapidly approaching little Moonlight. "Mommy! Mommy!" Little Moonlight's trembling voice echoed beside her ear as Chu Yi's face lit up with excitement, her eyes turning red as she hugged little Moonlight tightly. "My dear girl, Mommy is back. Mommy will never leave little Moonlight again. Mommy wants to stay with you forever." Chu Yi's voice wavered as she embraced little Moonlight tightly, cherishing his little body. Zhao Jingxing realized what was happening and hurriedly stepped forward. "All is well." He stopped there and said nothing further. This tender moment belonged solely to Chu Yi and little Moonlight. After embracing for a long time, little Moonlight still wouldn't release Chu Yi. Chu Yi brought little Moonlight over to sit on the sofa in the villa's living hall. Glancing around at everyone present, Chu Yi finally noticed one person missing, Auntie Jiang Hui. "Where is Zhao Qing?" Chu Yi looked around but didn't see Zhao Qing anywhere, wondering where he could be. Zhao Jingxing answered, "Since you went missing after falling into the sea, we returned to B City but couldn't find you there. Then, Jiang Liran's grandfather dispatched a helicopter to search around the area where you fell into the sea. Zhao Qing was worried they might overlook something, so he went along with them. He's been gone nearly a month now. But now that both of you are safe, I'll immediately send someone to inform Zhao Qing to come back as soon as possible. This way, our family will be reunited." Chu Yi was deeply moved by their relentless efforts to find her, and she was also glad that she had eventually made it back to B City. The Zhao couple hadn't seen Zhao Qing for almost a month. As soon as they saw Chu Yi return, Zhao Jingxing quickly dialed Zhao Qing's number to inform him of the situation and urged him to return with the helicopter as soon as possible. At this moment, an elderly man walked over. Seeing everyone sitting on the sofa, Jiang Hui called out, "Uncle Fu, come take a look. This is Chu Yi, and the baby in my arms is 1111. Jiang Hui introduced them. Uncle Fu immediately approached, looking delighted at the infant in Jiang Hui's arms. He then said to Chu Yi, "She's a remarkably clear-eyed and graceful girl." Jiang Liran then introduced, "Chu Yi, this is Uncle Fu. He used to be a soldier under my grandfather's command and now manages our household affairs. Just call him Uncle Fu like me. Uncle Fu, this is Chu Yi." Chu Yi nodded slightly and replied, "Uncle Fu." Chu Yi glanced at Uncle Fu. Though his face was lined with wrinkles, his eyes exuded kindness, and there was a smile in his gaze, an amiable old man. Uncle Fu smiled faintly. "The young master and young lady make a perfect pair." Chu Yi hurriedly responded, "I'm not the young lady, Uncle Fu. You should just call me Chu Yi." Though she understood that families of stature often used such titles, similar to how Lu Zetian was addressed as young master, Chu Yi was simply not accustomed to such formalities. Uncle Fu didn't say anything more and quickly changed the address. "All right, from now on, I'll call you Chu Yi." Then Uncle Fu turned his attention to the child in Jiang Hui's arms, his face glowing with joy. "The little master truly looks just like the young master did when he was small." Jiang Hui said happily, "Uncle Fu, this child's nickname is 1111, laughing 1111. When you call him 1111, he'll look right at you, as if he understands that 1111 is his name. He's very clever. The child also loves to laugh and isn't afraid of strangers. He's much cuter than Ranran was as a child." Uncle Fu stepped closer to Jiang Hui and softly called out, 1111. Upon hearing his name, 1111 quickly turned his head toward Uncle Fu, his eyes full of curiosity, as if asking, "Were you calling me?" Uncle Fu couldn't help but admire how adorable the child was. His charm captured the attention of all the adults present. Meanwhile, Chu Yi and Jiang Liran were left to entertain little Moonlight, who had become increasingly attached to Chu Yi since meeting her. Clutching tightly onto Chu Yi's clothes, little Moonlight wouldn't let go for a moment, as if any lapse would make Chu Yi disappear again. Chu Yi knew this stemmed from little Moonlight's lack of security. At 4 years old, he could already comprehend many things. Since Chu Yi had decided to treat little Moonlight as her own child, she would give him the same love she gave her son. They were both her children, with no distinction between them. While everyone in the Jiang and Zhao families treated little Moonlight well, he depended most heavily on Chu Yi, because she was the mother he recognized. After spending a short while together, 1111 began to show signs of sleepiness. Jiang Hui took Chu Yi and her 2 children upstairs to rest. Little Moonlight held tightly onto Chu Yi without letting go, so Chu Yi had no choice but to bring him along too. Following Jiang Hui to the room prepared for her, Jiang Hui said, You can rest here. This room was specially prepared for you long ago. If you don't like the style, let me know, and I'll have it changed." As the Jiang family valued simplicity, the villa was designed with minimal decoration, though many younger people might not prefer such designs. Afraid that Chu Yi might not like it either, Jiang Hui offered to have it modified if needed. Chu Yi looked around at the elegant yet simple decor and found it quite appealing. She said, "No need, Auntie Jiang, The environment is great. I really like it. Jiang Hui smiled and said, good, good, good. As long as you like it, everything's fine. You all rest here. By evening, they will probably all be back, and we'll have a proper gathering then. Chu Yi nodded, and Jiang Hui left the room. In the room now remained Chu Yi and the two children. Chu Yi drew the curtains shut, helped the children out of their outerwear, and tucked them into bed. Placing the two children side by side to sleep, 1111 immediately felt drowsy upon lying down. Chu Yi softly cooed, and 1111 drifted off quickly. Little Moonlight, however, even after lying down, kept his large eyes fixed on Chu Yi's every move. So, Chu Yi got into bed beside him, embraced both children, and gently patted them to sleep. Under Chu Yi's comfort, Little Moonlight gradually began to feel sleepy as well, but he kept holding back from falling asleep, his small hands gripping tightly onto Chu Yi's clothes, refusing to let go. Chu Yi had no choice but to patiently console him. Finally, under her soothing, Little Moonlight slowly relaxed and fell asleep. Looking at the two sleeping children, Chu Yi herself felt a tinge of weariness. Listening to their faint breathing, Chu Yi also drifted off to sleep slowly. Knock knock knock. Chu Yi was woken up by the gentle knocking sound on the door. Since the curtains had been drawn shut, the room was pitch black, and Chu Yi didn't know how long she had slept. Hearing the knock, she called out, "Who's there?" Upon hearing a response, Jiang Hui outside the door said, Are the children awake yet? It's not early anymore, it's time to get up and eat." Chu Yi's dazed mind cleared somewhat, and she got up to open the curtains, only then realizing that it was already dark outside. She turned on the indoor lights, and the soft yellow light illuminated the room, revealing both children were already awake. 1111 was playing with his little feet, while Little Moonlight was looking curiously at his younger brother with wide eyes, occasionally reaching out to hold his hand. The moment the lights were turned on, the two children looked over at Chu Yi. Chu Yi stepped forward and gently kissed each child's forehead one by one, saying, "It's time to wake up, my darlings." She then went to open the door, where Jiang Hui stood smiling upon seeing Chu Yi. "Time for dinner." "Oh, you're all awake now. Let's get dressed and have our meal." Afterward, Chu Yi and Jiang Hui helped the two children get fully dressed, washed their faces, wiped their hands, and Chu Yi took a moment to tidy herself up. Then, they brought the children downstairs. Chapter 58, Discussion. After Chu Yi and Jiang Hui brought the two children downstairs, the dining table in the living room was already full of people. Zhao Qingyi, upon seeing Chu Yi coming down, quickly waved happily, "Chu Yi, over here." The two kids had become especially attached to Chu Yi since they woke up. Now Chu Yi was holding 1111 with one hand and holding Little Moon's hand with the other. After arriving at the dining table, Chu Yi looked at the people sitting there. Besides the familiar Zhao family and Jiang Liliran, there was also a grey-haired but spirited old man. This should be Jiang Liliran's grandfather. The stern-looking middle-aged man next to him must be Jiang Liliran's father. Jiang Hui brought Chu Yi over, pointing at the spirited old man sitting at the head of the table, and said, "This is my father, and also Ranran's grandfather, you can call him Grandpa. The one next to him is my elder brother, this is Ranran's father. You can call him Uncle." Considering that her nephew hadn't made a move yet regarding Chu Yi, the terms of address wouldn't be too intimate for now, it would be better to use these titles until their relationship became clearer. Chu Yi smiled and greeted, "Grandpa Jiang, Uncle Jiang, hello." Jiang Cheng immediately smiled with his face full of wrinkles. Good, you are welcome too. Please sit down." He pointed at the seat reserved for Chu Yi, which was right next to Jiang Liliran. There were also two child seats beside it, prepared by Xiao Lan for the two children. However, whether or not they would be used was uncertain. Jiang Liliran's father, Jiang Lihui, appeared much more serious. He nodded towards Chu Yi and then glanced at the child in her arms. The old man, Jiang Cheng, focused his eyes on the child as well, cheerfully pointing at the child and saying, "This is 1111, isn't it?" He didn't make any attempt to hold the child, only his gaze kept intently focused on the child, his hope and longing almost spilling out, yet he didn't say anything or ask Chu Yi for permission. Jiang Hui noticed both her father and older brother looking at the child and wanting to say something but hesitating because Chu Yi hadn't spoken first. They wanted to respect Chu Yi and not give her the impression that they were merely here for the children. Chu Yi naturally understood the situation. There were more people around the table today, but 1111 seemed to be in high spirits. She knew her son well. 1111 always loved being the center of attention. The more people around, the happier he got. In her arms, 1111 was squirming, trying to climb onto the dining table. Chu Yi laughed and went closer. "Yes, Grandpa Jiang, this is 1111, very mischievous." Jiang Cheng, watching Chu Yi approach with the child, seemed to understand what she intended. His mood improved significantly, and when Chu Yi finally stood beside him, Jiang Cheng was delighted to see his great-grandson up close. "Mph, what a cute kid, no stranger anxiety at all." Jiang Cheng couldn't stop laughing as he saw how adorable 1111 was. Perhaps due to the bond of blood, 1111 also showed a strong curiosity towards the old man, struggling to reach the food placed near the old man. The old man mistook it for 1111 showing affection toward him, and his wrinkled face immediately bloomed into a broad smile like a chrysanthemum flower. Chu Yi simply handed 1111 carefully to the old man, and Jiang Cheng happily accepted the boy, cradling his great-grandson with a broad smile on his face. After being placed in Jiang Cheng's arms, 1111 didn't struggle much but curiously observed him before becoming fascinated by the items on the table in front of the old man. 1111 tried hard to grab the chopsticks lying nearby. Jiang Cheng watched him amusingly, noticing how he wanted the chopsticks, and helpfully picked them up, placing them into the tiny hands of his great-grandson. Holding the chopsticks, 1111 swung them around chaotically as if fighting, occasionally striking them against each other. Apparently, finding it fun, 1111 continued doing so, producing sounds with joy as he repeatedly tapped the chopsticks against the table and bowls. Bang bang bang. For a moment, the dining room was filled only with 1111's rhythmic tapping sounds, which the old man indulged in while smiling widely and saying, 1111 is really clever, finding inspiration at such a young age. Indeed, 1111 started by knocking the chopsticks together, attracted by the sound they made. Subsequently, he began using the chopsticks to tap various edges of the table and bowls, generating different sounds that fascinated him. Jiang Cheng chuckled and said, Chuyi, go ahead and eat first. I'll take care of 1111 here, and after you're done, you can bring him with you. Hearing this from the old man, Chuyi had no objections, returning to her seat and preparing to eat. Next to Chuyi sat Little Moon. Jiang Hui directly said, there aren't many rules at home. Feel free to eat, everyone, let's dig in. The Jiang family was small, and meals were eaten casually without much formality such as waiting for elders to start eating. Among the next generation of the Jiang family, only Jiang Liliran and Zhao Qing were present, and it was rare to fill up this dining table. Zhao Qing sat across from Chu Yi and happily said to her, Chu Yi, it's so good that nothing happened to you. I searched for you on the sea for over half a month and didn't see you, and we even sent people to dive down to look for you. Hehe, fortunately, you're safe. Chu Yi smiled gratefully at Zhao Qing, thank you for going through all this trouble for me. You've worked hard. Zhao Qing grinned and replied, no problem at all. As long as you are safe, that's fine. My brother-in-law worked harder, he went crazy searching for you. Fortunately, everyone is reunited now. Although there wasn't a detailed description of Jiang Liliran's search, since Zhao Qing had already mentioned how frantic it was, it must have been an extraordinary effort. Thinking of this, Chu Yi glanced at Jiang Liliran by her side, noticing that he was looking straight at her. Her cheeks turned red instinctively. Their eyes met, and Jiang Liliran broke the silence. He placed a piece of food in Chu Yi's bowl and said gently, eat more. Chu Yi smiled and ate the dish in her bowl while taking care of Little Moon sitting next to her. Due to the presence of two children, their favorite shrimp custard appeared on the table. On the other side, Grandpa Jiang Cheng cheerfully picked up a small bowl of steamed egg custard and began feeding 1111 bit by bit. It was clear that the old man very much liked holding 1111, unwilling to let go even during feeding time. Little Moon, being 4 years old, could eat independently, but Chu Yi still enjoyed dishing extra servings and soup for her. She frequently wiped away the rice grains and soup drippings from Little Moon's mouth with a napkin. From time to time, Chu Yi would glance over at 1111, worrying whether he might feel uncomfortable. But instead, she saw her son laughing happily, which set her heart at ease. Her son was lively, likable, and unafraid of strangers, making him particularly close to his great-grandfather Jiang Cheng. At one point, Chu Yi noticed that beside Jiang Liliran, his father Jiang Lihui occasionally glanced expectantly at 1111 in Jiang Cheng's arms, clearly showing affection towards the boy. However, seeing his son holding his grandson, Jiang Lihui refrained from saying anything about asking for his turn. Seeing the fondness others held for her son, Chu Yi felt at peace knowing that her child gained additional family protection. No matter what happened in the future, these family members would stand firmly in front of him, protecting him from any harm. Everyone enjoyed their meal in harmony and laughter. After finishing their dinner, Jiang Cheng reluctantly handed 1111 back to Chu Yi, although with visible reluctance. 1111 seemed to have developed a strong bond with the grandfatherly figure, unwillingly pulling at the sleeve of the old man when being parted. Jiang Cheng laughed in delight at the closeness between him and his beloved great-grandson, but Chu Yi humbly replied, let's leave 1111 with Grandpa Jiang for a while longer. I'll take him upstairs when he gets sleepy. After eating, 1111 needs some exercise to avoid turning into a little chubby one. What Chu Yi referred to as exercise was simply letting 1111 crawl around on the floor. This was something he adored doing, driven by a strong sense of curiosity. Every new place became a playground for him, crawling everywhere with both hands and feet. But such activities depended on the cleanliness of the ground. Some places were too dirty, and Chu Yi wouldn't want 1111 to get covered in dirt. In the Jiang villa, however, cleaning staff ensured every inch was immaculate daily. Upon hearing Chu Yi say that 1111 might become overweight, Jiang Cheng immediately disagreed. Our 1111 isn't fat, he's cute. Don't worry. I will take good care of him. With that, Jiang Cheng carried 1111 off to play elsewhere, followed quickly by Jiang Lihui. Despite his normally stern appearance, Jiang Lihui's face softened when facing his adorable grandson. Dad, old man, you've held 1111 for a while now. Can I hold him for a bit? Jiang Lihui looked earnestly at 1111 in Jiang Cheng's arms. Currently reveling in the joy of holding his great-grandson, Jiang Cheng refused outright. Step aside, step aside. I haven't had my fill yet. And besides, doesn't our 1111 love his great-grandpa? He surely won't leave me, right? Jiang Cheng happily carried 1111 around, appearing much younger than his almost 60 years. Helplessly, Jiang Lihui reasoned further. Dad, you've held 1111 for a long time. I haven't even had a single moment. Remember, I'm also 1111's grandpa. Please let me hold him just once. And so, Jiang Cheng walked off proudly with 1111, closely trailed by Jiang Lihui. At this moment, Jiang Lihui's serious expression had completely softened. In the presence of his adorable little grandson, Jiang Lihui could no longer maintain the stern attitude he used with his son. Now, all he saw was the cute appearance of his little grandson. The Jiang family had been small for many years without any new births in the next generation. Suddenly, a child as small and cute as 1111 appeared, making everyone adore him from the depths of their hearts. On one side, the father and son were competing for little 1111's attention, while the rest sat in the living room chatting. When Zhao Qing learned that Chu Yi had been saved by Jiang Liliran from Lu Zetian's hands, he was immediately surprised. Chu Yi, how did you end up knowing Lu Zetian? Chu Yi explained the circumstances she faced when they first met in N City and then later in J City upon encountering Lu Zetian again. Zhao Qing was thoroughly amazed. You're truly something. You actually hitched a ride on Lu Zetian's wind, something not just anyone can do. Chu Yi asked, how do you know about Lu Zetian? Back when they were in N City, Jiang Hui had mentioned a bit about Lu Zetian. But at the time, Zhao Qing still hadn't known who he was. Zhao Qing replied, you have no idea how much trouble Lu Zetian caused us after we returned to B City. It was then I learned that it was Lu Zetian who sold the restorative agents to the N City government back then. My work in N City also failed because of him. He has a secret research institute where he studies curing agents, using them to exchange for large quantities of supplies. Even though disasters have struck recently, things are slowly improving, and the state has started releasing grain reserves. Once people's crops yield harvests, living standards will gradually return to normal. But I wonder why he collects so much grain. Jiang Liliran remarked, this man is cunning. We must be cautious in our dealings with him. A flash of insight came over Chu Yi, and she said, when I was taken to Lu Zetian's suburban villa, I overheard a witch there say that the mountain behind wasn't a restricted area. No one is allowed by Lu Zetian to enter or leave. Also, according to a servant there, every now and then, soldiers accompanied some people going up the mountain, but none of those individuals were ever seen coming back down. I had intended to explore the mountain myself, but since 1111 was with me, I couldn't risk his safety and gave up the plan. Immediately, Jiang Liliran grasped Chu Yi's hand and said, thankfully you didn't act rashly. Always remember, your safety comes first. Zhao Jingxing remarked, so if what Chu Yi says is true, there really might be a secret behind that mountain. Zhao Qing added offhandedly, it can't possibly be a human experimentation lab, right? Once these words left his mouth, the whole room fell silent. Everyone thought about it, it wasn't impossible. After all, how else to explain the fact that the people who went up the mountain never came back down? However, reflecting further, if those people were brought up the mountain for human experiments, they would certainly not be let go afterwards. The only possible outcomes were either being locked in perpetuity for experiments or ending up as corpses. Jiang Hui angrily said, what does the Lu family intend to do? Carrying out such inhumane acts, if they really conduct human experiments at the suburban villa's rear mountain, we need to report them. They're sacrificing countless lives and exploiting so many people purely out of selfish desires. Human experimentation has always been strictly prohibited in Huagua. This kind of experiment is extremely insane, and Huagua does not permit any use of humans for experiments. Each person represents a life, perhaps a family. They are alive, and should not lose their lives due to someone else's personal greed. Zhao Qing warned, Mom, don't get too upset. This hasn't been confirmed as human experimentation yet. Perhaps the mountain is just a place for Lu Zetian to store things, perhaps even their food supplies. Lu Zetian surely hadn't limited himself to only operating in N City. Being in possession of the red-eyed rat's curing agent, he dared not contact powerful provincial cities for fear of detection by the high-ups in B City. But with weaker cities, he could negotiate directly with their governments. Chu Yi interjected, if we want to check, we need to act quickly. Since I know about the suburban villa, and now Lu Zetian knows I'm connected to Jiang Liliran, he'll probably take precautions. Worse yet, Lu Zetian may relocate everything from the rear mountain, leaving nothing to discover once we arrive. Zhao Jingxing questioned, Chu Yi, when you found out about the rear mountain, did anyone from Lu Zetian's side notice that you knew its secrets? Chu Yi shook her head, they probably don't know. At the time, I was trapped in the suburban villa, where there was a maid who disliked me immensely and constantly caused trouble for me. So, I cleverly gathered information during our frequent arguments, using them as a cover. But my room and surroundings were under surveillance, and the villa's butler was constantly monitoring me. I don't know if he caught any hints from my behavior. Nevertheless, I've only been gone for a few days, so they might not have realized yet. While prying, Chu Yi was exceptionally cautious, ensuring she disguised her investigative moments with even louder quarrels, unless the butler meticulously dissected every word she spoke. Still, since she'd only left a few days prior, they likely hadn't reacted that quickly yet. However, Lu Zetian had already become aware of her connection to Jiang Liliran. He must be strategizing how to clean up the rear mountain now, given that Chu Yi knows about the villa. But upon reconsideration, Chu Yi felt she was overly anxious. Suburbs usually abound with mountains, no one would specifically focus on the mountain behind their villa. Jiang Liliran stated, it seems we still need to arrange someone to explore the rear mountain behind Lu Zetian's suburban villa as soon as possible, just in case they withdraw. If they retreated, there'd be no way to find anything useful anymore, and discovering Lu Zetian's weakness again would become incredibly difficult. After discussing the situation of the rear mountain, Chu Yi informed Jiang Liliran and others that this matter would be taken seriously, and they'd promptly send people to investigate. Yet another thing lingered. When I was in J City, I heard about land hardening occurring there. Plants grown on the soil die within a short period, and the hardened earth is difficult to dig into. The crops initially planted also died quickly, causing a food shortage. It's estimated that it won't be long before they have to apply for emergency grain from B City. Land hardening? Chu-yi nodded. This morning, when I went into the front courtyard of the villa, I noticed many vegetables planted there. Those that had matured seemed fine, but the young seedlings were in poor condition. Upon closer inspection by both me and Jiang Liliran, the land was indeed problematic, the soil had become too hard. Jiang Liliran said, "That's correct. Before today, I hadn't paid attention to it, but after Chu-yi mentioned it, the issue became clear. Aunt and uncle are aware, the vegetable sprouts in the front yard are usually personally tended to by Uncle Fu and Grandpa 3 times a day. In theory, they should thrive without issues." Jiang Hui said, "I'll call Uncle Fu over and inquire about the situation." She then summoned Uncle Fu, explaining what Chu-yi and Jiang Liliran had discovered along the way. Upon reaching the living room, Uncle Fu remarked, "Recently, while tending to the front garden with Grandpa, we've noticed changes in the quality of the soil. It has become much harder than usual. Digging holes has required significantly more effort. The small vegetable sprouts haven't grown well recently, looking wilted and lifeless. Despite watering them more frequently and fertilizing them several times, we've seen no improvement. Grandpa plans to invite some agricultural experts to check the situation in a couple of days." Zhao Jingxing commented, "We will wait until the agricultural experts come to determine the cause of the problem and decide accordingly. None of them had expertise in this field, so it would be best to wait for the experts to inspect the soil and provide a conclusive analysis before making further decisions." Jiang Hui added, "For now, we can only proceed this way. Hopefully, it isn't land hardening. Otherwise, if farmland becomes unusable, where will we get food? What happens to everyone's daily rations worldwide?" This was a severe question indeed. Early disasters had forced the government to release its stored reserves. These past 2 years, with no harvests due to adverse conditions, the country had relied entirely on these reserves, which were obviously limited and couldn't sustain such a large population indefinitely. Once food runs low, the order in society would drastically change, bringing forth unforeseen events. Food governs everything, laws and governments would effectively lose control in such scenarios. Darkness would inevitably arrive, as the ugly side of humanity emerged for survival, potentially leading to mass chaos that not even higher authorities could control. Zhao Jingxing assured, "Don't worry, my love. Whatever happens, there will always be solutions. Just like when red-eyed rats wreaked havoc in End City, we found a cure. If the land eventually hardens, our country will surely discover a solution." Nowadays, everyone could only console themselves this way. But what was wrong with this planet? Disasters were frequent, one after another. Just as humanity thought they could catch their breath, a new disaster would loom on the horizon, each more severe and terrifying than the last. Zhao Qing seemed to have thought of something and slowly said, "Do you think Lu Zetian has been collecting so many supplies because he discovered the fact of land hardening long ago? That's why he exchanged the cure for red-eyed rats in various cities for resources." That was very possible. After all, to develop a cure for red-eyed rats meant that Lu Zetian had at least a research team behind him. The fact they developed a red-eyed rat cure so quickly suggested an abundance of talent within his group, which made discovering land hardening not seem so impossible either. Chu-yi remarked, "If we think about it this way, then Lu Zetian is essentially holding a trump card in his hand. In the future, if the land truly hardened and spread over large areas, preventing food crops from growing, chaos would replace the current order. In such a situation, wouldn't the supplies in Lu Zetian's hands be a decisive trump card? With control over grain, commanding everyone would be entirely plausible." Zhao Qing said, "I've got a great idea. Why don't we track Lu Zetian and see where he hides the grain? Then we can go there and seize the grain, depriving him of a major advantage." Jiang Liliran replied, "Do you think Lu Zetian is so stupid that he would easily let others find where he stores the grain? Even if we found it, unless we send a large-scale team over, it'd be impossible to transport such vast quantities to a safe place. The volume and size are too immense, requiring significant equipment and capability." As Chu-yi heard this, she instinctively touched the space button around her neck. Perhaps she alone could empty Lu Zetian's grain supply. Unfortunately, Chu-yi did not intend to expose her space button or her true identity. Chapter 59, Crisis. After deliberation, everyone eventually decided to invite agricultural experts over the next few days to check if there were changes in the land. This piece of information is critical as it pertains to the survival of humanity and thus was considered extremely important. As night fell, Chu-yi took the 2 children upstairs to rest, unaware that the 3 generations of the Jiang family had also conducted a preliminary investigation. They reached consistent conclusions and Jiang Cheng arranged for the arrival of the agricultural expert within the next few days. During the 2 days before the expert arrived, Chu-yi used the time to help the children get familiar with the villa's surroundings. Behind the villa lay a yard where Grandpa Jiang had planted some vegetables. Fu Bo was responsible for the daily affairs of the Jiang household. There were also 2 housekeeping aunts living in the Jiang home. They were the families of martyrs, widowed early and childless, so were placed at work in the Jiang household. Aunt Li handled the meals for the few people in the Jiang household, while Aunt Ju was responsible for maintaining the cleanliness inside the villa. The 2 aunts worked diligently and after finishing their chores, they returned to their own rooms to rest, resulting in Chu-yi meeting them only occasionally. Both the front and backyards were jointly maintained by Fu Bo and Grandpa Jiang Cheng. Although Jiang Cheng had retired, his son Jiang Lihui was still at the peak of his career, while Jiang Liran was emerging as a new star. However, despite his retirement, Jiang Cheng still retained considerable influence within the military due to his deep trust with the chief. Important military conferences still invited Jiang Cheng to participate, although in daily life he was mostly seen tending to the flowers and vegetables in the garden. Ever since Chu Yi arrived, taking care of his beloved great-grandchildren became the foremost priority for Jiang Cheng. He seemed genuinely happy about this duty every day and did not tire from it. Chu Yi observed her son adapting well to the situation and enjoying spending time with Grandpa Jiang, and so she left the grandchildren under their care. Chu Yi hadn't anticipated that General Jiang Cheng could display such a playful side. His skills in entertaining the children made even Chu Yi admit her inferiority. Perhaps being a kid at heart wasn't an empty phrase. General Jiang Cheng could easily play games even with toddlers like 1111. Even little Moonlight called him great-grandfather affectionately, building a remarkably close relationship. Chu Yi hadn't expected Grandpa Jiang to be so fond of children. Both kids were very attached to him. One day, the agricultural expert invited by the Jiang family arrived to survey the land. The two children were taken by Jiang Hui into the living room to play, while Chu Yi joined the others accompanying the agricultural expert in examining the land. An almost completely grey-haired old man arrived with two male assistants, each carrying tools in their hands. The members of the Jiang household directly accompanied the expert to the vegetable patch in the front yard. The expert took an instrument from one of the assistants and directed it at the land for a period of irradiation. Subsequently, he donned gloves, scooped up a bit of soil, and began grinding it between his fingers. Chu Yi noticed the soil presented small granular structures. Despite applying pressure, the expert managed to break the soil clumps apart, indicating its stiffness and strong granular quality. The texture seemed even harder than what Chu Yi had examined when she first arrived at the Jiang estate. After breaking the soil down further, the expert smelled it briefly. Chu Yi couldn't detect any particular odor, but then saw the expert take a transparent bag from the assistant and fill it with some of the dirt samples. Without saying anything, the expert moved on to other locations, squatting down in various spots to examine the soil quality, collecting additional soil samples, and conducting an overall geological analysis of the Jiang property. After an unspecified amount of time, the expert turned around and addressed the group. There has indeed been a change in the soil quality here. The hardening makes it unsuitable for plant growth, with the soil particles forming in large quantities, reducing the oxygen content available to plants grown in the ground. As all of you may know, plants rely on their roots to absorb nutrients from the soil for survival. Plants also require oxygen to facilitate respiration through absorbing oxygen from the soil. Currently, it's evident that the soil's oxygen levels have diminished. Unable to breathe, the root's ability to supply nutrition has been hindered, affecting plant growth significantly. It will be difficult for these plants to survive under such conditions. As for the specific cause of the soil hardening, I'll need to carry out more detailed tests back in the lab. Jiang Liran said, "We appreciate your efforts. Additionally, we'd like to request you accompany me to another site within the next couple of days to see if similar changes in the soil have occurred. If the land in City B were hardened universally and rendered unsuitable for planting, food shortage would undoubtedly become a critical issue threatening their existence." The expert nodded. "All right, no problem." After seeing the expert off, with some samples taken away for further study, Chu Yi reckoned it would take about a week to have the results out. Since none of them were proficient in this area, they could only wait for the expert's findings before making another plan. City B was doing relatively better compared to other cities and hadn't been hit too hard by calamities. However, due to the frequent disasters over the past couple of years, many places suffered from poor harvests. Relying on the release of grain reserves had helped maintain people's basic needs, but it wasn't a sustainable solution in the long term. As such, City B was actively promoting agricultural cultivation and cleaning up debris within the city to rebuild housing as quickly as possible. Furthermore, notices were sent out to counties and cities of various levels, encouraging an aggressive approach to agriculture planting. Additional agricultural experts were dispatched to locations known for their grain production to provide guidance, aiming to accelerate the start of planting. The new year was approaching, and if there wouldn't be any harvest this year, the country would soon reach almost 3 years without any grain yield, which would certainly affect people's daily lives. Currently, all things were developing prosperously and moving toward a positive direction. Due to Chu Yi's return, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing could fully commit to their jobs. Jiang Liran, being originally a soldier, had been transferred back to City B by General Jiang Cheng, working alongside his father, Jiang Lihui, in the military department. Zhao Qing worked under Jiang Liran's supervision as his assistant. The disasters being global, as a soldier, with no war to fight, Jiang Liran's main purpose now was participating in national construction projects and maintaining social order. As the capital, City B bore the responsibility to stabilize the situation during this time of disaster, restoring its own infrastructure as soon as possible, and then aiding areas severely affected by calamities. Almost all the troops stationed in City B, aside from basic protective duties, were reassigned to assist nearby cities in rebuilding rubble. Of course, many civilians also joined these efforts. In light of this reconstruction effort, without better prospects elsewhere, Jiang Hui and her husband remained at the Jiang household managing daily affairs. With decent medical skills, Jiang Hui also took care of General Jiang Cheng's health. General Jiang Cheng spent his days watching over the two children together with Chu Yi, while Zhao Jingxing, who used to be a businessman, handled external relationships for the Jiang family. In this way, everyone in the house had something to do and didn't feel bored. Before they knew it, a month had passed, welcoming the new year. Because of their respective work commitments, even on New Year's Eve, they couldn't find time to enjoy a reunion dinner together. Urban construction was imminent, and every day was filled with busyness. As the capital, City B, in addition to its own tasks, also supported heavily impacted cities, helping them reconstruct homes. In previous years, March or April should still be rather cold, but after different disasters happening recently, Chuyi hadn't felt the change of seasons, spring, summer, autumn, winter, for quite a while. Even in December last year, she only needed to wear a long-sleeved shirt. The cold winter seemed not to come anymore. And now, in March or April, the sun was already high in the sky, spilling scorching rays everywhere, the temperature rising steadily day by day. It was like the summer holidays came early. Because of the intense sunlight, Chuyi rarely took the two kids outside anymore. Even when she herself took care of the vegetable patches in both the front and backyards, she wore some protective clothing and applied sunscreen, fearing that such heat might lead to severe tanning. Each trip outside ended up with her drenched in sweat, turning showers into a necessity multiple times a day for everyone. With increasing temperatures, the children could only play indoors at the villa, only able to step outside as the evening approached, because that was the only time the temperature slightly dropped a few degrees, avoiding excessive heat. As outdoor workers gradually returned home at night, after dinner, everyone gathered together discussing the unusually hot weather. Even in the evening, the external temperature was still unbearably high, leaving the air conditioning inside the villa as the only source of relief. Jiang Hui mentioned, recently, the temperature has been quite high, so please take precautions against heatstroke when you go out. Zhao Qing added, I wonder what's going on. This year is barely 2 months old, and we haven't even reached summer yet, but the weather is already this hot. You can expect to sweat just stepping out for 2 minutes. Chuyi said, indeed, this weather seems very strange. Last year, it never got cold. Now it's getting hotter so early, just imagine how much worse it will get when summer comes around. Due to numerous disasters over the past couple of years, temperatures haven't dropped significantly anywhere. The coldest it got was probably around 20 degrees Celsius. It's been warmer than usual though, the concerning part being how early this year the heat arrived. Temperatures in February and March already soared to above 30 degrees, definitely qualifying as scorching. Jiang Hui said, ever since the water disaster broke out at the end of the previous year, the disasters from last year up until now have only just slightly improved. As a result, this weather has become bizarrely extreme, with February and March already getting so hot. I truly fear that there will be a new wave of calamities this year. This worry wasn't just Jiang Hui's alone, everyone was concerned. It seemed like ever since the flood 2 years ago, they hadn't had a moment of peace. There was always one disaster after another without respite. However, no matter how much concern there was, it made no difference. When things were supposed to happen, they did, catching everyone off guard. The results from the agricultural experts were not yet in when City B faced a new situation. Currently, all cities were engaged in reconstructing ruins. All grain was distributed according to labor, money had lost its use. Even in City B, all supplies for the Jiang family came from the salaries of Jiang Lihui, Jiang Liran, Zhao Qing, and retired General Jiang Cheng. Of course, due to the vegetables planted in the front and backyards by Grandpa Jiang, these also became an important source of daily food supply for the Jiang family. As for others, they relied on the state-subsidized grain of their employed family members or subsidies provided through work done outside. Of course, there weren't enough jobs for everyone. Therefore, the country gave a basic food subsidy to every household based on each family's registered residency ID, which could be collected in limited quantities every day at local jurisdictions. The state maintained social order, strictly controlling every step and level. Families facing living difficulties or those without able-bodied workers had extra subsidies as well, though these required specific investigations conducted by the government before being granted. However, one day when Jiang Liran's father, Jiang Lihui, returned home, he brought some bad news. What? The agricultural department's experimental fields are unable to grow grain? Everyone was shocked. What was going on? City B had specifically established an agricultural department over the past 2 years because of poor harvests, gathering many experts to research crop cultivation. The hope was to produce more grain quickly and efficiently to avoid any future food crises due to insufficient grain. Today, Jiang Lihui, who joined the military in his youth and participated in numerous battles earning countless military honors, and currently served as a lieutenant general in City B's military department since the retirement of General Jiang Cheng, informed them about this news which was announced at the early morning meeting. Everyone was worried upon hearing the latest update from the chief. Jiang Hui asked, Big brother, what's happening? City B's agricultural department gathers the top experts from across the nation. How is it possible they can't grow grain? Aside from the agricultural experts dispatched to cities severely hit by disasters, the remaining top agricultural experts were gathered in City B's agricultural department. So many experts working together couldn't even manage to grow grain. Jiang Liran said, these experts have been planting high-yield grain in the experimental fields for half a year, but recent growth trends have been poor, and lately, yellowing has been observed. We won't likely make it to the harvest season before the crops wither away. The experimental fields were areas designated by City B suitable for planting. The national granaries might hold plenty of grain, but such reserves wouldn't withstand endless consumption. Therefore, specific regions around City B were set aside for extensive farming experiments, including a large trial plot in the city's suburbs where experts experimented with cultivating high-yield grain to solve the domestic grain crisis. City B's experimental fields were developed with great care, embodying the efforts of many scientists solely focused on increasing output, aiming for a nationwide promotion. If everyone grew highly productive grain, then the domestic food crisis would be solved swiftly. But now, with the grain in the newly expanded experimental fields failing to reach the harvest season and instead drying out, their experiment failed, not only showing no improvement, but potentially resulting in no harvest at all. Chuyi asked, what about the other planting areas? What's the situation there? After all, aside from the designated experimental fields for experts, City B had several other suitable planting zones. Although the high-yield grain in the experimental fields didn't succeed, perhaps the regular grain grown in these areas would suffice, ensuring they wouldn't merely consume without replenishment. Jiang Liran replied, people have been sent to check on the other planting zones. They planted regular grain, but the results aren't looking good either. The crops haven't reached maturity, but they're already showing signs of yellowing. This suggests we might lose this season's entire yield. 2 years ago, most of the fields were flooded due to water disasters, resulting in a complete shortfall of grain. Last year, because of an earthquake, they missed the planting season. When they finally started planting, it wasn't long before the plants turned yellow and withered. This meant they couldn't reach the harvest season. Since this news was obtained during their military department meeting, only Jiang Lihui and Jiang Liran had the privilege to participate in that meeting. Jiang Liran said, this year might be another year without any harvest. Thus, higher authorities have already set a policy, tighten our belts. The subsidies for the public are correspondingly reduced, and the distribution of supplies to staff members is also decreased. Chuyi understood clearly that this wasn't a long-term solution. If the country decided to tighten its belt, it implied that perhaps the national granaries weren't fully stocked either. Now, while people tightened their belts, eventually there would be no more grain distributed. This was a serious issue. Jiang Cheng asked, what do the agricultural experts say? Everyone knew that the old man was referring to a particular agricultural expert, the one who came to inspect the soil at the Jiang family's place. After sending off the expert, Zhao Qing was fully responsible for liaising with him and understanding the results. Since Grandpa asked the question, Zhao Qing began to explain, according to the expert's research, it's the same as his last conjecture. It may be due to frequent calamities causing tectonic plate shifts, which in turn changed the atmosphere and impacted the quality of the land, leading to land hardening and soil granulation. As a result, plants growing in the soil experience oxygen deficiency and affected root absorption, making it very difficult for plants to grow. Seeing everyone looking confused at his words, Zhao Qing explained further, in simpler terms, the experts suspect that the movement of tectonic plates has influenced the quality of the land. Plants require the absorption of nutrients and oxygen from the soil, but since this soil has changed into granules similar to rocks, you're trying to plant crops on stones, which naturally won't survive. Furthermore, the previous expert also investigated other planting areas and found that there was a gradual process of hardening, indicating that the soil in other regions is changing too. Jiang Cheng asked, have you reported this situation? Zhao Qing nodded. Grandpa, the agricultural expert you contacted last time belongs to the Ministry of Agriculture. Once he discovered this situation, he immediately connected with other experts to jointly study the problem, finding out that both the experimental field and other planting zone soils underwent corresponding changes. It's estimated that this could be the cause of the high-yield grains turning yellow in the experimental fields. Jiang Hui asked, then what do we do now? When the land completely hardens and we can no longer plant crops, what will we eat? Aren't we going to starve to death? The state's grain reserves cannot ensure lifelong food security. There will always come a day when the grain runs out. At that point, if the land can't produce crops, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chuyi said, I guess the Ministry of Agriculture, after discovering the situation, should start researching how to improve the quality of the soil. It was Chuyi's hypothesis, but it could well be true. Since high-yield crops can't be achieved anyway, now with the land unable to support cultivation, it doesn't make sense to keep studying high-yield crops. Instead, it's better to quickly figure out how to restore the soil quality. Jiang Lihui remarked, right, the Commander-in-Chief has already issued full notifications to the Ministry of Agriculture people to explore the surrounding lands, prevent land hardening, and improve the soil conditions, while assigning people to contact all cities across the nation to check if there are similar situations. Zhao Jingxing said, so it seems like we also need to tighten our belts. Otherwise, when the grain runs out, it'll be too late. Everyone nodded as well. Currently, food is slowly becoming more strained, so they could only tighten their belts. Even their supply distribution for staff has been reduced. Jiang Cheng quickly mentioned, tightening our belts is fine for us adults, but we can't let my two grandsons suffer. The grandsons referred to were 1111 and Little Moon. Jiang Hui responded, of course not, Dad. Do you think those of us adults would neglect the children? The Jiang family's food was collected uniformly each month, but since that day, the Jiang family also started tightening their belts. The profits brought back by the workers outside gradually decreased. This was unavoidable as the inability to grow crops meant that national grain reserves must be conserved. However, for the two children, whether it was Chu Yi, the Jiang family, or the Zhao family, none wanted them to be neglected. After all, the kids were still young and in the growth phase. Adults could endure less for a while, but children couldn't afford to go short. In the following days, everyone paid close attention to various news updates from the Ministry of Agriculture. According to the messages brought back by Jiang Liran, dozens of cities across the country had experienced land hardening and inability to plant, but fortunately, not all cities were affected. As long as other cities can still grow crops, there is still hope for them. Unfortunately, City B is one of the cities where the land has hardened. As time went by, it hadn't rained since New Year's Day, and the air outside was especially dry. Although the weather remained hot, it wasn't unbearably so. But there was still no good news from the Ministry of Agriculture. The land in City B continued to be unsuitable for planting. The plants that were already growing were gradually withering, dying off in large numbers. Food seemed to have become a mountain pressing on everyone's minds. Additionally, more than 10 other cities unable to plant crops successively contacted City B requesting food aid, indicating that their own grain reserves were about to run out. However, City B also belonged to the group of places unable to grow crops, so its supply of food was limited as well. Still, as the capital city, City B had stockpiled more grain than other regions. Therefore, the commander-in-chief dispatched numerous planes to transport grain to cities about to deplete their warehouses or to areas where grain had already run out. This, however, greatly reduced the food supplies of City B. Jiang Liran and his son became increasingly busy, almost attending meetings every day. Even retired General Jiang Cheng was summoned back to military headquarters multiple times to jointly discuss countermeasures. With everyone under intense pressure, Chu Yi could only stay at the villa with the two children, ensuring logistical support and assisting Aunt Jiang Hui in managing the villa's affairs. Since communications were cut off after the disaster and no one had repaired the lines while people focused on rebuilding their homes, the only way left to communicate was through satellite calls. Thus, each town and county acted independently, each administering their own areas while being coordinated by City B. Chapter 50 Invitation. As time went by, several planting zones in City B were no longer suitable for cultivation. The plants originally planted had gradually withered. The crops had not yet matured and could not be harvested in advance. They could only helplessly watch them rot in the fields. On the side of the Jiang family, after another half a month without finding a way to treat the land, they acted decisively and harvested all the mature plants first. The small vegetable seedlings that could be eaten were picked off. There was nothing else they could do. Even if the seedlings were small, they were still vegetables. But due to the scorching weather outside, it was unfavorable for preservation. However, Aunt Li from the Jiang family knew how to make pickled vegetables. Most of the vegetables were made into pickles where possible. If they could be salted, they would be turned into salted vegetables. If suitable for pickled spicy cabbage, they would be turned into spicy cabbage. Everything was pickled. Although the taste might not be as good as freshly stir-fried dishes, at least they could be preserved for some time. All the vegetables were neatly arranged beside the kitchen. The connecting living room was spacious enough, and most importantly, the indoor temperature was more stable. If they were kept outdoors, the high-temperature weather would easily spoil even pickled vegetables. However, everyone also worried that the hardening of the land was just temporary. Therefore, they merely pinched off the seedlings but left the roots of the vegetables in the soil. This was done in an effort to observe whether they would grow later. For a moment, both the front and back courtyards of the Jiang family's villa became barren. What used to be lush green vegetables now only remained as bare sticks. Fortunately, they acted relatively fast because those seedlings started turning yellow and dying one after another. In less than half a month, all of them had withered away, no matter how carefully they were tended to. At this moment, Jiang Liran brought back new news. In the 4 major planting zones of City B, 2 had already lost over half of their crops. The soil in the planting zones had been optimized specifically for growing grain and rice, but despite these conditions, the plants within slowly turned yellow and wilted. This led the Ministry of Agriculture to no longer harbor anipsychology and hastily dig up all the slightly yellowed plants in the other 2 planting zones, temporarily preserving them. These grains and rice hadn't fully grown yet, but already showed signs of wilting. The Ministry of Agriculture had no choice but to uproot and preserve all the grain and rice in the remaining 2 planting zones in order to replant once the soil returned to normal. After all, under the current situation, these crops were quite valuable. Since they couldn't cultivate more food, they could only try their best to preserve what they had. In the end, the Ministry of Agriculture came up with a plan: perform hydroponics on these crops and vegetables to increase their survival rate. After being planted in the ground, they were no longer seeds, but seedlings that had sprouted and taken root, though they hadn't grown much yet. Thus, they didn't count as mature plants or seeds either. If they were seeds that hadn't been planted, they'd be easier to preserve. However, for these plants that had already been sown, even though they were timely uprooted, they were still unable to serve a bigger purpose, so they had to figure out a way quickly to replant them. Currently, the land and soil in City B were already unsuitable for planting, and even if the plants were planted, they wouldn't grow. The Ministry of Agriculture then decided to focus on soilless cultivation and hydroponics as the secondary method. If performing soilless cultivation, a large amount of nutrient solution configuration would be required. However, under the current environment, most factories worldwide have stopped production. Only a few state-owned factories could still produce materials for the country. After understanding all these situations, everyone fell silent for a while. Then Chu Yi suggested, since not every city across the nation has experienced soil hardening, the cities that haven't undergone changes can still plant crops. Can we collect soil from there and transplant it here to continue our cultivation? It was a newly conceived idea by Chu Yi. Land hardening didn't occur in every city, and many cities were still able to plant crops. Or at least the problem was much milder in these places, which did not affect their agricultural activities. So, did this imply that the soil in those areas was still intact? Could it be transplanted over to cities with damaged land for replanting? However, upon second thought, if a massive exchange of soils occurred, not only would it be insufficient considering that the supplying cities needed to sustain their own agriculture, But the amount of soil that could be transported to other cities might not be enough either, since they had to guarantee their own supplies. Even so, this would not solve the pressing issue at hand. Additionally, transporting soil would require a great deal of manpower and resources, yet with the current national calamity, roads might not even be repaired enough for transportation. If only helicopters were used for transportation, then it would undoubtedly consume much more fuel, since helicopters cannot carry nearly as much cargo as large trucks. Jiang Liran said, "This is an idea. I will bring it up to the Ministry of Agriculture later to see what their plans are. As the capital city, B City must absolutely avoid a shortage of food, otherwise, it would certainly affect the other cities and cause unrest." The biggest challenge right now was solving the planting issue. Jiang Hui asked, since not all cities have faced this situation, has there been any consideration from above about borrowing grain from those cities where farming is proceeding normally? Several cities were already facing food crises and had sought help from B City. B City had accordingly dispatched grain to them based on the situation, but in doing so, B City's own grain reserves began to grow scarce. Moreover, no solution to improving the soil quality had yet been found, which meant that cities suffering from soil problems would inevitably continue facing food shortages. Once the grain sent by B City was used up, there would inevitably be another round of requests for aid. At that time, B City might not have sufficient grain to support these areas. In this case, could they perhaps first borrow grain from the cities where the soil remained suitable for cultivation? Though this wouldn't be a long-term solution, it could address the immediate food crisis. The country surely wouldn't allow land issues to become a source of a food crisis affecting humanity. It must find ways to improve soil quality. During this period when some places can't plant crops, they must have grain support. Zhao Qing said, "I suppose they've thought about it, but as before, the disasters are too numerous, and not just our city has been affected. For 2 years, no harvests have occurred in many cities. Most likely, everyone is still consuming grain from the state granaries. Even though those cities have land in good condition and have begun planting, it isn't currently the harvest season, so getting them to provide grain would likely only be possible after their harvests." Zhao Qing's words made sense. Right now, everyone was eating grain from the state granaries. Planting had definitely begun, but it wasn't yet harvest season. Borrowing grain from them would necessitate taking from the granaries, which would further impoverish the cities providing the grain. If they waited until after their harvest to borrow grain, they would likely have more surplus by then to lend. Therefore, rationing seemed to be one way forward, but it wasn't feasible in the current situation. The primary task at present was still to improve soil quality and quickly find a way to cultivate crops. No matter how they discussed the issue, the final decision would need to come from above. The Ministry of Agriculture needed to conduct research, and eventually, the top leader would make the final decision. However, as the situation continued to evolve, B City gradually started showing signs of panic among its residents. After all, the soil in B City had already undergone changes. Although most plants within the city were destroyed by the disaster, there were still quite a few survivors. Yet within less than a month, a large number of plants turned yellow and died. People working outdoors, seeing the dead roadside plants, couldn't fail to notice something was wrong. Although the news hadn't been leaked externally, people still discovered the change in soil quality. Despite the efforts of the Ministry of Agriculture to study hydroponics and soilless cultivation methods, this still couldn't resolve the food crisis, as such techniques could only apply to a limited number of places. At this moment, however, the Liu family sent someone to deliver an invitation to the Jiang family. This invitation was received by Jiang Hui, who happened to be inside the villa at the time. When everyone returned home that evening, Jiang Hui placed the received invitation on the table. Zhao Qing glanced at the card on the table marked invitation and looked curiously at Jiang Hui. "Mom, where did this invitation come from?" Jiang Hui received the invitation while only she, her husband, and old Master Jiang were in the villa. So only the three of them knew about it. Chu Yu was playing with the two children in the room and had no idea an invitation had arrived. Jiang Hui directly opened the invitation and placed it face up on the table so everyone could clearly read the words. After reading it, Zhao Qing was greatly shocked. What? The Liu family actually developed a method for large-scale hydroponics. How could that be possible? It wasn't surprising that Zhao Qing was astonished. Hydroponics depended mainly on the nutrient solutions used for growing plants. With the nationwide halt in production, preparing nutrient solutions in large quantities was extremely difficult. And even if prepared, the consumption level would prohibit its application across large-scale farming, meaning this method couldn't resolve the food crisis. The Liu family had actually sent out invitations, claiming that they had found a way to cultivate crops on a large scale without soil, inviting various families to visit their large-scale hydroponic operations. This meant the Liu family must have developed a nutrient solution capable of supporting mass planting. Jiang Liran furrowed his brows. The timing seemed far too coincidental. The issue that had been troubling the Ministry of Agriculture for a month, the Liu family had resolved it, and now? They were unveiling it at this time. There must be some ulterior motive behind it all. With a low voice, he finally spoke up. "Since the Liu family has invited us to view this, we shall accept their invitation with skepticism." The date on the invitation was set 3 days later, with the visit to take place in the Liu family's growing area to inspect their large-scale hydroponic setup. Hydroponics largely depended on the nutrient solution used. Given the nationwide halt in production, creating large quantities of nutrient solutions would be very challenging. Even if produced, the level of consumption required would make its application on a large scale impossible, thus making this method unsuitable for resolving the food crisis. What kind of ingredients could the Lu family possibly have devised in their nutrient solution? Jiang Liran murmured aloud. If the nutrient solution could support large-scale cultivation, it meant that the Lu family had significantly reduced its cost and expanded its utility. Chu Yi chimed in, surely, this invitation wasn't only sent to our family. I wonder how the Lu family can still afford to throw such an event with all the grain they supposedly have. But upon further thought, Chu Yi considered that with the cure for the red-eyed rats, the Lu family should have amassed quite a lot of grain already. So organizing this small event wouldn't break them financially. However, she couldn't help but wonder how many people were invited to this banquet. Jiang Cheng then said, if so, let the young ones, Liran, Zhao Qing, and Chu Yi, represent the Jiang family to attend. Zhao Qing curiously asked, Grandpa, are you not going as well? Zhong Jingxing replied, silly child, only juniors like you can attend this sort of banquet. People at father's senior rank would likely have other meetings arranged. Realizing that neither Chu Yi nor Zhao Qing understood the intricacies of the situation, Jiang Liran explained, this is an invitation sent by Lu Zetian, representing the Lu family. However, this invitation is issued under his own name. Therefore, those who must go are peers of Lu Zetian. Neither my father nor grandfather can be his seniors since they fall into an elder category, hence Lu Zetian's father would invite them separately. Only then did Chu Yi fully grasp these social nuances. Upon looking again at the invitation, sure enough, the signature at the bottom read Lu Zetian. Jiang Cheng, the Grand Patriarch of the Jiang family, and Uncle Jiang Lihui had earned countless military honors. If someone wanted to invite them, even the head of the Lu family, Lu Jianjun, might find it hard to convince them to come. Not to mention Lu Zetian, a junior of the Lu family. Thus, sending a few younger representatives from the Jiang family would suffice. Upon deeper reflection, Chu Yi realized this indeed counted as a major discovery, so undoubtedly national leaders would investigate this privately. The Agricultural Research Department would also send personnel to liaise with members of the Lu family. Solving a problem the ministry hadn't yet researched through would inevitably earn significant attention. Detailed information was a must-have. She guessed the Lu family would likely trade this research for more benefits. After all, maintaining a specialized research team wasn't something just anyone could afford. Once everyone agreed upon the plan, they simply waited for the arrival of the third day. The invitation was safely kept by Jiang Liran, who would accompany the three young ones directly. Later that night, unable to sleep, Chu Yi went downstairs for a glass of water. Aunt Jiang Hui and grandfather Jiang Cheng had taken the two children to sleep with them for the night. Chu Yi didn't handle the heat well, so she always set the air conditioner to a cooler temperature at night, but the kids being younger needed warmth protection. Thus, the elders alternately took care of the two children, lightening Chu Yi's load, allowing her to play with them during the day while resting at night. Moreover, this arrangement subtly signaled a shift of responsibilities. With the adults gradually giving her more autonomy, Chu Yi was expected to become busier in the future. Having the elders rotate caretaking now ensured the children wouldn't be thrown off when Chu Yi became preoccupied. After pouring herself a glass of water in the kitchen, Chu Yi was drawn by the nighttime scenery outside. Slowly stepping out of the villa, she wandered to the garden. The night sky stretched deeply above, still holding traces of evening warmth. Around her, only faint streetlights illuminated dimly. Looking upward, there weren't many stars visible, only a few scattered dots remained in the vast sky. This reminded Chu Yi of the interstellar era, where the night skies shimmered brilliantly with countless stars, each hanging luminously. Not only was there one planet then, but outer space had been thoroughly explored, revealing planets innumerable within the universe. Everyone shared interconnected knowledge back then. Possessing a spaceship allowed travel across different worlds, where every sphere teemed with life. Of course, the interstellar era wasn't just about the human species. There were also natives from other planets, whose appearances resembled humans with little distinction. Their languages didn't interconnect either. However, after an unknown number of years, all had unified across the stars, allowing humans to become the supreme rulers of the entire universe. Back then, individuals' physical conditions were far stronger than those of today's humans. But even so, facing different species, if human bodies hadn't undergone evolution, they wouldn't have been able to contend with the natives of various planets. Nowadays, this planet is riddled with disasters, and human bodies are extremely frail. A bit of calamity can overwhelm vast groups of people. Yet, despite being weak, their intellects are sharp. Evolution was only a matter of time. Haven't you slept yet? Chu Yi was staring at the sky, lost in thought when she suddenly heard a voice behind her that startled her into trembling. Turning her head, she saw Jiang Liran dressed in pajamas standing at the villa's entrance, looking towards herself in the garden. Realizing that her tremble was due to his unexpected sound, Jiang Liran slightly furrowed his brows as a gentle look passed through his eyes. He stepped closer and rested a hand on Chu Yi's shoulder, speaking softly, "Did I scare you?" Chu Yi shook her head. "No, it's just habit. What are you doing out here late at night?" Jiang Liran chuckled as he lightly pinched Chu Yi's nose. "Aren't you awake too? What are you doing standing in the garden at this hour? I saw you staring blankly at the sky." Chu Yi swatted away Jiang Liran's hand, saying, "Nothing, I was just feeling homesick all of a sudden." The sky here was entirely different from the one in the interstellar era. The development here wasn't as rapid as it was back then, everything felt more backward. Moreover, this planet was in the disaster age, where a catastrophe could annihilate humanity at any moment. But Jiang Liran misunderstood, assuming she missed N City, given that she had spent her entire life until now there. Gently frowning, he said, "Once city transportation recovers later, I'll take you back to N City for a visit." How about staying there for a while? Chuyi smiled and shook her head. We'll see. N City wasn't her hometown, and hers was far, far away. Maybe throughout her life, Chuyi would never return to the interstellar era. Therefore, wherever she was, none of it felt familiar anymore. And nowadays, with frequent disasters, when the city fully restored its transportation, no one knew how long it would take. She could only hope for peaceful days ahead, and fewer calamities. Jiang Liran didn't say anything more, simply placing his arm around Chuyi's shoulder, letting her lean against him. His broad shoulders seemed like a harbor against the wind for Chuyi now. Both looked up at the sky together, savoring the present tranquility. Then Chuyi broke the silence. Be careful in 3 days. The Lu family and the Jiang family were mortal enemies. Lu Zetian actually sent them invitations, though not only they but others were invited. Still, Chuyi sensed that Lu Zetian wouldn't let this opportunity slide easily. Perhaps, during this banquet, he might try to trip them up in some way. Jiang Liran said indifferently, don't worry too much. We must focus on our safety then. No matter what happens, first protect yourself. As long as you survive, nothing is ever certain. Who knows, we may still turn things around. Chuyi asked, tell me about Lu Zetian's character. Back then, you must have met him in N City, which is why you rushed back to B City, right? Jiang Liran nodded, yes. The Lu family is involved in politics, but Lu Zetian's mother is in business. The wealth under her control is enormous, and this is precisely why the Lu family can sustain a team of researchers. Today, researchers' salaries aren't low. The comprehensive benefits provided, including the equipment and tools necessary for building laboratories, along with a pile of expenses, it's a significant burden. Moreover, conducting experiments often means the success or failure remains unpredictable during such processes, yet the consumption level isn't trivial. Chuyi said, they seem to have some skills, combining both politics and commerce, thus wielding power and money. All interests could converge into one direction since everyone became a single entity now. Jiang Liran nodded, true. Lu Zetian has his father's political mind and his mother's business acumen. Unfortunately, instead of using these gifts positively, he harbors a host of ill-intentioned schemes. This meant Lu Zetian was indeed smart, possessing brains and tactics, but the shrewdness from business dominated his mindset, placing profit above everything else. So when I encountered Lu Zetian in N City, I realized I needed to quickly return to B City because meeting him there meant they had already initiated actions. I had to go back to the main branch of the Jiang family and receive support from my grandfather and father to ensure we stood firm. Only then could we prevent the Lu family from defeating us. Chuyi understood as well. After all, a family's responsibility was also her own. The struggle for power had never ceased from ancient times to the present. If you took a step back, the other side would advance even further. Hence, it was better not to give up even half a step from the very beginning. However, Chuyi said, in that case, no matter what happens at the banquet, we need to be adaptable. You must take care of yourself as well. I have my ways to stay alive. In dangerous moments, you should protect yourself first. I will be fine. There were many things Chuyi couldn't articulate. She feared that Lu Zetian's banquet might lead to chaos, and if that happened, Jiang Liran would prioritize protecting her while leaving himself vulnerable. To prevent this, she decided to warn him in advance. Jiang Liran looked at Chuyi and said firmly, I won't abandon you. No matter when, I will always protect you. Chuyi smiled faintly and replied, I know. But if the situation becomes urgent, you must take care of yourself first so that you can save me later. Moreover, I'll be alright. There are certain matters I cannot reveal, but you must know that I am not in danger. I possess foolproof methods for survival, though they can only be used by me, not by anyone else. So, you absolutely must protect yourself first. Chuyi spoke with deep sincerity, gazing intently into Jiang Liran's eyes. For a few minutes, their gazes locked until Jiang Liran finally nodded slightly. Alright, but no matter what, you must prioritize your own safety as well. Chuyi nodded too. She would naturally protect herself. Perhaps the real calamity wasn't natural disasters but rather the intrigue and plotting among humans. Yet when both struck simultaneously, one could only focus on immediate issues. Chapter 51, Meeting Again. The 3 days passed quickly. However, because the temperature during the day was currently quite high, the banquet was scheduled for 7 o'clock in the evening. The location wasn't the military compound over here, but a different address. Chuyi wasn't very familiar with the roads of B City, so the address was written on the back of the invitation. Jiang Liran drove with Zhao Qing and Chuyi to the destination. The three of them bid farewell to the Jiang family, leaving the two children in the care of Aunt Jiang Hui. Jiang Lilan, as a local of B City, was fairly familiar with its roads, so he took the wheel and led the other two down the road. On the way, the trio chatted inside the car. Zhao Qing said, I don't know if this Lu family has really developed a large amount of hydroponic nutrient solution. What if it's just a front? They lure us there and then capture all of us at once. What do you think? A black line slid down Chuyi's forehead. Haven't you been watching too much drama lately? Where are all these ideas coming from? This time, they didn't only invite our Jiang family, others were invited too, all contemporaries. If they capture us young ones, do you think their elders would let the Lu family off the hook? Zhao Qing chuckled. You're right. If they do anything to us, my maternal grandfather and uncle wouldn't forgive him either. Jiang Liran, driving up front, said seriously, once we get to the designated place of the Lu family, we must be cautious about safety. Whether or not this is a setup today, personal safety must be protected. Zhao Qing replied, understood, cousin. Chu Yi also nodded. Nothing was more important than one's own life. The car sped along the well-repaired roads of B City. Along the way, they encountered a few other vehicles. They guessed that these were also guests attending the banquet, otherwise they wouldn't be on the same route. On such late nights, not many people would drive around aimlessly. After all, it was pitch dark at night, and there weren't any places open at night. The roads of B City were cleared relatively fast, although not all the streetlights on both sides were fixed. When passing through streets without lights, they had to turn on their headlights, given that on the same route, several cars could still be met along the way. Except for where the car lights shone, everything in the distance was dark. But Chu Yi, upon looking at the road, found it increasingly familiar. In haste, Chu Yi said, this road feels so familiar. It seems like it's the first place I landed after being brought to B City by Lu Zetian, his suburban villa. Jiang Liran frowned. Are you sure? Borrowing the light from the headlights, Chu Yi looked outside, carefully examining the landscape beside the road. As the car sped along, the familiar feeling grew stronger. Then when Jiang Liran made a turn, Chu Yi caught sight of the river she had escaped through. She confirmed, it's here. I escaped via the river beside it. I won't make a mistake about this. The two gazed out at the river. Zhao Qing asked, could it be that Lu Zetian is hosting the banquet at his suburban villa? Could there be some kind of conspiracy? Jiang Liran remarked, isn't the mountain Chu Yi mentioned earlier located behind his villa? Regarding the mysterious mountain Chu Yi mentioned, Jiang Liran had always remembered it, though there was simply too much accumulated official business prior to finding Chu Yi, and after Chu Yi returned, he was busy dealing with paperwork and never got the chance to explore the mountain behind Lu Zetian's villa. He was merely surprised that Lu Zetian chose to set the address at this villa. Chu Yi nodded definitively. At the banquet, Lu Zetian surely can't do anything to us. Let's take the opportunity after the banquet concludes, when he's seeing off the guests, to investigate the rear mountain. This seemed like a good idea, but they still needed to carefully consider when to go. Given the relationship between the Lu family and the Jiang family, it could be assumed that Lu Zetian's focus would mainly be on the three of them once at the banquet. Zhao Qing said, that does sound possible. Cousin, what do you think? After a moment of deep thought, Jiang Liran responded, we'll figure out a way to escape during the banquet, act according to the situation. For now, we should remain stationary and observe how things unfold. Not long after, the car made a sharp turn into a villa complex. They traveled further in but soon encountered a long queue of cars ahead. There used to be an underground parking lot here, but due to the earthquake, most of it collapsed. Now, nobody dared park in the underground garage. Not only might they not be able to get in, but even if they did, getting stuck would be a disaster. Thus, all the vehicles jammed above ground. Fortunately, the residential area of this villa complex had fewer inhabitants. There was at least enough space between villas, equivalent to 2 lanes wide, making room to park quite a few cars given the long road. Seeing the congestion ahead, Jiang Liran decisively turned around. Just arriving at the entrance of the villa, they quickly veered another direction, away from the main gate. Zhao Qing called out, cousin, we're not going in. Where are you heading? Chu Yi said, didn't you see the traffic jam inside? Do you want to add fuel to the fire? Just park the car elsewhere, it'll be more convenient and discreet later. Only then did Zhao Qing nod and say, oh, I see. Then Jiang Liran drove the car onto an unknown road, circling around to find a suitable place to park. Everyone's cars were crowded near the villa hosting the banquet, but this road where Jiang Liran was driving had no other cars. After a little while, Jiang Liran found a parking spot and slowly steered the car over. On one side was a patch of grass, and this was the back corner of a villa. There was a large open area here, with many branches hanging from the trees above, though they were almost yellow. Their car was black, parked next to the grassy patch, with the tree leaves hanging down covering part of the car roof. The black car blended with the night, and if you didn't look closely, you might not know there was a car here at all. Once the car was parked, the three of them got out one by one. It was dark all around, this being on the edge of the villa area without any streetlights. Jiang Liran took 2 flashlights out of his pocket and handed them to Chu Yi and Zhao Qing. He then took out another flashlight, switched it on, and the light illuminated their surroundings. Following this, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing also turned on their flashlights to see what was around them. Zhao Qing said, are there still such rundown villas around here? Zhao Qing was referring to the villa ahead. Likely due to the earthquake's impact, the foundation of the 3-story villa showed signs of collapse but remained precariously standing. The ground nearby was covered with yellow leaves and wild grass. Only this dilapidated villa stood on one side, and on the other side stretched a patch of grass. The crunching sounds of dried leaves echoed as the three stepped carefully through the darkness. Without turning on the flashlights, they might have blended into the night itself, so dark that very few people could have seen the trio standing there. However, this was indeed a well-hidden spot, and their car would certainly be safe here. Jiang Liran said, let's go in. He led the way first, breaking the silence of the surrounding area with their footsteps. After about 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the entrance of the villa complex. At this moment, vehicles continued to drive into the compound, but there was no more traffic congestion. Lu Zetian must have assigned someone to clear the path, otherwise, the situation inside would make it impossible for subsequent cars to enter. The three walked in on foot, passing by one villa after another. Between each villa, small roads were packed full of parked cars. Chu Yi remembered Lu Zetian's villa was the farthest one, close to the rear mountain. Pointing toward the end of the road, Chu Yi said, Lu Zetian's villa should be the last one there. I lived there for nearly a month back then. Sure enough, a few minutes later, they clearly saw crowds gathering at the entrance of the farthest villa. Chu Yi immediately recognized Mr. Zhao, the house steward waiting at the gate. She whispered softly, "It really is here." Jiang Liran said, "Stay close to me." Then he pulled Chu Yi gently by the arm. Chu Yi nodded, and the three headed towards the entrance. As soon as they arrived, the welcoming Mr. Zhao spotted them instantly and approached them with a warm smile. He greeted Chu Yi, saying, "Miss, it's been a long time since our last meeting. Welcome back." Chu Yi smiled lightly. After 1 month apart, Mr. Zhao seems much more polite. When she had stayed there for a month, Mr. Zhao used to remain serious and unsmiling. Now he welcomed her with a broad smile. Mr. Zhao's face remained expressionless as he kept smiling and said, "Miss is too kind. Please come in. Our young master has waited for you for quite some time." As he spoke, he extended his hand to guide them in. Jiang Liran tightened his grip on Chu Yi's hand, while Zhao Qing stood beside her. Together, the three entered the villa, and behind them, Mr. Zhao bid them farewell before turning around to welcome the other guests. Upon entering the villa, they were met with a cool breeze. In the grand hall on the first floor of the villa, numerous tables were set up with various kinds of food displayed. On one side was the bar area. Many guests had already gathered, chatting in small groups. "Big brother Jiang, you've arrived," said a voice. A cheerful voice rang out, catching the attention of the three. Chu Yi looked over and saw a figure in a light pink dress with long curls flowing down her back. A diamond hair clip sparkled on her head, and her face was lightly made up. She had a tall and slim figure with a lively and adorable demeanor, her big smile making her even more charming. The girl approached Jiang Liran quickly, holding up the hem of her dress as she ran. When she neared him, she slowed down abruptly, stopping beside Zhong Lilan, her cheeks flushing red. She appeared to be a spoiled little princess. Chu Yi observed her carefully. The girl had an endearing appearance with a dimple on her right cheek that showed when she smiled. This made her look like a cute and graceful lady. Chu Yi glanced at Jiang Liran, silently wondering who the girl next to him was, but Zhao Qing beat her to answering. Lu Wanwen. Ah, that's right, it was Lu Wanwen, reputedly Lu Zetian's younger sister, who had chased after Jiang Liran all the way from City B to City N. Indeed, she bore a resemblance to Lu Zetian, particularly their enchanting almond-shaped eyes, which tilted slightly upward. Chu Yi noted how strikingly beautiful both siblings' eyes were. Lu Wanwen gazed at Jiang Liran, her smile growing even brighter. "Big brother Jiang, welcome to the Lu family banquet." Naturally, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing were ignored by Lu Wanwen. In response to Lu Wanwen's greeting, Jiang Liran remained expressionless, simply nodding faintly and saying, Seeing Jiang Liran's aloofness, Lu Wanwen reluctantly turned her gaze toward the two people standing beside Jiang Liran. Her mood shifted upon noticing Jiang Liran's hand tightly holding Chu Yi's. Her eyes flickered with a hint of anger at this sight. Struggling to contain her emotions, Lu Wanwen forced a stiff smile. "Big brother Jiang, who is this young lady? Won't you introduce her?" Yet her glare directed at Chu Yi held a fierce undercurrent. Zhao Qing quickly interjected before anyone else could speak. "Lu Wanwen, this is my sister-in-law Chu Yi." "Your sister-in-law." Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Lu Wanwen's tone turned cold. "Zhao Qing, don't make things up." Lu Wanwen and Zhao Qing had met once at the Zhao family villa in City N, so they both recognized each other somewhat. Zhao Qing retorted sharply, "What did I make up? My cousin has already acknowledged her as his wife, hasn't he?" Jiang Liran tightened his grip on Chu Yi's hand and confirmed, "Yes." Upon hearing this confirmation from Jiang Liran, Lu Wanwen's face turned beet red, and her eyes shimmered with a trace of wateriness as she stared at him intently. "Big brother Jiang." Receiving no reply from Jiang Liran, Lu Wanwen then turned her attention to Chu Yi, her gaze flashing briefly with jealousy. With a forced, bitter smile, she said, "Young lady, may I ask your surname?" Chu Yi gave Jiang Liran's hand a small squeeze before calmly replying, "Chu." Hearing this, Lu Wanwen immediately thought of all the well-known rich families in City B and realized that she hadn't heard of Chu Yi's name among them. Thus, her expression grew dismissive. With a haughty attitude, Lu Wanwen asked, "My name is Lu Wanwen. Miss Chu, have you and big brother Jiang gotten married yet?" At this question, Chu Yi shook her head slightly. "No, we haven't." Upon hearing this denial, Lu Wanwen let out a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't married, there was still hope for her. Then she reconsidered if they were married, divorce wasn't impossible either. Regaining her composure, Lu Wanwen smiled sweetly and continued, "So, Miss Chu, you must be big brother Jiang's girlfriend. Though it's quite something that he brought both of you to the banquet, it means you've gained some experience." Lu Wanwen knew that her brother had only sent one invitation to the Jiang family. Her words hung in the air, but none of the three responded. Chu Yi thought it amusing how this Miss Lu spoke without restraint. Not bothering to pay attention to their silence, Lu Wanwen leaned closer to Jiang Liran and suggested, "Big brother Jiang, many important guests have arrived inside. Let's go in. Did you have dinner yet? If not, it doesn't matter, we've prepared plenty of food tonight. After the disaster, this will certainly be the most abundant dinner we've had. And Miss Chu, later on, you and Zhao Qing can eat as much as you want, this kind of abundance can't be found outside anymore." Her tone was condescending, with a sense of charity underlying her words. Zhao Qing immediately bristled at this, irritably snapping, "We didn't come here to eat your family's food. Besides, we've already eaten before coming, so we're not hungry." Ignoring Zhao Qing's words, Lu Wanwen continued, "If you're full, just stay aside. I'll take Big Brother Jiang to try some good dishes. Reaching out to grab Jiang Liran's arm, she was too slow as Jiang Liran had already taken a step forward, leading Chuyi away and leaving Lu Wanwen behind. He paid no heed to her instantly changing expression but just led Chuyi and Zhao Qing toward one side. Lu Wanwen's face turned ugly as ever. Compared with the disdain that Jiang Liran showed her, she felt much more aggrieved about Chuyi coming between them, and thus glared at Chuyi's retreating figure with malevolent eyes. Jiang Liran didn't look back at Lu Wanwen who kept calling him. Instead, she stamped her foot and lifted her skirt, wanting to catch up. Wanwen. The familiar voice from behind stopped Lu Wanwen. She turned around and said, Big Brother. Lu Zetian looked at the three receding figures and then said seriously to his sister, you should know there is an irreconcilable conflict between the Lu family and the Jiang family. There will never be any outcome between you and Jiang Liran. Lu Wanwen's face turned pale. Big Brother, those are grievances of the previous generation. There hasn't been any conflict between our generation and Jiang Liran. Why can't we coexist peacefully? Lu Zetian's eyes flickered upon hearing the name Jiang Liran, and his tone became even stricter. How do you know there hasn't been any conflict between me and Jiang Liran? Anyway, don't come near Jiang Liran again. Putting aside the conflicts between our families, Jiang Liran has never shown any good attitude toward you. If you keep pushing forward, aren't you embarrassing our Lu family? Lu Wanwen quickly replied, Big Brother, if you don't bring up the grudges between our two families, you should know that if our two families join together through marriage, we could live in peace. In this way, our family will have influence in the military department and also political networking, allowing us to interfere both in the military and politics. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zetian glanced at Lu Wanwen and sneered mockingly on the corner of his lips, abandon your unrealistic thoughts. Jiang Liran's attitude towards you has already explained everything. There will be no chance for our two families to get married. Besides, father would not let go of the grudge between our families. As your big brother, I must advise you to let go of your feelings for Jiang Liran. There are so many excellent young men in City B. You can pick anyone. Why should you smile to someone who ignores you? Lu Wanwen shook her head and said, but none of them is Big Brother Jiang. Seeing his sister wouldn't change her mind, Lu Zetian lost all expression on his face and said coldly, anyway, the only possibility between the Lu family and the Jiang family is mutual destruction. Give up your ideas as soon as possible, or don't blame me for disregarding our sibling bond. After finishing his speech, he walked away without sparing a glance at Lu Wanwen, leaving her standing in place, her face pale. Luckily, everyone in the hall was either attracted by the exquisite food on the table or chatting among themselves. Lu Wanwen's position was also on the edge, so no one paid attention to her. Meanwhile, Chuyi and the other two found a quiet corner to observe the people around. Though naturally from the same compound, Jiang Liran's family was always in the military, spending most of their time in the army, hence they were not familiar with the residents of the compound. They could barely recognize some names, and it seemed today that not many familiar faces from their compound were here, which Jiang Liran didn't care about anyway. Thus, at this moment, no one came to chat with Jiang Liran, let alone Zhao Qing, who grew up in City N and rarely visited the Jiang household. Naturally, he knew few people from the compound, though this silence was a relief. As the trio stood aside, enjoying the tranquility, a figure approached, seeing the group, immediately smoothing over any visible emotion. Lu Zetian approached the trio, wearing a smile, his charming eyes tilted slightly as he fixed his gaze on Chuyi for a brief moment before turning to Jiang Liran, welcome to our party. Jiang Liran responded indifferently, here to see the large-scale soilless cultivation farm that Lu family operates. After all, this is also a solution to address the current grain shortage issue. Lu Zetian laughed and said, of course, this party is held precisely for this cause. Once enough guests have arrived, the tour will begin. Then, inevitably, his eyes shifted toward Chuyi, his charming eyes curving slightly. Chuyi, it's been quite a while since we last saw each other. It truly feels like centuries apart when not seeing you for a day. Chuyi didn't say anything, just nodded faintly, while Jiang Liran noticed Lu Zetian's lingering gaze on Chuyi and pulled her closer, partially draping an arm around her shoulder. Upon witnessing this act, Lu Zetian's once playful eyes darkened momentarily, yet a light chuckle escaped his lips. Come to think of it, Chuyi lived in this villa for nearly a month. At that time, due to my busy schedule, I didn't often visit. How was your stay here, Chuyi? Jiang Liran interjected before Chuyi could speak. Of course it wasn't good. No one enjoys being imprisoned, otherwise why would Chuyi go through so much trouble to leave this villa? Lu Zetian said, then I truly feel sorry for Chuyi. If there's another chance, I will definitely treat Chuyi properly. Jiang Liran coldly replied, no need. There won't be such a chance. Lu Zetian didn't take Jiang Liran's rejection seriously and said indifferently, that's really a pity. As for whether there will be another opportunity in the future, let's talk about it later. But I heard from manager Zhao that there was a maid in the villa who treated Chuyi very badly. Chuyi's heart stirred as she asked calmly, what did you do to her? That was right. While familiar with the villa, Chuyi hadn't seen the young maid who used to work there. Initially, Chuyi just thought the other girl had gone off to do something else, but Lu Zetian's words seemed suspicious. Lu Zetian smiled and said, she always gave you a hard time back then. You two often quarreled in the villa. Do you care if she's dead or alive? Chuyi remained silent. Whether she cared or not was irrelevant, she simply didn't know the woman well enough to care. Seeing Chuyi's silence, Lu Zetian went on by himself, thinking back, you were the guest I invited to stay temporarily at the villa. She was just a maid I hired with my money, yet she dared to be so rude to my guest. Her attitude towards service was terrible. How could I possibly keep such a maid around? Chu Yi's expression changed. Killing people is against the law. After saying this, Chu Yi felt somewhat powerless. On this planet, the law reigned supreme, but in the eyes of these powerful and influential people, human life was nothing more than a number. Even if they killed someone, they had ways to cover up their crimes. Besides, this was an era of disaster, during which the power of the law had grown weaker. The dark side of humanity gradually surfaced during these catastrophic times when countless people died anyway. The disappearance of a few individuals wouldn't even prompt an investigation. Chapter 52, Collapse. Lu Zetian saw Chu Yi looking serious at him and said as if realizing something, Chu Yi, what are you thinking? How could I possibly kill someone? Don't worry, she's still alive. I just fired her. For Lu Zetian's words, Chu Yi made no comment. Chu Yi didn't know whether his words were true or false, but it didn't matter anyway, it was just a maid. Chu Yi then said, there's nothing to worry about. She is the person you hired. You can deal with her however you want. Lu Zetian smiled. Of course, this maid who violates professional ethics naturally deserves proper punishment. After hearing Lu Zetian's tone change, Chu Yi instantly felt that the maid might not have a good outcome. Lu Zetian looked at Chu Yi with a hint of triumph in his eyes and chuckled faintly, why don't you take a look first? I need to go entertain other guests. Then he left. Zhao Qing saw them leave and spoke standing nearby, what a pain, both brother and sister are difficult to deal with. But you two are also unlucky, having caught their attention. Regarding Lu Zetian's behavior earlier, Zhao Qing naturally noticed it too. Though he hadn't been in love, such an obvious intention was impossible to miss. The sister has her eyes on cousin Jiang Liran, and the brother fancies Chu Yi. My goodness, now dating requires preventing rivals from both sides. Jiang Liran lightly rebuked, stop talking nonsense. Zhao Qing pouted, but it's the truth. It's clear that Lu Wanwan has designs on you, brother, and Lu Zetian couldn't help but look at Chu Yi whenever he got the chance. Isn't that obvious enough? Jiang Liran glared icily at Zhao Qing, say another word. Zhao Qing immediately shut up. Chu Yi found it amusing and looked at Jiang Liran, saying, why are you angry at Zhao Qing? Look at the troubles you've caused. Jiang Liran's expression softened. Lu Wanwan is certainly not my romantic interest, I haven't even bothered acknowledging her. On the contrary, it's Lu Zetian who is more dangerous. Be careful around him, never let your guard down. He's not to be underestimated. Chu Yi laughed and nodded, don't worry, I'll be cautious. For Lu Zetian, this dangerous individual, Chu Yi had never let her guard down. Zhao Qing commented, why choose to watch the experimental fields at night when they're clearer during the day? Perhaps it's all for show. Chu Yi casually replied, maybe they're trying to act superior. Aren't these young lords fond of hosting banquets at night, showcasing the wealth and power of the Lu family? Perhaps it was also a kind of indirect display, attracting cooperation from various families with the Lu family. Soon after, Lu Zetian walked onto the stage set up in the middle of the living room and picked up the microphone, starting to speak. Welcome to the Lu family banquet. The main purpose of this event is to showcase the new hydroponic cultivation technique developed by the Lu family. As you all know, hydroponics is a new cultivation technology where plants are grown not in soil, but in nutrient solutions rich in minerals. This is often referred to as water culture. The nutrient solution is the most important material in hydroponics. It can meet all the nutrients required for crop growth while enabling photosynthesis. This allows crops to grow normally without being planted in soil. Moreover, if the nutrient solution is well formulated, it may also appropriately increase crop yields. Currently, our research at the Lu family aims to enhance crop production through this process. At this point, a young man asked, I heard that your Lu family has cultivated a lower-cost hydroponic nutrient solution capable of large-scale production. Is that right? Lu Zetian smiled slightly, absolutely. We all know why hydroponics hasn't been widely promoted, mainly due to the high cost of its nutrient solutions. That makes widespread application difficult since if costs are high, profit margins become thin. However, we've researched a nutrient solution with relatively low costs and simpler materials. Given the current situation, this makes large-scale usage possible, allowing normal plant growth. Whoa! The scene suddenly buzzed with discussions. Chu Yi remarked, would the Lu family really publish this research so willingly? Jiang Liran replied, let's see how it goes. Satisfied, Lu Zetian glanced at the crowd. Although they were all young people, a generation of juniors, less interested in the technology compared to the older generation, they couldn't help feeling excited upon hearing the details. Lu Zetian tapped the microphone, capturing everyone's attention, and then said, let's all follow me to the hydroponic cultivation site to take a look. Saying this, he led the way out, guiding everyone. Chu Yi and her group followed as well. This was the backyard of the villa. Chu Yi had been here before, but upon coming back now, she noticed many changes. All the flowers and trees that used to be here were removed, and modifications had been made. Now, there were rows of hydroponic racks set up here, with plants planted at equal distances on each rack. The plants were submerged in water. The water was not purely transparent but instead had a slight tinge of blue. Overhead was a transparent canopy, which did not hinder visibility due to the lights installed around that illuminated the plants clearly. Chu Yi and the others naturally went over for a closer look, while others gathered in small groups to inspect the area. Plants thrived in the slightly blue water solution without a trace of withering. The rows of racks held various vegetables and small plants. On the ground nearby, there was also a large patch that seemed to grow grains. They all showed good growth. Jiang Liran looked at the plants and said indifferently, "It seems like the Lu family's research team has really developed a large-scale planting nutrient solution. These plants grew well because the nutrient solution contained sufficient nutrition suitable for their growth." Jiang Liran had seen the hydroponic cultivation by the Ministry of Agriculture before, and there was some difference in the color of the nutrient solution from what they saw here. It was clear that the plants grown in the Lu family's hydroponic setup were more successful. Just observing the emerald green color indicated how full of life these plants were. Chu Yi was naturally making close observations too. She was interested in the nutrient solution under the hydroponic cultivation and lightly touched it with her finger, dabbing a bit of the light blue liquid to smell. There was a faint scent, but it was unclear exactly what it was or perhaps something emitted by its substances. It was completely different from the nutrient solution inside her own space button. However, the Lu family's nutrient solution was designed for plants, while hers was for human consumption, so it was natural they differed. However, just as everyone was observing the hydroponics around them, a sudden rumble came from the distant mountains, and everyone immediately turned their gaze towards the source of the vibrations. This villa complex was located in the suburbs, surrounded by 3 sides of mountain ranges. Though the height wasn't very high, these 3 sides connected continuously to higher mountains behind. The sound from afar grew louder, even making the villa beneath their feet shake slightly. The crowd became alarmed, uncertain what had happened during this quiet evening. Only Lu Zetian stared deeply at the mountain causing the vibrations. Chu Yi noticed Lu Zetian gesturing Ouyang Zhongguan closer and whispering a few words to him. No one knew what was said, but after hearing it, the manager's face darkened as he left. At this moment, Lu Zetian said, "Everyone, please don't worry. These mountains are still at a distance from the villa. Even if there is an issue, it won't affect us inside the villa. If you're worried, let's head to the front yard, where I will explain our Lu family's specially configured nutrient solution." Hearing Lu Zetian's reassurances, the group decided to leave the backyard and move toward the front. Although they could see that the nearest mountain was far from the villa, the vibrations made everyone uneasy and reluctant to stay here. Chu Yi and the others naturally followed the crowd to the front yard. However, plans often fail to keep up with changes. Just then, the mountain body suddenly produced a rumbling sound, and the shaking in the villa became increasingly intense, with dust starting to fall. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Liran quickly grabbed Chu Yi and Zhao Qing and ran through the side door of the villa. From the backyard to the front courtyard, they needed to cross the entire first-floor hall of the villa. But because the banquet was held there, the surroundings were filled with tables laden with food, leaving only a narrow path in the center for people to walk on. If it were simply for attending the banquet, such a path would suffice for slow movement. However, with the increasing intensity of the shaking within the villa, this narrow path clearly wouldn't work. Others were startled by the vibrations and ran forward in panic without thinking. The narrow road quickly became crowded with people, and most of the surrounding tables and chairs were overturned, spilling food all over the floor. Chaos ensued. Everyone frantically ran forward, desperate to escape the situation. Unfortunately, the villa was large and the living room spacious, so those tables became obstacles in their path. Everyone feared for their lives and pushed past others in their desperation to flee. Jiang Liran quickly led the 2 of them running towards the side door. Even though everyone was enjoying themselves, the great hall inside the villa felt too wide and it became difficult to avoid collisions while rushing forward with so many others. Chu Yi glanced back at the chaotic hall. Dust falling from above had grown more severe, making the villa seem as if it were on the verge of collapse. The thunderous sound emitted by the distant mountain grew louder, and the distance seemed to be closing, as if it was right next to their ears. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Chu Yi and her companions hastened towards the side door. The gardens surrounding the villa stretched endlessly. However, small doors near either side of the lounge opened directly to these gardens. In the crowd, some people seemed to have noticed Jiang Liran escaping through the side door and thought it might be safer, causing another group to rush in their direction. As they watched, the number of people surrounding them continued to grow, forcing Jiang Liran to pull them along even faster. Just as they were about to reach the side door, an explosive boom rang beside their ears, and all 3 of them pushed out of the villa's side exit just as the mountainside collapsed. A large amount of soil rushed towards all directions, burying the growing crowd spilling out from the side door. Unable to escape, countless bodies were swiftly covered by the avalanche of earth. Surrounding villas crumbled under its influence, filling the air with terror-stricken screams. Moments later, Chu Yi and her companions lost consciousness. When Chu Yi awoke slowly, she discovered that all around her was darkness. She had once again been encircled by the protection bubble from the spatial button, but this time she was alone. Her surroundings were pitch black, obstructing her ability to see anything or identify whether anyone else remained close by. She prodded something beside her through the protective membrane, and rustling sounds echoed alongside fragments of soil cascading down. It occurred to her then that she had been buried beneath the landslide, only shielded from harm due to the complete encompassment provided by the protection bubble. With this realization came concern for Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing's welfare. Trapped beneath such conditions without access to fresh air, it would not bode well for them unless they could be retrieved quickly. However, at present, Chu Yi found herself trapped as well. Should she retract the protection bubble, the surrounding earth would instantly crush upon her. Though the protection circle kept her safe, it also immobilized her within its confines. After contemplating briefly, realizing there was no time to lose, Chu Yi hurriedly pulled out some food from the space button, gradually replenishing her strength. Once sufficiently fed and hydrated, Chu-Yi took out a small wardrobe from the spatial button, tipping it sideways beside her, and concealed herself inside before shutting the doors tightly. Subsequently, she retracted the protection bubble. The bangs immediately followed, vibrations coursing around for moments before subsiding. Since the closet's doors slid open, Chu-Yi carefully eased the mechanism open, a crack appearing enough to witness a flow of dirt pouring inwards. She promptly collected these soils into the spatial button. Repeating this process multiple times, finally the stream ceased completely, prompting Chu-Yi to fully open the wardrobe door. Only occasionally now, small trickles of dirt fell, but they were manageable. Subsequently stepping out of the wardrobe, Chu-Yi realized the furniture had indeed been pressed down by layers of mud yet left a small clearing at its doorway where she stood observing her surroundings. Everywhere her eyes could reach was blanketed in soil, the distant mountain diminished to less than half its original height. The skies brightened slightly, indicating dawn, but almost all villas in sight had collapsed under the impact of the landslide. An eerie silence enveloped everything. Without hesitation, Chu-Yi fished out digging tools from the spatial button and began furiously excavating around herself. As she recalled faint memories of losing consciousness last night, she had clearly remembered Jiang Liran tightly gripping both hers and Zhao Qing's hands right up until the very end. It gave her a direction to search. Digging slowly according to the approximate location based on their interlinked hands, she discovered the soil beneath her feet was exceptionally deep. Fortunately, Chu-Yi had already freed up a small patch where she stood, and every shovelful of soil she dug up was tossed behind her or into the wardrobe itself. Progressing steadily, time seemed untraceable, until eventually her tool struck something solid. She immediately discarded the tool, reverting to manually uncovering layer after layer of dirt. Then, a sense of familiarity coursed through her fingers, urging her to quicken her pace. Not long after, an arm emerged. Examining the sleeve closely revealed that it belonged to the outfit Jiang Liran wore last night. Upon recognizing it was Jiang Liran, Chu-Yi began to quickly dig with her bare hands. Fortunately, by the time she reached this spot, she was already very close to Jiang Liran. She quickly dug him out and placed him gently on the surrounding mud. Chu-Yi then cleared the mud off Jiang Liran's face and checked his heartbeat and breathing. They were both normal. With that confirmed, Chu-Yi proceeded to excavate around where Jiang Liran had been dug up, because Zhao Qing was still trapped inside. Each passing minute increased the danger. Without knowing how long she had been digging, Chu-Yi finally unearthed Zhao Qing. By now, Chu-Yi herself was sitting amidst the mud. The air around had been entirely covered by the dirt, even the wardrobe taken from the spatial button was filled with mud and obscured. Placing Zhao Qing beside Jiang Liran on the mud, Chu-Yi noticed his injuries were more severe. His forehead had a slight trickle of blood mixing with mud around the wound, possibly from being hit by a stone. Fortunately, Zhao Qing was still alive. Chu-Yi could only take out a handkerchief from the spatial button to clean his wounds simply, and gave both of them some water. As for others, Chu-Yi did not know, and didn't have the energy left to rescue them either. Extracting these two had almost cost her all her strength. Drenched in sweat and coated with sticky mud, her face was smudged with dirt as well. Now, the sun hung high in the sky, but she didn't know how long they had endured through last night's ordeal. Tired, Chu-Yi collapsed on the ground. Looking at her hands, blood oozed slightly from under her nails due to digging so intensely. Chu-Yi wiped them simply with wet wipes, feeling a mild ache from her efforts. Under the current circumstances, they must wait until the two regained consciousness so that they could leave together. It was impossible for her to carry them both away safely. Carrying even one person would be strenuous. All around them was buried in soil. They lay on the muddy ground and needed to climb over the pile of soil to leave. The loose consistency of the soil meant any misstep could lead to slipping. Once somewhat recovered, Chu-Yi performed simple first aid on the pair and then fell back down, feeling utterly drained. Given the magnitude of the upheaval, their disappearance overnight should have triggered concern and action, but despite the sun now being high up, there were no rescuers yet to save them. No matter what Chu-Yi thought or wished, she could do nothing about it. Time crept forward, during which Chu-Yi again fed the two men water. Their clothing was disheveled and filthy with mud, hair caked with it as well. But merely surviving this catastrophe was an achievement in itself. The sun climbed higher, its rays growing hotter, and Chu-Yi felt her body drenched in sweat. A mixture of perspiration and dirt smelled odd. After a morning of relentless digging, Chu-Yi's hands and legs felt like jelly, especially the pain in her palms from the hard labor. Cough, cough. A faint sound broke the silence. Chu-Yi turned her head to see Jiang Liran coughing, spitting out bits of mud from his mouth. Chu-Yi wearily got up. How are you? Do you want some water? Speaking, she brought the mineral water bottle to Jiang Liran's lips. Jiang Liran groggily opened his eyes, recognized Chu-Yi, nodded, lowered his head slightly, and drank a few sips. This helped him regain some strength. Only then did Jiang Liran look around at the towering mound of mud surrounding them, and then towards Zhao Qing with a concerned glance. How is Zhao Qing doing? Chu-Yi replied, he's hurt, but there are no major problems, he just hasn't woken up yet. Hearing this, Jiang Liran sighed in relief before struggling to sit up from the mud-covered ground. Then he noticed traces of red seeping between Chu-Yi's fingers, holding her hand tightly and examining her fingernails. Having thoroughly cleared the mud from the nail gaps, small specks of earth still clung to the edges of her fingers with droplets of blood emerging. Upon careful thought, Jiang Liran understood the cause. You've worked hard. Does it still hurt? Jiang Liran's trembling hands gently held Chu-Yi's, even blowing softly onto her nails. Chu-Yi flushed a little, it's nothing. Cough, cough, My head hurts so much, a voice interrupted, drawing Chu Yi and Jiang Liran's attention. It was Zhao Qing who had come back to consciousness. They both approached the side where Zhao Qing lay and asked, "How are you feeling?" Zhao Qing touched his wounded head gingerly as he slowly sat up. "Nothing serious, except my head is pounding." Chu Yi explained, "Don't keep touching it. You might have been hit on the head by a rock, causing some bleeding, though the wound isn't too bad. Your headache could be from being buried for too long." Zhao Qing wondered aloud, Oh, where are we exactly?" Getting up, Zhao Qing glanced around. Everywhere was strewn with soil and debris. Chu Yi said, "Where else could it be? Unless you've lost your memory. Yesterday, we just burst out of Lu Zetian's villa, and then the mountaintop in the distance collapsed. We were buried under the mud." Chu Yi pointed to the flat mountain body in the distance. Zhao Qing said, "Then, what about the others?" Jiang Liran said, "Why haven't the rescue teams come? This banquet they attended should have been widely known." Although Jiang Liran had seen few familiar faces from the compound among the crowd, there were still quite a number of people gathered here. They disappeared overnight, and last night's noise wasn't insignificant either. Logically, City B should have noticed and at least sent someone over to investigate. But there was no one, as if only the three of them existed in the surrounding silence. Zhao Qing said, "Who cares, let's get away quickly now." Chu Yi nodded, but their escape turned into a problem. The surroundings were covered with soil, uneven, equivalent to standing on ruins. Anywhere they stepped could collapse again, greatly increasing the difficulty of leaving. Currently, they could only figure it out somehow. They couldn't stay trapped here. Just as the three were about to cautiously move forward, Chu Yi suddenly remembered something. Chu Yi pulled Jiang Liran, who was about to take a step, and said, "Wait, we don't know what's behind Lu Zetian's hill. Yesterday's landslide might be related to his secrets. How about we go check that area first?" Since they've already come this far, uncovering the secret behind Lu Zetian's hill is also something they are curious about. After all, Lu family and Jiang family are enemies. Only by mastering their cards can the Jiang family stabilize the situation amidst the Lu family's conspiracies. Zhao Qing looked at the distant collapsed mountain and said, "The mountain has collapsed, it will be difficult to find their specific location. Even if we do, it would likely be buried under the mud." Jiang Liran naturally glanced too and then calmly said, "Let's go check it out first. See if we can find any clues. Even if their rear hill was covered by the landslide, there should be some traces left. Anyway, since they were already near, they might as well go take a look." They intended to come investigate earlier but got delayed due to official business and subsequent events. Now that they're nearby, why not head over for a peek? Chapter 53, Exploration. With a direction in mind, everyone headed towards the rear mountain that Chu Yi pointed at. On the way, the three of them had to cross a large area of collapsed soil, and they were extra cautious to prevent further collapse. Every step was taken carefully. When encountering loose soil, they would cross over it to avoid stepping into an empty space. This area had more mountains, and larger ones too, one connecting to another. Closer to the villa's direction, there used to be a wall surrounding it, isolating the mountain from the villa area. However, due to yesterday's landslide, that section of the wall had already collapsed, leaving no trace behind. All that could be seen was dirt. After walking for a long time, the three of them gradually approached the rear mountain closest to Lu Zetian's villa. Chu Yi had once observed this mountain from afar, and now this mountain had mostly collapsed. Standing on the already slid soil, all that could be seen around was yellow earth. There wasn't a single strange place to be found. Chu Yi said, "It seems we'll have to split up and look for any possible road." Chu Yi suspected that there might be a laboratory or something like that on this side. Even if it wasn't a laboratory, there should be at least some buildings, since quite a few people had come up with Lu Zetian and none of them had returned. There must be at least a place where they could stay. Jiang Liran nodded and then said, "Zhao Qing is injured, so he'll be in your group." Chu Yi glanced at Zhao Qing, noticing the small wound on his forehead caused by being struck earlier. The wound had stopped bleeding and it was not serious. Still, without any objection, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing separated from Jiang Liran, heading in different directions along the back mountain. Subsequently, they thoroughly inspected the surroundings. Chu Yi picked up a sturdy branch by the roadside and began knocking around on the muddy soil. Seeing this, Zhao Qing also broke off a branch and started tapping as well. While tapping, Zhao Qing asked, "Do you think it's possible they built their house underground?" "It's possible," Chu Yi replied. Given that there were more trees and weeds on the mountain, building houses on the ground would attract attention. However, if they built it inside the mountain, underground, that would indeed be very likely. Chu Yi. Just as the two continued tapping, a distant voice of Jiang Liran reached them. Both looked at each other and quickly threw away the branches, rushing toward the direction of the sound. Once they arrived, they saw Jiang Liran digging at something. Both rushed forward to help him immediately. Before long, a hard manhole cover appeared before the three of them. "What is this?" Zhao Qing asked. The hard manhole cover seemed to be covering something. Jiang Liran said, "Let's open it first and see what's inside." Subsequently, he stepped forward, and Chu Yi joined him to assist. This manhole cover was indeed heavy, and the three struggled to slowly push it aside. Afterward, a cave entrance emerged, with a staircase leading down visible beneath it. Chu Yi pulled out her flashlight from her pocket, still given to her last night by Jiang Liran. She turned on the flashlight and shone it downward. It was pitch black inside, and half of the small space had already collapsed. In there was also a door frame that had partially fallen, making it slightly brighter on the other side. "Shall we go in?" Zhao Qing asked. Judging by the looks of it, it also suffered damage due to yesterday's landslide. The passage led downwards, with traces of wires visible inside. Rashly descending would risk another landslide, potentially burying the three of them underneath. It's better to look for another path instead. This spot looks unsafe anyway, Chuyi suggested. Half of the position near the cave opening had already collapsed, making it far too dangerous to go down. Jiang Liran added, let's search for other exits first. Thus, the three searched again around this entrance. Not long after, they did find another road on the relatively plain side of the back mountain, where there was actually a small door. It was Zhao Qing who discovered it first. Chuyi picked up a branch to test the strength of the door, trying to push it open with the stick, but the door remained stationary, as did the surrounding walls, which didn't change in the slightest. Feeling reassured, Zhao Qing pointed at the door and said, this door has a lock. Even if we found it, it will be difficult for us to get in without tools. The three were carrying nothing, surrounded only by vast fields of mud, occasionally able to find some grass or branches, but none of these items served much purpose or could be used to pick locks. Chuyi slowly said, why don't we try kicking the door down violently? Chuyi looked at the door. It could be either a regular small door or just a standard gate. It definitely wasn't a security door or any other robust type. It was a common door, and if everyone exerted brute force, they might manage to kick it open. Of course, doing this might alert anyone inside, if someone happened to be there. While Chuyi was still pondering how to open the door, Jiang Liran had already pulled out a flashlight from his pocket. He disassembled the flashlight on the spot, took out some copper wires inside, and with dexterous hands twisted the copper wires into a long thin strip, then directly inserted it into the lock of the door. After an unknown amount of fiddling, the door finally made a thud sound as it opened. As soon as the door was pushed open, a cloud of dust rushed out towards them, prompting the three to hurriedly retreat. Once the dust settled, they were finally able to see clearly inside. Zhao Qing exclaimed in surprise, the inside has collapsed. Indeed, looking inside, most of the interior had been buried by soil, leaving only the area near the entrance as empty ground. As soon as the door opened, the smell of soil rushed toward them. The three carefully observed the interior. Chuyi pointed to one side and said, there is a narrow path over there that can accommodate only one person. The other two looked and saw that most of the collapsed soil was piled up in the middle, leaving a small gap on the side where one person could walk through. Jiang Liran said, be careful when you go inside. Subsequently, he entered first, walking along the edge and heading further inside. When the road ahead was blocked, he detoured along the side. After walking for an unknown length of time, the three arrived at what appeared to be a laboratory. Because part of it had collapsed, it was pitch black inside, except for a few larger areas where small holes formed, allowing faint light to seep in. Still, the three had to pick up their flashlights and shine them around to see clearly. Chuyi, looking at the brighter spots, said, this might be the laboratory they built secretly in the back mountain. It probably collapsed due to the landslide pressing on it. Dim outlines of the laboratory could still be seen, but more than half of it had been destroyed. The collapse also caused the originally underground laboratory to be exposed above, which allowed the three to find the entrance to the laboratory. It was unclear whether it was because the landslide had crushed most of the laboratory or if this was just the preliminary part, but the three did not find any useful information. They could only continue moving forward. Just before they walked too far, Zhao Qing suddenly exclaimed, look over there. Following the direction of Zhao Qing's finger, a man in a white lab coat was partially buried under the soil, barely having his head and one hand sticking out. His fingers were slightly trembling, evidently not yet completely dead. The three approached. Zhao Qing shook the man's arm a couple of times. A large amount of soil was pressing on the man, who after struggling slightly, slowly lifted his head, glanced at the three people in front of him, and then fell back down. His lips moved slightly, seemingly saying something incomprehensible. Jiang Liran leaned close to the man's ear to listen, only hearing the word save me. Zhao Qing asked, what's my cousin saying? Straightening up, Jiang Liran said, he's asking for help. He's begging us to save him. Zhao Qing gestured toward the surrounding soil and said, there's no way we can save him. We don't have tools, and if we dig by hand, his position is in the middle. What if the soil collapses again? We'd all be buried. That was true. It was impossible to rescue him without risking themselves. After a while, the man went completely still, either dead or unconscious. The three stopped caring about him and continued walking inward. Not far away, Chuyi discovered a room. Although it had collapsed as well, something under the soil seemed to resemble a single bed. There was even a human-like silhouette on the bed, although buried under the soil, making it unclear, with only a bit of the bed frame exposed outside. Chuyi said indifferently, it seems this is indeed a laboratory, and they were doing human experiments inside. But given the current state of the landslide, the paths leading deeper inside are basically sealed off by the collapsed soil. We cannot go in anymore, Jiang Liran said, then let's leave first. Even if something collapsed like this, any documents would likely be hard to retrieve, either buried under the rubble or already destroyed. This trip hadn't yielded much, with the laboratory severely collapsed. They were already lucky to have come this far. Most of the roads ahead were covered by soil, and without power tools, it would be extremely difficult to excavate the entire laboratory. Just as the three were about to leave, Chuyi suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the room she had discovered with the single bed. The sound was somewhat familiar. She immediately looked over and noticed someone slowly crawling out from the corner under the soil. Chuyi instinctively grabbed Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing, signaling them to stay quiet. She then pointed toward the laboratory. They saw that the person, who had long hair reaching over their shoulders, was pressed under a heap of dirt. Only the upper body had struggled out, but it seemed impossible for them to free the lower half. After someone helped dig a little soil away, the person, exhausted, collapsed on the ground unable to move. Both hands were covered in blood and the face was smeared with dirt, making it hard to recognize their features. The three did not approach, they stayed where they were observing. Based on the long hair, the person was likely female. She might have used up all her energy because she lay there motionless. Chuyi stepped forward to the laboratory entrance. To the left, there were many shards of broken glass and large piles of soil pressing down. Any movement caused the sound of stepping on these glass shards. The woman lying on the ground moved slightly, slowly raising her head. Her eyes locked onto Chuyi, and with an effort tried to struggle to rise. Chuyi found it strange why this woman appeared so excited upon seeing her, yet she didn't step further into the small lab. The woman became increasingly agitated, furiously clawing at the soil around her. Her hands were now completely buried in the dirt. With her frantic movements, the surrounding soil began to shake gently, prompting Jiang Liran to immediately say, "We should leave quickly. The soil near her is beginning to show signs of collapsing." He pointed to the woman frantically digging her own pit. As if hearing their intention to leave, the woman gradually stopped moving, propping herself on her elbows while staring fiercely at Chuyi with a hoarse voice whispering, You. Although the voice was raspy, Chuyi recognized a hint of familiarity. Faces rapidly flashed through her mind until she finally fixed on one person. A look of disbelief crossed her face as she slowly said, "Are you the maid from Lu Zetian's villa?" Upon realizing she was recognized, the maid struggled to respond, "Save me, please save me." Chuyi glanced at the towering mound of soil beside her before looking at the maid trapped underneath. Coldly, she replied, "I can't save you. You're buried too deeply and we don't have any tools here to rescue you. However, when we descend the mountain back to City B, we will report this situation and request a rescue team to come. If you can hold on until then." Hearing this, hatred flickered in the maid's eyes as she glared at Chuyi, accusingly saying, "You must save me. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would the young master have sent me here to suffer such inhuman torment?" Chuyi was momentarily stunned. Last night, Lu Zetian had clearly said he had only fired this maid, but she hadn't expected him to send her to this laboratory as an experiment subject. This man was truly ruthless. However, Chuyi didn't feel the least bit guilty. "I didn't know you were sent here. I don't even know why you were sent here or what exactly this lab is for. How could you blame me? Did I send you here? Did I make you an experiment subject? Instead of hating Lu Zetian who sent you here, you choose to hate me. It seems your mind isn't clear." The maid was taken aback by Chuyi's directness. After days of torture, her body was enduring immense pain, driven solely by the instinct for survival. She pleaded hastily, ignoring other thoughts, "Please save me. I don't want to stay here anymore. It's terrifying." Some memory seemed to surface, causing her body to tremble slightly, though her lower body remained immobilized by the soil. Even this minor movement caused vibrations nearby, causing some dirt to start slipping downward. Chuyi, understanding something, reiterated, "I told you, I cannot save you. Without tools, how am I supposed to rescue you? You expect me to dig with my bare hands? Just wait for the rescue here." The maid anxiously responded, "I won't make it to the rescue. I know it. Please, save me. When we were in the villa, I took care of you for so long. For our acquaintance's sake, save me. Sending me here, you bear some responsibility as well." Seeing Chuyi ignoring her words, the maid cried and begged. Chuyi shook her head. "Back in the villa, you weren't exactly kind to me either, always criticizing me and starting trouble. You forget easily, but I don't. Moreover, I simply cannot save you now. Your current condition shows how dire the situation is. Look around, everything is buried under soil. No matter what, there's no way I can pull you out. Every time you move, more dirt falls off. If you make too much of an effort, the place may collapse entirely, burying us all here." As Chuyi turned to leave, the maid became instantly nervous. "Don't you dare go. If you leave, I'll call them in and make sure none of you can escape. I'll have you buried with me." Zhao Qing asked curiously, "Who is them?" The maid let out a crazed laugh. "This is young master's laboratory, isn't it? The young master was researching here on red-eyed rats. The cure for the red-eyed rats was developed right here. But that's not all, he also conducted experiments on human subjects. There are countless experiments going on in this lab. There's a specific chamber where many mutated red-eyed rats are locked up. They've become even more ferocious since being exposed to his experiments. If I shout loud enough, they'll definitely be drawn here, and none of you will survive. Ha ha ha." Her laughter grew more hysterical as if she had used all her remaining strength. Her chilling cackle caused the surrounding soil to shake slightly, sending bits of dirt crumbling down. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Zhao Qing said nervously, "What the hell is that?" A strange sound started growing closer from somewhere nearby, raising goosebumps for everyone who heard it. Jiang Liran's expression darkened. Grabbing Chuyi by the arm, he began running back towards the way they came. Before leaving, he shouted to Zhao Qing, "Run now." Zhao Qing didn't hesitate. Seeing his cousin already running with Chuyi, he quickly followed them toward the exit. The maid paid no attention to their fleeing backs, continuing to laugh maniacally. "Aya!" Not long after the trio began their escape, they heard a piercing scream behind them from the maid. Soon after, the ground around them started trembling violently as though something large or numerous was coming from behind. It was possible that whatever creatures were there had emerged and could destabilize the already fragile structure, causing another collapse. The three could only run faster, ignoring the clouds of dirt and dust raining down on them. All they could do was flee desperately. The rustling noises behind them grew louder, inching closer. Vibrations rippled through the ground more frequently, and the amount of falling dirt increased significantly. Some pieces even landed on Chuyi's face, but she kept running forward, pulled by Jiangliran's firm grip on her hand. As they neared what seemed like the exit, they felt an ominous presence almost at their heels. Jiangliran suddenly cried out, "Jump out!" He then pulled Chuyi toward the door and flung them both outside. Zhao Qing, hearing Jiangliran's command, immediately leaped out as well. A thunderous roar echoed as a cloud of dust enveloped the area. Chirp, chirp. The noise abruptly stopped. Before any of them had time to react, Chuyi suddenly felt something bite into her ankle. She rolled reflexively, kicking away whatever had latched onto her feet. She screamed loudly, "Keep running. Something's biting people." Through the murky haze of dust and debris, Jiangliran and Zhao Qing scrambled to their feet and hurriedly ran towards Chuyi, with Jiangliran grabbing her hand and pulling her forward again. Behind them, the chasing noises persisted, relentless. After an indeterminate period of running, panting heavily, the group finally slowed down to catch their breath. Looking behind them, they saw nothing, only a hazy sky stretching far off into the distance. Taking a deep breath, Jiangliran asked, "Are you two okay?" Still catching his breath, Zhao Qing waved a hand dismissively to indicate he was fine. Meanwhile, Chuyi remained silent. She slowly looked down at her ankle. A small wound was there, oozing thin streams of blood. Examining it closely, Chuyi noticed an unusual black tint in the wound. It wasn't the pure red of normal blood. Seeing that Chuyi hadn't spoken, Jiangliran glanced over, following her line of sight to the ankle. His brows furrowed in concern. "You've been bitten?" Helping Chuyi sit down, he inspected the wound carefully. After regaining his breath, Zhao Qing nearly choked on his own saliva when he heard Jiangliran's words. He rushed over to Chuyi and squatted down to examine the wound as well. "How did you get bitten? What bit you?" The wound was small, but Chuyi had managed to stop whatever had attacked her from doing worse damage. Still, a thin streak of blood trickled out. Worse, there was a hint of darkness around the edges of the wound, a clear sign something was wrong. Chuyi took a look before speaking. "It must have been a red-eyed rat. Those squeaking sounds we heard when we escaped earlier were likely made by rats. And considering how they chased us relentlessly, they're definitely not ordinary rats. These ones must be the mutated red-eyed rats." Chuyi was also well aware that she had been bitten by a red-eyed rat and likely already infected with the virus. After all, none of those bitten by red-eyed rats escaped infection. Zhao Qing was stunned for a moment. "What should we do? Let's hurry back to B City." The cure for the red-eyed rats in B City had been available for quite some time, but they hadn't particularly bothered to find out when it first appeared. Right now, being stranded in this remote area, their only option was to get back to B City as soon as possible so Chuyi could receive the antidote safely. Jiangliran nodded. He slid one hand under Chuyi's knee and the other on her shoulder, intending to pick her up. Seeing this, Chuyi quickly refused. "No need, it's just a minor wound. It doesn't affect my walking." Last night, Chuyi stood up and even took a few steps to prove she was fine. It was only a small wound. If not for the unusual coloring around it, she might not have paid much attention to it at all. It wasn't affecting her ability to walk yet. Chuyi had just been bitten and still felt nothing. "This is contagious, so maybe you two should stay away from me." Everyone knew the red-eyed rat virus could spread. Chuyi feared that if she weren't treated soon, she might infect them instead. Jiangliran firmly grasped Chuyi's hand and said, "The path down the mountain is tough. I'll hold your hand, I don't fear infection." The determination in his eyes left no room for argument. Then Zhao Qing casually waved his hand. "I'll just walk beside her." After all, there was no way he would hold Chuyi's hand, so what were the chances of getting infected just standing nearby? Chapter 54, Shocking Changes. Chuyi burst into laughter and checked the wound again. Fresh red blood flowed slightly from the cut, and the trace of blackness that was previously there had vanished completely. Zhao Qing pointed in surprise at Chuyi's ankle and said, "Is it healed?" Chuyi realized that it might be because she often took repair potions, causing her body to develop some immunity against certain viruses. But this moment was not suitable for an explanation. Jiangliran suggested, "Let's leave first, and inject the healing potion as soon as we get back." Jiangliran likely understood that Chuyi had almost fully recovered already. All right. A small cut like this did not affect Chuyi's walking at all. The three retraced their path back to the villa area. Their car was still parked at the gate nearby. This suburb was quite far from City B, relying solely on two legs. No one knew how long it would take to walk there. With a car though, it would be much faster. However, they did not re-enter the interior of the villa area but walked along the edge following the perimeter wall. Along the way, various sedans parked between two villas were covered by dirt. Even those that weren't buried were crushed flat by collapsed villas beside them. Zhao Qing said, "With this situation, could my car have survived?" What Zhao Qing meant was worry that their vehicle might also be crushed either by surrounding collapsed villas or landslides. Though unpredictable, regardless they still needed to check. If by luck the car wasn't damaged, they could drive away. Otherwise, if the car was indeed destroyed, they would need to find another solution. After an unknown period of walking, they finally reached the villa's entrance. Almost all houses in the entire villa complex had collapsed, leaving only a few standing intact. When they turned onto the secluded road where they had parked their car, they noticed that the rather old villa next to them had collapsed. Luckily, their car was parked farther away, mostly on flat grass, on the other side of which the dilapidated villa fell. Thus, their car stood there undamaged. Zhao Qing excitedly exclaimed, "That's great. We can drive back now. I told you this parking spot is good. We didn't crowd among those people inside the villa complex yesterday. Though the parking place is a bit far, it's safe, right? Now you see its advantage." 3 dark lines appeared on Chuyi's forehead as she glanced helplessly at Zhao Qing. You never said such words, she thought silently. Just moments ago, he was worried that their car might have been buried. Subsequently, without further discussion, the 3 quickly got in the car. The road next to the villa hadn't been affected, so the driving process was relatively smooth. Driving on suburban roads, everyone noticed many houses near the mountain bodies had collapsed. Even on the roadside, numerous buildings lay flattened, yet there were no signs of a landslide nearby. This indicated that an earthquake truly occurred yesterday, and it wasn't solely due to a landslide. Chuyi slowly remarked, "An earthquake has struck again." Upon hearing this statement, silence fell in the car, except for the increased speed of Jiang Liran's driving. If an earthquake happened in the suburbs of City B, then what about the downtown area? Worried about their loved ones in the Jiang family's villa, none of them felt the urge to speak, only wishing to hurry back home. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. As their vehicle was about to enter the downtown area, fallen ruins blocked their path. Looking at the collapsed buildings ahead, they realized that the urban part of City B had also suffered an earthquake, rendering vehicular access impossible. Having no choice, they exited the car and started walking over the rubble. Streets that had been nearly cleared were once again blanketed by new collapsed ruins. This earthquake seemed devastating, reducing almost half of the surviving buildings in a blink. Looking around, only a few buildings remained standing. As they gradually approached the city center, crowds of people appeared along the road, cries of grief rising slowly. Many sat fallen beside the ruins, numbed, looking blankly at the wreckage surrounding them. Faces smudged with grey dust expressed despair. Others flung themselves on top of the rubble, crying loudly. It felt as if they had stumbled into a human tragedy. Daring not to delay any longer, the trio ran swiftly towards the Jiang family villa, ignoring the sounds around them. When encountering obstructive debris, they detoured, maintaining high speeds despite the hindrance. Just as they arrived at the military compound near the Jiang family villa, the entrance guards were absent. The whole compound was eerily silent, with deserted roads. The economy and conditions here seemed relatively well preserved, fewer villas had collapsed, most remaining unaffected. Upon further reflection, it made sense. This area was home to military and political officers of high rank, so the quality of their assigned housing wouldn't be too bad. Furthermore, those who had achieved this level were likely diligent in regularly inspecting their homes, as personal safety was paramount. Hence, even with the earthquake, most of the villas remained largely intact. When the 3 finally managed to reach the Jiang family villa's gate, they were relieved to see that the villa still stood undamaged. Without wasting another moment, they rushed inside. However, upon entering the first-floor living room, there was an eerie silence. Not a single person could be heard speaking. Mom and Dad, Grandpa, Aunt Fu, Little Moonlight. With each call from the trio, there was no response from within the villa, quiet as if it had never been inhabited. Chuyi asked anxiously, "What's going on? Where is everyone?" In her panic, Chuyi began searching frantically. The 3 went upstairs and thoroughly searched every room, finding not a single trace or even a glimpse of anyone. Zhao Qing wondered aloud, "Why isn't anyone here? Where have they all gone?" By now, it was approaching afternoon. The 3 hadn't eaten anything for lunch due to rushing back, merely drinking water handed by Chuyi, also they could return to the Jiang family villa as quickly as possible. Yet, now the villa was completely empty, devoid of any presence. They searched everywhere, each room, the front and backyards, but after checking the entire villa several times, not a soul was found. Breathing heavily, Chuyi said, "What should we do? Where have they gone? There must have been an earthquake here last night. They couldn't just leave without a trace." Chuyi couldn't believe that everyone had left without leaving behind a single clue. Last night, when the 3 attended the banquet, everyone knew where they had gone. Even if the sudden earthquake forced them to leave the villa for safety, they would have surely left some hints behind. But not even the chairs, couches, or tables showed any indication. Not a single scrap of paper was left behind. Jiang Liran tried to calm Chuyi down, gently holding her arm. "Don't worry. They must have left on their own. I just checked the kitchen, and basically all the food has been taken. It seems something urgent happened, forcing them to leave." While assisting Chuyi and Zhao Qing in checking the various rooms upstairs, Jiang Liran had carefully inspected the dining hall and the kitchen downstairs. He noticed that everything in the kitchen, including many pots and utensils, had been taken. This indicated that the others had calmly arranged everything before leaving the villa. Frowning, Zhao Qing exclaimed, "What kind of emergency could this be? Did something really serious happen? Why did they rush off like that?" Zhao Qing was growing concerned. As the youngest members of both the Jiang and Zhao families, neither he nor his cousin should have been abandoned under any circumstances unless something catastrophic occurred beyond their control. Chuyi voiced her own uncertainty. "What should we do now? How will we find them?" Leaving so abruptly, she had no idea where they had gone, making it impossible to locate them. Suddenly, Jiang Liran's mind flickered with an idea. "Follow me." He then swiftly climbed the stairs, Chuyi and Zhao Qing following him despite being unsure what was happening. As they followed Jiang Liran up the stairs, they reached a particular room. Once inside, it became clear that it was a study. Confused, Zhao Qing questioned, "Brother, why are we in grandfather's study?" Chu Yi rarely entered other people's rooms except her own, so she didn't know this belonged to grandfather Jiang Cheng until Zhao Qing mentioned it. Without answering immediately, Jiang Liran scanned the study, noticing that much of its contents had already been moved. Nonetheless, this didn't hinder him. He approached one bookshelf and fiddled around near a display stand. Soon, he retrieved a small cylinder in his hand. "What's this?" asked Zhao Qing curiously. "It's a message left for us by grandfather," Jiang Liran explained. He unscrewed the cap, pulled out a piece of paper, and began examining it. The handwriting was messy, clearly written hastily, but it outlined the entire situation. After reading, Jiang Liran's expression grew somber. In silence, he passed the note over to Chu Yi, and Zhao Qing crowded in beside her. Together, they scrutinized the content. It read, "Last night, City B was struck by an unexpected earthquake. At dawn, news came that the leader sustained severe injuries during the quake and later passed away. Now City B is leaderless. Early this morning, the Liu family took action, sending representatives to take numerous bureaucrats from the military compound. Seeing this, we had no choice but to secretly head toward the suburban valley encampment of City B. We hope our grandchildren see this message and join us as soon as possible." Zhao Qing angrily said, "The Liu family is indeed up to no good. Things happened too suddenly, the leader was gone, and the Liu family started taking action, which indicated that they had been planning this for quite a while." However, when Xiu Yi saw the message stating that they had already moved to a safe place, she felt reassured. Jiang Liran saw that the two of them had finished reading, then directly took out a lighter from his pocket, lit the note, and scattered the ashes out of the window until they disappeared into the wind. Xiu Yi asked, "Should we go join them now?" Jiang Liran said, "Maybe we can't leave temporarily. Since the Liu family has planned this, they must be monitoring around the villa. We probably won't even make it out of the door before they surround us. But grandfather and the others have already rushed to the military base. That's safe because that station is led by father's special forces unit, who usually only participate in various trainings there. This unit was recently transferred to City B after the disaster for maintaining security, unfortunately unused yet. Only the leader knew about this unit." Jiang Liran's words were a comforting reassurance for Xiu Yi. The leader was gone, so the place they went to would be unknown to anyone. "No matter what, let's leave first." The other two agreed without hesitation, nodding. Then the three hurried downstairs. Sure enough, as Jiang Liran had predicted, they hadn't even exited the gate of the villa when a group of people rushed in from outside, encircling the three. When the last person entered, Zhao Qing pointed at him in surprise. "You're fine?" Indeed, leading the team inside was none other than Liu Zetai. He appeared just like yesterday, splendidly handsome, with an evil smile playing on his lips. "If all of you are fine, how could I have something happen to me so early?" Xiu Yi asked, "Liu Zetai, what exactly do you plan to do? The meeting you arranged yesterday, was it the beginning of your conspiracy?" Liu Zetai turned to look at Xiu Yi, locking eyes on her intensely. "Initially, I only wanted to keep you. However, the earthquake came unexpectedly, but this gave our Liu family an opportunity. The problem blocking everyone now is the food crisis. The land can't grow crops, and everyone will starve. I, on the other hand, have sufficient food supplies and large-scale hydroponics technology. Why not join my camp? This is already the end of the world after the disaster. Naturally, power belongs to the capable ones." Xiu Yi retorted, "This idea of yours is absurd. What do you want to do? Do you wish to unify the world like ancient emperors, or what else?" Xiu Yi sometimes couldn't understand why some people fought desperately for a little bit of power, using every scheme possible. Even if you gained the power you desired, what would it gain you? Could you live forever or what? Xiu Yi was a very laid-back person. If someone doesn't offend her, she doesn't offend others, nor does she care about fame or power. Isn't living a simple life good enough? Liu Zetai chuckled softly. "How could you possibly understand?" With that one sentence, Xiu Yi didn't know how to respond either. She really didn't get it. Without further ado, Liu Zetai continued, "Will you surrender willingly, or shall they spar with you?" He glanced around at the people surrounding them. Jiang Liran replied, "If you want action, just move. No need for chatter." Liu Zetai waved his hand, and the familiar men dressed in black suits began slowly encircling the three. Since fewer people surrounded them due to the Liu family targeting others as well, it became easier for the trio. Despite their less-than-perfect condition after everything that had happened from last night till today, handling these attackers wasn't difficult for them. Realizing the main gate was blocked, they thought of running towards the backyard. Black-clothed figures pursued closely behind them. Suddenly, a bang resounded. Immediately following was a shout of "Watch out!" "Ah!" A warm chest pressed tightly against Xiu Yi's back, accompanied by a muffled groan of pain. Xiu Yi quickly turned around to support the body sliding down. "Jiang Liran, are you okay?" As she held Jiang Liran's back, she felt something sticky. Upon closer inspection, it was a lot of blood. Xiu Yi understood immediately someone had fired at them, and Jiang Liran had taken the bullet for her. It struck his shoulder, blood gushing out. "Cousin, are you all right?" The concerned voice of Zhao Qing rang beside them. Seeing the black-clad pursuers almost catching up, Xiu Yi hastily said, "Zhao Qing, let's take Jiang Liran and leave." After speaking, she helped Jiang Liran up. When Zhao Qing saw this from the distance, he moved forward to help support Jiang Liran. However, Jiang Liran waved his hand and said, "No need, I can still walk. Let's leave quickly." Then Jiang Liran grabbed his shoulder that had been shot, gently squeezed Xie Chuyi's hand for reassurance, rejecting her intention to help him, and took the lead in running forward. Xie Chuyi and Zhao Qing wasted no time, keeping pace with Jiang Liran. Jiang Liran was very familiar with the surroundings of the Jiang family villa. Leading them through twists and turns, he brought them to an unknown location, eventually losing the crowd chasing behind them. Finally, unable to hold on any longer, Jiang Liran collapsed heavily onto the ground with a thud. "Cousin, are you alright? How about you?" The concerned voices of Xie Chuyi and Zhao Qing rang out simultaneously. Jiang Liran, clutching his bleeding shoulder, said, "There is an old friend of my grandfather's house ahead, let's take refuge there first." Xie Chuyi hurriedly helped Zhao Qing support Jiang Liran as they headed towards the direction he pointed to. At this moment, Xie Chuyi realized they had run out of the military compound area. The surrounding houses were all low structures, with only 1 or 2 stories, and various large and small alleys crisscrossed around them. After numerous twists and turns, they finally arrived at the house Jiang Liran had indicated. The surrounding houses were somewhat dilapidated, with many collapsed buildings. Due to their relatively low height, when they collapsed, they didn't affect nearby homes significantly. Moreover, the debris from the collapsed houses provided perfect cover for the 3 of them. Zhao Qing went up to the door and knocked. "Hello, anyone home? Please open the door." Knock knock knock. No matter how many times Zhao Qing knocked, there was no response inside, and the surroundings remained eerily quiet. Zhao Qing turned back, asking anxiously, "What should we do, cousin? Did the people inside already move away?" Seeing Jiang Liran's face grow increasingly pale with his wound still gushing blood, and knowing Yuzatai was still pursuing them outside, Xie Chuyi stepped forward and pushed hard on the old wooden door in front of them. With a snap, it opened. Entering the house, it was a simple single-story residence. Inside, there was only a single bed, a wardrobe beside it, a desk in a row, and a few stools. Xie Chuyi cared not anymore, immediately helping Jiang Liran sit down by the bed. "We have no medicine right now, what about your wound?" Although Xie Chuyi possessed medication inside her space brooch, she couldn't expose herself at the moment. Jiang Liran gestured to a direction. Xie Chuyi followed his indication to find the only drawer of a desk. There might be some medicine. Without wasting any more time, Xie Chuyi pulled open the drawer. Sure enough, several basic daily-use medications and plenty of bandages were found within. Xie Chuyi quickly gathered everything needed. Zhao Qing helped Xie Chuyi, and together they carefully dressed Jiang Liran's wound. Xie Chuyi then asked, "Is this place safe?" Though currently no one seemed to be present, Xie Chuyi worried that the owner might return at any time, see their situation, and report them. There was also the possibility that neighbors noticed them. Jiang Liran replied, "This used to be the residence of a discharged soldier under my grandfather's command. In my childhood, I even learned a few tricks from him here. This is just one of his temporary living places and should be safe for now." Upon hearing Jiang Liran's words, Xie Chuyi relaxed slightly. She then began searching around the room but discovered nothing else. Zhao Qing suggested, "Xie Chuyi, you stay here with the cousin while I go out and see if I can find something edible." He made to head outside after saying this. Xie Chuyi stopped Zhao Qing, "You stay here and watch over him. You've also been injured, let me go look." Zhao Qing argued, "But you're injured too," pointing at Xie Chuyi's ankle. However, Xie Chuyi pulled her trouser leg up slightly, revealing the originally bitten spot by a red-eyed rat. The tiny wound had already coagulated, with its surroundings appearing completely normal. The traces of blackness previously seen had vanished entirely. Zhao Qing, pointing at the injury, asked in astonishment, "How did it heal?" According to his knowledge, almost everyone who got bitten by a red-eyed rat contracted the virus. Xie Chuyi explained, "Maybe it's because of my good health that I resisted the virus." Zhao Qing retorted, "But..." Xie Chuyi cut Zhao Qing off, "Stop butting, I'm fine. Plus, I'm better at fighting than you are." Xie Chuyi didn't say much else, but Zhao Qing felt somewhat embarrassed despite knowing Xie Chuyi was telling the truth. Though he touched his wound on his head that was slowly forming scabs, having received treatment upon finding some medication earlier, it was only a minor injury, ultimately deciding to heed Xie Chuyi's advice and stay. Subsequently, Xie Chuyi set out alone. The surroundings were filled with collapsed ruins, and only a few nearby intact houses remained. She knocked on their doors to see if anyone was home, but unfortunately, after knocking on several doors in succession, no one responded. Xie Chuyi then directly pushed the doors open and entered. They were all similar to the previous room, single-story cottages, while two-story buildings had mostly collapsed. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and Xie Chuyi dared not make any loud sounds, fearing unnecessary incidents might occur. After exploring a few rooms, she found a clutter of miscellaneous items inside without uncovering anything useful, nor did she find traces of food after searching through a few more rooms. Feeling helpless, Xie Chuyi could only take out a bag from her space brooch and put some food into it. Half the bag was filled with food, along with a few bottles of water. Xie Chuyi first addressed her own lunch needs before carrying these supplies back. When Xie Chuyi returned, the door she originally forced open had been quietly closed. Xie Chuyi approached and tapped on it. "I'm back." The door was then gently opened by Zhao Qing. "You should be quieter. I barely managed to fix this door again." Saying this, Zhao Qing pointed at the wooden door beside him. Chuyi helplessly replied, understood. Carrying the food inside, Chuyi placed it on the only table in the room, took out food and water, and handed them to Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing respectively. Eat something first. Jiang Liran, whose wounds had already been treated, felt somewhat weak but slowly started eating with the help of Chuyi, as he had nearly gone an entire day without food. Jiang Liran asked, have you eaten yet? Chuyi nodded and said, I've already eaten outside. Following this, Jiang Liran and Zhao Qing started eating without any more hesitation, as they were indeed hungry after going so long without food. Chapter 85. There are bugs. By the time Jiang Liran's wound had slightly improved, it was already 3 days later. During these 3 days, they had hidden in this remote and shabby little room. Chuyi would daily use the excuse of going out to gather supplies to take some food from her dimensional button, allowing them to last through these 3 days. Once Jiang Liran's injuries slightly improved, they planned to head towards the suburban base. The 3 of them stuck to out-of-the-way roads, afraid to venture into the city center, just in case Lu Zetian was waiting for them there. Taking the out-of-the-way roads meant they had to detour. With no means of transportation, they could only rely on their own 2 feet. The earthquake a few days ago had caused the collapse of most buildings in City B. With many ruins along the way, every encounter with debris forced them to find alternate routes. Moreover, gathering supplies on the road became increasingly difficult. It was basically hard to find any food. The 3 of them relied on the food Chuyi had previously brought back, carefully rationing it. Occasionally, they managed to find scraps of food buried within the debris of newly collapsed houses, but there wasn't much. The pace of walking wasn't slow, they were fast walkers, spending most of each day on the road, taking breaks only at noon. At night, finding a place to sleep became a challenge because the secluded paths they took led past homes that were largely destroyed in the earthquake, making habitable structures scarce. Sometimes, they simply rested wherever they could, amidst the ruins or under minimal shelter. Days of relentless travel combined with poor resting conditions resulted in Jiang Liran's wounds healing very slowly. Even though they had taken all the medicine from that initial room and continued to change his bandages along the way, the wounds still healed slowly. Lacking an appropriate rest spot, along with insufficient food and water, Jiang Liran's recovery was continuously delayed. Yet they had no choice, they had to rush to the base as quickly as possible to rendezvous with Mr. Jiang Cheng and his group. Moreover, while on the road, not only did they have to keep moving forward, but they also had to look for food and water. Sometimes, due to the scarcity of resources, they even had to detour closer to the downtown area where Lu Zetian's people were actively searching for them, allowing them to only procure small amounts of water and food. However, on such ruined roads, walking was faster than driving, cars couldn't navigate through the blocked streets covered by rubble. During the day, the weather was sweltering, and only at night did the temperature slightly drop. Due to the recent earthquakes, both water supply and electricity were cut off in the area. Every night, everything was pitch black and impossible to see unless the moon was high enough to dimly illuminate the ground. After hurried and arduous traveling day and night, they finally reached the position of the military camp on the 7th day. After traversing over a mountain, they arrived at a plain, where Chuyi saw tall walls encircling the area. A guard booth was set up at the entrance, with a soldier standing inside. The 3 appeared fatigued after the grueling 7 days, approaching the entrance, but they were stopped immediately by the guard at the gate. Who goes there? This is a military zone, unauthorized personnel are prohibited. Jiang Liran stepped forward, her thin lips slightly parting as she said, I am Jiang Liran. She then fished something out of her pocket and dropped it before the soldier. The soldier took it, glanced briefly at it, saluted, and let them pass. The trio hurriedly walked in, and Chuyi finally got a clear view of the interior. It was a valley-like area, a flat land dotted with numerous training equipment. A river ran straight through the entire base, flowing down from the distant high mountains. Jiang Liran, noticing Chuyi's observant looks around the place, explained, this place used to be a training base. Later, after the incidents in City B, everyone stationed inside was called to assist in urban construction. Following this, 20,000 men from my father's regiment were dispatched here, awaiting further orders. As of now, about 20,000 people should be stationed here. Chuyi nodded to show her understanding. Not long after, they spotted Jiang Liran's father, Jiang Lihue, along with his wife and daughter-in-law, coming towards them. Upon meeting, the family engaged in warm, concerned greetings before starting to update each other on their situations. Upon learning that Jiang Liran had suffered a gunshot wound, they rushed her to the medic tent, realizing that this training base even included a small hospital. Subsequently, Jiang Liran's gunshot wound received good medical care. Though the soldiers' training here was arduous, the medical facilities provided were well equipped, with basic medical devices present, and about a dozen medical staff members available. The 3 eventually settled down completely at this training base. Regarding the Jiang family's counterattack against the Lu family, Chuyi didn't participate. All her attention was focused on her 2 children. Having been away for so long, Chuyi missed the kids dearly. Chuyi believed that Mr. Jiang Cheng had a plan in mind for matters regarding the Lu family. Though Chuyi didn't involve herself, she could still sense their movements. Supplying food and lodging for over 20,000 soldiers within the base wasn't an easy task, especially during these times when food was tight. Currently, everyone was living off the food that had been allocated to the troops when they were dispatched here by their commander originally, but relying solely on the existing provisions wasn't a sustainable solution. This training base not only trained soldiers but also engaged in agricultural farming. There were extensive planting and livestock breeding areas where soldiers were trained to farm. The livestock mainly consisted of simple animals like chickens and ducks, and soldiers were tasked with both planting crops and taking care of them, thus ensuring self-sufficiency within this training facility in the past. Now, the land designated for agriculture was being repurposed, but the issue of soil hardening hadn't been effectively resolved yet, which created problems for cultivation. While they had kept reserves of seeds, the land was unsuitable for planting due to the hardened soil. Every day, regardless of weather conditions, soldiers carried out rigorous training on the fields. Food supplies were still sufficient for now, but at this pace, they would eventually run out. Therefore, it was imperative to restore the agricultural lands as soon as possible. Mr. Jiang Cheng had brought along several agricultural experts, but even they confessed they couldn't come up with solutions immediately. As for the 3 individuals from the Jiang family, they oversaw the soldiers within the base and planned countermeasures against the Lu family. Zhao Jingxing, on the other hand, took charge of coordinating with the agricultural experts to expedite studies on practical planting methods. Zhong Qing joined the soldiers in training while Dr. Jiang Hui, as a doctor, naturally returned to work at the small hospital inside the camp. However, with no ongoing battles or injuries, life was very quiet, so after just a few days, Jiang Hui came back to help Chu Yi take care of the 2 children in shifts. Given the scorching summer heat outside, Chu Yi rarely took the children out during the day. They would mostly stay on the corridor observing the soldiers' drills. With Aunt Jiang Hui's assistance, Chu Yi had more time to spare. In her leisure moments, Chu Yi visited the planting zones within the base to inspect the condition of the soil. The primary issue was that the topsoil had hardened and couldn't be softened easily. Chu Yi suspected that this was related to the recent lack of rainfall. It had been almost 4 months since New Year's without a single drop of rain, which was quite abnormal considering that such long droughts were unprecedented. Mr. Jiang Cheng had invited a few prominent agricultural experts who were specialists in this field to help resolve the soil issues. Given the limited equipment available at the base, the experts proposed using hydroponic cultivation techniques. Although preparing nutrient solutions seemed straightforward, the materials required were scarce and costly, making mass production under the current national situation unfeasible. At this point, Chu Yi remembered the hydroponics research conducted by Lu Zetian and suggested to Grandpa Jiang Cheng to dispatch a team of soldiers to check out Lu Zetian's suburban villa, where his laboratory remained. The Lu family, busy stabilizing the situation in City B, likely wouldn't have the resources to guard it. This was the perfect opportunity to retrieve valuable information from the lab, currently buried under dirt. A capable team needed to be sent there. Moreover, since Lu Zetian was conducting research on red-eyed rats in the same location, precautions were necessary. To ensure safety, only elite teams were deployed, carrying antidotes against the effects of the mutated red-eyed rats. Jiang Liran was appointed as the leader of the operation. Being a military training base, they naturally possessed appropriate weaponry, and each soldier set out fully equipped. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Liran led the group out. As Jiang Liran departed, the training base resumed its tranquil state. The research institute belonging to Lu Zetian was already covered by mud, and though the necessary tools had been taken away by Jiang Liran, there were no digging vehicles available at the base. They only had a few green military trucks. So they had to manually dig using the tools they carried with them. Moreover, to avoid detection by Lu Zetian's people, they couldn't return quickly to the base. Everyone could only patiently wait inside the base, further immersing themselves in agricultural studies. Meanwhile, Mr. Jiang Cheng and his son Jiang Lihui worked on strategizing how to confront the Lu family. Word had it that the previous commander had already appointed a successor, but this individual was missing, and their whereabouts unknown. Mr. Jiang Cheng had tried sending investigators, confirming that this person wasn't under the control of the Lu family. While political and military matters were managed by the elder Mr. Jiang, Jiang Hui would occasionally visit the hospital. But under the present circumstances, patients were few. On the other hand, Zhao Jingxing continued collaborating with the agricultural experts to study soil conditions. Zhong Qing followed the soldiers in daily training sessions, while Chu Yi took care of the 2 children. On the 3rd day after Jiang Liran's departure, Chu Yi was taking the children for a walk as usual when she passed by the small hospital inside the base and noticed a long queue at the hospital entrance. She wondered why Aunt Jiang Hui hadn't come over to help with the children today. Chu Yi, with the 2 children in tow, dared not get too close to the sick people and could only observe from afar. She saw soldier after soldier, dressed in short sleeves, their faces pale, clutching their stomachs. 2 long lines had formed outside the hospital entrance. The little hospital within the base had 2 floors. The first floor handled all outpatient care, while the second floor was for various tests and examinations. From a distance, Chu Yi watched the soldiers enter the outpatient department on the first floor and then quickly ascend to the second floor for examinations. Even there, long queues formed. More soldiers continued to join the line, the only common feature being that they were all holding their stomachs. Chu Yi thought perhaps everyone had eaten something spoiled. The base had a cafeteria where all the food for adults was distributed. The cafeteria employed specialized cooks, and as the 2 children grew older, they could eat the same food as the adults. Chu Yi collected her family's rations according to schedule from the cafeteria each time. Since she was cautious about the children's health, their portions were relatively small and were taken from the space button instead. Chu Yi prepared their meals separately. For the rations collected from the cafeteria, Chu Yi usually stored them in bags, placing them in a corner of the space button. Although the children didn't eat it, food couldn't be wasted, so Chu Yi herself ate the food provided by the cafeteria. She had never expected such a large number of people would fall ill today. Looking at the long queues at the hospital, Chu-yi hurriedly returned home with the children. In the evening, Chu-yi learned from Aunt Jiang Hui that the soldiers had ingested something containing worms, which caused unbearable abdominal pain. Fortunately, the hospital had some deworming medicine on hand. Since the soldiers' condition wasn't too serious, they only experienced stomachaches, the current supply of deworming medication was enough. Naturally, suspicion first fell on the cafeteria. Subsequently, Jiang Lihui dispatched a specialized team to inspect it, but no hygienic issues were found. Over the next few days, however, more and more soldiers exhibited symptoms, pale faces, clutching their stomachs. They weren't experiencing diarrhea, just intense abdominal pain akin to cramping. This kept Aunt Jiang Hui extremely busy. The cafeteria of the base met high standards, with no dirt or mess, indicating that hygiene probably wasn't the cause of the worms in the soldiers' bodies. Further testing of the food also revealed no problems. Each day, the number of soldiers suffering from stomachaches increased. Morning doses of deworming medicine seemed to offer relief only for a day or two before the abdominal pain worsened again. This indicated that the deworming medicine was ineffective against these specific worms. Subsequently, Aunt Jiang Hui ceased treatment at the hospital and began studying the reasons behind the presence of worms in the soldiers' bodies. Although the equipment on the second floor of the hospital wasn't as advanced as those in major hospitals outside, basic devices were available, facilitating Jiang Hui's research. Because worms were found in the soldiers' bodies, Mr. Jiang Cheng initiated a thorough cleaning across the base, searching for the source. However, as the number of affected individuals increased, the severity of the symptoms worsened. In addition to intolerable abdominal pain, dizziness, nausea, and vomiting occurred. Soon afterward, the source of the problem was identified. It was the water supply. All the water in this base was drawn from a nearby river, treated through the purification equipment in the GP system, and then delivered through multiple stages into pipes for the soldiers to drink. Although the source was found, there was still no effective treatment method. The base's supply of deworming medicine was nearly depleted, yet it proved largely ineffective against these particular worms. One day, Chu-yi was suddenly informed that Mr. Jiang Cheng had fallen ill too, displaying the same symptoms as the soldiers, a worm infestation in his body. Just like the soldiers, the effectiveness of the deworming medicine was minimal, and their conditions deteriorated significantly every few days after taking the medication. Leaving the two children in the room under the care of Aunt Li, one of the two childless aunts from the Jiang family villa brought to the base to assist in the kitchen, Chu-yi went to visit Mr. Jiang Cheng. Since Chu-yi cared for the two children, the aunts showed much concern for Chu-yi and her family. Jiang Liran had been gone for just a week, and already these incidents occurred at the base. When Chu-yi arrived, Jiang Lihui was handling the situation externally. By the bedside, only Jiang Hui, her husband, and Zhao Qing remained. Everyone wore worried expressions as they watched the elderly man suffer in pain. Mr. Jiang Cheng's face had turned pale, perhaps due to his extensive experiences. He appeared somewhat immune to the pain and didn't display much discomfort even while in agony. "Grandpa Jiang, how are you feeling?" Chu-yi asked softly. Mr. Jiang Cheng looked up at Chu-yi and said, "Ah, the girl is here. Are the two children doing well? You must be extra cautious during this time. Make sure nothing happens to them." Chu-yi nodded her head and replied, "I know." Chu-yi had always cared deeply for the two children, and she had her own safety measures prepared. Moreover, she had her special medicine stored within her space. The children wouldn't have any issues. Chu-yi then asked Jiang Hui beside her, "Aunt Jiang, has there been any progress on your side?" Jiang Hui's eyes were red-rimmed as she said, "No, after CT scans were conducted, we found varying numbers of worms in everyone's abdomen. We've continuously increased the dosage of deworming medication, but it was only effective for the first few days. Afterward, the worms not only didn't die but also multiplied." The thought of countless worms filling one's stomach made Chu-yi feel chilled. Although it wasn't fatal at present, it was extremely disgusting, especially given the fact that they had so many worms inside. Zhao Qingxing said, "We've already discovered that the problem stems from the water source, and multiple methods have been taken to cut off the contamination, but we still can't completely remove the worm eggs from the water." After identifying the issue with the water, everyone became more cautious about their water usage. First, the filtration machines within the base were thoroughly cleaned and inspected, and the drinking water underwent stricter procedures. Every drop of water was boiled several times to ensure high temperatures could kill off the worms. While these steps seemed to slow down the growth of worms in the soldiers' bodies, the number of infected individuals continued to increase daily. More and more soldiers were being infected, and the issue with the worm eggs in the water remained unresolved. With limited resources, despite all the strict controls in place, every day a large number of soldiers continued to develop worms inside their bodies. Even Mr. Jiang Cheng, an elder, had now become infected with worms. Despite his advanced age and enduring torment from the worms, he maintained a smile and gently reminded them to stay vigilant. Then Chu-yi suggested, "There's only one type of deworming medication available within the base. Shouldn't we venture outside and look for other types of deworming drugs to test which ones might be effective?" The best way to combat infestation was through extermination, and the weapon humans had at their disposal was deworming medication. There were dozens of different types of deworming medications available in the market. Perhaps there was one specifically designed for dealing with these worms, it was just not available within the base. Zhao Qing nodded in agreement. "That's right, Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Chu-yi is correct. Initially, the deworming drug we used worked effectively and relieved symptoms for a couple of days, but later it proved useless. So, we should try various types of deworming drugs to see if one works." This was worth trying since the ingredients in different deworming medications varied. Some added special components, meaning they targeted specific types of worms differently. Jiang Hui shook her head. Where do we find medication in this situation? Chu Yi responded, we can first go to City B and investigate whether they have experienced similar worm infections. If they haven't, then we can search for medications in City B. City B was the nearest location to their current position, making it their most viable option. Zhao Qing then said, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I'm willing to lead a team to City B to search for deworming medications. This is our only option. Otherwise, we won't know what harm these worms may cause if left unchecked for too long. They could start damaging internal organs. By that point, it may be too late to save lives. Initially, the soldiers' symptoms only involved stomachaches, but over time, they worsened, accompanied by dizziness and nausea. If allowed to persist, greater damage would inevitably occur. Within the base, over 2,000 people were already infected, a substantial number, and even Mr. Jiang Cheng had fallen victim. Mr. Jiang Cheng stated firmly, no, we're not finished completing our mission yet. City B is too dangerous. There's always the risk of being captured by the Liu family. We can't take such risks. Zhao Qing countered, but Grandpa, the infection continues to spread among the troops here. What about them? These are living human beings. Moreover, we need to assess the situation in City B. Whether to save you or save the soldiers, we must go to City B. Zhao Qing's determination was unwavering, and nothing seemed capable of changing his mind. After a long silence, the Jiang couple said, Dad, let Zhao Qing go. We can't wait until the situation gets worse to make a decision. This is currently the only way. Let him go. The heartbreak was mutual. Mr. Jiang Cheng was Mr. Jiang Hui's father, and Zhao Qing was her son. Either way, she didn't want anything bad happening to either of them. But now, they had no choice. The anthelmintic drugs within the base were almost depleted. They also lacked experts in this area and could only hope that other types of deworming medication would work. In City B, the Liu family was watching closely, perhaps waiting for the Jiang family to walk into their trap. However, there was no other way. Going to City B to find medicine was their only option. Once they found effective medication, they could plan further actions accordingly. Chu Yi then suggested, I'll go too. I'll accompany Zhao Qing, and we can look out for each other. For now, we don't need too many people to go, just the two of us can go scout the situation. In the current state, having too many people might cause more trouble. Since the incident of internal worm infections began, Chu Yi had been diluting the basic restorative potion stored in her space and feeding it to the two children with every meal, 3 times a day. Although many others had been infected, not a single member of the Zhao family had contracted the worms. This gave Chu Yi an idea. It was possible that the diluted restorative potion they all consumed had formed some kind of immunity within their bodies. Chapter 55, Bugs. After finally convincing everyone, Chu Yi set off with Zhao Qing to City B. Since there were no small vehicles in the base, only large green trucks, but as this place was far from City B, it would take too much time if walking. Therefore, a soldier drove the green truck to temporarily drop them off at the suburban area of City B and then returned to the base. Chu Yi and Zhao Qing then walked from the suburbs towards City B. Luckily, it wasn't far from here. It would take about 1 or 2 hours to get there. As soon as they entered City B, all around was silence, devoid of any human presence. Chu Yi took out 2 masks from her pocket, putting on one herself and handing another to Zhao Qing. Put it on. Now that their base had so many people infected by bugs, they didn't know how things were outside yet. At this moment, Chu Yi had come to deeply understand the saying disease enters through the mouth, and wearing masks not only made it safer but also helped conceal their appearances. Zhao Qing accepted the mask without a word, put it on directly, and the two set off towards the urban area of City B. However, strangely enough, when they reached the downtown area of City B, there was still not a single person in sight. Everywhere was desolate and completely silent. Zhao Qing said, "Where did all the people go?" He looked around everywhere. Chu Yi didn't know either. It had only been just over 2 weeks. How could all the people on the roads have disappeared? The ruins by the roadside were uncleared, and no one bothered to clear the roads anymore. Chu Yi thought for a moment and said, "Let's check out the refuge base." A refuge base had been established in City B, where Chu Yi had even lived before. She was somewhat familiar with the way there. With Zhao Qing in tow, they headed toward the refuge base in City B. Without seeing anyone on the streets or alleys, they could only try their luck there. Unexpectedly, just before getting close, Chu Yi noticed a crowd sitting by the side of the road, a certain distance away from the refuge base. There were various belongings beside them, looking worn out and disheveled. These groups of people sat or lay on the ground, some pale-faced, some convulsing, others coughing uncontrollably. They all appeared to be in poor condition. People coming in and out of the refuge base passed quickly by those lying on the sides of the road, pinching their noses tightly and most wearing masks, while those not wearing masks used their sleeves to cover their mouths and noses. At first glance, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing's wearing of masks did not seem strange at all. Zhao Qing stopped Chu Yi and asked, "What happened to all these people on the side of the road? Why don't they let them into the refuge base? To just leave them lying here like this?" Chu Yi whispered, "Observe first, don't talk." The situation here seemed a bit eerie. Suddenly, Chu Yi saw a woman on the side of the road vomiting uncontrollably, followed by intense coughing fits. Passers-by who noticed this hurriedly moved further away, including some of the people lying near her who shifted their bodies outward. Not quite understanding, Chu Yi went with the flow, pulling Zhao Qing aside. Then, a terrifying and disgusting scene unfolded. As the woman continued vomiting, suddenly a mass of white foam emerged from her mouth. From Chu-Yi's perspective, faintly visible within the foam were several wriggling thin worms. Ooh! Beside them came the sound of Zhao Qing nearly vomiting. Chu-Yi quickly turned her eyes away, barely suppressing her own nausea, unable to bear the sight directly. Carefully observing the expressions of the people around, she found that they looked both numb and desperate, as though such a scene had become commonplace to them. Weakly, Zhao Qing said, "It's so disgusting. What is going on here? Could it be that they've also been infected by bugs?" Chu-Yi nodded. "Looks like they got infected earlier than us. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't appear more severe than the soldiers back at their base." Zhao Qing asked, "Could it be that the higher-ups in City B simply don't care and just allow these people to fend for themselves outside the refuge base?" Chu-Yi helplessly replied, "Maybe even City B can't do anything. Don't speak recklessly, let's observe the situation first." Just then, a group of people came out, holding flamethrowers in hand. They aimed and shot flames at the vomit produced by the woman, followed by crackling sounds. Afterward, Chu-Yi watched helplessly as that group dragged away the person who had spat out worms. However, judging from the direction they were leaving in, they weren't heading toward the base interior but moving farther outwards. No one nearby intervened. Cold stares were cast silently, with the woman being carried away looking utterly desperate and in pain, offering no resistance. Zhao Qing softly asked, "Where are they taking this person?" Chu-Yi replied, "Why don't we follow and see where they're going?" Chu-Yi glanced at the direction where those people had left, then quietly pulled Zhao Qing behind her and followed that group of people. After walking for about 10 minutes, Chu-Yi saw the rising smoke ahead and had a premonition of something unpleasant. Following that group into an area, it turned out to be a small parking lot with an area of several hundred square meters. The parking lot was completely empty, not a single car in sight, but there were quite a few people dressed in protective suits. Seeing some movement up ahead, Chu-Yi quickly dragged Zhao Qing to hide nearby. That group handed over the woman to the personnel in protective suits inside the underground parking lot and immediately left without even entering the underground area themselves. The tightly clad individuals who had observed them directly dragged the woman toward the middle of the parking lot. Since there were quite a number of people wearing protective suits inside, Chu-Yi and Zhao Qing did not dare to get too close, yet they could still make out the situation within. In the dim light, it was clear that the underground parking lot was divided into two parts. On the left side of the parking lot, rows of iron nets had been erected, enclosing an area. The woman who had just been brought in was thrown onto the ground on the left side of the parking lot, enclosed by the iron net. There were already quite a number of people lying motionless in this area. On the right side of the parking lot, thick smoke rose heavily. A small excavator was operating there. The excavator would drive to the left side near the iron fence, and every time two people dressed in protective suits would enter the fenced area and drag people from the ground onto the front shovel of the excavator. They piled one person after another until the whole area on the left side had been cleared. Then, the excavator would carry the shovelful of bodies toward the smoky area on the right side, dumping them into the thick smoke, whereupon sparks immediately erupted, engulfing the bodies in fire. Subsequently, Chu-Yi carefully pulled Zhao Qing back out. This scene made things clear. City B must have also suffered an outbreak of insect infection, possibly a few days earlier than their own base. And as the symptoms of insect infection worsened, those who could vomit worms were probably considered to be in the late stages. Once these individuals were identified, they were brought directly here to the underground parking lot for disposal. No live human beings were killed, as Chu-Yi observed that every person lifted onto the shovel of the excavator was completely motionless, resembling a corpse. Those who were slightly mobile were left untouched while only those who lay motionless were taken away, dumped into the flames, and burned into ashes. These people were essentially abandoned by City B. No, perhaps all those severely infected with insects had been abandoned by City B. Otherwise, how could one explain the large number of people sitting or lying on both sides outside the refuge base? It was highly possible that they were all infected individuals. Still, they didn't know if their guess was correct. As they walked silently toward the refuge base of City B, a troubling thought struck them. If even City B couldn't solve this matter, would there be any hope for the soldiers at their base? Zhao Qing said, "How could they do that? Just throw people inside." Chu-Yi replied, "What else could be done? Without medicine, those infected by bugs have almost no chance of survival. Bugs inside the body can't be eliminated by any other means. For those suffering immensely because of the bug infection and dying eventually, cremation seemed like the only surefire way to end the cycle. After all, once someone dies, the bugs in their stomach may not necessarily die, so in order to prevent reinforcing the bug army, these dead people needed to be cremated, burning the bugs inside them along with the bodies." On their way, they again encountered that group carrying a few more people toward the underground parking lot. Avoiding them, they came straight to the entrance of the refuge base in City B. As they approached the base gate, quite a number of people were being brought out and placed on the open ground on both sides of the road. Thus, among the crowd sitting or lying outside, there were now a few more individuals added. Outside the base, Chu-Yi could only feel despair and agony. Those outside neither cried nor made noise, they silently endured the pain brought by the bugs and the helplessness of no cure. Both wanted to go inside the refuge base in City B to gather information. When they reached the entrance, several people dressed in protective suits were strictly checking visitors. Even the sides of the gate were lined with armed personnel, ready to raise weapons at the slightest sign of trouble. Chu-Yi hadn't expected such strictness at the gate, and subsequently, she and Zhao Qing underwent thorough checks before being allowed entry into the refuge base. Once inside the base, the number of people increased significantly, but everyone looked pale and listless. Rows of tents were set up in the distance, filled with people sitting around. Many individuals walked along the road. Chu Yi took Zhao Qing to the registration area, collected a tent after handing over a certain amount of food, and then left with the tent. Everything here felt strange. How could things have changed so much in just over half a month? After finding their assigned spot, the two set up their tent. This time, however, no one came to help them. People passing by stared intently at the backpack slung across Chu Yi's back, practically drooling. For convenience, only Chu Yi carried one backpack on her back. Chu Yi noticed that although these people weren't skeletal slaves, they were still emaciated and had sickly yellowish complexions. However, seeing Chu Yi accompanied by a man, and noticing that both of them looked normal, physically strong, and energetic, none dared to make any rash moves. Suppressing their unease, the two quickly finished setting up the tent. They then began wandering around this area. The people walking past all looked pale and sallow, and many kept staring at them. Zhao Qing looked around curiously and said, "Chu Yi, how come it feels like everyone is looking at us, as if their eyes are glowing?" Chu Yi nodded without saying a word. The people inside B City's refuge base seemed very abnormal. Not only were their conditions worse than before, but their health was also significantly deteriorated. This certainly wasn't due to bug infections alone, there might be other problems. But as those around them all stared greedily, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing didn't dare approach anyone for inquiries easily. It was also odd that, despite the previously lively base, the volume of voices had decreased significantly now. There were neither chatting adults nor playing children. Everyone sat either at the entrances of their tents or along the roadside, watching others walk by. Chu Yi thought, since a large number of insect-infected individuals had erupted in B City, the hospital might provide some clues. Sure enough, when they arrived at the hospital, there was a constant stream of people going in and out, many clutching their stomachs, indicating that a significant number of people here were indeed infected with bugs. Just as the two were about to enter the hospital, a hurried figure inside bumped into Chu Yi who had just stepped in. Ouch! Zhao Qing quickly helped Chu Yi steady herself, preventing her from falling. However, the other person clearly wasn't as lucky and fell directly onto their behind. Fortunately, both were girls, and the impact wasn't too great. The girl, wearing a mask, quickly stood up after regaining her composure and started bowing in apology. I'm sorry. I was rushing and didn't see where I was going. Sorry, I bumped into you." Neither wore masks, so Chu Yi couldn't see her face, but judging by the voice, it belonged to a young girl. As the other party apologized sincerely, and since Chu Yi hadn't been injured, she simply replied, "It's fine. Just be more careful next time." She then tried to proceed into the hospital. Zhao Qing anxiously added beside her, "Thank goodness you're okay, Chu Yi. Otherwise, what would we do?" Zhao Qing had a slightly impulsive nature. Without Chu Yi guiding him, it would have been difficult to obtain medicine in B City. The girl who was about to leave suddenly stopped upon hearing Zhao Qing's words, quickly turned around, and ran up to block Chu Yi, stammering, "Are you Chu Yi? Are you Chu Yi?" Hearing this, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing immediately exchanged wary glances. "Who are you?" Chu Yi carefully scrutinized the other person, but since she wore a mask with her bangs covering her eyebrows, only a pair of eyes were visible. Chu Yi couldn't recall if she recognized this individual. The girl excitedly pulled off her mask, pointing at herself, "Jiyu Maimai, Chu Yi, don't you recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yi instantly remembered who it was, her college roommate, Jiyu Maimai, who lived in B City. She happily responded, "Maimai, it's you." Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign place naturally stirred excitement within her. But under such circumstances, as the two spoke aloud, nearby passers-by occasionally cast curious glances their way. Zhao Qing quickly tugged Chu Yi, "This isn't the place to chat. Let's find somewhere more secluded." Jiyu Maimai glanced around and realized this wasn't a good place for reminiscing. She hastily said to Chu Yi, "Follow me. There's a secluded path near here where no one will hear us." The two nodded and followed Jiyu Maimai for several minutes until they reached a quiet alley next to the hospital. Looking at Chu Yi, Jiyu Maimai asked, "Why are you going to the hospital? Do you have a friend being treated there for bug infection?" Treatment. Chu Yi thought that all those infected with bugs in B City had been expelled outside the base, yet surprisingly, the hospital still admitted patients infected with bugs. Shaking her head, Chu Yi said, "We've just arrived in B City. A friend of mine has been infected with bugs, and we wanted to check if the B City refuge base has any anti-bug medicine that could kill the worms inside the stomach." Jiyu Maimai's face turned ashen at this. There's no medicine left. Even the hospital's stock is gone. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi felt that perhaps B City had already discovered which deworming drug could kill the worms in people's stomachs. Zhao Qing asked, "What happened?" After pausing to gather her thoughts, Jiyu Maimai explained, "At first, the symptoms of those infected with worms in B City were still mild, and the deworming drugs were still effective. But as more and more people became infected, the supply of medicine began to dwindle. Now the pharmaceutical factories have stopped production, and all we use are stockpiled medicines. Later, the higher-ups in B City found out there were worms in our drinking water. Despite repeated disinfections, many people were still getting infected every day. The situation kept worsening until finally, the hospital ran out of medicine. Now, we can only endure it." Chu Yi asked, which deworming drug was effective? Since she learned that a particular deworming drug had worked in B City, Chu Yi wanted to know which one it was. Jiyu Maimai pulled a box from her pocket and handed it to Chu Yi, saying, "This one." When I was younger, I used to eat random things, and I also had worms in my stomach. The doctor prescribed this medication, and I took some of it while keeping the rest at home. Luckily, my house didn't collapse during the disaster. Half a month ago, when the worm infestation hit B City, this medicine saved me. However, I don't have much of it left now. Once I finished the medicine and got better, my parents got infected too, and they're now hospitalized. With no medicine available, they can only wait and hope for recovery. I've searched in so many places, but I couldn't find this medicine anywhere. Chu-Yi examined the medicine box in her hand, carefully noting the name, origin, and ingredients, silently memorizing the details. The creases on the box showed that it had been frequently held by its owner, indicating just how desperately Gu Mai sought after this drug. Chu-Yi asked, if you're allowed medical care in the hospital, then why were those people outside expelled from the base? What's their situation? Looking up, Gu Mai replied, the people outside aren't locals, they're from surrounding cities and counties. Their conditions are even worse. After being infected, they came to B City in the hope of receiving help. But now everyone is struggling to survive themselves. There's no way to accommodate them, so they camped near the gate. Only now did Chu-Yi and Zhao Qing fully understand, the people outside weren't from B City. In light of this situation, they were essentially refugees. At that moment, Gu Mei's stomach let out a loud growl, causing her face to redden instantly as she covered it with her hands. Embarrassed, she smiled apologetically toward Chu-Yi and Zhao Qing, sorry for making you see that. Zhao Qing said, have you eaten yet? You should go back and eat. Gu Mai managed a faint smile, is there even any food left? Ever since the land stopped producing crops, rationing has begun here in B City. Initially, locals with household registration could still get some subsidies, but now the supplies we receive have become fewer and fewer. We can barely avoid starving to death. Only then did Chu-Yi realize how terrible Gu Mei's condition truly was. She'd initially thought Gu Mai was worried about her parents, explaining her poor complexion, but now she noticed that Gu Mai had lost a lot of weight. The once pretty and delicate girl now looked gaunt, with prominent cheekbones and wide clothing that concealed her frail body. Her clothes were slightly yellowed, and upon closer inspection, emitted an unpleasant odor. Chu-Yi asked, isn't large-scale hydroponic cultivation under research? Gu Mai gave a bitter laugh, even if we had hydroponics, what difference would it make? It's impossible to produce enough food in such a short time. Any food produced will be prioritized for B City's upper levels first, and who knows when it'll reach the common people. Who knows if I'll even live to see that day. As though finding a vent for her pent-up frustrations, Gu Mai continued, nowadays, we're extra cautious about drinking water because there's no telling if it contains worms. And without medicine, we might not survive an infection. On top of that, drought has plagued the land outside. It hasn't rained for nearly half a year now, and crops can't grow anymore. Meanwhile, the food produced through hydroponics isn't distributed to us ordinary people. I've already been notified, starting tomorrow, B City won't issue individual rations anymore. Instead, we'll implement community kitchens where everyone can claim 2 meals per day based on their ID cards. These days, the distribution of food is already pitifully small, so how good can the food provided through these canteens possibly be? It'll probably be even worse. Life seems impossible to go on, every problem gets solved only to give rise to another. Chu-Yi remained silent. In such a dire time, everyone was in peril, and the upper echelons were also undergoing a power transition. The common people naturally wouldn't understand why their previous good treatment had disappeared, attributing it to the worsening disaster, without realizing that the leaders had changed. Chu-Yi said, no matter what, you're still alive. Since you're alive, you must fight to survive. Your parents are waiting for you in the hospital. The country won't abandon its people, they will surely find the medication to treat everyone soon. These words sounded hollow at the moment, but beyond this, Chu-Yi didn't know what else to say. She couldn't help Gu Mai. Gu Mai calmed her agitated emotions and said, sorry, I'm just a little upset. I'll do my best to live on. In the end, she chatted about some other things with Chu-Yi before leaving. She still had to rush home before noon to get her household registration book and ID card to collect food from the large canteen. Food collection at the canteen had strict time regulations, and if you missed the window, you'd have to wait until the next designated meal collection time. Watching Gu Mei's retreating back, Chu-Yi didn't say anything more. There were still some provisions left in her backpack, but she couldn't give them to Gu Mai. They were her and Zhao Qing's rations for the next few days. They needed to stay in Base B to gather information about the medicine. She didn't believe that the higher-ups of B City would use all the drugs on the populace, especially since the Liu family had seized power. A stockpile of drugs must have been hidden by them, and all she had to do was find it. Chapter 85, Medicine. But now it was daytime, and everything was inconvenient to do, so Chu-Yi planned to come back to the hospital with Zhao Qing at night to take another look. When the night fell, the two of them fumbled their way near the hospital. The hospital at night seemed exceptionally quiet, without the hustle and bustle of the day. Even the lights had been dimmed into a soft warmth, leaving only on-duty doctors and nurses, each guarding in the examination rooms or front desks. The corridor was almost deserted. After walking into the hospital, the two found that the 2 nurses at the reception desk were already dozing off, not making any sound. They walked toward the interior of the hospital. Much of the large hospital had collapsed before, and this hospital was built along the collapsed half-side after the debris was cleared. There were not many patients in the hospital, as now anyone infected by bugs would only be hospitalized if severely incapacitated. Otherwise, they had to endure it themselves since there were no medications available. Chu Yi and Zhao Qing went upstairs. They had learned after going back that there was a research department on the upper floor of the hospital. This made Chu Yi think of Lu Zetian's research team, so they directly headed upwards. Not knowing which room, they had to carefully feel their way around. At this moment, Zhao Qing heard a sound and quietly tugged at Chu Yi's sleeve. After Chu Yi looked over, he cautiously pointed in one direction. Something's up. Chu Yi nodded and together with Zhao Qing moved towards the source of the sound. There was a room at the doorway, with no one guarding it, yet sounds could be heard from inside. The voices sounded familiar, like Lu Zetian's. But upon looking around, it was just an ordinary hospital corridor. There were no obstacles nearby and, importantly, the room was close to the window. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yi pointed at the adjacent room, then quietly pulled Zhao Qing and pushed open the door of the room next to the one where the sound came from. The sound of opening the door was as minimal as possible, trying not to make any noise. This room shared only one wall with the neighboring room, and even a little noise would clearly be heard inside. Therefore, just opening the door was a nerve-wracking action. Then, they gently closed the door. Only after entering the room did Chu Yi pull out the flashlight from her pocket and shone it around, finding that the room contained various equipment. Carefully moving to the location near the window inside, they drew the curtains and hid there, pressing their ears against the wall, and they could clearly hear the sounds from the next room. It seems the walls between these hospital rooms don't block sound very well, Chu Yi thought. However, it works in their favor right now. Given their current situation, they couldn't stand at the room's entrance and eavesdrop. Otherwise, if someone opened the door, they wouldn't have anywhere to hide easily and would be discovered. So they had to come into this adjoining room and listen to the conversations through the wall. In the darkened room, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing pressed themselves against the wall silently, listening to the dialogue in the neighboring room. Inside the room, Lu Zetian was seated at the head of the table, with rows of white-clad research experts sitting on both sides of a large round table. Lu yesterday asked grimly, "How is the result?" An elderly man at the forefront of the subordinates, wearing glasses, was the Dean of Research for the Lu family research team, Dean Wu. Many of the Lu family's studies were led by his team. Given his authority within the Lu family, he could respond to Lu Zetian's intimidating look calmly. Currently, the main source of the bug infections is drinking water. Possibly due to the hot weather, this climate suits the rapid reproduction of bugs, thus contaminating our drinking water sources. We've sampled the water, and it indeed contains a large number of eggs. Since the eggs are too small to be discerned by the naked eye, we have enhanced the water source control and filtration devices. For now, we can only filter out those bugs that have already hatched, and more research is needed to resolve the issue of filtering out the eggs. Dean Wu touched his own head, where his already thinning hair had become even sparser due to several days of continuous research, revealing a bald patch on the top of his head. Lu Zetian furrowed his brow. People infected with the bugs increased daily, and there were also cases coming from other areas continuously heading toward City B. If no solution was researched and applied soon, it was likely that unrest would break out here. Thinking about the people who, because of the worms in their stomachs, couldn't find relief and had started becoming restless, they demanded every day that the leaders present solutions quickly. Lu Zetian could only try to send people to calm everyone down. But with no immediate resolution in sight, a crisis would surely erupt sooner or later. Lu Zetian then asked, "What about the anthelmintic drugs? Didn't we find one that is effective? Hurry up and follow the formula to reproduce this medicine." Lu Zetian thought that since an effective worming drug had been identified, solving the problem from this angle seemed viable. Dean Wu sighed, "The production site of this drug is far from us in D City. One of the ingredients is a specialty plant native to D City and cannot be cultivated in other cities. Without this plant, we are unable to manufacture new anthelmintics. Moreover, all production has stopped nationwide, making it extremely difficult to procure supplies. Then contact the city's head responsible for their region and divert medicines from the emergency warehouses." Lu Zetian considered that every batch of medicine was distributed across the country, so there must be a stockpile in nearby locations or cities. Dean Wu replied, "There are no emergency warehouses. This medication did not sell well at the beginning, so all warehouses were dismantled, and required stocks were always directly dispatched from D City to various locations. This severed their last hope, indicating that only D City possessed the warehouse with the necessary pharmaceuticals." Lu Zetian said, "Then dispatch a helicopter immediately to D City." The middle-aged man sitting opposite Dean Wu, Deputy Director Wang of the research team, spoke, "That is indeed a plan, but it won't quench our immediate need. D City is far from here. It will take a long time to go back and forth, not to mention finding the medicine factory upon arrival. We might not endure such delays." Now realizing that the issue originated from contaminated drinking water, despite employing various countermeasures, the resources they once relied on for solutions were insufficient compared to current needs. Since water consumption is an unavoidable daily necessity, countless people have been infected and continue to become affected day by day. The situation could not support sending someone to D City for medication and then returning to distribute them to the public. Lu Zetian remained silent for a moment, then inquired, "How many pills remain in our stock of this drug?" Dean Wu glanced around the room, noting there were over a dozen individuals present, before meeting Lu Zetian's gaze which revealed no emotion. He answered straightforwardly, "Less than 500 pills remain available offline. A single box contains 20 tablets, meaning barely several dozen boxes remain. However, these drugs must not be consumed casually as every pill counts. They still needed these medications for further research conducted within their own institute. Lu Zetian appeared startled by how limited their supply was, having known it was meager but unaware it had dwindled this much. These medications accumulated came from every pharmacy, hospital, and store throughout City B, and now, only this tiny amount remains. Yet, the number of infected surpasses dozens of times more and continues to grow daily. People suffer immensely from the agony caused by worms inside them and carry the psychological burden of uncertain recovery prospects. For a long time, Lu Zetian remained speechless. These drugs represented their last chance for survival. No one knew how long the battle against these worms would continue or what further complications lay ahead. In relation to the growing numbers of infections, these drugs would rescue merely a fraction. They've already announced publicly that the drugs are unavailable. Now if these remaining drugs were to reappear, who should receive them? Those who miss out would surely incite even more chaos. Nothing collapses a person faster than being offered hope only to face bitter disappointment. Hence, safeguarding these final 500 pills became essential. With utmost gravity, Lu Zetian declared, absolutely no disclosure about the anthelmintic drugs to anyone. Accelerate the development of substitute medicines and urgently send people to explore ways to thoroughly eliminate the eggs to control the infection rates. Dean Wu slowly replied, none of these matters can be resolved quickly overnight. But I do have a small idea. Whether it's the worms or their eggs, each has something that counters them. If we add these countering substances into the drinking water of the people, it may kill some of the worms. However, given its ingestion, further experimentation will be needed. After all, their personnel and medical resources were limited, leaving many things still unclear. This wasn't like before when advanced information technology made knowledge readily available. Now everything unknown or unclear needed to be researched anew from scratch. Lu Zetian responded, arrange everything as soon as possible. Our top priority is ensuring the infection rate stops increasing. Further research and optimization concerning the water source must proceed with maximum speed. Yes. Lu Zetian realized this wasn't something that could be developed in a short time, so he said, starting tomorrow, everyone registered within the base will receive 2 500 ml bottles of mineral water as drinking water for each adult. Each elderly person and child will get 1 500 ml bottle daily, while the refugees outside the base perimeter will get 1 bottle per person per day. For all other uses, we use the water from the base's pipes, and to drink they must consume only these bottled mineral waters provided by the base. I hope this measure will reduce the number of infections. This amount of water would not be enough for daily consumption needs, but with insufficient resources now, they could only cut back. Although there was still plenty of bottled water inside the base, it wouldn't hold up under such heavy consumption. As long as the research institute found a solution quickly, it might help alleviate the current catastrophe. Nobody spoke. This was a heavy topic. While everything seemed all right for them at the moment, countless people outside were already infected by worms. If a solution wasn't found soon, once the bottled water inside the base ran out, they too would eventually succumb to infection. Afterward, Chu Yi heard them discussing some policy matters. Not long after, everyone dispersed. During this period, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing stayed motionless, fearful of making any noise that would alert those in the adjacent room. Fortunately, until everyone in the neighboring room left, none discovered that just across one wall, 2 people had been eavesdropping. After everyone left, they waited another 10 minutes, ensuring there were no sounds anymore. Only then did they slowly stand up and peer through the door. Seeing no one, they quietly left the room. Zhao Qing whispered softly, they didn't say where the hidden medicine is. What should we do? Chu Yi replied, let's go to the lab to see if we can find it. From the earlier conversations, though it was mentioned that there were still 500 deworming pills left, the location of the medicine was never disclosed. But since someone had suggested that even those who died researching skills needed to study these medicines, the lab must have had some supplies. Still, neither knew exactly where the research lab was located. Being in the hospital, it also hinted that their research might take place within this hospital complex. Before they could react further, footsteps echoed around the corner again. Quickly hiding back inside the room, they stood by the door listening as the footsteps approached closer. In haste, they searched indoors for a spot, finding a cabinet underneath, where both squeezed in together, bodies bent. Through the 3 bars on the cabinet, they watched outside. Sure enough, shortly afterward, the door was pushed open with a snap. The light inside the room flickered on as 2 men in white coats walked in casually chatting along the way. One said, do you know how unlucky this is? We finally made some headway in studying red-eyed rats when an earthquake collapsed everything. Luckily, we came here with the dean back then, or we'd have perished in the quake. And just before our lives stabilized somewhat, we're hit with a worm infestation. I'm terrified every day now, always double-checking the buckets for any worms before drinking. The other responded, we're lucky, being single without any family ties. Those researchers with families are the ones having tough luck. Our bucket water can only be supplied to the researchers and cannot be taken outside. Their families have to drink the water from the base's pipelines. Even if they boil it multiple times, many still end up contracting the worms. The authorities don't provide the medicine, leaving their families suffering unbearably. There's nothing they can do except watch in agony. How merciless the higher-ups are, Not giving medication to the civilians is understandable, but us researchers are working for the country, and yet they refuse to give medicine to our infected relatives. Aren't they asking us to watch our loved ones suffer painfully and die? The supply of drugs is low at the top level. Moreover, there are many managers above, and we are just small-time researchers. they won't care if we perish. Right now, the top level has agreed to distribute mineral water daily to the public, which should slow down the risk of more infections. All we need now is for our dean to hurry up and come up with a solution. Bah, forget about it. Let's grab the stuff quickly and bring it back to the research room. Then let's head back and rest. I'm completely drained from all these meetings. Stop talking. Beware of walls having ears. If anyone hears you complaining like this, the dean will surely punish you. Let's just get the items and leave. Saying that, the two looked for items on surrounding shelves, picked what they needed, and opened the door to go out. A little while later, hearing no more sound, Chuyi and Zhao Qing crawled out of the cabinet quickly. Opening the door right as they saw the two researchers turning the corner upstairs, they disregarded anything else and followed swiftly. Following the two researchers, Chuyi and Zhao Qing directly ascended to the 4th floor. Along the way, they didn't encounter a single person. The entire staircase and corridor were eerily quiet, with only the footsteps of the two researchers audible. Chuyi and Zhao Qing naturally walked carefully, making no sound at all. When the two researchers reached halfway up to the 4th floor, Chuyi and Zhao Qing had just ascended to the 3rd floor. There was a door beside each floor leading to an internal safety passage within the hospital. Suddenly, in the stillness of the hallway, a beep-beep sound rang out, startling Chuyi and Zhao Qing as they contemplated whether to quickly turn back and escape. At this, the two researchers in front stopped walking, prompting Chuyi and Zhao Qing to immediately hide behind the safety passage door on the 3rd floor, ready to push it open and leave at any sign of trouble. Unexpectedly, the two researchers simply stood where they were, lifting their wrists to glance at their watches. One of them exclaimed, "Good grief, we have to gather at the lab at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, this is too early." The other researcher replied, "Stop complaining, it's already so late. Let's hurry up and return the things the dean needs to the lab, then go back and rest, or we won't wake up for tomorrow's meeting." With that, the two researchers quickened their pace. Chuyi and Zhao Qing rushed after them. At the corner between the 3rd and 4th floors, Chuyi noticed the two researchers used their fingerprints to unlock the large entrance door to the 4th floor. Likely in a rush, after entering, they didn't bother to check if the door closed behind them and hurried inside. Chuyi quickly followed, entering the lab just before the automatic door closed. Inside, they saw rows of rooms lit brightly. Suddenly, they spotted a camera nearby slowly swiveling toward their direction. Hastily, Chuyi pulled Zhao Qing into a room across from them. The room was cluttered with various items. Zhao Qing nearly stumbled, asking, "What's going on?" Chuyi said, "There's a surveillance camera in the lab, one that rotates. A moment ago, a camera turned toward us. If we get captured on it, we'll ruin everything." Zhao Qing asked, "Oh, I see. What do we do now? If there are cameras in the lab, should we continue searching?" Chuyi remained silent, inspecting the clutter in the room. Suddenly, she noticed two white coats hanging on a cabinet. She retrieved them, tossing one to Zhao Qing and swiftly putting one on herself. Then, in the room, she found a white cap and wore it, hiding her hair entirely under it. She then took out two masks from her pocket, handing one to Zhao Qing while putting one on herself. Initially taken aback upon receiving the coat, Zhao Qing soon understood Chuyi's actions and promptly put on the clothes and mask. After checking each other, finding no issues, they stepped outside. Unbeknownst to them, just as they did, the two researchers appeared, about to leave the lab. They were astonished when they spotted Chuyi and Zhao Qing. One of them demanded directly, "Who are you?" Chuyi lowered her voice slightly and replied, "The dean sent us here to tidy some experimental records." The researchers exchanged glances, one asking, "What kind of records?" Chuyi answered calmly, "Records needed for tomorrow's morning meeting." Upon hearing this, the two researchers sympathized openly. "It must be hard for you. The dean has you organizing records so late at night and also makes you attend the meeting tomorrow morning. It seems like you won't get more than a few hours of sleep tonight." Zhao Qing added, "We don't have much of a choice. In these extraordinary times, we've mentally prepared ourselves to skip sleep." The researcher nodded, saying, all right, we won't delay you anymore. You'd better hurry." He then made way for Chuyi and Zhao Qing. Chuyi moved forward alongside Zhao Qing, and they could faintly hear the conversation of the two researchers behind them. "It looks like it's not just us suffering bad luck, working so late at night. There are even other researchers worse off than us, staying up late organizing documents who might not even get to sleep tonight and have to get up early tomorrow morning for a meeting." "Exactly. When I think about this comparison, I feel much better. Ha! I'm sleepy. Let's go back and sleep. Come on, let's go. Back to bed." As they heard the door opening and closing behind them, Chuyi noticed that there were numerous cameras in this research room, capable of full 360-degree rotations. Luckily, both of them had disguised themselves thoroughly. Otherwise, if Lu Zetian discovered their presence within the base, they would likely be wanted citywide. Even though there were many cameras in the research room, most of them rotated. Chuyi and Zhao Qing tried to stay close to areas where the cameras had already passed, doing their best to avoid being captured by the cameras recording their movements. The surrounding rooms were then checked. This side of the lab seemed to have been newly established, as most of the rooms were empty, with only a few containing stacks of equipment. They had no choice but to proceed further inward in search of any useful finds. Upon reaching the last room at the end of the corridor, they discovered that it was locked. Chuyi hesitated, knowing that not only were there cameras around, but also alarm systems. Any noise beyond a certain level would likely set off the alarms, making it difficult for them to escape unscathed. Thus, Chuyi abandoned the idea of breaking the lock forcefully. Just as she was pondering other ways to open it, Zhao Qing took out a wire from his pocket and, seizing the moment when the nearby cameras rotated away, skillfully inserted it into the lock hole. A few quick movements later, the door was open. Both quickly entered and Chu Yi whispered softly, "I didn't expect you to have this talent." Zhao Qing proudly waved the iron wire in his hand, saying with a grin, "Heh, I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve." Ignoring Zhao Qing's bragging, Chu Yi quickly surveyed the room's interior. She pulled out a flashlight and shone it around the room until she noticed a locked cabinet storing a variety of medicines. Chu Yi hurried over for a closer look. To her surprise, all the medicines inside were insect repellents. She pointed to the lock and looked at Zhao Qing, saying, "It's your turn now." Zhao Qing smirked confidently and proceeded forward. With some nimble manipulations of his hands, he quickly picked the lock, opening the cabinet door. Both of them chuckled upon seeing rows of insect repellent inside. They immediately began filling their various pockets with the insect repellent boxes, but before long realized their capacity was limited, they couldn't fit many boxes. Chu Yi quickly retrieved all the medicines, opened the boxes, and started taking out individual doses of the drug, which allowed her to stuff far more into her pockets. Following her lead, Zhao Qing imitated her method, ensuring both could maximize the quantity of medicine they carried. Chapter 58, Stealing Medicine. The two had thrown all the medicine boxes to the side, and when their pockets could hold no more, Chu Yi started searching around for bags or anything useful, but found nothing. This was simply a room used for storing medicines. Seeing Zhao Qing still trying his best to carry as much as possible, Chu Yi pretended to be searching behind another cabinet and pulled out 2 shopping bags from her dimensional space. Walking over to Zhao Qing, she said, "Use these to carry them." "Great, you found some shopping bags. We can carry more now." Zhao Qing quickly took a bag and began packing the medicine into it. Once they had filled nearly half of the medicine into the bags, they prepared to stop. They needed to leave something behind for the research team to study, plus they couldn't possibly carry so much anyway. There were heaps of discarded medicine boxes on the ground around them. Then carrying the bags, they approached the door and waited for the security camera to turn away before dashing out. They avoided the cameras carefully and eventually exited the hospital's gate unscathed. After leaving, they did not delay, hurriedly returning to their tent. Once there, they unpacked their backpacks and stuffed the medicine inside. Zhao Qing's bag was too full, so he had to carry it in his hands. Considering how conspicuous it would be to leave during the dark of night, they feared the guards at the base's entrance might notice, which would make it harder to leave. Therefore, they planned to leave just as dawn broke. The pair took turns staying awake through the night to prevent any emergencies. The wind that blew through the night carried moisture and heat, but in this situation, Chu Yi could only try her best to fall asleep and preserve her strength. The sole benefit of the scorching weather was the early dawn. By about 5 or 6 o'clock, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Chu Yi remembered that those researchers had mentioned they would have a meeting at 7 this morning, so they had to leave the base by then, otherwise if they realized the massive shortage of medicines during their meeting, they'd immediately seal off the base. Thus, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing gathered everything together around 5:50 and set out toward the base's main entrance. There wasn't a single person entering or leaving at this early hour. Those who had come from other places had all found rest. Not wasting time, they walked directly far away. They were supposed to meet the green truck sent by their station 3 days later, but here they were, exiting only after the 2nd day, meaning no one would be coming to pick them up along the way. However, given the urgent situation, they couldn't wait until the 3rd day and had to rush forward, prioritizing leaving City B at least, because once past 7 o'clock, the entire city would be under lockdown. Good quality medicines are lightweight, and with both pairs of legs moving quickly, despite their urgency, they avoided major roads for fear of being caught, sticking instead to secluded, narrow paths where cars couldn't go and thus detection would be less likely. What neither of them knew, however, was that even before the appointed time, the researchers noticed the significant disappearance of the medicine supply. One of the reasons was that the 2 directors had arrived at the lab before 7, intending to organize materials for the upcoming meeting. Suddenly struck by an idea, Director Wu wanted to check on their limited stockpile of insect repellent medication first. So, he went along with Vice Director Wang to the storage room. Upon arrival, just pushing the door open, they realized something was off. The lock had been tampered with and the door swung open effortlessly. They exchanged glances and rushed inside, turning on the lights, revealing the mess on the floor, countless scattered medicine boxes. Director Wu's expression changed drastically as he examined the locked cabinets meant to store the medicine. The locks there too had been broken open, hanging loosely from the cabinet doors. Seeing the cabinets nearly emptied, Director Wu was enraged. Call the master immediately and order the lockdown of City B. Vice Director Wang didn't waste any time, rushing outside immediately upon hearing Wu's command. Meanwhile, Director Wu himself started reviewing what remained of the drugs. Not long after, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. The door slammed open violently. Lu Zhetai stepped in, his face burning with anger. What happened? Upon seeing the chaotic scene of empty medicine boxes scattered on the floor and realizing the bulk of the supplies missing, Lu Zhetai's eyes burned with fury. A short while later, after pausing his inspection, Director Wu turned and explained calmly, out of 500 tablets, there are now only a bit over 100 left. It appears someone entered last night and stole the medicines. Lu Zhetai suppressed his rage and ordered, check the surveillance footage and notify everyone to seal off the base, strictly prohibiting anyone from leaving or entering. Subsequently, the group hurried to the surveillance room and started checking the footage from last night after their meeting. Dean Wu also noticed the 2 researchers he had summoned to fetch some materials. Then, two suspicious figures dressed in white lab coats appeared on the video. Dean Wu observed that the two researchers who were summoned by him seemed to have chatted briefly with those two suspicious individuals. He immediately instructed someone to call the two researchers up. The two researchers were originally waiting in the meeting room for the start of the conference. Unexpectedly, they were called by Dean Wang. Puzzled, they entered the room only to see everyone intently watching the surveillance. They exchanged a glance, confused. They approached hesitantly, asking, "Dean Wu, is there something you need us for?" Before Dean Wu could respond, Lu Zhetai pointed coldly at the scene on the surveillance footage from last night where the four were talking, demanding, "Do you know these two people?" The two researchers glanced at the screen and recognized them as the individuals they encountered when leaving last night. They explained, "We don't know them. When we were leaving yesterday, we saw them come out from another room." They claimed that the dean had instructed them to organize the materials for today's meeting. Lu Zhetai stared at the two researchers furiously, asking, "So, you didn't even check their ID cards before letting them in?" The researchers jumped in surprise, stunned. Not understanding what exactly happened but sensing it wasn't good news, they stammered, "It was so late already, and we saw them inside the research room wearing the same clothes. We thought they were researchers too. Besides, after Dean Wu told us to get the things, we just quickly left without questioning further." Enraged, Lu Zhetai shouted, "You idiots! Do you realize how much damage has been caused due to your negligence?" I. The two researchers were frightened speechless, their expressions more sorrowful than crying. Standing aside, Deputy Dean Wang softly said, "This is not the time to blame anyone. We need to send people door to door immediately to search and try to recover the stolen drugs." Turning around while rubbing his forehead, feeling excruciating pain due to insufficient rest over several days, Lu Zhetai's face grew even sterner. "Recover? How can we recover them? It's been too long, they might have fled far away. Do you think they'd stay in the base waiting for us to catch them?" For a moment, no one spoke. The medicines, supposed to be safely stored, had mysteriously vanished overnight. No one could accept such an outcome, given how crucial these medicines were for survival. With a faint gesture toward the two researchers, Lu Zhetai coldly commanded, "Kick them out of the research facility." "What?" Before they could react, two nearby black-clad men roughly dragged them out by their arms. None of the others interfered or pleaded for mercy as they helplessly watched the two being dragged outside. The two researchers hadn't expected that this minor mistake would result in their expulsion from the research team. Being researchers had ensured their sustenance and comfort. Once losing that status, they'd have to live like ordinary people in the base, enduring limited supplies of food and water and facing high risks of infection. Even before they could say anything, four black-clad guards lifted them up and forcibly escorted them out without giving them a chance to utter a single word. Deputy Dean Wang asked anxiously, "Then, what should we do now?" Lu Zhetai responded dryly, "What else can we do? Cool it." Looking awkward, Wang cast a glance at Dean Wu. After a pause, Wu suggested, "Let's first search the entire base for any suspicious individuals. Then send some people outside along the roads of City B to search. If these two left on foot because they had no support, there's still a possibility to catch up." Currently, this was the only solution they could think of. As for the loss of the drugs, they could do nothing about it. Lu Zhetai added, "Send the remaining drugs to the main house of the Lu family immediately. Only placing them in a safe will guarantee their security." Lu Zhetai's implication was clear. These drugs would no longer be stored in the research lab, meaning their use would require explicit permission from him, rather than simply filing a report as before. This process became much more complicated. Deputy Dean Wang inquired further, then regarding the drugs we'll need for future research. Considering that Lu Zhetai wouldn't always be at the Lu residence, if they needed to collect the drugs from there, it would indeed cause more trouble. Dean Wu asked, "Should we keep some of the drugs in the research room for study? If all are taken away, it would be inconvenient for us to study the medicine in the future." After a moment of silence, Lu Zhetai slowly replied, "I'll take 80 pills, and the rest will be jointly managed by Dean Wu and Deputy Dean Wang. All the drugs needed for research will come from this part." In the end, Lu Zhetai compromised a bit. After all, these drugs would become less with each use, so they had to quickly research alternative materials to develop new drugs and solve the current pest problem. Soon, Lu Zhetai sent people to take away 80 pills, leaving the remaining tens of pills under the joint control of Dean Wu and Wang Fuyuan. However, its storage location also needed to be placed somewhere safe. This location would only be known by Dean Wu and Deputy Dean Wang. Others who need the drug must report to either Dean Wu or Deputy Dean Wang and obtain approval from both before taking any drugs out for research. However, they hadn't abandoned their investigation into the theft. First, they searched within Base B, then sent people along Base B's roads by car. The results were naturally nothing found. Given the crowded chaos inside Base B with people of all sorts, searching for suspicious individuals was incredibly difficult. Furthermore, there were daily arrivals of refugees from counties under Base B's jurisdiction, making it even more challenging to detect the drug thieves. Driving around Base B also yielded no results, as Chu Yi and her companion had deliberately taken secluded paths that cars couldn't access. Their fruitless search infuriated Lu Zhetai even further, but even so, they could do nothing but try to preserve the few remaining drugs. On the other side, Chu Yi and her partner, carrying the drugs, were heading towards the military base. Unfortunately, it wasn't yet time for the rendezvous, so they could only walk. They anticipated the chaos in Base B and didn't care about being caught. After all, there was little chance Lu Zhetai could find them. Moreover, yesterday they had been well concealed, rarely captured by cameras. Most of the time, they only appeared after the cameras had turned elsewhere. Even if they were captured on camera, it didn't matter since they were disguised and wearing masks, making it difficult for anyone to recognize them. As expected, although Lu Zhitai saw their silhouettes in the video footage and felt a sense of familiarity, he couldn't see their faces due to their clever avoidance of camera detection. Thus, Lu Zhitai failed to identify these two as acquaintances. By the time Chu Yi and her partner left Base B and began their large-scale retreat, Lu Zhitai wouldn't be able to catch them. Now, Chu Yi and her partner looked disheveled. The main trouble of walking through secluded paths was the abundance of ruins they had to cross, which exposed them to significant amounts of dust, now smudging their faces with layers of grime. There was no water nearby to clean up, even if there was, they wouldn't dare use it since it hadn't been purified. They didn't dare risk washing their faces. Walking during the day was manageable despite the heat and sweating, but at night, in the pitch darkness without tents, they had to sit on the ground. Even straw was hard to find, sleeping meant lying down on rocks. Spending a tough night like that, on the morning of the third day, they continued their journey. It was already the agreed-upon time, so the military base should have sent a truck to meet them. They had walked for 1 or 2 days, not covering much distance, but they were determined to follow their initial route to quickly meet the car coming to pick them up and return to the base faster. Both tightly held onto the drugs. Although these drugs couldn't help all the soldiers at the military base, they were the only method available for their research. Indeed, upon seeing how few the drugs were, Chu Yi knew that bringing all of them back wouldn't suffice for several thousand infected individuals at the base. Therefore, the only option was to research these drugs. During this time, Chu Yi secretly transferred quite a lot of insect repellent from her spatial ring into her backpack. Fortunately, she had once looted a pharmaceutical warehouse in N City. However, possibly because this kind of insect repellent sold poorly, even that warehouse didn't stock much of it. Chu Yi didn't take everything, she took most of it. Yesterday, even adding 2 shopping bags, the pair couldn't carry all the drugs from Lu Zhitai's cabinet. About 200 pills were taken, and while Oching wasn't paying attention, Chu Yi used her spatial ring to collect another 200 pills or so, leaving only about 100 pills for Lu Zhitai. This was also a research team under Ji Wang Lu Zhitai, able to quickly study the corresponding treatment drugs, otherwise, Chu Yi would have wanted to take everything away. After all, they didn't have research experts over there. However, later, he gradually added the medicines collected from that place into the medicines to be brought back to the garrison. Even with these 400 pills, it wouldn't save the infection of thousands of people in the base. Before noon, the two finally saw the green truck coming from afar. By this time, they were almost exhausted since they had taken many small roads and crossed numerous ruins to evade detection, consuming much of their energy. Now they could only rely on their willpower to keep going. Seeing the vehicle arrive, Qing Zhao obviously became very happy and quickly waved while jumping up and down. "Here, we're here." Chu Yi naturally felt equally glad as the green truck slowly approached. A man agilely jumped down from the vehicle and ran towards them the moment his feet touched the ground. In an instant, Chu Yi found herself embraced in a warm embrace and smelled a familiar scent, immediately knowing who had come. "How did you get here?" Chu Yi said somewhat sulkily. Jiang Liran tightly hugged Chu Yi and said, "I've come to take you back." At this tender moment, Qing Zhao interrupted them without hesitation, saying, "Wow, brother, when did you return? And to pick us up, truly embarrassing." As always, Qing Zhao didn't fail to play the third wheel, breaking the warmth shared between the couple. Jiang Liran slowly released Chu Yi and turned around to carefully inspect the two. Seeing that apart from slightly pale faces and dirty appearances, neither appeared injured, Jiang Liran was finally reassured. "Get in the car first, let's discuss everything else inside." Then, he pulled Chu Yi onto the back of the green truck, with Qing Zhao hurriedly following. Instead of sitting in the front passenger seat, Jiang Liran directly went to the rear compartment with them. There were only 3 people in the compartment, plus the driver in the cab ahead. After getting in the car, Chu Yi took off the backpack she'd been carrying. Jiang Liran glanced at their luggage and said, "Looks like you've managed to get the medicine." Chu Yi shook her head. "We did manage to obtain it, but B City is worse than our base. There are more infected people there, and the infections are heavier. Many people have died due to the worsening situation after being bitten by the worms. However, they discovered that there is a certain type of worm repellent effective against these worms. Taking it can kill the worms inside one's stomach. But there aren't many left of this medication either. Altogether, there were only 500 pills. We retrieved 400 pills, leaving 100 for their research, yet even these 400 won't suffice for the thousands at our base." Jiang Liran replied, "The medicine should have its place of origin and distributor noted. Why don't we all go to their actual warehouses to check if there's any stock?" Chu Yi shook her head. Lu Zhitai has already thought of that. This drug sold poorly before the disaster, so, apart from its place of origin, there are no distributors elsewhere. Its manufacturing plant is located in City D, quite far from City B. Given the poor sales, it's unlikely there is any stock in the factory in the current situation. It's not easy finding this drug now. Jiang Liran asked, "Did you inquire about Lu Zhitai's plans next? If the situation is indeed serious in City B, then surely Lu Zhitai will try everything to solve the problem." Qing Zhao exclaimed, "Lu Zhitai has no way out. They're overwhelmed trying to handle the worm-infected people. City B doesn't only host local residents but also includes those displaced from subordinate counties and towns, most of whom are infected. Lu Zhitai isn't letting them into the shelter base. These people can only stay around the perimeter. From what we know, Lu Zhetai has sent people to the location of the pharmaceutical manufacturer. But the journey there and back takes time. Meanwhile, Lu Zhetai's lab is also researching the medicine. It seems only one ingredient comes specifically from City DS vegetation, which other cities lack. The researchers are working hard to crack the formula and find alternatives for this missing ingredient. Jiang Liran asked, "How do you know what Lu Zhetai is thinking?" Qing Zhao interjected, "Of course, Chu Yi and I eavesdropped secretly. Luckily, we weren't discovered. Not only did we steal the medicine, but we returned safely undetected. Now Lu Zhetai must be furious in City B, desperately trying to catch the medicine thieves, not knowing that we had already left City B before him. He won't be able to find us." Jiang Liran remarked, "Well done. He. Rarely praised by his cousin, Zhao Qing's mood soared. Chu Yi asked, "When did you come back?" Jiang Liran said, "Yesterday, I heard about your deeds as soon as I got to the base, so I specially came today to pick you up. Did you have any harvest on your side?" Jiang Liran was leading a team to search for research materials in the underground research room of Lu Zhetai's suburban villa. Jiang Liran said, "Yeah, we uncovered a lot of information about their red-eyed rats and more than half of the hydroponic data, which has already been handed over to the agricultural experts at our garrison. I believe it won't be long before we can also conduct hydroponic cultivation." Of course, they discovered much more than just these things. They found out Lu Zhetai had conducted human experiments there. They discovered the key factor that caused ordinary rats to mutate into red-eyed rats. Although the mutation of the red-eyed rats brought viruses, purifying the process significantly improved both physical capabilities and intelligence levels of the rats themselves. At least red-eyed rats are unafraid of humans and sunlight. Their physical constitutions are somewhat stronger than those of regular rats. Ordinary rats are easily captured and killed, whereas red-eyed rats are tough to catch and cannot be killed with 1 or 2 strikes. This indicated the evolutionary advantages of red-eyed rats. Perhaps Lu Zhetai had thought of this point and therefore carried out these human experiments to see if they could reinforce the human body by matching human and red-eyed rat genes. But most of the individuals involved died. Just looking at those people who were forcibly taken to be experimented on evoked some unpleasant feelings. Jiang Liran was against using humans for such experiments. Chapter 59, A Way Out. It was just unimaginable how deranged Lu Zetian had become. His laboratory was filled with countless corpses, and many others who were lying on hospital beds had been crushed by the collapsing soil. Of course, there were also numerous research documents within. These were all brought back by Jiang Liran. Their soilless cultivation project had indeed succeeded in that laboratory. Though some of the materials were damaged due to the earthquake, most of the data remained relatively intact. They spent 6 or 7 days clearing out most of the ruins, then sent people to retrieve items from the lab's interior. It took several more days to fully sort through the documents before they set fire to Lu Zhetian's research facility. With it, the countless bodies inside turned to ash alongside the blazing fire. Chu Yi knew this process wasn't simple, but seeing Jiang Liran unwilling to talk much about it, she didn't push further. Regardless, he'd managed to bring the documents back. With the data for soilless cultivation now in their possession, their base should be able to start planting soon. In the future, at least self-sufficiency would be guaranteed. However, a greater calamity loomed, pest infestations. Looking at the meager supply of medicine in her hands, Chu Yi thought of the thousands of infected soldiers within their base. At any time, Chu Yi always respected soldiers the most, they sacrificed so much for the country. But now, even Chu Yi was at a loss. Perhaps the repair solution from the space button could save people, but the supply was too minimal to have any significant impact under current circumstances. Yet without pharmaceutical research experts at their base, how could they possibly study drugs? The small number of medicines brought back clearly wouldn't suffice for everyone. Jiang Liran noticed Chu Yi's concern and consoled her. "Don't worry, there's always a way when you're backed into a corner. At least this time we've acquired an early version of the pesticide that can kill these pests, along with a large quantity of medicine. That's already a significant step forward." Chu Yi asked, "How are the soldiers infected by bugs at the base? Has their condition worsened?" Jiang Liran replied, "For now, things are okay. Most of them are experiencing unbearable stomachaches, while a few have started showing symptoms like dizziness and vomiting." Even though this meant the conditions were deteriorating for some, Chu Yi asked again, "How many new cases occur daily?" Jiang Liran responded, "Compared to the last few days, the situation has eased somewhat. There are only a few new cases each day, and the total numbers are gradually decreasing." This report came after Jiang Liran returned to the base yesterday, thanks to everyone actively treating the drinking water within the base, which contributed to the decline in new cases. Hearing that the increase in new cases was slowing down and overall numbers were dropping, Chu Yi felt somewhat relieved. Zhao Qing asked, "So what do we do with these medicines?" Giving them to all the infected was clearly unrealistic, their supply was far from sufficient. Jiang Liran said, "Part of these medicines must be reserved for research, and the rest will prioritize those with severe infections. As for the ones with milder symptoms, they'll have to wait." This was the best option for ensuring safety. Since the condition of the infected tended to worsen over time, prioritizing treatment for those with severe symptoms ensured survival, making subsequent care easier for those less affected. Regarding medical matters, Chu Yi knew little, as she lacked understanding of pharmaceuticals. Thus, she had no concrete suggestions and thought that Jiang Liran's idea was acceptable. For now, they could only proceed with this method. Zhao Qing asked, "Big brother, how is Grandpa?" They left while Jiang Cheng was already infected with the parasite. Back then, although he was still in fair condition, his age made him weaker than younger people. Jiang Liran replied, "Grandpa is holding up fine. His infection has slightly worsened, but he can manage for now. Now that you've brought back the medicine, Grandpa should recover quickly and resume command." Zhao Qing nodded and said, "That's good." The return of the team, along with the medicines, brought immense help to the base. At least the lives of those severely affected were spared, and the torment caused by worms in their stomachs ceased. To put it simply, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing had saved many soldiers' lives, including elder Jiang Cheng's. Still, not all the medicine could be distributed to the soldiers immediately. They also needed to conduct research and analyze the ingredients, preferably finding relevant substitutes and formulating a new pesticide. Even without experts specializing in this field at the base, there was a traditional Chinese medicine expert in the base's hospital well versed in herbal studies. This elderly military doctor had helped treat patients with traditional herbs during wartime when medicinal supplies were scarce. There were still mountains around the base, but it was unclear if there were any wild herbs. Even if there were, they would need to determine the relevant pharmacological properties that matched the antiparasitic medicine in order to be effective, which required further research. After Chu Yi returned to the base, she first picked up her 2 children. Afraid they might have been infected with parasites, she quickly divided the primary repair solution into 2 portions and gave them to the children, finally setting her mind at ease. Regardless of the external situation, the condition at their base improved somewhat due to the antiparasitic medicine Chu Yi had brought back. With no experts in pharmaceuticals, they could only rely on the traditional Chinese medicine doctors to study the drugs. Most of these doctors based their findings on years of medical experience. The hospital only had examination equipment, their facilities for research were quite limited. Lacking medical research devices, they could only conduct studies while conserving their supply of medicines. On another front, Zhao Qing carried the soilless cultivation research materials brought back by Jiang Liran to work with 2 agricultural experts on conducting soilless cultivation experiments. The farmland within the base served as their testing ground, while the other men managed the infection control inside the base and worked on developing new pest repellents. By the time Chu Yi saw Grandpa Jiang Cheng again, his health had almost fully recovered. However, given his advanced age and after being infected with the parasite, his body was not what it used to be, and most of his responsibilities had been handed over to his son, Jiang Lihui, and grandson, Jiang Liran. Regarding the matters in City B, they seemed to have other plans, so Chu Yi didn't press for more information. Chu Yi only knew that the number of people infected with the parasites was gradually decreasing, though there were still cases reported daily. Any newly infected individuals were required to register at the hospital, and the long queues of patients had now significantly shortened. Most of the infections within the base were still relatively mild, primarily manifesting as excruciating abdominal pain. However, the soldiers' willpower remained strong. Where once the entire training field was filled with soldiers practicing in the morning, fewer soldiers were seen now. After Zhao Qing returned, he continued to train with the soldiers every morning. As he put it, he needed to improve his skills quickly in order to survive in this disaster-stricken world. Jiang Liran was so busy that he was seldom seen, and everyone appeared to be hard at work. Only Chu Yi had nothing much to do except look after her children. However, this left Grandpa Jiang somewhat lonely. Aunt Jiang Hui took care of him for a few days but was sent back to the hospital by the old man himself. Now, the only person by his side was Uncle Fu. Every day, Chu Yi would bring her 2 children to visit the old man. Grandpa Jiang was mostly recovered, but he was still recuperating. Seeing that Chu Yi had nothing much to do all day, he suggested that she send her children to him during the day so that he and Uncle Fu could take care of them, allowing her to pick them up in the evening. This way, Chu Yi could focus on her own affairs without worrying about her children. Although Chu Yi thought the old man was already quite elderly and did not want to trouble him, the old man genuinely liked the children and persistently persuaded her. Hoping to help out somehow, Chu Yi eventually agreed. She decided to leave her children with the old man during the day, and they would sleep with her at night. Once the children were taken care of, Chu Yi had more time on her hands. She went to the hospital to assist Aunt Jiang Hui. On the agricultural front, there were experts researching soilless cultivation. The only area lacking manpower was the development of the antiparasitic medicine. Though Chu Yi was inexperienced, she could still learn from following others. Every day, Chu Yi would place her children with Grandpa Jiang before reporting to the hospital. Given their lack of specialized experts, they could only let the doctors judge the efficacy of the medicine based on past experience. Of course, this was thanks to the presence of an elderly traditional Chinese medicine expert in their base. Within a few days, Chu Yi was assigned to assist under this senior TCM doctor. The doctor's last name was Yu, and everyone called him Dr. Yu. He was approximately the same age as Grandpa Jiang Cheng. Having spent his life childless, Dr. Yu had been a military doctor in his younger years. His wife and child were killed by enemies when he was young, so he had spent his entire life in the army. Dr. Yu's family had studied traditional Chinese medicine for generations, and he had mastered its principles comprehensively. However, in modern times, Western medicine was widely preferred, so Dr. Yu was rarely utilized, spending most of his time essentially retiring within the military ranks. Now, he finally had a chance to make use of his skills and was extremely enthusiastic, actively participating in the research every day. Many components of the antiparasitic medicine were unavailable locally, but in Dr. Yu's view, they could be replaced by Chinese herbs. After all, both were forms of medicine, and Chinese herbs were easier to obtain than synthetic chemicals. However, further research and identification of the components were still needed, and they also had to carefully measure the proportions. After all, there was no medical environment now that could achieve precision. But fortunately, the components in the antiparasitic medicine were not lethal, and consuming too much would not cause harm. What was feared was that using less Chinese herbs might result in ineffectiveness. After all, Chinese medicine and Western medicine are different. Although Grandpa Yu was old, his discernment remained very high, and he quickly identified the replaceable drugs. No matter which city it is, there are Chinese medicine halls, countless in number, large and small, and naturally B City had them as well. However, they needed to wait for old Yu to identify all the Chinese herbal medicines required before they could uniformly collect them in B City. Moreover, some cities were famous for producing Chinese herbal medicines, and any unavailable herbal medicine here could be gathered in these cities. There were a few private Chinese herbs stored within the base belonging to old Yu, who loved collecting Chinese herbs even in his advanced years. He had most of the common Chinese herbs. Since the information on soilless cultivation became available at the base, Dr. Yu also began cultivating some herbs using this method. However, these were only common and easy-to-grow medicines. As for Chu Yi, while she couldn't help with the research, she could daily assist Dr. Yu by drying the Chinese herbs. Dr. Yu was responsible for identifying which Chinese herbs could substitute for the ingredients in the antiparasitic drug. Speaking of which, the base had specially built a large bungalow for Dr. Yu as a place for him to live out his retirement. Dr. Yu used this big house to grow herbs, so even though farming on soil wasn't possible, soilless cultivation allowed him to replant his herbs, many of which had been dried beforehand. However, these herbs wouldn't last long without being aired out in the sun frequently, or they might spoil easily. On this day, just like every other day, Chu Yi and Dr. Yu were drying the Chinese herbs outside. Meanwhile, Dr. Yu worked together with the hospital's doctors to study the formula of the antiparasitic drug. Chu Yi took out the Chinese herbs from various cabinets and accidentally bumped into a shelf nearby. A box covered in dust fell to the ground instantly. Startled by the sound, Chu Yi quickly picked up the box. Inside was a dry branch, and nothing else. Examining the dry branch closely, Chu Yi noticed no damage. However, Chu Yi thought the plant looked peculiar. She brought it to her nose and smelled a faint scent that she had never encountered before. It didn't resemble any trees or plants she had smelled before. The box containing it was covered with thick layers of dust, clearly left untouched for a long time. At this moment, Dr. Yu's voice came from outside the door. "Xiao Chu, please get me a glass of water, I'm dying of thirst." Chu Yi promptly responded, "Sure, Dr. Yu." Then she ran to pour a glass of cool boiled water from the kettle beside her, holding it and hurrying out to hand it over to Dr. Yu. In the rush, due to running too fast, some water splashed onto Chu Yi's hand. It was then that Chu Yi realized she was still holding the dry branch. Part of the water dripped directly onto it. Not paying much attention, she handed the water over to Dr. Yu first. Dr. Yu looked at Chu Yi and said, "Where did you find this?" Pointing to the dry branch in Chu Yi's hand. Chu Yi replied, "I accidentally knocked over the box just now. This dry branch was inside it. The box was dusty, clearly untouched by you for a long time." She showed the dry branch to him. Dr. Yu paused mid-sip of water. Hastily putting down his cup, he ran over to Chu Yi and grabbed her hand holding the branch tightly, studying it carefully. Confused, Chu Yi followed Dr. Yu's gaze toward her right hand. At a single glance, her eyes widened in shock. This. Dr. Yu gently took the branch from Chu Yi, cleaned it off, and said, "Seems like the soldiers in the base have hope now, your contribution is immense." Chu Yi chuckled awkwardly. "Hey." Dr. Yu continued, "Let's stop tidying up, let's go to the hospital to find Jiang Hui." Then he took the branch and walked ahead. Noticing Chu Yi standing still behind, Dr. Yu asked, "Why are you standing there?" "Let's go." Chu Yi said, "Dr. Yu, the herbs haven't been fully sorted yet. Besides, I don't understand this research either. Going along won't be useful." Recently, Chu Yi discovered her growing interest in Chinese herbs. She realized how many of the ingredients in Chinese medicine were highly effective. Following Dr. Yu, she learned to recognize certain herbs and became passionate about sorting them daily. Through sorting, Chu Yi could repeatedly become familiar with the various properties and appearances of the herbs. Dr. Yu said, "The insect infestation will soon be resolved, and we can tidy up the herbs when we come back. It won't take long, isn't solving the insect problem more urgent now?" Unable to argue, Chu Yi followed Dr. Yu to the hospital and directly went to the specially designated research room. The arrival of Dr. Yu and Chu Yi made Jiang Hui and a few others curious, as they wondered why Dr. Yu, who had just gone home, was back at the hospital. Jiang Hui asked, "Grandpa Yu, why are you and Chu Yi here?" Dr. Yu responded, "There's a major discovery. Look at this withered branch in my hand." As he spoke, he handed over the withered branch. Doctors like Jiang Hui looked at the branch but saw nothing unusual, it just looked like an ordinary stick. "What do you mean, Dr. Yu?" Dr. Yu hastily explained, "I picked this tree many years ago on a mountain. At that time, I noticed its strange appearance and unusual fragrance which wasn't like regular plants or flowers, nor did it resemble any traditional Chinese medicine. Out of curiosity, I brought it back, but soon after, the plant dried up and turned into what you see today, a withered branch. I stored it in a box temporarily, and today Chu Yi accidentally spilled the box containing the branch, bringing this plant back into the light." Seeing that the doctors were still confused, Dr. Yu became a bit exasperated. "Look carefully at your pants, what's on them?" He pointed to a spot. The doctors approached again to inspect closely, and finally, they noticed something. Why are there bugs here? They're not moving at all. They must be dead. Dr. Yu said. Chuyi, explain what happened. Being called out, Chuyi stepped forward and recounted the event. At that time, I was organizing the herbs at Dr. Yu's place. When Dr. Yu returned, he asked me for a glass of water. While I was walking over to give him the water, the cup was too full, and some water accidentally splashed onto my hand and this withered branch. I didn't pay attention to it at first. After Dr. Yu finished drinking, I noticed there were insects on my hand. Not long after, these insects died upon coming into contact with the withered branch. It took only a few seconds. Hearing this, the crowd was initially nonplussed. After all, insects die all the time. With frustration, Dr. Yu scolded gently. These bugs were alive when they fell onto my hand. They died within a few seconds of touching this branch. That means this withered branch has the ability to kill bugs. Jiang Hui widened her eyes and asked, Dr. Yu, are you serious? Does this really have the ability to kill bugs? Dr. Yu calmly replied, why don't you try it and find out? Excitedly, Jiang Hui grabbed the withered branch. Since their research on insect repellent drugs began, they had prepared numerous bowls of untreated water in the office. Tiny white insects floated on the surface, along with some insect eggs at the bottom. They conducted daily experiments using fresh, untreated water. When they ground the insect repellent drug into powder and sprinkled it into the water, it successfully killed all the insects inside. However, other medications were far less effective. They had also attempted using Chinese herbal substitutes, but without proper measurements, the results remained unreliable. Now, if this single withered branch could solve the problem, it seemed almost too good to be true. Still, since Dr. Yu was an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, his word carried weight. Everyone immediately brought the withered branch to a water basin. To ensure its efficacy, Jiang Hui filled a bowl with untreated water, where white insects still floated on the surface alongside several small insect eggs at the bottom. She then broke off a small section of the branch and threw it into the bowl. Everyone gathered around to observe. Indeed, before long, the insect ceased movement and died instantly. Wow, it really works. Yes, it looks like our soldiers at the base are saved. Impressed by the clear and obvious results, Jiang Hui eagerly turned to Dr. Yu. Dr. Yu, do you remember exactly which mountain and area you plucked this from? Are there more plants like this nearby? After careful reflection, Dr. Yu answered, it was near City A, not far from B City. That area is a small city surrounded by mountains and abundant water sources. I encountered it while hiking nearby during a visit to the city. If necessary, I can describe the exact location later. Jiang Hui excitedly said, thank you, Dr. Yu. The soldiers at the base owe their lives to you. Dr. Yu waved his hand dismissively and said, none of this gratitude is necessary, it's a small effort. However, I must emphasize one point. The smell of this withered branch, if inhaled for too long, can cause dizziness. This shows it has certain toxicity, otherwise, it wouldn't kill bugs instantly. But bugs are weaker than humans, so our reactions upon contact aren't as severe. Still, when you use it as medicine, be mindful of the dosage. Excessive amounts could lead to undesirable consequences. All these were Dr. Yu's experiences. The people present were all doctors, not experts in pharmaceutical research. The functionality of various medicines was based on the doctor's past knowledge and experience. As for this clearly harmful plant, extreme caution was necessary. Jiang Hui said, I understand, Grandpa Yu. Please rest assured, we will make good use of this plant. With the discovery of this breakthrough plant, research on other insect repellent drugs could temporarily slow down. They only needed to send someone to the mountain where Dr. Yu had collected the plant for mass harvesting. According to Dr. Yu's recollection, there weren't just one but many such plants at that location. However, he had felt dizzy after inhaling its scent for too long, so he brought back only one specimen at the time. They had never seen this kind of plant before, so it was likely others hadn't either. There should still be some around, but since it possessed toxicity, further examination was necessary to determine the extent of its harm. Once established, proper dosages for the insecticide could be formulated. Repetitive experiments would be required to develop a safe medication before it could be administered to soldiers. Gathering the herbs couldn't wait, especially given the current severity of the insect threat. Jiang Li Hui quickly organized a team and planned to head to City A mentioned by Dr. Yu. However, Dr. Yu was concerned about the safety of the soldiers collecting the herbs, so he decided to accompany them. Chapter 70, Resolution. Originally, Jiang Li Hui thought that since Mr. Yu was old, he should stay at the base. However, Mr. Yu was afraid that the soldiers might not be clear about the properties of the herbs, so he insisted on going along with them. Faced with Mr. Yu's persistence, everyone was helpless, and in the end, Jiang Li Hui agreed for Mr. Yu to accompany the soldiers to gather the herbs. At this moment, a major upheaval erupted in City B. The reason was due to the rapidly increasing number of infected people daily. Even though Lu Zetai had let the masses drink mineral water, it was still unable to decrease the number of people infected by the bugs. Moreover, the research lab currently had no progress. Dean Wu naturally also came up with the method of using traditional Chinese medicine as an alternative, but their lab lacked experts in Chinese medicine, not even a traditional Chinese doctor. To find a substitute in Chinese medicine, they needed to network with several TCM experts to carry out further research. All these required time. Based on the infection numbers in City B, it was unlikely they could wait that long. As the number of people infected by the bug increased in City B, the situation became uncontrollable, mainly due to the inaction of City B's higher-ups. The remaining insect repellent drugs were all stored by Lu Zetai. There was no progress yet in Lu Zetai's research institute. Although they had already dispatched a helicopter to City D to fetch raw materials, there hadn't been any news from the plane for over a week. It seemed like they either haven't found the raw materials or something has hindered them. However, control over City B was gradually slipping away. Every day, the number of people infected by the bug increased, and escapees from surrounding counties were continuously fleeing to City B, hoping for some remedy. But City B was now powerless to do anything. With only less than 100 doses of insect repellents, it wasn't enough for so many infected people. Each day saw new infections and deaths among those severely infected. The entire City B was shrouded in a profound atmosphere of despair and sorrow. Yet, humans feared death. Watching people around them being taken away every day made them wonder when they would be next. And with City B's upper-level authorities merely offering verbal reassurances without taking substantial actions, panic spread throughout the populace. This provided opportunities for many to take advantage of the situation, thus leading to the outbreak of unrest in City B. Some individuals emerged, leading the crowd who were infected by the bug but received no treatment, initiating a riot towards the refugee camp. Armed only with makeshift weapons like sticks and bricks or even bare fists, they surged towards the camp in great numbers. Even within the refugee camp, there were plenty of infected individuals who, seemingly egged on, joined the rioting crowds. A group surrounded the hospital of City B, blocking all office areas. Despite facing threats from guns, they still stormed in like lunatics, destroying everything inside and assaulting the staff. They wanted to release their accumulated anger and despair caused by the prolonged suffering and incurable illness through violence. By the time our side received the message from City B, the unrest had already lasted for several days. This was actually learned during a mealtime conversation announced by Jiang Lihui. Everyone fell silent. On their side, because they had Dr. Yu, the expert in traditional Chinese medicine, they'd already made significant progress regarding the potent antidote developed by him. Now all they needed was for the doctors and soldiers collecting medicines to return, and then they could produce large quantities of the antidote, relieving the suffering caused by the bug infections. However, the situation in City B obviously remained unclear, which is why the unrest developed so quickly. Many held the mindset that rather than dying alone, they'd drag a few others down with them. Nowadays, everyone lived in poverty, couldn't get enough to eat or wear warm clothes, and suffered from the harm of the bugs. Meanwhile, the top echelons ate their fill and drank well, completely free from worry about getting infected. Naturally, people began thinking along these lines: how come their own life circumstances are so poor while officials live comfortably? The resulting imbalance in hearts drove them to act against the law. Thinking of how populated City B currently was, and with riots breaking out, one wondered what happened to the unaffected people. Jiang Hui asked, "Brother, what's the current situation in City B? Have there been heavy casualties? How did the City B leaders handle this unrest? There are naturally military garrisons in City B too, but gun barrels cannot be pointed at ordinary civilians. This is not wartime, and everyone is a victim." Jiang Lihui said, "Because we're quite a distance from City B, communication is not as advanced as before. We only received information from several days ago, knowing that City B's high-level authorities adopted violent suppression methods, killing many radical leaders. Currently, the infected have been temporarily pacified by force and dare not move recklessly." Zhao Qing exclaimed, "These people only dare to threaten the common folks with weapons. If they have this much time, they should hurry up and research a cure instead. Even if there's no immediate solution now, they should send out supplies to ease the infected. Resorting to violence can only make them temporarily quiet. Once there are new leaders, another uprising could happen at any moment." In this storm of blood and terror, no one knew how many had lost their lives or how many innocent people had perished as a result. And with B City's current approach, it was only a matter of time before new leaders emerged among the infected. Since there were no treatments available, they would eventually die anyway. Instead of succumbing to pain, some chose to fight. Even without a guaranteed cure, at least they could relieve some of their accumulated stress through resistance. Chu Yi said, "It must be due to the food shortage in B City, otherwise with Lu Zetian's cunning mind, he wouldn't overlook the necessity of first calming the crowd using supplies. Since Lu Zetian had taken over B City, it could be assumed that the city's granaries were under his control. If supplies were plentiful, the first course of action should have been to pacify the public. Nowadays, people faced issues like homelessness and hunger. If Lu Zetian distributed some rations, he might have gained short-term loyalty from the masses and offered a little comfort to those infected, preventing violent thoughts from developing. Given his knowledge, yet not taking such measures, it could only be due to the shortage of food." Chu Yi guessed right for the most part. At this very moment, Lu Zetian was worried about the food supply. The reason was simple: after agricultural land became unsuitable for planting on a large scale, even though few cities fell into this situation, each had numerous mouths to feed, turning the food scarcity into a disaster. Every day, information came in from several cities requesting food. Initially, Lu Zetian sent helicopters to deliver provisions in batches. As the food supplies dwindled and planting couldn't catch up in time, Lu Zetian halted the deliveries, deciding to prioritize B City's survival. The soilless cultivation agents he had developed were being produced as much as possible. In the current situation, producing enough for B City's needs alone was already commendable. Normal agriculture in B City had resumed but required excessive amounts of soilless cultivation nutrients because of its high agricultural yield. Hence, B City also needed more nutrients. However, with insufficient equipment available for use, the production of nutrients barely sufficed for B City itself. There was simply no surplus to share with other cities unable to grow crops. Because of earlier loans of grain, B City's food reserves were tight. With planted crops still a month away from harvest, food stores were decreasing daily with no replenishment in sight. Large quantities of grain were needed daily to sustain the population, resulting in a significant depletion of supplies. Although Luz Etienne organized several large factories to create jobs for many people, the daily consumption of grain continued to skyrocket, draining the city's resources. As food stocks diminished, Luz Etienne himself contributed financially to maintain the supply. With the food crisis unresolved, another outbreak of bug infections worsened Luz Etienne's predicament. Though forceful suppression had temporarily calmed the city, it wasn't a long-term solution. Jiang Liran said, B City is now facing all sorts of problems, leaving Luz Etienne struggling. This is precisely the time for us to take the initiative. Chu Yi asked, have you found the person designated by the chief commander to assume leadership? Chu Yi could tell that the Jiang family didn't have too much ambition for power. Moreover, she had heard from Jiang Cheng, an elder in the Jiang family, that the previous leader had already designated a successor. With the Jiang family planning to return to B City, did this mean they had located the missing successor? Though Jiang Liran didn't answer immediately, a nod was sufficient. Chu Yi understood, asking, when do you plan to go back? Actually, Chu Yi thought the base here was quite fine, but he hoped that society could restore its former order. That meant B City had to return to normalcy. Jiang Liran said, father has his own plans, but it shouldn't be long. Hearing this, Chu Yi stopped asking further questions, satisfied with the knowledge that they would soon return to B City. When the insect repellent drug was ready here, they could produce large quantities to address the infection problem, then focus on crop farming. Over the following days, B City experienced several upheavals, worsening the situation. Due to delays in receiving updates from the front lines, Chu Yi was unsure how the Jiang family resolved these crises. She only noticed that soldiers from the base kept being sent out to deal with subsequent unrest. Of course, those who were infected by the bugs were still resting at the base. After waiting for about half a month, Dr. Yu finally returned with the people who had gone out to collect medicinal herbs. This was only possible because the Jiang family owned several helicopters and, according to schedule, brought them back. When they returned, Dr. Yu was especially cheerful, no doubt because of their successful collection of herbs. Subsequently, many soldiers at the base joined in the drug production process. Dr. Yu also planted some plants in the cultivation area of the base. With these drugs, the situation for thousands of people infected by the bugs at the base improved significantly. According to the severity of their conditions, they were given the newly developed worm repellent medication in order. This time, the plants collected were not yet withered. Just by grinding a small amount into powder and adding other drugs to suppress toxins, a large quantity of worm repellent medicine could be produced. In just a few days, all the infected individuals at the base were cured, and the base regained its former laughter and joy. As the soldiers improved, they began daily morning exercises again. Chu Yi learned a lot of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge from Dr. Yu. However, Chu Yi wasn't an expert in this field and previously knew nothing about TCM. She could now only learn some superficial things. TCM is profound and complex. Without years of experience, it's impossible to achieve proficiency. Nonetheless, Chu Yi studied some practical daily coping strategies since there are some ailments where Chinese medicine is better than Western medicine. This made Chu Yi's leisure time more colorful. In the following days, the two Jiangs were extremely busy, and Jiang Liran was nowhere to be seen all day. Chu Yi guessed that he must have been helping the new commander reclaim B City, and a large number of soldiers from the base were mobilized, making it feel like the population suddenly decreased significantly. Not long after, Jiang Liran informed Chu Yi that they could pack up and return to B City. Chu Yi understood that they must have successfully reclaimed B City, then asked, did you deal with the leaders of B City so quickly? Jiang Liran pressed his temples and said, Luz Etienne escaped. What? Chu Yi didn't expect Luz Etienne to have successfully fled. Jiang Liran said, Luz Etienne is too cunning. Perhaps he discovered our plans after we acted. By the time we found the Lu family, they were already gone. We're now searching around. Chu Yi never expected Luz Etienne to flee so fast, leaving without resistance. These days, surveillance isn't everywhere, so it might be difficult to find him. Chu Yi said, if that's the case, let's go back to B City in a couple of days. Okay. Chu Yi knew that B City would likely still be chaotic, and after returning, they would need to work overtime to produce more bug-repellent drugs. After all, B City was now one of the worst-hit areas, and the new leader would have to calm the masses as well. Hopefully, they could soon research ways to restore land cultivation. A few days later, everyone returned to the Jiang residence in B City by vehicle. It had been months since they'd last been here. The Jiang family home remained unchanged from before, as when they were blocked by Luz Etienne, no fighting had occurred inside, leaving it largely undamaged. However, having not lived here for several months, a thick layer of dust had accumulated, requiring a lengthy cleanup. Dr. Yu from the base also followed, as he was highly knowledgeable about traditional Chinese medicine. There was a cultivation area in B City as well, so Dr. Yu planted those plants there using soilless cultivation methods. With Dr. Yu joining, the drug production team in B City gained enough manpower, which significantly sped up the production of bug repellents. Very quickly, the number of infected people in B City dropped drastically each day. However, in terms of restoring soil functionality for planting, there were only 2 agricultural experts on the Jiang side, and research talent was limited, making progress quite slow. Since Chu-yi wasn't skilled in this area either, she couldn't provide any reasonable suggestions, so she could only leave it to the Jiang family and the new commander to figure out. Time passed slowly, and harvest time at the cultivation area was approaching. With the advent of the bountiful harvest, all infected individuals in B City were cured. Although the planting scale wasn't extensive, it alleviated part of B City's food shortage pressure. By this time, it was also Chu-yi's son, little Chu Junshi's, second birthday. The child seemed to grow up in the blink of an eye, transitioning from being an infant always cradled in her arms. Now, however, he had become a little tot who stumbled as he walked, charmingly mischievous and obedient, speaking though not yet very fluently, but already able to express his simple thoughts. At a young age, it seemed as if he already had his own mind, and whenever he couldn't articulate himself clearly due to stuttering, everyone would intentionally misinterpret his words just to tease him. When that happened, the little guy would get so worked up, jumping around while stammering in frustration and using all sorts of gestures to communicate until everyone understood what he wanted to say. Each time this happened, it brought everyone immense joy, and they'd all join in on the fun by teasing him with laughter. Meanwhile, little Moonlight, nearing the age of 5, had grown into a graceful and well-mannered girl, clever and understanding. The children grew up healthy, lively, and adorable. This was Chu-yi's greatest contentment. After everyone joyfully celebrated the second birthday party for little Junshi, the Ministry of Agriculture once again delivered good news. They had cracked the method to improve soil quality and formulated relevant agents. Simply conducting an artificial rain shower over cities affected by hardened soil, mixing these agents with the rain and sprinkling them across the land continuously for a month, would greatly improve the hardened ground. Subsequently, normal planting could resume. Only a dozen cities across the country were impacted by soil hardening, but naturally, this achievement first needed to be tested in B City. Chef Yi was very curious. Didn't the Jiang family only have 2 agricultural experts? How could they conduct research so quickly? This question was soon answered by Jiang Liran. Are you saying that during Luo Zetian's raid, he didn't take away the entire research team, so it was the joint effort of various agricultural experts along with Luo Zetian's research team that came up with the solution? With this clarification, Chu-yi understood. Indeed, experts are valuable for their expertise, not their number. The research team under Luo Zetian, which had developed the medicine to cure the red-eyed rats, undoubtedly possessed robust professional knowledge. Combined with the original Agricultural Science Institute of B City and the 2 agricultural experts under the Jiang family, the results were naturally achieved with great efficiency. In just a few months, a resolution was found. Now, nearing New Year, the weather remained relatively cool without any snow, a rarity since Chu-yi hadn't seen snow for nearly 3 years. A month after B City continually sprayed rainwater containing the agents, plants were successfully cultivated in the improved soil, much to everyone's delight. From then on, the entire population joined the agriculture movement, hoping to harvest ample crops the following year. During this time, television broadcasts showed medicinal agents being transported to other cities with hardened soil to scatter the remedy. Once the land was restored, the hydroponic systems could be dismantled, and plants could be directly planted in the earth. Of course, grain was still the primary focus. People began to recommit themselves to work, building cities, and planting food. Everyone was busy, but also filled with joy. As the Lunar New Year approached, good news kept rolling in one after another. The largest food problem in life was solved. Although supplies were still insufficient, the future seemed hopeful. They could look forward to a good year ahead. Because this year had been fraught with disasters, the newly appointed leader distributed plenty of provisions during the spring festival, hoping that everyone could celebrate happily and expect a bountiful year ahead. For the first time in many years, the entire Jiang family was finally gathered together to have a proper reunion dinner. The 2 housekeepers of the Jiang family started bustling in the kitchen early in the morning, and Chu-yi dressed the 2 children in their new clothes, symbolizing fresh hopes for the new year. In previous years, the Jiangs were fewer in number, mostly soldiers who often celebrated within their military unit. Even during the holidays, the Jiang household might have no one staying at home to celebrate. For years, the Jiang family hadn't been this lively. This year, with the addition of the Zhao family trio and Chu-yi with her 2 children, it marked the most crowded gathering they'd ever had, made even more lively thanks to the presence of the 2 kids. Their innocent chatter was delightful, and Uncle Zhao unexpectedly procured several barrels of fireworks from somewhere. A warm and boisterous reunion dinner passed happily amidst the children's youthful voices. Uncle Zhao mysteriously obtained a few fireworks, leading everyone out to the front courtyard of the Jiang family villa after dinner to set them off. Though there weren't too many fireworks, it added to the fun. Most importantly, baby Junshi had never seen fireworks before, and little Moonlight, if she had, was too young to remember. When the fireworks appeared, regardless of whether the adults enjoyed them or not, the children were absolutely thrilled, surrounding Uncle Zhao and shouting Uncle Zhao, thus making him the most beloved person among the kids this year. Reflecting on how perhaps these last couple of years of disasters had caused unimaginable damage to this planet, even when the cities recovered, society would need to be reshuffled. All kinds of orders would need to be redefined. This was a leap forward. After experiencing the disasters, people came to appreciate the beauty of a peaceful life even more and cherish their current stability all the more deeply. The nation was still in the process of reconstruction, and it was unknown how long it would take to restore normal order. Moreover, whether or not there would be new challenges remained uncertain. But as Chu-yi looked around at everyone surrounding her, people who were like family, friends, and lovers, she knew that no matter how many more calamities the future might bring, they could endure them together with mutual support. With B City operating normally again, various disasters had been resolved, and now the focus was on aiding the construction efforts in other cities. Everything was progressing toward better days. All they needed to do was wait for next year's harvest, which promised to be bountiful enough to finally solve the food crisis. From then on, things would only get better. As Chuyi's relationship with Jiang Liran deepened, the two got along more harmoniously than ever. Chuyi also gradually grew to accept Jiang Liran's closeness with her son. Just 6 months after calling Chuyi mom, her son began addressing Jiang Liran as dad, a sign that he had officially returned to his ancestral roots. Not long after, Grandpa Jiang Cheng spoke to Chuyi about changing little Juanshi's name from Chu Juanshi to Jiang Juanshi. Though Chuyi didn't particularly care about the surname since he was ultimately her son and she had fully embraced Jiang Liran as her partner, whether the child carried the Jiang last name seemed inconsequential to her. Thus, without much hesitation, she agreed to the elder's request, and Chu Juanshi was formally renamed Jiang Juanshi. Chapter 50, Locusts. The new year has already arrived, and the newly appointed leader has issued many policies upon taking office. Life for the people of City B has improved because of these policies. Under the encouragement of the new leader, some manufacturing plants have gradually resumed operations. The streets are now bustling with busy crowds, and house reconstruction is restarting. Thanks to the expanded workforce, the construction speed has been much faster than before. Even the vegetables, fruits, and crops in the planting zones are thriving. However, the weather conditions recently have become a source of concern for everyone. This year, it hasn't rained much at all. Currently, water sources in various regions are still sufficient, but prolonged use without replenishing rainfall has caused the water levels of rivers and lakes to drop. Everyone hopes for a new rain to ease these issues. But no matter how meteorologists research, the future seems to be endlessly clear skies. However, things are much more serious than everyone imagined. That night, everyone had returned from work, and the dinner table was filled with an atmosphere of silence. Chuyi asked puzzledly, "What's wrong with you guys?" Grandpa Jiang retired and mainly looked after the two children at home, while Chuyi continued her research with Dr. Yu. Being busy every day in the research room added a lot of fun to life. But when everyone returned today, the atmosphere was unusually quiet, leaving Chuyi clueless. Zhao Qing said, "Today, we received a satellite call from another country. They encountered a locust plague where locusts devoured most of their cultivated food. Therefore, they called various countries for rescue assistance, and naturally, we also received the call. Locust plague." Jiang Hui started speaking incoherently. "Just as the situation with infected bugs ended, we now face the locust plague. Can we even live anymore?" Zhao Jingxing said, "This isn't the time to talk about this. We should think about ways to respond. If too many locusts gather and form a large-scale swarm, they can fly thousands of miles. Every place they pass through becomes barren, and any plants will be eaten entirely. By then, the planting zones we've worked so hard to establish will be destroyed completely. Now we need to figure out how to take protective measures." Zhao Qing asked, "So what do we do now? Even though we know which countries are suffering from the locust plague, we aren't on site, so we can't determine the number of locusts, their movement direction, or their flight trajectory. Perhaps they won't come to our country at all." Jiang Hui patted her son and said, "You mustn't have that thought. Locusts can fly. If a large-scale locust plague forms, they will eat all the food in one place and then expand outward along that path. Sooner or later, they will reach us here. You shouldn't harbor such thoughts. But right now, everything is equivalent to being restored. How can we possibly protect ourselves?" Suddenly, Chuyi remembered something she read in a book and said, "I did read about some methods in a book before. If a locust plague occurs here, we could use helicopters to spray pesticides from the air, killing those locusts. This method has a wide effect and works well, but the cost is relatively high. After all, where can we find pesticides specifically for locusts now? Even if we find it, we need to schedule it properly, and if we don't, we'll need to develop it anew. At the moment, the issue is finding materials. Development itself isn't too difficult." Excitedly, Zhao Qing asked, "What else?" Chuyi replied, "Another thing is for everyone to take precautions and directly capture locusts on-site using tools. After all, locusts can be eaten. The captured locusts can serve as food themselves. However, this method might not yield immediate results against locusts. After all, when a huge swarm of locusts flies toward you, even if you arrange people to capture them, there will still be some that escape. However, aerial pesticide spraying would work better and can kill a large area of locusts." Sighing, Jiang Cheng said, "Chuyi's suggestion is a way, but it's not entirely foolproof yet. We need to think more carefully. Though the locusts haven't yet invaded their country, since other countries have already faced them, it's inevitable that locusts will eventually reach their shores. Country Z is an agricultural powerhouse with countless fields. Once locusts invade, the farmlands they rely on for survival will turn into food for the locusts. With abundant food, the locusts will undoubtedly multiply faster, leading to a devastating blow to Country Z. Fields consumed by locusts will turn into barren wastelands. Food devoured by locusts would also be humanity's food supply. The frightening reality is that when locusts consume human food supplies, humans would then lack food. Without food, how can humans survive? Over the past 3 years, there had already been no harvest at all, and the entire nation was relying on stockpiled food supplies. Even with frugal living, these reserves were limited. When these reserves run out and the crops ready for harvest are devoured by locusts, leading to another year of zero yield, that's when humanity will face an existential crisis. At that time, without food, the national grain stores would soon be depleted. Humanity would face starvation, even death, causing society to descend into chaos once more. Jiang Hui couldn't help but sigh. When will this endless stream of disasters finally come to an end? Zhao Jingxing quickly grasped his wife's hand and said, "No matter what, our family is safe together, and even if countless more calamities arise, as long as we're all safe, that's the best outcome. No matter how dangerous or terrifying it may be elsewhere, as long as loved ones remain by your side, surviving through disasters together in peace is the best scenario." Jiang Hui nodded. Yeah. Because of this situation, the leader held several meetings, even inviting Grandpa Jiang back to participate in discussions. Now that the crops were almost fully grown, they only needed about a month before the harvest season began. But currently, there wasn't much else to do other than harvesting prematurely, though the grains harvested early wouldn't have good quality. Yet, it's still food that can be consumed, so they couldn't wait until the locust swarms arrived and ate everything before starting to harvest. It might happen too quickly. Before the humans could act, the locusts would have already devoured everything. Even though premature harvesting would result in inferior tasting grains that are difficult to eat, there were no better options available now. Even poor quality food was better than leaving anything for the locusts to consume. The leader also held multiple meetings, discussing ways to combat the locust infestation, but most methods didn't have a significant effect, each having various shortcomings. It was truly difficult to find a perfect solution to deal with the locust problem. Although solutions hadn't been devised yet, harvesting grain had already begun not just in City B, but the leader had ordered an emergency grain collection across the country. They couldn't hold any hopelessly thinking maybe the locusts won't come or expect some unforeseen situations to prevent the locusts from arriving. These thoughts weren't suitable for their current predicament. After the notification was sent out, it required strict implementation everywhere. Information regarding the locust disaster was also distributed widely to ensure that every region understood the gravity of the situation and acted immediately to harvest the grain. By the time the locusts arrive and pass through the cities, all the fields they fly over will probably be completely empty, perhaps even to the point where people wouldn't dare leave their homes because they'd encounter massive numbers of locusts outside. At such a time, there'd be no chance to rush harvest. Better yet to gather everything early regardless of the low quality or taste. After all, eating bad food is still better than losing all the grain to the locusts. Anyone unwilling to starve should accelerate the harvest process and store away all the food, which would be the optimal approach. Of course, City B joined the nationwide urgent grain harvesting efforts, sending personnel to assist neighboring counties in their grain harvests. The entire region was bustling with intensive harvest activity. Time was life. To secure the grain before the locusts came, everyone worked tirelessly. More and more people joined the effort, and soon the crops were continuously gathered and stored into the granaries. Meanwhile, research on effective ways to combat the locusts continued. Various solutions were proposed, but each had its own advantages and disadvantages. The leader naturally wanted a foolproof strategy since the locusts hadn't reached them yet, giving them time to devise more countermeasures. But before a comprehensive solution was found, those collecting grain noticed that while the locust plague hadn't yet arrived, the number of locusts in the fields had increased significantly. This made the workers even more hurried. Without a plague yet, the locust population had already multiplied, raising fears of what would happen when the plague actually hit. A large-scale and intense grain harvesting operation was carried out swiftly. The increasing locust count pushed them to speed up more, making the harvesting period shorter than usual. Before long, nearly all the grain was safely stored inside the warehouses. As for the Jiang family, they had planted some grain and vegetables in the front and backyards, and it was time to begin harvesting them. At the same moment, the locusts in the fields grew increasingly numerous. To prevent excessive reproduction of locusts, the leaders arranged for people to capture them manually. After all, locusts are also a dish. Eating them during times of hunger isn't a bad choice. Following the large-scale harvesting operation, a grand locust catching campaign began. The number of locusts in the fields gradually decreased, however, this was only the situation in City B. The conditions in other cities remained unknown. Subsequently, research into agents capable of killing large numbers of locusts ensued. These agents had existed prior to the disaster, and finding them again wasn't difficult, though obtaining some raw materials proved challenging. In addition, several methods for mass-killing locusts were published, such as using manual devices for large-scale trapping, setting up electric grids to electrocute locusts, among others. Adequate preparations were made. Just as everyone tightened their defensive efforts, the locusts finally crossed the borders and arrived in country. Roads and fields were darkened by vast swarms of flying locusts, whose numbers were so overwhelming that it caused people's scalps to tingle. Every place they passed through stirred up great amounts of yellow dust into the sky. Fortunately, thanks to their early preparation, all grains, vegetables, fruits, and even usable plants had been moved into warehouses, where they were placed on soilless cultivation racks. After a large swarm of locusts entered the country and flew toward the fields, they found not a single plant remaining, but only overturned earth. This didn't affect the locusts' flying speed. As the swarm flew over one field after another, the electric grid was quickly raised, and power was switched on. Instantly, a tss sound rang out, and massive numbers of locusts collided with the grid and were electrocuted to death, falling to the ground. Due to their overwhelming quantity, piles of dead locusts accumulated like small mountains on the ground. Still, the locusts pressed forward tirelessly in groups. With the open gates continuously electrifying batch after batch of locusts, numerous people dressed in protective clothing surged from both sides, armed with various tools for capturing locusts. Once a net full of locusts was caught, the mouths were tied tightly, and the nets were thrown to the ground before continuing. When their tools ran out, those inside the electric grids threw many more tools to the outside, allowing others to pick them up and continue catching locusts. After all, electrocuted locusts couldn't be eaten, but those manually captured could still make a good dish. Even if locusts were small, they were still meat. Information regarding the ways of capturing locusts and the fact that locusts could be cooked into dishes was also communicated by the commander to leaders in various cities. Nevertheless, such enormous swarms of locusts, viewed from afar, appeared truly terrifying, given how densely packed they were. People just thought that if the locusts continued to wreak havoc, it would greatly impact their lives, and so they no longer dwelled too much on other considerations. Everyone participated in capturing locusts, either trying to kill them or engaging in large-scale manual capture. After being caught, they could then be served as a dish on the table. Under the concerted efforts of the entire nation, the invasion of locusts in Country Z was significantly reduced. Due to the early harvest plan, the food supply available for locusts dramatically diminished, reducing their reproductive capabilities. Combined with the large-scale capture effort, the eventual calamity brought by the locusts turned out to be much less severe than expected. On this side, Chu Yi and Zhao Qing joined the manual locust catching effort. After all, neither of them had ever eaten locusts before, and upon hearing that locusts were edible, they wanted to try. Indeed, there were quite a few people engaged in catching locusts outside. Thus, a large bowl equaled a big bag of locusts. Apart from the personnel organized by the government, ordinary citizens spontaneously participated in the capture. Those who had protective suits wore them, while others wrapped themselves tightly in regular clothes. The government provided a large number of capture tools, which were freely available for borrowing. Chu Yi and Zhao Qing also caught locusts enthusiastically, completely absorbed in the activity. When evening came, workers from the Jiang family and Zhao family returned to find a table laden with locust feasts, various steamed, boiled, and stir-fried locusts arranged neatly on the table. Each person at the dining table had to glance a few times at the locust banquet before slowly sitting down. Dr. Yu remarked upon taking his seat, "Hey, looks like you two had quite a fruitful evening. You've solved dinner tonight." Ever since Dr. Yu had returned to City B, he initially stayed directly in the laboratory. However, after repeated invitations from Mr. Jiang Cheng, he moved to live in the Jiang residence. For a doctor, this was merely a place to sleep at night. During the day, Dr. Yu always stayed in the research institute, refusing to leave until it got dark. Zhao Qing chuckled and said, "Dr. Yu, you have no idea how easy it is to catch locusts. They are in such huge swarms that you just scoop your net following their flight patterns and a whole bag of locusts falls into the net every time. In just a few scoops, you can catch hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of them. But since we didn't think we could eat much, we didn't bring back too many. When the next batch arrives in a couple of days, we'll go again. For now, let's just try the taste." Jiang Hui said, "Locusts do contain plenty of protein, but as they are insects, it's probably best not to eat too many. Occasionally trying them isn't bad though. I've never actually eaten locusts before either." None of the people at the table had likely ever eaten locusts before. This was the first time seeing so many dishes made out of them on one table. Jiang Cheng cheerfully said, "Then this is perfect, let's all sit down and give it a try. Back in the early years when we were fighting wars, I was lucky enough to have eaten locusts once." As he recalled, Jiang Cheng's eyes sparkled with reminiscence. Back then, campaigning was hard. Not only did we lack food and water, but hunger was our constant companion. These locusts were truly valuable food at the time. We had none of the seasonings that we do now, so we would simply stir-fry them with a bit of salt, and eat them like that. The texture wasn't the greatest, but it filled our stomachs. Being able to fill your belly back then was a real blessing. Everyone listened while Grandpa told stories about the hardships and battles from his younger days. The struggles back then couldn't compare to today. At that time, the country faced internal and external crises. The land could grow crops, but many still starved. So many people died of hunger. Finally, when the old man paused, everyone began to eat. The entire table was full of locust-based dishes, although the two young children were served special children's meals. Little Moonlight could already eat completely independently, while 1111 awkwardly used her spoon. Both kids seemed highly interested in the locust banquet, nibbling at their own plates intermittently. Seeing their interest, Jiang Hui manually shelled a few locusts, putting the tenderest parts into the children's bowls. The kids weren't afraid. They used small spoons to pick up the meat and feed themselves, munching away with satisfaction and happiness written all over their faces. Jiang Hui laughed and said, "Looks like the kids enjoy eating this. I should shell more for them to try." Saying that, she got started, picking up a few locusts, peeling off their shells, removing the heads and tails, leaving only the most tender bits, and portioning them out evenly between the children's bowls. Of course, since the children were so young, they shouldn't eat too many. Children's meals provided nutritionally balanced food, which suited the two kids best. Thus, Jiang Hui stopped after shelling 5 or 6 each. The kids happily devoured their shares, and the adults quickly savored this first locust feast. Zhao Qing exclaimed delightedly, "Wow, who would have thought that the locust's flesh is quite fresh and the texture rather good, not inferior to meat." Saying this, she ate 4 or 5 in one breath. Chu Yi also nodded. Yes, the texture is really good. Chu Yi generally didn't eat bugs and found the appearance of locusts less than appealing, rather ugly, to be honest. During the mass capturing operation, when facing vast clouds of locusts, anyone with trypophobia would have surely felt chills running down their spine. But once you tasted the cooked locusts, the texture proved surprisingly pleasant. Saying this, she started eating as well. After taking a bite of a locust, old Mr. Jiang Cheng marveled, very nice, very nice. This flavor is better than the locusts I ate years ago, probably by multiples. Jiang Hui teased him, back then, you might not have even had oil, salt, vinegar, or soy sauce, just being able to add a bit of salt would have been great. And you wouldn't clean them properly either, you just wanted to fill your stomach, making it impossible to compare to what we have now. Naturally, the taste wasn't as good back then. Back then, survival itself was difficult, hunger a daily norm. Catching a few locusts could be considered lucky. There weren't many materials available to cook with, and some parts of the locusts weren't suitable for cooking, it affected the taste. But back then, they struggled to get full and paid little attention to details. After all, eating a bit more meant feeling fuller. Jiang Cheng said, you kids these days, do you even know how times have changed? You should thank heaven and earth for having such a meal with locusts back then. At least that counted as some form of meat. Back then, forget about meat, even rice wasn't sufficient. Zhao Qing, with her mouth full of locust meat, noticed her grandfather still enthusiastically narrating stories from the past, and spoke through a mouthful, Grandpa, if you keep talking, all the locust meat on the table will be eaten by us. With that, she returned to joining the group in snatching food. The old man glanced down at the table and saw those around him eagerly picking up dishes, and already several plates were empty. The old man hadn't realized he was reminiscing about hardships and sharing stories of the past while they had clearly forgotten respect for elders. The locust meat on the table was quickly diminishing before his eyes. The old man couldn't sit idle anymore and joined the battle for the food. Hey, don't you understand the importance of respecting elders? I'm the oldest here, so how about giving me some special treatment? Hey, Zhao Qing, you young fella eat faster than anyone else. Leave some for your grandpa. Don't let me go hungry. Hearing this, Zhao Qing could only reply helplessly, Grandpa, there are more than enough locusts now. If you want more, I can get them for you easily tomorrow. You want to eat locusts again? No problem, I'll catch some for you tomorrow. Today's feast is just a sample, and it's impossible for you to run out of locusts. The only thing you might worry about is getting sick of eating them. OMNOM. The whole family quietly enjoyed their meal, savoring the exquisite taste of the moment. While eating, Zhao Qing thought to herself that maybe she should have caught more locusts earlier, given how delicious they turned out to be. Although catching the locusts was a bit frightening because of the density phobia they induced, when eating them, all those feelings faded, leaving only a sense of immense deliciousness. She resolved to catch even more the next day and host several more locust feasts. Now it wasn't just the Jiang household enjoying the locust feast, nearly every family had 1 or 2 locust dishes on their dining tables. Chapter 72 The End. Time flies, 3 years have passed. In these past 3 years, humans have enjoyed much stability. Though occasional calamities still occur from time to time, after a few years of trials and tribulations, humanity has become adept at calmly dealing with various sudden disasters. And now this planet hasn't experienced any disaster in a whole year. Social order has gradually been restored over these few years. Various industries, schools, and hospitals have returned to normal. People have basically gotten back to their former lives, but after enduring these calamities, the hardships of life without sufficient food and clothing, humanity now cherishes peaceful days more than ever. Since experiencing the food crisis, almost every household plants some crops within their home now. If you live on the first floor with a yard, people would clear out a space for vegetable plots. If living on higher floors, they use balconies as garden spaces, planting a few easy-to-grow vegetables. People are truly terrified of returning to those days when they didn't have enough to eat or wear. Even though society is now largely stable, there's still a lingering fear of hunger. Everyone especially cherishes grain supplies now and values them more due to the disasters that occurred. Now it's as if everyone is involved in cultivation, growing all sorts of vegetables and grains within limited environments through container gardening. Because of the decrease in disasters these past few years, people have caught their breaths. With widespread cultivation of food, every household can not only have enough to eat, but surplus grains also enter national reserves for restorage. Mommy. Mommy. 2 childish voices rang out. In front of the expansive villa of the Jiang family stood Chu Yi at the door, welcoming the return of the 2 children. Now little Moon is already 7 years old and studying in the 1st grade, while 11 attends kindergarten. As soon as the schools reopened, Chu Yi sent both kids off to school. As the children grew older, they became increasingly mischievous. Little Moon, being a girl, was slightly better behaved. 11, the little boy, was particularly naughty. In the 4th generation of the Jiang family, there was only 1 child, 11, and with Little Moon, just 2 children in total. However, there were plenty of elder family members around. Thus, these 2 children were especially beloved by their elders, who pampered them endlessly. They say favoritism between generations, and this couldn't be true. While Jiang Leozhish and Jiang Lihui treated Jiang Liran quite strictly, they doted extravagantly on Shishi. Besides, Zhao Qing wasn't married yet, which added another couple, the Jiang Hui couple, to the ranks of those indulging the children. Oddly enough, no one knew where 11 had inherited his liveliness and boundless energy from, but he had developed a knack for talking since young, always charming the elders with his sweet words, often spilling a barrage of reasons that even made perfect sense. At present, within the entire Jiang family, only Jiang Liran and Chu Yi could manage this little rascal. Chu Yi joined the army due to her superior combat skills. Although the world is peaceful now and war isn't necessary, she took up the role of trainer for new soldiers. The military station located in the suburb of City B originally served as a training camp for new recruits, so Chu-yi's workplace will remain there henceforth. Nevertheless, this arrangement at least gave Chu-yi a proper job and prevented her from idling away at home all day. As for the university courses she used to attend, Chu-yi barely remembered any of it anymore. Anyway, it wasn't like she studied for many months in the first place, since she was no longer the original person. Later on, Chu-yi learned how to drive, making commutes between work and Jiang's home much easier. Seeing Uncle Fu coming in with two kids trailing behind him, Chu-yi immediately realized that they were Little Moon and 1111. But then as the two children approached Chu-yi, she raised an eyebrow. What happened here? Pointing at 1111. Standing side by side in front of Chu-yi, Little Moon appeared fairly normal with nothing amiss, whereas 1111 looked completely different, his hair tousled messily, his backpack carried by Uncle Fu, shirt buttons missing, and worst of all, his entire body dirted as if rolling in mud. Upon hearing Mom's inquiry, little 1111 instinctively shuddered, lifting his grubby little face piteously, blinking his big eyes repeatedly and squeezing out 2 tears forcefully. He complained in a wronged tone, "They bullied me because I'm small, so I fought back." His 2 fingers then started poking each other nervously, refusing to meet Chu-yi's gaze. Despite being small, 1111 was domineering since childhood, fluent in speech, but undeniably adorable. Although under 5 years old, he had already grown remarkably cute. Regardless of adults or children, they always felt a natural closeness towards cute beings. Therefore, many kids in the kindergarten loved playing with 1111. However, 1111 is quite arrogant. He doesn't play with just anyone. If asked to play with someone else, he would even check if the person looked good enough. If not, he wouldn't bother playing with them. Therefore, many children in kindergarten wanted to be friends with 1111. However, when 1111 refused to interact with them, some of these kids would resort to bullying in order to draw his attention and force him to become their friend. But 1111 is not one to take a loss. Whoever bullies him in the kindergarten gets bullied back, even if he knows he can't win. Nobody knows who he got this trait from. Seeing him now in such a pitiful state, Chu-yi didn't know what to say. She simply took the 2 children inside, had Little Moon go do her homework, and took 1111 to have a bath, checking for any wounds along the way. In the evening, everyone returned home one by one. Uncle Fu recounted the day's events at the kindergarten to the old master, causing the old master to laugh heartily, pounding the table. Worthy offspring of the Jiang family indeed, never taking a loss. If only he were older, a few years in the military and he'd certainly knock those little brats down. Jiang Liran frowned slightly. Grandpa, 1111 is still young. He shouldn't be always fighting. As he spoke, his eyes glanced toward 1111 sitting beside him. 1111 was immediately startled and gave his grandpa Jiang Lihui and great-grandpa Jiang Laoshish a pitiful look. In the family, there was only one person Jiang Juanshi, 1111, feared, his father, Jiang Liran. His mother Chu-yi could be intimidating when angry, but she usually didn't get mad. It's only when his father became angry that real trouble began, including spankings. Before Jiang Liran could respond further, receiving his grandson's pitiful gaze, the elder couldn't bear it anymore. "What are you looking at? Stop blaming 1111 already. You're an adult for heaven's sake, yet scaring a child like this. Moreover, boys should naturally roughhouse when they're young. They'll mature into fine men later." Jiang Lihui agreed. "Dad's right. Don't put too much pressure on 1111. He is still a kid after all." Jiang Liran tried to say something more but was stopped by Chu-yi. In this situation, lecturing their son would be futile. Even if he intended to discipline his son, having 2 towering Taishan mountains supporting him rendered Jiang Liran powerless. Being the youngest in hierarchy, talking more might only lead to more mistakes. Chu-yi could deeply sense the special bond between generations. No matter how harshly the elder may reprimand Jiang Liran normally, towards this small great-grandson 1111, there was undying affection deep within his heart. Persuaded by Chu-yi, Jiang Liran then said nothing more, casting merely a dangerous glance sideways at his son sitting nearby. 1111, upon receiving Dad's glare, quickly jumped off his seat, rushing to sit next to the old master while calling out endearingly, "Great-grandpa and grandpa." This made Chu-yi feel as if she bore not a son but a daughter. How could he be so good at acting cute, even surpassing Little Moon in this aspect? Nevertheless, the children's intimacy brought immense joy to the old master, mimicking their childish words and conversing happily with them. On the other side, Zhao Qing was being urged to marry by the Jiang Hui couple. In a couple of years, Zhao Qing would approach 30 and hadn't even found a girlfriend yet. After the calamities ceased, Jiang Hui resumed her career as a medical professional, while Zhao Jinghang, with the help of Jiang Laoshish, re-established his company. Zhao Qing, however, did not return to his previous job as a police officer but instead followed Jiang Liran into the military. This marriage urging truly gave him a headache. Who could blame them, considering Zhao Qing was the only bachelor in the house now? If not him, who else? Chu-yi and Jiang Liran didn't hold a wedding ceremony. They had only obtained a legal marriage certificate, which sufficed since neither cared much about ceremonies after everything they've experienced. Now living peacefully was all they valued. As for Lu Zetian, no one had seen him again. Nobody knew where he fled to. Yet the newly appointed leader had issued a warrant against him. 3 years passed, still without any trace. But now Lu Zetian has lost all his power. The new leader, after 3 years, has fully grasped the upper levels of authority. Even if Lu Zetian were to return, it wouldn't change anything. Moreover, following the leader's issued warrant, the rest of Lu Zetian's life would be spent hiding like a stray dog, a consequence of failure amidst kings. Yet, The new leader is also an excellent one. With his policies, people's lives have improved significantly. As for Chuyi's space button, perhaps it needs to be taken to the grave, forever unknown to others. Things that transcend this reality should not exist. And if they must exist, they should not be revealed to others. Chuyi decided not to reveal the secret of the space button in order not to affect the evolution of this planet. Now that it was an era of peace, the things inside the space were no longer needed. Since the space button couldn't be unsealed, it would have to remain hidden forever. Thus, Chuyi wouldn't use it again, nor did she need to. Since they had come to this planet, they should go with the flow. Even though this planet's technology lagged far behind the interstellar times, and even though there were many advanced potions within the space button, they didn't belong to this current era. Chuyi believed that the interstellar age would eventually arrive, and these high-tech potions would inevitably be developed. What she should do now was ensure she didn't alter the course of history and seal away everything in the space button forever. Perhaps she wouldn't witness the arrival of the interstellar age, but her descendants surely would. Chapter 73 Epilogue. 10 years later, the children gradually grew up. Chuyi did not have more children afterwards, and no one knew the reason. Anyway, they did not use contraception, but she just did not get pregnant. But with 2 children under their knees, it didn't matter whether there would be more or not. The once cute little Moon has grown into a graceful young girl, and the mischievous 1111 has already become a handsome boy. But as 1111 grew up, he became even more clever and ingenious. When 1111 turned 12, he joined his father Jiangliran in going to the army for training, though he only went during winter and summer vacations. Of course, he did not train together with the soldiers since he was still young, and his bones were still developing. Instead, a special youth training method was developed by Jiangliran and Chuyi for him, which could also improve his martial arts skills and physical foundation. Although he was still a minor, his skills were already good enough that none of his peers could match him. Precisely because of these skills, he became even more unruly, but he was still a good child despite his unique personality and mischievous behavior. At least he would not bully others by force, unless others bullied him first, then he would definitely fight back. He had never been one to take losses from an early age. It had been more than 10 years since they came to City B. At this point, Chuyi suddenly missed City N, the first city she stayed in on this planet. In a decade, this country made another leap in development. With the National Day coming up, Chuyi thought about taking this holiday to visit City N, recalling the past days. After this information was released, the elders basically agreed, but the children who wanted to go together were refused by Chuyi. After all, the current holiday meant not only playing around but also plenty of homework. Moreover, City N was not a good place for Little Moon. It was where she lost her parents. Although Little Moon had no memory of her parents, Chuyi did not want to take her back to relive those past memories. The children were left in City B. 1111 went to the military for training every holiday, while Chuyi enrolled Little Moon in her favorite camping class. Grandpa Jiang was much older now, and mostly stayed at home without handling any affairs. Jiang Li Hui also retired and took care of his grandchildren at home. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang Hui were still working hard. As they said, they did not like staying at home. Plus, their son hasn't given them any grandchildren yet. The siblings Little Moon are growing up. So one continues to fight in the business world, and the other works as a doctor in the hospital. In a few years, Zhao Qing will be nearing 40, but he finally found the person he desired. However, this person is relatively flighty, and the girl does not fully trust him. Also, his family conditions are too good, and the girl he likes is from an average family. The girl feels the families do not match, but she cannot resist Zhao Qing's pursuit. Although their relationship has not been officially confirmed as boyfriend-girlfriend, it seems inevitable. It depends on when Zhao Qing's persistence can impress the girl so they can eventually become a couple. In the end, the decision was made for Jiang Liran to accompany Chuyi back to City N. Returning to City N after more than a decade, Chuyi felt as if it were another world. The two directly took a taxi from the airport to the city center. Surrounding traffic was bustling, just like how it was over a decade ago when Chuyi first arrived on this planet. It seemed as if none of those disasters happened, and as if all the people around had not changed. Jiang Liran said, "Let's go." They no longer owned any property here, so this time they could only find a hotel to stay. After settling in and putting away their luggage, the two began strolling through the downtown area of City N. Crowds of people surged around, many couples hand in hand walking happily on the streets, laughter resounding nearby. Naturally, Jiang Liran also held Chuyi's hand as they walked along the road. Years of shared life had long made them intimately connected. Even walking down the street holding hands did not make them feel the slightest bit uneasy. Around them stood familiar roads newly transformed. They were not the same as they had been over a decade ago. The houses were stronger, technology was more advanced, and naturally, there were more people. Familiar roads have all become unfamiliar. All the places that collapsed before have been rebuilt into new buildings. The disaster from over a decade ago was filmed into a movie and played on large screens in squares during holidays. This was to warn humanity to cherish the present and to take care of the environment. No one knows how the disaster from over a decade ago occurred or why. But that doesn't matter anymore because it's all in the past. From now on, people need to learn to cherish the present, at least in this moment they are lucky. As Chuyi continued walking, she wanted to revisit N University. She felt that N City was now quite unfamiliar to her, and in the past, she hadn't really had the chance to explore this place properly. The only thing she might recall was her college life, so this time she wanted to return to her former school for a visit. Many schools collapsed during the disaster due to the earthquake, but when they were rebuilt, it was always on the original site. Presumably, N University's location would not change, it would still be at its original address. Since she was going to N University, Chuyi didn't bother asking Jiang Liran to come along. Men aren't usually interested in wandering around, and though Jiang Liran would accompany her willingly for Chuyi's sake, sometimes she preferred to go alone. At least this time, she wanted to visit N University by herself. Jiang Liran didn't say anything further and returned to the hotel to rest. Then Chuyi headed toward the familiar place from memory. N University was still the same N University. Even after the rebuilding, its foreign trade aspect remained exactly as it had been originally, just looking slightly different. Possibly due to the holidays, there weren't many students coming or going at the entrance. Some may have gone home or out shopping, but the streets were indeed crowded, almost shoulder to shoulder with people. Walking down the familiar campus streets, a few groups of students occasionally passed by, their youthful smiles brimming with energy. At this moment, Chuyi couldn't help but sigh about how quickly time flew. When she arrived below her former dormitory building, she noticed the location had shifted slightly. The rebuilt dormitory was no longer the one she used to live in. Chuyi merely glanced at it and then turned to leave. At that moment, a voice called out behind her, stopping her in her tracks. "Are you Chuyi?" Chuyi looked over and saw an aging face, lacking the youthful beauty it once possessed, but still somewhat familiar. It reminded her of an old friend from years ago. Chen Qin. Chen Qin approached excitedly. "Yes, it's me. I never thought that after all these years, we'd finally meet again." Chuyi was also happy, encountering someone she knew. "How did you end up at N University?" Chen Qin smiled lightly. "This is our alma mater. After society restored order, N University was rebuilt. By then, I was no longer young, so I leased a small convenience store on campus. In a way, it's like returning to my roots. Anyway, I don't have a family anymore, so anywhere suits me." Chuyi asked, "Did you never get married?" Chen Qin paused, then replied, "I did. I have 2 sons who are in school now." Chuyi nodded this time, realizing some sort of misunderstanding. "Congratulations." Chen Qin asked, "What about you? How are you doing?" Chuyi replied, "I'm together with my son's father now. We currently live in B City. This time, I came to N City during the holiday." Chen Qin nodded and said, "Things have changed a lot, haven't they? Although many buildings were reconstructed on their original sites, they're not the original structures anymore." Chuyi nodded in agreement. Chen Qin continued, "Why don't you come over to my place? There's a cafe next to my convenience store. My husband took our 2 sons out shopping, and we can stop by there." Chuyi agreed without hesitation. Since she was out anyway, she could relax for a bit. The cafe wasn't very big, with fewer than 10 tables inside, but it was elegantly decorated with plenty of space. At that moment, there were only a couple of tables occupied, likely because the students had either gone home or out shopping during the holidays. The two found an empty seat by the window. Chen Qin ordered 2 cups of coffee and then smiled as she said, "I still owe you 100 kilograms of rice. Actually, my store has rice, so do you want to take it with you?" This made Chuyi recall something long forgotten. Smiling, she replied, "That was over a decade ago, and you still remember. I've never thought about making you repay it." Chen Qin nodded. "I know, but your kindness is something I can never fully repay. Back then, if it hadn't been for your help, my only remaining relative might have been gone." Chuyi said, "It's all in the past. Don't bring it up anymore." Chen Qin seemed touched and replied, "All right, let's not talk about it then. This cafe has lots of delicious food, so you must try it." She immediately signaled the waiter and ordered several signature dishes. Despite its size, the cafe was quite popular among the students of N University, with customers coming and going constantly. After Chuyi tasted the dishes, she realized they were all excellent. Her appetite awakened, she began eating unknowingly. Watching the plates emptying, Chen Qin called the waiter to continue ordering more. It wasn't until the end that Chuyi couldn't eat anymore and finally put down her chopsticks, while Chen Qin hadn't even started eating yet. Chuyi smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, you haven't eaten yet." Chen Qin pointed to the remaining food on the table. "There's still plenty of food, I'll just finish what's left here." Nowadays, no one dared to waste food casually. Those who had experienced the disasters cherished food greatly. Chuyi was even planning to pack up the leftovers from the table, not wanting any waste, but she didn't say anything when Chen Qin said she wanted to eat them. When Chen Qin finished eating, Chuyi's phone rang. Jiang Liran was calling to ask when they would go back. Chuyi replied with a few sentences. At this moment, Chuyi and Chen Qin sat there in silence. Memories flooded back, and now that they had met again, neither of them knew what to say. Chuyi could only say, "I'll treat you for all of this. I've eaten so much already." She had taken a look at the menu earlier, and she realized how expensive the dishes were. Surprisingly, the prices at a cafe in school weren't any cheaper than those at hotels outside. Chen Qin shook her head. "I've already paid for the meal. Back then, you lent me food without hesitation and helped me during such tough times. How can this dinner compare to what you did for me?" Chuyi replied, "We said we'd stop bringing up the past. Why keep mentioning it?" Chen Qin responded, "All right, let's not bring it up. Then you should go home. I can see your husband is very concerned about you." When Jiang Liran was mentioned, Chuyi's smile became more genuine. "Okay, I'll go back." As Chuyi stood up to leave, Chen Qin's voice called out again behind her. "Chuyi, thank you." Chuyi waved her hand, smiled, and left. After returning, Chu Yi and Jiang Liran stayed in N City for 2 more days before leaving and heading back to B City. Chu Yi felt that B City was truly her home now. These few days away made her miss the elders and children at home, and she thought the chances of coming out again would be fewer in the future. The end.